traversing through the stars, yet sealed by the system for 16 years. Su Ming became the infamous fool of the renowned Koren family throughout the empire. Every day, he immersed himself in the disassembly of machinery, viewed as a disgrace by his family. During the gene awakening ceremony, he set the empire's lowest record gene energy level at 1 point, brain domain energy level at 3 points, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city. Stripped of his surname and dispatched to a frontline logistics planet, just as the crowd mocked him, a long-awaited voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding achievement of parsing 1,000,000 mechanical components accomplished, activating the Mech Martial Sovereign System. Ding 9 Radiance Celestial Body successfully activated. When Su Ming crushed the wrist of a servant, revealing a physical energy level of 21 points, everyone finally realized the Forsaken Fool was, in fact, an unparalleled prodigy, surpassing the Empire's top talents of the past decade. Did you think I was worthless? Little do you know, for these 16 years, I have been dismantling my path to divinity. As Su Ming stepped onto the starship bound for the front lines, his legend officially commenced. Those who once ridiculed and abandoned him would ultimately kneel beneath his mech. Today marked the momentous occasion of the second young master of the Koren family unlocking his genetic seal. At this moment within the Koren family, guests streamed in, extending their congratulations to the family head, Koren Clarence. In the grand hall stood a youth, around 16 years of age, possessing a handsome visage with black hair and eyes, distinctly different from those around him. Strangely, the boy's gaze was filled with an air of foolishness even amidst the Empire's nobility. He did not spare a glance at anyone. His focus remained solely on the mechanical components in his hands, seemingly the only thing in the grand hall that piqued his interest. This youth was none other than the protagonist of the day, Su Ming. At the age of 16, he was at the perfect juncture for unlocking the genetic seal, a moment to witness the culmination of his efforts and talents over the past 16 years. The more solid the foundation and the greater the talent, the more powerful the energy levels generated upon the first unlocking of the genetic seal. As the offspring of an apocalyptic-level powerhouse, even though many sensed that Su Ming might not be particularly bright, they still held enormous expectations for his potential. After all, Su Ming's elder brother, Su Rue, had set the Empire's record 2 years prior when he unlocked his genetic seal. Gene energy level, 13 points. Brain domain energy level, 15 points. Gene energy level indicates one's combat prowess, with a typical genius achieving around 5 to 8 points upon their first unlocking of the genetic seal, while the eldest son of the Koren family reached an astonishing 13 points. Even more astonishing was that Su Rue's brain domain energy level reached 15 points. The brain domain energy level signifies a person's capability to pilot mechs. The higher the level, the more powerful the mech one can control. Though once a certain level of combat prowess is attained, it is not necessarily inferior to mechs. However, under equivalent levels and combat values, those capable of piloting mechs are undoubtedly invincible. As the offspring of an esteemed lineage, Su Rue had already demonstrated that progeny of apocalyptic-level powerhouses are not mere fools in the future. Su Rue would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the Empire. Now as Su Rue's brother, Su Ming was poised to shock the world once more today. No wonder Koren Clarence had returned from the battlefield to witness his son's rise. As the time approached, Clarence smiled and addressed an elderly man before him, saying, "Mr. Isaac, let us begin." Isaac nodded, producing a syringe filled with dark green liquid, and injected it into Su Ming's arm. This was the gene essence, a product of technological civilization reaching its zenith, gradually unlocking human combat prowess. It enables the unlocking of genetic seals within the body, granting the ability to transcend genetic limitations. After the injection, a sensation of revival surged through Su Ming's body. Clarence observed his second son in the center of the grand hall, nodding slowly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. At this stage, it nearly guaranteed the success of unlocking the genetic seal. They merely needed to wait for the seal to open and test Su Ming's 2 values. Standing beside Koren Clarence was an exceptionally handsome youth, whose gaze shifted to Su Ming in the hall, dark clouds flickering in his eyes. This youth was none other than Su Ming's elder brother, Su Rue, hailed as the Empire's foremost genius of the past decade. However, his gaze towards Su Ming bore no warmth of a brotherly affection. Instead, it was filled with wariness and rejection, akin to that of a competitor. At that moment, an overwhelming sensation of breaking free emanated from Su Ming. "Congratulations, Lord Clarence. Your son has successfully unlocked the genetic seal. The Empire will soon possess 2 new pillars of strength. exclaimed the surrounding guests in joyous unison. A flicker of amusement crossed Clarence's eyes, yet he maintained a humble demeanor, saying, "My son has yet to examine the two values. We should not rush to conclusions. Mr. Isaac, please assist in checking Su Ming's energy levels." Isaac smiled and nodded, promptly applying a device to Su Ming's arm. Instantly, two values appeared rapidly on the device. The crowd hastily turned their gazes, curiously scrutinizing the figures, and upon seeing the numbers 1 and 3 displayed, their eyes widened in disbelief. 1-3 indicated that Su Ming's gene energy level was merely 1 point, while his brain domain level was even below that of an average person. Could it be that the testing device is faulty? Let's try another. Isaac, flustered, quickly retrieved another testing device, yet the result remained 1-3. After several attempts with different devices, the outcome remained unchanged. In that moment, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the same unspoken sentiment. Colin Clarence's second son, the second young master of the Colin family, Colin Su Ming, was a waste. If the energy level upon the first unlocking of the genetic seal falls below 3 points, it can almost conclusively determine that the individual is a failure, with virtually no opportunity for cultivation in the future. How could this be? The eldest young master was unparalleled, yet the second young master was a fool? I had a feeling that young master Su Ming appeared quite foolish. I didn't expect him to be this weak, one guest remarked. Now, this is going to be entertaining. The offspring of a prestigious apocalyptic-level powerhouse is not only a waste, but also a simpleton. Colin Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Colin Su Ming, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing angrily at a nearby servant and demanding, "Has Su Ming not cultivated at all during these years? Surely, if he had practiced even a little, he wouldn't have such values." The servant, trembling, fell to his knees, stammering, "Forgive me, my lord. The second young master is obsessed with mechanical components. He cannot part with them at any time, or he would cry uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to cultivate normally." Seeing this scene, Su Rui's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he exchanged glances with someone in the guest seating. Suddenly, the individual rose to his feet and addressed Colonel Clarence, saying, "Your Excellency Clarence, according to imperial law, during wartime, citizens aged 16 and above without any cultivation talent are required to work for 5 years on the logistical planets at the front lines. Surely, as a marshal of the Empire, you would not exploit your position to evade this obligation, would you?" Colonel Clarence cast a cold glance at the man before him. This individual was a bureaucrat from his political adversary, unexpectedly launching an attack at such a critical moment. In front of so many dignitaries, this declaration made it impossible for Clarence to use his authority to protect his son. However, Clarence was not one to be easily intimidated by the pressure of a mere official. He disregarded the bureaucrat and turned his gaze to his son, gently inquiring, "My son, do tell me, will you earnestly pursue your cultivation and refrain from becoming overly absorbed in mechanical components?" The law of the Empire pertained to those lacking cultivation talent. Yet, if Clarence were willing to invest substantial resources, there remained a chance for Su Ming to cultivate in the future. He was merely waiting for Su Ming's response. At that moment, upon hearing that he might be prevented from analyzing mechanical components, Su Ming hurriedly exclaimed, No, I'm just one component away. Let me finish." His words elicited a chorus of laughter throughout the grand hall. At such a critical moment, this second young master still thought of tinkering with mechanical parts. It was evident he was a hopeless fool. A wave of anger surged in Clarence's eyes. His son was, indeed, a simpleton. Even if he wished to protect him, it seemed impossible now. With Su Ming's evident lack of commitment to cultivation, what justification did Clarence have to shield his son from the scrutiny of the imperial nobility? Very well, the Colonel family does not require a dim-witted heir. Keeping him here would be a waste. Let him proceed to the logistical planet to work for 5 years. Disappointment flickered in Clarence's eyes as he waved his hand, instructing a nearby attendant, "Since he wishes to play with mechanical components, send him to the maintenance department and let him indulge. The Colonel family does not need useless individuals. From this day forth, strip Su Ming of the Colonel's surname. Now escort him away." Clarence spoke slowly, not sparing another glance at Su Ming, as if the young man before him were a disgrace to their entire lineage. Upon hearing Clarence's words, an attendant rose and assisted Su Ming towards the exit. Just as they were about to reach the door, Su Ming, fixated on the mechanical component in his hand, suddenly heard a click as he successfully disassembled it into 2 separate parts. The last piece, finally completed. Su Ming's foolish voice echoed from outside, prompting another round of laughter from the assembly, while Clarence's expression grew increasingly grim. However, unbeknownst to all, At that moment, a peculiar electronic voice resonated within Su Ming's mind. Beep. Achievement of disassembling 1 million mechanical components reached. The Mecha Warrior system is now activated. Beep. System activated. Sealing consciousness is being lifted. Beep. Commencing genetic alteration, transforming carbon-based life into star body, acquiring the 9 Radiance Stellar Body. Beep. Acquired cultivation method, limitless starry sky art. Chapter 2. Journey to Nopu Planet. Damn it, this cursed system has finally released me. After departing the Grand Hall, Su Ming was ushered into a vehicle. The vehicle sped towards an interstellar transport station on the planet. No one noticed that, seated alone in the car, Su Ming's expression gradually shifted from a facade of confusion to clarity. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in his eyes, and he began to voice his grievances. Su Ming was not of this world. He was a transmigrant, having crossed over from Earth, specifically from the lands of China. Unlike other transmigrants, upon his arrival, his consciousness was imprisoned by a system known as the Mecha Warrior, confining him within a separate space. For the past 16 years, his consciousness had been compelled to cultivate a technique called limitless starry sky art. Meanwhile, his physical body remained in a daze, forced to dismantle 1 million mechanical components to complete his task and free his consciousness from the system. Yet, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Colonel Su Rue, was it? And his supporters lurking in the shadows. Though Su Ming's consciousness had been unable to return to his body during this time, he had been keenly aware of all that transpired. While trapped in a stupor, Su Rui's so-called brother in this life had employed every means to undermine him. For 16 years, Su Ming's body had scarcely engaged in cultivation. On one hand, it was indeed in a state of ignorance, solely focused on dismantling mechanical components. On the other hand, this Su Rue had covertly instructed attendants to prevent Su Ming from having any opportunity to cultivate. Even the news of Su Ming's lack of cultivation had been suppressed by Su Rue, ensuring their father, Clarence, remained oblivious. Just wait. When I return, I shall tear your vile face apart. Su Ming thought to himself. At that moment, he felt a surge of peculiar energy emanating from the system, flooding into every part of his body. Under the influence of this energy, a series of transformations began to occur within Su Ming's physique. At the deepest genetic level, significant changes were underway. Once a carbon-based life form, Su Ming's body was gradually becoming a unique hybrid of energy and flesh. Beep. Genetic alteration. Successful host has acquired the 9 Radiance Stellar Body. Physical compatibility established. Star points functionality activated. Beep. For each mechanical component disassembled, the host automatically gains 1 star point. Star points can be utilized for cultivation, healing injuries, or conversion into attack and body enhancement. If someone were to stand beside Su Ming at that moment, they would undoubtedly notice the energy levels emanating from him escalating rapidly. Initially, his physical energy level stood at just 1 point, but with the system's automatic transformation, it skyrocketed to 21 points. Simultaneously, as his consciousness returned, years of training in limitless starry sky art had forged his awareness into something remarkably potent, instantly elevating his mental capacity to 25 points. This was an extraordinarily formidable energy level. It is worth noting that the so-called genius Su Rue, celebrated as the Empire's top talent for the past decade, only reached energy levels of 13 to 15 points upon unlocking his genetic lock. Yet, Su Ming's energy levels soared to 21 and 25, far surpassing Su Rue by a significant margin. In a certain sense, Su Ming's initial genetic lock had already transcended the limits of human capability. Beep. Below is the host attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 21. Mental capacity level, 25. Genetic lock activation level, intermediate level 1. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, 1. Required starlight points for next level, 100. Starlight points owned, 0. Amidst a series of tumultuous changes, Su Ming felt the vehicle that bore him come to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a servant who regarded him with a hint of disdain and indifference. What a worthless fool, squandering such splendid resources. If I had but half your advantages, you would be groveling at my feet by now. Yet here you are, the so-called second young master of the Koren family, unceremoniously cast out. Come on, do you still fancy yourself as that second young master? The servant berated him, filled with contempt. In truth, within the Koren family, when no one else was present, both maids and servants alike held Su Ming in utter disregard. Some servants and maids, harboring a particular animosity towards the scions of affluent families, would heap upon Su Ming the grievances they had suffered from other masters, multiplying their disdain. After all, Su Ming was perceived as a simpleton, a fool who knew nothing beyond the analysis of mechanical components. As long as they did not snatch away the mechanical parts he held, this simpleton would allow himself to be beaten and bullied without a flicker of response. With a cold gaze, Su Ming remembered the vile acts these servants had committed against him when he had yet to regain consciousness. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Stepping out of the vehicle, he faced the servant and spoke with a detached tone. The servant, taken aback by the transformation of the once passive and perpetually grinning second young master of the Koren family, who had now lost that vacant expression and replaced it with profound indifference, found himself momentarily stunned. "What on earth? The fool has spoken?" The servant muttered, his astonishment quickly morphing into rage. "What nonsense is this? Do you truly believe you are still the second young master? You are to be assigned to the border star regions, where you are worth less than a dog, and you dare to shout at me?" With a mocking sneer, the servant prepared to strike Su Ming across the face, fully aware that Su Ming's body energy level was a mere 1 point, falling short of even that of an ordinary person. His own energy level was 3 points, sufficient to leave Su Ming battered and bruised, despite not having unlocked any genetic locks. Yet, just as his hand was about to connect, Su Ming swiftly reached out and seized the servant's wrist. With a gentle yet firm grip, a crisp crack echoed as the servant's wrist was brutally crushed by Su Ming's hand, rendering it utterly mangled so much so that even a hospital visit would not restore it. "Ah!" The servant cried out in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror as he gazed at Su Ming. Wasn't this second young master of the Su family supposed to have only 1 point of energy? How could he possibly exert such immense strength? Before he could ponder further, Su Ming retaliated with a swift slap, transforming the servant into a grotesque visage, causing him to lose consciousness. Were it not for the imperial law against murder on the main star, your fate today would have been far worse than a shattered wrist. Su Ming spoke coldly, then bent down to collect the servant's star coin card and pass. Rising once more, he strode towards the spatial transfer station ahead. According to imperial law, a youth of 16 without any cultivation aptitude must unconditionally serve 5 years working on the frontline logistics planets. Now that his fate was sealed, Su Ming felt compelled to comply, lest he oppose the laws of the entire empire. Moreover, since the Koren family had disavowed him, it was the perfect opportunity for Su Ming to venture to other planets and carve out a world of his own. Chapter 3. Ma, what kind of person? Where is he headed? Su Ming, here is my identification card. I am to work on the planet Nopu for 5 years. Su Ming spoke softly to the staff at the space transfer station. Su Ming? The staff, upon receiving the identification card, was taken aback after reading Su Ming's resume, particularly the part indicating he was once the second son of the Koren family and had since renounced the Koren surname. His expression became peculiar as he gazed at Su Ming, choosing not to say much, and simply handed a card back to him. Insert this card into the transfer station's device. It will naturally transport you to planet Nopu, the staff instructed. Thank you, Su Ming replied with a light chuckle, proceeding towards the front of the space transfer station. However, as he passed through the detection area, the energy level testing device suddenly displayed 2 striking numbers. 2,125. This was the measure of Su Ming's physical energy level and cerebral capacity. Upon seeing this figure, the staff's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Just unlocked the genetic lock today and already possesses such energy levels? This must be an unprecedented genius. He murmured to himself. Why would such a prodigy renounce his surname? Why send him to a border planet for 5 years? Does the Koren family realize they have lost a once-in-a-millennium talent? Before he could recover from his astonishment, the space transfer portal activated. In the next moment, Su Ming's figure vanished from the space transfer corridor. Whoosh! With the pinnacle of technological advancement, the space transfer technology had matured exceptionally. The nation where Su Ming resided was one of the 5 imperial powers in the human realm, known as the Mockery Empire, which stood at the forefront of space transfer technology, experiencing almost no discomfort as Su Ming was transported to a planet that exuded a strong industrial atmosphere. Planet Nopu. A robust man approached him, grinning widely as he addressed the newly arrived Su Ming. Kid, here for work? Are you? Su Ming nodded and promptly handed over his work identification to the man. In truth, Su Ming could have easily disregarded the Koren family's arrangements and sought a carefree existence elsewhere. Yet, upon learning that his workplace was a logistics mechanical repair shop, his interest was piqued. Each disassembly of a mechanical component would yield him a few starlight points. What place could possibly offer a better opportunity for disassembling awaiting mechanical parts than a logistics mechanical repair shop? Moreover, throughout the years of aimless wandering, Ming had consistently engaged in dismantling various mechanical components, even the most obscure ones, which the Koren family could procure. After 16 years of tireless disassembly, he had dismantled over 1 million components. This extensive experience had endowed Ming with a profound wealth of knowledge and expertise in mechanical parts. Ming cast his gaze towards the nearby logistics base, suffused with a palpable industrial atmosphere, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance flickering in his eyes. Mechas, the ultimate aspiration of every gene warrior. Having disassembled 1 million distinct mechanical components, he pondered whether he might one day assemble a mech that belonged to him. A burly man took note of Ming's work ID, scrutinizing his physique and then the opulent attire that he had yet to change out of, a frown creasing his brow. "Kid, your work ID indicates a technical position? I assumed you were merely a janitor or a statistician, non-technical roles. Are you perhaps one of those so-called scions from illustrious families here to gild your resume? Let me tell you, the front line of this logistics line leads straight to the battlefield, a place of peril. A privileged youth like you shouldn't come here to create chaos." The large man regarded Ming with a scowl. Ming smiled lightly, responding in a calm voice, "I have practiced mechanical disassembly and assembly at home. I am capable of this work." "Mechanical disassembly?" The man appraised Ming with a critical eye, then sneered, "Fine, let us see what you're made of. I'll give you a few mechanical parts. If you can disassemble and reassemble them, I'll allow you to work in the mechanics department. Otherwise, you'll stick to being a janitor. Don't create any disturbances." Ming replied with a smile, "No problem. Follow me." The man led Ming into a vast mechanical production room. A newcomer? Mon. Inside the workshop, numerous individuals were engaged in disassembling and repairing machinery. These were machines damaged in frontline battles, sent to the logistics repair facility for refurbishment. Upon seeing the burly man escorting Ming, the workers began to jest. "Look at this fresh face. He has probably just another gilded disciple sent by some wealthy family. Wank, bring over a few mechanical parts. Let us test the waters with this kid." Wank, a lean mechanic, chuckled heartily upon hearing the man's words, then retrieved several ordinary-looking mechanical parts from a nearby damaged machine. "Newcomer, start with these simpler components for your initial test." The mechanical parts were tossed one by one in front of Ming. The mechanics, weary from their monotonous tasks, were now intrigued by the prospect of a newcomer's trial, turning their attention to Ming's workstation. "All right, Ming, right? Begin disassembling and assembling." The burly man stated, his tone indifferent. As Ming observed the mechanical components before him, he momentarily froze, not due to unfamiliarity, but rather because his vision, enhanced by the system interface, allowed him to perceive intricate details within the parts. It was as if his eyes had transformed into a form of X-ray vision, revealing internal damages at a glance. Various numerical values instantaneously appeared before him. The tensile strength, degree of damage, and hardness level, among other metrics, seemed to manifest before Ming's eyes as a pair of spectacles capable of discerning the subtle traces on the surfaces of objects, enabling him to effortlessly penetrate the intricate mechanics before him. A wave of joy washed over him. It is worth noting that the complexity of mechanical components often lies in the necessity to comprehend their structures and corresponding functions. Only then can one disassemble them while avoiding critical areas prone to damage. After all, technology has advanced to an astonishing degree, with many circuits measured in microns and nanometers, densely packed and minuscule. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic failure, resulting in complete destruction of the component. With this newfound capability, the task of disassembly became remarkably straightforward. As Ming momentarily lost himself in thought, a towering figure named Monty beside him exhibited a flicker of impatience in his gaze. With a sneer directed at Ming, he remarked, "What's the matter? Kid, don't overeat yourself. You're wasting our time. Go to the mechanical cleaning room and fetch yourself a task." Upon hearing Monty's voice, Ming regained his composure, turned to Monty with a smile, and replied slowly, "No need to rush. Just watch closely." Chapter 4. Restoration with confidence radiating from him. Ming picked up a somewhat battered mechanical component from the workbench. He extended his hand, preparing to dismantle the component directly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Aren't you going to scan it with a scanner first? If there are hidden damages inside, recklessly opening it could exacerbate the damage, possibly leading to outright failure, exclaimed one of the mechanics, his alarm palpable. However, Ming paid no heed, continuing to disassemble the component with his hands. Another mechanic, observing the scene, shook his head in disbelief. The force in his arms is uneven. Without the mechanical arm strength, it is exceedingly difficult to control. This could easily damage the millimeter circuits inside. Clearly, this kid is merely pretending to understand without any real knowledge. Monty's gaze darkened further as he listened to the mechanic's remarks. Should Ming cause damage to the component, Monty would ensure he learned the hard truth that there is no remedy for regret. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the mechanical component in Ming's hands. Crack! The crowd instinctively craned their necks to see. Within moments, expressions of profound astonishment washed over their faces as the component was flawlessly disassembled into two distinct parts, neatly arranged on the workbench. How is this possible? It appears to be a perfect disassembly. This kid didn't even use a scanner. One of the mechanics gasped in disbelief. However, Ming paid no heed to the individual beside him, as he remained wholly engrossed in the mechanical components arrayed upon the workbench. Pulling out another piece and continuing his disassembly, a soft click resonated once more, astonishing everyone as they noted that the parts Ming had disassembled bore not a single mark of secondary damage. Secondary damage refers to the potential harm that mechanical components might endure after sustaining initial battle damage and being sent to the repair department, where improper handling by the mechanic could lead to additional injuries. The signs of secondary damage are typically much fresher than those of the original damage, making them easily discernible. It is quite common for secondary damage to occur, and a mechanic is generally considered competent if they can reduce the damage rate to 40. Yet now, the onlookers were transfixed by the fair-skinned youth, who, immediately after flawlessly dismantling the second mechanical component, reached for yet another piece to disassemble. The workshop was filled with the incessant soft clicks of disassembly. Astonishment gradually transformed into disbelief, numbness, and reverence among the crowd. By now, he had successfully dismantled 9 mechanical components, all with a secondary damage rate of 0. The atmosphere was charged with gasps of amazement echoing throughout the workshop. While it was one thing to forego the use of scanner, even seasoned veterans could achieve such a feat, however. To dismantle components by hand requires an intimate understanding of the minutiae of each mechanical part, along with an exceptionally steady control of force. A slight miscalculation could lead to damage. The fact that this youth maintained a secondary damage rate of 0 suggested that his experience and mastery in mechanical disassembly far surpassed that of anyone present. Was he practicing since birth? One mechanic murmured, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, not merely since birth, but he must have practiced diligently, likely devoting at least 10 hours each day to focus training, honing his skills to such a remarkable degree. Another mechanic quickly shook his head, dismissing the previous assertion. In his view, it was nearly impossible for anyone to dedicate themselves solely to the disassembly of machinery from such a young age. However, what these individuals could scarcely fathom was that, in many ways, Ming's experience mirrored the very actions they described. From an early age, he had been inseparable from mechanical components, tirelessly disassembling them whenever he was not sleeping or eating. This relentless practice had led him to an almost obsessive familiarity with each part, allowing him to discern issues with mere touch. At last, the final soft click signaled the successful disassembly of the 10th mechanical component. The workbench was soon adorned with a collection of individual mechanical parts. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire mechanical workshop fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Monty, observing the unfolding events, was about to speak. However, Ming paid no heed to the onlookers. Instead, he casually dragged over a precision engraving machine, swiftly selecting a component and placing it upon the platform, embarking on the intricate task of etching micron-level circuits into the piece. He was intent on repairing the component. A mechanic, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, "His disassembly skills are remarkable. Can he truly repair it?" Another mechanic's eyes widened, fixated intently on Ming's hands. Mechanical repair encompasses numerous steps: cleaning, disassembly, repair, and reassembly. Among these, the cleaning phase is the simplest, requiring little technical expertise. However, disassembly, repair, and reassembly become progressively more complex. Even these skilled mechanics typically specialize in just one stage, passing the task to the final assembler. Yet here stood this young man, not only disassembling, but also daring to repair. The crowd refrained from interrupting Su Ming. His previous display had already captivated several mechanics present, and now, witnessing his determination to continue the repair, they collectively held their breath, their anticipation directed towards him. His hands are remarkably steady. One mechanic murmured, "Monte, what is his brain domain level? With such steadiness, surely it cannot be low." Another mechanic inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Hand stability is governed by mental control. While physical energy denotes strength and power, brain domain level signifies control and finesse. Monty retrieved Su Ming's work ID, examining it with keen interest. Upon seeing the prominently displayed Level 3 in the brain domain section, his eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own perception. Is his brain domain level truly 3? This must be a mistake. Even Monty found himself momentarily bewildered. Wait, something is amiss. The component he was repairing is the X3 circuit board of the N265 energy rifle. Yet the etched circuits do not conform to the standard design. Many of his engravings contradict the original specifications. At that moment, one of the engravers squinted, rising with a serious demeanor to voice his concerns. Chapter 5, Astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the workshop's occupants were taken aback. He is engraving it incorrectly? A disassembler questioned. Brow furrowed. Although lacking expertise in engraving, he understood a fundamental principle. Discrepancies in etched circuits could lead to catastrophic electronic collisions, potentially causing the circuit board to self-destruct. In such an event, it would be a miracle to escape unscathed, let alone achieve any offensive capability. Errors in engraving are strictly taboo in mechanical repairs and manufacturing, as the consequences of such mistakes can be dire. Should we intervene? Monty pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The sculptor gazed intently at Su Ming's technique, observing as he meticulously recarved the circuits on the already damaged circuit board. A flicker of confusion crossed the sculptor's eyes. It was peculiar. Although Su Ming's carving paths seemed contradictory, they ultimately intertwined in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. He murmured to himself. Is there any danger? Monty inquired with a furrowed brow. The sculptor shook his head and replied, I cannot comprehend it fully, but to ascertain the final outcome. We shall have to wait until he completes the carving and conducts the reinstallation test. Upon hearing the sculptor's words, the onlookers redirected their attention to Su Ming. At that moment, he had commenced the restoration of a second component, still utilizing the precision engraving tool, carefully etching patterns onto the part. Yet unbeknownst to the others, a series of faint sounds echoed in Su Ming's mind. Disassembly successful, obtained 1 starlight point. Disassembly successful, obtained 1 starlight point. Repair successful, obtained 1 starlight point. To Su Ming's delight, he discovered that successfully restoring a component also yielded starlight points. This implied that if he were to successfully restore a weapon, he could potentially acquire dozens of starlight points. This maintenance workshop was truly a paradise for him. With a buoyant spirit, Su Ming worked diligently, swiftly restoring several components. And along with the previously disassembled parts, he amassed a total of 20 starlight points in an instant. Gazing at the repaired components in his hands, Su Ming wasted no time and immediately began the assembly process. The surrounding mechanics were rendered speechless, staring in astonishment at Su Ming, who had just completed the repairs and was now preparing to assemble. All right, you can also perform reassembly. What else is beyond your capabilities? Reassembly is the most challenging step in restoring mechanical components. It requires precise connection of every micron-level circuit, while ensuring that the gaps between parts remain below 1 micron. This is an exceedingly demanding task, placing high expectations on the mechanics. Even Su Ming, during the reassembly, maintained utmost concentration, diligently piecing together the components before him. After considerable effort, more than 10 components were ultimately assembled into a complete mechanical part. As Su Ming completed this assembly, a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the mechanical repair workshop. Everyone had been fixated on Su Ming's actions, and upon witnessing the successful assembly of the components, they silently wiped beads of sweat from their brows. Success. The circuit system of the N265 energy rifle has been restored. Su Ming beamed at the mechanical part in his hands, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Restoring a damaged component to restore its original function exemplifies the allure of mechanical repair. What is the matter with you all? At this moment, Ming finally realized that he had been encircled by a crowd, all eyes fixated on the mechanical component in his hands. You are Ming, aren't you? How come the circuit engravings in this component differ from the original? The engraver inquired, swallowing nervously. Ming's earlier series of actions had left him utterly astounded. Even though he sensed that the circuit engravings were unlike those of the original, discerning whether this mechanical part had indeed been successfully restored was a challenge. Oh, I just felt that certain aspects of the original circuit were somewhat illogical, so I made a few alterations, Ming nonchalantly replied. Somewhat illogical? A few alterations? The engraver couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such words were simple to utter, yet executing them was a different matter altogether, akin to creating anew upon an existing foundation. This operation, devoid of a master's proficiency, was typically quite challenging. Do you have a test rifle of the N265 energy rifle? I'd like to try this circuit system on it. Ming asked. Upon hearing his words, the crowd stirred from their stupor. Indeed, regardless of whether Ming's restoration was successful or not, the most effective way to validate it was to substitute this component into the original weapon. If it could achieve over 75 of the original power, it would be deemed acceptable, over 90, and it could be regarded as a perfect restoration. They quickly retrieved a test rifle from the warehouse and handed it to Ming. Accepting the test rifle, he seamlessly replaced it with the mechanical component he had just repaired. He then approached the testing area and fired a shot at the target. A surge of potent energy immediately coalesced within the rifle, shooting forth from the muzzle in an instant. With a resounding bang, the target trembled violently. However, the target, constructed from super composite materials, remained unscathed despite its quaking. Before long, the test results were announced. The N265 energy rifle test results indicated a power level of 130 of the original value, a 20 reduction in energy storage time, and a 20 increase in projectile velocity. The comprehensive evaluation declared that the restored component exhibited an efficacy of 130 of its predecessor. Component quality, exceptional. As the figures illuminated the screen, every mechanic present felt a shiver run down their spines. Mechanical restoration is termed as such because it traditionally implies that, even when a weapon is restored, its power will inevitably fall short of its original pristine state. Yet, the energy rifle Ming had restored was proving to be even more formidable than before. This was no mere restoration. It was a creation. A new circuitry method had been devised for this energy rifle. The crowd couldn't help but direct their gaze towards Ming, their eyes glimmering with admiration. To achieve such a feat was the hallmark of a true master in the realm of mechanics. The seemingly unremarkable youth, who appeared to be merely passing through, possessed an extraordinary mastery of mechanics. Monty's breath quickened as he realized that his repair workshop might have struck gold. Chapter 6, Starlight Ming, Young Master. This is where you shall reside, Monty exclaimed, a broad smile gracing his features as he addressed Ming. Indeed, it is prowess and merit that command respect. Initially, Monty had not regarded Ming favorably, yet now he had reserved the finest employee accommodation for him. As Ming surveyed his surroundings, he acknowledged that while the employee quarters could not compare to the living conditions of the Koren family, they were quite commendable for a logistical planet like NOP. Satisfied, Ming nodded appreciatively and inquired, Captain Monty, what tasks am I expected to undertake? Monty, still smiling, replied, it is quite simple. Completing the disassembly of 20 components in a day constitutes the workload. Each component earns you 1 star coin, and any additional pieces will also be remunerated. Furthermore, both repairs and reassembly carry their own rewards. Repairing a component yields 2 star coins, while reassembling earns you 3. He paused momentarily before lowering his voice to speak discreetly to Ming. Given your level of skill, young Master Su, you will surely complete the tasks with ease. Should you wish to earn more star coins, I can assist in procuring outside work for you, and we shall split the earnings 50-50. Upon hearing Monty's suggestion, Ming remained non-committal, smiling as he responded, if the need arises, I shall seek your assistance, Mr. Monty. For now, I prefer to establish myself here first. Monty chuckled awkwardly indeed. Let us allow the young master to acclimate to his new surroundings. I shall take my leave for today, but do not hesitate to approach me with any questions. Thank you, Mr. Monty. After Monty exited the room, Ming immersed himself in his system. At that moment, he discovered he possessed 32 points of starlight. As it was his first acquisition of starlight points, he was eager to explore their potential. According to the system's descriptions, starlight points could be utilized for various purposes: cultivation, combat, bodily repairs, and physical enhancement. Clearly, his current focus should be on cultivation and enhancement. Without hesitation, he opted for cultivation. Stari Bundles Celestial Technique. This was the technique Su Ming had diligently practiced in his mind during the system's decade-long confinement. His mastery of it was already profound. At this moment, he effortlessly activated the starry, boundless celestial technique. Soon, beams of starlight descended from the heavens into Su Ming's room, where he absorbed them into his being. Whether by day or night, the presence of starlight is ever existent. The light emitted by celestial bodies is indeed a form of starlight, and sunlight can naturally be counted among them. As this starlight was absorbed into Su Ming's being, it began to circulate in a specific direction with remarkable rhythm, fortifying his physique and rendering it increasingly resilient and powerful. Upon opening his eyes, a contemplative expression flickered across Su Ming's gaze. At the current pace of his cultivation, it would likely take him 2 weeks to ascend to the rank of a superior gene warrior. The ranks of gene warriors are classified into 10 tiers, corresponding to the 10 instances of gene locks being unlocked within the human body. Each new unlocking necessitates the accumulation of substantial energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, the next gene lock will be activated. With the unlocking of these gene locks, gene warriors gain enhanced strength. Presently, Su Ming is a level 1 intermediate gene warrior, meaning that to unlock the next gene lock, he must amass energy sufficient to reach the level of a superior warrior. Only then can he proceed to unlock the subsequent gene lock and ascend to level 2. Su Rue, who is 2 years his senior, unlocked his gene locks 2 years earlier than Su Ming. Over the span of these 2 years, Su Rue has advanced from a level 1 gene warrior to a level 4, exhibiting a terrifying pace of improvement that is exceedingly rare even within the Empire. Should Su Ming continue at his current rate, it is uncertain if he can catch up to Su Rue when they meet again in the future. He may even find himself unable to contend against him. After all, Su Rue benefits not only from a standard cultivation environment, but also from the abundant training resources provided by the Koren family, significantly accelerating his progress. Even though Su Ming possesses superior innate qualities compared to Su Rue, surpassing him without access to cultivation resources is a rather improbable endeavor. This notion is intolerable to Su Ming. With his vengeful disposition, he is determined to reclaim his standing, as Su Rue has wronged him since childhood. Resolute in his thoughts, Su Ming did not hesitate. He utilized 5 points of starlight from the system for his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, as the 5 points were consumed, 5 strands of extraordinarily pure starlight surged into his body from the system. As he sensed this vast and refined starlight energy, a contemplative look deepened in his eyes. His 9 Radiance Star sacred body embodies a unique constitution, being half starlight and half flesh. The starlight points facilitate his cultivation and enhance his physical attacks solely because his body is composed of starlight energy. Thus, an influx of such energy indeed aids him in achieving these feats. Without further deliberation, Su Ming swiftly activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the exchanged starlight into his being. The magnificent starlight surged into every corner of Su Ming's being, becoming an integral part of him and fortifying his physique. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of joy danced within his gaze. Each point of starlight encapsulated an energy equivalent to an hour of absorption. Thus, by exchanging merely 24 points of starlight, he effectively achieved the equivalent of a day's worth of training. Quietly, Su Ming noted some characteristics of the starlight points and subsequently converted the remaining points back into starlight energy, which he gradually absorbed into his body. Over the course of the night, Su Ming's body grew increasingly resilient through his cultivation. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Ming awoke early, refreshed himself, and made his way to the mechanical repair workshop. "Young Master Su Ming, you've arrived. Good morning." The mechanics in the workshop, still awed by the spectacle Su Ming had presented the previous day, greeted him with smiles upon his arrival. Su Ming, modest and unassuming, responded with a nod of acknowledgement before approaching his workstation. He skillfully retrieved a basket of mechanical components and began to disassemble them with ease. Chapter 7. The Marketplace Clack. 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 Immersed in concentration, Su Ming deftly dismantled each mechanical part in his hands. While others might perceive the disassembly of mechanical components as a tedious task, for Su Ming, it had become an integral part of his daily life over the past decade. It was as if it was woven into his very being. Without the act of dismantling or engraving circuits, he felt an unsettling absence. His hands moved with increasing speed. These components were ones he had previously disassembled, and with a mere glance, he could pinpoint the hidden seams. Repeating the process time and again, Su Ming remained undeterred. From disassembling mechanical parts, engraving circuits, reassembling machinery, to the more intricate assembly of entire machines, culminating in the final assembly of mechs, every step demanded immense mental focus. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his concentration and mental fortitude. Throughout this process, Su Ming's cerebral energy levels gradually increased with each moment of intense focus. The enhancement of cerebral energy does not come easily. There are no shortcuts or starlight points to serve as sustenance. It requires incremental accumulation and gradual improvement. Even Su Rue, who has been immersed in an abundance of resources, must diligently advance step by step. Su Ming concentrated on the mechanical components in his hands, dismissing all distractions from his mind. He harbored a faint intuition that despite engaging in the most fundamental of tasks, these very actions would eventually lead to a profound transformation within him. By that time, it is anticipated that I will be capable of assembling my very own, the most formidable mechanical equipment in the world. In a brief moment, Su Ming adeptly disassembled the 20 mechanical components in his possession into a plethora of intricate parts. Observing Su Ming's remarkable efficiency in this endeavor, the nearby dismantler gazed at him with an expression of admiration. "Young Master Su, do you intend to repair and reassemble these?" Monty, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile and address Su Ming. In under an hour, Su Ming effortlessly completed the disassembly of the 20 mechanical components, achieving a speed that surpassed that of other dismantlers by 4 or 5 times. Once Su Ming had entirely dismantled the components before him, Monty eagerly anticipated witnessing the repair and reassembly process. He understood all too well that if the mechanical workshop he managed could consistently produce such high-quality components, it would soon attract the attention of frontline soldiers. At that moment, numerous soldiers would specifically request repairs from his workshop, showcasing its capabilities to higher-ups, which would be immensely beneficial for his future promotions. Thus, for Monty, Su Ming's true value lay in his expertise in repair and reassembly. However, to Monty's surprise, Su Ming shook his head, set down the mechanical components, and then turned to him, saying, "Captain Monty, I have completed my tasks for today. After collecting my wages, I wish to explore the nearby shops." Although the logistics planet significantly differed from the residential planets, the people working here also required normal leisure and consumer activities. Hence, the planet naturally boasted shops, taverns, and even battle arenas and internet cafes among its various establishments. Since Su Ming's rebirth in this world, he had resided in the estate of the Koren family, leading a rather aimless existence, unaware of the simple pleasure of strolling about. This lack of exploration made it all the more appealing for Su Ming to seize the opportunity to wander and experience the distinctiveness of this world. Upon receiving his wages, along with the 40 star coins accumulated from the previous day, Su Ming was equipped with a modest sum. Star coins serve as the circulating currency in human society, shared across different nations. Although 40 star coins may not seem substantial, Su Ming possessed far more than that. The considerable sum of 200,000 star coins acquired from a servant was not insignificant. For an ordinary servant of the Koren family, to possess such wealth was indicative of the family's affluence, equivalent to the expenses of a typical household over 2 or 3 years. After collecting his wages, Su Ming departed the mechanical workshop and made his way toward the nearby commercial district. While this planet primarily functioned as a logistics and mechanical repair hub, a significant portion, approximately 60% of the area, was designated for commercial and residential purposes. The recruitment for mechanical apprentices has commenced with provisions for meals and accommodation, alongside a monthly subsidy of 50 star coins. Behold the innovative firearms produced by Noke Technology Company Limited. Amidst the bustling marketplace, numerous vendors are enthusiastically calling out to passersby. However, the majority of these establishments are centered around machinery and weaponry. In that moment, Su Ming suddenly heard an enticing call from a nearby shop. The ZX30 Leper mechanical arm is on promotion today. Purchase one and receive 3 energy bars as a gift. Intrigued, Su Ming promptly entered the store. Excuse me, could I take a look at the mechanical arm? Su Ming guayir directly. The proprietor, a humanoid with azure skin, seemed not to be a native of the Mongol Empire. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, the owner's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully retrieved a mechanical arm from the back. The ZX30 Leper mechanical arm is equipped with an anti-gravity system, ensuring that even when affixed to the arm, it feels weightless and remarkably agile. The owner beamed as he presented the leopard mechanical arm, elaborating with enthusiasm. As Su Ming accepted the mechanical arm, his enhanced vision, augmented by a specialized system, allowed him to scrutinize the arm thoroughly. Each component became devoid of secrets in his eyes. Clearly, this was a standard mechanical arm produced by a tech company, characterized by the cold efficiency of assembly line production. While Su Ming was not particularly fond of such mass-produced machinery, it was undeniable that certain aspects of this mechanical arm exhibited unique craftsmanship, making it quite appealing to him at this moment. Feeling a surge of excitement, Su Ming further inquired, what is the energy level range of this mechanical arm? Does it feature a built-in anti-modification system? The owner, taken aback by Su Ming's knowledge, quickly gave him a thumbs up, saying, connoisseur, it seems you intend to modify this mechanical arm? It supports modifications, and the energy level range is approximately 2080. Su Ming's admiration for the mechanical arm grew with each passing moment. How much does it cost? He asked. It's a flat price of 13,000 star coins. 13,000 star coins? Su Ming was taken aback. That was quite a sum, enough to sustain an ordinary family for several months. Nevertheless, he understood that the pricing for mechanical weaponry often reflected its true value. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at several mechanical components displayed on the counter and proposed. In that case, I will purchase it for 13,000 star coins, but could you include a neural enhancement component as well? A neural enhancement component? Are you a genetic warrior? The owner was astonished. The neural enhancement component is specifically designed for genetic warriors, capable of connecting to the neural domain and utilizing its energy levels to elevate the capabilities of the mechanical weapon itself. If the energy level range of this mechanical arm resides at 2080, then with Su Ming's own 25 points of brain domain energy, it could potentially unleash an astonishing energy level exceeding 40,100. This signifies a remarkable increase in power. The boss glanced at Su Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then, gritting his teeth, conceded, all right, while this means I won't be making much profit, forging a good rapport with a young brother is worthwhile. I shall sell it to you for 13,000 star coins. Chapter 8. Danger approaches after securing the mechanical arm. Su Ming found no desire to continue his exploration. He shouldered the enormous mechanical arm and returned to the workshop. However, rather than heading straight to his dormitory, he made his way to his workbench, still bearing the heavy arm. By now, twilight had settled, and most mechanics had clocked out, indulging in their post-work lives. In the workshop, only a few mechanics remained, engrossed in their overtime tasks. Su Ming approached his workstation discreetly, with only a nearby youth casting a curious glance at the mechanical arm he carried, before halting his own work, completely captivated by Su Ming's presence. Ignoring the youth, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm on the workbench and retrieved the brain domain amplification component gifted by the boss, focusing intently on its disassembly. Though these components were relatively complete as products, Su Ming felt indifferent towards the standardized mechanical parts produced on assembly lines. Even if this component was in a relatively mature assembly form, it still fell short of his expectations. With deft efficiency, he swiftly dismantled the brain domain amplification component into its individual parts. As a component intended for brain domain developers, its intricacies far surpassed those of ordinary parts. Yet, this complexity posed no challenge for Su Ming. His lifelong accumulation of knowledge enabled him to effortlessly disassemble components even tenfold more intricate. The nearby youth became increasingly mesmerized by Su Ming's fluid motions, which appeared to other disassemblers as a beautiful art form. This was a considerable undertaking. After completing the disassembly of the brain domain amplification component, Su Ming meticulously dissolved the circuits of each piece and then intricately engraved new micro and nano-level circuits onto them. Time passed quickly, and nearly 3 hours had elapsed by the time he finished engraving all the parts. Standing up, he felt a slight weariness wash over him. Shaking his head, he realized that completing the assembly today was unattainable. Fatigue would inevitably lead to a decline in focus, and even he might make mistakes during reassembly. Stowing the mechanical arm and components in the storage cabinet below, Ming prepared to depart. Suddenly, he noticed that the youth had yet to leave, instead regarding him with an expression of admiration. Ming was taken aback. "Aren't you off work yet? It's quite late." After hearing Ming's words, the young boy beside him displayed a fleeting look of bewilderment. He appeared somewhat inept at engaging in conversation, and, after a considerable pause, finally spoke softly. "Your disassembly and carving skills are truly impressive. I couldn't help but be captivated." Upon hearing the boy's comment, Ming smiled and replied, "All right, it's getting late, and I must return to rest. You should also turn in early." With that, he prepared to leave the workshop. The boy stood rooted in place, staring blankly at Ming, hesitating to speak, caught in a web of social anxiety. Just as Ming was about to push open the door, the boy summoned his courage and called out, "Ming, could you teach me about mechanical technology?" It seemed that this question had drained the boy of all his strength. His voice grew softer with each word until it was barely audible. Ming turned around, surprised, and curiously asked, "You wish to learn about mechanical technology?" Upon realizing that Ming had not immediately rejected his request, a flicker of hope ignited within the boy, and he eagerly nodded. "I want to learn. Can you teach me? I won't ask you to do it for free. I can assist you with your disassembly tasks and help you handle mechanical components." Ming considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, you can observe me while I carve and assemble. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The boy's face lit up with joy, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. Ming, slightly amused by the boy's reaction, said, "It's merely a small favor. No need for thanks. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Warren," the boy quickly replied. Ming repeated the name in his mind and smiled. "I've noted it down. For today, let us rest, and you can ask me any questions tomorrow." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Warren alone in the workshop, his face radiant with astonishment. He glanced at Ming as he departed, but did not follow him. Instead, he returned to his workstation and retrieved a discarded mechanical part from the scrap bin below. Imitating Ming's earlier actions, he carefully erased the original circuitry from a part. Continuously recalling Ming's techniques. Cautiously, he began to carve the circuitry onto the component. As it was his first attempt, every effort ended in failure. However, a resolute glint shone in Warren's eyes as he persistently emulated Ming's carving methods. Throughout the workshop, circuits flickered to life only to be extinguished swiftly, continuing late into the night. Little did Warren realize that this single inquiry, coupled with his dedication to practice each day, would eventually lead to the emergence of an invincible powerhouse known as the God of Mechanics, Warren in the universe many years later. But that is a tale for another time. It is said that having Warren as an apprentice did not cause any disruption or trouble for Ming. Warren possesses a remarkable ability to gauge the appropriate moments, only inquiring about his previous doubts during Ming's breaks, ensuring he does not intrude upon Ming's work. Instead, with Warren as an assistant, Ming could delegate some basic disassembly tasks to him. These tasks had little impact on Ming's current skill level, and continuing to perform them would be somewhat of a waste of time. Thus, Warren could effectively take on a portion of Ming's workload. Ming felt quite satisfied with his assistant, putting more effort into his guidance during their daily interactions. Days passed in this manner during the daytime. Ming tirelessly repaired and reassembled the damaged mechanical components from the battlefield, thus earning a significant number of starlight points from the system. After work, he dedicated his time to modifying his mechanical arm, adapting it to a circuit pattern with which he was familiar, and installing the neural amplification components. Life was indeed fulfilling and routine. However, unbeknownst to Ming, at this very moment on Claire's star, one of the 5 principal stars of the Mongolian Empire, a young man bearing resemblance to Ming revealed a faint smile. "Excellent. Father has finally departed, allowing me to discreetly eliminate some of the family's undesirables." Chapter 9. The mechanical arm Claire's star, renowned for its prosperity and extravagance, is one of the 5 principal stars of the Mongolian Empire, holding a significant position within the empire. Although this planet does not excel in technology or military capabilities compared to the other principal stars, indeed, it barely reaches half their standards. It has developed an immense culture of luxury entertainment, and indulgence. This has led many prominent families and powerful clans to establish themselves on Claire's star. Despite its low military prowess, the planet is teeming with strong individuals, including the founders of families, prodigies, and imperial dignitaries. The Koren family is one of the more substantial clans on Claire's star, led by their patriarch Koren Clarence, an invincible powerhouse of the Apocalypse tier, one of the 99 in the Empire. In a universe-level empire of such vastness, even a population numbering in the trillions cannot adequately describe even a fraction of it. With such a staggering population base, the presence of only 99 Apocalypse-level powerhouses underscores their terrifying significance. At this moment, within the Koren family, the eldest son, Surue, gazed with a smile at the man before him, dressed in casual attire. Once the task is accomplished, the subsequent star coins will be transferred to your account. And I have also prepared the genetic modifications, cosmetic alterations, and new identification cards for you. Merely conceal your identity, and I assure you, no one will trace it back to you. Surue toyed with the cup in his hand, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Surue's words, the man in plain clothes nodded without a change in expression and replied, "Rest assured, Master Surue, with my intervention, Su Ming is as good as dead." Surue cast a glance at the man, noting that he was a third-tier low-grade genetic warrior. Although he had not activated his brain domain level, his physical capability exceeded 400 points. Such physical prowess seemed rather excessive for dealing with a fool, but Surue felt completely at ease. Even if this man stood still while Su Ming launched an attack, the latter would likely struggle to even scratch the man's surface. The overwhelming disparity in levels left no room for uncertainty. "Go ahead," Surue said cheerfully, rising to his feet and addressing the man with a smile. The man in plain clothes nodded lightly and then moved swiftly, departing from the Koren family estate and heading directly towards the space transfer station. "Please present your pass. Where are you headed?" The man in plain clothes glanced at the staff member and chuckled softly, slowly uttering 4 words. "NOP planet." Meanwhile, Su Ming was hard at work in the mechanical workshop. After a week of continuous modifications, his mechanical arm had undergone a complete transformation. The revamped arm was denser and appeared far more formidable. Most importantly, this mechanical arm could be enhanced through brain domain levels. What does it mean to amplify through brain domain levels? Essentially, if a regular person wielded this mechanical arm with a power rating of 5 points, a brain domain developer with a level of 5 could utilize the amplification system to boost its power to approximately 10 points. The brain domain level could essentially translate into actual combat prowess, significantly enhancing the mechanical weapon's strength. Of course, the amplification was not guaranteed to be absolute. One had to account for energy losses within the amplification system. In reality, the added power would only approach the brain domain level without reaching it entirely. Additionally, the material of the mechanical arm itself had a limit on the energy it could accommodate. For instance, if a mechanical arm had a maximum capacity of 100 points and was used by a powerhouse with a brain domain level of 10,000 points, it would simply shatter under the strain. As Su Ming gazed at the successfully modified mechanical arm in his hand, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Warren, standing nearby, leaned closer and touched the mechanical arm as if it were a masterpiece. Warren harbored an immense fascination with machinery, and the more intricate the design, the more he adored it. "Su Ming, what is the power rating of this mechanical arm? Let us measure it right away," Warren exclaimed excitedly. Su Ming shook his head and smiled at Warren, saying, "We won't measure it here. Follow me outside." A glimmer of perplexity flickered in Warren's eyes. Why was there no measurement conducted within the mechanical workshop, where appropriate measuring systems were available? Though baffled, he chose to keep his thoughts unvoiced. Suppressing his confusion, he followed Su Ming outside. The two wandered until they arrived at an exceptionally desolate wasteland. There were no structures in sight, only an expanse of barren land. However, Su Ming appeared quite content in this environment. Upon arrival, he stood still and began calibrating the mechanical arm in his possession. Warren's bewilderment deepened, and he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Su Ming, what are we doing here? There is nothing in this remote wilderness. Where are the testing instruments?" Su Ming merely smiled, offering no response. Then, to Warren's astonishment, Su Ming equipped the mechanical arm onto his right hand. Before Warren could utter a word, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the mechanical arm. Without hesitation, Su Ming unleashed a punch towards the front. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and Warren's slight frame was sent tumbling backward by the force of the shockwave. When he finally managed to rise from the ground, still dazed, he beheld the scene before him with his mouth agape, gazing incredulously at the deep pit that had formed. This pit was over a meter deep, with stones at its center reduced to mere fragments. Just moments ago, there had been no pit here, yet it had suddenly appeared before Warren's eyes. The only explanation for this crater was that it had been created by Su Ming's recent strike. Warren's realization hit him like a bolt, and he turned to Su Ming, exclaiming, "You are a genetic warrior?" The term genetic warrior felt both distant and fervently desired to Warren, and he never expected to encounter one so close to him. Su Ming nodded with a smile, then caressed the mechanical arm, murmuring, "Not bad. The arm's energy level has been modified to 130 points, and the power of that last attack should be around 350 points." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren muttered to himself, 130. 350, but soon? His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Su Ming. "Are you also a cerebral domain developer?" Chapter 10. Danger approaches. The mechanical arm originally possessed an energy level of 130 points, yet had unleashed a power of 350 points. This could only mean that Su Ming was a cerebral domain developer, with a cerebral domain energy level exceeding 120 points, enabling the mechanical arm with a base energy of 130 points to produce an output of 350 points. Now, as Warren gazed at Su Ming, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding him. The foundational mechanics were honed to a breathtaking degree, coupled with the prowess of a genetic warrior who is also a cerebral domain developer. Such a combination seemed utterly impossible. Even the energy level exceeding 120 points has entirely reached the realm of a level 2 gene warrior, which implies that Su Ming has indeed ascended to the status of a level 2 gene warrior. It is quite a challenge to cultivate both aspects simultaneously, even if one were to start from the womb, right? Warren felt a bit disoriented. It is essential to note that gene warriors are classified into categories: those who have developed their cerebral domains, and those who have not. The former can pilot mechs, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities, while the latter possess only singular physical strength. Although they can contend with mech warriors, they inevitably lag behind in the amplification provided by cerebral domain levels. Isn't it strange? Su Ming looked at Warren in astonishment and shook his head. Strange beyond measure. Warren nodded earnestly and then inquired, "You are clearly a gene warrior, exempt from legal constraints to assist the front lines, so why waste 5 years here?" After a moment of silence, Su Ming shook his head. "I am not here to squander my time." Warren was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Ming, sensing that there might be an unspoken truth behind his words. He quickly shifted the topic. "I truly envy you. I wish to become a gene warrior too, but..." Su Ming regarded Warren with curiosity. Warren sighed. "My family lacks the funds to purchase the medication required to unlock the gene locks, and I have already passed the optimal period for activation. It is what it is." A hint of melancholy flickered in Warren's eyes. However, Su Ming promptly shook his head in disagreement, asserting, "The gene lock merely represents a barrier. The timing of its unlocking is inconsequential. As long as you maintain a state of cultivation, the genes within you will continuously accumulate energy, ready to erupt when the gene lock is eventually opened." Warren paused, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. "Really? Su Ming nadi vermistri." This perspective diverged entirely from the mainstream views of gene locks in interstellar society, which held that only after unlocking the gene locks could cultivation yield tangible results. Prior efforts were merely foundational. Yet Su Ming practiced a method distinct from societal norms, leading him to a unique understanding of genetic matters. The gene lock is merely a barrier and does not impede the ongoing cultivation of the body. In that case, I shall resume my gene cultivation methodology, starting today. Once I have saved enough money, I will purchase a gene serum to unlock my gene lock. A glimmer of hope ignited in Warren's eyes, infusing him with renewed vitality. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Let us go. It is time to return." "All right." Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm beside him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He was quite pleased with this mechanical arm. Moreover, upon this logistical planet, myriad disputes abound. The presence of a mechanical arm for self-defense offers a sense of security. Subsequently, Su Ming immersed his consciousness within his own body, scrutinizing the fluctuations of his inner power. Warren's conjecture proved accurate. After a week of dedicated training, Su Ming had ascended to the ranks of a level 2 genetic warrior. The enhancement provided by the Starlight Points accelerated his cultivation pace to a rate exceeding tenfold compared to before. Previously, it would take him 1 or 2 months to advance to a level 2 genetic warrior, but now, merely a week had sufficed for such an elevation. Presently, Su Ming's physical energy level and cerebral energy level stood at 131 points and 124 points, respectively. Ultimately, the enhancement of his cerebral energy level progressed at a more leisurely pace. Even though Su Ming's mechanical skills were exceptionally solid, facilitating a relatively swift improvement, it still paled in comparison to the advancements achieved through Starlight Points. Shaking his head, Su Ming focused his mind, preparing to enter his daily training regimen. A day's labor, involving dismantling, carving, and reassembling, had yielded him over 40 Starlight Points, which would once again support his training through the night. However, at that moment, Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance flashing within them. What was happening? A surge of alarm coursed through his mind. Yet, having practiced the stellar infinite art, Su Ming had honed his sensitivity to aura and danger to an acute degree. He distinctly sensed an unsettling presence gradually encroaching upon him. No longer daring to continue his training, he grasped the recently modified mechanical arm beside his bed and warily cast his gaze towards the door. The source of his disquiet clearly emanated from beyond it. Although he could not articulate the peculiarities of the situation, his sense of caution remained unwavering. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from outside the door, reminiscent of a trigger being pulled. This sound was exceedingly subtle, had it not been for the tranquility of the night. Devoid of any significant noise, Su Ming might not have detected it. In an instant, a wave of terrifying urgency washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped. The next moment, the bed behind him erupted in an explosion, flames engulfing the room in an instant. Clang! Without a moment's pause, Su Ming affixed his mechanical arm, then shattered the window and leapt outside. Rolling upon landing, he stabilized himself on the ground, while behind him lay a sea of flames. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would likely have been shot dead, his remains reduced to ash. A wave of trepidation washed over Su Ming as he swiftly darted towards the mechanical workshop. Just then, he heard a faint gasp reach his ears. A figure clad in plain clothes emerged from the shadows, his demeanor unruffled. He cast a glance at the fleeing Su Ming, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Was it not said that Su Ming was a fool? Had the young master been deceived by him? Fortunately, the young master had taken precautions, specifically sending me to deal with him. Today, I shall assist the young master in eliminating this threat. The man murmured to himself before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 11. Pursuit and Mechanical Arms. Su Ming ran with all his might, striving to escape the pursuer behind him. He had no intention of seeking help from mechanics in the workshop. After all, most of these mechanics were ordinary individuals who had never practiced martial arts. They were merely adept at machinery repair. If they had practiced, they would not have been relegated by the Empire's laws to labor in such a place. What assistance could they provide? It was a matter of self-rescue. At this moment, Su Ming's mind was frighteningly clear. He glanced back into the inky blackness, seeing nothing. Yet, he was acutely aware that a presence was firmly locking onto him, never wavering for an instant. The assassin behind him was still in pursuit. In an instant, Su Ming began to piece together the identity of his pursuer. It had to be that cunning brother of his, Su Rui, sent to assassinate him. After all, for over a decade, he had lived in a daze, having offended no one. The only one who would wish to erase Su Ming was none other than his own elder brother, Su Rui. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Damn! Although he initially felt conflicted, believing that the future need not see Su Rui dead, it was evident that Su Rui had other intentions, seeking to eliminate him outright. If that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Should the opportunity arise, Su Rui would undoubtedly meet his demise at my hands. Bang! Whoosh! A faint gunshot rang out behind him, followed by the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, reaching Su Ming's ears. In an instant, he deftly changed direction, employing an intricate footwork that allowed him to evade the bullet fired from behind. The windbreaker pistol had an effective range of 300 meters and held a total of 6 rounds. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming deduced the model and specifications of the firearm based on the sound of the bullet and the ensuing explosion. 4 bullets remaining. The assassin behind him had but 4 rounds left. Unbeknownst to the pursuer, Su Ming had instantly discerned that only 4 bullets remained in his pistol. Like a specter, the assassin trailed Su Ming with an expressionless gaze. He then raised his firearm once more and fired another shot at Su Ming's back. As a professional killer, he relied on firearms for long-range assassination, never engaging in close combat. He harbored an immense confidence in his marksmanship. Although he merely fired a single shot, each bullet was almost a preemptive strike, anticipating his opponent's movements and narrowing their escape routes through the meticulous tracking of their breath. However, he was utterly astonished when the foolish second son of the Koren family deftly twisted his body, evading his third shot in an instant. If the first 2 shots were mere luck, the evasion of the third could not be attributed to chance. Something was amiss. With narrowed eyes, he replayed the scene in his mind, and a glimmer of realization flickered within his gaze. This second son was no ordinary foe. What appeared to be a simple twist had ingeniously exploited a gap in his breath-trapping technique, allowing the bullet to miss its mark. It was inconceivable that an ordinary person could possess such formidable reflexes and evasion skills. The underestimated second son was evidently a master. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming's series of movements were entirely instinctive, rooted in a form of muscle memory and subconscious awareness. For 16 years, his consciousness had been confined within a closed space, compelled to train relentlessly. However, training could not be limited to a singular technique. Otherwise, Su Ming's mind would surely have succumbed to boredom. The system not only mandated the honing of his martial arts, but also imparted various footwork techniques, enhancing his evasion capabilities. Even his shooting skills were meticulously refined through rigorous training. Over 16 years, he endured 8 hours a day, continuously dodging the deluge of bullets orchestrated by the system. Especially in the latter stages, the challenges grew increasingly intense. At one point, Su Ming managed to evade attacks from 1,000 different angles for an astonishing 5 minutes. This was an extraordinary feat, one that only a select few in the entire empire could hope to achieve. It signified that through relentless training and the assimilation of new techniques, Su Ming had transformed into a formidable warrior, capable of effortlessly evading assaults even in the depths of the cosmos. In his mind, a formidable muscle memory had already taken root. At this moment, even though the assassin behind him possessed remarkable shooting skills, hitting Su Ming seemed an almost impossible task. The young man wore a resolute expression, his mechanical right arm remaining still. He sprinted forward, seizing the opportunity to evade the breath-locking presence pursuing him. Su Ming awaited a chance, an opportunity for a decisive strike. As the hunter focused intently on his prey, the prey too was keenly aware of the hunter's gaze. Finally, after a series of shots, the assassin clad in plain clothes ceased fire. He had come to realize that no matter how many bullets he fired, unless he wielded a large-scale weapon with area effect, the youth before him would effortlessly evade them. It seemed almost unbelievable, yet in this moment, he could not help but accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. He shook his head, holstered his pistol, and in an instant, his physique surged with newfound speed, propelling him towards Su Ming with murderous intent. Since long-range firearms proved ineffective, he resolved to engage in close combat. As a third-tier genetic warrior, his physical capabilities soared to an impressive 400 points, while he assessed the youth across from him to be barely above 100. The staggering 300-point disparity in their capabilities could undoubtedly create a terrifying, crushing advantage. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Ming was eagerly anticipating the moment when he would draw near, realizing that his assailant was now less than 20 meters away. Su Ming abruptly halted and pivoted, his mechanical arm whirring into life. The circuits within surged with energy, bestowing the arm with a formidable force. Upon witnessing the mechanical limb raised high, the assassin's pupils constricted in alarm. He sensed a palpable threat of death emanating from it. Yet, due to the overwhelming inertia of his charge, halting abruptly would inevitably result in injury from the mechanical arm. With no other option, he mustered all his strength and hurled a punch toward the arm. In a vast expanse of the wilderness, a clash erupted between a third-tier genetic warrior and a second-tier one. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, and both figures were sent careening backward. Su Ming landed on the ground, a searing pain coursing through his body, realizing that he had sustained significant injuries in this confrontation. Conversely, the assassin fared even worse. As he staggered to his feet, one arm hung limply from his shoulder, devoid of strength. It had been broken in this fierce exchange. The assassin stared at Su Ming in shock, his gaze fixated on the mechanical arm in Su Ming's possession. How could a being with a brain domain level of 3 unleash such formidable power? Confusion clouded his eyes. He had never imagined that Su Ming had elevated his brain domain capabilities, transforming into a genetically enhanced warrior. The result of a direct confrontation between a second-tier and a third-tier warrior, culminating in a broken arm for the latter, was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, such is the nature of this era. While personal martial prowess holds significant weight, the fusion of technology and brain domain capabilities can indeed unleash brilliant splendor. A second-tier gene warrior, utilizing a mechanical arm with an energy level of 130, astonishingly managed to contend with a third-tier gene warrior. Physical strength is no longer the sole determinant of victory. Mechanical materials, technological advancements, cerebral energy levels, and various other factors increasingly play a pivotal role in the heat of battle. A third-tier gene warrior, no matter how formidable their physical prowess, ultimately falters when lacking cerebral energy. They cannot communicate with machinery, resulting in a stalemate against a second-tier gene warrior who has already developed their cerebral capabilities. This outcome profoundly unsettled the mind of the third-tier assassin. At that moment, Su Ming furrowed his brow and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, the assassin's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. I initially thought you had outperformed me. You merely relied on the material of the mechanical arm to avoid a fractured limb. Yet, the immense recoil has evidently inflicted considerable damage upon your body. It is likely your internal organs have ruptured, and your arm is gradually losing strength. The assassin's face lit up with joy and with a chilling demeanor. He charged at Su Ming once more. What if he had only one arm? As long as he could eliminate his opponent. Modern medical technology could easily restore severed limbs. Why concern himself with a broken arm? Su Ming regarded the assassin with a grave expression. He spoke the truth. Despite Su Ming appearing unscathed, his internal organs had already been shattered by the force of the impact. Although a second-tier gene warrior could endure a clash with a third-tier warrior using a mechanical arm, a significant disparity in their levels remained. Had Su Ming not modified the mechanical arm to an energy level of 130, the original arm, with its 80 energy level, would likely have left him with a fractured limb from that strike. You have no more means at your disposal, even if you stubbornly wield your mechanical arm. You pose little threat to me. Ultimately, you shall perish in my hands. The assassin brimmed with confidence, having taken countless lives. Observing Su Ming's current state, he recognized the dwindling capacity for resistance. As he approached Su Ming, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly, a brilliant starlight erupted from within Su Ming's body. Under the illumination of the starlight, his injuries swiftly healed. Activating bodily vitality at 45, a total recovery would require the expenditure of 30 starlight points. Do you wish to consume them? Yes. An unseen dialogue quietly unfolded in Su Ming's mind. Following the starlight, Su Ming's physical condition returned to its peak. He cast a cold gaze at the assassin rushing towards him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical arm reactivated, and electricity surged wildly. In the next moment, Su Ming lifted the mechanical arm in his hand and, under the gaze of the assassin filled with sheer terror, unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With that single strike, the assassin, left with only one arm, was utterly shattered, his body torn apart by the immense force. His eyes wide open in a final, irrevocable death. Su Ming detached the mechanical arm, breathing heavily. The final blow had indeed exerted a significant recoil, yet thankfully, most of it was absorbed by the arm, leaving him with little to endure. Thus, he did not find himself spitting blood as he had moments before. Dragging the mechanical arm, Su Ming approached the fallen assassin and crouched to rummage through his belongings. A space watch? After a thorough search yielded nothing, he suddenly noticed a severely damaged watch on the assassin's arm. He picked it up. This was a space watch, one of the finest inventions of a new cosmic era. Although it appeared merely as a small watch, it housed an independent spatial system, likely containing several cubic meters of space capable of storing a multitude of items. It was also conveniently portable, making it ideal for the nefarious activities of murder and theft. However, upon examining the watch in his hand, Su Ming found it unresponsive. Regardless of how he attempted to adjust it, he let out a wry smile. It seemed the watch had sustained damage during their confrontation and was now rendered unusable. Nevertheless, as long as the spatial core within remained intact, the contents would not be lost. Once he repaired the watch, he would be able to access its stored items. Casting a glance at the assassin's corpse, Su Ming pondered for a moment before using the mechanical arm to dig a substantial hole and bury the body. As for whether it would be discovered or if trouble would ensue, he deemed these concerns trivial. NOP Planet was situated perilously close to the front lines, a place notorious for its chaos and lack of habitation. Given its proximity to conflict, law enforcement could only maintain order in commercial and industrial districts. In the wild outskirts, it was entirely normal for several individuals to perish daily, who had the time to intervene. As long as one did not commit murder before witnesses, one could evade trouble effortlessly. Had he not feared that Su Rue might uncover evidence and employ underhanded tactics against him, Su Ming would have scarcely bothered to conceal the body. Chapter 13. Agreement. The following day, under Monty's arrangement, Su Ming relocated to a different dormitory. Your previous dormitory was attacked by unknown assailants, and you emerged unscathed, truly a stroke of luck. Monty grinned as he spoke to Su Ming, then guided him to another dormitory where he would temporarily reside. Su Ming naturally held no substantial objections as he glanced around the dormitory. It was indeed not much different from before. Mont had executed his duties commendably. What had transpired yesterday? Had anyone conducted an investigation? He had merely been wandering outside and returned to find the dormitory in such a state. Su Ming felt relieved that, in order to safeguard employees' privacy, surveillance cameras had not been installed in the dormitory area. In the workshop, however, cameras were omnipresent, and it was likely that everyone would discover their identities as genetic warriors. Although this matter bore no significant consequences, it was wise to maintain a low profile on the logistics planet. After all, Su Ming had heard of instances where genetic warriors were uncovered and subsequently dragged to the battlefield, only to meet their demise. While Su Ming considered himself far superior to the average individual, he understood that personal prowess paled in comparison to luck on the battlefield. At this moment, he had no desire to engage in warfare. Mont scratched his head, then shook it with a wry smile, remarking, "Who can say for certain? While the logistics planet may not be as perilous as the front lines, it is still rather chaotic. Accidents are not out of the question." Su Ming nodded in understanding. Mont then lowered his voice and addressed Su Ming. "Master Su Ming, have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" Su Ming was taken aback, and Mont continued, "To be candid, the mechanical components you repaired earlier have attracted the attention of some soldiers after being deployed to the battlefield. Now, everyone is aware that I, Mont, manage a workshop with a highly skilled mechanic. Recently, many had inquired whether he would accept private jobs." Upon hearing Mont's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, "It is not out of the question, but I have 3 conditions." Mont's face brightened. "Speak, speak." With a smile, Su Ming articulated, "First, I wish for a private dormitory equipped with an independent workbench. After all, accepting private jobs cannot be conducted in a public area. Should others discover it, it would not reflect well on you." Su Ming had long desired a dormitory with a dedicated workbench. Otherwise, working alongside ordinary mechanics in the production workshop was manageable. But whenever he wanted to engage in personal projects, such as assembling robotic arms, it became quite inconvenient. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Mont grinned widely. "That is not a problem. With my authority, arranging such a dormitory is quite simple." Su Ming nodded and continued, "Second, please do your utmost to conceal my identity. I do not wish for too many to be aware of my skills." Mont nodded affirmatively. "That is also feasible. Thirdly, I expect to retain half of the profits from any private work," Su Ming concluded. Mont pondered for a moment, then, with a determined expression, replied, "Agreed. You shall receive half." Satisfied with Mont's assurance, Su Ming beamed and said, "Very well, it is settled then. Should any private work arise, simply inform me." Ming, with a cheerful demeanor, promptly nodded in agreement. Master Su Ming is a straightforward individual. Should you desire anything on Nopa Planet, do not hesitate to inform me. I possess certain capabilities here. He continued with a hearty laugh. "If all goes well, I can secure a private dormitory for you tonight. For now, you may temporarily reside in this accommodation." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence thereafter. During the day, Su Ming conducted himself as usual, diligently working at his station, engaged in mechanical repairs and overhauls. As night fell, Mont reliably assisted in securing the promised private dormitory for Su Ming. Thus, Su Ming acquired his own private workshop. Aside from his regular visits to the factory during work hours, he could now craft his mechanical weaponry within the confines of his personal studio. That evening, Su Ming retrieved a spatial wristwatch obtained from an assassin and carefully set it upon his workbench, meticulously undertaking its restoration. In a short while, he successfully extracted the spatial core from the wristwatch. He then produced an inconspicuous pendant, hollowed it out, and placed the spatial core within a circuit he had previously crafted. In no time, the original wristwatch metamorphosed into a pendant adorning Su Ming's neck. Gazing at the pendant, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. With a surge of mental energy, he connected to the pendant and seamlessly activated it. Inside the pendant, he discovered a plethora of items, various bank cards, a brand new identity card, a single-line contact phone, and an assortment of miscellaneous mechanical weapons. Suddenly, among the bank cards, he stumbled upon a solitary star currency card, eliciting a flicker of joy upon his face. While the other bank cards were inaccessible to him, their funds could only be withdrawn by the assassin. However, the independent star currency card was anonymous, allowing anyone to extract funds from it. With a shift in expression, Su Ming retrieved the single-line contact phone from the spatial core. Upon activating the device, he found a message waiting for him. "How is everything progressing?" This message was anonymous, yet the phone's single-line capability implied it was exclusively meant for communication with the sender. Upon reading the message, a hint of intrigue crossed Su Ming's features. He swiftly responded, "The target is deceased. Do not contact me again." In his previous life as a citizen of Huaxia, Su Ming had become well-versed in the intricacies of undercover operations and crime dramas. Faced with a single-line contact phone, a new identity card, and the contextual clues provided by the message, he could easily deduce that this device was meant for communication between the assassin and the hiring party. At this moment, after sending out the message, Su Ming promptly destroyed his phone on the spot. He meticulously inspected the phone's components for any tracking devices or similar contraptions before finally disposing of the remnants in a scrap bin. Having completed this task, Su Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was highly probable that Su Rue believed him to be dead, even if there were doubts. Any investigation into his survival would likely take a considerable amount of time. By then, he would have acquired a certain level of self-protection capability. Chapter 14. Planetary-grade mechanical components. The arrival of the assassin appeared merely as a minor interruption in Su Ming's otherwise routine life. He seemed entirely unaffected, continuing his daytime work in the workshop and spending his evenings either studying mechanics, reading, or taking on private jobs brought to him by Monty. After confirming Su Ming's determination, Monty began introducing him to a variety of side projects, such as repairing mechanical arms and sniper rifles. These private assignments were far more challenging than his daytime job, offering Su Ming greater opportunities for advancement in the mechanical field. After all, his daytime work primarily involved repairing standardized mechanical components for frontline soldiers, which often entailed repetitive tasks that yielded minimal growth. In contrast, the modifications from private jobs provided a wealth of diverse and peculiar weapons that truly broadened Su Ming's horizons. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 2 weeks had passed. Su Ming's life had returned to a semblance of normalcy, and his skills were steadily advancing. He had progressed from a second-tier inferior genetic warrior upon encountering the assassin to a second-tier superior genetic warrior. He was but a step away from becoming a third-tier genetic warrior. Additionally, his physical energy level and cerebral capacity had risen to 260 and 225, respectively, nearly doubling from 2 weeks prior. In light of such rapid improvement, Su Ming was filled with joy. Unbeknownst to him, despite his desire to remain inconspicuous, Monty's continued acquisition of various private jobs and the outstanding modifications he completed had gradually elevated Su Ming's reputation. It became common knowledge that within Monty's managed workshop, there existed a highly skilled mechanic. This burgeoning fame inevitably brought both positive and negative repercussions for Su Ming. At this moment, in a certain star region near the Nopu planet, a spacecraft was hastily navigating through the void of space. The movement seemed frantic, as if the vessel were being pursued by some lurking danger. Inside the ship, several powerful individuals sat solemnly around a vast circular table, engaged in serious discussion. They had not anticipated the tenacity of the Hylon people. This time, they had miscalculated. A middle-aged man sighed deeply and spoke. They were a band of cosmic mercenaries, engaged in tasks for pay. This time, they were assigned to procure a certain energy crystal, yet they had underestimated the prowess of the aquamarine inhabitants and were forced to retreat in disarray. How we managed to shake them off? Someone inquired nearby. The middle-aged man shook his head, stating, "The ship's detection system has been severely damaged. We cannot ascertain whether they are still in pursuit. However, judging by our sensations over the past couple of days, we should have evaded them." At that moment, one of the men beside him furrowed his brow and remarked, "The pressing issue is that the ship has sustained considerable damage, and many of our mechanical weapons were severely compromised in the last battle. We must find a place to effect repairs swiftly. Otherwise, we cannot continue like this." Upon hearing this, the others seated nearby instinctively nodded in agreement. The predicament described by this individual was indeed the uncomfortable reality faced by all. If they continued to fly, not only would they risk encountering dangers in space, but the ship might also disintegrate due to its damaged state. At that juncture, the crew would be confronted with the specter of death. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement and then spoke, "Harriet, search for nearby logistical repair planets." Upon hearing this, Harriet, the individual addressed, nodded and promptly activated his electronic device, only to furrow his brow in concern. "Captain, there are 2 logistical repair planets within proximity. Nopu, a level 1 repair planet, and Zhonghai, a level 3 repair planet." Upon hearing Harriet's words, the crew visibly relaxed. The proximity of a level 3 repair planet was indeed fortuitous. Logistical repair planets are categorized by levels based on the technological standards, capabilities of the mechanics, and the equipment available, with level 1 being the least proficient and level 5 the most superior. Given the classification of their vessel, a level 3 repair planet would be more than adequate. However, Harriet's expression remained uncertain. With a wry smile, he continued, "Although Zhonghai is nearby, it is still approximately 2 light years away. Our ship's space-jumping capability has been rendered inoperable, preventing us from traversing that distance. In contrast, Nopu is only several 100,000 kilometers away. In fact, you can see the star of Nopu from here." At this revelation, the crew was taken aback, their expressions darkening. The captain pondered for a moment before addressing them. "In that case, let's first head to Nopu and try our luck. Perhaps we will find a mechanic there capable of repairing our space-jumping functionality. Once we have restored that capability, we can then jump to Zhonghai." Upon hearing the captain's plan, the crew exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, this was the only feasible course of action. With a command from the captain, the spaceship promptly altered its course, heading towards the planet Nopu. However, neither the captain nor the other crew members noticed that shortly after their departure, another ship pierced the sky, appearing at the very location they had just vacated. A voice echoed through the ship's intercom, detecting enemy maneuvers in the vicinity. "Shall we change direction?" it inquired, and soon a deeper voice resonated within the vessel. "Pursue them." Whoosh! The ship sliced through the sky, swiftly descending upon the surface of Nopu. Under the guidance of the planet's personnel, the ship gradually docked in an industrial area. Upon disembarking, the captain sought out the head of Nopu. "Excuse me, sir, is there a mechanic on Nopu capable of repairing a planetary-level space jump system?" The captain inquired politely, adding, "Rest assured, we will compensate both Nopu and the mechanic for the repairs." Planetary level? The staff member's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing the captain's request. Finding a mechanic for planetary-grade components is quite challenging on a first-tier logistics repair planet. Perhaps you could order a custom piece from elsewhere and have it sent to Nopu for us to replace? The staff member offered with a wry smile. Just as genetic warriors are classified by tiers, mechanical components and weaponry are similarly categorized. The components previously repaired by Ming and his companions were largely of the lowest weapon tier, known as surface grade. This classification denotes suitability for warfare conducted on the planet's surface, with functionality and performance being of commonplace standard. In contrast, planetary-grade components are those that surpass surface-level machinery, indicating their applicability in interplanetary warfare. Such advanced machinery is exponentially more intricate and refined than surface-grade counterparts, necessitating a significantly higher skill set from mechanics. Ordinary mechanics are rarely equipped to repair planetary-grade components. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the captain's expression fell, disappointment evident as he shook his head and replied, "We cannot afford to wait. Time is of the essence." The staff member, sensing the captain's predicament, suggested, "Perhaps you could consult Monta. I've heard there is a remarkable mechanic in his workshop who might assist you in repairing planetary-grade machinery." Chapter 15. Assembling the sniper rifle. Knock, knock, knock. Monta rapid on sununtai mingesh dormitorio. Captain Monta, what brings you here? Su Ming asked curiously. With a grin, Monta responded, "A job has come in, my friend." During this period, Monty and Su Ming collaborated multiple times, growing quite familiar with one another, often exchanging lighthearted banter. "Have you got a job for me?" Su Ming inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Under ordinary circumstances, Monty would not approach him directly, merely leaving the mechanical weapon that required modification at Su Ming's dormitory door. However, today, Monty took the initiative to visit, which instilled in Su Ming a sense that this task was anything but simple. "It's planetary grade. Are you confident?" Monty asked mysteriously. "Planetary grade?" Su Ming was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before replying, "I can do it. What component needs repair?" Monty's expression brightened. "I knew you could do it. Follow me. It's the space jump system of a spaceship that's malfunctioning, and we need someone to fix it." Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming displayed a look of intrigue and set aside his current task, following Monty outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived aboard the spaceship. The crew aboard regarded them with curiosity, particularly Su Ming, whose youthful appearance, barely 16 or 17, elicited some skepticism among them. "He is so young. Can he really accomplish this?" Harriet whispered doubtfully to a nearby crew member. The individual scrutinized Su Ming and shook his head. "He is too young, even if he practiced since birth. He likely wouldn't possess the capability to repair planetary-grade machinery at this age." Even the captain furrowed his brow and uncertainly addressed Monty. "Mr. Monty, is this indeed the mechanic you spoke of?" Monty flashed a grin and nodded proudly. Observing Monty's demeanor, the captain hesitated, then continued, "Mr. Monty, it's not that I doubt you, but this mechanical component is exceedingly critical. If this young master were to inadvertently damage it beyond repair, it could lead to—" The captain's words trailed off, his skepticism palpable. In response to the captain's concerns, Su Ming shook his head and calmly stated, "If you're apprehensive, you may first provide me with a planetary-grade weapon for repair, and then you can decide whether to proceed with the main repair." Su Ming was not particularly concerned about remuneration. He had amassed considerable wealth with little use for it, and any payment felt merely symbolic. Were it not for the allure of this planetary-grade machinery, he would have been disinclined to leave his dormitory to assist others. Upon hearing Su Ming's proposition, the crew exchanged glances, and the captain smiled, saying, "Young master, please don't take offense. After all, we haven't worked together before, and it's only natural to have reservations. However, coincidentally, we have a planetary-grade sniper rifle that requires repairs. Would you mind assisting with that first? Rest assured, the compensation will be more than adequate." The captain, without hesitation, retrieved a sniper rifle from the ship's built-in storage and placed it upon the central workbench. Upon seeing the rifle, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with interest, instantly fixating on the weapon. The Celestial Star Slayer, a planetary-grade sniper rifle, boasted an effective shooting range exceeding 100 kilometers and an energy level of 2,000 points. He felt an overwhelming fascination with machinery. Witnessing the planetary-grade sniper rifle ignited a thrill within him, causing him to dismiss the earlier doubts cast by others, his expression now wholly concentrated on the rifle at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to disassemble the sniper rifle. Disassembling a planetary-grade mechanical weapon required a certain finesse and skill, as the intricacy of its components was far beyond that of terrestrial-grade weaponry. A moment's inattention could lead to damage of the internal parts. However, endowed with the system's X-ray vision function, Su Ming could clearly perceive the internal structure of the sniper rifle. He needed no auxiliary equipment. With deft hands, he commenced the disassembly. The crew aboard the ship exchanged glances, a shared discontent evident in their expressions. As gene warriors, they possessed a modicum of mechanical knowledge. They understood the significant risks involved in Su Ming's decision to forego the scanning device. In their eyes, he appeared somewhat amateurish and reckless. Unperturbed by their visible disapproval, Su Ming remained focused on the sniper rifle, meticulously detaching each component. It was apparent that the rifle had suffered considerable damage. with its energy propulsion system compromised by over 80%, rendering it inoperative. Su Ming discerned this clearly, and, in his mind, he began to devise a repair strategy for the rifle. One by one, he flawlessly disassembled the parts. As the crew observed Su Ming's work, their initial dissatisfaction gradually transformed into astonishment. They held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt his delicate task. Even the captain, wide-eyed, was incredulous at the sight before him. Despite his vast experience, he had never witnessed such a stunning spectacle. Someone completely dismantling a planetary-grade sniper rifle without the aid of a scanning device, and doing so flawlessly. The boy's technique resembled a graceful dance upon the piano, imbued with an artistic flair that left onlookers in awe. Once the disassembly was complete, Su Ming did not linger. He extended his hands to dissolve the original circuits and energy systems of each component. Ah, no! One crew member instinctively exclaimed at this scene. If the circuits and energy systems within these components were to be completely dissolved, not only would the workload for repairs increase significantly, but even the potency of the sniper rifle might fail to retain its planetary-grade weaponry strength. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the captain immediately silenced him with a glance. The captain's gaze, imbued with a peculiar intensity, fixed upon Su Ming, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable significance. He had previously encountered formidable mechanical masters who, during the restoration of machinery, would dissolve all markings, circuits, and energy systems, ultimately re-engraving them with their unique insignia. This was a manifestation of the master's distinctive understanding of markings and circuitry. The crafted insignia was unparalleled, utterly beyond imitation. Furthermore, once the restoration was initiated, every element must be dissolved to allow the newly engraved insignia to coalesce into a coherent system. Typically, such restored mechanical weapons would wield power far exceeding their original capabilities, transforming into even more formidable constructs. Could it be that this young lad would also inscribe his own system of markings upon this weapon? Chapter 16. The invasion approaches. The captain's heart began to swell with fervor. Should this youth indeed possess such prowess, the value of this sniper rifle would not merely appreciate due to its enhanced power. Retaining it would also signify that, given the boy's current mechanical aptitude, he had a considerable chance of becoming a renowned mechanical master in the future. At that point, this sniper rifle could be regarded as one of Master XX's early works. It's worth soaring by more than tenfold. Mercenaries are primarily driven by profit, and in the captain's eyes, if this sniper rifle could indeed be successfully modified, it would be treasured as a priceless artifact. Indeed, as Su Ming dissolved all the markings, circuits, and energy flow systems, he did not linger. Instead, he swiftly brought over the engraving apparatus from the adjacent workbench. One by one, the components began to undergo the meticulous process of re-engraving their markings. This was an intricate and monumental task, akin to providing Su Ming with mere parts and expecting him to independently assemble a planetary-grade sniper rifle. Should he succeed, it would signify that this mere 16-year-old boy possessed the extraordinary capability to fabricate a planetary-grade mechanical weapon at such a tender age, a rarity even in the annals of the Empire's history. The onlookers held their breath, quietly observing as Su Ming, entirely engrossed, wielded the engraving tool with precision, inscribing intricate markings upon each component. Time passed inexorably, and before long, nearly an hour had elapsed. Su Ming remained unwavering in his focus, laboring diligently for an entire hour without pause. The gazes of those present transformed into expressions of reverence. For even among the most mechanically astute members, none could fully comprehend the significance of each marking that Su Ming meticulously etched. Su Ming's arm remained remarkably steady, stable enough to rival some of the most precise mechanical instruments. He could even engrave markings at the nanoscale. One member murmured in awe, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The intricacy of nanoscale engravings far surpassed that of microscale, both in difficulty and fineness. A craftsman capable of such delicate work would typically be found on a Tier 3 logistical repair planet, making this feat utterly incredible. Encountering a mechanist who could carve at the nanoscale on a Tier 1 logistical repair planet was beyond belief. As the final component was meticulously engraved, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, akin to a heavy stone being lifted from their hearts, as they breathed deeply after the intense tension of the moment. They had dared not exhale, fearing they might disrupt the young mechanist's concentration. However, at this moment, Su Ming's forehead began to furrow. The spectators' hearts skipped a beat, apprehensive that he might announce a failure in his engraving. To their relief, Su Ming straightened up and inquired of the captain, "Do you possess a nebula-grade neural amplification component? Based on the markings I have engraved, this sniper rifle can certainly withstand a nebula-grade neural enhancement." What? The captain was taken aback by Su Ming's words. Nebula-grade components surpassed planetary-grade ones, representing a higher echelon of mechanical parts. Typically, a planetary-grade sniper rifle could only endure a planetary-grade neural amplification. Exceeding that threshold posed a risk of self-destruction. Yet, Su Ming intended to install a nebula-grade neural amplification component onto a planetary-grade sniper rifle. This meant that, once successfully integrated, the rifle could harness a more formidable neural energy level, potentially enabling it to exhibit nebula-grade capabilities at a planetary-grade weapon level. The captain, breathing rapidly, acted without hesitation and retrieved a brand-new neural amplification component from the ship's storage space. This nebula-grade component was not overly expensive when considered individually, which explained why the ship was stocked with high-grade mechanical parts. The captain swiftly handed the component to Su Ming, anxious that any delay might disrupt his repair process. Su Ming accepted the neural amplification component and, employing his signature technique, altered it with his unique engraving patterns. He then proceeded to pick up the other mechanical parts, methodically reassembling them. Gradually, the form of a sniper rifle began to take shape in Su Ming's skilled hands. As he commenced the modification of the sniper rifle, a spacecraft suddenly pierced the sky above Nopu planet, materializing in the starry expanse overhead. The detection system confirmed that the target had successfully landed on the planet. An electronic voice resonated within the spacecraft. "Initiate an assessment of the planet's defense level." A deep voice echoed once more. After a brief pause, the electronic voice announced again. "Detection indicates the planet's defense level is rated at 1, classified as a surface-level defense system. Risk level: low." A surface-level defense system signifies that the overall defensive capability of this planet is merely at the surface level. Upon hearing the report from the electronic voice, the deep voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. "Excellent. These individuals have stolen our crucial energy crystals. This transgression is unforgivable. Since the planet's defense system is only at the surface level, we shall invade this planet, locate the thieves of the energy crystals, eliminate them, and reclaim our assets." As this voice resonated, the spacecraft gradually approached planet Nopu, and soldiers clad in cosmic battle suits leaped from the vessel, utilizing the planet's gravitational pull to descend freely. The mission was clear: invade planet Nopu, eliminate 30 inhabitants, and retrieve the energy crystals. The cold electronic voice reverberated through the communication systems of every soldier. Meanwhile, the mercenaries observing Su Ming's assembly of the sniper rifle remained oblivious to these developments. Su Ming, entirely focused on assembling the sniper rifle, was oblivious to his surroundings. As he meticulously pieced together the components, he successfully completed a sniper rifle emanating a strong energy response. Assembly of the complete weapon finished. Host receives 30 starlight points as a reward. Chapter 17. The aquamarine beings upon receiving the notification from a system. Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, the sniper rifle was now complete. And in addition to the substantial system reward for the successful assembly, he received further starlight points for each component he modified. Altogether, constructing a planetary-level weapon garnered him over 80 starlight points, a significantly greater yield than that of assembling a surface-level weapon. Su Ming grinned and addressed those around him while holding the sniper rifle. "The modifications are successful. This sniper rifle, which originally had an effective shooting range of about 100 kilometers, should now reach 200 kilometers. And its energy level has been enhanced from 2,000 points to between 2,500 and 5,000 points. Of course, precise values would require professional testing equipment for verification. This was merely an estimate." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, gasps of astonishment filled the spacecraft. According to Su Ming's modifications, the performance of this sniper rifle had seemingly doubled. Such an enhancement was astonishing. Even a mechanical modification master might not achieve such a feat. Could this young master truly surpass even the mechanical modification maestro? What remains unknown to the crowd is that Ming, endowed with a system, possesses the innate ability to discern the interconnectedness of the markings, thus enabling him to pinpoint the optimal solution, directly enhancing the performance of this sniper rifle. At this moment, the captain is overwhelmed with astonishment. What does a power level of 5,000 signify? It signifies entry into the nebular tier of energy levels. Of course, this is merely the upper limit of the energy range. The substantial discrepancy in Ming's estimation of the energy levels is primarily due to the brain domain amplification components. The disparity in energy range that can be harnessed by an individual with weak brain domain capabilities compared to one with strong capabilities can be nearly a factor of 2. Nevertheless, this remains astonishing, signifying that this sniper rifle could be wielded by individuals with significantly more formidable brain domain levels. It could almost be classified as a semi-nebular grade weapon. What a windfall, an incredible profit. Engaging such a master outside would likely entail exorbitant costs. Yet now, the crowd need only pay a modest modification fee to acquire such a powerful tool. The captain suddenly feels as though he has uncovered a treasure trove of mechanical artistry. He is about to speak when, at that moment, a tremendous roar reverberates from outside the spacecraft. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surges, nearly toppling the vessel. Even if it does not capsize, the occupants within are violently jolted, losing their footing and collapsing in disarray throughout the ship. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, the spacecraft is under attack. Activating energy shield system. Remaining energy, 64. An electronic voice soon fills the air, followed by a faint blue shield manifesting around the vessel, enveloping it securely. Damn it, it's the aquamarine aliens. Herrick glances at the situation outside and, with a panicked expression, addresses the crew aboard the warship. What? Didn't we shake off the aquamarine aliens? How could they have followed us? The captain's pupils constrict sharply, gazing incredulously out the spacecraft window. There, he witnesses numerous extraterrestrial beings clad in cosmic battle attire surrounding the ship. Upon closer inspection, there are over 200 of them. These aliens, though only a mere 200, are visually dissimilar to humans, resembling centaur-like entities. Despite their limited numbers, the captain realizes all too well that with the current defensive capabilities of Nopa Planet, they would struggle against these 200 extraterrestrial beings. This is a clear domination of technological prowess and physical capability. The aquamarine aliens before them boast a minimum strength of third-tier genetic warriors, with some among them possessing the might of fourth-tier genetic warriors. The leader stands out as a fifth-tier genetic warrior. Such formidable combat power renders any notion of resistance futile, even if the opposing forces were to bombard us with the might of NOP Planet. It is highly improbable that even the advanced weaponry of NOP Planet could pose a threat to their strongest gene warrior. The energy level of a 5th-level gene warrior has already surpassed 3,500. Only weaponry with an energy level exceeding 3,500 can inflict any damage upon a 5th-level gene warrior. This is dire. When did they install a tracking system? Now they're closing in. What should we do? The energy shield can only sustain itself for approximately 10 more minutes. Once that energy is depleted, our ship will be devoid of any defensive capability. The mercenaries, their expressions tense and anxious, cast worried glances at their captain. With a grave demeanor, the captain, the strongest among the mercenaries, stood resolute. Yet, he himself was merely a 4th-level superior gene warrior. Among the 200 soldiers on the opposing side, there exists a 5th-level gene warrior. Moreover, our side boasts only a little over 100 personnel. Should a confrontation arise, the odds would be overwhelmingly against us. As for seeking assistance from NOP Planet, that is preposterous. NOP Planet lacks the capacity to defend itself against such an invasion, let alone assist us. With no viable options left, the captain reluctantly spoke. How many functioning firearms do we have left? Reporting to the captain, there are still 58. Gritting his teeth, the captain continued. Let us utilize the cover of the ship's energy shield to eliminate as many of them as possible. Once the shield's energy is exhausted, we shall confront them head-on. There was no alternative. Trapped within the ship, the remaining mercenaries had to fight with all their might for a slim chance of survival. With that, the mercenaries began to spring into action, seizing their firearms and stepping outside the vessel to fire at the aquamarine aliens, using the ship's protective shield as cover. Su Ming and Mont had transitioned past their initial state of confusion, exchanging glances that revealed a shared wry smile. They were once again swept into the throes of war, a scenario not unfamiliar in their time on the logistics planet. Today, however, they had unexpectedly found themselves entangled in it. Now, it was clear that Su Ming and Mont were forcibly bound to these mercenaries in the same battle. The aquamarine aliens were not human. They would not care whether one was merely there for repairs rather than as a member of the mercenary crew. My apologies, Mr. Mont, young Master Su Ming. It appears we have dragged you into this mess. Captain Highman, promise that if it comes down to the last moment, I will ensure your safe passage to a secure area. Captain Highman turned to face Su Ming and Mont, his expression heavy with guilt. He then extended his hand towards Su Ming, saying, "Young Master Su Ming, please hand me that newly assembled sniper rifle. It may be the key to our turnaround." However, to Hayman's surprise, Su Ming did not immediately pass the sniper rifle to him. Instead, he took hold of the sniper rifle himself. Suddenly, Su Ming turned to Hyman and calmly stated, "Allow me to take charge. I am not accustomed to entrusting my life to others." Chapter 18. Su Ming's marksmanship. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hyman was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a wry smile, "Master Su Ming, this is hardly the time for jest. Hand it over quickly. We may run out of time. I respect your mechanical expertise, but matters of combat are best left to those trained for it." A note of seriousness crept into Hyman's voice as he shook his head internally, perplexed by the mindset of this mechanic named Su Ming. While it was undeniable that his mechanical skills were exceptional, this was a battle, a war. War was not merely a matter of repairing machines. It was life and death. One slip could lead to demise on the battlefield. In Hyman's eyes, the mechanic named Su Ming seemed somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, Su Ming stubbornly gripped the sniper rifle, then turned to Hyman and earnestly declared, "I am also a genetic warrior, and only I can fully harness the power of the sniper rifle I have assembled. Now, open the hatch and let me out." Hyman was momentarily stunned by Su Ming's insistence. For reasons he could not quite comprehend, there was a compelling quality to Su Ming's words that compelled Hyman to acquiesce. He opened the hatch, and in an instant, Su Ming darted through the opening. It was only after Su Ming had exited that Hyman regained his senses, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he followed suit. "Give me a weapon. You head back to the ship," Hyman instructed one of the nearby soldiers. The mercenary, taken aback by Hyman's command, hesitated but ultimately relinquished his planetary-grade weapon to Hyman. With the firearm in hand, Hyman's mental energy surged, instantly establishing a connection with the weapon, significantly amplifying its capabilities. Bang! A shot rang out, and the formidable mental energy of a level 4 genetic warrior easily triggered the weapon's maximum output. The power unleashed was more than double that of its normal state. In an instant, one of the level 3 genetic warriors among the soldiers of High Blue Star was reduced to fragments, leaving a massive crater in the earth where he once stood. After setting the weapon down, Hyman realized that such terrifying might necessitated a brief respite for the firearm, as continuous fire could potentially render it inoperative. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed nearby. The dull thud unmistakably signified an attack from the sniper rifle. Alarmed, Hyman quickly turned his gaze toward the young man beside him. The recent gunfire was unleashed from the weapon held by the young boy. In that fleeting moment, the released energy level surged to an astonishing 800 points, leaving Hyman utterly astounded. Could it be that Su Ming is indeed a genetic warrior? Judging by the energy he manifested, he appears to be on the verge of becoming a third-tier genetic fighter. At such a tender age, how has this youth achieved such prowess? Before Hyman could fully comprehend the situation, another shot rang out, the muffled sound reverberating as it claimed yet another third-tier soldier from the Sea Blue Star. Hyman's expression shifted to one of shock as he gazed at Su Ming, particularly at the sniper rifle in his grasp. This weapon, did it require no cooldown? Such firearms do exist, yet they are invariably powered by exceptionally advanced and scientific energy systems. Beyond the energy level, the weapon's inherent attributes would substantially elevate its value. The sniper rifle modified by this boy, astonishingly, required no pause. How terrifying! Lost in thought, a third shot thundered forth. The dull sound echoed like the harbinger of death on the battlefield, effortlessly dispatching another third-tier genetic warrior. The consecutive shots had drawn the attention of the Sea Blue Star commander to this peculiar sound. Furrowing his brow, he glanced towards the spaceship. But the energy shield obscured his view, making it impossible to ascertain who was launching the attacks. Be cautious. There's a skilled sniper aboard the enemy ship. Implement individual tactics, disperse, and seek cover in the blind spots. This seasoned 5th-tier genetic warrior quickly assessed the situation and promptly directed his subordinates to execute appropriate tactical maneuvers. Given the presence of such a formidable sniper within the enemy vessel, a direct assault was evidently unwise. They needed to find cover and continually shift their positions, making it difficult for the sniper to pinpoint their locations. In no time, the soldiers behind him began to scatter. The Sea Blue Star warriors, with their hoof-like limbs, moved with remarkable speed, posing significant challenges for the mercenaries aboard the ship. The enemy began to reposition, increasing the difficulty of targeting their soldiers. Yet at that moment, another muffled blast resonated. A 3rd-tier genetic warrior, who was in the midst of a swift maneuver, was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments, completely evaporating. Witnessing the shot, the 5th-tier Sea Blue Star commander felt his pupils constrict. He had clearly seen that this 3rd-tier warrior was already in the process of rapidly changing direction. In the midst of soldiers' evasive maneuvers, their breath remains erratic, rendering them exceedingly difficult to target. Yet in a fleeting moment, the formidable sniper managed to lock onto their ally with astonishing precision, pulling the trigger decisively. What an impressive ability to lock onto targets. What remarkable marksmanship. And what a self-assured demeanor. Although this sniper, since their own capabilities were not exceedingly high, the adversary possessed an alarming shooting prowess, with every shot finding its mark. Each bullet claiming a life. Buzz. Another shot rang out, instantly reducing yet another soldier to mere pulp. Take cover behind the obstacles to create a blind spot, the commander exclaimed with a furrowed brow. However, almost immediately, a soldier who had sought refuge behind an obstruction, now concealed within the blind spot, was shot down along with the cover itself by the relentless sniper. What? At that moment, the commander was genuinely astonished. Did the enemy's sniper not require aiming? Did they not need to visually lock onto a position? How could they still deliver a precise shot that obliterated their own warrior, even while obscured from view? Unbeknownst to him, the extensive training in mechanical disassembly and reassembly had endowed Ming with an uncanny ability to predict trajectories within blind spots. The instant the soldier entered the blind zone, Ming's mind conjured the anticipated movements of the soldier with alarming accuracy. With a casual shot, he executed a swift kill. Furthermore, Ming's marksmanship had been honed over 16 years, confined within a limited space, resulting in a formidable shooting skill. The amalgamation of these two elements forged an exceptionally terrifying sniping capability. Not to mention, at that moment, Ming's vision was enhanced by the system's functions, allowing him to effortlessly perceive even the soldiers of the aquamarine race concealed behind obstacles, as if they were laid bare before him. Chapter 19. The elimination of a level 4 genetic warrior Buzz. 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 The battlefield was suddenly filled with a series of dull thuds. With each sound, a life of an aquamarine soldier was accurately extinguished. No matter how one attempted to evade, it proved futile. Who is this? Our mercenary group has such a powerful sniper? Their accuracy is astounding, Herod exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling invigorated by the sniper's prowess. Each shot resonated with a reassuring steadiness. With such a teammate, anyone would feel a sense of security. Herod was Ming's junior mentor. A fellow team member glanced towards a young figure not far off and promptly alerted the group. What? Ming's junior mentor? Isn't he a mechanic? Herod gasped in surprise. Just then, Hyman spoke up slowly. There is no conflict between a mechanic and a genetic warrior. In fact, some exceptionally powerful genetic warriors pilot mechas that they themselves have modified. Mechs are weapons of immense power, far beyond the capabilities of their current rank. It is said that formidable mech warriors are also skilled mechanics, for as 1's energy level ascends, the competition ultimately hinges on the understanding and synergy with the mech itself. Only a mech that one has personally modified and crafted can truly be deemed the most suitable. What? Herod and the others gasped in astonishment, their incredulity directed towards Ming, murmuring, could it be that Master Ming has the potential to become a mech warrior in the future? Hyman shook his head, then addressed the group. These matters remain uncertain. Yet it must be acknowledged that Master Su Ming's marksmanship seems to possess an uncanny ability to alter the tide of battle. Though he spoke thus, Hyman was acutely aware that the true linchpin of the opposing side was undeniably the 5th-level Gene Warrior. Even with Su Ming's remarkable accuracy and expertise in firearms, this 5th-level Gene Warrior wielded overwhelming power, rendering even sniper rounds largely ineffective against him. Until the 5th-level Gene Warrior is neutralized, should the enemy breach our energy shield, we would still face a fierce confrontation. How much energy remains in the shield? At this moment, Su Ming, who had been silently sniping, suddenly inquired. Upon hearing his question, the others sprang into action, hastily checking the remaining energy in the ship's shield. Master Su Ming, there are 27 units left. Harriet replied gravely. The assault from the 5th-level Gene Warrior was indeed formidable, and a significant portion of the shield's energy had been depleted by this commander of the Aquamarine Star. Feeling a flicker of urgency upon hearing the remaining 27, Su Ming's gaze shifted towards the Aquamarine assailants. Despite his recent fervent efforts, he had only managed to eliminate over 30 3rd-level Gene Warriors. Such an achievement would be deemed astonishing for a 2nd-level elite Gene Warrior. A typical individual would feel a sense of fulfillment with such a record. Yet, Su Ming did not share that sentiment. He was acutely aware that, notwithstanding his direct kills of over 30 Aquamarine foes, the true core of this Aquamarine squad lay with the 5th-level Gene Warrior, followed closely by the 20 or so 4th-level Gene Warriors, with the 3rd-level Warriors trailing behind. Currently, their mercenary group numbered just over 100. Since the onset of the conflict, including Su Ming's efforts, they had barely accounted for 50 enemy casualties. Even if they were to exhaust the shield's remaining energy, they might only manage to take down another 50 soldiers. This mercenary band remained outmatched. To truly turn the tide of battle, 4th and 5th-level Gene Warriors were paramount. Su Ming took a deep breath. At that moment, he made a momentous decision. Su Ming raised his sniper rifle, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. He was meticulously adjusting his breath, striving to lock onto one of the level 4 Gene Warriors amidst their rapid movements. The energy level of these warriors had reached approximately 1,000 to 2,500 points. Even a direct hit would likely result in severe injury rather than a swift death. Nevertheless, Su Ming steeled himself and made the audacious choice to eliminate a level 4 Gene Warrior. With narrowed eyes, he endeavored to anchor his focus on one particular warrior amidst the erratic flows of energy. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes snapped open, filled with razor-sharp determination. In that instant, his mental energy surged, and within less than a second, he fired again with his sniper rifle. The sound that erupted was a low, yet resonant boom, markedly different from all preceding sounds, imbued with a sense of resolute decisiveness that reverberated across the battlefield. Upon hearing the gunfire, the commander of the Blue Ocean Star experienced an immediate shift in expression, easily sensing that the shot had been directed at one of his own level 4 Gene Warriors. He halted his actions instantly, directing his gaze toward the targeted warrior. The level 4 Gene Warrior seemed to realize he had been locked onto, yet despite his frantic movements, he remained firmly within Su Ming's sights. A terrifying bullet struck him, forcing him to stagger backward. Ah! The warrior screamed in fury, his physical energy erupting in a desperate bid for survival. Veins bulged on his body, threatening to burst. Despite being grievously wounded and bloodied, he managed to withstand the deadly shot from the Grim Reaper of a sniper. Excellent. Well done, the commander of the Blue Ocean Star exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight. He had already perceived that although the sniper's shooting capabilities were extraordinary, his energy level was somewhat lacking. Even a direct hit on his own soldier had ultimately been mitigated. Just as he prepared to exhale in relief, a second low boom echoed, striking almost immediately after the first shot. Upon hearing the sound, the commander's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the sniper's second shot land precisely in the same spot as the first. 2 shots, both hitting the exact same location without a fraction of error. Although the first strike had been withstood, it was inconceivable that the warrior had emerged unscathed. Some of his cellular tissue had already succumbed to necrosis from the impact. In the second strike, the necrotic cellular tissue could no longer thwart the impending assault. In an instant, the 4th-level genetic warrior was shattered into fragments by the second shot. Witnessing this scene, both the inhabitants of Ocean Blue Star and the mercenary soldiers felt an eerie chill ascend within them. They gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. Was this marksmanship achievable by an ordinary human? Chapter 20. The terrifying Su Ming, this sniper, was undeniably formidable. His shooting prowess transcended that of any normal human. How could he possess such an exceptional ability to lock onto his target's aura? The leader of Ocean Blue Star felt a wave of cold wash over him. The death of a third-level soldier did not stir his emotions. But the loss of a fourth-level soldier, a critical asset to their military strength, was a painful blow. The enemy's energy shield was faltering. He urged his comrades, "Shatter that accursed energy shield. I shall personally eliminate this sniper." His eyes burned with a crimson fury as he gazed toward the protective barrier of the spacecraft, as if he could pierce through it to behold the formidable sniper within. As the forces of Ocean Blue Star advanced, the energy shield's reserves plummeted. Buzz! Buzz! 2 shots rang out, instantaneously claiming the life of yet another 4th-level genetic warrior. 15 buzz. Buzz. 10 buzz. Buzz. The energy shield dwindled rapidly, and 4 4th-level warriors had already succumbed to Su Ming's lethal precision. He tightened his grip around the sniper rifle, his gaze unnaturally composed as he steeled his resolve within. Crouched in the spacecraft, he maintained his shooting stance, remaining utterly still at the forefront of the vessel. 5. The energy shield's power had dwindled to 5. However, this time, Su Ming refrained from pulling the trigger. Instead, he focused his aura upon a 5th-level genetic warrior. The leader of Ocean Blue Star seemed to sense Su Ming's intent. He furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze. Did the sniper truly believe he could initiate an assault on a 5th-level warrior after dispatching a few 4th-level soldiers? Such naivety. If there had been an observer by his side at that moment, they would have noticed the leader's body swaying imperceptibly, a motion so subtle it was almost undetectable. Yet, it was precisely this minute oscillation that allowed him to effortlessly evade Su Ming's attempted lock-on. His form appeared to sway, yet at any moment, he could dodge from any direction, complicating the sniper's targeting immensely. At this moment, Su Ming remained motionless, but beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, an indication of the immense concentration he was exerting. There was no way. The disparity in levels between him and his opponent was simply too vast. Even if Su Ming unleashed the full extent of his cerebral energy, it remained exceedingly challenging to pinpoint the opponent's presence. Failing to establish a lock meant that any shot he fired would undoubtedly be evaded. If he couldn't even land a hit, how could he possibly inflict any harm? Yet, Su Ming harbored no intention of surrender. 16 years of rigorous training had instilled in him a profound understanding that the interplay of locking and counterlocking was not merely a contest of energy levels, but also a struggle of endurance, strategy, and psyche. Until the final moment, no resolution was possible. He continued to strive, employing every conceivable tactic to lock onto this 5th-level genetic warrior. At that moment, an alarm blared from within the energy shield. Only 3, 2, 1. The relentless warning echoed like the approach of death itself, inducing a sense of suffocation and tension. The surrounding mercenaries instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the energy shield. Only Su Ming remained in his steadfast pose, resembling a statue, utterly unchanged. In this instant, he felt as if he had entered the state of disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment, focused, stable, and undistracted. The culmination of past efforts would ultimately erupt one day. And today was that day. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, during the standoff with the 5th-level genetic warrior, his cerebral energy level surged uncontrollably, instantaneously reaching an astonishing magnitude. Just then, an alarm sounded, and in that fleeting moment, the energy shield shattered. As it broke apart, Su Ming's eyes widened, a fierce brilliance igniting within them. Now was the moment. At the very instant the energy shield disintegrated, the 5th-level aquamarine being experienced a fleeting shift in mindset. It was this slight alteration that allowed Su Ming to successfully lock onto him. With the expenditure of 100 starlight points, the transformation into starlight was successful. A torrent of starlight surged into Su Ming's sniper rifle, causing it to emit an extraordinarily radiant glow at that moment. The brilliance illuminated the entire battlefield, astonishing everyone present. In the next instant, a deep hum resonated. However, this time, it felt as though the sound of the gunshot echoed within the very souls of the onlookers. Merely hearing that sound sent chills down their spines, making their souls tremble. The Aquamarine general sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura bearing down upon him. A resolute and formidable energy locked onto him with unwavering precision. No matter how one attempts to evade, the bullet is destined to strike. How could this be possible? His pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, an overwhelming dread surged from the depths of his soul, engulfing his mind. The next moment, the commander of the Aquamarine Star felt a radiant cascade of starlight enveloping him, akin to an ocean of stars, drowning him completely. Following the brilliance of the starlight, darkness enveloped his vision, rendering his mind incapable of any further contemplation. Boom! A terrifying sound reverberated throughout the industrial district, with even those several kilometers away feeling a profound tremor emanating from a singular direction. As the cacophony subsided, the level 5 genetic warrior of the Aquamarine Star was reduced to ashes by the force of that singular strike, utterly obliterated. Upon sensing the instantaneous disappearance of the level 5 warrior's presence within the starlight, Ming felt an immense relief wash over him, only to be immediately besieged by an excruciating pain that coursed through every corner of his body. The starlight points he had recently exchanged from the system had far exceeded what his body could endure. Such colossal energy threatened to tear Ming's form asunder. Gradually, he became aware of a profound dizziness, his head feeling heavy while his feet felt light. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Ming communicated with the system in his mind. System, allocate the last starlight points to restore my vital organs. 12 starlight points remaining are currently repairing damaged internal organs. Upon hearing the system's response, Ming felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, only to be met with sudden darkness as he collapsed before the spacecraft. Quickly, Mr. Monty, take Ming to the hospital for treatment. We shall escort you out. His body was now strained beyond its limits, fissures appearing as injuries marred his frame. Be cautious. Any excessive force could prove fatal. Enough of the chatter. The enemy commander is dead. We must break through the battlefield with Master Ming. The sight of Ming on the ground sent shockwaves through the mercenaries, who frantically carried him towards safety. Chapter 21. Awakening and Ascendant's light gradually seeped into the dark realm before Ming's eyes. His consciousness slowly returned. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he glanced down at his body. At that moment, his wounds had nearly all healed. Given the medical standards of the cosmic era, full recovery from his injuries would likely take less than a day. Moreover, Ming had previously utilized his last starlight points to safeguard his damaged internal organs. However, while his injuries had mended, his body felt exceedingly frail. Additionally, his head throbbed as if it contained a durian, swollen, painful, and unbearably heavy. Ming couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He had indeed taken a perilous risk by directly exchanging 100 starlight points as a means of attack. As the energy of 100 starlight points surged through his body and was released, it inflicted immense damage. However, the overwhelming force nearly tore Ming apart. Had there been even a few more starlight points, he had no doubt that his body would have been completely shattered, the energy overwhelming him entirely. It seemed that in the future, when employing starlight points as a means of attack, he must consider the maximum capacity his body could endure. Nevertheless, the efficacy was undeniably remarkable. This strike exceeded Ming's expectations by a considerable margin. Even a 5th-level genetic warrior, with an energy level around 5,000 points, was dispatched with a single shot. At that moment, Ming heard a voice beside him. "You're awake?" Turning his head, he saw Mr. Monty. Monty rose to his feet, offering Ming a grin before lamenting. Who would have thought that you were such a formidable genetic warrior, capable of slaying a 5th-level warrior? Who could have imagined that such a great expert was hidden on Nopo Planet? Ming could only manage a wry smile. I did kill him, but I'm nearly dead myself. Monty nodded knowingly and proceeded to walk outside. Wait here, I will fetch a doctor. You really are fortunate. You arrived with barely half a life left. Thankfully, your internal organs were not severely damaged. Otherwise, you likely wouldn't have survived. Upon hearing Monty's words, Ming inwardly grimaced. He knew well that his internal organs were indeed severely injured. The moment he fired that shot, he felt excruciating pain within, likely from the energy tearing them apart. Had he not utilized the system to heal his organs beforehand, he would have surely perished from that shot. Before long, Monty returned with a doctor, accompanied by the mercenary Heyman. "Mr. Heyman, how are the Aquarians faring?" Su Ming inquired curiously upon seeing Heyman. After confirming that Su Ming was in stable condition, Heyman smiled and replied, "What do you think? You have already dispatched their leader. The remaining soldiers are merely a disorganized bunch. They were thoroughly frightened by your marksmanship and were unaware of your unconsciousness, terrified to the core, making it easy for us to eliminate them all." After a moment of contemplation, Heyman tentatively asked, "Master Su Ming, would you consider joining our mercenary group?" Su Ming was taken aback and slowly shook his head. "I apologize, Mr. Heyman, but I have no intention of joining the mercenaries at this time." Though Su Ming's abilities could allow him to circumvent certain mandatory requirements of the imperial laws, and leaving Nopu Planet would be relatively simple, he was not yet prepared to depart from it. Here, he is presented with a plethora of opportunities for mechanical repair. With his current abilities, it is said that he can take down a level 5 gene warrior, but this assertion holds true only under specific circumstances. At that time, the level 5 gene warrior was thwarted by the energy shield of the spaceship. In a direct confrontation, a single encounter would result in Su Ming's swift demise, leaving him no chance to lock onto or snipe at his opponent. Departing from Nopu Planet remains exceedingly perilous. Without a certain level of self-preservation capability, placing oneself in such danger is an exceedingly unwise course of action. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman could only sigh in regret. Su Ming's value far surpasses that of any mercenary, not to mention his formidable sniping skills. Merely possessing Su Ming's extraordinary mechanical modification abilities would significantly enhance any team's overall strength and mechanical support. A person who can both repair and combat is a highly sought-after asset in any context, although he sensed the impending rejection. The reality of Su Ming's refusal still left Heyman with a profound sense of disappointment. A wry smile crossed his face as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, Master Su Ming, you could undoubtedly find a more formidable team. It was my folly to think otherwise." Shaking his head, Heyman then handed a card to Su Ming, saying, "Master Su Ming, this is for the modification costs. I added a little extra as a token of gratitude from our team. My contact information is included. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Su Ming accepted the card, looking at Heyman and nodding slowly. "Well then, our mission deadline is approaching. Since you are confirmed to be fine, we shall take our leave." Heyman smiled, though Su Ming had already been unconscious for 3 days. During this time, Heyman had secured a pristine space jump component from another location, which had now been installed on the ship. Subsequently, Heyman exchanged greetings with Monty before departing Nopu Planet with his mercenary team. Su Ming then proceeded to complete his discharge procedures with Monty and return to his dormitory. Upon his return, he eagerly opened his system panel. Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 410 mental domain energy level, 570 gene lock activation level, low level 3 physical vitality, 92 body refinement level, level 1, stars required for next body refinement, 100 starlight points owned, 0 seeing that he had indeed ascended to a low level 3 gene rank. Su Ming felt no surprise. During the confrontation with the level 5 gene warrior, he had sensed a rapid enhancement in his mental domain energy level, and, spurred by the intensity of the encounter, his physical energy level had also experienced a notable breakthrough. It could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. The substantial elevation of brain domain levels has exceeded Su Ming's expectations. It appears that his brain domain level has, for the first time, completely surpassed his physical level, leading the charge ahead of it. However, Su Ming finds himself in a bittersweet predicament, as his starlight points have dwindled to 0. Having witnessed the significance of starlight points, he is now fervently eager to acquire more. It seems he must devise a way to amass additional starlight points, Su Ming murmured to himself. Chapter 22. The evolution of Warren. Just as Su Ming was discharged from the hospital and redirected his focus towards mechanical disassembly, a significant yet subtle upheaval occurred in a distant star system, one with far-reaching implications. The Bandar star system, situated on the fringes of the Busa Free Federation, is a member of this prominent interstellar coalition. The Busa Free Federation ranks among the top 5 hegemonic powers in the human realm, akin to the Mongol Empire in its status as a superhuman force. What constitutes a supercluster is an immense assemblage of galaxies akin to the Milky Way that forms a galaxy cluster. When multiple galaxy clusters unite, they form a supercluster. The classification of cosmic powers is delineated by the vastness of the territories they occupy, from the surface and planets to clusters and galaxies, culminating in the level of superclusters. Within this supercluster, there are tens of thousands of galaxies, with the Bandar star system being a rather inconspicuous edge system among them. At this juncture, however, the Lozer political party within the Bandar star system conspired with the forces of over a dozen neighboring star systems to instigate a coup. Leading the charge alongside 10 other star systems, the Bandar star system began to question the autonomy of the Busa Free Federation, proclaiming that should the Federation fail to amend its democratic structure, the Lozer party would lead the surrounding systems to secede and establish an independent supercluster-level power. Such coups are not uncommon within the cosmic human factions, occurring periodically. As power expands, the territories it encompasses widen, often neglecting many peripheral systems. Moreover, the Busa Free Federation operates differently from the other 4 supercluster-level powers, as its core principle is free will. Governance is thus managed by multiple political parties, resulting in a cohesive entity that still harbors numerous autonomous regions. For the Busa Free Federation, the coup in the Bandar star system is a familiar occurrence, eliciting little more than indifference. Following established protocol, the core political party commenced with a rather perfunctory approach, initiating conciliatory measures and assuring the Lozer party of their rightful political interests in the future. However, the Lozer party remained unresponsive, with even the officials dispatched by the core party being detained in the Bandar star system. This incident promptly incited discontent among the core political party, a classic case of giving an inch and taking a mile, in comparison to the strength of the core party. The influence of the Lozer party is likely less than a fraction of 1%. Such a stark disparity in power left the core party with little patience, gradually exerting pressure on the Lozer party. At this moment, both sides exhibited a resolute stance, creating a tense atmosphere within the Free Federation. Originally, none of this was related to Su Ming. However, it is rather coincidental that the planet Nopu, where Su Ming resides, is in close proximity to the Bandar star system of the Free Federation, a mere 5 light-years away. Although 5 light-years may seem vast, even an ordinary planetary space jump system can traverse this distance in less than an hour. This implies that any upheaval in the Bandar system could potentially lead individuals from there to utilize spacecraft and directly leap across the cosmic expanse into the territory of the Mongolian Empire. Such occurrences are strictly forbidden by the Mongolian Empire, whether it be the outbreak of war or clandestine crossings. The Mongolian Empire must take measures to prevent them, lest they inadvertently provoke unnecessary misunderstandings with the Free Federation. At this stage, these matters had yet to affect the inhabitants of Nopu, and even Su Ming remained unaware of the situation. At this moment, Su Ming cast a serious glance at Warren and softly spoke. "All right, there's no one around now. You can inject the gene serum." Warren, visibly anxious, held in his hand a newly acquired gene serum. Having saved enough money to purchase the serum, he now relied on Su Ming to act as his protector before unlocking his genetic potential. Now nearly 17 years old, Warren had surpassed the ideal age for gene serum injection, heightening his apprehension more than anyone else. He glanced at Su Ming, and with encouragement from him, took a deep breath and injected the serum into his arm. Warren exhaled softly, then closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. Soon, a faint green glow emanated from his body, and the energy within him began to surge restlessly, as if on the verge of breaking free from some form of restraint. This was the manifestation of unlocking his genetic potential. The more intense the situation became, the more cautious Su Ming felt. The unlocking of genetic potential often presented myriad special circumstances. The gene serum carries inherent risks, particularly those purchased on Nopu, where the safety of the serum cannot be guaranteed. Su Ming had mentally prepared himself to rush Warren to the hospital at a moment's notice. Fortunately, after enduring the initial painful phase, Warren's body stabilized. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within his body. Although this energy was significantly inferior to Su Ming's, it surpassed the level that Warren possessed prior to the injection of the genetic serum by a considerable margin. Upon sensing this outburst of energy, A flicker of joy appeared on Su Ming's face. It worked. Warren had successfully unlocked his genetic potential. Moreover, according to Su Ming's perception of Warren's physical energy level, it was astonishing to discover that Warren's physical and cerebral energy levels were both around 30. For an ordinary individual, unlocking their genetic potential typically results in an energy level of merely around 10. Even Su Ming had only achieved a score of 25 at that time. However, considering that Warren was nearly 17 years old and had trained for an entire year longer than the average person, it was not surprising that his awakened energy level was higher than normal. This also validated Su Ming's previous theory regarding the relationship between genetic unlocking and cultivation. It was evident that effective cultivation was not solely dependent on having unlocked one's genetic potential. Prior training could equally manifest as physical energy levels. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, this seemingly trivial theory of his would later revolutionize humanity's approach to genetic evolution throughout the unfolding cosmic saga. Chapter 23. Body forging. Warren opened his eyes, and his expression was instantly filled with elation. Su Ming, I've become a genetic warrior. Oh my, does this mean I can pilot Mech in the future? Warren exclaimed excitedly, then extended his hand and gestured a few times, surprisingly exhibiting a semblance of power. Su Ming chuckled lightly beside him. This is just the beginning. Mechs, even the weakest, possess stellar-level combat prowess, while you're merely at the surface level for now. You'll need to gradually enhance your abilities. Warren grinned cheerfully and replied, That's all right. There is plenty of time ahead. The lifespan of a genetic warrior is significantly longer than that of an ordinary person, and, as a mechanic, my chances of becoming a mech warrior are exceedingly high. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly. The combination of a mechanic and a genetic warrior almost guarantees a future as a mech warrior. The reason not every genetic warrior becomes a mech warrior is largely due to the cerebral energy level factor, but it is also significantly influenced by whether the genetic warrior is a mechanic. A powerful mech warrior must assemble their own mech to ensure compatibility. Otherwise, if someone else is entrusted with the assembly, they might easily discover vulnerabilities in a mech. Should the assembling mechanic harbor ill intentions, that individual could find themselves in grave danger. Therefore, unless it is a standardized mech, formidable mech warriors are predominantly mechanics. Conversely, if one is a skilled mechanic, the probability of Warren becoming a mech warrior in the future is indeed very high. As Su Ming noticed Warren's excitement gradually waning, he pondered for a moment before addressing him. Warren, I am preparing to leave Nopa Planet. Warren was initially immersed in the joy of becoming a genetic warrior when he was taken aback by Su Ming's words. What? You plan to leave Nopa Planet? Why? A look of confusion crossed Warren's face. Su Ming chuckled lightly before responding. Nopu Planet is, after all, of a lower tier, classified as a terrestrial-level planet. The mechanical components available here are also of terrestrial caliber, offering me little advancement. I yearn to explore planets of a planetary level, or even higher. Su Ming was not being disingenuous. The previous incident on Ocean Blue Star had ignited in him a desire to depart Nopa Planet. The catalyst was not the Ocean Blue inhabitants, but rather that sniper rifle. After assembling the sniper rifle, Su Ming truly grasped the extent of enhancement that planetary-level mechanical components could provide. Moreover, the benefits of assembling planetary-level weapons in terms of starlight points were substantial. The starlight point yield from a single planetary-level weapon was equivalent to that of 5 terrestrial-level weapons. As Su Ming's energy level rose, so too did his demand for starlight points during training. While assembling terrestrial-level components had previously sufficed for his needs, it was now evidently inadequate. This prompted Su Ming's current contemplation. After hearing Su Ming's words, Warren fell silent for a moment before raising his head and saying, Su Ming, how about I accompany you? Now that I have become a genetic warrior, according to Imperial law, I am not obliged to serve on a logistical planet any longer. I would like to leave with you. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Warren's choice was unexpected. However, upon observing the unwavering determination in Warren's eyes, Su Ming understood that this was not a hasty decision. After reflecting for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, he would benefit from a companion to assist with the tedious tasks of mechanical assembly and disassembly, and he had come to regard Warren as a friend. Naturally, he would not refuse Warren's request. Let's make arrangements then. We will pack our belongings and depart Nopu Planet together in 3 days, Su Ming said with a smile. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Ming began to store some mechanical components he had acquired for practice into his spatial pendant before settling cross-legged on his bed. It had been over a week since the Ocean Blue Star incident, and during this week, Ming had approached mechanical disassembly and reassembly with unprecedented seriousness. Not for mere work, but primarily to accumulate starlight points. Having depleting his starlight points in one go, Ming had quickly recognized their immense value. As he prepared to leave Nopu planet, he had also amassed a considerable reserve of starlight points for emergencies. 400 points. This was the bounty he had earned from his frenzied mechanical assembly, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. However, today, after his daily cultivation, Ming cast a contemplative gaze upon his system panel, revealing a hint of introspection in his eyes. The starlight points, besides serving the purposes of cultivation and combat, possessed a function that Ming had previously overlooked: body refinement. In the past, due to his relatively low energy level, Ming had primarily devoted his starlight points and vitality to the cultivation of techniques. However, now that he found himself unable to achieve a qualitative leap in energy level in the short term, he gradually became aware of the body refinement feature. Host body refinement level. Level 1. The next level of body refinement requires 100 starlight points. This was the information regarding Ming's progress in body refinement within the system. A flicker of confusion crossed Ming's face. In the current interstellar society, the concept of body refinement was virtually non-existent. He had yet to hear of any adept engaging in such a practice. This might stem from the disparity between the genetic evolution framework embraced by interstellar society and the system's offerings. The prevailing belief was that as one's physical energy level increased, the body's resilience and cellular integrity would also enhance, rendering body refinement unnecessary. Indeed, countless instruments had already demonstrated that with the elevation of energy levels, the overall quality of the body would improve. It was akin to a surface-level weapon, which, without infusing brain domain energy, could never harm a genetic warrior of level 4 or above. If the enhancement of energy levels could simultaneously elevate one's physique, then why pursue body refinement? This conundrum had long perplexed Ming. Without hesitation, he expended 100 starlight points from the system to redeem the body refinement option. The system notified him. Host has redeemed body refinement option, consuming 100 starlight points, body refinement in progress. Soon, Ming felt a surge of concentrated starlight emanating from a profound depth within his body, cascading into every corner of his being. A slight tension appeared on Ming's face. 100 starlight points was no trifling matter. It was a terrifying energy capable of obliterating a level 5 genetic warrior in an instant. Previously, merely releasing some of it from his body nearly caused him to burst. Now, as it surged entirely within him, would he encounter a similar predicament? Chapter 24. Departure from Nopo planet at that moment. Ming sensed an overwhelming feeling of absorption coursing through his cells, gradually drawing in strands of starlight into their depths. Ming's expression shifted. Now, as a 9 Radiance Star Saint body, half of his being was composed of starlight. Thus, his cells also contained corresponding starlight matter. The absorption of this starlight by his cells resembled the act of a person drinking water, replenishing vitality and activating the cells in a similar manner. Soon, an extraordinary sensation of insatiable thirst resonated within the cells, independent of the celestial light's flow. The cells instinctively absorbed the starlight within themselves. Ming's expression shifted as he followed the primal yearning emanating from the cells, gradually initiating the cultivation of the star-bound infinite technique. Under the operation of this technique, an abundant influx of starlight manifested a significantly enhanced absorption rate. Countless rays of starlight were assimilated by Ming's cells. Before long, he felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness within his cells, a swelling that gradually enveloped his entire being. Ming furrowed his brow, discomfort washing over him, akin to every part of his body becoming engorged. However, as the technique continued to operate and the starlight was absorbed, it seemed that these cells, eager to accommodate more starlight, were endowed with the energy necessary for evolution. In essence, every cell in Ming's body underwent rapid transformation at that moment, becoming more resilient, more vibrant, and exhibiting an increased capacity for energy absorption. This process lasted for approximately 10 minutes. Soon, a layer of dark filth was expelled from his skin. With the expulsion of this grime came an exceptionally refreshing sensation reminiscent of a person who had not bathed for 16 years suddenly undergoing a thorough cleansing. This refreshing feeling originated from the very core of life itself. Without hesitation, Su Ming rose and made his way to the bathroom, washing himself thoroughly from head to toe. A considerable amount of dirty water flowed down the drain, and the impurities on Su Ming's body vanished. He let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes, savoring the changes brought about by the physical refinement. He felt his body becoming increasingly resilient, with enhancements in recovery, stamina, resistance, and adaptability across the board. Moreover, his physical energy level underwent a significant increase of a full 100 points during this refinement process. While elevating one's physical energy level could also yield enhancements, the processes were entirely distinct. The refinement that accompanied an increase in physical energy was passive and gradual, occurring alongside the energy level's rise. Conversely, refining with starlight was an active pursuit, allowing for rapid progression and resulting in a markedly superior enhancement compared to the effects of simply elevating physical energy levels. The efficacy was more than double that of conventional physical energy refinement. Thus, with the same increase in energy level, Su Ming's resilience and overall capabilities post-refinement were more than double those of his peers at the same level. A smile of joy spread across Su Ming's face. While a twofold enhancement might not be immediately apparent in the early stages as time progressed, this advantage would expand exponentially, ultimately allowing him to outpace others of equal caliber. With the host body refinement level elevated to level 2, the next level of refinement required a staggering 500 starlight points. The system soon emitted a notification sound, and upon hearing it, Su Ming's face exhibited a tinge of disappointment. The requisite 500 starlight points surpassed his current total, leaving him with no choice but to earn more points before contemplating further advancements. 3 days later, as Monty gazed at Su Ming and Warren, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Alas, even Warren had quietly activated his genetic lock. "You two young lads, I can see you won't linger here for long. Very well, off you go. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Su Ming and Warren exchanged smiles and bid farewell to Monty before making their way to the official office of Nopa Planet. To depart from Nopu, they needed to prove their status as genetic warriors at the office. According to Imperial law, this would exempt them from mandatory labor service. At the request of the staff, they stepped onto a power-level testing device. Beep. Testing subject, Su Ming. Su Ming's physical power level, 510. Brain domain power level, 570. Su Ming is classified as a low-level, third-tier genetic warrior. Qualification, pass. Beep. Testing subject, Warren. Warren's physical power level, 35. Brain domain power level, 37. Warren is classified as a medium-level, first-tier genetic warrior. Qualification, pass. The device swiftly measured their respective power levels. What? Low-level third-tier? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to Su Ming. At just 16 years old, a low-level third-tier? How is that possible? The staff member was astonished, staring at Su Ming in a daze before regaining composure. While being classified as a low-level third-tier wasn't particularly remarkable, achieving such a status at the tender age of 16 was indeed formidable. Furthermore, according to Su Ming's records, he had only turned 16 2 months prior. This meant that in a mere 2 months, he had ascended from a state of merely awakening his genetic lock to a low-level third-tier power level. Such a rate of advancement would likely surpass even the most exceptional youths within the Empire. Sir, according to Imperial law, I kindly request that you keep my power level and genetic rank information confidential. Su Ming cast a glance at the staff member. Were it not for the necessity of leaving Nopo Planet, he would not have subjected himself to this power level measurement. His astonishing cultivation speed was such that few in the Empire could rival it. Su Ming was reluctant to broadcast this information widely. Drawing attention before he had fully matured would be an unwise endeavor. The staff member swallowed hard, then forced a smile as he addressed Su Ming, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Su Ming, we will certainly not disclose your information." However, he quickly shifted his tone and looked at Su Ming, continuing, "I wonder if you might be interested in joining a temporary military unit. Fear not, it is not a mercenary force, but rather a temporary army formed in the name of the Empire. The situation in the Bander system has become quite tense, causing an air of unease here within the Empire as well. We are currently assembling a temporary military force to address the chaos resulting from the coup in the Free Federation. And we are in urgent need of genetically enhanced warriors skilled in machinery. Would you like to participate? Chapter 25. Temporary Army Number 32 Temporary Army? Su Ming was taken aback, preparing to shake his head in refusal. Yet, upon noticing Su Ming's expression, the staff member promptly added with a smile. The temporary army is not as you might imagine. The benefits and welfare are quite substantial. By joining, you will be entitled to the same military merit system as the regular forces. And once your term is up, you may leave at any time. After hearing these words, Su Ming did not hastily reject the offer, but instead inquired, "Military merit system?" The staff member replied with a grin, "It means that when you accumulate military merit, you will be treated equally to the regular army, and you can exchange your merits for numerous rewards." He paused, recognizing that recruiting soldiers counted toward their performance metrics. And thus, he was particularly zealous in his persuasion. "I see that both of you are genetically enhanced warriors with a knack for machinery. You will surely want to assemble your own mecha in the future, within the military merit system, as long as you meet the merit requirements. You can redeem knowledge and blueprints from mecha assembly. The more military merit you accumulate, the higher the quality of mecha assembly blueprints you can obtain." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both recognizing the spark of interest in each other's eyes. Mecha, 4 genetically enhanced warriors skilled in machinery, the allure was boundless. Even the most talented mechanic could not conjure a mecha from thin air without the requisite knowledge. After all, many intricate patterns within mechas are exceedingly complex. A single misstep could lead to a total failure. Despite humanity's hundreds of thousands of years of interstellar development, mechas were crafted through the collective wisdom of countless individuals in later stages of advancement. It is utterly impossible for an individual lacking knowledge of mecha to create such a sophisticated system from nothing. For both of them, acquiring knowledge and blueprints for mechas was an essential step toward becoming mecha warriors. Hearing that joining the temporary army could provide an opportunity to obtain such knowledge and blueprints was immensely appealing to them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming curiously inquired, "Is it difficult to acquire military merit within the army?" Upon observing the intense interest displayed by Su Ming and Warren, a glimmer of delight flickered in the staff member's eyes, prompting him to expound with even greater fervor. "There exist numerous avenues to acquire military merit: slaying foes, assembling machinery, and repairing equipment, among others. Noting that both of you are mechanics, once you join the temporary military, the opportunities to earn military merit will certainly surpass those of others. You both should consider this seriously." After pondering the staff member's words, Su Ming glanced at Warren, who nodded in agreement. Su Ming then addressed the staff member, saying, "Very well, we shall join the temporary military. However, could we be assigned to the same team?" The staff member's face brightened immediately, and he eagerly nodded. "Rest assured, this will be no problem at all. In fact, a temporary military force comprising 1,000 personnel is set to pass by the planet Nopu in 2 hours. I will register both your information with them." Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded, and he and Warren found a spot to sit and await the arrival of the temporary military. It struck Su Ming as rather absurd. If he were still the second young master of the Koren family, would he not possess an abundance of knowledge about mechas? As one of the Empire's premier families, the Koren family likely harbored tens of thousands of documents on mecha knowledge. The resources of such a prestigious family could rival those of some interstellar powers. Moreover, if Su Ming wished to delve into more profound mecha knowledge, the Koren family certainly had the means to facilitate his acquisition. Yet now, having been disowned by the Koren family, all the privileges reserved for the legitimate heirs were now solely enjoyed by Su Rue. Su Ming shook his head, feeling no resentment. These entitlements were never rightfully his. The Koren family had severed ties, and it would be they who would ultimately regret this decision, not him. Approximately 2 hours later, a colossal spaceship descended precisely in front of the office building. Su Ming gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. A star-class spaceship. It was undoubtedly a superior model compared to the one previously piloted by the mercenaries. Truly, the military organized by the Empire boasted hardware that starkly contrasted with that of ordinary mercenaries. Soon, an officer with a distinctive mustache descended from a ship. Adorning his chest were military insignia, prominently displaying Lieutenant Walker. Although this was a temporary military unit, the higher echelons or the decision-making body were undoubtedly comprised of officers from the regular army. The Empire would never appoint someone without formal affiliation as the commander of a temporary military force. After stepping off the ship, the officer directed his gaze towards Su Ming, Warren, and the staff member standing at the entrance. Are these two the mechanics intending to join the temporary military? Lieutenant Walker inquired directly. The staff member nodded and, with a smile, handed the identity documents of Su Ming and Warren to Lieutenant Walker. 16 years old, a third-tier substandard genetic warrior? Upon perusing Su Ming's profile, Lieutenant Walker was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Su Ming. He then shook his head. Although the revelation was somewhat incredulous, it was, strictly speaking, a private matter for the soldiers, and he had no authority to question how swiftly Su Ming had progressed. For him, the temporary military was not the regular army, and it was impossible to know the background of every soldier. Both of your mechanical skills are planetary level. Lieutenant Walker continued to examine the documents, and, upon confirming that both Su Ming and Warren had indicated planetary level proficiency, his eyes brightened. How fortunate to find two planetary level mechanics on NOP planet. While it is true that their spaceship is stellar class, the majority of mechanical weaponry falls within the planetary category. If these two were to join the military, they would prove immensely valuable. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared delight in the other's eyes. Under Su Ming's guidance, Warren's mechanical abilities had surged remarkably, and he was now capable of repairing certain planetary-level mechanical components. Although still not entirely proficient, he could indeed be classified as a planetary-level mechanic. As for Su Ming, he glanced at the stellar-class spacecraft before him, confirming his assessment. He believed he could also repair the vessel. In reality, Su Ming might already possess abilities equivalent to a stellar-class mechanic or even higher. However, due to the absence of any tasks or components above stellar class on NOP planet, he had yet to undertake any stellar class repairs, thus temporarily designating his level as planetary. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to astonish Lieutenant Walker. Every military unit lacked skilled mechanics, and those with significant capabilities were particularly rare. To suddenly acquire two such talents left Lieutenant Walker immensely satisfied. All right, comrades and mechanics. No need to dawdle. Aboard the ship, the Imperial Taiguang Star Domain's Temporary Military Corps Number 32 welcomes you. Chapter 26. Lock thus. Su Ming and Warren were invited aboard the temporary military ship Number 32 by Lieutenant Walker. Zhongli, we've just received two planetary-level mechanics. Please assist in arranging accommodations. After boarding the ship, Walker addressed a nearby young woman. Zhongli, the young woman, possessed a healthy wheat-colored complexion and a clean, short haircut, exuding a refreshing aura. Approaching Su Ming and Warren, her eyes brightened upon seeing them. Wonderful. We are in dire need of mechanics, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Follow me. I will take you to your quarters. Su Ming and Warren nodded, following Zhongli as they ventured into the interior of the spaceship. After a brief moment, a subtle tremor reverberated through the vessel, prompting Su Ming to gaze out the window, where he observed the buildings of NOP planet gradually diminishing in size. It was evident that the spaceship had ascended and was departing from NOP planet at an astonishing speed. This is the mission hall. Feel free to take a look. Zhongli's voice resonated at that moment. Upon hearing her, Su Ming and Warren turned their attention to a nearby hall. There, a colossal LCD screen stood prominently at the center, flanked by a multitude of missions scrolling across its surface. Zillion stars encountered an attack by space bandits. Mission: eliminate the bandits. Recommended personnel: 1-0-20 individuals. Suggested rank: level 3 genetic warriors and above. Military merit: 100 points. 20 planetary grade weapons to be repaired. Requirement: completion within 10 days. Personnel limit: none. Suggested mechanic rank: able to repair planetary grade and above. Military merit: 400 points. The Eastern Wilderness Star Domain is suspected to have interstellar black merchants passing through. Mission: capture the interstellar black merchants and repatriate them. Recommended personnel: 510 individuals. Suggested rank: level 4 genetic warriors and above. Military merit: 300 points. These were merely a few examples. There were likely tens of thousands of similar missions. An overwhelming number that was almost terrifying. Throughout the hall, many soldiers could be seen lingering, seemingly deliberating on which missions to undertake. Su Ming and Warren stared at these tasks, momentarily taken aback. Zhongli chuckled and explained, the temporary military forces are managed with a certain degree of leniency. As long as one can accumulate military merit exceeding 200 points within a month, it suffices. These represent the entirety of missions across the star system. Not only can we accept them, but other temporary military forces can as well. The first to complete a task will receive the reward. There are small spacecraft available for soldiers to execute missions. When you have a task, you can borrow a small spacecraft from the mission center, and then you may depart to carry out your mission independently. Zhongli added with a smile. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a dawning understanding. They had been puzzled about how a temporary military force of 1,000 could possibly handle over 10,000 missions. It became clear that all missions across the star system were open for competition, which explained the sheer volume of tasks available. At that moment, a man's voice broke the air. Zhongli, I heard that 2 new mechanics have joined. Are these the 2 young gentlemen? The 3 turned to see a man in military attire approaching them, his face alight with surprise as he regarded Su Ming and Warren. Rock? Zhongli exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Gentlemen, are you the newly joined mechanics? Rock smiled and nodded at Zhongli before turning to Su Ming and Warren, inquiring with genuine warmth. Indeed, Su Ming found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the fervor of this individual. Upon learning that Su Ming was a mechanic, the man's face lit up with delight. Wonderful! The temporary army number 32 finally has another mechanic. After exclaiming this, the man, brimming with excitement, produced a mechanical battle blade and, with anticipation in his eyes, addressed Su Ming. Esteemed young masters, might you assist me in repairing this planetary-class superheated blade? Both Su Ming and Warren were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation with such an excessively eager requester upon their arrival. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhongli couldn't help but smile wryly before explaining. Please do not take offense, gentlemen. Previously, there was only one planetary-class mechanic aboard the ship, and all planetary-class weapon repairs had to be directed to him. Consequently, everyone had to wait in line, often for several days. However, with your addition to our ranks, the pressure on that mechanic will be significantly alleviated, and the queue will become a thing of the past. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, the man named Locke nodded incessantly, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he remarked, Please forgive my eagerness, esteemed young masters. I cannot embark on my mission without this blade repaired, which is why as they listened to his explanation, Su Ming and Warren exchanged looks of realization. Is it truly that there are so few mechanics? So meaning where estanis. It's not that mechanics are scarce. It's the planetary-class mechanics that are rare. Zomlia laburata. While there are plenty of surface-level mechanics, they seldom have the opportunity to engage with planetary-class machinery, often spending their entire lives repairing only surface-level devices, thereby resulting in a dearth of planetary-class mechanics. Locke interjected, It's not entirely accurate to say that. Most planetary-class mechanics come from affluent backgrounds, possessing ample financial resources to practice mechanical disassembly, which is essential for cultivating such expertise. After hearing their elaborations, Su Ming and Warren simultaneously experienced a peculiar sensation. Coincidentally, Su Ming hailed from a prominent family, though he had been cast out, and he had indeed disassembled numerous mechanical components. Warren, on the other hand, had fortuitously become Su Ming's assistant on Nopu planet, thereby gaining invaluable insights into planetary-class mechanics. Thus, they had not previously grasped the rarity of planetary-class mechanics. However, upon hearing their remarks, they finally understood just how scarce these individuals truly were. Now, Locke, since these esteemed young masters have just joined the Legion, according to protocol, you ought to wait until their military merit system is activated, allowing you to utilize your military merits for their assistance in repairs. Asking them for help now would be taking advantage of them. Zhongli stepped forward to refuse Locke on behalf of Su Ming. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Locke's expression fell into disappointment as he forced a smile and said, I was too hasty, my apologies for the interruption. He grasped the battle knife in his hand, preparing to depart. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly interjected, It's quite all right. Repairing the battle knife won't take much time. Allow me to assist you with it right now. Chapter 27. Planetary-level mechanic, both Zhongli and Locke were taken aback by Su Ming's words. Su Ming looked at Locke with a smile, adding, however, you must guide me to the workbench. I am not yet familiar with this place. Locke, regaining his composure, hurriedly replied, no problem. The workbench is just this way. Follow me. With that, Locke led Su Ming and Warren to the mechanical repair room aboard the spaceship. As Su Ming surveyed the mechanical repair room, he noticed that it was filled almost entirely with surface-level mechanical components undergoing repairs. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at this sight. Observing his reaction, Locke quickly explained with a smile, planetary-level mechanics each have their own dedicated studios. You will have one in due time. This is a communal repair room, designed for surface-level mechanics. Upon hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding. Without further ado, he approached a workbench and took Locke's battle knife. The energy battle knife from the Warrior Company, a planetary-level weapon, boasted an energy level around 2,000, categorizing it as an entry-level model. With a single glance, Su Ming discerned the condition of the energy battle knife and began to murmur to himself. Locke nodded along, but Su Ming, having already focused his mind on the mechanical repair, did not expect a response. Swiftly, he set to work, methodically disassembling the mechanical battle knife before him. However, so engrossed was Su Ming in the disassembly of the battle knife that he failed to notice several soldiers wandering about, each clutching damaged weapons. Upon seeing no familiar mechanic among the newly arrived crew, they made their way into the mechanical repair room, hoping for a stroke of luck. Upon spotting the unfamiliar figure dismantling the battle knife at the workbench, alongside Zhongli and Locke watching intently, the soldiers quickly realized that the mechanic working on the battle knife was indeed the newly arrived planetary-level mechanic. Instantly, their eyes brightened as they gathered around, quietly observing Su Ming as he repaired the mechanical knife. The blade was warped, and the reinforcement system of the handle had sustained damage, rendering the battle knife exceedingly fragile. It could not withstand the application of significant energy without risking a breakage. Su Ming assessed the situation with a mere glance, promptly identifying the issue with the battle knife. The reinforcement system was a critical component of melee weapons, enhancing their durability and enabling them to withstand various levels of energy application. In the absence of cerebral domain-level genetic warriors, the most frequently employed weaponry is the melee-type mechanical armament. The reinforcement system determines the extent to which this weapon can withstand the physical energy exerted during its wielding. Currently, with the reinforcement system damaged, it is estimated that this mechanical sword can endure a collision energy of no more than 200 points, given its original material composition. Any energy beyond that threshold would result in the sword shattering into fragments. Locke's energy level, as assessed by Su Ming, hovers around 800 to 900 points, categorizing him as a high-ranking genetic warrior of the 3rd tier. Such an energy level would render the mechanical sword devoid of a reinforcement system, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single swing. It is no wonder that after the mechanical sword sustained damage, Locke found it exceedingly challenging to undertake further missions. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly disassembled the mechanical sword into its constituent parts with remarkable efficiency. A multitude of components was laid out on the workbench, numbering in the hundreds, a quantity 5 to 6 times that of typical surface-level weaponry. Planetary-grade mechanical weapons are inherently more intricate than their surface-level counterparts. However, for Su Ming, this complexity was hardly daunting. The disassembly of the mechanical combat unit took him less than 10 minutes. Observing Su Ming's dexterity, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished at the speed he demonstrated without the aid of a scanner. It seemed unlikely that another mechanic aboard the spacecraft could match such swiftness, especially for Zhongli, who had frequently witnessed the planetary mechanic aboard the ship disassembling mechanical weaponry, a process which not only required a scanner but often encountered secondary damage in 5 out of 100 components, taking nearly half an hour to complete. This was already considered a commendable pace for a planetary mechanic. Yet here was Su Ming, who, without the use of a scanner, completed the disassembly in under 10 minutes, and remarkably, with 0 damage incurred. Witnessing this scene, Zhongli's gaze towards Su Ming transformed, imbued with an element of unexpected admiration. Ignoring the onlookers, Su Ming remained engrossed in his mechanical repair work. Soon, adhering to his customary practice, he began to dissolve all the markings and patterns etched upon the mechanical sword. Locke's eyes widened in astonishment, but recalling Su Ming's earlier nimbleness, he refrained from voicing any objections. After completely dissolving the markings, Su Ming picked up a nearby engraving tool and concentrated on inscribing his unique patterns onto the mechanical sword. As the number of engravings increased, Su Ming had developed a distinctive style in his craftsmanship. Engraving came to him with ease, and approximately half an hour later, he had meticulously inscribed special patterns onto each of the more than 100 components. Next came the most pivotal step, reassembly. However, after gazing at the components of the mechanical battle knife for an extended period, Su Ming lifted his head and turned to Locke. "What is the matter, Master Su Ming?" Locke inquired, sensing a tightening in his chest as he feared something might be amiss with his mechanical knife. "Do you possess a stellar grade blade?" Su Ming asked curiously. Locke was taken aback and then asked, perplexed, while one could certainly procure a stellar grade blade, wouldn't he pairing it with planetary grade components be somewhat wasteful in terms of the blade as quality? Su Ming shook his head. "In my hands, nothing is wasted. Just purchase it directly." Locke was filled with confusion, yet recalling that this was Su Ming offering his assistance for free, he reluctantly acquiesced. He proceeded to spend a considerable amount of military merit to acquire a stellar grade blade. "Here you go, Master Su Ming. Moments latte." Locke retrieved a stellar grade blade from his storage space. Su Ming was taken aback. "Ah, you acquired it so quickly?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhongli and Locke burst into laughter. "Master Su Ming, this is a compact spatial transmission device provided by the Empire for soldiers. Anything exchanged with military merit is effortlessly transmitted to one's storage space. It's incredibly convenient." Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then couldn't he help but express admiration for the Empire's military, which was undeniably well-funded. Just the cost of this spatial transmission device alone likely exceeded 100,000 star coins, and each soldier had one at their disposal. In contrast, mercenaries were truly in a position of neglect, relying entirely on their own resources. "All right, now that we have the blade, I shall assist you with the installation." Without delay, Su Ming took the stellar grey blade from Locke. Chapter 28. Highly popular, confident in his abilities, Su Ming began to meticulously reassemble the components in his hands. The atmosphere in the repair room was so tense that no one dared to breathe, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they watched Su Ming work. They had never witnessed such a swift and seemingly effortless assembly. Su Ming grasped a component with ease, seamlessly connecting it to other parts as if it were a child's plaything. Could he truly succeed with this method? A soldier swallowed hard, watching Su Ming's actions with a mix of awe and trepidation. Each step of the assembly process required extreme caution and precision, demanding that the components be fitted together with meticulous care. Yet, Su Ming's demeanor radiated a casual ease, even before the components were fully assembled. His gaze flitted to the other parts on the workbench. It resembled a child's game, and onlookers couldn't help but worry that Su Ming might falter in his next move. Nevertheless, time and again, amidst the suspense, the mechanical components were successfully assembled. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, a subtle astonishment lingering in their hearts. The accomplishment of such magnitude signified that Su Ming's mechanical prowess likely exceeded that of planetary grade. This engendered a sense of effortless superiority that felt almost otherworldly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the mechanical battle knife was reassembled. At that moment, the blade emanated a powerful energy response, its edge unmistakably forged from stellar-grade materials. Su Ming had flawlessly integrated planetary-grade components with a stellar-grade blade. As everyone beheld this marvel, their eyes glimmered with admiration. The technical mastery of the young craftsman Su Ming was indeed extraordinary. Locke, his face brimming with elation, seized the battle knife and executed a swift strike against the testing apparatus, achieving a staggering energy output of 1,400 points. It is noteworthy that Locke himself possessed an energy level of barely 900. Thus, he had managed to wield an additional 500 points of energy purely through the mechanical weapon. This energy range was akin to that of a 4th-tier gene warrior. Locke was overjoyed. Previously, he had only managed to achieve just over 1,000 points with a battle knife. Yet now, a mere casual slash had yielded 1,400. Only he understood the remarkable finesse of Su Ming's mechanical reassembly technique. Observing this, Su Ming nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad. When you return, test the specific data of the battle knife yourself. It should yield satisfactory results." although Su Ming had roughly estimated a value. Specific measurements were undoubtedly best left to the system for precision. After completing the assembly of the mechanical battle knife, Su Ming exhaled softly, then rose to leave the workstation. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Approximately 40 to 50 soldiers had gathered around him, forming a circle. These soldiers gazed at Locke with envious eyes before turning their eager attention towards Su Ming. Surprised, Su Ming realized he had been so engrossed in the repair of the battle knife that he had not noticed when the crowd had formed. "Who are you?" Su Ming instinctively inquired. Upon hearing his question, the soldiers encircling him regarded him with fervent admiration, akin to gazing upon a rare and exquisite beauty. They then clamored to approach Su Ming. "Master Su Ming, I have a planetary-grade ray gun in need of repair. Could you assist me?" "Call a master." "Su Ming, my anti-energy battle armor is damaged. Could you help restore it?" "Do you all expect to receive this for free?" "Master Su Ming, I possess a stellar-grade mechanical arm. Can you repair it? Just let me know how much military merit it requires. We have plenty to spare. I am not lacking in military merits, and I'm willing to pay for them. I also possess several stellar-grade mechanical components. Perhaps Master Su Ming could assist me in installing them?" Although these soldiers are not mechanics, their discerning eyes cannot be deceived. Upon witnessing Su Ming directly produce stellar-grade mechanical components for modification, they realized that even if he were not a stellar-grade mechanic, he was likely well on his way to becoming one. Such mechanics are rare gems, and the ability to assist others in modifying mechanical parts is a significant favor. The onlookers clearly observed Su Ming's entire repair process. Although termed a repair, it bore little difference from a complete overhaul or creation. The elation evident on Locke's face made it abundantly clear to everyone that the results of the modification would far surpass anything an ordinary planetary-grade mechanic could achieve. Initially, they anticipated merely restoring the equipment to its former glory, but Su Ming exceeded their expectations, igniting a fervor within these soldiers. Acquiring an exceptional piece of equipment not only enhances their combat strength, but also ensures that this gear will endure over time, remaining relevant even as they grow stronger. Such a fortuitous occurrence was enough to exhilarate these soldiers. At this moment, Su Ming found himself encircled by the soldiers, and with a wry smile, he gazed at the wall of bodies, wishing to find a gap to escape. Fortunately, Zhongli noticed his predicament and promptly intervened, exclaiming, "Make way, make way. Young Master Su Ming has yet to receive his military designation. You cannot offer him military merits yet. Please wait until I escort him back to his quarters to complete the necessary formalities." After saying this, Zhongli impatiently parted the crowd and, with a smile, addressed Su Ming and Warren. "Gentlemen, let me take you to your dormitory." Upon hearing her words, Su Ming and Warren exhaled in relief and hurried to Zhongli's side, eager not to lag behind and risk being besieged by the soldiers once more. Beads of sweat streamed down Su Ming's forehead. He found the earlier scene overwhelmingly difficult to endure. Even facing the Hayblands again would be preferable to experiencing that scenario. Essentially, Su Ming often secludes himself in mechanical repairs, exhibiting a degree of introversion and social anxiety. Zhongli observed the expressions of Su Ming and Warren and couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the situation amusing. She then led them to their dormitory. It was a spacious double room, featuring 2 workbenches at its center, clearly designed for planetary-grade mechanics. Perfectly suited for Su Ming and Warren's research and work. Zhongli glanced at them and cheerfully remarked, "Please wait here for a moment while I retrieve your identification badges. With these, you can access tasks and the military merit system." Chapter 29. Knowledge of Mecha Before Long. Zhongli presented 2 ring-like wristbands to Su Ming and Warren. "These are your identification badges," she said with a smile. "They encompass numerous functionalities, so feel free to explore." After conveying this, she added, "I will take my leave now. I've included my contact information within the badges. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything." With that, Zhongli closed the door and departed from Su Ming and Warren's dormitory. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and Warren shared a moment of mutual excitement. Warren, his face radiating enthusiasm, retrieved his identification badge and began to examine it. "I've heard that within the military merit system, one can exchange for mechas. Let us see," he exclaimed. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming quickly reacted and grabbed his own badge to investigate. Within the wristband, there were 4 primary functionalities: tasks, military merit system, contact, and emergency assistance. The options were clearly laid out before them. Intrigued by the military merit system, Su Ming promptly accessed it for further exploration. Before long, a multitude of exchange options materialized before Su Ming's eyes, encompassing an extensive array of items, from potions, mechanical components, and everyday supplies to martial arts techniques and knowledge blueprints. The selection was vast. Additionally, one could even utilize military merit to publish tasks within the task system. Beyond these functions, there were also the space teleportation feature and the spatial storage capabilities that Locke had previously demonstrated to Su Ming. Any item exchanged would be delivered in a remarkably short time via the teleportation feature, ensuring the privacy of the soldiers while providing an exceptionally convenient logistic service. Su Ming's expression shifted as he opened the knowledge blueprint option within the military merit system. Instantly, a variety of knowledge appeared before him. Among them were titles such as planetary-level disassembly techniques, stellar-level pattern initial analysis, and magnetic energy circuit assembly methods, all authored by various schools of mechanical mastery. There were even insights from cluster-level and galaxy-level mechanics, surpassing the stellar tier. It was akin to a repository of mechanical knowledge. Though Su Ming was already capable of assembling stellar-level mechanisms and had master planetary-level mechanics, the diverse array of techniques and methods presented a certain value of reference for him. After all, his understanding of mechanical knowledge had gradually developed through exposure to numerous mechanical components from the Koren family. While he possessed his own interpretations and styles, acquiring knowledge that was mainstream within the interstellar society would undoubtedly provide a synthesizing effect, ultimately benefiting him. Filled with exhilaration, Su Ming felt akin to a gaming enthusiast who had just encountered 100 new skins of his favorite designs. Of course, he was eager to invest. At present, Su Ming finds himself in a predicament. Acquiring this knowledge is akin to engaging in discourse with the masters who have constructed these intricate systems of understanding. Where monetary investment is warranted, one must indeed invest. However, the currency of the military merit system is, in fact, military merit itself. Each fragment of knowledge demands a substantial amount of military merit in exchange. Should Su Ming wish to redeem this knowledge, he must earn military merit with diligence. At this moment, he experiences a twinge of regret, lamenting his prior lack of comprehension regarding the significance of military merit, which led him to unwittingly acquiesce to Locke's request. In hindsight, he realizes he should have requested some military merit from Locke at that time. However, the die has been cast, the repairs are complete, and Su Ming feels reluctant to revisit the matter with Locke. With a wry smile, he contemplates the situation when suddenly he hears Warren exclaim in astonishment, "My goodness!" The knowledge and blueprints for mechas are exorbitantly priced. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression shifts to one of surprise as he shifts his gaze downward to the mecha knowledge available. WASP-type Basic Flight Mecha X1 Type Knowledge Blueprint Required Military Merit 80,000 Minimum Brain Domain Level Required 3,000 points. Humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha Type Knowledge Blueprint Required Military Merit 150,000 Minimum Brain Domain Level Required 4,000 points. Upon viewing these two models, Su Ming is taken aback. These mechas represent the most fundamental designs. They serve as the entry-level models for anyone aspiring to learn about mecha technology. Yet, he is astonished to discover that even these basic models demand such a considerable amount of military merit. Previously, he had observed the task prices within the mission hall. Ordinary tasks, even when successfully completed, yield only a few hundred points of military merit, while higher-tier tasks might offer a bit more, perhaps a few thousand points at best. Judging by these figures, accumulating enough military merit to afford a single mecha blueprint seems an insurmountable task, potentially taking an eternity. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming recognizes the inevitability of the situation. After all, mecha knowledge is regarded as the true core knowledge of every nation. It is not permitted to circulate freely in the market, making it an invaluable and rare commodity. To acquire it, one must resort to illicit means or specific official channels. Private transactions are not allowed. The redemption within the military merit system is one of the officially sanctioned methods. Purchasing through this system effectively means that one has official endorsement, ensuring that should similar mechas be assembled in the future, the authorities will not pursue any issues. Su Ming inhaled deeply, redirecting his gaze downward, preparing to examine the exorbitant prices of the highest tier mechs. Honor S-Class Nuclear Mech. Type: Knowledge Blueprint required military merit. 20,000,000 minimum pilot level. 400,000 upon reading the introduction of this mech. Su Ming's eyes turned red with emotion. If memory serves, his rather unrefined father, the head of the Koren family, Clarence, piloted this series of mechs, did he not? However, the mech his father commanded was far more advanced and powerful than this one, a model known as the Honor SSS Class Ultimate Mech. With this thought, Su Ming felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Clearly, to catch up with the Koren family, he had a long and arduous journey ahead. At present, he had yet to even glimpse a mech, let alone the ultimate model. Shaking his head, he resolved to start his endeavors with the most basic mech available. Unbeknownst to him, shortly thereafter, his reputation would soar within the spaceship, all stemming from his casual modification of Locke's mechanical battle blade. At that moment, Locke stood alongside several soldiers, wielding a brand new mechanical battle blade. Mission objective: Mutaplanet. Invasion by extraterrestrial life forms. Requesting Imperial assistance. Mission difficulty: Level 4, lower tier. Gentlemen, let us now set forth towards Mutaplanet. A soldier with a formidable presence spoke in a calm tone beside Locke. The others nodded in agreement and promptly boarded a small spaceship. In the next instant, the small vessel detached from the main ship and sped towards an inconspicuous planet. Chapter 30, Mutaplanet Whoosh. The spaceship zoomed past, and several figures suddenly leaped from the craft, activating the flight mode of their space combat suits. They descended directly onto Mutaplanet. At that moment, Mutaplanet was teeming with hundreds of round, tentacled creatures, relentlessly ensnaring human beings with their appendages and delivering them to their gaping maws. These were one of the many forms of extraterrestrial life. The universe is indeed vast. Within the cosmic expanse, there occasionally arise beings capable of adapting to the void of space, drifting aimlessly among the stars. These entities do not conform to any specific biological classification and are collectively referred to as cosmic life forms. Cosmic life forms exhibit a range of strengths and weaknesses. However, due to the limitations of individual organisms, they have perpetually drifted through the universe, wholly incapable of developing their own technology or civilization. Thus, while cosmic beings often surpass ordinary humans in strength, they fall significantly short compared to practitioners or genetic warriors who possess technological advancements and cultivation systems, existing somewhere in between the two extremes. So it is the fuzzy ball monster. Upon their arrival on Mutaplanet, the group recognized these creatures with a look of understanding. The creature, known as the furball monster, characterized by its spherical shape and tendrils, is a common sight among the myriad forms of life in the cosmos. These creatures often drift in clusters through the vast emptiness of space, curling into a compact form to conserve energy. However, upon discovering a planet teeming with life, they descend upon it, consuming its inhabitants to replenish their own vitality. The average combat prowess of these furball monsters ranges between the 2nd and 4th levels of genetic warriors, rendering them a formidable calamity for low-tier planets, such as Mu Tower. Yet for the soldiers who descend to confront them, this challenge is far from daunting. The squad, comprised of approximately 15 members, consists predominantly of 3rd-level genetic warriors, with the captain being a 4th-level lower genetic warrior. This configuration is more than sufficient to eradicate the furball monsters. After all, the combat capabilities of technologically advanced humanity extend beyond mere physical prowess. A significant portion derives from the enhancements provided by weaponry. It is entirely plausible for a 3rd-level lower genetic warrior equipped with a superior mechanical combat unit to match the strength of an ordinary 3rd-level upper genetic warrior. Upon sighting the furball monsters, a collective sigh of relief swept through the team. Excellent. These are not perilous cosmic entities. The squad can effortlessly eliminate these creatures. Immediate action is imperative, for any delay would result in greater casualties on Mu Tower. The captain calmly articulated this, and, in an instant, surged toward the direction of the furball monsters. During this swift advance, he retrieved a ray gun from his storage space, aimed it, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the creatures. As the strongest member of the squad and a developer of cerebral potential, his utilization of firearms significantly amplifies their power. In an instant, numerous furball monsters were reduced to nothingness by the captain's ray gun, resulting in their immediate demise. This display successfully drew the attention of a multitude of furball monsters, which promptly abandoned their human prey and charged toward the captain. Each furball stood approximately 5 to 10 meters tall, and hundreds surged forward in an impressive spectacle. However, this did not intimidate Locke's squad. Observing the scene, the members of the team wore expressions of indifference. Subsequently, each soldier retrieved their mechanical combat units from their storage spaces and advanced to engage the furball monsters in close combat. For those who had not developed cerebral energy levels and relied solely on physical capabilities, wielding melee weapons proved to be far more effective than firearms, including Locke. At this moment, he drew forth from his embrace the recently refurbished thermal battle blade, meticulously enhanced by Ming. With a swift stride, he charged directly before a furball creature, approximately equivalent to a mid-level tier 3 gene warrior. He raised the battle blade with fervor and unleashed a formidable strike. Instantly, the energy within him erupted, enveloping the blade in a radiant glow. The weapon transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, emanating an extraordinary heat, and with a single, decisive cut, the creature was cleaved in twain. The searing temperature ignited the surrounding air, rendering it almost unbearable. The mid-level tier 3 furball creature was instantaneously engulfed by the terrifying thermal energy, its severed form reduced to ashes. This overwhelming heat startled several nearby comrades. Locke, what transpired? Have you experienced another breakthrough? Those familiar with Locke gasped in astonishment at the scene before them and inquired with curiosity. Yet in that moment, Locke stood in a daze. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the thermal battle blade in his grasp. Previously, to vanquish a mid-level tier 3 adversary with a single blow would have been utterly implausible, often requiring a prolonged struggle to secure victory. However, the moment he swung the blade, the furball creature disintegrated as effortlessly as if it were mere foam, offering no resistance whatsoever. The sensation of such fluidity was one Locke had not felt in ages. He contemplated the blade in his hand, acutely aware that the ease with which he dispatched the furball was largely attributable to this weapon. What astonished Locke even more was the revelation that this blade possessed stellar-level power. Most significantly, the threshold for wielding this blade was merely that of a tier 3 gene warrior. Every weapon has its requisite threshold for use. It does not imply that one cannot lift or utilize a weapon if their energy level is insufficient. The so-called threshold primarily refers to the minimum energy level required to unleash the weapon's full potential. For instance, a tier 2 gene warrior would be unable to harness the thermal battle blade's scorching energies while wielding it, relegating it to the status of an ordinary resilient weapon, thereby diminishing its potency by more than 5-fold. In some cases, individuals facing opponents with significantly higher energy levels have even perished from the recoil of firearms. The principle remains immutable. One must wield weapons commensurate with their energy level. However, in this moment, Locke keenly perceived that the mechanical warrior modified by Ming, despite its stellar capabilities, had a threshold requirement of merely planetary level. This was akin to a child possessing the ability to wield a handgun, capable of overpowering even the strongest of adults. If this is indeed the case, Locke subtly sensed that Ming's prowess was likely far superior to that of an ordinary stellar-class mechanic. It seemed that only a few master engineers could achieve such extraordinary feats. Chapter 31. Level 5 Cosmic Beings having acquired such a formidable thermal energy combat knife. Locke quickly garnered attention during this mission. The blade was extraordinarily sharp. Any fluffball monster was effortlessly dispatched by Locke with a single strike. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. He had begun to realize that as a mid-tier level 3 genetic warrior, wielding this mechanical combat knife imbued with stellar capabilities allowed him to unleash a combat power equivalent to a low-tier level 4. Even a mid-tier fluffball monsters fell before his blade. Emboldened by his success, Locke and his teammates swiftly eliminated one fluffball after another. Naturally, his remarkable performance drew the attention of the team. They were accustomed to working together, and each member was well aware of their respective strengths and weaknesses. Witnessing Locke's sudden surge in power, they could not help but be captivated by his prowess. What is happening? Locke has truly become formidable. No fluffball monster can withstand his strike. Has he consumed some kind of enhancement? No, his physical capability does not appear to have improved, but his attack power has certainly increased. Could it be the weapon? I recall that his previous combat knife was damaged. How is it functioning normally now? Has it been repaired? Upon hearing this inquiry, the others quickly turned their gaze toward Locke's thermal energy combat knife, curiosity evident in their expressions. Was this blade the source of his newfound strength? At that moment, a chilling scream erupted from the crowd, followed by the horrifying sight of a soldier being pierced through the body and dragged into the sky by a thick, menacing tentacle. The sight left everyone in shock. The soldier who had been impaled was a mid-tier level 3 genetic warrior. While not the strongest, he ranked above average among them. How could such a warrior be instantly slain by a fluffball monster? In a state of alarm, they shifted their focus toward the direction from which the lethal tentacle had emerged. What they beheld sent a wave of dread coursing through them. A fluffball monster towering over 20 meters had suddenly descended upon them. The very tentacle that had just dispatched their comrade belonged to this monstrous creature. As they gazed upon the towering fluffball, grave expressions etched their faces. Typically, fluffball monsters stood no taller than 10 meters. Yet this one was an astonishing 20 meters in height. What could have caused such a mutation? It appeared that this fluffball had been contaminated by some form of radiation or energy, resulting in its transformation. At this moment, the captain gazed at the formidable furball creature, his expression heavy with concern. He then spoke in a grave tone. "Shao Kelly, measure the energy level of this furball creature." Upon hearing the captain's command, a young man nearby promptly retrieved a detection device and aimed it at the enormous furball to take measurements. Soon, a string of numbers appeared on the screen. 5,200. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the display. 5,200 energy points? How could this be? This was already the energy level of a low-grade tier 5 genetic entity. How could such a high-level furball exist among its kind? The expressions of the crowd darkened significantly. Even the strongest captain was merely a low-grade tier 4 genetic warrior. Although he had mechanical weapons to aid him, the disparity in energy levels was insurmountable. With a difference of 2,000 energy points, and the captain's weapons potentially boosting his level by about 1,500, he would still be no match for the furball creature. The gap was nearly 1,500 energy points. This was dire, although the spacecraft hovered above, based on the furball's energy level. It could easily match the speed of the ship. Moreover, in the void of space, our combat capabilities would diminish significantly, making it even harder to contend with the furball. One team member's face turned pale as he regarded the creature, feeling as though he were staring into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair they felt. If only we had stellar-grade equipment, there might still be a chance, one murmured. Yet upon hearing this, the captain shook his head. Stellar-grade weapons have an exceedingly high threshold. They require at least 4,000 energy points to wield. Even if we had them, we wouldn't be able to use them. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "I possess a stellar-grade weapon, and it requires merely 800 energy points to operate." The group turned in surprise to identify the speaker. It was Locke. He stepped forward, holding a mechanical combat knife with a serious demeanor as he extended it. The captain furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, "Impossible. There are no stellar-grade mechanical weapons that require only 800 energy points to use. Locke, there is no need to offer us false hope in such a dire situation." As he spoke, 2 more soldiers, lacking any capacity for resistance, were once again pierced through by the Tier 5 furball, their bodies dragged away. Witnessing this, the captain felt a surge of rage and helplessness. We must find a way to resist. We cannot sit idly by. A resolute determination shone in the captain's eyes. At that moment, Locke abruptly stepped forward and forcefully handed his battle blade to the captain. "Captain, trust me this time. After you wield this blade, you shall comprehend its true power." The captain paused, then observed the unwavering resolve in Locke's eyes. A wave of profound doubt washed over him. He was well acquainted with Locke, who was not one to boast. Could it be that this blade possessed some extraordinary strength? The captain took the weapon, gritted his teeth, and earnestly gazed into Locke's eyes, inquiring, "Are you certain it has stellar-level power?" Locke, equally determined, nodded emphatically, "Absolutely, I would never jest with my life." After absorbing Locke's assurance, the captain scrutinized him closely before unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy from within. "Very well, I believe you." With that declaration, he turned and released all of his energy into the thermal battle blade he held. In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon occurred that left everyone in awe. The blade erupted with a tremendous wave of heat and dazzling brilliance, nearly cleaving the night sky asunder. The energy emanating from the blade surged to an astonishing level that left the onlookers astounded. What a magnificent blade! The captain rejoiced internally, as the weapon bestowed upon him boundless strength. He leaped into the air, brandishing the thermal battle blade, and charged towards the towering, 20-meter-tall creature resembling a massive furball. Chapter 32. The blade's might with a resounding boom. The thermal battle blade in the captain's hands unleashed a power far surpassing its capabilities when wielded by Locke. Instantly, it radiated an exceptionally terrifying energy, painting the very heavens in fiery crimson. Vehicles and buildings on the street began to exhibit signs of melting under the intense heat. With a long blade in hand, the captain struck fiercely at the furball creature, igniting the scorching energy along the mechanical edge, which cleaved the sky into a vast red crescent. This strike, aimed at the previously formidable creature, tore open a massive gash. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted from the wound of the furball monster. Seeing that this blow had successfully injured the creature, the captain and his team were filled with astonishment. This demonstrated that even though the captain's energy level did not exceed that of the furball, he had reached a comparable tier, enabling him to inflict damage upon it. "Cover me. I shall slay this creature," the captain commanded his team with a booming voice. Without hesitation, the squad unleashed their full might, launching a frenzied assault on the creature's tentacles. Although the capabilities of these team members do not quite match those of the formidable ball monster, their focus on attacking its tendrils proved effective. Soon, after sacrificing 2 of their comrades, the captain, with the assistance of the remaining team members, succeeded in cleaving the monstrous creature in half. Thus, the most powerful of the ball monsters met its demise. The other ball monsters posed no threat to the soldiers, who swiftly annihilated them with ease. After slicing open the creature's body, the captain removed a piece of its flesh as a specimen for research. He sensed that the emergence of this ball monster was somewhat peculiar. It could not have grown to such a size without some external stimulus. Deciding to take a sample back to the temporary military spaceship number 32 for study, the team members subsequently returned to the vessel. The captain handed the battle knife he wielded to Locke, his eyes betraying a deep reluctance. "Locke, would you consider selling this battle knife? I would gladly pay a handsome price." The captain ventured, his tone revealing a hint of hope. Although initially reluctant to request items from his team, the allure of this mechanical blade was simply too great. Even with planetary-level energy, it could unleash the knife's formidable power, effectively bridging the gap between planetary and stellar capabilities. Such a weapon would incite envy in anyone who laid eyes upon it. Should he acquire this equipment, he could wield the strength of a low-tier level 5 genetic warrior. Despite only possessing a low-tier level 4 energy, a significant leap indeed. Upon hearing the captain's words, Locke instinctively clutched the knife to his chest as if it were a treasured possession, regarding the captain with a wary gaze. "Captain, for us soldiers, a weapon is akin to a wife, sacred and not to be trifled with," Locke remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the captain, his tone laced with caution. Originally, he had considered temporarily lending the knife to the captain for the sake of the team's survival, but now that the captain appeared to covet his prized weapon, Locke felt a twinge of possessiveness. However, their camaraderie allowed for a degree of levity, and he did not take the captain's intentions too seriously. The captain's expression flickered with disappointment, and he sighed, speaking with resignation. "What a shame. This knife is truly exceptional. Its value could rival that of some top-tier stellar equipment." Hearing this, Locke's eyes gleamed with pride. "Indeed, it was crafted for me by Master Ming." "Master Ming?" The captain was taken aback, then curiously inquired. "Who is this Master Ming? Perhaps you could introduce me. I would love to have him forge a mechanical battle knife for me as well." Upon hearing the captain's words, Locke, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Captain, you have spent too long confined within the spacecraft. Master Ming is the newly appointed mechanic of the temporary military unit 32. It is he who has modified my weapon." Upon hearing Locke's statement, the surrounding team members were taken aback, quickly gathering around him to engage in animated discussion. "I seem to recall that 2 new mechanics joined the ship recently. Could it be them? I remember both are planetary-level mechanics. Yet how could they possibly modify such formidable equipment?" At that moment, one individual, brimming with pride, interjected, "You're unaware, aren't you? When Locke was having his combat knife modified, I was right there. This master Su Ming, though young, possesses remarkable skill. He completed the repair and modification of that combat knife in about 40 minutes. What? 40 minutes? Another exclaimed in disbelief. The previous planetary level mechanic took 3 or 4 hours just for repairs, and that was not even a modification. How could Master Su Ming accomplish both in such a short time? Incredible. When I sought out Mechanic Harry for repairs, it cost me 4 credits. And on top of that, Harry is quite the foul temper. Dealing with him is a trial in itself. Another chimed in with a sneer. Harry was the sole planetary level mechanic who had been with temporary military unit 32 prior to this. At the mention of Harry, the entire spacecraft erupted into a chorus of complaints. Meanwhile, the captain remained aloof from the discussion, his expression contemplative as he cast a glance at his previously damaged planetary level firearm, a flicker of anticipation evident in his eyes. Several hours later, the small team piloted their craft back to the main ship. After returning the spacecraft to the attendant, the captain disembarked hastily, making his way toward the dormitory area within the ship. "Captain, where are you off to?" After completing the mission, why not take some time to relax? A teammate called out cheerfully from behind. The captain turned, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "I have a matter to attend to. You all go ahead without me." Such military personnel can amass considerable wealth in a short time, yet they're often accompanied by significant risks of death. In this instance, 4 team members had tragically perished on the planet Wood Tower, never to return. Thus, it has become tradition for those in the temporary military to indulge in revelry after completing a mission to alleviate the pressures of military life. However, this time, the captain chose to abstain. The others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes revealing understanding. "Let's go." The captain has seen Master Su Ming's modification skills and is likely seeking him out directly. Chapter 33. Rising fame. The team speculation was not unfounded. After using Locke's mechanized combat knife, the captain felt an intense envy for the weapon. Only he comprehends the true, terrifying value of this mechanical battle blade. Even a standard stellar-grade equipment pales in comparison to this weapon. Upon returning to the main ship, his mind could hardly accommodate any other thoughts. He inquired about Su Ming's dormitory and promptly made his way there. Upon arriving at Su Ming's door, the captain was momentarily taken aback. A throng of soldiers had gathered, blocking the entrance. "Su Ming, could you please assist me in modifying this firearm? I am willing to offer 300 military merits." One soldier implored. "Master Su Ming, I have been waiting for quite some time. Would you kindly help me with a modification? I can offer 400 military merits." Another chimed in. The soldiers at the door craned their necks, eagerly attempting to catch a glimpse inside. Witnessing this scene, the captain felt a pang of astonishment and hastily approached the entrance. He then beheld a young lad standing before a workbench, intently focused on the mechanical components in his hands. His fingers moved with astonishing speed, as if he were not even required to think, assembling the parts with remarkable dexterity. A hint of immersion gleamed in the boy's eyes, unfazed by the commotion outside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the task at hand. It seemed as though nothing in the surrounding world could disrupt his concentration. The captain observed this spectacle, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. The boy's cerebral energy appeared exceptionally vibrant during the assembly, akin to one engaged in rigorous mental training. The captain could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This was a unique method of cultivating cerebral energy exclusive to mechanics, unattainable by others. Moreover, the boy seemed far more focused than his peers, and in this state, his efficiency in cultivating cerebral energy would undoubtedly soar. At that moment, the soldiers erupted in a chorus of admiration, prompting the captain to divert his gaze to the weapon in the boy's hands. What once was a planetary-grade firearm now bore several stellar-grade mechanical components, elevating its energy level to an extraordinarily formidable degree. It appeared that this young prodigy had ingeniously utilized the assembly techniques of both planetary and stellar grades, enabling a weapon to unleash stellar-level combat prowess while remaining usable by those of planetary grade. The captain's eyes glimmered with admiration as he maneuvered through the crowd, smiling as he addressed the young man. "Master Su Ming, could you assist me in repairing and modifying my firearm? I am willing to offer 500 military merits." Upon hearing the captain's request, Su Ming lifted his gaze, regarding him with curiosity before shaking his head and responding, "Please form a line." The captain was momentarily stunned, only to notice the soldiers behind him suppressing their laughter at his expense. Suddenly, The captain's expression changed, and he obediently moved to the back of the soldiers. Forming a line, Ming stretched lazily and turned his gaze towards the soldiers, now queuing in front of his dormitory. This scene had already unfolded a few hours earlier. Within half an hour of his and Warren's arrival, an influx of soldiers had come seeking his expertise in repairing mechanical equipment. However, Ming could only smile ruefully. Despite tirelessly working for several hours, the line showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to be growing. Even Ming, after several hours of intense labor, began to feel a hint of fatigue. Since his arrival, he had repaired and modified a total of 12 pieces of equipment, dedicating an entire 8 hours to the task. It must be said that the stellar points gained from planetary-grade machinery were indeed substantial, calculating at a rate of 100 stellar points per piece of planetary-grade equipment. The 12 items had earned him a remarkable 1,200 stellar points. For terrestrial-grade equipment, it would likely take him 2 days of relentless work to amass such a quantity of stellar points. Indeed, leaving the planet NOP was a wise decision. In addition to stellar points, Ming had also accrued a significant amount of military merit. Almost every individual seeking his services for mechanical modifications paid between 200 to 400 military merit points. Thus, 12 pieces of equipment had garnered him approximately 3,000 merit points. From this perspective, accumulating enough military merit to purchase knowledge and blueprints for mechas was not as daunting as it seemed. A few weeks of such work would likely yield the 150,000 merit points needed to acquire the E-Class Advanced Mecha for close combat that Ming desired. Turning his head, Ming addressed the soldiers still waiting outside, pulling Warren to the forefront, and said, "This is my companion Warren, whose mechanical skills are equally exceptional. If you cannot wait, feel free to consult him for repairs." Upon hearing Ming's words, the crowd's attention shifted to the unassuming Warren. For the first time, Warren found himself under the scrutiny of so many, feeling a bit anxious and standing beside Ming with a sheepish grin. Since he comes highly recommended by Master Ming, there should be no issues. "Young Master Warren, please repair this mechanical blade for me. I am willing to offer 200 military merit points." A voice called from the back of the line. Among those seeking repairs from Ming, some wished to enhance their weapons for greater power, patiently waiting for Ming's availability. Others simply sought to restore their damaged mechanical weapons to a functional state without any desire for increased combat capability. However, queuing for the mechanic named Harry would take longer. While Ming's efficiency far surpassed that of Harry, making the wait for his services much swifter. As Ming introduced Warren, the crowd suddenly recalled that there were 2 mechanics who had joined the temporary army unit number 32. The slender, seemingly inconspicuous youth before them was indeed a mechanic. Warren believed that his skills paled in comparison to Ming's, and he was simply content to have someone seek him out for weapon repairs. As for the military merit points offered, he dared not aspire for too many. Upon hearing that someone was willing to pay 200 points for his services, a look of delight spread across Warren's face. He nodded repeatedly, accepting the mechanical battle blade from the individual, and promptly proceeded to his workbench to commence the repairs. Observing Warren's demeanor, Ming couldn't help but smile gently. This lad, Warren, could be regarded as his apprentice in mechanics, though his modest upbringing had instilled a significant lack of confidence in him. Unbeknownst to him, the status of mechanics within the interstellar society was considerably elevated compared to that of many others. Almost all gene warriors whose weapons were damaged needed to seek out mechanics for repairs. Ground-level mechanics were quite common, but planetary-level mechanics enjoyed a significantly higher status. At present, Warren primarily lacked confidence. However, once he began to engage in a regular order-taking mode in the future, he would soon grasp the esteem that planetary-level mechanics held among the military personnel. Chapter 34. A curious incident after several hours of waiting. The captain of Team Locke successfully received his modified weapon. He subsequently uploaded a video documenting their mission on Mutaplanet to the public network. The public network served as a shared communication system for the temporary army unit number 32 aboard the spacecraft. Prior to embarking on any mission, each team would set up automatic video recording to preserve the process of the task, as mandated by the regulations of the Imperial Temporary Army. The management of the temporary army was notably more relaxed than that of the regular forces, hence to avert any negligence during missions. The Empire required the temporary army to utilize automatic recording devices to document the task at hand. Naturally, the captain recorded the events of the mission on Mutaplanet. Once the video was uploaded to the public network, everyone aboard the spacecraft had access to it. This public network resembled a forum, allowing other military personnel to comment and share their thoughts. At this moment, soldiers acquainted with Team Locke noticed the captain's recent update and began to leave playful remarks beneath it. "Oh, have you secured your military merit? Are you not inviting us to celebrate?" Initially, this was merely light-hearted banter. However, when these familiar soldiers clicked on the video to view its content, they were taken aback. How could there be a level 5 furball monster? This furball monster seems quite abnormal. What is going on here? Shouldn't this situation be reported? Otherwise, it will be perilous for us to encounter misinformation during the execution of our missions. A portion of the soldiers' attention was drawn towards the fuzzball creature, while another segment was captivated by the battle blade wielded by Locke. This blade possessed stellar-level power, yet could also be utilized with planetary-level energy. Upon hearing the analysis from one of the soldiers, the onlookers were taken aback, subsequently engaging in animated discussions regarding this mechanical weapon, whose expertise had transformed this mechanical battle blade. They sought an introduction, observing a friend inquire within the comments. The captain of Locke's squad promptly shared that the blade had been modified by Ming. What? Ming? The newly joined mechanic aboard the ship? Isn't he only planetary level? It is quite common. Many mechanics nowadays prefer to remain low-key and avoid certification. Master Ming must undoubtedly be a stellar-level mechanic, merely reluctant to undergo the process of recognition. Goodness, a stellar-level mechanic? We have one aboard our ship. I must seek him out for modifications. The news spread rapidly, from 1 person to 10, and soon the entire vessel was abuzz with the revelation of Ming's status as a stellar-level mechanic. Consequently, a growing queue of soldiers formed at Ming's dormitory, eagerly awaiting repairs. Additionally, some soldiers entrusted Ming with their stellar-level mechanical equipment for maintenance. Remarkably, Ming successfully repaired these stellar-level devices, further solidifying the belief among the soldiers that he was indeed a stellar-level mechanic. Instantly, Ming's standing and earnings aboard the ship surged. Initially, he earned around 200 to 400 military merits for each repaired piece of equipment. However, following the soldiers' discovery of his stellar-level expertise, the price for each modified mechanical device skyrocketed to a range of 1,000 to 1,200 military merits, an increase of nearly 5-fold. The value generated by a stellar-level mechanic is indeed 5 times, or even more, than that of a planetary-level mechanic. Furthermore, even external stellar-level mechanics often find it difficult to secure appointments. To the soldiers, possessing a stellar-level mechanic aboard the ship felt like an extraordinary boon for the temporary military crew. Consequently, everyone was eager to persuade Ming to assist them with repairs and modifications. During this period, Ming's income experienced a remarkable surge, with daily earnings reaching approximately 20,000 military merits. If this continues, it is likely that within a week, Ming will successfully exchange for the mech knowledge and blueprints he has long desired. Moreover, the task videos uploaded by Locke's squad incited a stir that extended beyond merely Ming's mechanical equipment. Soon, the true overseer of the spaceship, Lieutenant Walker, also viewed the video. He then shifted his gaze towards the level 5 fluffball monster. His interest did not lie in the stellar-grade mechanical equipment, as it was quite effortless for someone of his rank to find a stellar-grade mechanic. However, the level 5 fluffball monster piqued his curiosity. It was peculiar that there had been an unusual number of creatures of strange levels appearing recently. This was not the first such occurrence. Lieutenant Walker furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. While others might simply find the situation odd, he connected it to the recent coup within the Lozer political faction in the Banderstar system and its vague underlying attitudes. He had a foreboding sense that the recent bizarre events in this star region were somehow related to the Lozer faction. Lieutenant Walker rose and sought out Captain Locke. "Lieutenant, what brings you here?" The captain, intrigued by Walker's visit, regarded him with curiosity. Walker nodded slightly, his expression solemn, and addressed the captain. "According to the mission video, it appears that the level 5 fluffball monster you encountered had a piece of its flesh removed. Would you be able to hand that over to me?" The captain, taken aback by Walker's seriousness, replied, "Of course, that piece of flesh was specifically taken for research purposes. Presenting it to you now is certainly a favorable course of action." Having said this, the captain retrieved a piece of meat from his storage space, preserved within a refrigeration device, and handed it to Lieutenant Walker. Walker nodded, and then cautioned the captain, "You must not speak of this to anyone." The captain was startled. "Lieutenant, is there something amiss with this level 5 fluffball monster?" Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, Walker shook his head and replied, "I cannot be certain, but something feels off about this situation. I must first examine the blood and flesh of this creature to draw any conclusions." The captain opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately nodded in silence, understanding that the lieutenant's concerns likely involved sensitive matters, and he felt it inappropriate to probe further. Chapter 35. The exchange of mecha knowledge as time passed day by day. It had soon been a week since Su Ming's value had skyrocketed. During this week, he had accrued a significant amount of military merit, approximately 160,000 points. Similarly, the Starlight points had also multiplied considerably. After deducting the daily requirements for cultivation, Su Ming was able to save around 400 Starlight points each day. By the end of the week, he had amassed a total of 800 Starlight points. Today, Su Ming, filled with excitement, logged into the military merit system. At long last, Su Ming has amassed sufficient military merit to exchange for his long-cherished desire, the humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha. To this end, he has even set aside an entire day of work, choosing instead to remain in his dormitory, wholly devoted to the study of humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha knowledge. The military system promptly prompted Su Ming to confirm whether he wished to expend 150,000 military merit to acquire the knowledge and blueprints for the humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha. Once exchanged, the military merit would be irrevocably forfeited. Upon hearing the electronic notification from the military system, Su Ming did not hesitate. He immediately selected confirm. With a sound, Su Ming spent 150,000 military merit, successfully purchasing the knowledge and blueprints for the humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha, which were now being transmitted to him. The exchanged items. Humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha knowledge and blueprints have entered Su Ming's storage space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the continuous electronic chimes, a look of exhilaration spread across Su Ming's face as he promptly retrieved the blueprints from his storage. A hefty tome and a collection of blueprints materialized in his dormitory. Warren, witnessing this, could not conceal his envy. The knowledge and blueprints Su Ming procured belonged to the Empire's core secrets, protected and restricted by imperial law. Even Su Ming cannot allow Warren to view the acquired books and blueprints. Otherwise, they would violate the Empire's core knowledge protection law, leading to dire consequences for both. Unless Warren were to purchase the corresponding knowledge himself, the matter would remain moot. Without hesitation, Su Ming quickly opened the book and began to read. Mecha. It represents the ultimate aspiration for every mechanic. A mechanic capable of assembling a mecha is considered truly initiated, enjoying a high status within interstellar society. This is due to the fact that mechas are classified as strategic weapons, not mere armaments. Each mecha holds significant strategic value for the military, wielding unparalleled strength. To speak of the humanoid E-Class Advanced Mecha, not a single component is of lesser quality than stellar-grade mechanical parts. In some critical systems, even star cluster-grade components are employed. The assembly of a mecha equates to enveloping oneself in countless stellar and star cluster-grade mechanical weapons. A single stellar-grade mechanical weapon is sufficient to enable Team Lock to turn the tide of battle, achieving the remarkable feat of a level 4 gene warrior triumphing over a level 5 furball monster. The sheer power unleashed by countless stellar and star cluster-grade mechanical weapons would be extraordinarily formidable. Even a singular star cluster-grade mechanical weapon pales in comparison before mecha. If Su Ming successfully assembles this mech, he could easily stride through the Bander Galaxy. Even Lieutenant Walker, a formidable 6th-level genetic warrior, would have to yield before it. After several hours of study, Su Ming had formed a rudimentary understanding of the mech's assembly. He couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking culmination of countless human intellects throughout the universe. The knowledge and blueprints associated with this mech, if pursued by a single individual, might take millennia to unravel, for they are exceedingly intricate and convoluted. If assembling a singular weapon resembles the mastery of a single academic discipline, then constructing a mech encompasses a multitude of disciplines, potentially dozens. The complexity is magnified 100-fold. Assembling a mere weapon is akin to child-esque play, in contrast to the monumental task of constructing a mech. Moreover, Ming suddenly realized with a rueful smile that, with his current brain domain energy level, he was not yet capable of wielding this foundational mech. To fully command it, he would need to elevate his energy level to that of a 5th-level genetic warrior, thereby granting him the capacity to manage the mech. Nevertheless, Ming's forte lies in modifying high-threshold mechanical equipment into more accessible forms. By simplifying certain mechanical components, he could lower the threshold of this mech to a level commensurate with his abilities. Furthermore, through the process of assembling the mech, he would inevitably enhance his own capabilities, making mastery over the mech increasingly attainable. Without hesitation, Ming decided to expend over 10,000 military merits he had accumulated to exchange for a substantial quantity of mechanical components necessary for the mech's assembly. However, even with this expenditure, he had procured less than 1/10 of the required parts. The true complexity of mech construction demands an extensive array of components, each exceptionally costly. Even through the military merit system, acquiring complete mech parts necessitates a considerable amount of merit. At present, Ming's military merits were insufficient, allowing him only to exchange for a portion of the components, enabling him to assemble one segment initially. He planned to gradually procure additional parts as his military merits increased. Soon, the mechanical components he had exchanged were transported to his storage space via spatial transmission. One by one, he retrieved the components and placed them in his dormitory. Without further ado, he began to disassemble and re-engrave these mechanical parts. As Ming entered the assembly phase, his order-taking mode was once again activated. There is no alternative. Military achievements must be earned, for mechs are undeniably extravagant in their consumption of resources. To assemble a single mech, one would require an exorbitant sum of military merit, likely exceeding 100,000 points. Thus, Ming found himself compelled to resume operations, assisting others in modifying mechanical equipment in exchange for military merit, which he would then utilize to procure an abundance of mechanical components to sustain his mech. However, what brought Ming solace was the rapid advancement of his mechanical skills, which flourished alongside his deepening research into mechs. Previously, modifying a piece of mechanical equipment would take him 40 minutes. Now, he had astonishingly reduced that time to 20 minutes, a speed that would leave most mechanics in awe. Concurrently, assembling a mech proved to be an exceedingly laborious endeavor. Unbeknownst to Ming, his cognitive capacity was surging dramatically as he immersed himself in the study and construction of mechs. Chapter 36. The Lhasa Alliance as time flowed. Over a week had elapsed since Ming exchanged for a mech and commenced his research on mech assembly. During this interval, a significant event transpired within the Banderstar system. The Lhasa political party within the Free Federation, during negotiations with the core party of the Free Federation, encountered a breakdown in discussions. Ultimately, the Lhasa party, along with 10 surrounding star systems, proclaimed their secession from the Busa Free Federation, establishing a stellar coalition known as the Lhasa Star System Alliance, or simply the Lhasa Alliance. With the formation of the Lhasa Alliance, tensions among the nearby star systems escalated dramatically. At this moment, within the assembly hall of the core party of the Busa Free Federation, several prominent figures of the core party sat in deliberation regarding this matter. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the Lhasa Alliance? Inquired a member dressed in formal attire, his expression impassive and voice devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, several surrounding members displayed faint, wry smiles, as if they regarded the situation with indifference. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of dedicated discussion? Remarked another member, rising with a relaxed demeanor. The Lhasa Alliance lacks even a single ascendant-level combatant and dares to claim itself as a coalition of stellar significance. How tragically ignorant they are of their own impending demise. First and foremost, let us acknowledge a fundamental truth. The Lhasa Alliance does not exist in the cosmos. Only violent criminal organizations do, leading armed factions in treasonous acts. Presently, countless citizens within the Federation are being forcibly stripped of their citizenship by the Lhasa Party's armed forces, severing their ties to the Federation. Now is the moment for the Federation to deploy military forces to eradicate these violent elements and liberate the populace from the clutches of the Lhasa Alliance. The official expounded passionately. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Brooke, you shall lead the forces to eliminate the traitors, one member declared. addressing a colleague beside him. The councilman, known as Brooke, exuded an aura of formidable strength, his presence akin to that of a star, radiating explosive power. He was indeed one of the apocalyptic-level masters of the Free Federation. Upon hearing the words of his fellow councilman, he let out a light chuckle and nodded slowly. For him, this matter was exceedingly simple. The so-called Loser Alliance lacked even a single apocalyptic-level master, and with a mere flick of his hand, he could effortlessly crush the rebels within the Loser Alliance. Truly, a faction devoid of an apocalyptic-level master within a cluster of star systems was nothing short of a farce in the realm of cosmic civilization. Any moderately powerful faction could dispatch a legion led by an apocalyptic-level master to easily breach the entirety of such a star cluster. To those present, the Loser Alliance was merely an unworthy spectacle, not even deserving of genuine interest. Now, esteemed colleagues, let us cast aside this farcical clown. Shall we not first deliberate on the matter of the contested Radiant or Mining region, as well as the recent elections for the ruling party? The councilman gradually took his seat and addressed the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the assembled representatives were momentarily stirred, quickly straightening their postures and engaging in animated discussions. The universe is vast, with mining regions as plentiful as stars in the sky. Yet, the discovery of these mining regions is far from simple, as it pertains to the most remote areas of exploration. The realms accessible to technology have largely been charted, while uncharted territories often harbor terrifying dangers. Whether it be alien races or cosmic-level hazardous zones, these areas remain beyond the reach of exploration. Furthermore, there exists a limit to the regions that can be explored. Surpassing this threshold means that humanity's technological capabilities, energy supplies, and detection methods will all be adversely affected, rendering further exploratory endeavors unfeasible. Thus, each discovery of a mining region requires years of advancement in human civilization, leading to significant breakthroughs in exploration standards. Once such star systems are identified, they become focal points of contention among various factions. Whosoever manages to seize these mining resources will possess an abundance of mineral wealth in the future, facilitating growth across various sectors, including construction, military, and healthcare. This represents the optimal opportunity to widen the gap with neighboring powers. Therefore, when a new mining region is discovered, the gaze of humanity across the cosmos inevitably turns towards it. In contrast, the affairs of the Loser Alliance seem rather trivial. Observing that the discussion had shifted to the matter of the mining regions, the apocalyptic-level master, Brooke, smiled lightly and rose from his seat. Very well, continue discussions. I shall proceed to eradicate the Loser Alliance. After speaking, the formidable figure known as Brooke directly pushed open the door and departed from the conference hall. The individuals present had long grown accustomed to this behavior. Brooke's temperament was inherently independent, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, there was no concern for Brooke's safety among the attendees. A being of apocalyptic caliber, he was invincible in such grand conflicts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, vessels ascended from the territory of the core political party of the Free Federation. Numerous soldiers, radiating a powerful aura, surged into the ships. Subsequently, these vessels soared into the sky, vanishing from the planet in an instant. At the forefront of these ships, a mech emanating an extraordinarily terrifying presence sped ahead with alarming velocity. The void through which this mech raced seemed to distort under the overwhelming energy it exuded. The pilot of this mech was none other than Brooke, the so-called God of Slaughter, a peerless powerhouse of apocalyptic stature. As Brooke's forces embarked on their mission, far in a neighboring star system close to the Banner Galaxy, a ship drifted through the cosmos. From time to time, soldiers piloted small crafts away from the main vessel to carry out their tasks. This vessel was the temporary military ship number 32, where Ming and Warren were stationed. At this moment, the ship lingered in the transitional star region between the Empire and the Banner Galaxy, patrolling for potential criminals and smugglers who might exploit the chaos. Yet, as Brooke's forces departed, the temporary military ship number 32 encountered a significant danger. A cosmic creature resembling a sea turtle silently glided around the vessel, seemingly regarding it as its prey. Chapter 37. The rising tide. On this day, as was customary, Ming spent the day repairing mechanical equipment for the soldiers. As dusk approached, he would take out mech components to assemble. The mech before him was nearly 80 complete, The core components were almost fully assembled, with only the addition of some external parts remaining. At this stage, one could consider the mech nearly finished. Completing this mech promised Su Ming a qualitative leap in knowledge and technology. He felt a significant enhancement in his mechanical skills throughout the assembly process. Su Ming harbored an inkling that once he successfully completed this mech, it would catalyze an explosive growth in his mental domain level, propelled by the mech itself. Although he had already experienced considerable growth during the assembly, the moment of final success would feel akin to reaching a critical mass, leading to a monumental surge of advancement. As Su Ming excitedly continued to prepare for the assembly of the mech, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Subsequently, alarms blared throughout the vessel. Warning: encounter with cosmic life form detected. Energy level range 15W2W. Assessment indicates the attacker is a level 6 organism. The spaceship has activated its protective shield, with current energy reserves at 70. Danger alert: the ship can withstand only 4 more attacks. Please issue appropriate commands promptly. Upon hearing the alarms echoing through the spaceship, everyone was taken aback and incredulously emerged from their quarters into the corridor. Lieutenant Walker also stepped out of his rest area, his expression grave as he gazed out the window. There, a colossal, turtle-like cosmic creature hovered in the void, its crimson eyes fixated on the ship. In the next moment, the enormous turtle opened its massive jaws and lunged toward the vessel. With a thunderous crash accompanied by intense shaking, the ship displayed another warning indicating that its energy was now down to 50. Su Ming was taken aback. The cosmic dragon turtle, known for its exceptionally formidable biting power, was a type of cosmic life form. However, as previously mentioned, without genetic enhancers or systematic training, cosmic organisms struggle to surpass their genetic limitations and evolve into high-energy beings. Typically, a cosmic dragon turtle possesses an energy level around 35. But why was there a level 6 dragon turtle now? Lieutenant Walker regarded the creature with a serious expression. This dragon turtle reminded him of the high-energy cosmic life forms encountered in the surrounding star regions recently. Such an anomalous level could not have developed through normal growth. This cosmic dragon turtle, like the previous cosmic creatures, was certainly problematic. Damn it, hasn't the research facility yet analyzed the flesh and blood of the furball monster I sent them? Their efficiency is abysmally low, Lieutenant Walker muttered through clenched teeth. He immediately escalated the urgency of the situation from ordinary to critical. After completing this action, he took a deep breath, donned his cosmic combat suit, and propelled himself out of the spaceship. Lieutenant Walker was the sole level 6 genetic warrior aboard the vessel. In the face of an assault from a level 6 organism, only he could address the issue. Fortunately, the dragon turtle species thrived in the cosmic void, lacking any civilization or technology of its own. Empowered by human civilization, Lieutenant Walker felt confident confronting a cosmic life form of equal standing. He quickly retrieved a star-class cannon from his storage space, a planetary annihilator, the XE-71, produced by Rod Technology, boasting superior high-end energy capabilities. Upon witnessing the colossal cannon, the crew aboard the spacecraft could not suppress their astonishment. Even Su Ming found himself captivated by the sheer magnitude of this weapon. Although the cannon's energy level was classified as stellar, it boasted an impressive 8,000 points. Coupled with Lieutenant Walker's prior energy level exceeding 10,000 points, it was capable of unleashing an astounding burst of approximately 20,000 points. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of brain domain developers, who can augment firearms with brain domain energy, enabling these mechanical weapons to unleash tremendous combat potential. Those with insufficient brain domain energy levels find themselves unable to wield firearms, relegating them to the use of melee weapons. In the context of interstellar warfare, such melee genetic warriors are at a distinct disadvantage. In the vacuum of space, silence prevailed. However, this did not hinder the crew from sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Lieutenant Walker's body, nor the impending cataclysmic assault brewing within the cannon's barrel. Observing this, the dragon tortoise was immediately incensed and lunged toward Lieutenant Walker. Yet, as the creature made its move, a fearsome attack erupted from the cannon. The mere shockwave compelled the spacecraft to activate its energy shield, protecting it from the onslaught. The silent flash of fire swiftly enveloped the dragon tortoise. The cosmic stillness amplified the dread of the attack. Cloaked in flames, the dragon tortoise writhed violently. When the flames subsided, the crew gasped in astonishment at the massive gash torn into the creature's head, its eyeballs having burst asunder. In agony, the dragon tortoise opened its maw, revealing a visage of profound suffering. Lieutenant Walker, however, paid no heed to the creature's pain. His internal abilities surged once more, channeling energy into the cannon. A second shot erupted silently, its catastrophic explosive force illuminating the surrounding starfield with blinding brilliance. Although both were classified as level 6 beings, Lieutenant Walker wielded a mechanical apparatus that effortlessly tilted the tide of battle in his favor. This was the culmination of civilized society, an endowment born from humanity's relentless evolution over countless years, granting Walker the capacity to dominate the dragon tortoise. In short order, the dragon tortoise's form was obliterated by the relentless bombardment of the cannon. Massive chunks of flesh drifted quietly through the void of space, destined to be consumed by other cosmic entities or drawn toward a planet where they would inevitably collide. Lieutenant Walker selected a piece of this flesh, placing it within a preservation device before returning to the spacecraft. Despite the crew's jubilant cheers, there was no trace of victory's joy upon Lieutenant Walker's countenance. He returned to his quarters, solemnly clutching the piece of flesh. Soon after, he gazed out of the window. The cosmic void remained as serene and enigmatic as ever. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lieutenant Vakti felt that beneath this tranquility and mystery, a terrifying undercurrent might be quietly surging. Chapter 38. The coming storm. Vakti's premonition proved accurate. Upon returning to the spacecraft, he received alarming news from the Imperial Laboratory. Vakti, there are issues with the tissue sample of the furball creature you sent. Upon reading the message, Vakti's heart skipped a beat, and he promptly inquired, "What issues?" The tissue contains numerous components that do not belong to the furball itself. These tissues are a result of external interference. Moreover, residual traces of a special genetic agent have been detected within the flesh. Get to the point. Vakti furrowed his brow and addressed the staff member directly. After a brief pause, the staff member spoke in a grave tone. The mutation of the furball is artificially induced. Furthermore, based on the recent frequency of high-energy cosmic biological events, the scope of this mutation originates near the Bander system. This implies that the Bander system is likely responsible for the mutation of cosmic organisms. What? The Bander system? Vakti inhaled deeply, sensing the complexity of the situation. The recent disturbances in the Bander system had been considerable. Whether it be the rebellion against the Free Federation or the ability to unite other systems to form a formidable cluster-level force. Despite the apparent strength of the Empire and the Free Federation, the Bander system should not be underestimated. After all, it is a significant force in its own right, akin to a colossal entity in terms of individual power. Even a being of apocalyptic caliber, if not leading an army to quell the threat, could easily be annihilated by the might of the Bander system. Now, approximately 10 such colossal entities had banded together to form a cluster-level force. Although lacking the support of apocalyptic-level beings, they appeared somewhat fragile. However, if Brooke did not lead the Free Federation's forces in a battle, he might lack the courage to even initiate an attack. One cannot dismiss the leader of the Rosa Party as lacking intelligence. His audacity to lead a rebellion against the Free Federation must indicate some hidden card. And now it appeared that this hidden card might be these anomalous cosmic creatures. What should our temporary military do now? Should we consider a withdrawal? Vakti posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind, sensing that this matter had escalated beyond the scope of his temporary forces. The overall strength of the 32nd Temporary Army could only address a stellar-level upheaval at most. However, the turmoil surrounding us has evidently escalated to a galactic scale, far surpassing the level of stellar disturbances. In the face of such upheaval, a momentary lapse in vigilance could result in the 32nd Temporary Army being engulfed by peril. After a brief silence in response to Walker's inquiry, the official from the Empire finally spoke, addressing Walker. "I have inquired about the Empire's stance. The directive is for you to remain on standby at your current location, maintaining your existing patrol rhythm. In 3 days, the Empire will dispatch a more elite force to take over your duties, at which point you may return." Upon hearing these words, Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted angrily, 3 days? The Free Federation's General Brooke has already marched his troops towards the Bandar Star region today. War is imminent. You expect me to remain stagnant in this wretched star region for 3 days? What if the conflict spreads? The official quickly attempted to soothe him, saying, Lieutenant Walker, I understand your frustration, but you must grasp this. The war cannot possibly extend into our territory. Although you are near the Bandar region, the area you currently occupy is still within Imperial territory, no matter whether it be Brook or those from the Lasso Alliance. They would not dare to fire a single bullet into this region, for that would equate to declaring war on the Empire. The official stated with a calm, yet resolute tone. It was clear that no other nation would wish to entangle the Empire in their internal matters, a point that anyone with sense could comprehend. Walker's expression softened slightly as he considered this reasoning. Although the surrounding star regions were tumultuous, it was indeed improbable that the war would encroach upon Imperial space. At most, there would merely be a need to scrutinize a few illicit entrants. Yet, despite this reassurance, the cosmic entities encountered nearby exhibited unsettling energy levels. What if we were to encounter a cosmic being with a significantly higher energy level? Walker spoke gravely. The official shook his head and replied, As of now, there have been no sightings of cosmic life forms exceeding level 6. You can rest assured on that front. With the official's words providing some assurance, Walker found himself at a loss for further argument. He closed his mouth, let out a sigh, and acquiesced. The communication between Lieutenant Walker and the Empire remained unknown to the other soldiers aboard the ship, including Su Ming and Warren. However, as Su Ming gazed at the floating corpse of the cosmic dragon tortoise, he fell into deep contemplation. According to standard theories, a cosmic dragon tortoise should not be capable of attaining level 6 energy, yet they had encountered one. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of foreboding began to take root in Su Ming's heart. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the towering mech standing before him, approximately 3 meters in height. Due to the presence of a workbench within the mechanics dormitory, the ceiling is considerably higher than that of other dorms. Otherwise, it is likely that Su Ming's room would not even accommodate the imposing mech before him. Observing that the overall framework of the mech has nearly been completed, with only a few components remaining, Su Ming's expression shifted. He promptly set his dormitory to private mode, disabling incoming orders and preventing outsiders from witnessing the inner workings. He then hastily placed the unfinished parts on the workbench and began to concentrate on the assembly of the mech. A premonition stirred within him. The matter concerning the dragon turtle was undoubtedly intertwined with the grave expression he had observed on Lieutenant Walker's face, coupled with recent news events in the Bandar system. It seemed that the Free Federation was on the brink of declaring war against the Lasso Alliance. Should war indeed break out, this star domain would descend into utter chaos. He needed to expedite the repairs on the mech before any potential upheaval, for this very mech might be the key to his safety amidst the impending crisis. Chapter 39. The completion of the mech. Su Ming's sense of urgency similarly influenced Warren. Noticing Su Ming had closed the order window, Warren did not hesitate to follow suit. Shutting his own order interface, he instinctively entered a state of focused training. Though the war was merely a topic of news, its proximity made Warren acutely aware of its ominous implications. He glanced at Su Ming, who remained entirely absorbed in the assembly of the mech, undistracted by anything else. A hint of envy flickered across Warren's face. Su Ming possessed an ability to seamlessly enter a state of concentration, a skill that, while not outwardly defined, was something many mechanics would covet. Warren sighed as he regarded the over 10,000 military points amassed in his military achievement system. The disparity between his earnings and Su Ming's was significant. Su Ming had long accumulated enough points to exchange for mech knowledge, whereas Warren had barely scraped together a fraction. Gazing at his military points, Warren gritted his teeth and resolved to make a bold decision, to temporarily forego mech knowledge and instead convert those military points into mechanical knowledge. Most of the advanced mechanical knowledge he had previously acquired stemmed from Su Ming's tutelage. Warren understood that if he continued to rely solely on Su Ming's guidance, his journey in mechanics would not be sustainable. He needed to learn aspects of mechanical knowledge beyond Su Ming's teachings, to forge a path distinct from his own, ensuring a broader future ahead. In comparison, while the allure of mechs was enticing, it was imperative to methodically elevate his mechanical skills first before pursuing other ambitions. Warren did not hesitate. He immersed himself in the acquisition of vast mechanical knowledge at planetary and stellar levels, promptly delving into his studies. Both Su Ming and Warren without prior agreement, entered a state reminiscent of seclusion. Consequently, soldiers seeking to have mechanical components repaired by the duo faced disappointment, leaving Su Ming and Warren's quarters with expressions of frustration over the past few days. It was on the afternoon of the second day after the ship's encounter with the cosmic dragon turtle that a sudden and intense energy reaction erupted within Su Ming's dormitory. Curious soldiers turned their gazes towards Su Ming's quarters. "Is everything all right with Master Su Ming?" inquired one soldier familiar with him, peering in with curiosity. At that moment, Warren poked his head out of the dormitory, grinning widely as he addressed the concerned soldiers. "No worries. Su Ming is currently in seclusion, breaking through his limits. The energy fluctuation you just witnessed was merely a result of his breakthrough not being fully controlled. There's no need for concern." Upon hearing Warren's reassurances, the soldiers surrounding them exchanged looks of understanding, then began to smile and comment. "Master Su Ming is indeed a brilliant mechanic. Not only is he repairing our mechanical equipment, but he is also achieving breakthroughs. Truly remarkable. No wonder he hasn't accepted any assignments these past few days. He was focused on his advancement." Warren scratched his head with a sheepish grin before retreating back into the dormitory, adjusting it to a mode of privacy. Observing this, the passing soldiers could not help but chuckle, subsequently departing with nonchalant expressions. Once Warren had disabled the external display function and returned to the room, he let out a sigh of relief, casting his gaze towards Su Ming's position. The room was in disarray, as if ravaged by a powerful force. The source of this chaos was a mech standing at the center, emanating potent energy fluctuations. The mech continuously radiated waves of energy that swept through the room like a tempest, scattering various items to the sides. Warren regarded the mech with a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that upon its successful assembly, the mech would exude a sense of life, possessing a unique breathing quality. Waves of energy cascaded from the mech as if in celebration of its newfound existence. It was utterly unbelievable had I not seen it with my own eyes. I might have mistaken it for a living being endowed with its own life, thoughts, and breath. So this is the experience of successfully assembling a mech, Su Ming. "You have created life. HM, Su Ming, Su Ming?" Warren murmured, then excitedly called out to Su Ming. To his astonishment, Su Ming had closed his eyes and sat cross-legged before the mech. A closer observation revealed that the frequency of his breathing was in perfect harmony with the pulsating energy levels of the mech. It appeared that a mysterious connection had been established between the two, synchronizing their energies. Moreover, Su Ming's aura began to thicken gradually, signaling a significant surge in his energy levels. What was happening? Warren was taken aback, gazing at Su Ming in disbelief. This phenomenon was utterly bizarre to him. The cold, unfeeling mech had seemingly formed a bond with Su Ming, reminiscent of the resonance between beast tamers and their wild beasts in the beast god civilization. Beasts? Mechs? The two were utterly disparate. Besides, beasts possessed genuine life, while mechs were merely lifeless machines. At that moment, Warren suddenly focused intently on Su Ming and the mech. Their auras seemed poised to reach a crescendo. "This is bad. Activate protective mode. Shield energy level detection." Upon witnessing the transformation of the two, Warren's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted towards the ship's system. Protective mode activated successfully. As the ship's system confirmed, the auras of Su Ming and the mech surged to their peak. A terrifying energy erupted from both, flooding the entire room with a violent energy disturbance. Warren struggled to brace himself against the force, his gaze straining towards Su Ming. As Su Ming's aura reached its zenith, it gradually receded back into his body. Surprisingly, the mech's aura also began to retract. Slowly, Su Ming opened his eyes, radiating a divine light that illuminated the entire room. Chapter 40. The Beast Tide Erupts Su Ming? Warren cautiously inquired upon seeing Su Ming's eyes open. As the divine light in Su Ming's eyes diminished, he rose and smiled at Warren. "What's wrong, Warren?" Warren swallowed hard, gesturing towards the mech and tentatively asking, "Has the mech been successfully assembled?" Su Ming glanced at the mech and then back at Warren, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, it has. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen a mech outside of television," Warren exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the mech before him. Although this particular mech appeared far less sophisticated than those piloted by renowned figures on television, the powerful aura it exuded thrilled Warren immensely. "Su Ming, Did you feel anything unusual when the mech was just assembled? Warren asked. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and remarked, "Are you referring to the sensations of breath and the essence of life?" Warren nodded obediently. Su Ming glanced at the mech and slowly began to speak. "I'm not entirely certain. It seems there exists a somewhat mystical feeling within. There's a saying, ISNT there, the end of science is theology. The mech bears a certain resemblance to this notion. Each mech, once assembled, possesses a degree of spirit. Particularly after a successful assembly by us mechanics, the mech responds with a certain gift, significantly enhancing one's vitality and spirit." Su Ming pondered aloud. Warren nodded in agreement, indeed sensing a breakthrough emanating from Su Ming's being. Clearly, after the mech's assembly, Su Ming's cultivation had risen considerably. If that is the case, could one not continuously strengthen themselves by assembling mechs? Warren's eyes brightened as he spoke. "Are you attempting to find a loophole?" Su Ming chuckled in reproach. Each distinct type of mech only generates spirit and reciprocation upon its first assembly. Subsequent assemblies will not yield such effects. Thus, the first mech assembled by any mechanic is the most powerful one they can create within that model, even if their mechanical skills improve significantly afterwards. Replicating such a level of mech becomes exceedingly difficult. Su Ming's words left Warren in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. Observing this, Su Ming shook his head and turned his gaze to the disordered room, feeling a slight headache. "Let us call upon the cleaning robot to tidy up," Su Ming softly suggested, subsequently releasing his mental energy to manipulate the storage function of the mech before him, reducing it to a compact ring. Each mech is equipped with a storage function during assembly for ease of transport. The ring in Su Ming's hand was the humanoid mech he had just assembled. "I shall name you Xiao Yi," Su Ming silently declared. He then immersed his thoughts into his system panel. After nearly 2 weeks of cultivation, coupled with the feedback from the mech assembly, Su Ming's cultivation level had experienced a formidable enhancement. His panel displayed the following. Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 3700 mental energy level, 5000 gene lock activation level, upper level 4 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, 2 stars required for next level, 500 starlight points accumulated, 4,300 gazing at his panel attributes. Su Ming took a deep breath. The growth was immense. The benefits derived from successfully assembling a mech were indeed extraordinary. Initially, Su Ming possessed a level 3 ranking, with an energy score hovering around 500 points. However, his energy level has now surged to an astonishing 3,700 points. Due to the feedback from the Mecha, his brain domain energy level has skyrocketed to an impressive 5,000 points. Such an energy level is already indicative of a 5th-level genetic warrior. Nevertheless, as his physical energy level has not kept pace, his status still reflects him as a 4th-level genetic warrior. Upon realizing this, Su Ming did not hesitate to expend 2,500 starlight points to elevate his physical enhancement to the 4th level. With a successful upgrade, accompanied by the system's announcement and the immense changes he felt within his body, Su Ming's physical energy level leapt from 3,700 points to 4,600 points. This level is tantalizingly close to the realm of 5th-level genetic warriors. Moreover, Su Ming was astonished to discover that the enhancement from physical training seems to be calculated separately from genetic progression. This implies that even if he remains a 1st-level genetic warrior, the elevation of his physical training could grant him thousands of energy points. He could even choose not to advance, becoming an exceptionally formidable 1st-level genetic warrior. Of course, Su Ming harbored no such morbid curiosity. Nevertheless, this revelation was not without significance. It indicated that Su Ming's actual energy level and combat prowess far surpassed those of his peers within the same rank. Additionally, his physical strength was considerably superior to that of other genetic warriors at the same level. Just as Su Ming completed the assembly of the Mecha, a shocking news event unfolded within the Lhasa Alliance. The Lhasa Alliance had successfully repelled the forces of the Free Federation Army, led by Brook. Furthermore, from the current situation, they appear to be managing the conflict with remarkable ease. This development astonished everyone across the universe, drawing their attention toward the Lhasa Alliance. All were eager to uncover how the Free Federation's forces had been thwarted by the Lhasa Alliance, considering that even without Brook, The mechanical weapons and mechas employed by the average soldier of the Free Federation far exceeded those of the Lhasa Alliance. It was unexpected that such a well-equipped army could be held at bay by the Lhasa Alliance. However, the specific reasons behind this occurrence were not something the Free Federation would openly disclose. The true trump card of the Lhasa Alliance was known only to a few major human factions. At that moment, Lieutenant Walker received a call from the Empire. "This is Temporary Military Unit 32. What are your orders?" Lieutenant Walker spoke softly. To his astonishment, an urgent voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Lieutenant, we have identified the anomalous behavior of the cosmic life forms. It originates from the super gene drug research of the Lhasa Alliance." Now, the Lhasa Alliance, after being attacked by Brooks' forces, has been compelled to release the experimental subjects from the laboratory. A portion of these subjects managed to fend off the soldiers of the Free Federation, while another segment scattered in flight. Upon hearing the Imperial staff's words, Lieutenant Vogt was taken aback. "What is the current situation?" The staff member spoke gravely. "A multitude of cosmic beings is fleeing, including many high-level life forms. Lieutenant, while the situation has yet to reach a critical point, it is imperative to withdraw the troops swiftly." Chapter 41. Level 7 Cosmic Beings. After ending the call, Lieutenant Vogt's expression turned exceptionally grave. Without hesitation, he ordered the ship to return to a safe star region. However, the outbreak of the supergene research incident far exceeded the expectations of both the Free Federation and the Empire. The research in supergene technology had not yet stabilized when they were forced to initiate this experimental program. Even the Lhasa Alliance itself could hardly fathom the ramifications of this affair. Consequently, vast quantities of genetic agents were extracted from the laboratory by various cosmic beings. This spread like a virus, capable of transmission from one cosmic being to another in some manner. The actual number of mutated cosmic beings was significantly greater than anticipated. What had they truly been studying? This was undoubtedly not merely supergene technology, but a virus capable of inducing biological mutations. Although Lieutenant Vogt had commanded an expedited withdrawal, he was still a fraction too late. Approximately 20 minutes into the flight, he could clearly see that the ship was now encircled by a multitude of mutated cosmic beings. These entities varied in shape, yet shared a common trait, an aggression and level distinct from ordinary cosmic beings. Moreover, these beings did not attack others already infected with the virus. Instead, they targeted other entities flying through space. "The 27th Temporary Army has been entirely annihilated, Lieutenant. How are you faring?" The Imperial operator quickly inquired of Vogt. The 27th Temporary Army, having ventured deep into the edges of the Lhasa Alliance, fell victim to the initial onslaught of cosmic beings as the superviral tide erupted, resulting in their instant obliteration. Now, the outbreak was gradually affecting every vessel in the Temporary Army. "We may soon find ourselves in dire straits." Lieutenant Vogt gazed somberly out the window, where mutated cosmic beings surrounded them. The average energy level of these beings ranged around 4 or 5, occasionally interspersed with a few level 6 cosmic entities. Although Lieutenant Vogt was a level 6 gene warrior, facing tens of thousands of 4 and 5 level cosmic beings could easily overwhelm him in an instant. At this moment, the extraterrestrial beings, for reasons unknown, refrained from launching an immediate assault, as if they were awaiting something. The atmosphere aboard the entire spacecraft grew tense, with every individual mirroring the apprehension of Lieutenant Walker, their expressions grave as they gazed out the windows. Should these cosmic entities decide to unite in an attack, the Temporary Military Unit 32 would likely be obliterated in an instant. It was at this critical juncture that everyone's eyes, including Lieutenant Walker's, widened in alarm. The extraterrestrial beings parted, revealing one that exuded a terrifying aura, boldly manifesting before them. This creature bore a resemblance to a lizard, adorned with sharp spines all over its body. The iron lizard. This was a rare species within the cosmos. Upon sighting the iron lizard, alarms blared throughout the spacecraft. High-energy entity detected. Energy level, 41,000 points. Warning, warning. This entity's energy level surpasses the estimated overall combat capability of Temporary Military Unit 32. Warning. The cacophony of warnings made the hair on the back of everyone's neck stand on end. An energy level of 41,000 points. A lower-grade extraterrestrial being of the 7th tier. Despair flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. If the adversary had been a 6th-tier, upper-grade extraterrestrial being, Lieutenant Walker might have had a fighting chance with mechanical weaponry. However, facing a 7th-tier lower-grade entity, no amount of mechanical weaponry could compensate for the disparity. With this 7th tier being now present, alongside other lower-tier extraterrestrial entities, the possibility of escape seemed utterly bleak. What now? Am I to perish here? A pallid officer murmured to himself. At that moment, the 7th tier being suddenly unleashed a surge of terrifying energy, directing a fearsome beam towards the spacecraft. The instant the beam struck, it shattered the ship's energy shield, causing the vessel to nearly capsize from the impact. We cannot remain passive. We must engage the enemy. Waiting here will only invite death, Lieutenant Walker declared resolutely. He donned his space combat suit and surged forward. Grasping a massive cannon, he aimed it fiercely at the extraterrestrial creature. Yet, the iron lizard merely cast a disdainful glance at the approaching cannonball and raised its head, effortlessly deflecting the projectile with its sharp horn. It then unleashed another devastating beam, launching Lieutenant Walker backward, shattering the protective shield of his suit in the process. If another attack were to follow, it would surely mean the end for Lieutenant Walker at the jaws of the Iron Lizard. As the lieutenant was sent hurtling through the air, the hearts of those aboard the spacecraft tightened in unison, cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. Brothers, we must venture forth to provide support, or we shall await our demise. A soldier prepared to charge out of the spaceship. However, at that moment, his vision momentarily blurred, revealing a figure swiftly rushing towards the ship's entrance. The soldier froze for a moment, quickly discerning the identity of the silhouette. Master Su Ming? Alarm surged within him, and instinctively he sought to deter Su Ming. For in his eyes, Su Ming was merely a mechanic, while he was undoubtedly a genetic warrior. His rank could not be high. After all, one specializes in their craft, and, as a highly skilled mechanic, Su Ming must have devoted considerable effort to the art of machinery. Though such expertise could enhance his mental capabilities, it would not elevate his physical prowess. Master Su Ming's decision to venture out was valiant, but rather unwise. The soldier, in a state of urgency, called out, "Master Su Ming, return. Is peerless outside?" Yet, before he could utter the full extent of the danger, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure outside the spacecraft. The other soldiers shared his astonishment, their expressions mirroring his shock. All gazed towards the silhouette at the ship's entrance. At that moment, a mech, radiating a brilliant silver glow, gradually emerged beyond the confines of the spacecraft. Chapter 42. The mech reveals its might. Lieutenant Walker felt the energy of his battle suit's shield dissipate entirely, an agonizing pain coursing through his body, leaving him in a state of fiery discomfort. Though the impact had been mitigated by the shield, the sheer force of the blow left him dazed. Yet, Lieutenant Walker had no time to dwell on his own suffering. Despair gripped him as he turned his gaze towards the Iron Lizard. For the next strike had suddenly erupted from the creature's maw, hurtling towards him with terrifying velocity. His mind blank, he could only widen his eyes helplessly as the beam loomed larger before him. He had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. However, in the next instant, a flash of silver light enveloped him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a shift in his surroundings, and when his vision cleared, he found himself rescued, positioned just beside the beam, narrowly evading its deadly assault. Sensing the overwhelming force that brushed past him, Walker was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had escaped death. Walker then directed his gaze towards the figure that had saved him. Upon recognizing the magnificent silver mech, a wave of relief washed over his features, and he exclaimed, "Has the Empire finally come to our rescue?" Yet, to his astonishment, a familiar voice emanated from the communication system of his battle suit. "Mr. Walker, gather your wits. The Empire has not come to our aid. It is I, Su Ming. The crisis is not yet averted. Do not let your guard down." Woket's eyes widened as he gazed upon the silver mech. "Su Ming? How could this be? Why do you possess a mech? Are you a mech warrior?" Woket still found it hard to believe. Mechs, even for someone of his caliber, were beyond reach, yet the seemingly inconspicuous Su Ming was now piloting one. This matter could be discussed later. Su Ming's voice was laced with urgency, and in an instant, Woket witnessed the silver mech vanish from sight, darting fiercely toward the steel lizard. Upon seeing the silver mech rescue its target, the steel lizard, which had long harbored disdain for the mech, swiftly maneuvered its body and lunged at the seemingly diminutive machine. Terrifying rays coalesced once again, surging forth toward the silver mech. However, the mech appeared to anticipate the attack, deftly swaying left and right, evading the onslaught of rays with remarkable agility. Inside the mech, Su Ming's expression was grave as he skillfully operated the machine. His cerebral energy level had been completely unleashed, merging seamlessly with the mech. Rays poured toward him in rapid succession. At that moment, other extraterrestrial beings surrounding them also directed their terrifying rays at Su Ming, each one opening their mouths wide to unleash their deadly assault. Such rays were standard for cosmic entities, having evolved the ability to emit them due to their long-term existence in highly irradiated environments. While radiation proved fatal to ordinary life, for these cosmic beings, it was as natural as fish in water. On board the ship, the crew witnessed countless rays erupting from all directions toward the silver mech. It's over. With such a dense barrage of attacks, Su Ming's apprentice cannot possibly evade them. As they beheld the overwhelming hail of rays, a sense of despair washed over them, their palms sweating profusely. Yet, amidst the frenzy of rays, the silver mech executed a myriad of evasive maneuvers with astonishing precision. In an instant, it effortlessly evaded the dense stream of attacks. What? How is this possible? The crew aboard the ship exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the sheer incredulity in each other's eyes. This maneuver, even the most elite soldiers of the Empire could not replicate such a feat. It was akin to concentrating one's mind on every angle simultaneously, swiftly identifying weaknesses amidst the multitude of attacks, and deftly avoiding them one by one. The crew questioned whether even a celestial-level powerhouse, if they were to limit their energy level to match Su Ming's, could execute maneuvers more exquisite than his. Su Ming's figure, in the eyes of the soldiers, resembled the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Regardless of who it was, witnessing the prowess of a master evoked a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Although the term may seem somewhat inappropriate in the current context, it was indeed a feeling subtly shared among all the soldiers. Su Ming's maneuvers were so captivating that they sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, while the gaze of the crowd was fixed upon him, Su Ming's expression remained chillingly composed. His mental faculties were operating at their utmost capacity. The scene before him vaguely reminded him of the 16 years he had spent training within the system. Over these years, he had honed his skills in shooting, evasion, and martial arts within an incredibly confined space, as the system presented him with countless diverse scenarios to navigate through incoming attacks. Initially, Su Ming was quite clumsy, often getting hit even by single incoming shots. However, after experiencing pain and through the guidance of the system, he discovered the methods to evade being struck. 1 attack, evaded. 10 attacks, evaded. 100, 1,000, countless. A brilliant silver light erupted from Su Ming's eyes, a manifestation of his brain's energy reaching its zenith. Indeed, Su Ming was now exhilarated. The blood coursing through his veins began to boil, yet his mind remained serene. The aspirations of youth soared high. After 16 years of rigorous training, Su Ming held the confidence that, under equal conditions of energy levels and mechs, even a master of the apocalypse level would not stand a chance against him. A multitude of attacks surged forth once more, akin to celestial fire descending upon the earth. Every nerve in Su Ming's body was taut. Exchange 100 starlight points. His calm voice resonated within the mech. In this moment, surrounded by a vacuum, he had no fear of being overheard. He could finally communicate with the system freely. Exchange of starlight points successful. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Su Ming's mind, as if nothing could disturb its unwavering presence. Instantly, Su Ming felt a powerful surge of starlight energy flood into his body. His gaze turned sharp as he expertly maneuvered the mech, deftly avoiding a barrage of attacks. Subsequently, from amidst the myriad of explosive strikes, he fixed an icy gaze upon the iron lizard ahead. Chapter 43. The mighty Su Ming, the energy emanating from him, caused the iron lizard to writhe uneasily. It attempted to twist in a bid to shake off the mech's lock, yet this mech remained astonishingly stable. Even when faced with thousands of incoming assaults, it steadfastly maintained its lock on the iron lizard. A terrifying force was brewing within the mech's arm, embodied in the Star Destroyer sniper rifle. What is the Star Destroyer? After a single shot, the annihilation of an entire planet could indeed be a possibility. Whether the manufacturing company behind this weapon has exaggerated its capabilities remains uncertain. However, at this moment, the steel lizard sensed a distinctly discomforting aura approaching. Within the confines of the mech, Ming was multitasking, dodging a barrage of attacks, while simultaneously locking onto the steel lizard with unwavering focus. Although the explosive power within him was formidable, it was firmly contained, yielding not an ounce of excess. Ming was no longer the same individual that once roamed the planet Norp. Through rigorous physical training and enhancements to his bodily capabilities, he effortlessly harnessed the strength equivalent to 100 stellar points. Now it was the moment. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ming's eyes as he pinpointed a flaw in the steel lizard's defenses. In an instant, the barrel of the Star Destroyer roared to life, unleashing a shot imbued with intense starlight. This attack surged directly towards the steel lizard. At that moment, the steel lizard felt as though the armor upon its back had abruptly risen. Its crimson gaze fixated upon the incoming strike, sensing that evasion was futile. The silent projectile struck the steel lizard with devastating force, sending it hurtling backward and causing its scales to crack under the impact. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers aboard the spacecraft erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, Ming's thoughts were far from the elation felt by the soldiers. Although he had successfully struck the steel lizard, the damage inflicted was minimal. A disparity in energy levels still existed. Despite Ming's enhanced abilities through the mech, even with the addition of 100 stellar points, he could only muster approximately 37,000 energy units, a truly formidable level, considering his original energy was merely over 5,000 points. However, this was still insufficient. The steel lizard boasted an energy level of 41,000 points, creating a gap of 4,000 units. Such a significant difference rendered the steel lizard partially immune to the damage inflicted. Yet, the starlight in Ming's eyes did not wane. Energy level was crucial, determining the strength of both parties. However, it was not the sole factor. Otherwise, one could simply end the conflict by comparing energy levels, with the lesser party resigning to defeat. In combat, elements such as execution, mentality, judgment, and skill held substantial weight. While a disparity existed between 37,000 and 41,000 energy units, it was not so vast as to guarantee total domination. Ming's gaze remained fixed upon the spot he had just struck. Indeed, though the wound was minor, it was unmistakably a result of his attack. As long as he could inflict damage upon it, Ming was confident he could vanquish the steel lizard. The silver mech glided through the cosmic beings like a streak of silver light. System, exchange 100 starlight points. Ming spoke calmly. In the next moment, a surge of starlight energy flooded into the mech. Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the steel lizard, precisely identifying the spot he had struck moments ago amidst a flurry of attacks. Starlight flickered once more within the barrel, and in an instant, a formidable attack struck the very spot that had just been hit. Ming's marksmanship was remarkably precise. The crew aboard the ship gazed in awe after witnessing Ming's second shot. This shot struck exactly where the first had landed. With the first shot, Ming had already dislodged a portion of the steel lizard's scales, exposing the relatively softer flesh beneath. The second shot found its mark directly on the flesh, causing the steel lizard to suffer grievous wounds. Excitement surged among the crew as they began to see a glimmer of hope. Ming's performance exceeded their expectations by leaps and bounds, exhibiting near flawless execution with his artistry and control. If Ming could eliminate the steel lizard ahead, the crew could disembark the ship to support him. Otherwise, if the steel lizard remained unvanquished, their reckless departure would only hinder Ming. As the crew marveled at the spectacle, the silver mech unleashed a relentless barrage upon the steel lizard. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, each fired in a steady and unyielding stream directed at the steel lizard. Before long, a profound sense of dread filled the steel lizard's eyes. The pilot of the mech possessed a shooting prowess that bordered on the terrifying. No matter how it attempted to evade, the mech could unerringly lock onto its position. There was nowhere to escape. Even when hiding behind other cosmic beings, the mech could accurately pinpoint its location amid the throng. The shots pierced through the cosmic beings blocking its path, directly striking the lizard's wounds. Time and again, the relentless attacks carved a horrific gash into the steel lizard's flesh. System, how many starlight points do I have remaining? Su Ming's voice rang coolly within the mech. He observed the lizard's wound, which had expanded to a size equivalent to 1/20th of its entire body, an undeniable critical injury. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming felt the moment to eliminate the steel lizard had finally arrived. You have 1,200 starlight points remaining, the system's voice quietly echoed in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Su Ming's expression shifted. Previously, he had accumulated over 3,000 starlight points, yet now, he found himself with a mere 200. Calculating based on the 100 points per attack, he had unleashed approximately 20 shots upon the steel lizard, each aimed at the same wound. It was no wonder that the steel lizard was now exhibiting signs of retreat, contemplating an escape. Observing the lizard's increasingly timid demeanor, Su Ming inhaled deeply, subsequently stowing away his sniper rifle and replacing it with an enormous mechanical battle axe. Chapter 44. Blood Wave XAZ-071 as Su Ming brandished the battle axe. A hint of solemnity enveloped his countenance. This formidable weapon was a stellar-grade battle axe, nearing the classification of a star cluster. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming's energy level would render him incapable of wielding such a weapon. However, through modifications, the threshold for its use had been significantly lowered. With the enhancement of the mech, Su Ming could barely manage to swing the axe. Yet, to fully unleash its potential, he required an additional 400 starlight points. With determination, Su Ming exchanged 400 starlight points from his system. Considering his current physical conditioning, the maximum energy his body could withstand was approximately 350 points. Any excess would surpass his limits, risking damage to his physique. Nevertheless, 400 points were not excessively beyond this threshold, even if it caused some harm. It wouldn't lead to immediate collapse. As long as his body remained intact, he could utilize the starlight points to restore himself. In his quest to ensure the steel lizard's demise, Su Ming was willing to endure considerable energy damage to amplify the power of his strike. As he exchanged a substantial amount of energy, the battle axe erupted in a dazzling radiance. A crimson aura swirled across its blade, exhibiting an exquisite spectrum of colors reminiscent of flowing blood waves. This was the origin of its name. With the infusion of starlight energy, the axe now shimmered with a brilliant silver hue amidst the red glow, creating an enchanting spectacle. However, the steel lizard, locked onto by the axe's menacing presence, perceived not beauty but an overwhelming sense of imminent peril. Alarmed, the lizard prepared to flee, but at that moment, it beheld the silver mech charging directly towards it. Upon witnessing this scene, the iron lizard was unexpectedly filled with delight. The heavens, in their mercy, had finally prepared this mecha for close combat. Although the iron lizard was unaware that Su Ming had been compelled to engage in melee due to the depletion of his long-range attack capabilities, it did not hinder its sense of secretive joy. The true strength of the iron lizard lay in its prowess for hand-to-hand combat. Its minions posed a far greater threat than the beams it emitted. The name Iron symbolized its formidable melee combat abilities, unyielding and resilient, with astonishing defense. Previously, it had yearned to close the distance with the mecha, yet each time it harbored such thoughts. It would find a mecha slipping away like a fish into a school of cosmic creatures, rendering any approach futile. However, now the mecha had relinquished its long-range advantage, opting instead for close-quarter combat. Was this not a gift of an opportunity? The iron lizard instantly lost any inclination to retreat, baring its fearsome jaws as it lunged at the silver mecha. At that moment, Su Ming's silver mecha surged forth with astonishing speed. The battle axe he wielded was infused with a vast amount of starlight energy, becoming increasingly radiant. Su Ming felt an intense heat and heaviness in the mecha's hands. This was not mere illusion. After establishing a connection with the mecha through brainwave energy levels, certain unique perceptions of the mecha were transmitted to Su Ming's consciousness. In that instant, their sensations were intertwined. The heaviness stemmed from the energy level of the battle axe, exceeding the limits of what Su Ming could control, resulting in an overwhelming weight. Weapons that surpass their operating limits often lose control, which is not advantageous in battle. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, Su Ming forcefully bound the energy level of the battle axe with starlight energy, utilizing its immense power to compensate for his own deficiencies. At last, he managed to lift the axe. The red and silver glow upon it erupted with a palpable sense of lethal intent, akin to a dazzling crimson wave slicing through the void, wildly cleaving toward the iron lizard. In that moment, Su Ming's body was gradually torn and bloodied by the starlight energy, yet he endured the onslaught. A silvery gleam flickered in his eyes, and under the control of his brainwave energy, he instantaneously activated the nuclear power acceleration device mounted on the mecha. In an instant, a terrifying thrust emanated from the rear of the mecha, propelling its speed to over 10 times its normal rate. This is precisely why mechas are far superior to ordinary mechanical equipment. Mechas are holistic in nature. Their defenses, assaults, speed, agility, and myriad capabilities are all enhanced across the board, while conventional machines possess only singular abilities. Boom! A powerful sensation of thrust surged from the mech, a force so formidable that it could easily overwhelm anyone with a lesser physical capacity. Fortunately, Su Ming's physique was robust enough to withstand this force without faltering. The sudden acceleration of the mech disrupted the rhythm of the steel lizard, which had been gathering its strength, compelling it to prematurely unleash its attack. This unexpected turn of events was exceedingly unpleasant for the steel lizard, nearly causing it to vomit blood. Moreover, Su Ming's sudden increase in speed allowed him to evade the steel lizard's targeted energy lock, deftly slipping free from its grasp. Evasion is not solely about dodging bullets and collisions. It also encompasses the art of evading energy trajectories. In an instant, Su Ming eluded the steel lizard's lock, leaving it to strike at nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity presented by the steel lizard's moment of vulnerability, he swung his battle axe fiercely toward the wound he had previously inflicted. In the profound silence of the cosmic void, the sound of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air, transmitted through bone conduction to Su Ming's ears. He bellowed as his body was torn asunder, his eyes shimmering with a silvery glow, releasing all the starlight energy within him in that singular strike. A pang of pain coursed through him, yet he forced himself to disregard it, focusing intently on the target ahead. The system's X-ray vision activated within Su Ming's eyes, revealing the intricate patterns of flesh as if he were dismantling a complex machine. With remarkable skill, he traced the natural grain of the steel lizard's flesh, effortlessly slicing through it. At that moment, a wildly pulsating heart abruptly came into view through the system's perspective. Without hesitation, Su Ming raised his axe and struck decisively at the heart of the steel lizard. Chapter 45. The death of the steel lizard. Typically, even a grievous wound from the giant axe would not be enough to slay the steel lizard instantly. However, if the axe were to strike at the heart, it would undoubtedly spell its demise. In a heartbeat, the axe plunged into the heart's core. In Su Ming's eyes, the steel lizard's heart was cleaved in two, shattering into fragments. The rupture unleashed a torrent of blood that gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the silver mech in a vivid crimson. Yet, Su Ming did not revel in triumph. He swiftly expended 50 points of starlight energy to mend his own shattered body. Then, he maneuvered the mech to retreat rapidly from the scene. Indeed, the reality affirmed that Su Ming's judgment had been remarkably astute. After the iron lizard's heart shattered, it astonishingly survived for an additional 3 minutes, fiercely struggling and roaring, tearing apart the surrounding cosmic creatures before gradually falling silent. The soldiers aboard the spacecraft witnessed this spectacle and collectively erupted in jubilant cheers. Incredible! What a performance! This should go viral online and surely garner a wave of followers. A textbook case of the weak triumphing over the strong. Record what? Brothers, the iron lizard is dead. We must hurry out and assist Master Su Ming. The soldiers shouted fervently, immediately donning their space combat suits, their expressions brimming with excitement as they rushed out of the spacecraft. Master Su Ming, don't panic. We are here to support you. Suddenly, the communications system within the mecha erupted with the enthusiastic voices of the soldiers. Su Ming's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze toward the direction of the spacecraft. Indeed, he spotted a multitude of soldiers emerging, armed with mechanical gear, all charging towards the horde of cosmic creatures. A barrage of laser missiles rained down upon the swarm of cosmic beings. There were simply too many of them. The soldiers didn't even need to aim. Each attack effortlessly struck a cosmic creature. Su Ming was not idle either, wielding a mechanical battle axe. He transformed into a red apparition, gracefully maneuvering through the throngs of cosmic beings. With each pass, the apparition effortlessly cleaved through the surrounding creatures. Numerous cosmic entities fell before Su Ming's Mecha, painting the starry expanse with a cascade of blood droplets. Witnessing such a fearsome Mecha, akin to a harbinger of death, the cosmic beings were overtaken by profound terror. This Mecha was incredibly powerful. It was untouchable yet devastatingly lethal. Faced with such an adversary, anyone would feel fear. Moreover, the primary leader of their ranks, the Iron Lizard, had just been slain by this very Mecha. Without their leader, the group was disorganized, and chaos ensued among the cosmic beings as they began to flee. Word spread rapidly. Upon seeing others retreat, the remaining cosmic creatures, engulfed in fear, gradually succumbed to the urge to escape. Before long, all the cosmic beings scattered in every direction, vanishing without a trace. In the vast emptiness, aside from the multitude of corpses and blood, only the soldiers of the temporary military Unit 32 remained. Su Ming exhaled in relief, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. He retracted the Mecha back into his storage space, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him. Both his body and mind were beset by a profound fatigue, as if he could no longer summon the strength to continue. Su Ming let out a bitter smile, recognizing that the excessive consumption had placed a considerable burden on his body. It was only due to his relentless focus that he had not felt the overwhelming fatigue earlier. Now, upon relaxing, the sensation of exhaustion washed over him. It is likely that the cosmic beings were unaware that if they had persevered for just a few more minutes, Su Ming would have succumbed to fatigue, causing his condition to plummet. However, being cosmic entities, their intelligence was significantly inferior to that of ordinary sentient beings. With the battle concluded, Su Ming paid little heed to the soreness and fatigue. In fact, feeling such discomfort was a positive sign, suggesting that once his body and mind recovered, he would experience a substantial enhancement. The crew returned to their ship, and the soldiers encircled Su Ming, their faces alight with excitement, eager to shower him with praise. Yet, Su Ming merely smiled wryly, parted the crowd, and retreated to his quarters, collapsing onto his bed, instantly succumbing to a deep slumber. Even at elevated levels of existence, the necessity for sleep remained, contrary to the notions depicted in fantasy novels. Greater power did not equate to diminished need for rest. Sleep provided the utmost restoration for the body, and in fact, the higher one's realm. The more judiciously sleep was utilized. The crew exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before sharing knowing smiles as they observed Su Ming hastening towards his quarters. None had anticipated that this battle would hinge upon the prowess of a mere mechanic aboard the ship, and a profound sense of survival washed over them. Despite their uplifted spirits, there was no inclination to celebrate. The crisis was far from over. As long as they remained within this star region, they were still susceptible to attacks from the virus-infected cosmic beings. After all, those infected not only possessed heightened energy levels, but also exhibited formidable aggressiveness and infectivity. Who could say what other cosmic entities in more distant star regions might be afflicted? The crew hastily boarded their ship, propelling themselves swiftly towards a neighboring star region. Shortly after their encounter with the cosmic beings' riot, the media exposed the Lhasa Alliance's research into supergene agents. If conducted in secrecy, such endeavors would not have raised eyebrows, as various factions engaged in similar pursuits. However, once brought into the public eye, and particularly after the outbreak of the cosmic beings' riot, the aggressive and infectious side effects of the agents sparked tremendous backlash among the cosmic citizens. Regardless of the advancements in technology, the specter of viruses remained a source of profound fear for all citizens. The panic incited by such pathogens was significant. In an instant, the Lhasa Alliance found itself in the crosshairs of public scorn, akin to a rat fleeing from the streets. While the Empire issued condemnations and planned to dispatch military forces to confront the Lhasa Alliance. However, it is evident to the discerning that the Empire's intervention at this juncture is clearly motivated by the developments surrounding the supergene potion being researched by the Lhasa Alliance. Chapter 46. The Empire's stance on the Empire's third military planet, Konat, a formidable general, with an imposing presence, pushed open the door and entered the room. Esteemed colleagues, we have received recent intelligence. The Imperial Research Institute has conducted a thorough examination of the Lhasa Alliance's supergene potion and acquired some data from it. At this moment, several individuals were seated around the conference table. Upon hearing the general's words, they began to engage in animated discussions. This super gene potion has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of gene warriors. While it may affect their intelligence and other aspects, having this technology firmly in our grasp could provide the Empire with a secret weapon in the future. The intelligence just indicates that the Lhasa Alliance, utilizing the bio-creations spawned by the super gene potion, has successfully withstood Brook's assault. Although Brook is not particularly strong among the apocalyptic ranks, he still represents significant combat power. The fact that they managed to hold their ground is astonishing. The crowd buzzed with chatter, debating the implications of the super gene potion. Noticing the growing commotion, the general who had entered initially furrowed his brow and spoke up. Everyone, quiet. At the general's command, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him with a sense of reverence. This individual was not an ordinary general. He was General Hill of the Empire's 36 Pillars. His combat prowess had long reached the apocalyptic level, and although he seldom intervened in battles now, no one doubted his strength. Hill surveyed the assembly and then spoke slowly. The higher echelons of the Empire have made a decision regarding this matter. We are preparing to head to the Banderstar region to seize the super gene technology for ourselves. If the Free Federation acquires this technology, it could lead to a series of unnecessary troubles in the future. While the Free Federation is not an outright enemy of the Empire, competition in various fields is inevitable. Clashes of military might between the two factions are not uncommon, and thus, the Empire is reluctant to see the Federation gain possession of a burgeoning technology. They have one apocalyptic-level warrior. We shall dispatch 2 of ours to subdue them, Hill declared emphatically. Upon hearing Hill's assertion, the expressions of those in the conference room varied. A female officer rose to her feet and voiced her concern. General Hill, this matter could provoke negative public opinion. Our actions must remain clandestine. However, many temporary military units in the vicinity of the Banderstar region have already witnessed the emergence of supergene incidents. I fear for the potential repercussions. At her words, the attendees turned their gazes toward her, their eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue. The concerns expressed by the female officer indeed highlight a grave issue. Presently, the entire cosmos harbors a profound aversion to the supergenetic technology and the supervirus associated with the Lhasa Alliance. The Empire, in its quest to seize control of this technology, must refrain from publicizing it excessively, lest it incite discontent among the populace. The regular military, bound by confidentiality agreements, alleviates fears of information leakage. Even if it were to occur, there exist measures to address it. However, the temporary military lacks such constraints, and once disbanded, its soldiers could disperse into the void, rendering them untraceable and unmanageable. Should anyone divulge this matter online, it could escalate into a significant dilemma. General Hill's eyes sparkled with a glint of cunning as he coldly remarked, "None among us is unfamiliar with the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Why fret over such trivialities? It is quite simple. We shall dispatch 2 contingents, one to seize the supergenetic technology and the other to eliminate any witnesses." Upon hearing General Hill's words, no one expressed surprise. His thoughts aligned with those of the assembly. The temporary military, in essence, bore no distinction from civilian militias. Such forces, should they be entirely annihilated, would evoke no sorrow from the Empire, and the attendees harbored no fears of inciting trouble. Typically, those who join the temporary military lack significant connections or influence. Otherwise, they would have been directly integrated into the regular forces. These individuals could be easily dispatched without anyone taking heed. Indeed, there is no need for undue concern regarding these temporary troops. Their average combat strength does not exceed the 7th level of mediocrity. We can effortlessly accomplish the task by deploying 50 7th-level mech warriors. An officer rose, the commander responsible for lower-level mech soldiers, and upon hearing this, he decisively pushed open the door and strode out with determination. Shortly thereafter, a battleship ascended into the sky, ferrying 50 7th-level mech warriors into the expanse of the cosmos. Meanwhile, aboard the temporary military vessel number 32, a throng of soldiers had gathered before Su Ming's quarters. However, this time they sought not Su Ming for mech repairs, but rather Warren. In the past few days, after awakening, Su Ming was inundated with numerous mechanical repair orders. Faced with such an overwhelming influx, he reluctantly delegated the repair tasks to Warren. As he himself required time to work on his own mech and could not attend to additional mechanical equipment. Unexpectedly, Warren's repair results were quite commendable. During the past 10 days, he had diligently exchanged military merits for mechanical repair knowledge. His mechanical skills had significantly improved, subtly diverging from Su Ming's methods. Su Ming found this development to be quite gratifying. If Warren were to solely pursue mechanical knowledge, his future would merely tread along a solitary path, perpetually devoid of ownership. Presently, his extensive learning manifests in a commendable manner, garnering the satisfaction of the soldiers. Su Ming produced a pristine component and deftly commenced its disassembly. His expression was one of intense focus, as he instinctively entered a state of profound immersion. In this battle, while his mech was not directly struck, the prolonged maneuvering amidst various energy beams had inevitably imposed a burden upon it. Consequently, some hidden damages had begun to manifest within the mech, which, though not affecting its operation, could jeopardize its longevity if not addressed promptly. Following a harrowing confrontation, Su Ming experienced an explosive surge in his cerebral energy level, leading to a remarkable breakthrough. At this moment, his cerebral energy level soared from an initial 5,000 points to an impressive 7,000 points. A cerebral energy level of 7,000 points qualifies as a mid-level 5th tier, and when combined with the mech and starlight, it could potentially unleash a terrifying strength akin to a high-level 7th tier. Conversely, Su Ming's physical energy level now appeared as a hindrance, languishing at a mere 5,200, just sufficient to surpass the lower tier of 5th-level genetic warriors. With a wry smile, Su Ming reflected that while others grapple with enhancing their cerebral energy levels, his own challenge lay in elevating his physical energy level. Chapter 47. Something is amiss. The following day, Lieutenant Walker promptly reported the relevant events to the Imperial Workstation. The staff at the Imperial Workstation pondered momentarily before addressing Lieutenant Walker, stating, "Lieutenant, please remain where you are. We have noted your coordinates, and the Empire has dispatched a rescue team. The rescue mechs will soon arrive at the coordinates of temporary military base 32. Upon hearing the words of the Imperial Workstation staff, a look of delight spread across Lieutenant Walker's face. The Empire had indeed sent mech warriors for assistance. It seemed they regarded this matter with considerable seriousness. An internal sense of joy enveloped Walker. Without doubt, he ordered the ship to remain anchored in its position, awaiting the Empire's succor. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. If the Imperial rescue team were genuinely en route, they would likely direct him to navigate towards the Empire's domain while simultaneously coordinating a rendezvous. Yet now, the Empire's instruction for him to remain stationary clearly indicated a reluctance to allow temporary military base 32 to return to the core territories of the Empire. As time gradually passed, following the recent skirmish, the cosmic entities seemed to develop a sense of trepidation towards the vessel, refraining from approaching the nearby star regions. After receiving the signal from the Imperial rescue, Lieutenant Walker felt a wave of relief wash over him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he docked the ship in the void, allowing the Legion to recuperate. Hours swiftly passed, and Su Ming straightened his posture, gently patting the mech before him. After several hours of diligent effort, the damages within the mech had finally been restored. The successful repair of this mech had also bestowed upon him nearly 500 starlight points, significantly replenishing the losses incurred during the previous battle. Just at that moment, a jubilant cheer erupted within the spacecraft. Reinforcements from the Empire had arrived. An expression of joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. At this moment, the mech warriors dispatched by the Empire were soaring toward them. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 10 mech warriors. It seemed the Empire took this matter quite seriously, sending mech warriors for assistance. A robust-looking man gazed with delight at the approaching mech warriors. Each mech warrior was a product of the Empire's substantial investment in training, requiring not only genetic warriors to activate their cerebral energy levels, but also considerable funds to craft standardized mechs. Su Ming, having assembled mechs himself, was acutely aware of the terrifying costs involved in constructing a single mech, which were almost equivalent to purchasing one outright. These 10 mech warriors were akin to flying coins of the Empire. Each of these warriors, heading toward the temporary military base 32, emanated a formidable aura, rivaling that of the steel lizards previously encountered. Such power, if indeed here for rescue, would be more than sufficient. Lieutenant Walker's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the mech warriors. After waiting so many days, they had finally arrived. Moreover, the fact that mech warriors were coming directly for rescue signified the Empire's seriousness regarding this operation. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Walker donned his space combat suit and stepped out of the spacecraft, preparing to welcome the mech warriors. Ming, the Empire has dispatched mech warriors to rescue us, Warren exclaimed, his expression reflecting immense relief at the sight of so many mech warriors. It was a universal truth that anyone encountering mech warriors would instantly feel a profound sense of security. Hearing Warren's words, Ming curiously directed his gaze toward the window of the spacecraft. Indeed, outside, 10 white mechs radiated immense energy as they sped toward the temporary military base 32. A smile spread across Ming's face, and he felt considerably more at ease, ready to focus on the mechanical equipment before him. However, just as he reached out to grasp the equipment, his arm halted mid-air. Subsequently, Ming lifted his head once more to scrutinize the mech warriors. The more he observed, the more grave his expression became. Something was amiss. Something's wrong? Ming murmured. What's wrong? Warren inquired with curiosity, standing nearby. The rescuers did not bring a rescue team. For a colossal entity such as the Empire, there exists a stringent protocol regarding military assistance. It is not merely a matter of dispatching powerful individuals to extricate trapped soldiers. True rescue entails the presence of a comprehensive support team equipped with medical personnel, mechanical repair specialists, backup spacecraft, energy blocks, and other essential supplies. This is imperative to mitigate potential issues such as damage to the spacecraft, severe injuries among personnel, or energy shortages. Although it is plausible that Lieutenant Walker communicated in advance regarding the absence of casualties, one would expect that a mechanic and spare parts would accompany such a mission. After all, this vessel had previously endured an assault by the Steel Lizards, and no one can guarantee that hidden damages do not exist within the ship. These evaluations necessitate the expertise of a mechanic, and relying solely on the onboard technician would certainly be insufficient for a prompt assessment. The Empire, being the pinnacle of human civilization, would surely not commit such a fundamental oversight in their rescue protocols. Presently, there is no rescue team, only these 10 mech warriors, which raises a sense of unease in Ming. It should not be the case that the Empire has dispatched their rescue units elsewhere. However, with these 10 mech warriors, we can still return safely to the Empire. Warren, nearby, appeared somewhat skeptical, as citizens living within the Empire do not harbor the belief that it would turn against them. Upon hearing Warren's words, Ming murmured to himself, "Let's hope so, but it is wise to remain cautious." Deep down, Ming sensed something amiss. He was not a native of the Empire, but rather a traveler from Earth, and he remained unconvinced regarding the Empire's assurances of citizen safety. After speaking, Ming rose and stored the recently repaired mech into his dimensional space. He took precautions by configuring the mech for immediate deployment. Subsequently, he approached the front desk and borrowed a small spacecraft, which he also stored in his dimensional space. With these preparations complete, Ming felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, at that moment, an alarmed outcry suddenly echoed throughout the ship. Ming's expression shifted as he turned to the window, and his pupils constricted in shock. There, amidst the void, floated a grotesquely disfigured corpse, shrouded in the remnants of smoke from a recent explosion. From the tattered remains of its clothing, Ming could discern that this was none other than Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48. The destroyed ship upon witnessing Lieutenant Walker's lifeless body adrift in the void. Ming felt a chill run through him. Walker had been murdered, and the perpetrators were evidently the so-called rescue team. The 10 mechanized warriors, as Ming had anticipated, were not there for rescue, but rather to silence witnesses. In an instant, Ming realized that the Empire was likely intent on utilizing superpower gene technology. Under the pressure of public opinion among cosmic citizens, the Empire felt compelled to eliminate certain informants to ensure that sensitive information would not be divulged. For such a vast empire, an advanced technology was undoubtedly worth far more than the lives of its citizens. Before Ming could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed multiple powerful energy signatures locking onto the ship. Alarmed, he instinctively seized Warren beside him, and in a flash, the mech enveloped his body. With a swift motion, he shattered the ship's window and leapt outside. Just as Ming catapulted through the shattered window, a surge of terrifying energy erupted. A barrage of fierce attacks engulfed the vessel, and the ship's protective shield could barely withstand a moment before being obliterated by the overwhelming force. After shattering the shield, the force did not relent. It completely tore the ship apart. A blinding conflagration erupted from the vessel, leading to its instant disintegration in the cosmos. The soldiers aboard the ship had no time to react, meeting their demise in the onslaught. It was estimated that fewer than 20 survived. The 10 mechanized warriors confronting them were no less formidable than steel lizards. This terrifying array of power swiftly dismantled the remarkably fortified ship. Seeing that a few individuals had survived, the mechanized warriors exchanged commands and promptly locked onto the remaining survivors, preparing to unleash a second wave of attacks to exterminate them. However, at that moment, one of the mech pilots suddenly sensed an ominous threat targeting him. Alarmed, he prepared to maneuver his mech to evade the impending danger. Yet, just then, a fearsome attack silently descended upon his mech. Boom! The pilot felt his mech being hurled away by a brutal force. In an instant, the mech's energy shield lost 40% of its power. The Imperial mech warrior was taken aback, turning his gaze toward the source of the attack, where he spotted a silver-white mech quietly hovering in the void, wielding a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed directly at him. Before he could issue a warning to his comrades, he witnessed the sniper rifle glow a vivid crimson once more. Boom! Another shot, expertly locking onto the Imperial mech warrior. The shot shattered the protective shield of the mech warrior, distorting the machine itself with the residual force. The warrior's heart raced, nearly choking him with anxiety. Fortunately, the blow only warped the mech. Although the energy barrier was obliterated, the inherent material strength of the mech prevented catastrophic damage. Thus, he deduced that the pilot of the silver mech was likely not particularly formidable. Otherwise, a direct hit from 2 shots would have annihilated him had he faced a more powerful opponent. Nevertheless, the impending strike from the silver mech still posed a lethal threat. He hastily exclaimed a warning about the presence of the enemy mech warriors. In the next moment, he sensed that the opposing mech had once again locked onto him. An overwhelming instinct for survival surged within him, prompting the Imperial mech warrior to maneuver swiftly, attempting to evade the targeting lock. Yet, despair gripped him as no matter how he repositioned himself, the enemy mech remained steadfastly locked onto his essence, as though every movement fell within the realm of the enemy's predictions. At that moment, cold sweat dripped down his back. How terrifying! The shooting proficiency of the opposing mech warrior was astounding, perhaps surpassing even his comrades renowned for their sniping skills. He could not remain passive. Gritting his teeth, the mech warrior unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. In an instant, his mech brandished an electromagnetic pulse weapon, hoping to force the opponent to reposition, thus revealing a flaw in their targeting lock, allowing him to escape their grasp. To his surprise, the silver mech remained stationary, seemingly engrossed in aiming, preparing to unleash its attack. This allowed the Imperial mech warrior to quickly pinpoint the location of the silver mech. Boom! A fearsome attack erupted from the electromagnetic pulse weapon. However, in that moment, the Imperial mech warrior's expression changed dramatically. As he released his attack, he felt the silver mech suddenly break free from his lock. How could this be? His pupils constricted in shock. In that instant, he recalled a mention among elite mech warriors of a peculiar technique, just as an enemy locks onto you in preparation to strike. A slight repositioning can allow one to escape the lock state. Mastering this technique almost guarantees that one's attacks will inevitably fail. This is due to the fact that the target can evade locking just a second before the attack is unleashed, rendering the attacker's efforts futile and unrecoverable. Once the attack is initiated, a significant vulnerability arises, allowing the target to transition from defense to offense, effortlessly dispatching the attacker. However, this technique is exceedingly challenging to master, requiring the pilot of the locked mech to possess exceptional timing and maneuvering skills, as well as a keen sense of attack judgment. It is only through the confluence of these factors that such maneuvers can be executed. Even the most elite mech warriors would refrain from employing this tactic unless the situation becomes critical, as the risks are considerable. Failing to evade the lock at that crucial moment would result in receiving a direct hit. Those who can wield this technique with ease are invariably individuals brimming with self-confidence. Chapter 49. Surrounded indeed, there were no unexpected developments. The attacks from the Imperial Mech warriors were swiftly evaded by Su Ming. Without hesitation, as the adversary released their attack, Su Ming recognized the opportunity. The moment of vulnerability had presented itself. His eyes erupted with a brilliant silver glow. In an instant, his mental energy surged, manifesting a terrifying onslaught within his sniper rifle. Time was of the essence, and without a moment's pause, Su Ming unleashed his counterattack. A delay would allow the other Imperial Mech warriors to react and assist their comrade, making it nearly impossible for him to eliminate the targeted mech. In a silent flash, the flames of his assault engulfed the opposing mech warrior. In an instant, the Imperial Mech warrior was obliterated without a sound, shattered by Su Ming's single shot. Only then did the other Imperial Mech warriors grasp the situation. Despite the extensive tactical exchange that had just transpired, the 3 shots had occurred in rapid succession. After those 3 shots, Su Ming had successfully destroyed 1 mech warrior. The remaining Imperial Mech warriors, witnessing this, were instantly alarmed and abandoned their intention to eliminate the temporary soldier numbered 32, turning their focus on Su Ming. A multitude of menacing presences locked onto Su Ming with deadly intent. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming released the spacecraft from his storage space and shouted to Warren, "Get inside the ship and escape." After issuing the command, Su Ming paid no further attention to Warren and soared into the sky, drawing fire away from his companion. Warren, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding scene, was suddenly thrust into action as Su Ming propelled him away. After a brief pause, he instinctively reacted, entering the spacecraft without hesitation, and promptly activated the small vessel. Upon realizing the anomaly, Su Ming sought to rent a spacecraft from the front desk. This vessel had now become the key to escape for both Su Ming and Warren. As Su Ming piloted the Mecha, he ascended rapidly, distancing himself from the spacecraft's location. In doing so, he successfully diverted the attention of the Imperial Mecha warriors away from the ship. Su Ming's intent was straightforward, to draw fire. Instantly, a barrage of terrifying assaults erupted from the remaining Mecha warriors' cannons, their targeting systems locking onto Su Ming with lethal precision. The Mecha warriors, propelled by their machines, surged towards him at an alarming speed. At that moment, Su Ming's focus sharpened remarkably. He sensed every hostile presence that had locked onto him. His sole desire was to flee, for he faced 9 formidable foes, each on par with the might of a steel lizard. United, they instilled no inclination for confrontation within him. Rather, he aimed to buy time for Warren to activate the spacecraft's spatial jump function. These Imperial Mechas were basic models, lacking the capability for spatial traversal, while the spacecraft was equipped for such jumps. Once initiated, the leap would span light years. At such distances, even the swiftest Mecha warriors would find it impossible to pursue the vessel. A relentless barrage of attacks surged towards him, with hostile energies continuously locking onto Su Ming. His gaze remained eerily calm as he unleashed his cerebral abilities, deftly maneuvering the Mecha to evade the onslaught. A true master. His movements are exceptional, remarked one of the Imperial Mecha warriors, his eyes filled with malice and rage. It was a profound humiliation for the Imperial forces to have allowed an adversary to escape right under their noses, resulting in the swift elimination of one of their own. Consequently, the 9 Imperial Mecha warriors harbored a resolute intent to eliminate Su Ming. However, they soon discovered that the pilot of the Silver Mecha possessed extraordinary skills, akin to a slippery fish, making it exceedingly difficult to lock onto him. Under normal circumstances, they would have marveled at such finesse. Yet, as adversaries, this remarkable evasion was an exceedingly vexing reality. Unable to land a blow or capture him only fueled their frustration. Utilize evasive maneuvers to constrict the encirclement. The Mecha warriors quickly devised a corresponding strategy. They swiftly dispersed, surrounding Su Ming from all directions. The 9 warriors relentlessly pressed their attacks, gradually tightening the noose around him. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. The adversary undoubtedly possesses a numerical advantage, with each individual being a formidable mech warrior. Even if one were to attempt a unilateral breakthrough, it would require a considerable amount of time. The other mech warriors would certainly not afford such time for a breach. As the encirclement tightened, the space available for Su Ming to maneuver diminished correspondingly. Su Ming is not a deity. In the absence of substantial maneuvering space, he too would be susceptible to being struck, unable to evade the onslaught. Should the encirclement be constricted to a critical extent, Su Ming could very well face grave peril. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Su Ming suddenly spotted Warren piloting the ship, which began to emanate a soft blue glow, an indication of the initiation sequence for a spatial jump. Upon realizing that the ship was poised to execute a spatial leap, Su Ming felt a surge of elation. Warren, can you break free from the encirclement? Su Ming activated the communication device, and indeed, Warren's anxious voice resonated through it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming hastily replied, "Proceed with the jump. I will emerge at the last possible moment. Just remember to open the door for me." After hearing Su Ming's words, Warren bit his lip, a profound hesitation flickering in his eyes. He was fearful. Once the ship activated the spatial jump function, it could not be retracted. If at that moment Su Ming failed to breach the encirclement and enter the ship, it would likely jump away, leaving Su Ming behind to confront the 9 mech warriors alone, a scenario Warren could not accept under any circumstances. "Warren, trust me," Su Ming intoned with gravity. Upon hearing Su Ming's plea, a glimmer of resolve shone in Warren's eyes. "All right, I believe in you." Without further hesitation, Warren pressed the button for the ship's spatial jump function, and the ship began to tremble gently, as if preparing to tear through the fabric of space and depart this star region. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself increasingly besieged by the encircling mech warriors. Chapter 50. The battle axe opens the heavens. The surrounding mech warriors relentlessly honed in on Su Ming, utilizing multiple brain domain energy levels to firmly lock onto him. With little maneuvering space left, the prospect of evading the mech warrior's grip became exceedingly arduous. However, Su Ming exhibited no trace of panic. The rhythmic countdown from Warren's communication device echoed clearly in his ears. 30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. Su Ming refrained from making unnecessary movements, continuously dodging the onslaught of attacks with an unervingly calm demeanor. "Su Ming, only 10 seconds left. Hurry." Warren's voice began to quaver with urgency. Upon hearing the 10-second mark, a fierce glint ignited in Su Ming's eyes. "Exchange 400 starlight points," Su Ming stated calmly. Instantly, an immense surge of power flooded into every corner of his body. As always, the capillaries within Su Ming's physique ruptured, and droplets of blood began to seep from his body. Yet, he remained undeterred by the swelling sensation coursing through him. Rapidly, he calculated and assessed the situation in his mind, and without hesitation, he charged forward to confront one of the attacking mech warriors. "Electromagnetic light shield," Su Ming exclaimed sharply, unleashing a torrent of starlight energy. A brilliant radiance erupted from the left hand of his mech, manifesting into a colossal electromagnetic light shield. Enhanced by the starlight energy, the shield emitted a powerful energy response. Boom! The assault from the opposing mech warrior was deflected by the electromagnetic light shield, though it reduced the shield's durability to around 60. There was room for 2 more strikes, Su Ming thought to himself, as the nuclear-powered thrusters behind him roared to life. In that instant, rather than being thrown back by the enemy's attack, his mech surged forward with terrifying speed, charging toward the enemy mech warrior. "This is bad. They intend to break through. Quick, provide support." The other Imperial mech warriors quickly realized Su Ming's intentions and wasted no time in rushing to assist him. However, they were a moment too late. Su Ming's mech reached the front of the enemy mech in a flash. Blood Wave XAZ-071. The bloody battle axe that had slain the steel lizard materialized in Su Ming's grip. His eyes sparkled with silver light as he channeled all the starlight energy into his arm and the axe. Stellar Infinite Heavenly Technique, Battle Edition. Heavenly Opening Technique. This was Su Ming's first time employing the Heavenly Opening Technique from the Stellar Infinite Heavenly Technique. According to legend, Pangu wielded a colossal axe to cleave the heavens and earth, thus creating the separation of the pure and the turbid. The name Heavenly Opening arose from this myth. The Heavenly Opening Technique was a combat skill that required the use of an axe, possessing formidable penetrating and defensive breaking capabilities, making it perfectly suited for the current predicament. Observing the bright protective shield illuminating the enemy mech, Su Ming did not hesitate. He raised a massive axe, his gaze fixed intently on the opponent's shield. Being a mechanic himself, Su Ming understood that machinery has patterns, and energy flows also have their own rhythms. Amid the ebb and flow of energy, there would inevitably be fleeting gaps and moments of awkwardness. It was within these gaps that the key to victory lay. Su Ming's gaze was sharp as he suddenly turned towards an inconspicuous spot. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy erupted forth, and Su Ming, at that moment, resembled a giant emerging from the primordial chaos, wielding a colossal axe. With an overwhelming momentum that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens, he struck at the most vulnerable point of the energy shield surrounding the mech warrior. The heavens opened, physical penetration 70, energy might 30, defense breaking capability 50. In a heartbeat, the blood-red battle axe unleashed a brilliant crimson glow, engulfing the mech as if it were submerged in a sea of blood. Once the other mechs regained their vision, they were stunned to discover that the targeted mech had been cleaved in two, the pilot inside brutally shattered by the force of the strike, beyond any chance of survival. Meanwhile, the mech that Su Ming piloted did not falter, taking advantage of the gap created by the destruction of the Imperial mech warrior. It broke through the encirclement of its foes and surged forth. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming remained eerily calm, even as he mentally counted down the seconds for the spaceship's spatial teleportation. As he uttered the final numbers, he propelled himself into the opening hatch of the ship. The hatch closed instantaneously, and a peculiar spatial fluctuation erupted from the vessel. In a mere moment, the ship was enveloped by the waves of space. And just as the other mech warriors raced toward their target, the ship vanished, leaving behind a silence that filled the void. The vessel had successfully executed a spatial jump. The remaining Imperial mech warriors exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a complex mix of emotions: rage, resentment, defeat, and helplessness. Why did such a mech warrior exist in the temporary army? Where did his mech come from? What mastery of piloting had he acquired? A chill crept into their hearts. From the outset, this mech warrior had swiftly assassinated one Imperial mech warrior, then, amidst the encirclement, obliterated another with astonishing ease, before departing with an air of nonchalance. If the initial assassination could be attributed to the complacency of the others, then the subsequent breakthrough and swift execution left them utterly powerless to counter his movements. Furthermore, the coordination with the spaceship and his exquisite timing in executing the jump had reached a pinnacle of perfection, catching everyone off guard as he seamlessly transitioned into the ship's teleportation. They had missed their chance entirely. As the mission concluded, it was evident that the majority of soldiers from the temporary army, Unit 32, had been annihilated, leaving only a few who posed no threat to the prevailing narrative. However, in their hearts, the mission was deemed a failure. The enemy was but a single individual whose power level was inferior to any of their mech warriors. Yet, this lone assailant managed to take down two of their own, leaving an indelible impression of the silver mech warrior in their minds. Chapter 51. The Escape in the Silent Void of the Cosmos. A ripple of spatial distortion heralded the sudden appearance of a spacecraft within this emptiness. Inside the vessel, Su Ming removed the mech armor he had been wearing, letting out a sigh of relief. He then glanced to the side, momentarily taken aback. Beside Warren, there were, astonishingly, other soldiers who had survived, totaling 32. Excluding Su Ming and Warren, there were 7 survivors aboard the ship. It seemed that after the explosion, these soldiers had been fortunate enough to survive and were subsequently rescued by Warren. To his surprise, among them was an old acquaintance, Locke, the very individual who had once sought his assistance in modifying a battle axe. Regrettably, the other members of Locke's squad, including their captain, had perished in the fiery chaos of the assault. At this moment, the group exchanged glances, a bitter smile creeping onto their faces. It was evident that none of them realized they had been abandoned by the Empire. Should the Empire become aware of their whereabouts, what awaited them would not be salvation, but another onslaught. What a stroke of misfortune. Who would have thought we would encounter such a calamity? One soldier remarked with a wry smile. Locke shook his head, saying, "In interstellar society, this is the norm for soldiers. We now need to consider our next course of action." With that, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Su Ming. He had been their savior aboard the ship, and he now possessed the greatest combat prowess, leading them to unconsciously regard him as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have not ventured far from the Empire, and am not well acquainted with the situations in interstellar society. Do any of you have suggestions?" After a brief contemplation, he added, "In any case, we must either go into hiding or seek refuge in a lower-tier civilization temporarily. We cannot appear in high-tier civilizations, or we risk being discovered and hunted down." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group nodded in unison. they had effectively become fugitives. And not even true fugitives, for once their identities were exposed, they would face the relentless pursuit of the Empire. No one could escape the wrath of a formidable cosmic empire, not even a being of apocalyptic caliber. Locke, lost in thought, eventually raised his head and addressed the group. I know of a place where we can find refuge, and it will not be discovered. At Locke's words, the others turned their attention toward him, their faces reflecting curiosity. Locke chuckled softly before speaking. I ventured to that place in my early years, but I later deemed it too perilous. A soldier nearby stirred slightly and remarked, The place you speak of, is it the Black Domain? Locke nodded in affirmation. Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a profound confusion. Having lived their lives within the Empire, they had not ventured beyond its borders like these roving soldiers. Their understanding of interstellar society was limited to the public knowledge disseminated by the Empire. Clearly, such extraordinary locales as Locke described would not be documented in the Empire's textbooks, knowledge of which was reserved for those who frequently traversed the outside world. Noticing the bewilderment etched on their faces, Locke smiled and elucidated. The Black Domain is a gray society of humanity existing outside the interstellar community. Given the vastness of the interstellar expanse, some individuals find themselves unable to establish a foothold within it for various reasons and thus seek refuge in the Black Domain. It is a chaotic realm where one's prior identity holds little significance. However, the dangers lurking within are considerably greater. Upon hearing Locke's explanation, Ming and Warren's expressions transformed to one of realization. After contemplating for a moment, Ming concurred with Locke's suggestion. At present, the Black Domain indeed appeared to be the most suitable destination, as it provided a veil of anonymity that was crucial for their safety. Although perilous, it was preferable to being pursued by the Empire. Do you have the coordinates for the Black Domain? Let us set course directly, Ming proposed. Following his lead, the others hastily input the coordinates into the ship's navigation system. Oh wait, Ming suddenly recalled, producing the identity card issued by the 32nd Temporary Military Unit. He accessed it and exchanged it for an array of mechanical components, depleting the accumulated military merit points. Subsequently, he deposited the identity card into the furnace, melting it down completely. The others looked on in awe, marveling at Ming's audacity to exchange military resources while being hunted by the Empire. After all, once the Empire's logistics department dispatched supplies via spatial transmission, they would be able to pinpoint everyone's location. Yet, perhaps therein lay the flaw of such a vast system. Communication, within such an expansive framework, is an exceedingly taxing endeavor. It is plausible that the military command was already aware of the directive to eliminate Ming and his companions and had issued a bounty for their capture. However, the logistics department, which was responsible for the distribution of military supplies, had yet to receive this intelligence and continued to dispense resources to Ming and his group as if all were normal. Without hesitation, the others followed suit, exchanging their military merits for various equipment before incinerating their identity cards as well. One should not underestimate the significance of this detail. These mechanical devices and components may very well become the pivotal factors for survival amidst the abyss of the future. Even Ming's mech, in the absence of spare mechanical parts, would be rendered nearly powerless if damaged beyond repair. Thus, preparing in advance is of utmost importance for those currently fleeing. Unidentified spacecraft detected ahead. At that moment, a soldier piloting the ship suddenly turned to Ming and the other soldiers, announcing the alarming news. Upon hearing his words, Ming and the others were taken aback and promptly rushed to the cockpit. Through the cockpit scanner, they indeed observed a fluctuation indicating a spacecraft several 100,000 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, such a distance is trivial. For a spacecraft, it would only take a few hours to traverse. Exchanging glances, the crew members turned their attention to Ming, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, desiring to avoid trouble, he was about to instruct the pilot to turn back. However, at that instant, the pilot's voice broke through. It seems they have detected us and are approaching. Chapter 52. The mysterious spaceship. A vessel sped towards Ming's craft. The crew squinted, their expressions turning serious. In the cosmos, if a ship actively approaches yours, it is rarely a harbinger of good tidings. Instinctively, the crew grasped their mechanical gear, steadying their breaths, their minds brimming with vigilance. Soon, The approaching ship positioned itself directly in front of Su Ming's craft. The two vessels hovered in the void, confronting one another. Suddenly, without warning, the enemy ship launched an aggressive attack, its cannons locking onto Su Ming's vessel and unleashing a formidable barrage. In an instant, Su Ming's ship trembled violently, and the energy shield plummeted significantly. Witnessing the indiscriminate assault, both Su Ming and the soldiers within the cabin felt a surge of indignation. What madness is this? What do these people intend? A soldier rose, furrowing his brow as he spoke coldly. If we were up against space pirates, they would typically deploy genetic warriors to board and then commence their assault. To them, any encountered ship represents a potential treasure, and they would not wish for it to sustain damage due to their own attack. Yet, these aggressors attack without sending any combat personnel aboard. Clearly, they're not space pirates. If they are not pirates, what does their immediate aggression signify? The crowd was quite irritated, and without hesitation, Su Ming took the lead, donning his mech armor and leaping from the spaceship. The others, equally vexed, followed him off the vessel. From the recent barrage of attacks, it was evident that this spaceship's energy levels were not particularly formidable, suggesting the absence of any powerful beings aboard. Even so, the audacity of the enemy to launch an assault was nothing short of suicidal. Clad in his mech, Su Ming surged toward the spaceship, his nuclear propulsion system igniting and propelling him to maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, the silver mech had advanced to the front of the spaceship. Upon seeing Su Ming's approach, the spaceship immediately redirected its fire towards him, unleashing a torrent of mechanical gunfire, while deftly maneuvering his mech to evade the onslaught. A peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face, for it was rather amusing that none of the ship's weapons seemed to consciously target him. Instead, they fired wildly in his direction as if a child with a gun, seeing a platoon of well-armed soldiers advancing, began to shoot in a panic before being noticed. Not only did the child fail to hit the soldiers, but he also exhausted all his ammunition. This was Su Ming's most immediate impression of the spaceship. A look of confusion flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he abandoned the idea of obliterating the ship with a few well-placed shots. Instead, he swiftly approached the ship's hatch. As he drew near, the spaceship appeared to grow frantic, realizing that its cannons could no longer target the nearly adjacent Su Ming. He had perfectly positioned himself within the ship's blind spot. What followed was a sequence of events that left Su Ming both amused and bewildered. The spaceship began to flee. It darted back in the direction from whence it came. Normally, an armed spacecraft encountering an enemy breaching its vicinity would have myriad ways to address the situation, such as deploying powerful electrocurrents to repel the intruder or unleashing genetically engineered warriors for combat. However, this particular ship opted for a rather comical retreat. Witnessing this, Su Ming was almost certain that the pilot was a novice, utterly lacking even the most basic knowledge of survival in the cosmos. His curiosity piqued. He swiftly retrieved a bloody battle axe from the storage space of his mech and raised it high, bringing it down with force upon the spaceship before him. Boom! A tremendous recoil reverberated. Yet Su Ming's expression remained remarkably unfazed, his arms steady as if the force of the impact had not registered at all. With his strike, the spaceship's energy shield shattered into fragments. With a sudden motion, Su Ming raised the colossal axe in his grasp. This time, he refrained from exerting his full strength, merely cleaving through the exterior of the spacecraft. A dull thud resonated through the air, transmitted via bone conduction to Su Ming's ears, as he created a gaping hole in the spacecraft's hatch before him. The pressure and oxygen within the vessel were instantaneously released into the void. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, tearing through the ship's outer skin, and swiftly propelled himself into the interior of the craft. Upon entering, a cacophony of piercing alarms blared throughout the spacecraft. The immense pressure and oxygen levels had plummeted to a threshold intolerable for the human body. While an ordinary person might succumb to such conditions, for a genetic warrior, it posed little threat. However, a fleeting concern crossed Su Ming's mind. Could there truly be a multitude of ordinary individuals aboard? The thought lingered, as the vacuum could potentially cause their internal pressures to rupture. Without delay, Su Ming maneuvered into the ship's cabin, only to be taken aback. Indeed, the interior was filled with ordinary individuals. Several men clad in white lab coats, resembling researchers, had been violently ejected by the vacuum, their insides and blood splattered throughout the cabin, rendering the scene grotesquely sanguine. A sigh of relief escaped Su Ming as he noted that only a handful had met such a gruesome fate. The majority of the crew was attired in space combat suits, shielded from the lethal environment. Upon witnessing Su Ming's armored entrance, the crew members' garb in their combat attire displayed profound terror, their expressions betraying their fear. Su Ming furrowed his brow. The energy levels emanating from these individuals were not particularly formidable. At most, they were the first or second tier of genetic warriors. Such levels were not vastly different from those of ordinary people. What perplexed Su Ming was why this seemingly unarmed vessel had brazenly initiated an offensive against his own ship. "Those who wish to live, stand down and return with me to my ship," Su Ming declared coldly through his communicator. He then turned, leading the crew back to his own vessel. Cough, cough, a piece of trivia. Space suits and space stations maintain atmospheric pressure. If an ordinary person's body were exposed to the vacuum of space, the internal blood pressure would cause them to explode. There would be no need for violence. The vacuum itself would do the job. Chapter 53. A fortuitous encounter. Su Ming's ship sped swiftly through the void, the previously captured vessel now secured within his spatial device. The spacecraft needed to depart rapidly. One could never predict when the Empire's mech warriors might arrive. After all, while this area was technically on the fringes of the Empire, it still lay within its territorial domain. Who knows whether the Empire possesses any peculiar surveillance methods within its own territory. At this moment, aboard the spacecraft, Su Ming and his fellow soldiers gazed curiously at the frail figures before them. These individuals were the attackers he had recently captured from a ship. "Are you implying that the ones who just assaulted us mistook us for someone else?" Su Ming wailed, a hint of exasperation evident in his voice as he regarded these scrawny individuals. Clad in research uniforms, their energy levels were feeble, likely no more than the first or second tier of genetic warriors. Some were even ordinary humans who had yet to unlock their genetic potential. The leader among them nodded pitifully. "The signals we detected were those of an Imperial spacecraft. We assumed you were sent to apprehend us." Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a throbbing feather. It became clear that, after capturing these individuals, he understood their motivation for attacking, merely mistaking him and his companions for the Empire's forces sent to hunt them down. This incident was indeed a remarkable blunder. The Empire had dispatched 2 military units, one tasked with annihilating the temporary forces, which was the very unit that had attacked Su Ming and his companions, and the other, far more formidable, aimed at assaulting the laboratories of the Lhasa Alliance to seize information and technology regarding superpower genetics. Faced with simultaneous attacks from 2 cosmic nations, even with superpower genetic technology, the Lhasa Alliance's defenses crumbled instantly, leading to the disintegration of its leadership as they scattered to find their own means of escape. Consequently, the Lhasa Alliance fell into a state of anarchy, swiftly reclaimed by the Free Federation. The individuals standing before Su Ming were researchers who had escaped from the former Lhasa Alliance's superpower laboratory. Due to their lack of combat training and minimal experience in survival within the cosmos, these researchers often made absurd decisions, even resorting to attacking Su Ming's spacecraft out of desperation upon detecting it as an Imperial vessel. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Truly, these researchers exhibited a dismal acuity for survival in the cosmos. Even if his group had indeed been Imperial forces pursuing them, it was illogical to turn and assault them. A cadre of frail researchers could scarcely contend with a well-equipped military unit. It was no wonder such a mix-up had occurred. Now, the pressing question was how to deal with these researchers. Their own spacecraft had been reduced to a mere shell, a gaping hole cleaved into it by his bloodthirsty battle axe. Without a repair planet, it was evident they could not operate their vessel normally. A flicker of intrigue passed through Su Ming's eyes, and he turned to the group of researchers, asking, "Are you responsible for researching superpower genetic technology? Which sector do you belong to?" The researchers exchanged an awkward smile before one of them shyly spoke up. "The core sector, the super energy gene technology, is our creation." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming and the other soldiers gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting mutual shock. It was no wonder these researchers appeared so frightened. The 2 great cosmic empires were scouring the universe for them, eager to capture them and return them to their respective nations. How could they not be apprehensive? It was sheer luck that those 2 empires had failed to apprehend the researchers, only for them to stumble upon each other through a spatial leap. Su Ming murmured to himself, pondering how they had managed to escape. The difficulty of their flight far surpassed his own escape from the mech warriors. After all, the elite armies of the two empires were patrolling that area, with formidable experts abounding. Evading such skilled eyes was no simple feat. With a bitter smile, the researcher continued. In truth, we had escaped long ago, but we have been wandering through the cosmos, fearful of being tracked, too afraid to set foot on solid ground. After speaking, the researcher curiously glanced at Su Ming and inquired, "Where are you headed? You are not soldiers of the Empire, yet you command an Imperial vessel." The group exchanged glances, and Su Ming shook his head. "It's a long story. We are also being pursued by the Empire and are preparing to head to the Black Domain to evade their pursuit." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared on the face of the leading researcher, who cautiously probed, "Could you take us with you? If we fall into the hands of the two empires, our freedom will be severely compromised. Please take us to the Black Domain. I can offer you the super energy gene technology." Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these researchers would wish to accompany him. Moreover, it seemed that even upon reaching the Black Domain, they intended to stay close, wary of potential dangers. Su Ming felt a surge of temptation. These individuals were treasures. Although their combat prowess was modest, the knowledge they possessed was invaluable, coveted by both empires. It was evident that their expertise could be considered top tier in the universe. If he were to integrate such a group into his team, they would undoubtedly contribute significantly in the future. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming raised his head and addressed the group. "I can take you with us. However, as you mentioned, should I require your technological support, you must provide it unconditionally. In return, I promise you a freedom unattainable under the two empires." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the researchers exchanged glances, and the foremost among them stepped forward with a smile, saying, "No problem. As long as we are provided with the appropriate research conditions, I am Wang Ku. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 54. The spider-like mechanical arm. The location of the Black Domain lies on the fringes of interstellar society, rendering it quite distant for everyone involved. More importantly, Su Ming and his companions were aboard merely a small, temporary spacecraft utilized by military personnel for urgent missions. The vessel's capability for travel is significantly inferior compared to that of a standard ship. A conventional spacecraft, under optimal conditions, could traverse several light years in a single spatial jump, potentially even over a dozen light years. In contrast, the small ship utilized by Su Ming and his team could only manage a jump of less than 2 light years each time, making such a journey across vast distances quite impractical. Moreover, due to the enigmatic substances encountered during spatial traversals, along with various electromagnetic storms and radiation, their ship could only execute a maximum of 3 spatial jumps per day, necessitating approximately 7 hours of cooling time after each jump to avoid damage. Regrettably, given the limited resources, Su Ming lamented the decision to breach Wang Ku's ship. Had he not done so, they could have reached the Black Domain within a matter of days, relying on the capabilities of their vessel. However, at the current pace of this temporary craft, it would likely take around 3 weeks to arrive at their destination. Nevertheless, since they were already en route, Su Ming and Warren quickly adapted to life aboard the ship. During this time, Su Ming engaged in continuous mechanical assembly and repairs. He had developed a profound passion for mechanical assembly, initially motivated by starlight and a habitual commitment. Now, he discovered that such tasks significantly enhanced his cerebral capacity, allowing for remarkable improvement in a brief period. Additionally, there were subtler benefits, as this practice helped him maintain composure and stability during combat, optimizing his performance in battle. Though this did not directly translate to an increase in hard power, it was nonetheless crucial for combatants, as the state of one's fighting spirit became paramount among those of equal rank and energy levels. Su Ming's repeated victories over stronger adversaries stemmed from his calmness and steadiness in battle. An enhancement in his combat state also effectively bolstered his overall combat prowess. "Warren, I would like to attempt assembling a mech myself," he said bashfully to Su Ming today. Now free from the Empire's constraints, concerns over intellectual property were moot. Su Ming had long shared his knowledge of mechs with Warren, who, after extensive practice, felt an insatiable urge to delve into the realm of mech assembly. Hearing Warren's words, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. Warren's progress was evident to Su Ming. After undergoing training with the temporary military unit 32, Warren had reached a level of proficiency in mechanics where he could operate independently. Given Warren's caliber, while he might still need time to master some of the stellar-grade equipment within the mechs, assembling other components posed no challenge. Moreover, Ming, with his experience in mech assembly, understood that throughout this process, Warren's mechanical skills would experience significant enhancement. By the time he was required to assemble stellar-grade mechanical parts, it was likely that Warren would have already evolved into a stellar-grade mechanic, fully capable of handling such components. Go ahead and be bold in your attempts. Do not fear ruining the mechanical parts, as we have exchange for plenty this time, Ming remarked with a smile. Simultaneously, Ming adeptly affixed a mechanical component onto a backpack-style mechanical arm. Spider-type backpack mechanical arm, stellar-grade mechanical equipment. This arm operates independently from the main body, moving autonomously. Behind Ming, a compact spatial storage unit is positioned, and upon activation, the mechanical arm springs forth from this storage, transforming into 4 independent appendages, aptly named spider-like. Once the mechanical arms are activated, they move freely like spider legs, capable of assisting Ming's mobility and transforming into sharp spears. Additionally, they feature kinetic acceleration and laser gun capabilities. With this mechanical arm, Ming could effectively free his own arms to execute various other attacks. The versatility of this mechanical arm is remarkable. The initial intent behind assembling this arm was for use in navigating complex terrains. While mechs are formidable, they often require ample space to function optimally, such as in the vastness of outer space. However, on the ground, many confined environments are unsuitable for mech combat. Forcing a mech into such scenarios only results in cumbersome engagements. As they venture into the Black Domain, Ming could not guarantee what peculiar terrains they might encounter. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance, serving as a safeguard against unforeseen challenges. Originally, this mechanical arm lacked kinetic acceleration and firearm capabilities, but Ming's modifications significantly enhanced its functionality. This advancement is attributable to his profound understanding of mech knowledge, which transcends the mere mechanics themselves and extends into various fields ripe for exploration. A resourceful mechanic like Ming, upon grasping a concept, can derive multiple innovative applications from it. Before long, 3 weeks had passed, and Ming successfully completed the assembly of the mechanical arm in his possession. Gazing at the assembled mechanical arm in his hand and sensing the formidable energy emanating from it, Ming could not help but display a look of satisfaction. After 3 weeks of diligent cultivation and modifications to the machinery, Ming had not only made significant progress in his mechanical skills, but had also assembled a substantial number of formidable mechanical weapons, thereby endowing the combat personnel aboard the entire spacecraft with unprecedented firepower. Furthermore, both his star points and energy levels had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Currently, Ming's status panel read as follows. Host. Ming physical energy level, 6200 cerebral energy level, 7800 gene lock activation level. Intermediate level, 5 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level. 4. Next level refinement requires 5000 star points, for 1700 throughout this process. His physical and cerebral energy levels had also seen considerable improvement, with his gene activation level directly advancing to intermediate level 5. This 5th intermediate level, combined with the mechanical arm's inherent energy level of 10,000, allowed Ming to unleash approximately 24,000 energy levels in close combat. Although this was incomparable to the staggering 50,000 energy levels of mechs, the combat prowess of the mechanical arm in surface-level battles was undeniably formidable. With satisfaction, Ming looked at the mechanical arm in his hand, preparing to don it for a test. Just then, a soldier in the cockpit suddenly exclaimed, "We have arrived at the Black Domain, brothers." For those puzzled about the calculation of energy levels, let me clarify. The energy level formula for ranged equipment, such as firearms, sniper rifles, and cannons, utilizes the user's cerebral energy level combined with the inherent energy level of the machinery. In contrast, the formula for melee equipment, such as battle axes and mechanical arms, incorporates the user's physical energy level, cerebral energy level, and the inherent energy level of the melee weapon, for instance. If the mechanical arm has an inherent energy level of 10,000, and Ming's physical energy level is 6,200 and cerebral energy level is 7,800, he can unleash a total of 24,000 energy levels. This should be comprehensible. A person without a cerebral energy level cannot utilize ranged equipment, as they cannot manifest energy. For melee equipment, in addition to enhancing the energy level of the machinery through cerebral energy, one must also account for the damage inflicted by the user's physical strength. Overall, it is clear that developers of cerebral energy levels hold an advantage. After all, an additional energy level cannot be disregarded. Furthermore, developers of cerebral energy levels exhibit superior combat capability with melee weapons. The reason many prefer ranged firearms is self-evident. The advantage of distance and range combat is an aspect that can never be overlooked. Chapter 55. Arrival at the Black Domain. The Black Domain is a place not mentioned in the textbooks of the 5 major cosmic nations, and it is even denied by interstellar society as an existent location. However, for those who frequently traverse the cosmos, the Black Domain is not merely a figment of legend. Occasionally, these travelers engage with the Black Domain. However, despite this, if one were to inquire of an individual who has ventured into the Black Domain, they would undoubtedly be advised against such a journey. The Black Domain is peerless. At this moment, a spacecraft emerges from a state of spatial jump, re-entering the cosmic expanse and encroaching upon the Black Domain. The Black Domain signifies an expanse of star systems rather than a singular planet. Thus, the entry of this spacecraft has gone largely unnoticed. After all, the frequency of vessels traversing the Black Domain is exceedingly high. Furthermore, the vastness of this stellar region renders it improbable for anyone to focus their attention on this inconspicuous small craft. Within the spacecraft, Ming and Warren are curiously surveying their surroundings in the Black Domain. To their surprise, the Black Domain is not the perpetually shadowed expanse they had envisioned. On the contrary, the environment here, even by interstellar standards, is rather commendable. The surrounding planets emit a soft blue glow, indicative of their adequate water content, suggesting that most of these celestial bodies are indeed habitable. Which planet shall we settle upon? Warren instinctively inquires. After a moment of contemplation, Locke responds, "The power dynamics within the Black Domain are intricate. I am unsure which planet to choose. However, as newcomers, it would be prudent for us to dock at one of the more peripheral planets." Upon hearing Locke's words, the group nods in agreement. In a typical star system structure, the planets at the core possess more formidable military strength, while those on the periphery are generally weaker and less entangled in complex power relations. As they are unfamiliar with the Black Domain, opting for a peripheral planet seems wise, allowing them to acclimate before making further plans. Ming's gaze falls upon a planet that boasts an almost equal distribution of ocean and land, and with a smile, he declares, "Let us choose this planet." The others nod in affirmation, voicing no dissent. With no one acquainted with the Black Domain, the decision ultimately hinges on luck. There are no other criteria for selection, merely the aesthetic appeal of the planet. As the spacecraft propels forward towards their chosen destination, another vessel traverses the distant cosmos. Aboard this ship, a man clad in a gray robe happens to catch sight of Ming's craft. An Imperial ship? The man muses, surprised. A chuckle escapes him as he remarks, "It seems another group of Imperials has come seeking refuge. They appear to be novices, utterly unaware that the outer planets of the Black Domain are fraught with danger." After a moment's reflection, he turns to the pilot beside him and commands, "Ram, follow that ship and proceed towards Planet Abbey." Upon hearing the words of the man, the driver named Ram chuckled softly and then remarked nonchalantly, "Finally, some action. I was beginning to wonder how I would get through this month." After speaking, Ram let out a peculiar cry and pulled the control stick, racing towards the planet where Ming's spacecraft was headed. Unbeknownst to Ming and his companions, they had unwittingly acquired a small follower. The pursuing vessel was significantly more advanced than the one carrying Ming and his group, rendering them unable to detect its trajectory despite being closely followed. At that moment, Ming wore an expression of surprise. The Black Domain seemed peculiar. From the outside, everything appeared utterly normal, yet as their spacecraft was about to land, there was no command broadcast to communicate with their ship, as if such communication was entirely absent. Even though the Black Domain was notoriously chaotic, one would expect some form of a ground control station on a planet. Ming was at a loss for words, but their spacecraft had already entered the planet's atmosphere, compelling them to find a place to dock. The ship slowly descended towards the surface, but just then, all the crew members were taken aback, their brows furrowing slightly. As the spacecraft settled, a group of ragged individuals, men, women, and children, armed with firearms, began to attack the vessel. Ming even noticed a child, perhaps around 10 years old, wielding a lightweight Gatling gun, spraying bullets towards the ship. These weapons were rather primitive, a relic from an ancient cosmic civilization. It was astonishing to encounter such armaments here. In previous civilizations, the Gatling would have been considered a formidable weapon, but with the advancement into the third technological era, its energy level had become rather trivial. A mere 300 points. This level of energy posed no significant threat to Ming and his companions. However, Ming found it perplexing why these seemingly indigenous people would resort to such rudimentary weapons to attack them. Surveying the men and women around him, Ming shook his head slightly. These individuals appeared malnourished, a mere assembly of ordinary people, unable to even unlock their genetic locks. "Wait for me here. I shall descend to investigate," Ming said softly, subsequently opening the hatch of the spacecraft and stepping outside. At that moment, the energy shield surrounding the ship erupted in a dazzling display of light, a response to the external assaults. Ming bad no heath, estimating that it would take the attackers at least half an hour to breach the energy shield. As the indigenous assailants noticed someone had exited the spacecraft, they intensified their onslaught. Ming frowned slightly and waved his hand, indicating that he meant no harm. However, these individuals appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to unleash a barrage of fire upon him. This, in turn, incited a flicker of irritation within Ming. These natives were indeed becoming quite brazen. Without hesitation, Ming swiftly darted out from the protective confines of the energy shield. In an instant, the bullets from the Gatling gun rained down upon him. Yet, to the astonishment of these natives, the bullets did not penetrate his body as they typically would. Instead, they impacted him as if striking steel, merely causing his skin to indent before being deflected away. With Ming's current physical energy level of 6,200 points, coupled with the enhancements from his body tempering, he could stand still and endure a barrage from the Gatling gun for an hour without any concerns. However, Ming was not out to showcase his invulnerability to bullets. In a flash, he surged toward the natives who were assaulting him with their primitive firearms. Chapter 56. Sequential Assassination. Ming propelled himself into the throng of natives. Bullets ricocheted off him, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Without a moment's pause, he activated his backpack-mounted mechanical arms, which swiftly extended from his back, providing robust support to his body. A glimmer of novelty sparkled in Ming's eyes. This was his inaugural use of the backpack-mounted mechanical arms. They were no simple contraption. Operating them was akin to having an additional set of limbs, presenting a challenge to his cerebral energy levels. Should he become overly hasty in his maneuvers, it was possible for him to become entangled in his own movements. Nevertheless, for Ming, this was not a significant obstacle. As a skilled mechanic, managing multiple components simultaneously posed little difficulty. The more he engaged, the less of a challenge it represented. In an instant, Ming moved with remarkable speed. The mechanical arms augmented his agility, making him resemble a colossal spider as he darted forward. Despite the numerous stone obstacles in his path, the mechanical arms deftly circumvented them one by one. Before long, Ming found himself beside those who had been firing at him. The mechanical arms whirled into action, swiftly dismantling the firearms clutched in the hands of the natives. In the next moment, the mechanical arms were poised to strike at these individuals. Should they be struck, the natives would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds, rendering them lifeless. Yet, at that juncture, the mechanical arms halted mid-air. Ming exhaled a soft sigh. If these natives were all robust men, he would have no qualms about eliminating them. However, among them were children and the elderly, which momentarily sowed seeds of doubt within him. But at that very instant of hesitation, an unusual surge of energy emanated from the bodies of the natives. Upon sensing the peculiar surge of energy, Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, his mechanical arm crossed in front of him, enveloping him within its protective embrace. An energy shield erupted from the arm, encasing Ming. In the next moment, the bodies of the natives erupted with terrifying energy, a vivid crimson force causing them to burst apart, releasing a cataclysmic explosion. They had self-destructed. It was evident that powerful explosives had been implanted within them, detonating at the command of an unseen force. These individuals were undoubtedly doomed. However, Su Ming was also caught in the brunt of the explosion, sent hurtling through the air. In an instant, he was propelled hundreds of meters away, the energy from the shield having been entirely depleted. A searing pain engulfed his entire being. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming managed to rise, feeling as though his body had been nearly shattered by the fierce impact. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Being a person from a civilized world, he instinctively felt compassion for the elderly and children, unable to bring himself to strike them down without a second thought. This moment of hesitation had cost him dearly. He had fallen victim to the trap set by those who planted the explosives. It was no wonder that these natives attacked him with seemingly primitive weapons. The true danger lay concealed within. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming realized how naive he had been. In this lawless territory, amidst the darkness, even the elderly and children wielding firearms must be regarded as foes. Nevertheless, he did not allow his emotions to sway him for long. Resolutely, he exchanged 100 starlight points, instantly restoring his body. He then discreetly assessed the condition of his mechanical arm. To his relief, only one arm had sustained damage and was temporarily inoperable, while the other three remained functional. This ensured that his combat capability would not significantly diminish. Without hesitation, Su Ming completed the sequence of being blasted away, regaining his stature, and checking his arm in a remarkably brief span of time. The next moment, without a trace of doubt, he sprang into action, deftly evading from his previous position. Indeed, just as he moved away, several formidable missiles struck the very spot where he had stood moments before. Massive craters appeared, marking the place he had just vacated. Had he been even a fraction slower, he would have faced severe injury from the onslaught of missiles. In Su Ming's eyes, a brilliant light suddenly ignited, instantly locking onto the location from which the hostile energy had emanated. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward the source of the missile fire. However, at that very instant, several figures materialized around him, launching a vicious assault. These figures exuded formidable auras, each wielding a piece of mechanical equipment radiating immense power. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a level 5 gene warrior, while the most powerful figure even reached an astonishing energy level of approximately 150,000, firmly within the realm of a level 6 gene warrior. There were 4 level 5 gene warriors and 1 level 6 gene warrior. This formidable lineup, combined with the distant snipers targeting and the prior explosion of the native, indicated that most others had likely perished at their hands. Yet, Su Ming was evidently not among them. Even at this critical moment, his mind remained remarkably calm. He forced himself into a state of absolute composure, and soon his mechanical arms began to move with incredible speed. 2 mechanical arms defended against the terrifying blades of a level 6 gene warrior, while the remaining arm facilitated a peculiar evasive maneuver, allowing his body to shift at an unusual angle. In an instant, Su Ming successfully thwarted this round of attacks from his adversaries. Just then, he sensed the presence of a sniper preparing to lock onto him. An icy glint flashed in his eyes as he acted without a second thought, exchanging 100 starlight points. Instantly, one of his mechanical arms extended a barrel, channeling tremendous energy. Su Ming fired without aiming, relying solely on instinct. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from afar, and the aura of the sniper that had previously targeted Su Ming vanished in an instant. Su Ming, leave those snipers to us. Hold your ground, and we will provide support once we deal with them, came the anxious voices of Locke and others through his communicator. Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the snipers preoccupied, he could now unleash his full potential in battle. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he extended his mechanical arm, charging toward one of the gene warriors. Chapter 57. Eliminating the enemy with no lingering worries. Su Ming immersed himself wholly in the battle before him. A mechanical combat knife appeared in his hand. A stellar-grade weapon he had assembled aboard his spaceship prior to this mission, possessing tremendous power, coupled with all his energy levels. It could unleash over 20,000 points of energy. Simultaneously, Su Ming's mechanical arm moved with astonishing speed, swiftly targeting one of the level 5 gene warriors. Although one of the mechanical arms had been damaged, the remaining 3 were still capable of unleashing an energy output of nearly 190,000. A typical 5th-level genetic warrior possesses an energy range between 5 10,000 and 10,000, and with mechanical weapons, their potential may reach around 12,000 to 14,000. This clearly illustrates the advantage of mechanical equipment. After all, Su Ming is also a 5th-level genetic warrior, yet the mechanical arms he assembled are of stellar-grade quality. Crafted by his own hands, achieving a perfect synergy with him. Normal mechanical equipment inevitably experiences energy loss, but the machinery Su Ming constructed has energy loss that approaches zero. The 5th-level genetic warriors utilize merely planetary-grade mechanical equipment assembled by other engineers, which might enhance their energy by approximately 2,000 points. But this pales in comparison to Su Ming's capability of augmenting his energy by over 10,000 points. With his mechanical arms, Su Ming can effortlessly rival a 6th-level genetic warrior. In an instant, one mechanical arm punctured a 5th-level genetic warrior, causing a look of anguish to wash over his face as he writhed in a desperate attempt to extricate himself from the mechanical grip. The vitality of genetic warriors is formidable. Had this been an ordinary person, such an attack would likely have proven fatal. Nevertheless, this 5th-level warrior still possessed the strength to struggle. Su Ming, however, was not surprised. While the penetration capability of the mechanical arm was indeed powerful, its area of impact was relatively small, making it unlikely to inflict fatal harm. Thus, when modifying the mechanical arm, Su Ming made a few adjustments. Above the mechanical arm that had pierced the 5th-level genetic warrior, a fierce red light erupted. In the next moment, a blinding radiance illuminated the area as the searing energy unleashed from the mechanical arm incinerated the warrior's body into ashes. This was the thermal neutron impact device, one of the mechanisms Su Ming had installed on the mechanical arm. Whenever the arm penetrated an enemy who had yet to succumb, the thermal neutron impact device would activate, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that instantly reduced the foe to ashes. After this decisive strike, Su Ming remained undeterred. His other 2 mechanical arms, having completed their auxiliary movements, swiftly darted forth like phantoms, dispatching 2 more 5th-level genetic warriors with lethal precision. Damn it, we're up against a tough opponent. Retreat. The lone 6th-level genetic warrior, witnessing his assault thwarted, experienced a moment of shock, but before he could fully process the situation, his 3 5th-level companions were swiftly eliminated. Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, the 6th-level warrior immediately prepared to withdraw. Su Ming cast a calm glance at the retreating figure, remaining unperturbed. He extended his mechanical arm and swiftly dispatched the remaining 5th-level genetic warrior before retrieving a sniper rifle from his storage space. Type 1502 Sniper Rifle Level. Stellar Effective Range. 200 kilometers Energy Level Range. 5,000 to 16,000. After modifications by Su Ming, the energy level range of this sniper rifle had been significantly enhanced. At this moment, Su Ming stood firm, holding the sniper rifle as his mental energy surged, firmly locking onto the fleeing 6th-level genetic warrior. Upon sensing the rifle's targeting, the 6th-level genetic warrior was filled with dread and began to frantically change direction, desperately seeking rocks for cover. However, to his horror, no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper's presence remained steadfastly fixed upon him. With a low hum, the gunfire resonated, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and the mechanical equipment he used for protection was shattered in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a second shot rang out. Only those who had been targeted by Su Ming understood the sheer terror of his aim. Once locked on, no amount of evasive action could thwart the precision of his strike. The second shot sent the 6th-level genetic warrior hurtling through the air, the immense kinetic energy knocking him off his feet, dispersing his defensive energy levels and rendering him incapable of re-establishing them in the immediate future. With a detached gaze, Su Ming pulled the trigger for a 3rd time. The 3rd shot fired true. After taking the 3rd shot, Su Ming retracted the sniper rifle, showing no inclination to observe the 6th-level genetic warrior. Indeed, the 3rd bullet struck the warrior's body before he could even make contact with the ground, instantly transforming him into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, the others swiftly dealt with the snipers lurking in the vicinity. Once the immediate threats were neutralized, they gathered together, exchanging bewildered glances. What was happening? Confusion flickered in their eyes. They were entirely unfamiliar with the Black Domain, and being attacked upon their arrival felt utterly nonsensical. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted. He noticed a massive spaceship hurtling down from the sky, gracefully descending before them. Given their previous experiences, a deep sense of vigilance arose within Su Ming and his companions at this unexpected turn of events. At this juncture, Su Ming subtly positioned his mechanical arm into a stance conducive to exerting force, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the hatch opened, and a man clad in gray descended. Upon witnessing the devastation around him and the figures of Su Ming and his companions standing before the spacecraft, his eyes sparkled with interest. Smiling, he approached and reassured them, "Please do not be alarmed. My name is Walter, and I mean no harm." Chapter 58. The merchant Walter. As he stepped down from the spacecraft, Walter surveyed Su Ming and his companions, particularly focusing on Su Ming. It became evident to him that Su Ming was the leader of this group. This revelation surprised him, given that Su Ming appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet emanated such formidable energy fluctuations. Moreover, Walter had observed the recent battle, and he was astounded by the boy's mechanical prowess and remarkable sniping skills. Consequently, while aboard the spacecraft, Walter had altered his previous intentions. With a smile directed at Su Ming, he spoke, "Sir, please do not be anxious. I'm merely a merchant." "A merchant?" Su Ming responded, taken aback. "Indeed," Walter affirmed with a chuckle. "In the Black Domain, whatever you wish to procure can be obtained through me, even items that are explicitly banned by interstellar society. Of course, they will cost approximately 20% more than market prices. However, do not find this excessive. In the Black Domain, anything with a clear price tag is considered a bargain, as certain contraband items are exceedingly difficult to acquire." Walter's words resonated with Su Ming, yet he remained puzzled as to why a merchant would seek him out at this time. Surely, Walter could have approached others who were already established in this area for business. Noticing Su Ming's expression of confusion, Walter chuckled softly and continued, "As I mentioned, whatever you wish to buy can be obtained from me, including information. You are newcomers to the Black Domain, and I presume you are in need of intelligence to navigate this realm? Fortunately, I possess just that." Walter's face lit up with a hint of amusement as he produced a storage chip from his hand. Presumably, the information he referred to was contained within this device. Su Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, the group required information. While they could eventually learn the rules of the Black Domain through experience, this intelligence represented both efficiency and safety. The data contained within could help them avoid unnecessary detours, particularly in steering clear of perilous zones. After all, in the Black Domain, stumbling into a minefield could lead to dire consequences, as evidenced by the attack they faced immediately upon landing, which stemmed from a lack of information. "What is the price for this information?" Su Ming inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Walter chuckled lightly before responding, 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-level mechanical device. Su Ming silently gasped at the steep price. How exorbitant! The astronomical price of 5 million star coins, or planetary-grade mechanical equipment, for a single piece of intelligence is indeed exorbitant. However, in comparison to the perils others face due to information-related threats, Su Ming finds that possessing a planetary-grade mechanical weapon is of little consequence. Contemplating this, he casually produces a planetary-grade handgun and hands it over. Walter chuckles lightly and reciprocates by offering his chip to Su Ming, which contains his contact information. For Walter, a planetary-grade mechanical weapon holds little significance. Initially, upon witnessing Su Ming and his companions enter the planet Abbey, he anticipated that they would soon fall victim to the local powers. He had even planned to reclaim the equipment seized from the outsiders by the local forces. To his surprise, Su Ming and his group swiftly dismantled the local forces' assault and eliminated the Gene warriors, compelling Walter to regard them with newfound respect. His primary purpose in descending with the spacecraft was not merely to sell goods to Su Ming, but to establish a connection with him. Given Su Ming's capabilities, it is plausible that substantial business dealings may arise in the future, making it a familiar endeavor for Walter to forge ties with potential clients. Upon receiving the chip, Su Ming pondered momentarily before inquiring, "We are in urgent need of a place to stay. Can you assist us?" Walter smiled and replied, "Finding a foothold in the Black Domain is quite simple. Simply seek it out. The power dynamics here are fixed to ascend. One must eliminate the prevailing forces above you to claim their position." Su Ming's expression turned contemplative at Walter's words, prompting him to ask, "Which faction attacked us?" Walter squinted slightly and whispered, "This information typically comes at a cost, but as it is our first meeting, I shall share it freely." The assailants were likely from the fourth-tier faction on planet Abe, the Yorkstar Thieves. Only they would resort to such underhanded tactics as employing human bombs. Walter remarked with a smirk. "Yorkstar Thieves," Su Ming murmured, then curiously inquired, "What does it mean to be a fourth-tier faction?" Walter shrugged and gestured toward the chip in Su Ming's hand. Realization dawned on Su Ming. This information must also be classified as intelligence within the black domain and contained within the chip. He could review its contents later. Walter smiled knowingly and added, "The fourth-tier faction includes 7th-level gene warriors. Do not underestimate them." "Well, my purpose here has been fulfilled. In the future, should you wish to procure anything, feel free to reach out to me. I can assist you in acquiring many items." Walter grinned and prepared to take his leave. At this moment, Su Ming's expression shifted suddenly, and he fervently inquired, "Are you able to acquire knowledge pertaining to machinery and mechs, including their components?" Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Walter turned around, casting a profound glance at him before responding, "Indeed, aside from the core mechs of the 5 major cosmic nations, I can procure knowledge on other mechs for the right price." In fact, Walter glanced at the researchers, including Wang Ku, who had just disembarked from the spaceship, and added, "I also have access to biotechnological and medical knowledge." Su Ming's heart raced at Walter's words. The extent of Walter's influence was astonishing. He could obtain knowledge on mechs, biotechnology, and medicine. Such knowledge represented the pinnacle of understanding in the universe, typically safeguarded as core information by various cosmic powers. It was no small feat to acquire such insights without considerable capabilities. Nonetheless, this revelation was fortuitous for Su Ming. As his combat prowess escalated, the day would inevitably come when he would need to upgrade his mech and delve into more advanced mechanical knowledge. Chapter 59, Intelligence of the Black Domain. After Walter departed, Su Ming wasted no time and promptly retrieved the chip in his possession, using a device to extract the information contained within. Soon, a comprehensive display of all relevant details regarding the black domain unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. They eagerly leaned in to examine the revelations. Before long, a look of realization washed over Su Ming's face. Every aspect of the black domain operated under a set of rules and regulations. Although notorious for its chaos and criminality, it adhered to its own form of order. However, these regulations were far more brutal and sanguinary than the laws and regulations of interstellar society. Within the black domain, power was categorized into 5 distinct levels, ranging from 1 to 5, with 1 being the strongest and 5 the weakest. The group that had previously attacked Su Ming and his companions belonged to the 4-tiered faction, the Yorkstar Pirates. While the factions within the black domain were indeed intricate, they represented a diverse array of interests. Each individual arriving in the black domain harbored different motivations. Some factions comprised a collection of criminals, individuals wanted across various cosmic nations. Such factions tended to be more chaotic, teeming with violence and aggression. Conversely, others primarily engaged in illicit interstellar commerce, dealing in prohibited goods, much like Walter's operations. Such factions typically exhibited less overt aggression, yet one should not expect them to possess any semblance of virtue, as treachery could easily transpire within the black domain. Furthermore, factions like the Yorkstar Pirates, apart from maintaining their base within the black domain, frequently ventured into interstellar territories in search of lucrative prey. In summary, factions of renown within the black domain often arrived driven by particular interests or motives. The indigenous inhabitants of the true black domain lead a lamentable existence. Much like the earlier assault on Su Ming and his companions by the natives, they are treated as mere slaves, akin to livestock or tools. They struggle to secure even a meager meal, and the substantial flow of profits within the black domain bears no relation to their plight. Su Ming has come to understand the reasons behind the previous attacks directed at him. Unlike other star regions, the black domain is embroiled in the trade of illicit industries, attracting individuals from various locales seeking to purchase forbidden goods. The areas with the highest profits often constitute the core regions of a territory. The black domain exemplifies this, as its peripheral planets frequently engage in foreign trade. Thus, it is these outer planets that truly represent the heart of the black domain, while those closer to the center are relegated to the fringes. Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, realizing this unexpected revelation. Their initial intention was merely to find a remote planet to settle upon, yet they inadvertently chose one of the most pivotal planets upon their arrival. This stands in stark contrast to the structure of interstellar societies and cosmic nations. It is no wonder that within the Black Domain, the more central planets are fraught with danger, and by mere happenstance, they have found themselves in a perilous star region. What should we do now? Should we leave this planet? Warren inquired with a look of uncertainty. A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he calmly responded. There is no need to depart. Since we have arrived, we must make ourselves comfortable. We have already been presented with gifts. It is time to reciprocate. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the surrounding soldiers were taken aback, and Locke murmured, "But Mr. Walter warned us that there are 7th-level genetic warriors within their base." Everyone was acutely aware that while Su Ming possesses a mech, donning it would not render him any weaker than a 7th-level genetic warrior. However, the opposition comprises more than just a single 7th-level warrior. Their stronghold is undoubtedly fortified with various defense systems and numerous other soldiers. This scenario cannot simply be remedied by skillful maneuvering, under the weight of extensive defense systems and the targeting of snipers. Even Su Ming's formidable capabilities would struggle to contend with a 7th-level genetic warrior. The disparity in strength is palpable, as their military might, defensive systems, and overall proficiency far surpass that of his own. Although mechs are powerful, they remain significantly constrained on land, a fact Su Ming is well aware of. While Su Ming is confident, it is not a blind confidence. In such circumstances, skill alone is insufficient. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and raised his head, speaking earnestly. What if we were to bombard their base with a planet-destroying cannon? At Su Ming's suggestion, everyone was taken aback, instinctively voicing their objections. No. Once the Star Destroyer cannon is unleashed on land, it will undoubtedly wreak havoc on the planet's ecological environment. At that juncture, the troubles we face will not be limited to just the York Star Bandit Group. The York Star Bandit Group is merely a 4th-tier force. There exist 3 tiers above it. The 4th-tier forces have already posed a considerable challenge, and the higher-tier forces are even more formidable. It is without doubt that among these superior forces, there are likely higher-grade gene warriors, and even the possibility of 10th-tier gene warriors cannot be dismissed. Should the ecological environment of Planet A be directly devastated, it is likely that the higher-tier forces would be the first to object. If a 10th-tier gene warrior were to come knocking, no matter how formidable Su Ming's capabilities may be, he would appear insignificant before them, and inevitably, he and his companions would suffer the consequences. The choice of weaponry will also be influenced by the environment. The Star Destroyer cannon possesses substantial power. However, it is ill-suited for terrestrial application. Su Ming smiled mysteriously and declared, "We merely need to modify the Star Destroyer cannon." The crowd was taken aback, and before they could respond, they beheld Su Ming already entering the spacecraft. Exchanging puzzled glances, they followed him into the vessel. At that moment, on the workbench within the spacecraft, a massive mechanical apparatus was positioned prominently. It was a Star Destroyer cannon, its barrel thick and exuding an intense metallic essence, rendering it exceptionally menacing. Upon entering the spacecraft, the assembly beheld Su Ming, his face alight with excitement as he meticulously disassembled the Star Destroyer cannon before him. Witnessing this spectacle, they exchanged glances, pondering the potential modifications of the cannon. Even Warren felt a twinge of confusion. Su Ming's mind was often brimming with ideas and innovations that diverged from conventional mechanical knowledge. This was the reason Warren believed he could never quite match Su Ming's ingenuity. It was these imaginative concepts that allowed Su Ming's mechanical skills to manifest in a distinctly unique manner. The group silently found a place to sit, observing as Su Ming gradually transformed the Star Destroyer cannon. After all, they had just eliminated a wave of the bandits, and the York Star Bandit Group was likely still unaware of their subordinate's demise, granting Su Ming ample time to modify the cannon. Chapter 60. Modifying the Star Destroyer cannon, Su Ming paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him, instead focusing intently on the Star Destroyer cannon on the workbench. Once he stood at the mechanical workstation, his attention became irresistibly drawn to the equipment before him, as if the surrounding events had become irrelevant. Successful disassembly of mechanical components gained 1 starlight point. Before long, the Star Destroyer cannon began to disassemble in Su Ming's hands. Simultaneously, his system panel registered a steady increase in starlight points. With over 100 components to dismantle, Su Ming amassed a significant number of starlight points. In the present day, Su Ming, with the continuous advancement of mechanical technology, has attained a formidable speed in disassembling mechanical components. What once required him several minutes to dismantle can now be accomplished in mere seconds. Observers witness his hands transform into a blur. As a mechanical part, he holds instantaneously morphs into numerous individual components. This spectacle captivates Warren, who gazes in rapt attention. To him, Su Ming's hands do not merely disassemble mechanical parts, but rather seem to sculpt a flawless work of art, infused with an array of ingenious techniques. Before long, the Star Destroyer is swiftly reduced to a heap of parts. As Su Ming surveys the fragments before him, he becomes lost in contemplation. Within the recesses of his mind, a grand vision begins to take form, a vivid tableau of how these mechanical components will interrelate and coalesce. These images unfold in his imagination, undergoing a process of simulation and assembly. For a mechanic, the most critical step is not merely disassembly or reconstruction, but innovation. Every mechanical design must first be conceived in the mechanic's mind before it can be transmuted into a tangible structure. Rapidly, Su Ming's mind races through various assembly methods for the Star Destroyer. Distinct approaches are gradually dismissed as he realizes that the same weapon, when altered in its components and construction, may yield vastly different outcomes. Some designs emphasize power, others focus on range, while some prioritize sustained output. In this instance, Su Ming is intent on modifying the Star Destroyer for terrestrial use without disrupting the ecological balance. He continuously adjusts his design in his mind. Increasing power would be detrimental, as it could harm the environment, yet reducing it too much would undermine its capacity to breach the defenses of the York Star pirate group, should they perceive the attack. A second strike would likely be impossible. After countless iterations of restructuring, a coherent plan for this modification gradually crystallizes in Su Ming's mind. A spark of clarity flashes in his eyes as he extends his hand decisively, retrieving nearby mechanical parts and skillfully commencing the assembly. Warren, fetch me a planet-class energy propulsion unit. Warren, disassemble the targeting system of a sniper rifle. Su Ming commands with the authority of a lead surgeon at an operating table, instructing Warren to prepare an array of mechanical equipment. If he were to solely utilize the original components of a Star Destroyer, that would not constitute a modification, but rather a reassembly. Modification involves substituting certain functionalities of the Star Destroyer with alternative components, gradually transforming it into a form that aligns with his vision. That, indeed, is what true modification entails. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming exhibited an extraordinary synergy, having developed a harmonious rapport akin to that of a master and aide in the repair workshop of NOP Planet. At this moment, Warren incessantly retrieved a myriad of components from the side, presenting them to Su Ming at the workbench, significantly enhancing Su Ming's efficiency in the modification process. Approximately an hour later, a hint of satisfaction emerged on Su Ming's face as he affixed the final mechanical part to the diminutive version of the annihilation cannon before him. The task was accomplished. With a contented clap of his hands, Su Ming began to meticulously inspect the newly crafted annihilation cannon. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the onlookers, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over, their gazes filled with a peculiar fascination for the miniaturized annihilation cannon. This is essentially a mini annihilation cannon, a soldier remarked, gazing at the device with awe. Locke cast a wary glance at the cannon and voiced his concerns. Su Ming, we have yet to test this annihilation cannon. Could there be unforeseen consequences? In response to Locke's apprehension, Su Ming chuckled, assuring him, no worries, I have a clear understanding. This annihilation cannon will undoubtedly perform well. The others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with worry. After all, if this annihilation cannon failed to dismantle the enemy's defense system in one fell swoop, they would face the wrath of the York space pirates, and survival would be a slim chance for the group. Su Ming shook his head, disregarding their trepidation. Clearly, the group had yet to adjust their mindset. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that their current predicament was far from the facade of tranquility it portrayed. They were essentially in a state of flight. Without taking a gamble to secure a foothold, their future would likely be bleak. From the moment they were pursued by the Empire, Ming understood that certainty in the unfolding events had vanished. He resolved to act wherever possible, which explained his shift from a previously more passive attitude to proactively seeking trouble with the York space pirates after arriving in the Black Domain. His previous life on Earth had taught him that once one departed from a comfortable environment, it was imperative to cultivate an intimidating presence. Otherwise, one would only invite disdain and bullying from others. This was Ming's philosophy of survival, disregarding the concerns of his companions. Ming dedicated another 20 minutes to meticulously restoring his mechanical arm before stowing it in his spatial compartment. He then grasped the annihilation cannon and confidently exited the spacecraft. Observing this, the others exchanged glances and followed Ming out of the ship. Approximately 10 minutes later, atop a mountain on Abbey Planet, a cannon, roughly half a person's height, was dramatically positioned at the summit. Ming reached out, firmly gripping the handle of the annihilation cannon, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Surrounding him, Locke and the other combatants stood steadfastly behind Ming, each wielding formidable mechanical equipment, their expressions etched with gravity. They were acutely aware that the moment Ming unleashed the annihilation cannon, the battle against the York Star Pirates would officially commence. Chapter 61. The York Star Pirates, with both hands firmly grasping the colossal annihilation cannon, Ming gradually established a connection between his cerebral energy levels and the weapon itself. Although this annihilation cannon was indeed vast compared to other mechanical arms, it could be considered a miniature version among its kind. An annihilation cannon, by definition, possesses the capability to obliterate an entire planet with a single shot. While most annihilation cannons do not literally shatter planets, they are designed to devastate the ecological systems upon them, thereby achieving a significant ecological disruption. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the cannon's status as a formidable weapon on the battlefield. The others sensed the energy emanating from Ming's body, their eyelids fluttering in trepidation. It was utterly audacious. The mere thought of striking a military base with an annihilation cannon was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet, without hesitation, Ming positioned the cannon for action. Before long, the energy signature from the annihilation cannon began to harmonize with Ming's cerebral energy levels. The two energies gradually merged into a singular entity, as if Ming were the annihilation cannon, and the cannon was intrinsically a part of him. This phenomenon of near-perfect synchronization between mechanical equipment and its user was a rare occurrence. The onlookers cast envious glances at Ming. It was clear that such an effect could only be achieved by a skilled mechanic utilizing their own assembled machinery. Thus, at that moment, Ming's energy expenditure in wielding the annihilation cannon approached absolute zero. Peering through the cannon's scope, Ming directed his gaze towards a military base approximately 5 kilometers away. This base was the stronghold of the York Star Pirates. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, resembling an unguarded residential building with a steady flow of people entering and exiting. However, Ming was acutely aware that the moment the military base detected an energy signature locking onto it, all defensive systems would be activated in a fraction of a second. At that point, the entire military base would be enveloped by its defensive mechanisms, rendering it nearly impervious to conventional mechanical weaponry. However, the annihilation cannon, with its extensive range and immense destructive power, was not confined by the limitations of standard weapons. At that moment, a subtle veil of starlight flickered in Ming's eyes. The system. In this instant, the system granted Ming a perspective function, enabling him to effortlessly discern the intricate structure of the devices within the military base. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze scanning the military base like a meticulous scanner, continuously assessing the weakest points in its defenses, preparing to exploit them. Suddenly, his attention fixed on a particular spot, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. The energy levels of the annihilation cannon began to surge dramatically. At that moment, within the lair of the York Star Pirates, a middle-aged man, his face radiating delight, rested his chin on his hand as he sat in the central chair. This man was York, the leader of the York Star Pirates, a 7th-level gene warrior. York was in high spirits for just 2 days prior. The York Star Pirates had successfully hijacked a substantial shipment of mechanical components. The sheer volume of this cargo was impressive, weighing over 100 tons in total. Such a haul could be valued at several billion star coins. If he could sell this shipment, the York Star Pirates would undoubtedly expand once more. He could even purchase some expensive 8th-level body enhancement serum immersing himself in it, which would significantly elevate his physical capabilities in a short time, making the ascent to an 8th-level Gene Warrior a tangible possibility. This progression could potentially elevate the standing of the York Star Pirates in the Black Domain. At that moment, York glanced at the time and furrowed his brow slightly. Hadn't T. Lav and the others mentioned detecting an Imperial ship preparing to land, sending men to hijack it? It had been nearly an hour and a half since then, yet there had been no developments. York turned to one of his subordinates nearby and inquired. Typically, regardless of the outcome, according to protocol, his subordinates would report every hour. Yet now, with an hour and a half past and no news, a sense of foreboding began to creep into York's mind. Beside him, Lav, a tall and slender man emanating the energy fluctuations of a 6th-level Gene Warrior, also frowned upon hearing York's words. He was just about to reach for the communication device to contact L, who was out on a mission. However, at that moment, both Lav and York simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward a distant direction. York, startled, stood up and exchanged a glance with Lav, speaking in an uncertain tone. "Why do I feel like we were being locked onto by heavy weaponry?" Upon hearing their leader's words, Lav's heart raced, and he responded incredulously, "I feel it too." York's eyes widened in shock. If only one person sensed it, there could be a chance of misperception. But if two individuals sensed it, it was undoubtedly true. Someone was locking onto the York Star Pirates base with heavy weaponry? Who? Was he out of his mind to use heavy weaponry on Abe Planet? York sprang to his feet, poised to activate the base's defense systems. A profound sense of absurdity flooded his mind. Someone, in the depths of the Black Domain, was targeting the surface with heavy weaponry? Surely this individual was mad. Such actions would irrevocably devastate the ecological balance of Planet Abbey, tantamount to declaring war against the Black Domain. It took him a moment to fully comprehend the reality of the situation, just as he was about to command the base's intelligence system to initiate the defenses. A magnificent radiance of starlight erupted in the distance, followed by a terrifying surge of energy that unleashed itself with ferocity. This formidable energy swept across the landscape, descending upon York's pirate base in an instant. The crew barely had a fleeting moment to react before being engulfed by the onslaught. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the base, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The surroundings were left trembling as if an earthquake had struck. In that very moment of detonation, several powerful presences on Planet Abbey swiftly locked onto the site of the explosion. Damn, someone is bombarding the ground with a planet-destroying cannon? Is this a declaration of war against us? The explosion stirred formidable energies, igniting a wave of murderous intent across Planet Abbey, all eyes turning toward York's pirate base. Chapter 62. The return of a celestial opening attacking the surface with a planet-destroying cannon was a blatant attempt to bring ruin to all, directly infringing upon everyone's interests. Instantly, countless powerful presences descended upon the base, their gazes fixed upon it. Suddenly, upon witnessing the explosion at York's base, a formidable figure let out a soft gasp of surprise. Although it was a planet-destroying cannon, it differed from the conventional ones. Typically, upon striking a target, the terrifying thermal energy would rapidly dissipate, ultimately enveloping 1/10 of a planet. Only then would the planet's ecological system face devastation. However, this skilled individual observed that, after the projectile from the planet-destroying cannon detonated at York's base, the terrifying heat remained confined within a relatively small area, as if an invisible force contained the energy within reasonable bounds. Under such circumstances, the affected radius of the cannon strike was likely less than 2 kilometers. Such a limited scope was utterly inconsequential for Planet Abbey, let alone capable of disrupting the ecological balance. This planet-destroying cannon had been modified? The adept immediately discerned the true nature of the weapon, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Could it be that the assailant was a formidable mechanic? He mused, excitement flickering within his gaze. At this moment, the formidable power of the Star Destroyer cannon gradually dissipated, revealing the base of the York Star Pirates. The once formidable stronghold had vanished, replaced instead by a vast, gaping crater littered with shattered metal fragments. These remnants were likely remnants of mechanical components from the previous defense system, reduced to ashes by the devastating blast of the Star Destroyer cannon. Every pirate within the York faction had been obliterated in this terrifying strike, reduced to mere dust. However, it seemed that not all were lost. At that moment, a battered figure surged skyward, eyes filled with a ferocious fury directed at Su Ming. You seek death. You have obliterated 2 decades of my hard work in an instant. This figure was none other than York. As a level 7 gene warrior, York, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, possessed a power level exceeding 40,000. Though injured, he had not succumbed to death. His expression was one of rage, his eyes aflame with fury. Despite the waning of his vitality, he fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself towards Su Ming with murderous intent. The terrifying power surged forth in an instant. York was truly enraged. 2 decades of effort had been annihilated in a heartbeat, and anyone in his position would be incensed. His form streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing toward Su Ming. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed as York charged at him. There was no hint of panic in his eyes. Everything had been calculated. In an instant, he retracted the Star Destroyer cannon, and a thick layer of armor enveloped his form. System exchanged for 200 star points. Su Ming commanded coldly. Almost immediately, a colossal surge of stellar energy flooded into his body. Without hesitation, he drew forth a blood-red battle axe, which erupted with intense energy fluctuations. Boom! The bloody wave axe clashed violently with York's assault. The explosive force from their confrontation obliterated half of the mountain beneath them. York wielded a mechanical combat knife, an unusual choice in the age of interstellar warfare, where such archaic weaponry was seldom seen. The emphasis on sophisticated weaponry rendered traditional arms, like swords, nearly obsolete, as they could not harness significant power levels, gradually being phased out in the evolution of interstellar combat. The prevailing mechanical weapons were swords, axes, and hammers. Simplicity and brute strength reigned supreme. When the two clashed, they were momentarily pushed back by each other's might. A mech warrior? York was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. The name mech warrior resonated powerfully, instilling a deep-seated trepidation within York. However, the grudge against the base of annihilation must be avenged. After overcoming an initial wave of panic, York quickly regained his composure. He discerned that the energy level burst of his opponent was only slightly superior to his own injured state. Had he not been wounded, he surmised that his energy output would have been nearly equal to that of the mech warrior. This indicated that the pilot's prowess was likely inferior to his own. Their ability to contend with him was solely due to the mech's augmentation. The mech, with its formidable enhancement of over 30,000 energy points, ignited a twinge of envy within York. Boom! The two clashed once more. The battle axe and battle blade unleashed the primal beauty of raw power in that moment. Su Ming's gaze was cold and piercing as he continuously assessed his opponent's physical condition. Their combat shattered the very earth beneath them. Locke and the others had long since been forced to retreat 2 kilometers away, as the aftermath of their clash sent rocks and debris flying in all directions within that radius. It had been a long time since Abbey Planet had witnessed such an intense display of energy. Consequently, various factions on Abbey Planet turned their attention towards the site of their struggle. The formidable figure who had previously observed York's pirate base now realized that Su Ming was a mech warrior, his eyes flashing with overwhelming excitement. He was fervently eager to find a skilled mechanic capable of assembling a mech. The mech worn by this warrior was evidently self-assembled, a stroke of extraordinary fortune for him. All he needed was to wait for the mech warrior to vanquish his opponent. From his perspective, an uninjured York could still hold his ground against the mech warrior. However, the injuries York had sustained had significantly diminished his energy levels. It was only a matter of time before he would be decisively slain beneath the battle axe. Indeed, the powerful observer's judgment proved to be accurate. As their confrontation intensified, York's flesh suddenly ruptured. The strain of their conflict had pushed their energy levels to the brink, imposing considerable stress on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, York's bodily vitality would sustain such immense pressure. Yet now, due to his injuries, he could not withstand the strain, causing his body to tear asunder. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. He immediately exchanged 400 points of starlight energy from the system, infusing it into the battle axe he wielded. In the next moment, the mech executed a swift maneuver. Seated within the mech, Su Ming's sharp gaze uttered 2 words: Open Sky. Chapter 63. The Warrior of the Axe. The axe's radiance soared skyward, as if it aimed to cleave the very heavens apart. A rich, blood-red glow erupted at that moment, casting everything around it in a deep crimson hue. The heavens split. At this instant, an extraordinarily terrifying energy level surged forth from the bloody battle axe. Before York could react, the axe swung down with ferocity, cleaving both York and his battle blade in two. A prominent 7th-level genetic warrior met his demise in an instant under Su Ming's devastating technique. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings from Abbey Planet were momentarily taken aback, their expressions sharpening with astonishment. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Could this axe's energy level have reached 550,000? This young man's physical energy level is at most 7,000 points. Perhaps his brain domain is somewhat stronger, but to unleash an energy level of 550,000 all at once seems implausible. The keen-eyed warriors gazed incredulously at Su Ming. Could it be a mech? No, that seems unlikely. The armor he donned appeared to be the basic E-class mech of the Empire, which could not possibly possess such immense energy. The only plausible explanation would be a combat technique. Upon hearing this warrior's words, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of contemplation. Some of the powerful individuals began to regard Su Ming with a glimmer of avarice in their eyes. Indeed, there exists a notion of combat techniques in this world. However, these techniques differ vastly from those found in martial arts novels. Here, combat techniques refer to special methods of exertion that enhance physical energy through interaction, enabling the body to unleash even greater energy. Typically, these techniques lack flamboyant moves, often consisting of simple muscular movements or specific actions. Yet, it is precisely this simplicity that renders combat techniques exceedingly valuable to genetic warriors. Due to their scarcity, the combat techniques accessible to most individuals lack such formidable power. Consequently, some of the stronger beings on Abbey Planet have already begun to set their sights on Su Ming. The Black Domain warriors exuded a greedy aura, their intentions palpably aggressive as they probed towards him. Sensing these encroaching presences, Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He unapologetically released his own aura, issuing a warning to the malevolent energies surrounding him. In this moment, Su Ming resembled a lion in the wilderness, driving away the approaching hyenas. Yet among these hyenas were other lions, even more formidable than he, all watching him with keen interest. The atmosphere became palpably tense, the air around Lu Yuan thickening to near stillness. Just then, a hearty laugh shattered the tension, followed by a flamboyant figure appearing beside Su Ming. A robust man emerged, immediately casting his piercing gaze around the vicinity. Is it him? Hu Bing? Why is he stepping in for this kid? Retreat, for Hu Bing is the second in command of Tianlin, a figure we cannot afford to provoke. Upon the appearance of this man, the formidable beings from the Black Domain, who had been eyeing Su Ming with covetous glances, murmured to themselves. Gradually, the oppressive aura surrounding Su Ming dissipated as if it had never existed. Su Ming turned his gaze towards the imposing figure, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his expression. The man's timely intervention had, in an intangible manner, extricated Su Ming from a perilous situation. At such an elevated level of power, the fluctuations in energy would be unmistakable. His appearance at that moment was evidently a conscious effort to assist Su Ming. However, Su Ming understood that this man likely sought something in return. Otherwise, he would not have intervened on his behalf. In the Black Domain, individuals are driven solely by self-interest. They engage in no endeavors devoid of profit. Thank you for your timely assistance. May I inquire if there is something you wish for me to assist you with? Su Ming inquired, removing the mech suit he wore and expressing his curiosity. This formidable being exuded an overwhelming presence, likely an 8th or even 9th level genetic warrior. At such levels, the transformation and capability is formidable. While he could contend with 7th level warriors, he would undoubtedly be no match for an 8th level warrior. Should the other party wish him harm, even clad in his mech suit, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, there was no need for pretense in wearing it during their conversation. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the robust man smiled and replied, I am Hu Bing. Young brother, your mech operation was quite impressive. I must say, it left me in awe. Su Ming chuckled lightly, opting not to respond, patiently awaiting Hu Bing's next words. Indeed, upon noticing Su Ming's demeanor, Hu Bing smiled and continued, It seems you have surmised that I have a pressing matter to discuss with you. Would you be able to assist me in assembling a mech? Su Ming was taken aback. Assemble a mech? Hu Bing nodded. It is not a standard Imperial mech, but rather a blueprint for a D-class mech that I obtained from someone else. I have yet to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to assist with its assembly. Upon seeing that your mech was self-assembled, I thought to inquire if you could help me with mine. Upon hearing Hu Bing's request, Su Ming felt a surge of astonishment. A D-class mech is already considered a sophisticated model. His own humanoid mech is merely an E-class Imperial Standard mech, a very basic variant. Given the impressive capabilities of an E-class mech, one can only imagine the power of a D-class mech. This man before him, should he possess a D-class mech, could potentially rival a 10th level genetic warrior. No wonder he was so eager to forge an alliance with him. Originally, the intention was to pursue the mechs. This indicates that within the cosmic society, the status of a mechanic is indeed quite elevated. Forming a good rapport with a mechanic signifies a substantial enhancement in one's combat capabilities, enabling one to contend with a level 10 genetic warrior while possessing the strength of a level 9 genetic warrior. Who wouldn't he wish to befriend someone who can bolster their combat prowess without any conflicting interests? Su Ming has begun to experience the formidable influence of a mechanic. However, after pondering for a moment regarding the D-class mech, Su Ming lifted his gaze towards Hu Bing and stated, I can assist you in assembling the mech, but I have a few conditions. Upon hearing this, Hu Bing was instantly elated and eagerly responded, feel free to state your conditions. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. For Hu Bing, the mech represented his utmost aspiration. As Su Ming had surmised, Hu Bing was indeed a level 9 genetic warrior. However, advancing from level 9 to level 10 is a formidable challenge. In the short term, the only means of enhancing one's strength is through the mech. Once someone successfully assembles the mech, Hu Bing's power could potentially surge to the level of a 10 genetic warrior. At that point, as long as the extraordinarily powerful beings within the Black Domain do not emerge, he would be virtually invincible within that realm. It is evident how deeply Hu Bing craved the mech. Su Ming smiled and continued. Firstly, the D-class mech will involve some stellar cluster-level mechanical knowledge. It's not extensive, but it is indeed necessary, and I may require your assistance in providing this knowledge. Without hesitation, Hu Bing nodded in agreement. No problem. Although stellar cluster-level mechanical knowledge is not inexpensive, it pales in comparison to the assembly of the mech. Su Ming acknowledged him and proceeded. Secondly, I need some time to study the mech knowledge, after which I would like to obtain the rights to disseminate this knowledge. Hu Bing contemplated this before replying. That is acceptable, but the mech knowledge must not be divulged to my adversaries. Otherwise, they could exploit the mech's weaknesses against me. Su Ming nodded. As this concern is commonplace among mech warriors, which often compels them to become mechanics to assemble their own mechs. Then, with a smile, Su Ming added, as for the third condition, might it be possible to form an alliance with the forces behind you? You need not intervene on our behalf. I merely wish to leverage your reputation. Hu Bing chuckled at Su Ming's shrewdness. He recognized that such a conspicuous entry into the Black Domain would undoubtedly attract attention, and it made sense to ally with the forces behind him. Utilizing their reputation would serve to deter any nefarious individuals. This posed no loss for him. Moreover, it provided an opportunity to cultivate a friendship with Su Ming, the mechanic. Why not seize the chance? Without hesitation, Hu Bing readily agreed. He then handed his contact information and backup schematics of mecha knowledge to Su Ming. It may take you some time to settle in, but that is perfectly fine. I have ample time and will wait for you. By the way, it seems that York obtained a rather impressive shipment a couple of days ago. You might want to search his remains, Hu Bing said with a smile. With that, he gracefully departed, leaving Su Ming standing alone. After a while, Warren and the others arrived at Su Ming's side. Su Ming, how are things? The group cautiously scanned their surroundings, wary of any lurking enemies. Upon seeing their expressions, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The place has been leveled. There's no one left. Now, we must grapple with the headache of post-disaster reconstruction. The others quickly turned their gaze towards the ground, which had been ravaged by the annihilation cannon, their faces revealing a wry smile. The terrain was utterly unrecognizable. Previously struck by the annihilation cannon, it had further cracked under the fierce battle between Su Ming and York, resembling a plowed field. Establishing a new base in this area would be no small feat, even with the presence of construction robots. Before long, Su Ming assigned the task of rebuilding the base to Warren and Locke, while he himself began to scour the battlefield. Having recently heard from Hu Bing about York's potential bounty, his curiosity piqued. He set out to investigate. Soon, he discovered a small storage ring atop York's bisected corpse. Fortunately, Su Ming had used an axe to slay York rather than firearm weaponry, or else the storage ring might have been shattered into fragments. Su Ming opened the storage ring to explore its contents, and to his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with mechanical components. Upon seeing these parts, his eyes gleamed with excitement. It was as if he had encountered a pillow when in need of sleep. For a mechanic, the value of such components vastly exceeded their worth to others. If these mechanical parts were to be sold by someone else, they might fetch merely around 10 billion star coins. However, if he assembled them himself before selling, even a fraction of the components could yield the original price. In the hands of a mechanic, these parts could indeed increase in value tenfold or more. Moreover, as everyone prepared to establish themselves, there would be a need to recruit and build a faction. Possessing these mechanical components equated to securing the startup capital for the future, in contrast to the initial darkness and uncertainty that enveloped the realm of the Black Domain upon their arrival. The situation for Su Ming and his companions has gradually come into focus. With the declaration of an alliance with the force known as Tianlin behind the Hu Bing, those who had previously fixated on Su Ming have now retreated from their predatory gaze. For Su Ming, this marks a significant turning point. The next step involves the reconstruction of their base, a task he can delegate to Locke and others. At this moment, Su Ming finds himself alone aboard the spacecraft. Before him lies a stack of knowledge and blueprints pertaining to mech assembly. This pertains specifically to the assembly of D-level mechs. Overlord D-level humanoid mech, energy range, 60, 000, 150, 000 mech abilities, Overlord armor, charge strike mech type, close combat mech weapon, Overlord blade, Overlord armor. The mech is equipped with a shield capable of absorbing attacks totaling 250, 000 energy units. The kinetic conversion device stores energy from impacts against the Overlord armor, preventing the mech from being knocked back due to kinetic force. Charge strike releases stored kinetic energy, enhancing the next attack's power by 100, 000 energy units. A flicker of intrigue passes through Su Ming's eyes. Upon advancing to this tier, the mech possesses unique capabilities. Dubbed the Overlord mech, it boasts specialized energy shields and conversion devices that allow it to neutralize certain kinetic attacks. It indeed exudes the formidable aura of an unyielding Overlord. Furthermore, the charge strike can serve as a decisive finishing move, capable of delivering an unexpected blow. Overall, the performance of this mech undoubtedly surpasses that of his basic silver model. Particularly, when combined with his own unique skill, it promises to unleash an exceptionally terrifying power. Su Ming cannot help but feel a surge of excitement upon reviewing the blueprints and knowledge of this mech. Chapter 65. The three great cosmic eras following Su Ming's intense battle. The Black Domain swiftly returned to its usual rhythm. For the Black Domain, such skirmishes are mere trifles. It has witnessed clashes involving beings with gene levels exceeding 10 in its starry expanse. The entrenched powers within the Black Domain have grown accustomed to such conflicts. So while the incident involving the planet-destroying cannon startled some, their apprehension dissipated upon realizing it was an upgraded version engineered by Su Ming. Conversely, news of a seemingly talented mechanic arriving in the Black Domain gradually circulated among its factions. Although Su Ming's reputation has yet to burgeon, it is at least known on the Abe planet that a mechanic of his caliber resides there. After Su Ming and his allies dismantled the York Star Bandits, they commenced the task of establishing a base amidst the ruins. A multitude of discarded mechanical components was unearthed by the local indigenous people from the ruins, promptly set aside. These natives were specifically recruited by Locke to assist in the construction of the base. It has become apparent to all that, within the Dark Domain, the most economical labor force is not the work robots, but rather the local inhabitants. For merely a few star coins, one could hire a robust native for an entire week, a remarkably inexpensive arrangement. With a decisive wave of his hand, Locke expended over 1,000 star coins to directly employ more than 500 indigenous individuals to reconstruct the base atop the ruins. This presents an intriguing tableau within the Dark Domain, a place characterized by advanced technology, formidable combat prowess, and a well-established power structure. However, as all resources are derived externally, A significant cultural chasm exists between the local natives and other factions within the Dark Domain. Observing the indigenous people evokes a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of humanity's early days during the first cosmic era, when civilization was limited to surface dwelling. Ming continues to delve into the D-class mech knowledge bestowed upon him by Bing, finding the complexities of D-class mechs to be considerably more intricate than those of E-class. After all, D-class mech knowledge encompasses aspects of technology from the second cosmic era. What constitutes second cosmic technology? In essence, throughout humanity's evolution, each technological revolution has been regarded as a milestone in development, facilitating qualitative leaps in societal advancement. Historically, humanity has experienced three monumental revolutions. The first revolution marked the transition of surface civilization into the industrial technological age, known as the first cosmic era or surface era. Although the mechanical equipment Ming previously assembled is not exclusively a product of the first cosmic era, its technological sophistication remains rooted in that period. The second great revolution centers around the development of space technology. Following this, humanity entered the second cosmic era, embarking on a relentless quest to explore the cosmos, establish interstellar civilizations, and terraform planets to render them habitable. The present-day 5 cosmic nations are colossal entities that rapidly emerged during this second cosmic era. The D-class Tyrant Mech, featuring energy shields and kinetic conversion devices, exemplifies the technological achievements of this period. Every mechanic, upon embarking on their journey of mechanical knowledge, must commence with the foundational principles and technologies of the first cosmic era. Although relatively primitive, these principles serve as the bedrock for all subsequent knowledge and technology across the following 2 eras. This foundational learning is an inescapable rite of passage for every mechanic, who must diligently master the knowledge of the first cosmic era before progressing to the more advanced concepts of the second cosmic era. By this juncture, the knowledge system has become exceedingly vast and intricate, with a plethora of imaginative ideas beginning to emerge. Each mecha that one encounters henceforth possesses its own distinct attributes and even unique combat methods, all supported by a range of fantastical technologies. After surpassing the level of a stellar mechanic, Ming gradually progresses towards becoming a cluster-level mechanic. The hallmark of a cluster-level mechanic is the initiation of studies in second cosmic technology. Reaching this stage signifies a profound transformation for a mechanic. The mechanical equipment at the cluster level far surpasses that of the stellar level in terms of power. Ming, are you there? I bring you knowledge of mechanics. A week later, the appearance of the base began to take shape. Amidst the tireless efforts of over 500 natives, 5 towering buildings rose from the ground, becoming the foundation for Ming and his companions. On this very day, Bing arrived at Ming's base and, with a smile, presented him with a compendium of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. This was precisely the cluster-level mechanical knowledge that Ming had previously requested Bing to procure. Intermediate theory of kinetic energy utilization. After handing over this mechanical knowledge, Bing grinned widely. Brother, this must be the last one, right? When do you think you can help me assemble the mecha? Prior to this knowledge, Bing had already delivered 3 other pieces of cluster-level mechanical knowledge. And this theory of kinetic energy was the final piece requested by Ming. Now that all 4 pieces were complete, Bing's mind began to race with possibilities. Ming chuckled. During this time, he had nearly mastered the knowledge of mecha construction, and with this last piece of mechanical knowledge, he would be able to assemble the mecha. He then spoke, "In 2 weeks, I shall come to find you and assist you in assembling the mecha at your base." Upon hearing Ming's words, Bing nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I will await your arrival at my base in 2 weeks." After saying this, Bing swiftly departed from Ming's base. Once Bing was gone, Ming returned to his workshop and opened the materials Bing had handed him, meticulously perusing the information. Beside him lay several mechanical components, unmistakably parts of a mecha. These components belonged to the D-class Tyrant humanoid mecha. Ming had preemptively begun assembling the D-class Tyrant humanoid mecha within his base. This was the reason for Ming's request for an additional 2 weeks. While he could master the mechanical knowledge in a matter of days, he sought to first assemble this mecha independently before aiding Bing in constructing his own. After all, when each mechanic assembles a mech for the first time, they imbue it with a unique spirit, as if granting the machine a soul and life. This evokes a distinctly idealistic sensation. However, following the third technological revolution of the universe and the advent of the third cosmic era, this idealism has been substantiated as a tangible reality. Each mechanic's initial encounter with an unfamiliar model of mech indeed involves a wondrous awakening process. The awakened mechs generally exhibit capabilities and performance approximately 20 superior to their standard counterparts. Ultimately, the most remarkable technological breakthrough of the third cosmic era is the culmination of science, theology. Chapter 66, The Mineral Vein Star Domain as for the first mech. Ming certainly intended to keep it for himself. There was no way he would let it go cheaply to Hu Bing. Although Hu Bing had treated him fairly, Ming remained acutely aware that in the dark domain, only interest prevailed, devoid of any sentiment. After several days of studying kinetic theory, Ming decisively approached his workbench and commenced the assembly of the mech before him. Although many components were not available in the base, Ming was undeterred. He skillfully dismantled several independent parts from the vast array of mechanical components acquired from the Yorkstar thieves, subsequently reassembling them into new mechanical parts. The mechanical components obtained from the Yorkstar thieves were predominantly planetary and stellar grade, but a limited number of star cluster grade components were also included. These mechanical parts had become a veritable treasury for Ming. Whatever he sought could likely be found within. Without hesitation, he engraved his exclusive markings onto each component and reassembled them. This mech involved extensive knowledge of star cluster grade mechanics, and during the assembly process, Ming naturally organized and integrated this advanced knowledge. For a mechanic, the swiftest path to enhancing one's cerebral domain level is to acquire new and more sophisticated knowledge while focusing intently on mechanical repairs and modifications. At this moment, Ming's state aligned perfectly with the optimal conditions for rapidly elevating a mechanic's cerebral domain level. He immersed himself entirely in the mechanical workstation, continuously assembling each component with unwavering concentration. This process demanded immense mental effort. Even the slightest misstep could result in the complete destruction of the mechanical parts. Thus, Ming dared not allow any lapse in focus, elevating his cerebral domain level to an extraordinarily active state. Before long, Ming's cerebral domain level surged dramatically throughout this endeavor. Meanwhile, as Ming rooted himself in the dark domain, commencing the assembly of the tyrant mech, the armies of the 5 cosmic nations stood in tense competition across a distant star domain. This region was the newly explored mineral vein star domain, where every planet shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The radiant beams that adorn this celestial expanse are the luminescence of distant stars reflecting upon it, causing the metallic elements within the planets to glimmer. Each planet emanates such a resplendent glow, attesting to the presence of a myriad of mineral veins within this starry domain. Such abundant deposits have been encountered only a handful of times, even as the cosmos has transitioned into the third cosmic era. Historically, this star region undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 territories rich in explored mineral veins. The allure of wealth incites fierce competition. The immense value of this mineral-rich domain has compelled the 5 great empires to concentrate their competitive efforts here. In stark contrast, the Lhasa Alliance appears to be merely engaging in trivial skirmishes. Consequently, the atmosphere above the mineral star region has grown increasingly tense. Each of the 5 cosmic nations has dispatched over 5 elite apocalyptic-class mech warriors to this area. A war is unlikely to erupt, for the combined presence of 25 apocalyptic-class champions would devastate the very fabric of this star region should conflict arise. Their purpose in gathering here is merely to intimidate the formidable warriors of other cosmic nations. At this moment, the head of the Kellen family, Kellen Clarence, has also arrived at the planet rich in minerals. Kellen Clarence is, in fact, the adoptive father of Ming in this lifetime. Although Ming has been expelled from the Kellen family, the blood bond between them remains undeniable. Comfortably seated within his warship, Kellen Clarence leisurely savors a fine wine, fully aware that despite the current tension, conflict is out of the question. Such a confrontation would contradict the interests of the 5 great cosmic nations, resulting only in mutual losses within this star region. Thus, the apocalyptic-class warriors of the 5 empires are, in reality, in a state of relative ease. There are even amusing scenes of apocalyptic-class warriors from different cosmic nations exchanging pleasantries. Kellen Clarence's gaze is drawn to the shimmering mineral star region before him, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight. The assembly here is, in essence, awaiting the decision-makers of the 5 great cosmic nations to deliberate on the distribution of benefits. Numerous politicians are undoubtedly occupied with the interests of this mineral-rich territory, and various meetings, large and small, are taking place within the 5 empires. Ultimately, the methodology for exploiting this mineral star region will be a collective decision of the 5 cosmic nations. Other cosmic forces may receive a minor allocation, perhaps around 5%, motivated by humanitarian and societal development ideals. However, the lion's share, approximately 95%, will be appropriated by the 5 great cosmic nations for themselves. Colin Clarence and others are simply awaiting the final decision before taking any corresponding actions. At that moment, a knock resounded at Colin Clarence's door. He set down his wine glass and called out, "Come in." A middle-aged man clad in a simple robe entered. Upon seeing him, Colin Clarence couldn't help but inquire, "How is it? How has my second son fared during his training on Nopa Planet?" After all, he was his own flesh and blood, and deep within Colin Clarence's heart, there lingered a hint of regret over his decision to expel Su Ming. However, as the esteemed head of the Colin family, Colin Clarence was unwilling to admit to a moment of impulsivity or acknowledge any wrongdoing. Publicly, he proclaimed that he had sent his second son away for training. Several months after Su Ming's expulsion from the Colin family, Colin Clarence dispatched this middle-aged man to locate Su Ming and secretly bring him back into the fold. At this moment, he was somewhat taken aback by the swift return of his subordinate. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's inquiry, the man, whose name was Dewey, wore a bitter smile and replied hesitantly, "Great Colin Clarence, I regret to inform you that the young master, Su Ming, departed from Nopa Planet over a month ago." "What?" Colin Clarence sprang to his feet, gazing at Dewey with incredulity. "Mr. Dewey, what transpired? I trust you have conducted a thorough investigation." A sharp intensity flashed in Colin Clarence's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Sensing the tension in Colin Clarence's tone, Dewey felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The man before him was one of the Empire's apocalyptic-level powerhouses, and should Colin Clarence's wrath be kindled, it could lead to unfathomable consequences, even endangering his own life. In the Empire, apocalyptic-level beings could act with impunity, provided their actions did not stray too far from the norm. At that moment, hearing the suppressed fury beneath Colin Clarence's calm demeanor made Dewey's heart race. Without hesitation, he spoke, "I have inquired of many sources, and it is said that when young Master Su Ming passed through the spatial transfer station, his brain domain energy level was recorded at 25 points. Clearly, young Master Su Ming had regained his faculties before passing through the station." Colin Clarence was taken aback by Dewey's revelation. A brain domain energy level of 25? This could potentially signify that Su Ming might break the Empire's long-standing record and achieve the highest level of brain domain energy following the activation of his genetic lock. How could this be? He distinctly recalled measuring it at a mere 3 points. As soon as he stepped out, it had already escalated to a critical level. If that were the case, Su Ming's talent might indeed reach a terrifying pinnacle. At this moment, Colin Clarence's felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yet he suppressed the complexity within and addressed Dewey. "Please continue." Dewey cautiously glanced at Colin Clarence's before proceeding. "Subsequently, my subordinate investigated on Nopa Planet, where Master Su Ming is working as a mechanic under a man named Monty. I inquired with Monty, who claimed that Master Su Ming's mechanical expertise is exceptional, capable of repairing and modifying planetary-grade machinery, and the equipment he restored is exceedingly powerful." And then, Colin Clarence's mood soured further. His own son was not only a mechanic, but could also repair planetary-grade machinery. Such sophisticated equipment could not be mended by an imbecile, which confirmed that Su Ming's intellect had indeed returned. Although Colin Clarence was unaware of the specifics of Su Ming's recovery, it was entirely possible that he had never been foolish to begin with. However, the verified brain domain energy level from the hall testing left Colin Clarence perplexed. Then, the Aqua Blue invaded Nopa Planet. Dewey spoke softly. "Excuse me? The Aqua Blue? Isn't that a minor cosmic civilization? A mere flick of my hand could extinguish them. And yet they dare to invade a logistical planet of the Empire?" Colin Clarence furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's musings, Dewey couldn't help but smile wryly. While it's true you could crush them with a single hand, you are a being of apocalyptic caliber. The Aqua Blue are insignificant before you, yet they pose a catastrophic threat to Nopa Planet. Then Master Su Ming used a sniper rifle to eliminate a 5th-level Aqua Blue. Dewey continued in a hushed tone. What? Colin Crawlins's eyes widened as he abruptly stood up, unable to contain his astonishment. It had been just over a month since he left the Colin family, and Su Ming had managed to kill a 5th-level Aqua Blue. What on earth was happening? Colin Crawlins was genuinely bewildered. In the span of a month, advancing from a 1st-level genetic warrior to the capability of slaying a 5th-level Aqua Blue was an extraordinary feat. His eldest son, Su Rue, took over a year to ascend to a 4th-level genetic warrior, while most of that time was spent laying the groundwork for future rapid advancement. Achieving the strength of a 5th-level genetic warrior in merely a month was indeed remarkable. This is not the most astonishing revelation. What truly left the subordinates in shock was that Master Su Ming subsequently enlisted in the 32nd Temporary Military Unit. During his military service, he piloted a mech and, amidst an onslaught of tens of thousands of cosmic creatures, successfully eliminated a level 7 cosmic entity, the Iron Lizard. This event was reported by the 32nd Temporary Military and substantiated with video evidence. After sharing this, Dewey handed the video of Su Ming annihilating the Iron Lizard in his mech to Colonel Clarence. With an expression of intrigue, Colonel Clarence accepted the video and began to scrutinize it closely. As he observed Su Ming's maneuvers, predictive skills, and various evasion techniques, his astonishment grew exponentially. Some of the actions displayed were beyond his own capabilities. Although Colonel Clarence had ascended to a level where such maneuvers were unnecessary, having transcended to a different dimension of conflict, he recognized the exceptional finesse of Su Ming's techniques. His discerning eye, honed as an imperial general, swiftly deduced that Su Ming possessed the skills to serve as an instructor within the mech forces. How had he honed such abilities? He had never piloted a mech during his time with the family. Colonel Clarence found himself perplexed. It was as if Su Ming had undergone a transformation. Such techniques could not be acquired without prolonged practice. Yet, Su Ming had been away from the Koren family for barely over 6 months. Even with relentless training, it was inconceivable to achieve such results in that short span. It was truly remarkable. A son worthy of his father. This young man bore the semblance of his father's former self. The more Colonel Clarence watched, the more he felt pride swell within him. With a son of such prodigious talent, one could only imagine the joy he would bring, even in dreams. Suddenly, Colonel Clarence's eyes widened in realization. If he recalled correctly, the Empire had implemented a confidentiality plan, which included the extermination of the temporary military unit, hadn't it? His heart raced with alarm. Chapter 68. Distribution of the Mines. Colonel Clarence sprang to his feet, his gaze filled with fury and panic. He seized Dewey by the collar. His teeth gritted as he spoke. Are you implying that my son has been eliminated by that damn confidentiality plan? The intensity of Colonel Clarence's aura surged, shattering the glassware in the vicinity. Had he not controlled his energy, even a warship might have been torn apart by his overwhelming presence. Feeling the weight of Colonel Clarence's aura, Dewey was instantly drenched in cold sweat, sensing the imminent threat of death. He was taken aback. Colonel Clarence's combat power had indeed intensified. It was rumored that he had attained the strength of a high-ranking apocalypse-level warrior, yet he had evidently grown even stronger. A master like Colonel Clarence could likely confront a newly ascended apocalypse-class warrior without the aid of a mech. Dewey swallowed hard and promptly exclaimed, "Your Excellency, Colonel Clarence, please remain calm." The second young master did not perish following the extermination plan. He managed to escape. What? He escaped? Colonel Clarence's breath caught in his throat as he stared incredulously at Dewey. The Empire had dispatched 10 level 7 mech warriors to hunt down every single warship. How could a mere steel lizard possibly compare to such formidable opponents? He could defeat a steel lizard, but how could he possibly evade the grasp of 10 level 7 mech warriors? Colonel Clarence spoke in disbelief. Dewey shook his head. The truth is indeed as I say, Your Excellency. However, the specifics of how the second young master escaped are classified by the Empire, and I lack the authority to investigate further. Colonel Clarence released Dewey, his demeanor slightly calming. With a more composed expression, he addressed Dewey. I apologize, Mr. Dewey. I was momentarily overwhelmed. Might you know the whereabouts of my son? Upon hearing Clarence's inquiry, Dewey grimaced and shook his head. The second young master utilized a spatial jump to leave the Empire's star domain. Presently, no one knows his destination. Colonel Clarence nodded, unperturbed by the uncertainty surrounding Su Ming's whereabouts. It was to be expected. If anyone knew where Su Ming was, it would be impossible for him to escape the Empire's relentless pursuit. Clarence's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he abruptly rose and declared to Dewey, "This will not do. I must personally visit the Imperial Military Office and demand they rescind the warrant for Su Ming's arrest. How dare they pursue my son? You stay here and await directives from the Empire. I am leaving at once." Dewey's face reflected urgent concern. How could he single-handedly manage such a precarious situation? He was about to rise and dissuade Colonel Clarence when, at that moment, Clarence's expression shifted as he picked up the communication system. A call request appeared on the screen. "What is it?" Colonel Clarence frowned, recognizing it as a call from the leader's office. This call signified that the office was preparing to discuss strategic arrangements with him. "Your Excellency, Colonel Clarence, the conference of the 5 major cosmic nations has concluded. A consensus has been reached. The Empire is allocated an 18 share." Colonel Clarence was taken aback by the words from the office staff. 18? What about the other 4? They also receive an 18 share. This distribution is relatively equitable. Your Excellency, what? Thus, it follows that the remaining 10 must be equitably distributed among the other cosmic nations. Within human society, apart from the 5 dominant cosmic powers that hold absolute supremacy, there exist numerous lesser factions, such as cluster-level and galaxy-level cosmic nations. Altogether, aside from the 5 major cosmic nations, there are over 10,000 other, relatively weaker cosmic states. Historically, whenever a new resource-rich star domain is discovered, a portion of these resources is allocated to the remaining cosmic nations according to the conventions of human society. However, this allocation has typically been merely symbolic, usually around 35%. This time, however, an astonishing 10% has been granted, leaving Colonel Clarence somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's inquiry, a staff member from the Imperial Leader's office chuckled lightly before responding. Your Excellency, you are likely aware that the Void Civilization is currently at war with us. Apart from the 5 major cosmic nations, many other cosmic states have also deployed considerable military forces. Should the distribution proceed as it has in the past, it would likely incite dissatisfaction among these other nations. Upon hearing this explanation, a look of realization crossed Colonel Clarence's face. The Void Civilization is a non-human, cosmic-level civilization, possessing an immense scale and vast territories. Given the vastness of the universe, the regions explored and occupied by humanity may well be less than 1/10,000th of the cosmos, where myriad extraordinary civilizations exist. In the continuous process of exploration, humanity frequently encounters previously unseen civilizations. Naturally, weaker civilizations are often subjugated, while stronger ones exhibit aggressive tendencies. The Void Civilization, in terms of its strength, is even slightly more formidable than human civilization, albeit just marginally. Both are considered to belong to the same tier of civilization. Currently, the Void Civilization and human civilization are embroiled in a fierce conflict within a central star domain, with the objective of seizing cosmic resources. However, after approximately a decade of hostilities, both sides have come to know each other well. Without the certainty of completely annihilating one another, a full-scale war is unlikely to erupt. At this juncture, skirmishes are the norm, and the primary contributors to the conflict are predominantly the smaller cosmic nations within human society. Hence, during this period, it is essential to allocate more resources to these lesser cosmic states, lest it provoke negative public sentiment within the human populace. Colonel Clarence nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He then terminated the call and rose to address Dewey. In that case, I shall return to the Empire, and you will oversee the mining operations in this region. Once the extraction is complete, send the resources back in batches. Suddenly, Colonel Clarence paused, contemplating before adding, By the way, I will have my eldest son, Sure, come to manage the transportation of the resources. This will also serve as an opportunity for him to make his presence known among the upper echelons of the Empire. At that point, you can simply hand over the resources to him. After speaking, Colin Clarence rose and departed from the warship. Chapter 69, The Overlord Mecha. It is worth noting that any events occurring in the distant mining star region bear little relation to the Black Domain. The Black Domain does not belong to the conventional forces of human society, although it is not universally denounced. It resides within a gray area that the authorities prefer not to acknowledge. At this moment, in the Black Domain's planet Abe, Su Ming had arrived at a military base. Brother Su Ming, the mechanical components you requested are all prepared. Here is the workbench. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Hun Bing spoke casualito Su Ming. Today marked the day Su Ming was scheduled to assemble the Overlord Mecha at Tianlin, and the onlookers could not help but cast curious glances at him, subsequently expressing their astonishment. So young, Brother Bing, you must keep your eyes wide open and not be deceived. Can someone so young really assemble a D-class mecha? A seemingly cocky youth scoffed. Hu Bing shot a glare at the young man and disdainfully replied, "You know nothing. This young Brother Su Ming is the very mechanic who previously unleashed the Annihilation Cannon." What? He is the mechanic who released the Annihilation Cannon? The crowd's attention shifted to Su Ming. Their intrigue piqued at the thought of the skills he might possess. After all, most individuals in the Black Domain were rather unsophisticated. A mechanic was akin to a scholar, while a genetic warrior resembled an athlete. In the realm of mechanics, very few possessed substantial knowledge, and even within Tianlin, only stellar-grade mechanics existed, with none capable of assembling cluster-grade mechas. They watched with bated breath. For Su Ming could indeed assemble a cluster-grade mecha, it would demonstrate his exceptional repair abilities. Such a mechanic would undoubtedly be a coveted asset, and the influential figures in the Black Domain might seek to cultivate relationships with this mechanic named Su Ming. Moreover, many within Tianlin had cluster-grade mechanical equipment in need of repair, and they might soon find themselves turning to Su Ming for assistance. At this moment, Su Ming showed no hesitation. He reached out and deftly grasped the mechanical components. Prior to this, he had already assembled his own Overlord Mecha at his base and successfully awakened its spirit. Therefore, for Su Ming, this was merely a familiar task, and his speed surpassed that of his previous assembly by an unknown margin. His fingers became a blur, swiftly piecing together the mechanical parts with remarkable agility. The disassembly of the mechanical components was accomplished successfully, yielding 1 star point. The assembly of the mechanical components was also successfully completed, resulting in 3 star points. The process of constructing the mech is, in itself, a fervent accumulation of star points. In the previous base, the Tyrant mech, from inception to successful assembly, allowed Su Ming to amass over 3,000 star points. At this moment, he estimated that this new Tyrant mech could similarly garner over 2,000 star points. The reason for the lesser star points from this Tyrant mech compared to the first lies in the extensive modifications Su Ming undertook during its assembly. The original Tyrant mech lacked long-range weaponry, being a purely melee combat machine. However, the absence of ranged armament was unacceptable to Su Ming. He decisively equipped his Tyrant mech with a long-range weapon function. Furthermore, adapting to his combat style, he added a rudimentary spatial teleportation device to the mech. This device, once activated, allows for instantaneous travel within a 2-kilometer radius, significantly enhancing its maneuverability. Of course, the teleportation device cannot be utilized indefinitely. Much like a spacecraft cannot perpetually engage in spatial jumps. During each jump, the mech would endure a spatial storm, and continuous jumping would likely be overwhelming for both the mech and Su Ming. Despite endowing his own mech with such advanced technology, Su Ming was reluctant to make extensive modifications to Hu Bing's mech. Completing it to standard sufficed, as Su Ming's unique electric engraving patterns would ensure that once assembled, the mech's capabilities would surpass those of standard model by approximately 10%. This should undoubtedly satisfy, if not pleasantly surprise, Hu Bing, eliminating the need for further alterations. Upon entering the Black Domain, Su Ming maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Shaking his head, he dispelled any extraneous thoughts and devoted his full attention to the mech components before him. One by one, the mechanical parts were meticulously assembled. Su Ming worked tirelessly at the Tianlin base from dawn until dusk, finding a random spot to rest for about 4 hours before rising again to continue the assembly of the mech before him. The engineering demands of a mech far exceed those of singular mechanical equipment. Even with his previous successful assembly experience, which greatly enhanced his efficiency, it still required 2 full days to complete the construction of this mech. By the afternoon of the second day, Ming inserted the final circuit board into the mech's chassis, revealing a satisfied smile upon his face. It was completed. As the mecha was successfully assembled, it unleashed a significant surge of energy, immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding members of the celestial team. They gathered around, marveling at the magnificent tyrant mecha before them. Master Ming is truly exceptional. I have previously witnessed other engineers assemble mechas, and even for an E-class mecha, it took one engineer 3 weeks to complete. Yet, Master Ming accomplished this in merely 2 days, exclaimed a youth who had previously underestimated Ming. Over the course of these 2 days of assembly, he had come to harbor no doubts about Ming's skills. Instead, he felt a profound respect for him. A remarkable engineer commands respect from all. The crowd gazed at the mecha with shining eyes, sensing the rich energy emanating from within, and could not help but express their envy. This mecha looks incredibly powerful. When will I have my own mecha? They lamented. I really envy Brother Bing for having his own mecha. It's like reaching the pinnacle of life. They all chimed in. At that moment, an anxious voice interrupted from outside. Get the hell out of my way. I want to see my precious mecha. Not long after, Bing squeezed through the crowd and entered. Upon stepping inside, his gaze was immediately captivated by the dark red mecha before him. Excitedly, he reached out to touch it, feeling the immense energy radiating from within and the cold yet intoxicating metallic texture, his eyes gleaming with delight. Possessing a mecha meant that his combat prowess would significantly enhance in a remarkably short time. In the black domain, combat strength is synonymous with status and wealth. It is easy to imagine how exhilarated Bing felt. After a considerable time, he finally came to his senses and, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked at Ming and said, I apologize, Master Ming. I was so thrilled to see the mecha that I forgot to greet you. At that moment, respect for Ming blossomed in Bing's heart, and he unconsciously shifted his address from little brother to master. He had resolved to forge a friendship with Ming, recognizing that he would need his assistance not only for future modifications of mechanical equipment, but also for the maintenance of his mecha. This is the standing of an engineer within interstellar society. There is no alternative. Once the mecha you have assembled experiences wear and tear in subsequent battles, it inevitably requires repair. Other engineers, unfamiliar with this specific mecha, might not be able to restore it to its original condition. Only the creator of the mecha can ensure it is repaired to its initial standards, as maintenance is essential unless one avoids combat altogether. For Bing, the present moment demanded not only the cultivation of a good rapport with Ming, but also the imperative to ensure Ming's personal safety. Should any misfortune befall Ming, it would equate to the crippling of half his mech. Thus, he could not permit any mishap to occur. Ming, however, had not contemplated this layer of concern. With a smile, he addressed Bing, suggesting, no worries, Brother Bing. You can now take a seat and test the mech's performance. Bing was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a grin. Yes, yes. How could I forget in my excitement? I shall try it right now. With that, Bing moved swiftly, unleashing his mental energy, which surged forth from his body and established a connection with the mech ahead. In an instant, the mech split apart and flew directly toward Bing, merging seamlessly upon contact, forming a cohesive entity. Before the onlookers, a 3-meter-tall mech warrior materialized. The sight of the mech's magnificent display elicited a wave of envy among the members of Tianlin. Incredible. This mech is astonishingly cool. Once donned in the mech, Bing wasted no time and proceeded to the testing chamber. The testing chamber was a facility constructed by every faction, equipped with formidable energy absorption capabilities. Unless externally compromised, it was nearly impossible to inflict damage from within. Here, Bing could fully unleash his energy levels. The others followed suit into the testing chamber. At that moment, Bing drew forth a mechanical battle blade, the blood blade of frenzy, from his back. This was the battle blade that accompanied the Overlord mech. Blood blade of frenzy, energy level range, 50,000, 100,000, individuals with energy levels below 30,000 cannot wield it effectively. Ability, Frenzied Assault. It harnesses excess energy overflow to generate a secondary attack, striking the enemy and inflicting 50 of the damage dealt in the initial assault. The name of the blood blade of frenzy mirrors its capability. Following the first wave of onslaught, it swiftly conjures a second strike without requiring the wielder to swing it, delivering a follow-up blow that causes additional damage. From an external perspective, it appeared as though the user of the Overlord mech was engaged in a frenzied assault upon the opponent. The term frenzy aptly encapsulates the sheer frequency of its assaults. At this moment, Hu Bing radiated a formidable energy level, which Su Ming sensed, causing him to slightly change his expression. Such a powerful energy response. He cast his gaze toward the nearby monitoring device, where a series of numbers glaringly displayed. 230. 000 energy level. Su Ming was astonished. Hu Bing, without relying on any weapons or mechs, could unleash a terrifying 230 000 purely through his own energy output. This meant that if he so desired, even while clad in the Overlord mech, Hu Bing could effortlessly obliterate him. The Gene Warriors operate in such a manner that their advancement is relatively straightforward in the initial stages. However, as one ascends to the later levels, particularly the 8th, 9th, and even the 10th, each level represents a significant leap and transformation, making the path to enhancement increasingly arduous. Yet, once such an elevation is achieved, the resulting metamorphosis is nothing short of terrifying. In the span of 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical and cerebral energy levels surged to 9,100 and 12,000 points, respectively. Even when combined, these totals amount to a mere 20,000 points, which pales in comparison to the prowess of the 9th-level Gene Warrior, Hu Bing. As Hu Bing's energy levels surged, his mech began to resonate with energy fluctuations. In the next moment, Hu Bing bellowed and, piloting his mech, delivered a powerful strike against the testing apparatus. The overwhelming energy enveloped the entire testing chamber. Had it not been for the unique material of the chamber, which possesses the ability to absorb energy, this single blow could have toppled the Tianlin base. A resounding crash echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the testing apparatus, where a series of vivid red numbers materialized. 35W. Shijishji Pinch. This indicated that the D-Class Overlord mech had enhanced Hu Bing's energy levels by a staggering 12W. Most significantly, upon reaching 35W, he had crossed into the realm of the 10th-level Gene Warriors. In utilizing the mech, Hu Bing's combat strength could now rival that of a 10th-level Gene Warrior, bridging a vast chasm in power. The members of Tianlin within the testing chamber exchanged astonished glances, which quickly erupted into exclamations of awe. This is incredible. I must develop my cerebral energy levels. I too wish to become a mech warrior. However, others cautioned, not so fast. Developing cerebral energy levels is no simple task. Otherwise, our Tianlin wouldn't have only 13 individuals who have unlocked them. Without the activation of cerebral energy levels, one is doomed to be unable to wield a mech. This is the most crucial threshold for a mech warrior. At that moment, Hu Bing suddenly called out, "Attack me." I wish to test the capabilities of the Overlord armor. The crowd paused in surprise, only to see a thin layer of energy shield emerging from the Overlord mech. This energy shield constituted the Overlord armor, which can absorb attacks up to 25W and convert kinetic energy into an offensive strike, releasing it anew. Without hesitation, the members exchanged glances and promptly launched their attacks against the Overlord mech. Level 1. 0-100 Level 2. 100,000 300 Level 3. 300 1000 Level 4. 1000 500 Level 5. 500 0100 Level 6. 10000 4W Level 7. 4W 10W Level 8. 10W 18W Level 9. 18W 30W Level 10. 30W 60W. There are additional levels beyond these, but we shall address them later. For now, let us focus on the first 10 levels. Chapter 71. The establishment of Wan Tung as a second-tier force within the Black Domain, the Tianlin members, though not as formidable as the Hu Bing, are certainly not to be underestimated. Among the onlookers, there were numerous 6th and 7th level Gene Warriors. At this moment, upon hearing Hu Bing demand that they attack the Tyrant Mecha, they exchanged incredulous glances. Is such an opportunity truly at hand? Excitement illuminated the faces of the Tianlin members, who promptly drew their firearms and launched a frenzied assault against the Tyrant Mecha. However, in the next instant, they were collectively taken aback. The Tyrant Mecha appeared entirely unaffected by their onslaught, advancing steadfastly without retreating a single step. Normally, even if the energy shield could deflect the bullets, the kinetic energy would still cause the mecha to falter. Yet, the tyrant mecha stood firm. This resilience was attributed to the kinetic energy conversion device within it, which absorbed all the energy and transformed it into power for the mecha. Visually, it seemed as though the tyrant mecha was enveloped in an impervious shell, impervious to the constraints of kinetic energy. In the next moment, Hu Bing sharply commanded, "Enough!" The crowd paused in astonishment, halting their assault. Although the tyrant mecha possessed the tyrant armor, capable of absorbing 250,000 units of damage, Hu Bing's unwavering stance in absorbing the entirety of their attacks would soon lead to the depletion of the energy shield. At this juncture, Hu Bing regarded the tyrant mecha with utmost reverence, unwilling to permit the others to continue their assault after the energy shield reached zero. Just then, Hu Bing called out once more and swung his blade, not towards the crowd, but towards the testing wall behind him. Charge strike. The tyrant mecha could convert all the previously absorbed kinetic energy into a powerful counterattack. Boom! A ressounding explosion échouée. The onlookers were taken aback, swiftly turning their gazes towards the adjacent monitor. The displayed figures soared dramatically to an astonishing 420,000. This surpassed the previous maximum strike by 70,000 units. Although the description of the charge strike suggested an increase of 100,000 units, this represented an ideal scenario. Under normal conditions, an increase of 370,000 units would already be considered exceptional. As Hu Bing beheld the numbers on the monitor, a look of ecstatic triumph spread across his face. This was his hidden ace. This can undoubtedly be regarded as the trump card of the tyrant mech currently. Hu Bing's admiration for the tyrant mech is growing. A mech that enhances one's arsenal is truly a dream come true. Hu Bing swiftly removed the mech and carefully stored it within the spatial storage button, which he then fashioned into a necklace to adorn his neck. In moments of peril, a mere thought would summon the mech back to him. "Thank you, Master Su Ming," Hu Bing said with a smile after shedding the mech. Su Ming shook his head and replied, "Brother Hu Bing, you have imparted much knowledge to me. This is no great feat. Now that the mech is assembled, I shall take my leave." With that, Su Ming departed from the Tianlin military base. Observing his retreating figure, the others at Tianlin exchanged contemplative glances. Many among them had already exchanged contact information with Su Ming. When time permits, they plan to seek Su Ming's expertise in repairing their mechanical equipment. In the future, as Hu Bing utilizes the tyrant mech more frequently, Su Ming's reputation is sure to spread throughout the Black Domain. In such a brutal region, those who can enhance the strength of others are always held in high esteem. After leaving Tianlin, Su Ming returned directly to his own base. Having witnessed the strength and structure of a second-tier force during his visit to Tianlin, Su Ming contemplated his own faction. Currently, his force consists of just 20 individuals, including 11 researchers from the former Lhasa Alliance who joined midway aboard the ship. This means only 9 possess combat capabilities. Such an organization, let alone being classified as a 4th-tier force, would struggle to even qualify as a 5th-tier force. The classification of forces is not merely based on the leader's cultivation level. It is not sufficient to claim that Su Ming, possessing the strength to contend with 7th-grade gene warriors, qualifies as a 4th-tier force. In reality, determining the strength of a faction involves evaluating its organizational structure, influence, operations, and normal personnel flow. At present, Su Ming's base is merely a bare structure, hardly deserving of being called a base. Had Tianlin not issued an announcement regarding an alliance with his organization, he might not have been able to establish such a building so securely. Upon returning to the base, Su Ming gathered a few core members for a brief meeting to discuss 3 matters. He addressed them directly. "Let us not remain nameless. We must establish a name for our faction, or how will others refer to us?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd nodded in agreement and promptly engaged in a spirited discussion. "How about naming it the 32nd Legion?" One suggested. "Nonsense. Are you implying that the Empire's discovery of us is insufficiently swift?" Others chimed in, each offering their perspectives. After a lively exchange, Su Ming interjected, "Let us call our faction 10,000 Vines. This name symbolizes that we all hail from diverse star domains and even different factions. Yet we have converged from all corners to unite as one. Like countless vines entwining, We shall forge an indomitable force. Furthermore, vines extend, and in the future, 10,000 vines will reach into every domain, becoming sovereigns of those realms. This is the essence behind my proposed name. Upon hearing Su Ming's rationale, the crowd's eyes brightened, and they nodded in unison. 10,000 Vines is a splendid name, imbued with profound meaning. Let it be so. With no objections raised, a faction led by Su Ming, named 10,000 Vines, quietly began to take root in the shadowy expanse of the Black Domain. After solidifying the name of their faction, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued. Now, we face two more critical questions. First, how shall we generate revenue? Second, how can we attract others to join 10,000 Vines? Cough. For those familiar with my previous works, you may recognize that the name 10,000 Vines have been employed in my book The Strongest Race. I admit, I borrowed it out of convenience, as I genuinely favor this name. Chapter 72. Commencing operations upon hearing Su Ming's inquiries, a contemplative expression spread across the faces of those present. Revenue generation and team expansion are challenges that any faction, regardless of its moral standing, must confront. Within the Black Domain, while some factions may operate outside the law, they undoubtedly possess corresponding revenue channels, commonly referred to as business. The business of the Yorkstar Bandits revolves around space piracy, while Tianlin's enterprise is based on mercenary work. Other factions engage in trading various materials, whether legal or illegal, such as mechanical components. But what will be the business of 10,000 Vines? Given Su Ming's abilities, he could certainly serve as a mechanic, assisting others in repairing and modifying machinery to amass considerable wealth. However, a faction reliant solely on its leader's relentless toil for revenue lacks purpose. It is imperative for the group to identify a sustainable business model that allows everyone to contribute, ensuring long-term growth. At that moment, Wang Ke, who had been relatively silent, suddenly spoke up. We could sell genetic potions and various specialized elixirs, such as those for enhancement, recovery, and even lethal toxins. Upon hearing Wang Ke's suggestion, the crowd turned their gazes towards him, their expressions tinged with a hint of intrigue. The crowd had not forgotten the profound impact that Wang Ke's team of super gene serum researchers had on the Banderstar domain during their time with the Lozer Alliance. All cosmic beings within the domain had been infected by the super gene virus. Upon hearing Wang Ke mention the development of gene serums, vivid memories of the previous tumultuous riots in the Bander system surfaced in their minds. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Wang Ke could not help but smile wryly and hurriedly clarified. I am referring to standard gene serums, not those super gene variants. Our technology for super gene serums may still be underdeveloped and requires further research. However, when it comes to the standard gene serums available on the market, our expertise is relatively advanced, and we have no concerns in that regard. The same applies to other types of serums. After all, we are elite researchers, and we are quite confident in the development of ordinary pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing Wang Ke's explanation, the crowd's expressions transformed to one of understanding, suddenly realizing their previous misinterpretation of his words. The earlier riots had left an indelible impression on them. Thus, the mere mention of gene serums instinctively triggered memories of that chaos. Nonetheless, the prospect of gene serums and various other pharmaceuticals sounded promising. It is worth noting that even within human society, gene serums represent a significant market sector. Virtually every star domain consumes vast quantities of gene serums daily, making them a commodity that is consistently in demand. Furthermore, regarding other pharmaceuticals, in a turbulent realm like the Black Domain, they are undoubtedly in high demand. Conflict leads to injuries, thereby necessitating recovery serums and the like. This prospect is reliable. I find it quite promising as well. However, aside from gene serums, we should also expand other ventures. For instance, Warren, you could assist others in repairing mechanical equipment, and later recruit a batch of apprentices to establish a mechanical repair factory. As for you, Locke, you can entirely undertake the employment services. Su Ming remarked with a smile. Having researchers is indeed advantageous. While researchers may not immediately bolster a faction's power like combat personnel, their contributions are subtle yet profound. Viewed from a long-term perspective, the value generated by researchers far surpasses that of formidable combatants. The establishment of any faction is multifaceted, and within the Black Domain, It is estimated that no more than 10 factions possess researchers, all of which are major powers. The presence of Wang Ku and his associates is even coveted by the two great cosmic nations, underscoring the significance and strength of their position in the research domain. With Wang Ku and his team on board, Wan Teng has little to worry about regarding the fields of medicine and biotechnology. Having established gene serums as the primary business direction, the group then delve into a discussion regarding the third question posed by Su Ming: recruitment. Recruitment is an ongoing endeavor for any faction, and as a faction grows increasingly powerful, attracting individuals becomes progressively easier. There is a consensus that once Wan Teng establishes itself and commences the sale of gene serums, recruiting at a premium would yield individuals of superior quality. With the direction of future work firmly established, everyone now has clarity in their pursuits. As the meeting concluded, attendees swiftly departed the conference room, each engrossed in their respective tasks. After the meeting, Su Ming pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Su Ming, my young friend. It has been a while since we last connected. Are you looking to purchase something? A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the phone. It was Walter, the merchant previously acquainted with Su Ming. Upon connecting, Su Ming straightforwardly inquired, "Mr. Walter, I wish to procure a substantial quantity of research and production equipment from you. Do you have any available?" Surprised by Su Ming's request, Walter replied, "Have you brought research personnel? I can source any type of production equipment you need, but as per our usual arrangement, I will charge 20% above market price, as I also need to cover my expenses." With a smile, Su Ming responded, "Understood. That is acceptable. I require large-scale gene serum production equipment, along with research-grade nanobiological incubators." He proceeded to enumerate the mechanical apparatuses that Wang Ke had previously informed him about. Upon hearing Su Ming's specifications, Walter was taken aback. "Gene serums? Are you preparing to produce gene serums?" "Indeed, Mr. Walter, you could also serve as our agent," Su Ming said with a grin. However, Walter's tone grew noticeably grave in response. "My friend, allow me to offer a word of caution. In the black domain, gene serums represent a significant business, attracting many eyes. Numerous parties seek to claim this lucrative market. It is a treacherous waters you are contemplating. Entering this realm may inadvertently encroach upon the interests of others. In the black domain, interests reign supreme, and any infringement upon another's profits can provoke severe retaliations." After reflecting on Walter's words, Su Ming ultimately replied, "Let us procure the equipment first, ensuring our researchers have tasks to undertake. As for the timing of sales, I have a plan in mind." Walter sighed upon hearing Su Ming's response and continued, "These devices do not come cheaply. They're stringently regulated by the major cosmic nations. I have calculated that acquiring a complete set will cost approximately 400 million star coins." 400 million star coins? Su Ming gasped, astonished by the exorbitant price. Such expensive research instruments? 400 million star coins could sustain billions of individuals on a planet for an entire day. Even an E-class mech does not carry such a steep price tag. The enormity of this figure left Su Ming utterly astounded. Walter smiled wryly. "I too wish the price were not so exorbitant, yet such instruments are inherently costly. Otherwise, why would the market be flooded with subpar genetic agents produced by small workshops? It is precisely because these small entities cannot afford legitimate research equipment." Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming inhaled deeply. "We must procure the proper instruments. We cannot resort to the inferior products of small workshops. From the outset, Wan Teng's reputation must remain untarnished. If we are to produce, it must be high-quality genetic agents. After all, the competition in this field is fierce, and those who can manufacture cost-effective genetic agents will undoubtedly attract greater market interest. Although the investment is steep, one must spend to gain. This is essentially a preliminary investment." Gritting his teeth, Su Ming then inquired, "Mr. Walter, do you accept mechanical components?" "I have a considerable amount." Upon hearing Su Ming's proposition, Walter chuckled lightly and replied, "Of course I do. However, let us agree that I will purchase them at 80% of the market price. Selling at the original price would yield no profit for me." Su Ming was not surprised by Walter's response. It was indeed realistic. The sale of mechanical components could not possibly align with a market purchase price. Even legitimate institutions typically sell at around 80% of the market rate. Walter's terms were quite reasonable and not exploitative. Without hesitation, Su Ming decisively transmitted 1/5 of the components he had acquired from York to Walter through spatial transfer. After receiving the mechanical components, Walter inspected them and remarked with satisfaction, "Well, this lot is valued at approximately 400 million star coins. We are all square now. The equipment you requested should arrive the day after tomorrow." Ming nodded, then smiled ruefully. "After this acquisition, I will truly be left destitute." To this, Walter suddenly perked up. "Brother, would you be interested in a grand venture?" "A grand venture?" Ming was taken aback. Walter continued in a mysterious tone. "Recently, a new vein of minerals has been discovered in a star region. The 5 major cosmic nations are set to extract these minerals and transport them back. This is an opportunity." Upon hearing Walter's words, Ming promptly shook his head and said, "Mr. Walter, I appreciate your kind offer, but as far as I know, the transportation of these minerals is handled by apocalypse-level powers. I don't even measure up to a 10th-level genetic warrior. Wouldn't I just be swatted away by an apocalypse-level individual?" "Haha, do not fret, my brother. Allow me to elaborate," Walter said cryptically. "Within the transport fleet, there is a scion from an imperial family, specifically from the Koren family, named Koren who has been assigned to oversee the transport. You see, these privileged youths are merely gilding their experience. However, this creates a non-apocalypse level vulnerability in Surue's transport team, does it not? In previous years, such an opportunity was unheard of. Now, is this not a tremendous chance?" Walter exclaimed with excitement. "What? Colin Surue?" Upon hearing the familiar name, Ming was taken aback. An intense wave of murderous intent surged within him. Surue, his own elder brother. He had repeatedly targeted Ming during their time in the Colin family, and after Ming's departure, Surue had even sent assassins to eliminate him. Had he not awakened his consciousness and fortuitously assembled a mechanical arm, he might have truly fallen victim to a mere third-tier assassin. At this moment, learning that Surue was responsible for escorting the minerals, Ming became deeply engrossed in the matter. Noticing the shift in Ming's tone, Walter was puzzled. Shouldn't the focus be on the absence of an apocalypse-level powerhouse transporting the minerals? Why did it seem that Ming's attention was directed at the affluent scion of the Colin family? Shaking his head in confusion, Walter continued, "Brother, if you're interested, we have someone on the inside who can assist. I can temporarily disable their warship, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Afterward, I will facilitate a spatial passage to extract you. Once the deed is accomplished, we shall split the gains 50-50. Curious at Walter's words, Ming inquired, "Mr. Walter, why would you choose me? Wouldn't it be more prudent to select an 8th or 9th tier genetic warrior?" Walter chuckled softly, then replied, "On one hand, I have faith in your skills. I have witnessed your prowess in operating mechs, and it is truly impressive. On the other hand, if it were an 8th or 9th tier genetic warrior, I would be concerned about infighting among thieves." Ming stifled a laugh inwardly. Walter was indeed a shrewd businessman, calculating in many ways. It was evident that Walter did not genuinely believe in Ming's superiority, but rather feared the potential for betrayal from others. Walter was well aware of Ming's combat capabilities and likely did not worry about him engaging in treachery. Over the past few weeks, Ming had not only significantly enhanced his level, but had also assembled a new overlord mech. It was entirely possible he could outmaneuver Walter in a scheme of betrayal. However, he had many future collaborations with Walter in mind, and although the mineral resources were substantial, his primary objective remained Surue. Ming was not one to be swayed solely by immediate gains. After a moment of contemplation regarding Surue, he directly accepted Walter's invitation. "Very well, but Mr. Walter, you must ensure the warship is rendered uncontrollable and the spatial channel remains open. If I detect any anomalies, I will withdraw immediately." Ming stati fermly. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Walter's face. He responded, "Rest assured, my brother is a businessman. I hold my reputation in the highest regard. I am absolutely trustworthy. However, the Empire has only just begun mining the mineral deposits, so if we wish to intercept, we may have to wait a month or two." Upon hearing Walter's words, Ming smiled. For him, a matter of 1 or 2 months was of no concern. Instead, he could seize this time to diligently cultivate, ensuring that he would surprise Surue when the moment arrived. Chapter 74, Level 5 Body Refinement. 2 days later, the research instruments were delivered to the base of Wantung. Ming promptly transported the equipment to the designated research building allocated for Wang, Ku, and others. He then entered into a productive state alongside Warren. The base's defensive machinery and systems needed to be constructed, while Su Ming immersed himself in the workshop. Fervently disassembling and assembling mechanical devices, he also engaged in his cultivation practice. In the evening, Su Ming sat alone on his bed and glanced at the starlight points within his system. After a period of accumulation, coupled with the abundant starlight points gained from the continuous assembly of Mecha, Su Ming's starlight points had amassed to approximately 9,000. Observing this substantial number, he spoke decisively. System, exchange for level 5 body refinement. The level 5 body refinement required a staggering 5,000 starlight points. Were it not for the considerable accumulation during this time, Su Ming might have hesitated to undertake the level 5 refinement. However, the effects of body refinement were profoundly superior to a mere enhancement of physical capabilities. Not only did it significantly increase Su Ming's physical strength, but it also greatly improved his adaptability to starlight energy. Previously, during the level 4 refinement, his body could only endure 500 points of starlight energy. Exceeding this threshold would result in severe bodily harm. Now, with level 5 body refinement, he wondered just how much higher the limit would rise. Soon, a tremendous surge of starlight flooded throughout Su Ming's body. Under this refining force, he felt his physique gradually solidifying and strengthening. In an instant, Su Ming sensed a qualitative leap in his physical form. Body refinement successful. Host refinement level upgraded to 5. The starlight points required for the next level, 10,000. The system's voice echoed, and Su Ming opened his eyes, gradually perceiving the immense power coursing through his body as a result of this process. The enhancement of level 5 body refinement provided a staggering increase in physical strength, surpassing that of level 4 by more than double. He estimated that the upper limit of starlight points he could now endure would rise to around 1,000. Such an immense reservoir of starlight points could potentially unleash an energy level of 50,000. In other words, by exchanging for 1,000 starlight points, he could augment his next attack by an impressive 50,000 energy levels. For Su Ming at this moment, this represented a formidable weapon. Moreover, with the enhancement of Su Ming's physical abilities, his energy level, which had previously stood at 9,600, has ascended to 11,000, officially surpassing the significant threshold of 10,000. This remarkable leap of nearly 1,500 in energy levels has positioned Su Ming firmly within the realm of a level 6 gene warrior. A look of satisfaction graced Su Ming's countenance. He then cast a fleeting glance at the towering tyrant mech stationed in the room, a faint smile betraying his inner turmoil. The minimum energy level required to operate the tyrant mech is a staggering 30,000 points. Thus, Su Ming must attain a combined cerebral and physical energy level of 30,000 before he can pilot the mech effectively. Currently, with a total energy level of just over 20,000, he finds himself woefully inadequate for the task. It is a disheartening experience for Su Ming to possess machinery that surpasses his own capabilities. With no other recourse, Su Ming resolved to devote himself to rigorous training during this period to bridge the gap in his energy levels. With a little over a month remaining, he made the decision to enter seclusion and engage in intensive practice, sparing no expense in utilizing his starlight points for this endeavor. As long as his body could withstand it, he would fully dedicate each day to his training. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of seclusion, Su Ming experienced remarkable progress in his cultivation, achieving an impressive advancement to the intermediate level of level 6. His attributes now stand as follows. Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 21,000 cerebral energy level, 20,000 gene lock activation level, intermediate level 6 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, level 5 starlight points required for next level, 10,000 starlight points owned, 4,800 after a month of fervent training. Su Ming nearly doubled his energy levels. Furthermore, his gene level has also risen to the intermediate level 6. With a combined energy level reaching 40,000, Su Ming has finally attained the requisite capabilities to pilot the tyrant mech. A look of contentment adorned his face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. At that very moment, in a distant star domain of the Interstellar Society. A strikingly handsome young man arrived in this sector. This young man was none other than the eldest son of the Koren family, Koren Su-Rue. As Koren Su-Rue entered the mining star domain, Dewey promptly approached him. "Young master, you have arrived," Dewey greeted with reverence. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Koren Su-Rue smiled and replied, "There is no need to address me as young master. Simply call me Su-Rue. True noble education lies in cultivating a sense of approachability rather than an air of arrogance." At this juncture, it is evident that Colin Sue has adeptly crafted an impressive facade. Upon hearing Sue's words, Dewey's face broke into a subtle smile, and he promptly responded, "Young Master Sue, your father has made all the necessary arrangements, and the mineral veins here have been nearly exhausted. You shall be able to transport the minerals back to the Empire the day after tomorrow." Both Sue and Dewey understood perfectly well that Colin Clarence's intentions were merely to gild Sue's reputation, facilitating his future endeavors within the Empire. Sue, having arrived on the final day, recognized this process as a mere formality. Upon hearing the news of his imminent return to the Empire, a satisfied smile graced his features. "I appreciate the efforts you have put forth during this time, Mr. Dewey. I shall take charge of the subsequent matters," Surue declared with a smile. His journey was not undertaken alone, for the cosmos is vast, and one can never be certain of the dangers that might arise along the way, such as encounters with space pirates or other criminal factions. Thus, Surue was accompanied by an 8th-level gene warrior and a cadre of 7th-level mech warriors. With such formidable escorts, the safe transport of the minerals was assured. In due course, his father would be able to augment his credentials with a new entry, having participated in the execution of strategic-level affairs for the Empire and achieving a successful outcome in a leadership capacity. As Surue contemplated this, a self-satisfied smile emerged on his face. Chapter 75. The Strange Shadow, however, unbeknownst to Surue, one of the 7th-level mech warriors accompanying him, who appeared unperturbed, was eavesdropping on his conversation with Dewey. This individual subsequently made his way to the restroom aboard the warship, where he sent out a confidential report detailing Surue's planned departure back to the Empire in 2 days, along with the route he would take. The recipient of this message was none other than the merchant of the Dark Domain, Walter. At that moment, Walter was piloting his ship, seeking business opportunities, when he suddenly received the transmission. He regarded it with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Upon reading Surue's message, a look of excitement illuminated Walter's face. Quickly, he dialed a number. "Brother, Surue is set to depart for the Empire in 2 days. We should begin our preparations as well." After hanging up, a satisfied smile spread across Walter's face. This was a strategic-level resource marked by the Empire, hinting at an immense quantity. Although the eventual profit would be split 50-50 with Surue, it still amounted to a significant sum. Acquiring this batch of goods could effectively spare him a decade of labor. For Walter, this was an unimaginable fortune. While Walter plotted for this venture, Surue remained at ease, awaiting the miners to extract the minerals and present them to him. This time, the Empire has divided into 5 transport fleets to convey these mineral veins, with each fleet tasked to transport minerals valued at nearly 1 trillion star coins. Upon their return to the Empire, these minerals will predominantly be utilized in the fabrication of mechanical components. Additionally, certain unique minerals exhibiting radioactive properties will be employed for energy replenishment. In summary, the discovery of a mineral-rich star domain presents an immense impetus for interstellar society, potentially leading to significant prosperity for the entire civilization. "Young master, this is a storage space for non-radioactive minerals," Dewey exclaimed as he lifted chest, approximately the height of a person, into the warship and placed it within the vessel's secure system. This formidable chest serves as an immense storage space. Due to the overwhelming quantity of minerals to be stored, ordinary storage rings and watches are entirely inadequate. Only a storage chest can accommodate such vast amounts. Despite its modest size, the contents of this chest are estimated to be equivalent to 1/3 of a habitable planet's mass. The value of such an abundance of minerals is incalculable, capable of sustaining countless planets for an extended period. Moreover, this is not the entirety of the minerals, as radioactive minerals also exist alongside the non-radioactive ones. Typically, radioactive minerals possess an exceptionally potent energy, Their value far surpasses that of non-radioactive veins when measured by the same mass. Suri nodded and, with curiosity, inquired, has the extraction of the radioactive veins not yet concluded? Dewey's face revealed a wry smile as he responded. We had anticipated it would be completed by now. However, it seems we've encountered some resistance during extraction, causing delays. But progress is being made. Suri's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a light chuckle as she remarked, no worries, we can afford to wait. Take your time. At this moment, neither Suri nor Dewey noticed that during the extraction of the radioactive minerals, a worker suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Old Ma, did I just see a figure flicker within that metallic mass? The worker scrutinized the radioactive minerals intently. What nonsense! With such severe radiation, how could anyone be inside? When extracting radioactive minerals, workers are required to don radiation-proof suits. Without such protection, the high energy concentration would likely incinerate a person in an instant. Thus, these workers cannot rely on their naked eyes to examine the minerals. Instead, depending on the imaging within their protective suits to observe the scenes before them. If, at that moment, someone were able to see the minerals with the naked eye, they would undoubtedly discover dozens of crimson figures lying amidst the translucent, pale red radioactive minerals. This sight, if witnessed, would surely leave onlookers astounded. After all, the energy emitted by this radioactive mineral is so potent that if these minerals were to encapsulate anything, even a 10th level gene warrior would likely be reduced to mere blood and water. Yet at this moment, dozens of figures, their bodies glowing crimson, lay quietly amidst these minerals. It seemed as if these minerals, which could easily be fatal, were akin to water for fish, forming a natural habitat for these individuals. Strangely, these figures could only be perceived by the naked eye, while photographic and surveillance technologies failed to detect their presence. From the perspective of the workers' cameras, within the pale red minerals, there appeared to be no figures at all, only transparent minerals. Perhaps I've been working for several days straight, and my eyes are playing tricks on me, one worker muttered. When he looked again at the pale red minerals, he indeed saw no sign of any figures. Subsequently, several workers operated mechanical equipment to transport the pale red minerals into specially designed radiation-proof storage boxes. Unbeknownst to them, as they moved the minerals, one of the crimson figures suddenly opened its eyes, alert and scanning its surroundings. The worker who thought he had imagined a figure was mistaken. It was this being's awakening and movement that had triggered the equipment's detection. This crimson figure seemed only to be captured by the equipment during its movement, when still, it could only be seen by the naked eye. At that moment, the figure encased within the pale, red mineral had just awakened and had yet to fully comprehend its surroundings before being unceremoniously placed into the storage box. The workers then joyfully clapped their hands. That's a wrap for now. The next transport should be in a few months. Finally, we could take a break and have a drink together. They laughed, having completed the collection of the last mineral. The workers then carried the box containing the radioactive minerals back to their battleship, passing through the radiation absorption zone, where the residual radioactive elements were extracted before handing the box to Dewey. Dewey nodded with a smile and subsequently placed the box into the safety system. Young Master Surue, the minerals have been fully extracted, and we can set off back. Chapter 76. Intrusion. 3 cosmic battleships, propelled by a wave of spatial fluctuations, suddenly surged into an expanse of void. Cosmic battleships are distinct from spacecraft. Their relationship is akin to that of tanks and automobiles. One is designed for military purposes, while the other serves in warfare. True cosmic battleships, in terms of both functionality and power, far surpass any spacecraft. At this moment, the speed of these 3 cosmic battleships was astonishingly swift, cleaving through the void and leaving behind a fleeting illusion as they raced towards the distance. The 3 cosmic warships were indeed the vessels aboard which Suri was traveling, tasked with transporting mine minerals to the Empire. At this moment, Suri sat contentedly within the warship, leisurely engaged in a virtual mech game. His confidence was palpable, as he believed this journey was almost guaranteed to succeed. Although their team lacked a being of apocalyptic caliber, their strength was formidable nonetheless, comprising dozens of 7th-level mech warriors and an 8th-level genetic warrior. Moreover, Suri himself had made remarkable progress over the past 6 months, rising to the ranks of a 6th-level genetic warrior, and when combined with his mech, he could unleash the power of a 7th-level elite. Such a pace of cultivation was rare throughout the Empire, with few capable of matching Suri's prowess, coupled with his father's political influence and the prestige of this mission. Suri's future as a significant figure in the Empire, wielding immense power, seemed all but assured. With a bright future ahead, Suri felt elated. However, at that moment, the warship in which Suri was aboard suddenly came to an abrupt halt, while the other two vessels continued their course undeterred. What was happening? Suri swiftly removed his gaming helmet, rising with a composed expression to inquire about the situation. Why had the warship halted so unexpectedly? Dewey hurriedly entered the room and addressed Suri. Young master, the power core of the warship has experienced an unknown malfunction. The ship is currently initiating self-repair protocols, which will take approximately half an hour to complete. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Suri furrowed his brow slightly. He was quite unwilling to encounter any unforeseen complications during their journey. Nonetheless, accidents in space were beyond his control. Resigned, Suri instructed, have the other two warships pause and await the completion of our repairs before returning together. Dewey nodded, then exited to issue the command. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, an unremarkable dark mech silently hovered in the void, none other than the Overlord mech piloted by Su Ming. Originally, the Overlord mech was a vivid red, but in preparation for this operation, Su Ming had dyed it a matte black. When light hit it, it appeared as a mere shadow, seemingly merging with the obscurity of the cosmos. At that moment, Su Ming observed the three warships racing past him. Suddenly, the central warship came to a halt, while the two adjacent vessels remained oblivious, continuing their flight at full speed. Su Ming, now is the time. Walter's voice resonated sharply within Su Ming's mech. The other two warships had already advanced a considerable distance. Even if they realized something was amiss and attempted to turn back, it would require precious time. Seizing the moment, they needed to act swiftly. Upon hearing Walter's voice, Su Ming immediately activated his mech, racing towards the warship with fervor. As he approached the vessel, a door large enough for the tyrant mech to enter suddenly opened. Su Ming understood that this was Walter's doing, as someone close to Su Rui had opened the warship's entrance to facilitate his entry. He silently admired Walter's formidable energy, realizing that even a figure of such stature as a Celestial-class Scion could harbor a traitor. This would allow him to infiltrate the warship with relative ease. When he was still 2 kilometers away, Su Ming instantly engaged the space jump mechanism of the tyrant mech, vanishing into the void. Upon reappearing, he found himself directly beneath the warship's entrance. Su Ming, you have 5 minutes remaining. In 5 minutes, 2 more warships will arrive alongside this one. Walter's voice resonated through Su Ming's communication system. Here is the schematic of the warship. The containers holding the minerals are in this room. Remember, my people can only disable the security system for 10 seconds. Once inside, you must seize the containers within that time frame. After hearing Walter's instructions, Su Ming responded softly. Understood. A glimmer of starlight flickered in his eyes. The system's X-ray function. Although Walter had provided a clear schematic, a map is but a static representation, incapable of revealing the movements of individuals aboard the warship. However, with the X-ray capability, Su Ming could effortlessly observe the actions of everyone within, enabling him to select the most optimal route. Through the system's X-ray vision, Su Ming discerned the distribution of experts throughout the warship. He narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze toward the central chamber. In that room sat a strikingly handsome young man, bearing a resemblance to Su Ming, reclining casually on a sofa. Upon seeing this youth, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Su Ming. Su Rui, the very individual who had tormented him during his moments of disorientation and later sought assassins to end his life. This man was marked for death. Has he already reached the level 6 intermediate stage? Su Ming mused to himself, yet he remained unfazed by Su Rui's presence. Although Su Ming was also a level 6 genetic warrior, on par with Su Rui, he did not believe Su Rui could operate a D-grade mech. Only a self-assembled D-grade mech could be wielded by someone at the level 6 stage. Otherwise, a typical individual would be incapable of utilizing a D-grade mech at that level. Su Rui was undoubtedly piloting an E-grade mech, thereby ensuring that in both raw power and technique, Su Ming would utterly overwhelm him. Su Ming's expression stiffened as the layout of the entire battleship flashed through his mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy. The tyrant mech transformed into a shadowy figure, breaking through the battleship's walls and charging in fiercely. The detection system blared, alerting, enemy intrusion detected. Enemy intrusion detected. The battleship's defense mechanisms sprang to life. Upon hearing the alarm of an intrusion, the crew of the battleship was momentarily taken aback, thinking they had misheard. What a jest! Where was the battleship's detection system? Where was its defense system? How could someone breach their defenses so silently? Surely, there should have been some commotion when the energy shield was attacked. How could it happen without a sound? One of the crew speculated that a malfunction in the power core might have rendered the entire defense system inoperative. Malfunction? Nonsense. If it were truly down, the alarms wouldn't even activate. The only reason for such a stealthy entry is that there's a traitor aboard. A mech warrior exclaimed angrily. At that moment, the Imperial transport of minerals was returning, and everyone bore a significant responsibility. The intrusion sent shockwaves through the sensitive nerves of every individual aboard the battleship. Activate the security system. Identify the number of intruders, their energy levels, and their locations. Commanded the 8th level genetic warrior, the strongest aboard the vessel. Although he could not activate the brain domain energy level to pilot a mech, his combat prowess surpassed that of even ordinary mech warriors. Calmly, he addressed the security system, drawing upon his ample experience. He understood that in the current predicament, the priority was to ascertain the strength and location of the intruder, and then to intercept him at the periphery. If the intruder were to penetrate the core of the battleship, it could lead to catastrophic paralysis of the vessel. In no time, the security system relayed Su Ming's position and energy level range to every crew member's communication device. The crew members gazed at the moving red dot with grim expressions. So swift, the intruder moves with incredible speed. Consequently, they all became aware of Su Ming's location and rushed to intercept him. 5 of you go to block him, and 5 will remain to guard the core room. We must secure the minerals. The 8th level genetic warrior, named Henry, a blade-wielding fighter, bellowed as he led 5 mech warriors towards Su Ming's trajectory. Through the system, Su Ming observed the movements of his pursuers and realized that his trajectory had likely been exposed. There was no way around it. The entire battleship was under the omnipresent watch of the security system, making his movement akin to navigating within a room monitored by 360-degree surveillance. There was no room for concealment. However, all of this was within Su Ming's expectations. The adversaries were able to see him, yet he could not be blind to their presence. Moreover, he possessed a distinct advantage over them, the ability to breach the warship's metallic walls at will, without concern for the damage inflicted upon the vessel. In contrast, his opponents could only adhere to the designated paths set within the ship to intercept him. Without hesitation, Su Ming fixed his gaze upon the adjacent alloy wall, swiftly drew the combat blade from his mech, and struck forcefully. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the alloy wall of the warship was rent open by Su Ming, creating a gaping hole. In an instant, the formidable mech darted through the breach. What? He breached the wall? Damn it! Henry's eyes widened as he observed the mech's maneuvers on the monitor. His mood soured. The others were poised to traverse the passage to thwart him, but just as they had progressed halfway, the enemy had directly broken through the alloy wall and dashed into an adjacent corridor. This situation was rather awkward. After all, the group had just circled around to encircle the intruding mech. Now, with this mech having breached the wall, their prior efforts had been rendered futile. Henry was now faced with 2 choices. One was to retreat along the original path, and the other was to pursue through the newly created opening left by the intruder. Yet, regardless of the choice, it would entail a considerable distance for Henry to traverse. Pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, Henry pressed forward along the path, determined to choose a course of action. However, this shift meant that the dynamics between Henry's group and Su Ming had entirely reversed. They had transitioned from obstructors to pursuers, with Su Ming now leaving them behind. Ignoring the pursuit behind him, Su Ming moved swiftly towards the core chamber. In no time, he arrived at the central room, where mineral storage boxes and Su Rue awaited him. Yet, before he could claim his prize, he had to contend with 5 level 7 mech warriors. Su Ming's gaze was calm. Through the system, he had discerned the 5 vigilant mech warriors stationed at the entrance. It was evident that they too had accessed the warship's security system to ascertain his location. With both sides now aware of each other's positions, the conflict was imminent. Without second thoughts, Su Ming elevated his battle blade from the mech. Although he excelled in long-range shooting, Employing high-powered ranged weaponry within the confines of the warship would likely result in collateral damage to himself. Thus, he relinquished his sniper rifle and opted for the battle blade. System: exchange 800 starlight points. Su Ming remained composed and focused. In his mind, he had rehearsed the scene of engaging these 5 mech warriors countless times. In an instant, a vast surge of starlight, far more magnificent than before, enveloped every corner of Su Ming's being. The youth is no longer the same as before. Now, after rigorous training, Su Ming can effortlessly withstand the terrifying stellar energy that he could never have endured in the past. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the mech's footsteps reverberates throughout the warship, each step amplifying the energy emitted by the Overlord mech. This energy level has surpassed 100,000. Upon sensing this surge in the Overlord mech's energy, Henry's expression shifted dramatically. An energy level exceeding 100,000 places it within the realm of an 8th level mech warrior. Even 5 7th level genetic warriors may struggle to withstand such a force. Moreover, this energy is continuously escalating, rapidly reaching an intensity of approximately 130,000. Damn, wasn't this person only detected with an energy level of 110,000? How did it suddenly increase by 20,000? Henry spoke with a grave expression. Minerals are of utmost importance. If they are lost, they will all bear significant responsibility. Gritting his teeth, Henry swiftly drew his mechanical blade and forcefully breached the adjacent alloy wall, racing directly toward Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming had finally arrived outside the core chamber, where he encountered 5 mech warriors, all of whom stood poised, their gazes fixed on him. Stand Azida. Su Ming barked, his form lunging forward. Dazzling stellar light erupted within the warship. Chapter 78. The dominance of the Overlord mech. The 5 mech warriors also noticed Su Ming charging toward them. Instantly, they activated their mechs and advanced to meet him. Within the confines of the warship, only close combat weaponry could be employed, and thus, the 5 mech warriors drew their mechanical weapons. To their surprise, the opponent charged directly at them without evasion, as if time were too precious for even a moment's retreat. Witnessing this, the 5 mech warriors displayed expressions of delight, raising their mechanical weapons and striking fiercely at the black mech. Yet at that moment, a thin layer of energy shield materialized around the black mech's body. The 5 mech warriors, undeterred, continued their assault. It is entirely normal for a D-class mech to possess an energy shield, even if their initial onslaught does not breach the opponent's shield. The sheer force generated can impede the adversary's advance. In such circumstances, the opponent's momentum would undoubtedly be affected, allowing them to be restrained by the likes of themselves. At that moment, they could either launch a second offensive or await the arrival of Captain Henry. However, a shocking event unfolded for the mechanized warriors. As their mechanical soldiers struck against the adversary's energy shield, they were astounded to see that the opponent remained utterly unscathed, as if the kinetic energy had lost its efficacy upon contact. How could this be? The 5 mechanized warriors were taken aback. They had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. It was akin to exerting every ounce of strength to attack someone, only to find that not only had they sustained no injury, but even the attempt to impede them had failed utterly. What was happening? The enemy's mech seemed to possess an invulnerable prowess, remaining impervious to their kinetic force and charging forward with unyielding resolve. Astonished, they readied themselves for a second assault. Yet, how could Su Ming possibly afford the enemy a second opportunity to attack? In fact, the first offensive had been permitted solely because Su Ming sought to gather the opponent's kinetic energy, allowing them that initial chance to strike. Su Ming raised his dark red warblade, a sly smile curling upon his lips, as all the stellar energy within him erupted at that moment. A charged strike. The stellar energy, combined with the inherent power of the mech, surged forth. In that instant, the tyrant mech unleashed an astonishing energy level of 170,000 points. A mere 10,000 points shy of reaching the realm of a level 9 mechanized warrior. Such a formidable force was surely beyond the capacity of these 5 level 7 mechanized warriors to withstand. Meanwhile, Su Rue had already discerned that intruders had breached the battleship. He immediately contacted the other 2 ships to turn around and offer support. However, it would take time for them to respond. Su Rue hastily donned his mech and exerted relentless pressure on Henry. Hurry, Captain Henry. They are about to breach my chamber. Do not concern yourself with the damage to the ship. Break through the walls if you must. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Su-Rui sensed the energy fluctuations from outside. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as he assessed the energy readings. It was evident that the intruder was a level 8 mechanized warrior, possessing the power of an 8-level genetic warrior. In contrast, he, along with his mech, barely reached the combat prowess of a level 7 mechanized warrior. If the adversary were to penetrate the defensive perimeter established by his 5 subordinates, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. In his heart, Su-Rui could only fervently hope that these 5 mechanized warriors could stall for just a little longer to allow Henry's arrival. Once Henry reached the scene, he could effectively engage the intruder, providing the other 2 ships the time needed to render aid. At this moment, Su-Rui's heart was filled with a blend of fury and anxiety. He is now filled with trepidation, fearing that the invader will seize his minerals, leading to an inevitable political trial within the Empire. Though punishment is not guaranteed, his prospects for advancement within the Empire will undoubtedly be gravely affected. Damn it! You must hold your ground, Su-Rui fervently implored in his heart. Yet, it was evident that Su-Rui's prayers fell upon deaf ears. In the next moment, an extraordinarily terrifying surge of energy erupted outside the door, causing Su-Rui to momentarily doubt his assessment of the invader as an 8th-level mecha warrior. This energy fluctuation nearly rivaled the strength of a 9th-level mecha warrior. Under the influence of this energy wave, the fortified walls of the room were instantaneously breached. Soon after, Su-Rui witnessed 5 mecha warriors crashing into the room from the shattered wall. Of these, 3 mecha warriors were utterly dismantled in that instant, blood seeping profusely from within, indicating that their pilots had perished instantly within their mechas. The remaining 2 mecha warriors were also propelled backward, crashing against the wall, their life force rapidly dwindling as they lost consciousness and collapsed. As Su-Rui gazed at the black mecha that had invaded the room, he was overwhelmed by an aura of malevolence emanating from it, as if it were a demon risen from the depths of hell, intent on annihilating the entire world. In that moment, Su-Rui's mind was a blank slate, the specter of death looming before him. He desperately piloted his mecha, fleeing towards the rear. However, despair washed over him as the black mecha swiftly closed the distance, and he felt an immense force behind him. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and Su-Rui felt himself hurled away by an overwhelming force. Warning! Mecha shield has been compromised. Damage exceeds 20. Although both were classified as E-level mechas, Su-Rui's mecha was undoubtedly far superior to those of the other 5 mecha warriors. The other 5 had been incapacitated in a single encounter. Yet, Su-Rui's mecha boasted a formidable shield, allowing him to withstand the initial assault. However, it could only withstand that first strike. He observed as the dark mecha advanced towards him after the initial attack, its energy fluctuations gradually intensifying. Chapter 79. The Guardian Company, damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, despair flooded Su-Rui's heart. Yet he understood that remaining passive would only hasten the destruction of his mecha. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely retrieved a massive battle axe from within the mecha, channeling his energy into it, imbuing the weapon with potent energy. He cried. With a fierce shout, Suri lunged towards the black mech, wielding his axe with fervor. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the black mech evaded his assault with an uncanny grace, maneuvering at an astonishing angle. The disparity in skill between the 2 pilots was unmistakable. The operator of the black mech was evidently leagues beyond Suri in prowess. The black mech toyed with its quarry, effortlessly dismantling Suri's attack. In an instant, Suri felt an overwhelming force emanate from the adversary's mech, shattering his own into fragments. An urgent warning blared. Mech damage exceeds 60. Automatic disengagement initiated to prevent explosion due to malfunction. The alarm echoed within the cockpit as, moments later, Suri's mech disintegrated, revealing him within. Upon witnessing his ejected brother, Sumin's gaze hardened with a chilling resolve. Though Suri was his sibling, he had relentlessly undermined Sumin since childhood in their family's struggle for resources. No trace of pity resided in Sumin's heart. He declared, raising his blade to strike down upon Suri, poised to cleave him in two. Yet at that critical juncture, an extraordinary radiance erupted from Suri's form. A thunderous boom resonated as Sumin felt his blade collide with an impenetrable barrier. The recoil coursed through his arms, leaving them numb. Squinting, Su-Ming frowned as he beheld Suri enveloped within a warm, golden-hued energy shield. As a mechanic, he recognized the origins of such a powerful protective device. Damn it, Su-Ming cursed inwardly. This energy shield was a premium defensive apparatus produced by a company known as the Guardians, though they specialized solely in protective mechanical gear. Their influence extended across the 5 great cosmic nations. The reason was clear. The equipment manufactured by Guardians surpassed all others in performance. However, they catered exclusively to high-end clients and markets, making each piece of gear not only incredibly powerful, but also exorbitantly priced. Useless. This is the Guardians' Aegis 30 energy shield. Even a level 10 gene warrior couldn't breach it in 10 minutes, and you cannot overcome it. Suri shouted from within, his expression one of distress. His anxiety was well-founded. He had leveraged numerous connections to acquire this formidable protective gear, which was designed for one-time use only. In other words, this piece of protective equipment, valued at over 10 billion star coins, comparable to a B-class mech, has been completely consumed after this single use. The staggering loss of over 10 billion, evaporating in this skirmish, made Su Rui's heart bleed profusely. Although his life was spared, Su Rui felt utterly desolate, lamenting his significant loss. Within the mech, Su-Ming was well aware of the value of this protective gear. He understood that Su Rui was not exaggerating. The products manufactured by the Guardian Corporation, even the most basic ones, could effortlessly withstand the frenzied assaults of a level 9 gene warrior. How much more so for this version 30 model, which could be regarded as a high-end energy shield. Su-Ming sighed deeply. Under the protection of the energy shield, he decisively abandoned his attempt to eliminate Su Rui. After all, this was a life bought with genuine wealth, and Su-Ming truly could not take it. Having confirmed that breaking through Su Rui's energy shield was impossible in the immediate future, he turned his attention to the mineral box secured within the safety system. Upon witnessing the movements of the black mech, Su Rui immediately understood the intentions of its pilot. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It's futile. This mineral box is safeguarded by a security system developed by the Empire. Even a level 10 powerhouse cannot breach it. How could you possibly succeed? Give up. You will gain nothing." His expression turned somewhat sinister, as the loss of the valuable energy shield left him with a profound sense of unwillingness. At that moment, seeing the black mech targeting the mineral box, Su Rui could not help but mock loudly. His inner turmoil and anguish could only be alleviated by witnessing his adversary's misfortune. As he stated, the security system protecting the mineral box was engineered by the Empire. The technological prowess of the Empire was terrifying. It was beyond the reach of an 8th-level mech warrior. However, Su-Ming paid no heed to Su Rui's taunts. Calmly, he uttered a few words into the communications device. "Shut down the security system." Upon hearing Su-Ming's command, Walter's voice quickly responded, "Understood. The security system will be disabled in 3 seconds. With only 10 seconds to disable it. Urgency was paramount. Within the warship, Walter's personnel had infiltrated the security system, while Su-Ming indeed could not breach the security system. Shutting it down would suffice. 3 seconds later, the safety system surrounding the mineral box thunderously shut down, and the atomic shield enveloping the box vanished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Su Rui was left utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No. Henry, where the hell are you?" He was enraged, watching as the adversary attempted to seize the minerals. The mineral box was the most significant object of his journey, pivotal to his future and the prestige of his empire. If it were to be seized, it would be akin to taking half of his life. His mind was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of madness. Having long forsaken his former elegance and composure, he bellowed furiously into the communication device. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed Su Rui. He yearned to engage in battle, yet was paralyzed by fear, terrified that his adversary might end his life. What incited his fury was not merely the threat of losing the mineral box, but also the visceral dread and weakness that surged within him. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful figure burst into the room. Without a moment's hesitation, this figure raised his battle blade and charged towards Su-Ming with ferocity. Chapter 80. Slaying Henry. The owner of this formidable presence was none other than Henry. As the security system activated, Henry arrived just in time, unleashing the formidable energy of his battle blade towards Su Ming's mech. Su Ming is gaze-hardened. He had already seen Henry's approach through the system's surveillance feature. He too lifted his battle blade, meeting Henry's strike head-on. Boom! The terrifying force instantly engulfed the entire room. Henry's onslaught was ferocious. Being the most powerful level 8 genetic warrior aboard the battleship, he unleashed a horrific killing move. Flames erupting from his blade as he struck at Su Ming with all his might. Refusing to be outdone, Su Ming was well aware of Henry's attack. With a swift movement, he activated the fierce glow of his battle blade and countered Henry's assault. The two engaged in a clash of grand techniques, igniting a fierce showdown within the confines of the room. However, for Su Ming, there was no desire to prolong this confrontation. After all, the traitor aboard the battleship could only afford him a mere 10 seconds to seize the mineral box. Once those seconds elapsed, the security system would reactivate, rendering Su Ming unable to breach it. Thus, he had to conclude the battle within 10 seconds. 10 seconds? To defeat a level 8 genetic warrior of equal prowess? It was an audacious endeavor, yet Su Ming remained remarkably composed, replaying the fight in his mind several times. He was confident, never engaging in endeavors without assurance. In an instant, Su Ming lunged at Henry, the terrifying blade light reducing a nearby table to ashes. Henry laughed coldly, his long knife refusing to yield, clashing violently against Su Ming's weapon. Suddenly, a brilliant array of star points erupted from Su Ming. He had exchanged 600 star points from the system. As he surged forward, the frenzy effect of the battle blade was triggered, launching a second wave of attacks, making the Overlord mech appear as a relentless warrior. Brimming with fighting spirit, Henry furrowed his brow, unexpectedly caught off guard by the residual force following the initial strike. The blow nearly caused him to lose grip on the mechanical blade in his hand. Nonetheless, he felt an unusual and intense numbness in his palm. 8 martial techniques, wave overlapping. Wave overlapping effect. The second attack inherits 20 of the energy level from the first, and so forth. Stacking limit. 3 physical penetration, 30 defense break capability, 50. This martial technique is an inherent part of the Stellar Infinite skill, utilizing the rebound kinetic energy from the blade strike to enhance the power and energy level of the subsequent attack. Had the circumstances not been urgent, Su Ming would have refrained from employing this technique, as it demands a tremendous load on the blade's material hardness to counterbalance the kinetic energy, resulting in over 30 damage to the blade after a single battle. However, at this moment, Su Ming could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Any damage inflicted on the blade could be repaired later. Boom! 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 Su Ming unleashed 3 successive strikes, the tyrant mech resembling a frenzied swordsman, exerting overwhelming pressure upon Henry. Each blow was more powerful than the last, increasingly difficult to withstand. After the third strike, Henry's long blade was brutally cleaved in two by Su Ming's blade, the immense force causing Henry to lose his grip, the weapon tumbling to the side. Meanwhile, Su Ming's stellar-grade mechanical blade showed signs of wear from the relentless assault, the edge slightly rolled, indicating considerable damage. Its energy level had also diminished by approximately 57 seconds. Su Ming, undeterred by the loss, continued to swing his long blade toward Henry. However, this attack was deftly evaded by Henry. 6 seconds. Rather than attacking, Su Ming opted to maneuver, forcing Henry to adjust his position while simultaneously locking onto Henry's aura with fervor. 5 seconds. The technique of locking onto the long blade's energy was akin to that of a sniper rifle, and soon Su Ming successfully pinpointed Henry's presence. As Henry's expression shifted dramatically, Su Ming's blade descended at an impossible angle. For seconds, Henry's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere, the ship's gravity system painting the ground a vivid crimson. 6 seconds. Su Ming had dispatched Henry in a mere 6 seconds. The swiftness of this encounter left Su Rue, observing from the side, feeling a chill run down his spine. Su Ming cast a deep gaze at Su Rue, then utilized the final 4 seconds to retrieve the mineral box from the safety system, swiftly retreating along the original path. At that moment, several mech warriors were positioned along the route, prepared to intercept Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he was poised to eliminate the mech warriors. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from his communication device. "No need for you to intervene." It was Walter's voice, Upon hearing it, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he sheathed his weapon. Indeed, the next moment he witnessed two of the mech warriors springing into action, brutally dispatching their comrades from behind. Su Ming's countenance revealed surprise. He had initially believed that only one traitor, Walter, had infiltrated the battleship, but to his astonishment, there were two. No wonder they possessed such formidable power. Not only did they grant him access, but they also disabled the security systems. After eliminating their surrounding allies, the two mech warriors addressed Su Ming. This way. The spatial passage is over here. With that, they led the way, and Su Ming followed them as they charged through a side door. Boom! A massive hole was blasted into the side of the battleship. Subsequently, two ordinary mechs, accompanied by a powerful, jet-black mech, surged forth through the breach. Activate the spatial passage. The two responding mechs shouted through the communication device, and instantly, a spatial wormhole manifested before the trio. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the two warriors piloted their mechs and plunged into the wormhole. The silhouettes of the three mechs soon vanished. Approximately a minute later, two Imperial warships arrived in the vicinity of the battleship, and a multitude of combat personnel clad in space battle suits or mechs surged into Su Rui's vessel. Yet it was too late. Su Ming had already traversed the wormhole with a mineral box, returning to the Black Domain. Chapter 81. Dividing the Spoils Whoosh. The three figures swiftly passed through the wormhole, arriving in the Black Domain. As Su Ming's vision cleared and he recognized the familiar surroundings of the Black Domain, he breathed a sigh of relief, his mind at ease. The location where the Imperial battleship had been hijacked was situated in a distant star region of the Black Domain. No matter how hard Su Rui and the Empire racked their brains, they would likely never suspect that the culprits behind the mineral box theft hailed from the Black Domain. Su Ming once again marveled at Walter's capabilities. Within the 2 days of preparation, Walter had specifically established 2 unidirectional spatial transmission channels. This was what facilitated the wormhole, allowing Su Ming and the 2 mech warriors to escape together. Establishing a spatial transmission channel in such a remote star region was no simple feat. Voltidis Brauisar Su Ming's expectations. My dear brother, you are truly exceptional. I am astounded by your operations. Walter had been waiting in the Black Domain all along. The rendezvous point was merely an inconspicuous, barren planet within the Black Domain, where no one would take notice of their presence. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming removed his mech and promptly stored it within a spatial device. With a smile, he engaged in mutual flattery with Walter, exclaiming, "Indeed, without Mr. Walter's meticulous planning and the spatial passage, this operation would undoubtedly not have proceeded so smoothly." Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. This collaboration not only allowed Su Ming to witness Walter's remarkable capabilities, but also enabled Walter to recognize Su Ming's potential. It can be said that after this partnership, both individuals have developed a mutual respect for each other, and it is likely that similar collaborations may arise in the future. Now, without further ado, here are the mineral storage boxes. Let us divide the minerals. Su Ming chuckled as he placed 2 enormous boxes on the ground. Although he did not manage to eliminate Su Rui, which left him somewhat regretful, acquiring these 2 Imperial mineral reserves filled him with immense joy. Furthermore, with Su Rui having lost critical resources for the Empire, he would likely face dire consequences upon his return, possibly even a trial by military court, an outcome that greatly pleased Su Ming. Each of the 2 large boxes, when lifted alone, felt surprisingly light, weighing approximately 100 kilograms each. Such weight posed no challenge for a first-tier genetic warrior, let alone for Su Ming, who had already attained the prowess of a 6th-tier genetic warrior. However, despite their lightness, the boxes contained an expansive storage space within, housing roughly 1/3 of a planet's worth of mineral resources. What does 1/3 of a planet entail? Once these minerals are fashioned into mechanical components, it is conceivable that Su Ming could spend 5 centuries assembling all the parts without completing the task. This illustrates the staggering magnitude of these mineral resources. However, it is important to note that the higher the quality of the mechanical parts, the more diverse the types of minerals used and the greater the purity required for compression. It is improbable that such a vast quantity of minerals could yield mechanical components of equal volume. Indeed, should one aspire to craft even more advanced parts, the size may shrink to a mere 1% of the original. Yet, even at 1%, the scale remains formidable when considered in planetary proportions. Walter gazed at the two boxes with the same admiration one might reserve for a rare beauty. He had no interest in conflict. Walter's sole fascination lay in the pursuit of wealth. Business, after all, was Walter's primary focus. At this moment, with such an abundance of minerals before him, he felt exhilarated. Though he was indeed envious of this mineral bounty, he harbored no thoughts of usurping Su Ming's share. A merchant values reputation above all. While traders in the black market may not always adhere to this principle, Walter had come to appreciate Su Ming's potential and capabilities during this time. Recognizing Su Ming as a worthy investment, Walter would never engage in treachery against him. Walter swiftly produced a peculiarly designed machine, promptly directing one end towards the two boxes and inserting it. Su Ming observed this scene, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. A spatial separator. This instrument is specifically crafted for the purpose of segmenting spatial storage equipment. It can safely and completely divide a vast storage space into numerous segments, subsequently absorbing the separated space temporarily within the device. Thus, the originally whole storage space is dismantled. Given the abundance of mineral resources, Su Ming realized that it would be impractical to extract all of it and then divide half with Walter. Such an endeavor would be exhausting. Instead, it would be more efficient to allow the storage space to undergo self-segmentation. Soon, the instrument generated significant spatial fluctuations, and amidst the cutting process, it successfully divided the mineral space into two parts. One portion was absorbed into the separator, while the other remained within the mineral box. Well, I have casually chosen one half of the minerals. As for what types of minerals are inside, I am well aware. We shall see what fortune holds for us later. Walter remarked with a relaxed smile. He then presented both boxes before Su Ming. It has been a pleasant collaboration. Now, I shall take my leave, Walter said with a smile. Su Ming grasped the two boxes and subsequently released a spaceship from his storage space. After placing the boxes inside the vessel, he bid farewell to Walter with a smile and returned to his base on Abe Planet. The two boxes could not be placed into another storage space, as their actual volume was equivalent to 1/3 of a planet, making it impossible for a typical storage space to accommodate them. Thus, Su Ming had no choice but to store the boxes within his base, intending to first examine the types of minerals before deciding whether to sell or utilize them. After placing the boxes in a designated room within the base, Su Ming was about to step outside when curiosity compelled him to activate the system's X-ray function. Directing his gaze towards the two boxes, to his astonishment, the system's X-ray feature enabled him to peer through the boxes and discern the types of minerals contained within their storage spaces. This revelation spared him the necessity of engaging his mental energy to communicate with the storage space for information. As Su Ming's gaze swept over the minerals, he aimed to temporarily note the various types present for easier classification later. Just as he was surveying the minerals, his attention was drawn to the box containing radioactive minerals, where he spotted a batch of pale, red, unidentified crystals exuding a potent energy fluctuation. Upon seeing the pale red crystals, Su Ming's expression sharpened, and he instinctively let out a soft gasp. Chapter 82. Humanoid beings. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, nearly convinced he had misperceived the sight before him. As he gazed into the delicate, rose-hued crystals, he discerned several figures encased within. Su Ming was taken aback and leaned in for a closer inspection. Indeed, he found a number of humanoid beings trapped within the translucent, pinkish crystal, although they bore a resemblance to humans. Su Ming was certain that they were not of human origin. Their foreheads were adorned with prominent, pointed horns, and their bodies were entirely crimson. Moreover, their arms were significantly longer than those of a typical human, while their legs were disproportionately shorter. From the perspective of human aesthetics, these beings appeared remarkably discordant, even bordering on grotesque. Were a normal person to develop such characteristics, they would undoubtedly be deemed a deformity. However, the sight of dozens of identical creatures lying within the rose-hued crystal led Su Ming to surmise that they were not human anomalies, but rather a distinct biological species. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming scrutinized these humanoid creatures, pondering why they were imprisoned in this crystal. Could it be akin to amber? He mused that if this were the case, cutting open the crystals might yield samples of these beings. For humanity, any sample of a humanoid species would represent an immense treasure, as many modern genetic technologies have drawn inspiration from or been developed through the study of such beings. Just then, Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He noticed that one of the creatures had opened its eyes, seemingly able to see through the confines of the storage box and perceive him. How could these beings still be alive? It was unfathomable. Being encased in a crystal that emitted such intense energy radiation and yet remaining alive was beyond comprehension. Even a being of apocalyptic caliber would not survive long in such conditions. While they might endure for a brief period, enduring for over a century was simply impossible. Su Ming recalled the history of the discovered mine, which, based on the clues from its formation, suggested it had existed for well over a century, perhaps even spanning thousands of years. How could these beings have survived for millennia? With a grave expression, Su Ming focused intently on the one creature that had awakened. It too was gazing back at him, and in that moment, their eyes met, establishing a peculiar connection between them. Su Ming felt an increasing sense of wonder, realizing that this being had perceived him and could see him despite the limitations of the storage box. Suddenly, Su Ming was taken aback, for at that moment, he received a message through the information connection with this humanoid being. Save me, rescue us. Su Ming furrowed his brow. This creature could communicate directly through information? Inferior beings typically communicate through tones and emotions, much like cats and dogs, who convey messages through the intonation of their vocalizations. Such modes of communication are often inefficient and limited, primarily expressing singular emotions such as anger, joy, or fear. In contrast, intermediate beings can utilize language, written symbols, and imagery for communication. Humans are an example of such life forms. This method of communication is far more precise and nuanced than that of lower creatures, allowing for a deeper understanding of the embedded information. However, written symbols and imagery remain mere vessels for communication, often subject to interpretative discrepancies. The truly efficient and unerring form of communication bypasses these vessels and languages, allowing for the direct exchange of information to convey the entirety of what is expressed. A sense of wariness surged within Su Ming. This humanoid being could communicate directly through an information connection, transcending traditional vessels and language. Clearly, this being's level of existence surpassed that of humans by a significant margin. Confronted with such an unknown and formidable life form, Su Ming felt an instinctive caution. Who are you? Why should I save you? Su Ming's mental energy began to ripple. Although he lacked the ability to communicate through information directly, the establishment of an information bridge by the other party permitted him to engage in this form of communication temporarily. Sensing Su Ming's apprehension, the humanoid being transmitted a message imbued with goodwill. We are trapped here by another civilization. I mean you no harm. We merely wish to escape. Once liberated, I shall share some of our civilization's technology with you as a token of gratitude. Su Ming shook his head. This is a matter between you and the civilization that imprisoned you. It does not concern me. I cannot guarantee that, upon releasing you, you will not pose a threat to my existence. The humanoid being pondered for a moment and then conveyed another message to Su Ming. This civilization is highly aggressive. Should you encounter them, you will also be attacked. We share a common enemy. Follow my thoughts, and I shall show you the horrors of this civilization. With that, the humanoid being tentatively transmitted its thoughts into Su Ming's mind. After a brief sensation, confirming that it was merely a straightforward transfer of thought without any ulterior motives, Su Ming felt reassured and began to follow the being's mental pathways. Soon, a vivid scene of civilizational conflict materialized within Su Ming's mind. The two warring civilizations included one that belonged to a humanoid species. To Su Ming's astonishment, the original appearance of this humanoid being's skin closely resembled that of humans, predominantly white and yellow. However, the civilization of this humanoid soon faced a terrifying invasion from another civilization. Upon witnessing the invading civilization, Su Ming's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld this colossal entity. The invading force manifested as a pale red crystal, vast enough to encompass an entire star system. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the crystal that had previously encased the humanoid life forms. This immense crystal radiated a terrifying aura of radiation and heat, swiftly penetrating the star domain inhabited by the humanoids. Any planet that encountered this gigantic crystal was incinerated, melting under the dreadful radiation and heat, subsequently transforming into nutrients that the enormous pale red crystal absorbed. As the pale red crystal rapidly advanced towards the star domain of the humanoid beings, the civilization of the humanoids became acutely aware of the impending threat. They employed various methods in a desperate attempt to repel or annihilate the invaders. Countless powerful humanoids soared from their planets to confront the encroaching civilization. What is this? A civilization or a cosmic peril? For within his line of sight, he discerned no signs of life emanating from the pale red crystal. It appeared merely as a peculiar celestial body, relentlessly devouring the surrounding entities. Civilization. I am certain. The information from the humanoids resonated in Su Ming's mind, and he soon observed numerous distinct pale red entities emerging from within the crystal. These entities, reminiscent of candy figures, surged forth from the pale red crystal, transforming into various forms. It seemed that these beings possessed the ability to alter their appearances at will, adapting themselves for combat or perhaps specifically for engaging the humanoids. Each individual, crystallized from the pale red substance, appeared to have evolved abilities specifically designed to counteract the humanoid species. Even their physical evolutions seemed tailored to exploit the vulnerabilities of the humanoids. What is this? Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. These entities emitted no signs of life. Yet upon their emergence from the pale red crystal, they exhibited independent consciousness, capable of making varied choices in response to the invasion. These entities do not possess life fluctuations. How can they have independent awareness? Sumin ponder de laud. Life and consciousness are merely ingrained perceptions in your minds, in a vast universe. There exist many forms beyond your comprehension. Every individual of this civilization is devoid of life, allowing for arbitrary reorganization and transformation. Humanoid beings conveyed information into Su Ming's mind. He paused momentarily, then slowly nodded. Only living entities can forge a civilization and possess wisdom. Otherwise, they cannot be deemed as living beings. This notion is a widespread understanding within human society, a fundamental mindset inherent to every individual. However, given the vastness of the universe, the existence of civilizations that challenge such entrenched beliefs is not extraordinary. Su Ming found it somewhat difficult to comprehend the operational patterns and behavioral trajectories of this civilization. As the scene continued to unfold, he soon witnessed a fierce conflict between the humanoid civilization and that of the pale red crystals. The humanoid civilization met with utter defeat. Even the evolved humanoids, capable of direct communication through information and possessing a life level superior to that of humans, were effortlessly annihilated by the pale red crystal civilization. Within the humanoid civilization, Su Ming also observed individuals who rivaled the apocalyptic level strength of humans, battling against the entities of the pale red crystal civilization. One by one, these entities were shattered by the apocalyptic level warriors. Yet in the next moment, the pale red crystals reassembled as if, no matter how thoroughly they were destroyed, they could effortlessly restore themselves. An increasing number of humanoids fell, and ultimately only a few hundred powerful beings remained. After relentless enhancement from the main body, even individual pale red crystal entities grew to apocalyptic level strength. Witnessing this, the surviving humanoids fled in a frenzy. Each of them was a formidable being within the humanoid ranks, yet against the pale red crystal civilization, they wielded little power to resist. Eventually, one strong individual from the humanoid civilization managed to decipher the attack methods of the pale red crystal civilization amidst despair and conveyed this knowledge to his companions through information flow. However, only a scant few could grasp this method of counteraction, while many others were eradicated by the pale red crystal civilization. Those who mastered the counteraction were subsequently sealed away by the immense energy of the pale red crystal civilization, ultimately entombed within the crystals, left to exist and perish in the cosmos. The beings who deciphered the pale red crystal civilization's secrets were the very few crimson humanoids now before Su Ming. Throughout their prolonged journey, even these immensely powerful individuals have been eroded by the pale red crystals, losing much of their former strength. Su Ming took a deep breath, utterly shaken by the preceding imagery. The clash between two civilizations represented a confrontation of cosmic proportions. Such a formidable cosmic civilization, even more powerful than humanity itself, has quietly vanished into the annals of history, effortlessly extinguished by another civilization. If the faintly crimson crystal civilization were to infiltrate human society, would humanity possess the fortitude to withstand such an invasion? Rest assured, this civilization will not approach us in the near future, the humanoid being remarked within Su Ming's mind. Why? So meaning why estanis? The being sighed and replied, we have been sealed away for so long that a part of our essence has been assimilated. Utilizing the information flow technology of our civilization, I can perceive the trajectory of this crystal civilization. Upon hearing these words, a contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face. He then addressed the being, I can assist in your release, but not at this moment. I shall only do so when I can place my trust in you. Curiously, the being asked, how might we earn your trust? Su Ming smiled and candidly responded, first, strength. When my power surpasses yours, I shall consider trusting you. Second, sincerity. I will assess how much assistance you can provide me during this process before deciding to trust you. Su Ming was no fool. He would not blindly believe someone simply because they presented him with a fragment of their past. While he suspected that the being's assertions were largely true, he remained wary of potential hidden truths. Most crucially, even if the faintly crimson crystal civilization was a common adversary, who could guarantee that the enemy of my enemy is truly a friend? They could very well be foes as well. Su Ming understood that he could not release this being unless he attained sufficient mastery to confidently suppress them again if necessary. Chapter 84. The onslaught of Tianlin. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid being could only manage a wry smile and said, indeed, we have been sealed within the crystal for such a long time. We are not in haste. After this, the being transmitted a portion of their civilization's knowledge into Su Ming's mind through their shared information flow. To demonstrate sincerity, I will first share some knowledge from our civilization with you. It was a remarkable process, as if a portion of knowledge had spontaneously materialized within Su Ming's consciousness. However, this knowledge was not immediately usable. It lay dormant, akin to a file that Su Ming would need to unlock, read, comprehend, and apply. Upon perceiving this extraordinary phenomenon, Su Ming felt a deep sense of wonder. After all, higher beings are indeed higher beings. The information flow technology proved to be exceedingly swift and efficient for the transmission of knowledge, as this individual seamlessly imparted wisdom into Su Ming's mind. Su Ming casually flipped through some of this knowledge and, curious, inquired, these are the conventional understandings of your civilization. What about the methods and knowledge to decipher the pale, crimson crystal civilization? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the individual chuckled softly and replied, the methods and knowledge for deciphering must be built upon the foundational knowledge of our civilization. Knowing them now would serve no purpose. Moreover, he paused momentarily, then continued, I too await the day you decide to release us before imparting the knowledge of deciphering. After all, I cannot fully place my trust in you. I hope you understand. At this, Su Ming found himself smiling. He appreciated conversing with someone so forthright. It was natural to harbor doubts. Given that they were meeting for the first time, mutual distrust was an expected phenomenon. If this individual were to divulge all the knowledge Su Ming sought immediately, it would only heighten his vigilance. Very well. I shall find a time to extricate you from the storage box. Remaining confined here is hardly ideal. With their agreement reached, Su Ming spoke with a smile. Extracting these individuals from the storage box was also a gesture of his sincerity. They exchanged knowing smiles before Su Ming severed the information connection and exited the room. After leaving, Su Ming let out a soft sigh. The humanoid beings and the crystal civilization within the storage box quickly faded from his mind. This matter lacked clarity and could not be rushed. It was prudent to first address the tasks at hand and defer future matters for later. Following his successful acquisition of the minerals used to escort Su Rue, although Su Ming had obtained a considerable amount of resources, numerous subsequent tasks awaited his attention. Since reclaiming these resources, he had not taken the time to thoroughly process the events that had transpired, and now, with a moment to spare, he was ready to delve into them. He entered his workshop and retrieved the tyrant Mecha, placing it beside him. His tyrant Mecha had sustained some minor damage during the recent battle. High-level mechas typically possess internal nanobots that can facilitate self-repair, exhibiting remarkable regenerative capabilities. Thus, such mechas rarely require complete restoration after each encounter. However, lower-tier mechas lack such advanced technology and must endure repairs and maintenance after each use. This was especially true for the frenzied warblade, which had been mercilessly hacked during Su Ming's clash with Henry and was now significantly worn. All these components required Su Ming's gradual attention for repair. Without hesitation, Su Ming immersed himself in work. Shortly after he began, a significant event unfolded in the Black Domain. At this moment, within the Dark Expanse, on a planet known as Talon, a crimson-armored warrior advanced with a formidable squad of mercenaries towards a specific location on Talon. Second in command, "Do we have any assurance?" inquired one of the mercenaries. At that moment, a nonchalant voice emanated from the Crimson Mech. "What is there to worry about? We have faced Sokka before. This time, we shall surely annihilate them." This group was led by Hu Bei, accompanied by other members of Tianlin. They had arrived at Talon with the intent to launch a surprise attack on a second-tier faction known as Sokka. Sokka had long been a nemesis of Tianlin, with frequent conflicts arising over business dealings, even amidst the shadows of the Dark Expanse. The two factions had long endured a cycle of mutual casualties, an unyielding feud. However, due to their comparable strengths, neither side had been able to decisively overcome the other, resulting in a series of hasty encounters. Now, with Hu Bei having familiarized himself with his overlord mech, his mind brimmed with strategic vigor, ready to strike at Sokka before they realized he possessed such a formidable machine. Rest assured, we will handle the second wave of infiltration. The first wave of direct confrontation will be led by the boss, Hu Bei declared with a smile. Although Hu Bei had never met the leader of Tianlin, he knew that, as the head of a second-tier faction, the boss was an exceptionally powerful level 10 low-tier genetic warrior. In the Dark Expanse, a level 10 genetic warrior represented the pinnacle of combat capability. Sokka, mirroring Tianlin's structure, also boasted a level 10 low-tier genetic warrior at its helm. Previously, Tianlin would have lacked the confidence to obliterate Sokka. Yet now, seated within the Overlord mech, Hu Bei's eyes shimmered with determination. Possessing a mech could very well prove to be the pivotal factor in altering the course of the battle. Boom! 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 As they drew nearer, the ground trembled, resonating with intense energy fluctuations emanating from nearby. The group exchanged solemn glances, sensing the gravity of the moment. It had begun. The boss had already engaged with Sokka's leader. "Let us go. We must support the boss," Hu Bei exclaimed, his expression shifting as he swiftly led the Tianlin members towards the source of the energy explosion. Chapter 85. Sokka and Tianlin. The war between Tianlin and Sokka erupted. Both factions boasted forces numbering in the tens of thousands. Once the conflict ignited, the very earth quaked beneath the immense power unleashed. By the time Hu Bei and his mercenaries arrived at the battleground, they beheld their leader locked in fierce combat against Sokka's chief. Both individuals were 10th-level genetic warriors, significantly surpassing the surrounding soldiers. The skirmishes among the nearby members seemed to hold little relevance for them, as they disregarded the various explosions around them, engaged in a fervent battle on the battlefield. A 10th-level genetic warrior possesses an energy level exceeding 300,000. This is an extraordinarily formidable range, indicating that an attack must exceed 100,000 points in energy to affect or injure them. However, on the battlefield, the number of 8th-level genetic warriors with energy levels surpassing 100,000 is estimated to be fewer than 300. These individuals could only contend with 10th-level genetic warriors by joining forces, yet, in reality, these 8th-level warriors did not belong to the same faction and were embroiled in fierce conflict with one another. At that moment, a 10th-level mech suddenly led a squad into the fray. Upon seeing the vibrant red mech, Soker's members were taken aback. A mech warrior? When did the opponent acquire a mech? One member of Soker murmured. What unsettled him was not the mech itself, but the intense energy radiating from the mech's pilot in conjunction with the machine. "Lose, come and meet your demise." Hu Bing laughed maniacally as he charged towards a 9th-level genetic warrior. Tianlin had its second-in-command, and Soker had a similar role. Both sides had been battling for some time and were well acquainted with each other's abilities and combat strength. As Hu Bing entered the fray, he targeted a 9th-level genetic warrior named Luz for assassination. This was his old adversary, yet there was no notion of camaraderie or mutual respect between them, only a profound enmity. The opponent had undoubtedly killed many of his brothers, and now was the time for retribution. Hu Bing's gaze turned icy as he piloted the mech, surging toward Luz with incredible speed. Upon realizing that Hu Bing was piloting the vibrant red mech and sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it, Luz's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, their energy levels were comparable, hovering around 200,000 to 250,000. However, with the addition of a mech boasting an energy level exceeding 100,000, Hu Bing's effective energy level had surged to 300,000. What chance did he have now? A 100,000 energy level difference was no trifling matter. This substantial disparity could easily lead to overwhelming defeat. Where did he acquire this mech? It must be a D-class mech, he thought, as he fled in a state of utter frustration. D-class mechs were exceedingly difficult to obtain, tightly controlled and monopolized by various cosmic nations. Mechanics capable of assembling D-class mechs would never venture into the black domain and would disdain engaging in transactions with black market dealers. Thus, a D-class mech was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value within the black domain. Now, Hu Bei had acquired a D-class mech. How could he possibly fight back? He could only run. Yet, the speed of the mech was beyond what Russ could ever hope to match. In an instant, Hu Bei closed the distance, raising his berserker blade to strike fiercely at Russ. It must be said that although both wielded the Overlord mech, Hu Bei's prowess far surpassed that of Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had merely reached the threshold for operating the mech, and wielding such a heavy weapon felt rather cumbersome to him. However, for Hu Bei, his current energy level was perfectly suited for the Overlord mech, allowing him to unleash its full potential. Seeing the Overlord mech barreling toward him with such ferocity, Russ realized that merely fleeing would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of the mech. He had no choice but to confront the threat directly, hoping to find a means of escape through the clash. Yet, the combat prowess of the Overlord mech was far beyond Russ's capacity to withstand. The Berserker Blade's ability was activated instantaneously. With each strike, 50 of the attack would be absorbed and transformed into a subsequent strike, creating the illusion of the mech's relentless assault. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metal clashing resounded. With each savage blow, Russ felt his grip weaken. After 3 or 4 strikes, pain shot through his hands, causing the blade to slip from his grasp and fly away. Seizing the moment, Hu Bei rejoiced, bringing down the Berserker Blade with ferocity, cleaving Russ in twain. He was beyond saving, having vanquished a formidable foe. Hu Bei felt an exhilarating rush as he let out a triumphant roar and charged the Overlord mech toward Sokka's leader. At that moment, Sokka's leader was embroiled in a fierce battle with Tianlin's leader. Both were fighting with fervor, and Sokka's leader, aflame with rage, sensed something strange in the air. It felt as if his opponent was resolutely determined to obliterate him in this encounter. Sokka's leader sneered, thinking, "Obliterate me? Tianlin's capabilities are well known to me. The notion that they could extinguish my life is sheer folly." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed a formidable energy approaching him. Another level 10 Gene warrior? He found the notion absurd. Wasn't Tianlin just a single level 10 Gene warrior? Where could a second one possibly come from? Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a crimson mech charging at him. "You? Hu Bei?" Sokka's leader widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the mech before him. Sensing the energy emanating from within, an ominous premonition washed over him. Seeking death, he bellowed, and with a swift motion, his battle axe swung violently toward the Overlord mech. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of mockery crept onto Hu Bei's lips. Subsequently, a thin layer of energy shield manifested over the tyrant mech, boldly facing the assault of Captain Sokka, without flinching or retreating. Captain Sokka, perceiving this, felt a twinge of disdain. It was commonplace for mechs to possess energy shields. However, his own energy output reached an astounding 300,000, and he was certain that a standard mech shield would shatter under such a force, sending the mech careening away. He had already envisioned the ensuing sequence, his movements remaining unimpeded as he relentlessly struck at the tyrant mech. Yet, the unfolding events swiftly surpassed his expectations. The energy shield was indeed shattered, yet the mech, despite sustaining a massive gash, did not succumb to his blow. Rather, it seemed to absorb the entirety of the impact, continuing its relentless advance towards him with unabated ferocity. This sudden turn of events disrupted Captain Sokka's offensive rhythm. In the next instant, having amassed sufficient potential energy, the tyrant mech unleashed its most potent attack, Charge Strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Captain Sokka and Hubei clashed violently. Sokka's eyes gleamed with derision. Even though Hubei piloted a D-class mech, his energy levels could rival those of a level 10 gene warrior. However, it was essential to note that a level 10 gene warrior was equipped with mechanical enhancements, thereby possessing a superior energy output compared to Hubei's D-class mech. In an instant, they collided. Yet at that moment, Captain Sokka's eyes widened in shock. He sensed a formidable energy fluctuation emanating from his opponent, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Sokka was astounded. He had previously gauged Hubei's D-class mech energy at approximately 330,000. However, Hubei now exhibited an energy output nearing 400,000, a staggering increase of 70,000. Where had this surge of power originated? Unbeknownst to Sokka, all this energy was derived from the kinetic energy generated by his own assault, now fully harnessed and redirected against him by Hubei. The explosive force of this strike exceeded Sokka's expectations, catching him off guard and sending his mechanical equipment flying from his grasp. Disaster. Panic surged within Captain Sokka. Without his mechanical gear, how could he contend with the formidable Tianlin behind him? Instinctively, he sought to retrieve a spare battle knife from his storage space. However, this process necessitated a certain amount of time. In that fleeting moment, Tianlin and Hubei exchanged a knowing glance, their energies intertwining as they advanced in unison, unleashing a fierce barrage that ensnared Captain Sokka like a dumpling within a steamer. Boom! Once again, a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the skies of Terran Star. The surge of energy unleashed at this moment was far more formidable than the previous concentrated strike. The formidable force obliterated Sokka, leaving him no chance to even utter a cry of despair, reducing him to mere pulp. With the demise of Sokka, chaos ensued among his ranks, his followers, bereft of leadership, scattered in disarray, their will to fight extinguished. Observing this, Bing commanded the members of Tianlin to pursue relentlessly while he himself removed his mech, gazing with satisfaction upon the unfolding scene of victory. Initially, both Sokka and Tianlin held equal strength. However, Bing's additional mech provided him with an enhancement of approximately 100,000 in energy levels, tipping the scales of triumph decidedly in favor of Tianlin. With Sokka eliminated, Tianlin stood poised to absorb some of Sokka's influence and operations, thereby augmenting their own power significantly. The leader of Tianlin, a brawny figure named Caines, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, now cast an envious glance at Bing. Should you elevate to the level of a tier 10 gene warrior, the energy you could unleash would likely surpass my own. Mech warriors remain the predominant force within interstellar society. Caines lamented, consumed by envy, for he was not a developer of cerebral energy levels, possessing only physical capabilities, rendering him incapable of operating a mech. Otherwise, he might have sought a mech from Master Ming for himself. For now, he was left with nothing but admiration. We must cultivate a good rapport with Master Ming. The significance of mechs is immense, and they would greatly enhance Tianlin's capabilities. Bing remarked with a smile. Caines nodded in agreement. Then, driven by curiosity, inquired, might we consider purchasing some mech from Master Ming? Equipping our members who have already developed their cerebral domains could similarly bolster Tianlin's strength. Bing pondered before responding, is indeed a possibility. While our other members cannot utilize D-class mechs, we could acquire some E-class ones, as their assembly is not overly complex. I shall inquire with Master Ming, contingent upon his willingness. Caines smiled and nodded, but at that moment, both men suddenly shifted their gazes towards the heavens. They beheld a mech warrior silently hovering above them, who, upon noticing their attention, retracted his mech and descended gracefully. Upon recognizing him, both men were taken aback. Neil, what brings you here? Caines queried, a hint of caution in his voice. Neil was a formidable Tier 10 expert from a first-rate faction, his prowess so great that even Caines would struggle to contend with him. Although Tianlin maintained a favorable relationship with the faction behind Neil, the recent battle left Caines on edge at the sight of Neil's unexpected arrival. Upon seeing Caines, Neil immediately smiled and reassured him, Caines, my old friend, there is no need for wariness. I harbor no ill intentions. Caines expressed his surprise. And who might you be? It was unusual for someone to visit without cause. particularly at a time when Tian had just obliterated Swoka and was poised to absorb its influence. Keynes was far from convinced that Neil had come merely for a nostalgic rendezvous. Upon hearing Keynes' inquiry, Neil cast his gaze toward the formidable body of the Overlord Mecha nearby and, with a smile, replied, "I seek your assistance in finding a skilled mechanic capable of assembling a Class D mech." At Neil's words, Hubei and Keynes exchanged cautious glances, the wariness in their eyes slightly dissipating. Hubei then spoke, "I recall that your faction possesses mechanics adept at assembling Class D mechs as well. Why not enlist their help?" Neil's faction was a first-tier power, immensely strong, even boasting its own stellar-class mechanics. For a Class D mech, a stellar-class mechanic would be more than sufficient. After Hubei's remark, Neil offered a wry smile and explained, "The mech I wish to assemble, while classified as a Class D, presents significant challenges that my base's mechanics cannot surmount. Given the impressive capabilities of your mech, it is evident that the mechanics level of expertise is formidable, which is why I wish to explore this possibility." Upon hearing Neil's words, Hubei's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "I can provide you with a recommendation. However, whether this mechanic is willing to assist, you will depend on your own merits." With a smile, Neil nodded in response, saying, "Rest assured, my faction possesses a wealth of knowledge that I believe will intrigue this stellar-class mechanic." Hubei acknowledged him with a nod and turned to Keynes, stating, "Boss, I shall take my leave now. The subsequent matters are in your capable hands, and I must seek Master Su Ming's assistance to repair some of my mechs." With that, Hubei and Neil boarded a spacecraft and returned to Planet Abe. Chapter 87. Maternal and Child Mechs. At this moment, within Planet Abe, the Wantung base was steadily undergoing construction and development. Originally featuring only 3 buildings, Wantung had since added numerous new structures. During this period, Wantung had also expanded its membership, now exceeding 100 individuals. Although most were 4th and 5th level genetic warriors, this represented a significant enhancement for Wantung. Locke and Warren were traversing the corridors of the Wantung base. Has the air missile system that Su Ming mentioned been completed? Locke inquired. Now taking on the role of the base's steward, his curiosity piqued. Su Ming had been exceedingly busy delegating the construction of the military defense system to Warren. Fortunately, Warren had become a capable mechanic in his own right, fully competent to manage the base's military defenses. Rest assured, I have even incorporated several electromagnetic pulse weapons. Should there be an aerial assault, we can swiftly neutralize it. Warren spoke with a sense of pride. Locke nodded, then turned his gaze toward a large building nearby. Inside this structure, a cadre of researchers clad in white lab coats moved about busily. These individuals comprised Wang Ku's team, who were now revisiting their previous research on the super gene serum. The super gene serum developed by the Lhasa Alliance could only be considered a prototype, lacking the stability and safety necessary for it to be deemed a mature technology. However, now Su Ming had proactively encouraged Wang Ku and his team to resume this research endeavor. After all, Su Ming had witnessed firsthand the serum's remarkable effects, capable of elevating cosmic beings to a significantly higher level instantaneously. Should they succeed in developing it for human application, it would undoubtedly represent a groundbreaking innovation, embodying immeasurable value. Both the Empire and the Federation had begun to covet the super gene serum. Nonetheless, the research process would demand substantial time and financial resources, essentially amounting to an incessant drain on funds. Presently, the most financially burdensome division within Wanyang was the research department, which consumed tens of millions daily. Locke felt a growing sense of urgency regarding this matter. Although Wanyang could sustain itself for an extended period through the sale of mechanical components and minerals procured by Su Ming, relying solely on these resources was untenable. Eventually, they would exhaust their reserves. A profitable strategy needed to be devised urgently. With this thought in mind, Locke knocked on Su Ming's door without hesitation. Today, Su Ming had just completed repairs on the machinery and had no pressing matters at hand. Locke? What brings you here? Su Ming inquired with curiosity upon seeing Locke enter. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Locke candidly expressed his concerns. Su Ming pondered for a moment before responding. The development of super gene technology must continue. It is a revolutionary product that could potentially alter the course of the universe, enabling Wantiang to rise swiftly. However, the issue you raised is indeed critical. Locke nodded in agreement and suggested, "I was considering whether we might explore some avenues to market the gene serum." Wantiang possesses advanced production equipment and technology for gene serums, which can produce products that are on par with the legitimate offerings in the cosmic market. Compared to the small-scale workshops that often suffer failure rates exceeding 10, our products would be the creme de la creme. Once launched, they could dominate the entire market. However, after some contemplation, Ming shook his head. Now is not the right time. The quality of our genetic agents is exceptionally high. Once we commence sales, the small workshop's genetic agents will undoubtedly be unable to compete with ours, which would adversely affect the interests of certain individuals. I will think of a solution later. Right now, Wantan is still weak, and if we impact others' interests, Wantan will certainly face considerable hostility from the dark forces, which would be counterproductive. Ming fell in a deep thought, contemplating various solutions in his mind. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Leader, someone wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, both Ming and Locke displayed expressions of surprise. Ming then said to Locke, "You may leave for now. We can discuss the revenue matters later." Locke nodded and subsequently exited Ming's studio. A short while later, Hu Bing entered the studio, accompanied by Neil. Master Ming. Hu Bing beamed with a smile. Ming held a status in his heart akin to that of a benefactor. Upon seeing Ming, Hu Bing was exceptionally cordial. "Who is this?" Meaning Wei, glancing curiously at Neil. Hu Bing hastily introduced, "This is Neil from Yaoyang." Upon hearing of Master Ming's extraordinary mechanical skills, he specifically wished to pay a visit. The revelation that Neil hailed from Yaoyang caught Ming by surprise. Yaoyang is a prominent power within the dark domain, wielding significant influence and authority. Some of the rules governing the dark domain were established by the Yaoyang organization, which engages in a wide array of businesses, including mechanical production, the sale of various materials, and hiring services. With Neil's affiliation to Yaoyang, Ming's gaze shifted to him. Neil smiled and then addressed Ming. "Master Ming, your skills are remarkable. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to assist me in assembling a D-class mecha? Please feel free to state your conditions or price. I will do my utmost to accommodate." After hearing Neil's request, Ming did not rush to agree, but instead curiously asked, "You wish to assemble a D-class mecha? What type of D-class mecha are you referring to?" Neil glanced at Ming and chuckled lightly. "I wonder if Master Ming has the confidence for this undertaking. The mecha I wish to assemble is rather complex. It is a mother-child model." "A mother-child model?" Ming was taken aback. "Are there mother-child models among the D-class mechas?" Neil nodded and explained, "Mother-child models are rare among D-class mechas. However, Yaoyang recently invested heavily to acquire the knowledge and blueprints for this type of mecha. The mecha I am currently piloting is also a D-class, yet in terms of power, it cannot compare to the mother-child model of the same class. Thus, I seek your assistance in the assembly." Chapter 88. The Business of Genetic Agents. What constitutes a mother-child model of a mecha? As the name suggests, it refers to a main body equipped with a subordinate body. In combat, the main body not only possesses its own combat strength, but the subordinate body also wields formidable power, acting as an augmentation or assistant to the main body. Consequently, while others have a single mech, this mother-child variant effectively provides an additional mech, enabling a 2-against-1 combat strategy. In comparison to standard mechs, the mother-child variant significantly outweighs the ordinary models in terms of combat prowess. However, operating such mechs often poses a considerable challenge to the neural capacity of the pilot. After all, this mech necessitates the pilot to multitask while controlling it. Of course, thanks to the mech's intelligence system, it is possible to operate without multitasking. Yet, this would deprive the subordinate body of the enhancements derived from the pilot's neural capacity, resulting in a substantial decrease in combat effectiveness. Thus, despite the formidable nature of the mother-child mechs, improper handling can lead to counterproductive outcomes. Ming was somewhat astonished by the confidence exhibited by the individual named Neil, who believed he could master the mother-child mech. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and stated, "I can give it a try, but I have 3 rules when assisting others in assembling mechs." Upon hearing Ming's words, Neil's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired, "What are the rules?" With a smile, Ming replied, "First, I require a share of the rights to use and disseminate mech knowledge. Rest assured, I will not share it with your enemies." Neil nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable." "Second, I need some mechanical knowledge." Neil responded with a grin, That's no issue. Anything Yao Yang can procure will suffice. What type of mechanical knowledge does the young master desire? Su Ming nodded and articulated, knowledge related to energy. I seek all levels of knowledge concerning energy, even the most fundamental. You can determine the equivalent value yourself. The realm of technological knowledge is exceedingly intricate. Aside from the mechanical assembly and construction knowledge that Su Ming was familiar with, there exists a mainstream subject, energy-related knowledge. Energy technology, along with mechanical assembly, construction, and repair, constitutes the core of technological knowledge. Although Su Ming had previously focused on mechanical assembly, he now sought to acquire energy-related knowledge for a compelling reason: the knowledge of humanoid civilizations and the looming threat of crystalline civilizations. The knowledge imparted to Su Ming by the humanoid beings revealed that this civilization leaned heavily towards the study of energy within the technological domain. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming aimed to enhance his understanding of energy-related technological knowledge. On one hand, he wished to explore the differences between the knowledge of the two civilizations. On the other hand, he sought to forge a novel path from the knowledge systems of both civilizations. Most importantly, there was the imminent threat of the crystalline civilization. The civilization of crystals is evidently one of pure energy, having presumably reached the pinnacle of energy development and utilization. Su Ming himself has simulated the probabilities of human civilization encountering the crystal civilization. The conclusion is that the odds approach infinitesimal proportions. The energy absorption of the crystal civilization is overwhelmingly formidable. Even an apocalypse-level powerhouse's attack will be devoured by this civilization. To decipher the capabilities of the crystal civilization, one must undoubtedly delve into the realm of energy-related technological knowledge. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, a flicker of intrigue crossed Neil's eyes. Energy-related technological knowledge is seldom explored by mechanics, as it constitutes a markedly different field of expertise. Typically, mechanics possess limited focus and tend to concentrate on a singular discipline. Attempting to master two would undoubtedly be overwhelming. However, there are mechanics who study energy as a supplementary subject, aiming to enhance their mechanical knowledge through related insights. Neil harbored no doubts regarding this point. Nonetheless, the energy knowledge within the radiant sun is relatively scarce, which would require him to exert considerable effort in pursuit. Neil nodded and proceeded to inquire, what about the third condition? Su Ming smiled, then fetched a chair, inviting, please, let us converse leisurely. Neil and Hu Bing exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. Even Hu Bing found himself perplexed. Su Ming's three conditions had been previously articulated to him, so he had a vague understanding of what Su Ming sought. However, Su Ming's current demeanor left both men somewhat bewildered. With a sly grin, Su Ming lowered his voice. I wonder if Tianlin and Radiant Sun engage in the gene potion business? Upon hearing this, Hu Bing and Neil nodded, puzzled as they responded. This is a substantial enterprise. Naturally, we are involved. What if I were to express my desire to become a supplier of gene potions to both of you? Su Ming bimark chirfili. Upon his declaration, Neil and Hu Bing exchanged glances, slightly furrowing their brows. The gene potion business represents a lucrative opportunity within the black domain, and everyone covets a share of this bounty. Su Ming's intent to intrude into this realm left the two momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing the expressions on their faces, Su Ming chuckled softly, then added, of course, I understand that you would not switch suppliers without sufficient incentive. Why not consider my proposal? My gene potions boast a success rate of 99.5, categorizing them as high-quality products. Beyond the black market, you could even expand into certain small cosmic nations where gene potions are scarce. To be forthright, my cost per potion is around 500 star coins. Should you procure from me, I would only earn 200 star coins, allowing you to acquire each potion for 700 star coins. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil were taken aback. A success rate of 995? Are you serious? This is comparable to the premium gene serums produced by the 5 major cosmic nations. Neil remarked, his tone laden with skepticism. So means Mail lightly. Then retrieved a vial of gene serum produced by Wang Ku and others from his storage space, along with a testing report, which he presented to the two. As individuals frequently engage in the gene serum trade, they could easily ascertain its quality. You may examine the caliber of the gene serum we produced before making a decision. Chapter 89. Dividing the cake, the two accepted the gene serum from Su Ming and proceeded to inject a small amount into their bodies. Administering just 1 or 2 milliliters posed no issue for gene warriors, as they could effortlessly expel or metabolize the serum through their bodies. Direct injection serves as the most effective method for assessing the quality of a gene serum. Given their experience, both men could instantly discern the serum's efficacy upon injection. Shortly after administering the serum, their eyes brightened. This gene serum is remarkably pure. Excellent. It is indeed a high-quality product. They both exclaimed in awe, observing their astonished expressions. Su Ming grinned slyly, akin to a cunning little fox. So, gentlemen, I do not wish for you to declare your intentions immediately. You may take several vials back to your boss for testing, or perhaps for acquaintances as well. Should you require more, you're always welcome to procure supplies from me. I can assure you of this wholesale price. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of determination flashed in Nier's eyes, and he promptly responded, "No need for hesitation. Let's decide now. Su Ming, we shall source our gene serums from your production in the future." Nier, being well-versed in the gene serum trade, was acutely aware of the value of what Su Ming's base produced. As Su Ming stated, such high-quality gene serums fully meet the standard indicators sought by mainstream society. This implies that the gene serums manufactured at Su Ming's base can be regarded as legitimate commodities for sale. Previously, gene serums produced by small workshops did not meet regulations and could only be sold in black markets or gray areas. However, once they attained interstellar certification, it signifies that these goods can be supplied to the entirety of human society. The implications for market scale are self-evident. Most importantly, of course, is the profit. The cost of gene serums from small workshops may hover around 600 star coins each, yet when sold to Yaoyang, they fetch 1,000 star coins. Upon resale, Yaoyang can sell them for a maximum of approximately 4,000 star coins. The costs, including labor, transportation, and time, amount to approximately 2,000 star coins. If sold at 4,000 star coins, the profit stands at 2,000 star coins per unit. However, Su Ming's genetic potions not only incur lower costs, but are also sold to Yaoyang at 800 star coins each, which is 200 star coins cheaper than those from small workshops. Most importantly, such high-quality genetic potions can fetch around 5,000 to 6,000 star coins on resale, yielding profits between 3,200 to 4,200 star coins, exceeding the profit margins from the small workshops potions by over 50%. Moreover, high-quality genetic potions are more likely to attract substantial clients, who may place large orders all at once, allowing for even greater earnings. Almost instantly, Neil realized that this opportunity presented significantly higher profits than before. Hu Bing also acknowledged this and expressed his stance alongside Neil. Su Ming, beaming with satisfaction, observed the two. Content that his genetic potions had found buyers. Excellent. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. You two should return and discuss with your respective organizations. Please send someone over in the next couple of days to negotiate the details regarding the collaboration period and supply volume. Afterward, we can sign the contract and become partners. However, Su Ming paused for a moment and added, the prices at which you acquire from me must remain confidential. In the future, Wan Tung may supply to other factions, but the pricing may differ. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing and Neil exchanged glances, a sense of seriousness settling within them. It was evident that Su Ming was not entirely satisfied with the current market share and aimed to capture a larger portion. While this approach has its benefits, allowing for rapid growth, it also poses risks. The more market share one consumes, the greater the likelihood of infringing on the interests of others. Eventually, the opposition to Wan Tung would not be limited to small workshops. Su Ming was well aware of this. Yet, this endeavor was akin to a race. If Wan Tung could develop swiftly enough, it could withstand the challenges posed by these factions. With a smile, Su Ming nodded and extended his hand toward Hu Bing and Neil. Let's have it. The two were momentarily taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Su Ming chuckled helplessly and replied, Brother Hu Bing, aren't you looking to repair your mecha? Mr. Neil, didn't you ask me to assist in assembling the mother-child mecha? Surely you must provide the mecha and the technical blueprints. Suddenly, Hu Bing and Neil slapped their foreheads in realization. We were so focused on the genetic potions that we completely forgot our original purpose for coming here. With that, they exchanged wry smiles and handed Su Ming their storage devices and a chip containing the knowledge for the mother-child mecha. All right, you two should head back. I will contact you once I have it ready, Su Ming said with a smile. The two nodded and exited through the door. As Su Ming watched them disappear from view, a look of contemplation crossed his face. The true profit from gene pharmaceuticals does not lie with the suppliers, but rather with the distributors. Note, suppliers are the manufacturers that produce and supply the products, such as Wantan, while distributors are the merchants who sell the products provided by suppliers through various channels, like Yaoyang and Tianlin. For every gene pharmaceutical sold, Wantan earns a mere 300 star coins, whereas Yaoyang and Tianlin can garner over 3,000 star coins, a staggering tenfold difference in profit. This disparity left Su Ming feeling somewhat envious. However, he was acutely aware that, until he had matured sufficiently, he must refrain from attempting to claim this lucrative pie. Otherwise, the previously amicable Hubing and Neil would undoubtedly turn against him, directing their ire towards Wantan. Presently, Wantan lacked the strength to confront the Black Domain and seize the entire pie. Yet in the future, once he had developed, he was determined to gradually reclaim that pie. With a smile and a shake of his head, Su Ming redirected his focus to the mech repairs before him. Chapter 90. The challenging mother and child mech. While Su Ming was assisting Hubing in repairing his tyrant mech, he simultaneously began to delve into new mech knowledge. Inyang XA03 type, D-class mother and child mech, mech type, mother and child mech energy level, 10W 15W, 4W 7W. Main mech abilities, Yang Flame Lock, releases a nuclear energy confinement ring, sealing the enemy and continuously inflicting thermal damage, with an energy level enhancement of 5W. The Yang Flame Lock is a standalone equipment that can only be deployed once. Subsequent uses require retrieval or remanufacturing. Yang Flame Impact sets spatial anchor points on the child mech. Activating these anchors can pull the main mech to the child mech's location within 1 second, simultaneously inflicting thermal damage on any enemies in its path. Yang Flame Shield absorbs 30W of energy damage, and at the moment of the shield shattering, converts the absorbed damage into a thermal explosion, injuring the enemy. Child mech abilities. Invisibility Cloak employs light refraction technology to obscure its presence from sight while simultaneously nullifying energy fluctuations, rendering the child mech undetectable to enemies. During the invisibility period, the child mech cannot attack, as doing so would generate energy fluctuations, revealing its location. Phantom Strike accumulates energy during the invisibility period. The longer the duration of invisibility, the stronger the Phantom Strike's energy level becomes. The accumulation limit is 7W points. Note, in automatic driving mode, the Phantom Strike cannot be utilized. Upon reviewing the introduction of the mother and child mech, Su Ming finally understood why it was hailed as invincible for skilled operators of the same tier, yet rendered ineffective for those lacking proficiency. There exists a multitude of interconnected operational maneuvers between the child mech and the main mech, commonly referred to as combos. For instance, one could use invisibility to position themselves behind the enemy, simultaneously executing a Phantom Strike while the main mech unleashes a Yang Flame Impact. The encirclement from both the front and back can undoubtedly catch an opponent off guard. However, this maneuver demands a high level of operational skill. Primarily, the operator must ensure that the adversary is perfectly aligned with the mother and child mechs on the same horizontal plane. Otherwise, the Yanyan strike may fail to engage the target, inadvertently exposing a significant vulnerability. After all, during the process of drawing in the enemy, if the strike does not connect, the operator's rear becomes entirely vulnerable to the enemy's assault. Should the opponent react swiftly, they could easily obliterate the main mech from behind. Moreover, in the heat of battle, the enemy is likely to maneuver continuously. At one moment, they may be aligned, while the next they could easily evade that alignment. This necessitates an exceptional judgment ability from the operator of the mother and child mechs, as they must accurately predict the opponent's movements to fully exploit the capabilities of their mechs. This includes the retrieval of the Yanyan lock, which can even be accomplished by the child mech, provided that the operator can foresee the lock's release position. Otherwise, they risk failing to retrieve the lock and subsequently revealing their own position, offering the enemy an opportunity to strike. Balancing multiple operational factors while managing such complexities renders this task exceedingly challenging for any ordinary individual. Even Su Ming finds it difficult to guarantee a flawless execution of his skills. However, if this combination can be successfully executed. The energy output of the mech itself would be approximately 200,000, equivalent to the power of an additional 9th-level genetic warrior. If operated correctly, this mech could transform into a formidable weapon. Without hesitation, Ming began assembling his mother and child mech after briefly reviewing the assembly knowledge. As per his usual practice, he reserved this first assembly for himself, as the inaugural mech is guaranteed to possess an awakening effect, outperforming standard assemblies by around 20%. An awakened mech is certainly meant for his personal use, while the subsequent assembly for Neil will be of the ordinary version. Ming retrieved a plethora of mechanical components from the storage ring Neil provided. The most intricate aspect of this mech lies in the control linkage between the mother and child units, as well as the spatial anchor points and light transmission technology. These are all mechanics of a star cluster level, and even Ming requires thorough study and research to master this segment of technology. He remained calm and focused, diligently assembling while fervently researching star cluster mechanical technology within his workshop. As Ming immersed himself in the study of advanced mechanics and the assembly of the mother and child mech, news of Tianlin's annihilation of Sokar reached the ears of most factions within the Black Domain. Hadn't these two factions been at odds for a prolonged period? They had always seemed evenly matched. How could Sokar have been suddenly extinguished? The strong among these factions now displayed expressions of bewilderment. At that moment, a video was posted on the forum of the Black Domain. The Black Domain indeed has a forum, primarily used for disseminating employment opportunities and illicit goods. Now, the footage of the confrontation between Tianlin and Sokka had been shared by an unknown individual, instantly capturing the attention of the masses. Although it is not uncommon for one faction to annihilate another within the Black Domain, occurring almost weekly, such events typically transpire among lower-tier factions. For instance, the recent obliteration of the Yorkstar thieves was noteworthy, primarily due to the involvement of the Annihilation Cannon, which had drawn many eyes to this battle. However, once it was ascertained that the Annihilation Cannon had been modified and posed no significant threat, public interest waned. The rise and fall of 4th and 5th-tier factions are hardly a matter of concern in the Black Domain. Yet both Tianlin and Sokka belong to the 2nd tier. The 2nd-tier factions are regarded as sovereign powers within the Black Domain, and the extermination of one by the other inevitably stirred considerable tumult. Consequently, people turned their attention to this video, eager to uncover the reasons behind Tianlin's vanquishing of Sokka. It was the Mecha, that striking crimson Mecha. A formidable viewer of the video swiftly deduced the pivotal factor that tipped the scales of victory. I heard that Hubei had acquired the schematics for a D-class mecha and had been seeking a skill mechanic in the Black Domain to assist in its assembly. However, either the mechanics were lacking in skill or they were affiliated with other major factions, which made him uneasy. Little did he expect to find a mechanic outside of those prominent factions. This mecha, if I recall correctly, is called the Overlord Mecha, right? The mechanic skill is impressive. I sense that the performance of this Overlord Mecha surpasses that of any I have encountered elsewhere. D-class Mecha? Observers of the Overlord Mecha fell into deep contemplation. Some of these experts were developers of brain domain energy levels, and, as members of the Black Domain factions, had acquired mecha knowledge through various channels. Upon witnessing Hubei's Overlord Mecha, their minds began to race. If this is a mechanic capable of assembling D-class mechas, could they assist with the assembly of my own mecha as well? Chapter 91. The capabilities of an advanced mechanic. Is Master Ming available? I am from the Jikon Mercenary Corps, and our leader wishes to arrange a visit with you. May I inquire if Master Ming could spare some time to assemble a mecha for my leader? The price is negotiable. Meanwhile, outside the residence of Wantong, a group of mercenary-like genetic warriors awaited at the entrance, craning their necks to peer inside. Locke gazed at these mercenaries with a pained expression, exchanging a glance with Warren, their eyes filled with exasperation. Clearly, the influence of the advanced mechanics connections was gradually becoming apparent. Ming, as one of the few capable of assembling D-level mechas within the entire Black Domain, and whose creation surpassed the performance of standard D-level mechas by a notable 20%, soon attracted a multitude of factions eager to solicit his expertise in constructing their own D-level mechas. At that time, Ming was assisting Hubei in assembling a mecha for the Tianlin faction, a scene witnessed by many members of Tianlin. Consequently, It was no longer a secret within the Black Domain that Bing's mecha was crafted by the skilled hands of Su Ming. Now, numerous powerful factions were aware of the arrival of this remarkable mechanic in the Black Domain, who had established a force known as the Wanting. While these influential figures showed little interest in the strength of the Mechanic S organization, they were exceedingly intrigued by Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Those capable of piloting D-level mechas were at least 8th-level genetic warriors or even stronger individuals. Even a 10th-level genetic warrior fell within the realm of D-level mechas. At this level, who among them was not a person of power and influence within the Black Domain? Consequently, a group of them approached Wanting, seeking to commission a mecha from Su Ming. Everyone, our leader has been quite occupied these past couple of days, assisting others in assembling mechas at the workshop. Perhaps you could return in a few days? Locke remarked with a wry smile. The individuals before him were subordinates dispatched by the esteemed leaders, and Locke could only persuade them with gentle words, daring not to show even a hint of disrespect. Provoking these powerful figures could spell trouble for Wanting. Certainly, we shall extend our courtesy to Su Ming, yet do bear in mind that it was our Shanhui mercenary corps that approached you first. We must be prioritized in the queue, one of them asserted. Nonsense. I was clearly the first to arrive. You dare to cut in line? Another retorted, laughter lacing his words. I've been waiting here since morning. You're nothing. Before long, these genetic warriors found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute over the matter of a rival order. Locke observed the unfolding scene with a bittersweet smile, quickly interjecting. There's no need for contention, everyone. I shall consult our leader regarding your requests. If necessary, we can hold a bidding meeting where the highest offer shall take precedence. He recognized that allowing these esteemed individuals to quarrel further could jeopardize the very foundation of the Wanting that had been painstakingly established. Such a predicament, Locke silently lamented. Upon hearing his words, the genetic warriors displayed contemplative expressions, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, our Donghua mercenary corps possesses ample mechanical knowledge and star coins. We can simply compete based on our offers. Others nodded in concurrence, subsequently leaving their names, contact information, and those of their respective leaders with Locke before dispersing. With a sigh of relief, Locke wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the office building. He had not misled these genetic warriors. Su Ming was indeed engrossed in the workshop, diligently assisting others in assembling mechas. The assembled mech is none other than the mother-child model mech. After nearly 2 weeks of diligent study, Su Ming has thoroughly grasped the mechanical knowledge pertaining to this model and has commenced the assembly of his own Qi-Ling mother-child mech. Once his Qi-Ling mech is completed, Su Ming will then begin assembling a mech for Nier. It must be noted that each time he assembles a new mech and acquires fresh knowledge, Su Ming experiences a substantial enhancement in his capabilities. Each mech, upon being assembled for the first time by Su Ming, not only undergoes a Qi-Ling effect, but also allows Su Ming himself to reap significant benefits from this awakening. Qi-Ling is a mysterious phenomenon, yet, following the third transformation of human society, its existence has been firmly established. Qi-Ling genuinely exists, and it is only after a mechanic has completed the initial assembly of a particular model that this awakening effect takes place. This process is somewhat akin to a mechanic imbuing their inaugural creation with a soul. It is an extraordinarily profound experience, albeit one that is supported by scientific principles. Besides facilitating the growth of the mech, Qi-Ling also contributes immensely to the Mechanic's own development. With each Qi-Ling process, the awakened mech transmits a portion of its energy and growth back to the mechanic. For every Qi-Ling mech that Su Ming assembles, he can attain considerable growth and enhancement. Following this series of Qi-Ling mechs, Su Ming's physical energy level and mental domain level have risen from 210,000, and 20,000 to the realms of 240,000 and 250,000 respectively. The direct benefits of Qi-Ling have granted him a physical enhancement of 3,000 and a mental domain enhancement of 5,000. Of course, the increase in the mental domain is not solely due to Qi-Ling. It is also attributable to the vast amount of stellar-level mechanical knowledge Su Ming has acquired during this process, as well as his gradual assimilation of knowledge pertaining to humanoid civilizations, which has facilitated such an elevation in his mental domain. At this moment, Su Ming is in the final stages of helping Nier assemble his mother-child mech. A sharp click resounds, in Su Ming's workshop, signifying that the mother-child mech has been successfully assembled. He places the two models together and meticulously examines them. The yin-yang mother-child mech is a formidable creation armed with three distinct weapons: the Overload electronic ray gun, the Flame Sun lock, and the Flame Sun blade. Each of these weapons possesses unique powers. Among them, the Overload electronic ray gun employs a stellar-level technology, generating an immense electronic vortex that unleashes formidable might in an instant. The Flame Sun lock, resembling a chain-like weapon, is equipped with a tracking and binding system, enabling it to ensnare enemies with a swift throw. Relatively speaking, the yin-yang battle blade appears somewhat mediocre. After careful consideration, Su Ming pondered whether he should replace his mech's blade with a more formidable one. The two mechs resembled a hunchbacked figure, as they bore the weight of a subordinate mech on their backs. Upon entering combat mode, the subordinate mech would automatically detach, becoming an independent entity. Observing the two completed mechs, Su Ming could distinctly sense that the one that had been awakened emanated a far more vibrant aura than the one that had not, with a significantly more potent energy fluctuation. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded and subsequently called Warren, intending to have him contact Neil for the dispatch of the mech. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Star Domain. To Su Ming's surprise, after finishing his call with Warren, Locke entered the studio alongside him. After handing over the storage space containing the subordinate mech to Warren, Su Ming turned to Locke with a quizzical expression. "What brings you here, Mr. Locke?" he inquired with curiosity. Hearing Su Ming's question, Locke forced a wry smile and replied, "Leader, you won't believe the chaos outside." Su Ming raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "What happened?" Locke shook his head, then directly informed Su Ming about the mercenaries gathered outside. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that high-level mechanics would be so sought after, compelling these influential figures to lower themselves and seek him out. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming addressed Locke, saying, "Mr. Locke, let's make a bold move. Gather the leaders of these factions. It's time to open the market for our gene potions." Locke appeared somewhat taken aback by Su Ming's words. He understood the implication behind Su Ming's statement. Su Ming intended to summon the leaders of the major factions in the Black Domain to propose a collaboration on the gene potions. Given the quality of the Wan Tong gene potions, the likelihood of these leaders agreeing to collaborate with Su Ming was exceedingly high. However, this would inevitably leave the small workshops throughout the Black Domain with no means of survival. Consequently, Wantung would undoubtedly face frenzied retaliation from these smaller entities. Locke expressed his concerns, recognizing that while he playfully referred to these gene potion manufacturers as small workshops, it was merely a jest aimed at the researchers who had failed to respond and whose technology lagged behind. In reality, these factions possessed formidable power beyond mere technical prowess. At least one of the small workshops had the backing of a top-tier force within the Black Domain, and while others may not be of elite status, their capabilities were not to be underestimated. If Su Ming were to approach the leaders of these factions with the intent to monopolize the supply of gene potions, it was likely that the small workshop factions would rise up in unison to oppose him. Noticing Locke's hesitation, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Rest assured, I understand your concerns. However, fortune favors the bold. How will we know without trying?" Locke cast a glance at Su Ming, increasingly feeling the enigma surrounding this individual. At times, Su Ming exhibited a chilling calmness, reminiscent of an emotionless automaton. Yet, on other occasions, he unveiled his frenzied side. This duality had been evident during the incident with the Yorkstar thieves, where Su Ming had audaciously contemplated using a planet-destroying cannon against Planet Abbey. Fortunately, he had managed to halt that reckless endeavor just in time. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation at the hands of the formidable forces within the Black Domain. Now, Su Ming sought to monopolize a significant industry within that very realm, an ambition so audacious it sent shivers down Locke's spine. What was happening? Wasn't this a mechanist of unparalleled composure? Why did his moments of madness leave even him overwhelmed? In truth, Su Ming himself remained oblivious to the contradictory traits he often exhibited, an extreme calmness juxtaposed with equally extreme madness. This was largely a consequence of the vast differences in the environments of his two lifetimes. However, at this moment, Su Ming was far from enlightened about this aspect of himself. "It's settled," Su Ming declared with a cheerful smile. Locke swallowed hard and nodded numbly. This leader was undeniably mad. He had no choice but to indulge in this madness alongside him. After leaving Su Ming's office, Locke began to reach out to the leaders of various factions. Meanwhile, within the Empire, the head of the Koren family, Koren Clarence, wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the youth before him. This young man was none other than his eldest son, Koren Surrey. Koren Clarence was seething with anger. Just moments ago, he had leveraged various connections to extricate his son from a military tribunal. In doing so, he had incurred a considerable debt of gratitude. Yet, that was not the crux of his anger. What infuriated Koren Clarence the most was that his seemingly promising son had failed to accomplish even the simplest of tasks, which he could have completed effortlessly. Koren Clarence had hoped Surrey would cultivate a commendable reputation, but now it lay in ruins. The entire Empire had come to know that a prominent apocalypse-level powerhouse of the Empire had a son incapable of fulfilling basic duties. Given Surrey's current performance and reputation within the Empire, his prospects for the future appeared bleak. He would struggle to secure any significant standing. Koren Clarence's frustration mounted. He felt tremendously unfortunate. His eldest son, who appeared competent, was, in reality, a complete failure. Conversely, his younger son, whom he had deemed a worthless burden, had turned out to be a prodigious talent. The son he had high hopes for had faltered, while the one he had neglected blossomed into a figure of remarkable prowess, leaving even Koren Clarence astounded. Recently, it is advisable for you to remain at home and refrain from venturing outside, for the streets are swarming with reporters. Once the fervor surrounding this matter subsides, I shall endeavor to arrange some engagements for you. Koren Clarence suppressed the fury within him and spoke calmly to Surrey. At this moment, Surrey, having been thoroughly intimidated by the Empire and her previous experiences, exhibited a visage once marked by confidence and grace, now marred by apprehension and concern. Koren Clarence sighed inwardly. Witnessing his son in such a state was disheartening. Should his son manage to emerge from this shadow, he might yet achieve great things. Yet if he were to succumb to despair, even his status as a transcendent powerhouse would be of little solace. After Surrey departed from his chamber, Koren Clarence abruptly rose, his gaze chillingly intense. How dare they attempt to seize my mineral cargo? They must be tired of living, he uttered in a low voice, and, in that moment, a gleam of determination flickered in his eyes. He promptly made his way aboard a warship. There, he addressed the ship's automated pilot system with an air of indifference. Set course for the mysterious star region of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Upon hearing Koren Clarence's command, the intelligent robotics system responded. The mysterious star region, located at the fringe of the Eastern Underworld Alliance among the 5 great cosmic nations, is perpetually fraught with extreme danger. Are you certain you wish to proceed to the mysterious star region? Koren Clarence merely nodded, his demeanor unperturbed. For others, the mysterious star region might represent an insurmountable peril. Yet for him, it posed no true challenge. Chapter 93. The Oracle, or in the Eastern Underworld Alliance, one of the 5 great cosmic nations, stands as a formidable entity on par with the Empire. The formation of the Eastern Underworld Alliance diverged significantly from that of the other 4 cosmic nations. While the latter emerged from a progression of civilization, technology, and, subsequently, power, the Eastern Underworld Alliance was born of strength, followed by technological advancement, culminating in civilization itself, an approach that starkly contrasts the conventional trajectory of interstellar societies. Moreover, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is the youngest and least historically established among the 5 great cosmic nations. It gradually took shape only after the other 4 had nearly solidified their presence. Despite its relatively brief history and the peculiarities of its societal structure, no one dares to underestimate this nascent cosmic nation. The 3rd cosmic era commenced only after the establishment of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Originally, the Eastern Underworld Alliance was an organization composed of formidable beings, each of whom had exhausted the limits of technological research in pursuit of the pinnacle of science. These powerhouses formed the Eastern Underworld Alliance, and after years of diligent study and exploration, they uncovered the theological apex of technology. This theology is not of a religious nature, nor does it belong to certain idealistic sects. Rather, it embodies a tangible and scientifically grounded belief system. The research and technologies spanning epochs, such as brain domain energy levels, mechanized awakening, divine Mecha, multidimensional informational states, dark matter tidal energy, and divine attachment have all been accomplished under the auspices of the Eastern Ming Alliance. This universe nation, characterized by its contemporaneity, possesses a political structure vastly different from that of other cosmic states, yet wields an extraordinarily potent national strength. At this moment, a warship surged into the enigmatic star domain of the Eastern Ming Alliance, piloted by Koren. Due to Koren's status, he encountered certain obstacles upon entering the territory of the Eastern Ming Alliance. However, this was not Koren's inaugural visit to this domain. After completing the necessary formalities with the Eastern Ming Alliance, he proceeded directly towards the mysterious star domain. The enigmatic star domain resides within a seemingly inconspicuous small star region of the Eastern Ming Alliance. The environmental conditions of this star domain are exceedingly harsh, frequently plagued by the residual nuclear radiation from stellar explosions, rendering the area almost entirely shrouded in a veil of nuclear fallout. The rampant heat and radiation create a realm akin to a desolate wasteland. Nonetheless, Koren is acutely aware that within this star domain resides a divinely attached, apocalyptic-level powerhouse. The Oracle Orin. Koren's purpose in seeking Orin is to inquire about certain matters. As the warship traverses the void, the immense thermal energy erupting around it is wholly repelled by the vessel's protective energy shield. This warship is not the one piloted by Surue. As the chariot of an apocalyptic-level powerhouse of the Empire, its capabilities far exceed those of ordinary warships. Even in the face of terrifying temperatures soaring above 1,000 degrees Celsius, the protective shield effortlessly withstands the onslaught, leaving the vessel unscathed. As the warship continues its journey, Koren rises to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the enigmatic star domain. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to an inconspicuous white dwarf star. A white dwarf is a planet formed at the terminal stage of stellar evolution, characterized by extreme temperatures and gravity, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to approach without being incinerated by its horrific heat. Yet now, Koren perceives a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from this white dwarf. With a knowing smile, Koren's form shifts, and he departs from the cosmic warship, venturing into the void of space unprotected, without even donning a space combat suit. Standing alone in the vacuum, as if it were merely his own backyard, Koren gazes upon the white dwarf, and with a swift movement, he descends onto its surface. The terrifying gravity and intense heat of the white dwarf merely caused Colonel Clarence to furrow his brow slightly. Soon, a surge of energy enveloped him, allowing him to swiftly acclimate to the harsh conditions of the white dwarf. Lord Clarence, a seemingly ordinary bald man, sat cross-legged on the white dwarf, unfazed by Clarence's arrival. He opened his eyes and greeted Clarence with a smile. Clarence nodded, then frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. "Owen, my dear brother, you always choose to cultivate in such an environment. I fail to comprehend what is so appealing about it." Although he could adapt to the conditions of the white dwarf, it did not imply that he enjoyed the atmosphere. His skin still felt profoundly uncomfortable. It was likely that only those of apocalyptic caliber could withstand the temperatures here. This bald man was Owen, an apocalyptic-level powerhouse of the Eastern Alliance, known as the Oracle. With a smile, Owen remarked, "Only by allowing will and suffering to coexist can one glimpse divinity within the realm of the mind." Clarence, attempting to brush off some dust from a nearby stone, suddenly recalled that this was a white dwarf, where dust was not easily removed. To clear it away would require a force capable of shattering the stone itself. Shaking his head, he abandoned the thought and plopped down onto the rock. "That's why I find the idea of cultivating divine transformation too taxing," Clarence muttered. As a general of the Empire, he was an imposing figure, typically serious, revealing only a hint of emotion in the presence of peers of equal strength. "Is there something you wish to seek my assistance with during your visit?" Owen inquired with curiosity. "Aren't you the Oracle, the all-knowing being? Do you truly need to ask me?" Clarence replied, shaking his head. Owen chuckled. "I cannot perceive the thoughts of those of equal strength. Otherwise, I would indeed be all-knowing." Clarence chuckled softly, then spoke slowly. "I have come to request your help in discerning the identity and whereabouts of the individuals who have seized the Empire's minerals." Upon hearing Clarence's words, a flicker of intrigue crossed Owen's eyes. He then closed them, seemingly attuning himself to something. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "So, it is true. The Empire's minerals have indeed been seized." By merely closing his eyes, Owen had unraveled the complexities of the situation. This exemplified the enigmatic abilities of an apocalyptic-level being, though his combat prowess might not significantly surpass that of other apocalyptic-level warriors. He possessed many peculiar capabilities. The diviner Koren possesses the extraordinary ability of insight, which allows him to perceive recent events with remarkable clarity, rendering him a formidable information-gathering entity. Such a powerful individual on the battlefield is akin to an omniscient spy, effortlessly discerning the movements of the enemy while seated within his own base. If the opposing civilization lacks formidable counterparts, there exists little to no secrecy. Please assist me in uncovering who has seized the Empire's minerals. Though Koren displayed no outward signs of emotion, his somber tone revealed his profound dissatisfaction with the matter at hand. Observing Koren's demeanor, Koren could not help but chuckle lightly before articulating, "In that case, esteemed Koren, you are surely aware of my terms, should you request my assistance. You must be prepared to aid me in my future endeavors when I call upon you. Naturally, you may decline if it exceeds your capabilities." Upon hearing Koren's words, Koren nodded in acknowledgement. Koren is well regarded within the ranks of the apocalyptic elite, for everyone requires assistance at times, and his terms are no secret among them. After receiving Koren's assent, Koren quietly closed his eyes. Instantly, Koren sensed an overwhelming surge of cerebral energy emanating from Koren. This cerebral energy wave was vast and powerful. However, unlike the standard cerebral energies of ordinary apocalyptic beings, Koren's possessed a certain sentience, as if it itself were capable of thought. It felt as though two consciousnesses resided within a single body. Koren recognized this as a cultivation method known as divine possession, akin to the infusion of divinity into mechas. But in this case, it was the cerebral energy that had been imbued with such divinity. This unique cultivation method is a hallmark of the Eastern Ming alliance. Koren was familiar with this technique and understood that the divine infusion of cerebral energy could yield remarkable powers. However, most apocalyptic experts are reluctant to pursue this path. After all, who would desire to harbor another consciousness within their own cerebral domain? Before long, this peculiar sentience guided Koren's cerebral energy into a stream of information within another dimension. In this universe, every matter is fundamentally composed of various information. The migration of matter and the passage of time are phenomena constructed and arranged through information. Thus, events transpiring in this world can be observed through a secondary dimension's information stream. Koren's divinity grants him the ability to penetrate these stimulating dimensions and seek out dimensional information. Moments later, an unusual expression suddenly graced Koren's face. As Owen slowly opened his eyes, he regarded Koren with an expression imbued with peculiar curiosity. Koren, sensing the oddity in Owen's gaze, inquired with bewilderment, "Your Excellency, Owen, what is the matter? Why do you look at me in such a strange manner? It is rather disconcerting." Koren found himself at a loss. Could it be that the one who had launched the audacious theft possessed some extraordinary status? Or perhaps was he someone not to be trifled with? Surely not. There were few individuals in the entire universe whom he deemed beyond his reach. Was it truly necessary for such individuals to target a junior who had yet to break the 10th level? All for the sake of seizing a trove of minerals that held little value for them. Lord Koren, do you genuinely wish to know? Owen's expression grew increasingly peculiar, prompting him to clear his throat and reiterate his inquiry. "Owen, you are driving me to distraction. Please enlighten me," Koren urged, his curiosity piqued by Owen's demeanor. After a brief pause, Owen finally spoke. "Lord Koren, you must brace yourself for the revelation that the one who has commandeered your minerals is none other than your son." Koren's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Su Rue has betrayed his own family and pilfered these minerals? That is inconceivable. The Koren family does not lack for wealth, and there is no need to jeopardize a future for mere minerals." His thoughts instinctively turned to Su Rue, as it was simply unimaginable that a theft could be orchestrated by the younger son against the elder. Owen quickly shook his head and clarified, "Lord Koren, you misunderstand. I meant your second son, Su Ming, has seized the minerals being transported by this warship." "What? So mean?" Koren exclaimed, his voice rising with incredulity. Had it not been for Owen's esteemed reputation among the ranks of Apex-level experts and the fact that he had no prior acquaintance with Su Ming, he would have thought Owen was jesting. The realization that it was indeed Su Ming who had perpetrated this theft left Koren Clarence in a state of utter confusion. He sat there upon the stone for a spell, his mind buzzing with the implications of the news. It took a considerable amount of time for him to digest the information. My second son has stolen the minerals entrusted to my eldest son and then assaulted him. Koren Clarence murmured to himself, momentarily grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Anyone faced with such a spectacle involving two sons would surely feel bewildered. Meanwhile, Owen, unable to maintain his composure, opened his eyes and gently patted Koren Clarence on the shoulder. The absurdity of the situation was such that even Owen felt a mix of amusement and despair, and it was evident that Koren Clarence's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. "Your Excellency, where's my second son now?" Lord Clarence, regaining his composure, inquired slowly. Oren chuckled softly and uttered 4 words. The Vines of the Black Domain. Chapter 95. Su Ming's method at this moment. Amidst the vines, Su Ming sat at the center of a vast conference room. Surrounding the circular table were formidable genetic warriors, each gazing at Su Ming with a peculiar intensity. Does Master Su Ming intend to propose a collaborative supply of genetic potions to all of us? A powerful middle-aged man asked incredulously. Upon hearing this query, Su Ming smiled and nodded, then spoke. "Indeed, the vines have such intentions. You have all witnessed the genetic potions produced by the vines. Let us speak candidly. Having experienced such potions of this caliber, which can yield greater profits and reputation for you, would you still wish to rely on those inferior products from small workshops?" The moment Su Ming acknowledged this, the room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Today, Su Ming had convened the leaders of the Black Domain to discuss matters pertaining to genetic potions, leveraging the assembly of mechs as a pretext. From the outset, Su Ming made his stance clear, directly addressing the issue of genetic potions with the Black Domain's leaders. As he had anticipated, the conversation swiftly gravitated towards genetic potions. After distributing the Vines products to the leaders, they promptly set aside discussions about the mechs. Compared to mechs, the prospect of genetic potions captivated the attention of these leaders far more. As Su Ming articulated, having witnessed the superior quality of the Vines genetic potions, the leaders began to entertain various thoughts. The Vines potions surpassed the quality, profitability, and distribution channels of the inferior products they had previously acquired from small workshops. Should other leaders commence selling such potions, they would undoubtedly struggle to compete against the other factions. From this perspective, it was evident that no faction would willingly relinquish the Vines genetic potions. Almost everyone expressed a desire to collaborate with the Vines. However, one 10th-level genetic warrior seated in a chair furrowed his brow and voiced his concern. "Master Su Ming, my only worry is that your approach may lead to a monopoly, which poses risks for us." "What concerns do you have, Mr. Rent?" Su Ming inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards the speaker. "First, once you establish a monopoly, you will face attacks from other suppliers. How will you survive? If you are overthrown midway, it will greatly impact us as well. Second, a monopoly implies a significant degree of control. If the Vines endure and truly dominate the market, will you raise the prices of these genetic potions, knowing we have no choice but to purchase from you? Monopoly, whether concerning competitors or clients, remains a matter of great concern. Once a monopoly is established, it is all too easy for a dominant entity to exploit its customers, making it difficult for them to raise prices without consequence. Upon hearing this individual's words, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, then rose to address the assembly. "I propose we all engage in this endeavor together," he declared. The crowd paused, curiosity etched on their faces, prompting one to inquire, "What do you mean?" Su Ming smiled and continued, "I can offer each of you a contract. Those present here represent over 90 factions, and I am willing to allocate each of you a 5 stake within the next 3 years. This way, you will all have a vested interest in the success of Wantung, ensuring profits are shared and eliminating the possibility of price hikes. After 3 years, should you wish to continue collaborating with Wantung, your shares will remain. Only when you cease cooperation and stop acquiring gene pharmaceuticals will Wantung reclaim its shares from your respective factions. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, the attendees fell into contemplative silence. Observing their thoughtful expressions, a smile crept onto Su Ming's face, his confidence evident. To distribute 5 stakes among over 90 factions effectively means relinquishing over half of his profits, a notion that would typically be unacceptable for a businessman. Yet, Su Ming did not see himself merely as a merchant. The sale of gene pharmaceuticals was merely a means to expedite Wantong's growth. If alternative methods could achieve similar outcomes, he would find them entirely acceptable. Though this approach would have Wantong's profits, it would simultaneously unite the major factions of the Black Domain under his banner. Should their interests become intertwined with his, all factions would strive to ensure Wantong's continued prosperity. Any attempt to undermine Wantong would equate to opposing these factions and attempting to seize their benefits. Moreover, for these factions, the prospect of acquiring a 5 stake with no associated risk, where one could withdraw at will, was undeniably appealing. As Su Ming concluded his proposal, a glimmer of interest sparked in the eyes of all present, and they regarded him with newfound respect. His strategy was far-reaching. He aimed to consolidate the powers within the Black Domain into a cohesive entity, with Wantong as its nucleus. In such a scenario, Wantong would inevitably thrive, bolstered by the support of numerous factions, as their success would translate into substantial benefits for all involved. The attendees exchanged glances, and with a collective nod, they silently signaled their agreement. The clever maneuver executed by Mr. Su Ming was indeed remarkable, yet undeniably enticing as well. "Count me in. I shall join your cause." Soon, an individual expressed their stance, and notably, they no longer referred to Su Ming as Master Su Ming, but rather addressed him with the honorific Mr. Clearly. Su Ming's action had garnered the respect of those present. As one person voiced their opinion, others swiftly followed suit, rising to affirm their own positions. Observing this scene, Su Ming could not help but smile with satisfaction. These individuals had discerned their aspirations. Su Ming's ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the Black Domain, and thus, he remained indifferent to temporary gains or losses. He was determined to reclaim all relinquished profits through various means in the future. Now, shall we consider the matter of expelling the small workshop factions from the Black Domain? Su Ming inquired, as he witnessed the growing consensus among the leaders of various factions. Soon, under Wang Ke's guidance, the Wantong group fell into a frenzied pace of producing genetic potions. With the collaboration intentions confirmed among the faction heads, Su Ming felt a sense of relief, allowing himself to delve back into research. Curiosity glimmered in his eyes as he gazed at the workbench below, where a peculiar energy was steadily brewing. Energy absorption instruments had been installed around the area, and 2 days had passed since the Wantong conference. During this time, Su Ming diligently studied various forms of energy knowledge, including insights into humanoid civilizations. This relentless pursuit resulted in the base occasionally erupting with thunderous booms, leading a disheveled Su Ming to scramble from the debris, offering a wry smile to the onlookers, reassuring them that all was well. The crowd transitioned from initial bewilderment to a state of accustomed acceptance. They had come to understand that their leader was engaged in the experimentation of novel energy applications. The explosions were merely mishaps encountered during the research process that ultimately resulted in bursts of energy. To mitigate further damage to the structure, Su Ming had installed energy absorbers in his workshop. Should an energy explosion occur, the apparatus would absorb it, preventing extensive harm. Now, Su Ming focused intently on the energy reactions at the workbench, carefully manipulating the electronic impact needle to strike the atoms resting within the energy vessel. A hissing sound emanated from the vessel as the electronic currents flowed, and upon hearing this, a flicker of tension crossed Su Ming's gaze. A slight miscalculation could potentially trigger an explosion of the energy vessel. The study of energy dynamics unfolds in a realm of perpetual explosions, wherein one seeks to explore controllable yet immensely potent energy factors. However, as the electrons collide, the atoms within the energy vessel reveal, through the scanner, a remarkable transformation. Some pre-existing electrons are displaced by those released from the colliding electrons, giving rise to a novel and harmonious atomic form. These electrons possess tremendous energy, yet they exist in a state of balance above the atoms. The moment this equilibrium is disrupted, the electrons will erupt, unleashing a terrifying release of energy. Upon witnessing the atom's new form, Su Ming could not suppress a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration in his gaze. Success! He has triumphed in altering the atomic energy structure. While this achievement may be deemed rudimentary within the field of energy dynamics, where true mastery involves the manipulation of neutrons and protons, and even the intrinsic properties of energy within atoms, it still represents a significant advancement for Su Ming. With this progress, he can now apply the energy knowledge imparted by the humanoid civilization. Among the insights bestowed upon him is a specific energy form, which he can now manifest as mechanical toxin. Mechanical toxin, basic paralytic type, energy effect. The attacking energy is imbued with mechanical toxin. Should it strike an enemy's energy shield or machinery, the toxin will take effect. Note: applicable only to conventional energy shields, obstructing energy transmission and damaging the internal circuitry of the machinery. After 10 seconds, the enemy's machinery will become entirely inoperative and incapable of activation. Hidden effect: once the enemy's machinery is thoroughly eroded by the toxin, a portion of control over the mech will briefly transfer to the toxin's wielder, allowing them to manipulate the mech for self-destruction. The realm of energy knowledge has undeniably opened a new world for Su Ming. Previously, his command over energy styles was rather simplistic, limited to nuclear, electromagnetic, and thermal energies, forms predominantly utilized by human society. Although these energy types exhibit considerable explosive power, their characteristics remain relatively uniform, permitting only straightforward offensive capabilities. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the humanoid civilization's research into energy dynamics surpasses that of human society. After absorbing the knowledge from the humanoid civilization, Su Ming developed an immense fascination with energy dynamics. Different energy forms can manifest distinct effects in varied scenarios. In fact, when the study of energy reaches its zenith, it can rival the prowess of mechs, as exemplified by the crystalline civilization. A sense of exhilaration welled within Su Ming. If he could integrate the mechs of human society with the energy sciences of the other two civilizations, they could unleash extraordinarily formidable capabilities. In his heart, Su Ming faintly perceived a radiant path unfolding before him. Without hesitation, he retrieved his mother and child mech and promptly installed the mechanical toxin energy converter upon it. Particularly with the sub-mech, possessing mechanical toxins as a means of energy attack, there was a considerable likelihood of delivering a lethal blow to the adversary following a stealthy strike. Just as Su Ming was enthusiastically modifying the mech, his phone rang unexpectedly. He paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Typically, when he was engaged in work, he would inform others in advance not to contact him unless it was of great importance. The sudden call took him by surprise. "What's the matter, Warren?" he inquired curiously upon answering. Warren's face appeared on the screen, visibly breathless and anxious. "Leader, we have a serious problem. A batch of our gene serum samples has been hijacked, and several of our brothers have been captured. The assailants demand you come personally for a negotiation." Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he promptly asked, "Do you know which organization has taken our samples?" Warren nodded and replied, "They claim to be from the Zyso family." "The Zyso family?" Su Ming exclaimed, oddly pleased rather than alarmed. The Zyso family was a highly renowned gene serum manufacturer within the Black Domain, a first-rate power operating in a familial structure. Logically, upon realizing that a first-rate power was targeting him, Su Ming should have felt a sense of urgency. However, a hint of satisfaction crossed his features. News that various factions were coming to Wantan to purchase gene serums had circulated for 2 days, and he had not anticipated that these individuals would act so swiftly. Su Ming had been waiting for them to initiate contact, and now that they had done so, he wasted no time. After ending the call, he promptly dialed several numbers. Chapter 97. The Spatial Traction Device. The Zyso family, a first-rate power located on the planet of Huan in the Black Domain, primarily engaged in the gene serum business. As a leading force in the Black Domain, the Zyso family dominated nearly 50% of the gene serum supply, effectively monopolizing half of the market. However, the head of the Zyso family was currently in a rather foul mood. He held a gene serum in his hand, prominently labeled with the words "produced by Wantan." He could not deny that this serum was vastly superior to those produced by the Zyso family. Even with his discerning eye, he found no faults. Yet, the absence of flaws presented a significant dilemma. A chilling glimmer flickered in the eyes of the head of the Hisoka family. On the market, genetic serums of superior quality and lower price than those produced by the Hisoka family had emerged. This signified that, before long, The major forces within the black market would prefer to procure genetic serums from Wantan rather than from the Hisoka family. This was a scenario he was loath to witness. Furthermore, in recent days, he had caught wind of several prominent factions contemplating a switch in suppliers, favoring Wantan for their genetic needs. This was utterly unacceptable. Should these factions alter their supplier, the Hisoka family would be left to weather the harsh winds of misfortune. At that moment, a genetic warrior approached the family head and whispered, "My lord, the leader of Wantan has arrived." The family head was momentarily taken aback, expressing confusion. He truly came? Does he believe we are merely inviting him for tea? The head had orchestrated the abduction of Wantan's genetic serum and conveniently captured its leader as well. The intention behind sparing his life was simply to instill a sense of dread in Wantan. He was far from convinced that the leader would venture into the Hisoka territory merely for the sake of a few subordinates. Was that not akin to walking into a trap, courting death? How many individuals did they bring? The family head inquired, furrowing his brow, curiosity piqued. 3 in total. 2 6th-level genetic warriors, along with the leader of Wantan. The family head was increasingly astonished, even feeling a tinge of amusement. Could it be that the leader of Wantan was genuinely unaware of the black market's dynamics? Did he truly believe that negotiations could resolve matters that were fundamentally about survival? Eradicating Wantan was an unwavering objective for the head of the Hisoka family. At this juncture, the head rose and calmly declared, "Take me to meet the leader of Wantan." "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, the head of the Hisoka family stood before Ming, sensing the energy emanating from him, which elicited a soft chuckle. A 6th-level genetic warrior? Though he had heard tales of exceptionally formidable mech warriors capable of unleashing the power of an 8th-level genetic warrior while equipped, what significance did that hold? Within the Hisoka family, there were numerous 8th-level genetic warriors, some even surpassing the 10th level. A mere 8th-level mech warrior was hardly worth the head's regard. With a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, the head of the Hisoka family spoke in a tone of indifference. "So, you are the leader of Wantan? I present you with 2 choices." He had no desire for pleasantries. In light of Wantan's capabilities, he possessed ample strength to command from a position of authority, opting for a direct and authoritative tone. Upon hearing the words of the head of the Zaiso family, Ming exhibited a peculiar expression, a semblance of a smile dancing at the corners of his lips as he inquired, "Oh, what are the 2 options?" Observing Ming's demeanor, the family head furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering across his countenance. Such a half-smiling expression felt somewhat disrespectful to his authority, igniting a fierce animosity towards Ming within him. However, his interest in the technological prowess of Wanting eclipsed his disdain for Ming. If he could acquire Wanting's technology, the monopoly over the genetic drug market in the black domain would be within his grasp. This thought compelled him to exercise patience as he slowly articulated, "Firstly, you and your people can leave, and I will spare your lives if you relinquish the technology. Secondly, should you refuse, I will eliminate you and forcibly abduct the researchers from Wanhang to Zaiso. Those who comply will be spared, while those who resist shall perish." The head of the Zaiso family spoke in a measured tone. He believed that allowing Wanting's personnel to vacate the black domain was a significant act of mercy on his part. Otherwise, given Ming's disrespectful demeanor, he might have felt compelled to eradicate Wanting entirely. Upon hearing the head's declaration, Ming erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. "What are you laughing at?" The head of the Zaiso family frowned, having already resolved that even if Ming surrendered the technology, he would still see to his demise. As Ming ceased his laughter, he proclaimed loudly, "I choose the 3rd option." "There is no 3rd option." The Zaiso family head frowned, questioning whether he was conversing with a fool, as communication proved exceedingly laborious. After a brief pause, Ming's gaze turned icy, and he calmly stated, "The 3rd option is for the Zaiso family to vanish from the black domain." Upon hearing Ming's words, a chill filled the eyes of the Zaiso family head, who coldly replied, "It appears you are seeking death. I shall oblige." With that, 2 formidable 9th-level genetic warriors materialized beside the family head. As they surged towards Ming, he bellowed, "Everyone attack." The head of the Zaiso family hesitated momentarily, only to witness Ming swiftly produce a seemingly inconspicuous device. This device emanated a potent aura of spatial distortion. It was a spatial traction device that Ming had assembled based on a technology from the mother-son mecha system. He had isolated this technology and crafted the spatial traction device, which served a singular purpose: to instantaneously draw another apparatus near to it. Never underestimate a mechanic. Su Ming chuckled softly and promptly activated the spatial traction device. In an instant, several figures were drawn to Su Ming's side by the device. In the next moment, several figures sprang forth, instantly reducing the two ninth-level genetic warriors who were attacking Su Ming to mere pulp. Chapter 98. The Emergence of Experts. Upon witnessing these figures emerge, the head of the Shisuo family was taken aback. Who are these individuals? His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene, and it did not take long for him to recognize their identities. These figures were none other than the leaders or second-in-command of the renowned factions within the Black Domain. At this moment, they had inexplicably appeared in the Shisuo family's domain through the mechanical device of the leader of the 10,000 Vines. Originally, the Shisuo family possessed its own defense system, making it nearly impossible for these powerful beings to breach their defenses without sacrificing several lives. However, now this young man had somehow managed to transport the experts of various factions within the Black Domain using a peculiar device, which left the head of the Shisuo family in utter disbelief. What do you mean? Do you intend to wage war against the Shisuo? The head glared furiously at the figures that had emerged. Su Ming let out a soft chuckle, his energy levels surging once more, and he activated the spatial traction device again, summoning two more experts to his side. This was a plan he had meticulously devised. If the Shisuo family refused to allow him entry into their territory, the other faction's experts would be reluctant to risk their lives to assault the Shisuo's defenses. Thus, Su Ming had to explore every possible means to infiltrate the Shisuo family. By doing so, he could successfully draw in the powerful experts lurking outside the Shisuo family's perimeter. Of course, this traction device had its limitations, such as being able to pull in a maximum of 3 individuals at a time and being ineffective beyond a distance of 10 kilometers. In the vastness of the cosmos, where distances often spanned hundreds of kilometers, this was hardly useful. It could only function effectively on a planet. Moreover, the traction device was not invincible. Certain spatial defense shields could intercept it, a capability Su Ming had witnessed within the protective energy shield of the Koren family. Prominent noble families among the 5 cosmic nations also possessed corresponding energy shields. However, this was considered a relatively advanced and core technology, and Su Ming did not believe that a faction from the Black Domain could configure its protective shield to defend against spatial traction. Buzz! A series of faint sounds echoed, and soon, the space around Su Ming began to ripple violently. In no time, figures tore through the fabric of space and descended into the Shisuo family. Today marked the day when Su Ming would ally with the various factions of the Black Domain to oust the Shisuo family. The device in his hand possessed spatial teleportation capabilities. We must seize this device. The head of the Shisuo family, a genetic warrior exceeding the 10th level, was capable of surviving in the cosmic void without a battle suit, thus earning the title of vacuum level. The essence lies in the ability to maintain normal physiological functions and survival capabilities within a vacuum. This vacuum level transcends the constraints imposed by the 10 genetic locks, representing a complete breakthrough in the realm of life, reaching a terrifying new echelon of existence. Upon attaining this level, one acquires an array of incredible abilities. However, he is not alone in this vacuum tier, as there are numerous adept individuals from the Black Domain who also possess this level of power. Upon his first transmission, Su Ming brought forth 2 vacuum-level masters from the Black Domain. These 2 experts, having just been swapped in, swiftly reduced 2 9th-level genetic warriors to mere pulp before rushing directly towards the head of the Shisuo family, engaging him in fierce combat. Despite having the advantage of home ground, the Shisuo family head found himself in a dire situation, barely able to fend off their onslaught and unable to extricate himself to prevent Su Ming from continuing to summon reinforcements. In desperation, he issued loud commands to the other formidable members of his family. Under his directives, the Shisuo family seemed to awaken, unleashing a surge of energy within their ranks. After all, the Shisuo family is a prestigious first-tier force with deep roots in the Black Domain, rich in heritage. In this moment, a multitude of experts surged forth from the Shisuo family, including a significant number of mech warriors. Observing this, Su Ming remained unfazed. He retreated rapidly, creating distance from the emerging experts while activating the spatial traction device to draw in more masters. With each expert summoned, he wasted no time and charged in a battle against the Shisua family's warriors. Su Ming deftly maneuvered, evading the lethal assaults of numerous adversaries. When a 9th-level genetic warrior charged at him, Su Ming activated the spatial traction device once more, and with a ripple in space, a figure clad in red mech armor burst forth. It was Hu Bing. Go, Pikachu. Su Ming shouted exuberantly. Hu Bing. Who is Pikachu? I am Hu Bing. He responded, bewildered. Su Ming. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. He scratched his head, having inadvertently channeled a line from another dimension. His current state bore an uncanny resemblance to tossing out Pokeballs to summon Pokemon for battle. Hu Bing cast a puzzled glance at Su Ming, noting the seriousness on his face. How could you mistake someone as flamboyant as me in this magnificent red mech that you crafted yourself? It hardly seems plausible. Who is Pikachu? Shaking off the thought, Hu Bing charged forth, effortlessly disarming the 9th-level genetic warrior of the Shisua family with a single sweep of his blade, followed by a second strike that cleaved the warrior in two. Master Su Ming, Hu Bing exclaimed loudly, his address for Su Ming having evolved from the initial young Master Su Ming to Master Su Ming. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted at Su Ming. This time it's for Wanten. If my mech sustains any damage in this battle, could you assist with repairs for free? Hu Bing felt a pang of sorrow. Su Ming's repair fees were exorbitant, costing him over 100,000 star coins last time, and each repair left him feeling a sting. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming chuckled lightly and then proclaimed loudly, rest assured, everyone, unleash your full strength. If the mechanical equipment is damaged, come to me for repairs. If it breaks, I'll reimburse you, free of charge. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the skilled warriors revealed smiles. The monetary concern was trivial. However, as they were assisting Su Ming in clearing obstacles, his generous attitude made their efforts feel more gratifying. One by one, the formidable experts were teleported to the Shisua family. These warriors were the pinnacle of power from various factions within the Black Domain, now gathered together against a single first-tier force. It was inconceivable that such a singular entity could withstand their might. Soon, the Gene warriors of Shisua were decimated at the hands of the descending experts. Chapter 99. Eradicating the roots, you are renowned figures. Yet why are you compelled to serve this child? I fail to comprehend. The head of the Shisua family, witnessing his kin being slaughtered by the experts Su Ming had summoned, glared with intense hatred at the invading warriors. A vacuum-level expert, besieging him, sneered coldly and remarked, Master Su Ming has established a profound collaboration with us. It can only be said that your Shisua family has fallen behind. Obsolescence inevitably leads to elimination. Throughout the Shisua estate, chaos erupted. The clashing of mechanical blades and the thunderous discharge of firearms rendered the ground a desolate wasteland. The experts acted without hesitation, unleashing terrifying lethal moves, with energy cannons booming throughout the Shisua domain. The inhabitants of the Shisua family fell one after another at the hands of the summoned experts, and the family head, consumed by rage, was brutally cut into pieces by those summoned by Su Ming, dying a death beyond recovery. The once mighty entity in the Black Domain, a gene potion supplier commanding a 50 market share, vanished within mere hours, collapsing into oblivion. Standing amidst the ruins of the Shisua estate, Su Ming felt no sorrow, only pure elation. The greatest gene potion supplier, Shisua, had fallen. Now, within the entire Black Domain, no force remained capable of threatening the wanton gene potion industry. The remnants were mere insignificant entities, unworthy of his consideration. Master Su Ming, with Shisua's downfall, we shall take our leave now. A skilled individual approached Su Ming, smiling as he spoke. Su Ming nodded. These experts had all signed agreements with Wantan regarding the genetic agents, with a share of 0.5 allocated to each faction, resulting in substantial profits. In the future, these masters would undoubtedly continue to assist Wantan. As long as Wantan remained intact, they would enjoy immense gains. Su Ming smiled and addressed the experts, expressing his gratitude for their assistance that day. He assured them that they could send their mechanical equipment to Wantan for repairs, which he would personally oversee. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd exchanged glances, erupted into laughter, and nodded in mutual farewell. Warren, dispatch some individuals to clean up the battlefield. Gather a few brothers. We shall sweep away the remnants of Xiso's enterprises. Su Ming, without pausing for rest, returned to Wanten and immediately departed with Locke and a group of combat personnel. Have you confirmed the location of Xiso's factories? Su Ming inquired casually. At that moment, he was aboard a luxurious spacecraft, which he had procured through weight. The vessel boasted an expansive interior capable of accommodating thousands with ease. Su Ming's intention behind this acquisition was to ensure that when the time came for his faction to mobilize, everyone could be transported aboard the ship. Currently, it housed over 1,500 individuals, all of whom Locke had feverishly recruited during the intervening period. More than 500 remained at the base, totaling over 2,000 in number. Locke, during this time, had diligently amassed sufficient personnel for Wanten. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Locke cheerfully retrieved a document and projected it onto the large screen. Instantly, a three-dimensional star map unfolded before Su Ming and the others. Locke pointed to the red dots on the map and remarked, "You asked me to investigate which purveyors and production bases exist for genetic agents. These red dots indicate the locations of small workshops run by various factions, while the deep red spots mark the locations of Xiso family's factories." During this time, Locke had not remained idle. Following Su Ming's guidance, he had thoroughly investigated the Black Domain to identify which faction supplied inferior genetic agents. The findings were now clearly presented before Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, deeply satisfied with Locke's capabilities. Locke functioned like a steward for Wanten, adeptly organizing matters with precision. "Where shall we head first?" Locke inquired with curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, pointing to one of the deep red dots, and declared, "Let's first visit Xiso's factory. If Xiso falls, I fear these individuals may flee under cover of night upon hearing the news." Su Ming's intent this time was to eradicate the opposition entirely, not merely because the heads of the Xiso factories might possess certain technologies that could later disrupt his monopoly. The primary concern was that, although Xiso was technically inferior to Wanting, their production equipment was comparatively advanced. Additionally, the factory held control over various crucial resources, including raw materials, reagents, and client lists. Annihilating Xiso's factories would significantly enable him to acquire a vast array of instruments and materials. While these assets might not be of interest to other factions, for Su Ming, they represented genuine wealth. Seizing them would translate into considerable fortune. The spacecraft sped swiftly toward a deep crimson point that Su Ming had indicated. The factories were located within the more internal regions of the Black Domain. After all, the external regions were exceedingly perilous, and the land there was exorbitantly priced. In contrast, the internal star systems were less significant, allowing for the establishment of factories in those territories to mitigate costs and risks. As the spacecraft engaged in a spatial jump, it encountered minor contact with a temporal storm, producing a faint hissing sound from the friction. Su Ming's expression remained largely impassive as he stood in the command room at the front of the ship, gazing out at the distant planets. This journey relied solely on Wanting's own forces, with no experts from other factions in the Black Domain to assist. However, Su Ming felt little psychological burden. After all, the true masters of Xiso had been decisively eliminated in a previous massacre by the combined might of the various factions within the Black Domain. The personnel within the factory were likely just regular genetic warriors assigned to supervise and guard these remote planets. True experts rarely ventured to such isolated locations. Suddenly, the spacecraft experienced a slight jolt, prompting Su Ming to notice that it had returned to its normal flight state from the spatial jump. The planet he had been observing expanded infinitely before his eyes as the ship exited the spatial corridor. The Xiso factory had arrived. Without hesitation, Su Ming was the first to descend onto the planet. The others soon followed, arriving at the Xiso factory. Given the planet's vast expanse, many areas were devoid of any factional presence or habitation. The factory established by Xiso was immense, covering dozens of square kilometers. Upon nearing the factory, Su Ming looked up to see it brightly illuminated, still operating diligently to produce genetic agents. It seemed that Xiso's main lineage had been eradicated too swiftly. As soon as they were extinguished, Su Ming arrived, and thus the news of their demise had yet to reach the factory. Utilizing the system's perceptive capabilities, Su Ming was able to effortlessly discern the entire situation within the factory. Within the factory, The workforce is predominantly composed of local inhabitants or ordinary individuals lacking combat prowess. For these workers, Su Ming harbors no animosity. He does not intend to eradicate them, as they are merely innocent bystanders. If possible, he would prefer to disperse them. However, the true targets of his wrath are the guards stationed within the factory and the managerial personnel ensconced in their offices. These individuals are the kin sent by Shisoa to oversee the factory's operations. Their presence is scattered, with a few such vigilant figures appearing in various locations. Su Ming murmured to himself, estimating that there are approximately 1,000 individuals possessing combat capabilities. To Shisoa, whose power often exceeds 1,000,000, this number is relatively modest. Yet, the task of eliminating them all proves to be somewhat challenging due to their dispersed nature. The factory spans a vast area, and should trouble arise in one section, there exists ample opportunity for escape in another. Nonetheless, this presents no significant challenge for Su Ming. He entrusted several mechanical components to the members of the Wan Tongue who had previously activated their brain domain energy levels. You are to activate these mechanical components around the perimeter of the factory and release them within. Remember, do not direct them towards our own. Su Ming instructed calmly. Upon hearing his words, the Wan Tongue members accepted the mechanical components and nodded in understanding. These components were devices of Su Ming's own creation, designed to convert mechanical toxins into energy. Once activated, the mechanical toxins would infiltrate the factory, incapacitating the combat-capable Gene Warrior's mechanical equipment and potentially triggering self-detonation. Without their mechanical gear, the combat effectiveness of any Gene Warrior would significantly diminish. Although Su Ming possessed substantial confidence, he preferred to minimize risks. Otherwise, even if the enemy were defeated, suffering the loss of numerous brothers would be lamentable. Each of you take 100 individuals to thoroughly surround the factory. If any combat personnel attempt to flee, eliminate them. If they are mere laborers posing no threat, allow them to leave. Su Ming further commanded the squad leaders, who promptly took their orders and led their teams to encircle the factory. Once he observed that his subordinates had completed their arrangements, Su Ming nodded in approval and quietly spoke into his communication device. Commence the operation. Following his command, he surged into the factory alongside over 400 individuals, all equipped with defenses against mechanical toxins. Thus, even as the Wan Tongue members activated the toxins, Su Ming and his comrades would remain impervious to their effects. A resounding explosion reverberated through the night sky, awakening many from their slumber on this planet, which was shrouded in darkness. Su Ming did not conceal his presence. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, a direct confrontation proved most effective. The dual-mode mech, equipped with an overload electronic ray gun, unleashed a formidable burst of energy. At that moment, Su Ming, piloting the mech, obliterated the factory's entrance with a single shot. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The moment the factory doors were shattered, chaos erupted within. Security personnel hastily grabbed their mechanical gear and rushed towards Su Ming and his companions. Although this planet was not particularly perilous, it resided within the Black Domain, where absolute safety was but a myth. One could never predict when another faction might arrive with mechanical weaponry to annihilate them, as was the case today. The armed forces of Shisoa, initially taken aback by the sudden assault, swiftly transitioned into combat mode, charging toward the entrance. They sought to uncover the audacious individual daring to raid a Shisoa factory. However, what awaited them was another blast from the overload electronic ray. A golden flash surged through, leaving a crater within the factory, incinerating several Shisoa armed personnel into mere ashes, rendering them utterly lifeless. Su Ming advanced into the heart of the Shisoa factory, his gaze icy, devoid of any semblance of mercy. The mech, radiating a chilling metallic sheen amidst the darkness, prowled the factory like a reaper. The genetic warriors within the factory were, at most, 7th level, posing no resistance before Su Ming, who dispatched them with a single shot. In the dark, blinding bursts of light flickered, each flash claiming the life of at least one genetic warrior. The enemy possesses 9th level combat prowess. We are no match. Flee. A security officer, sensing Su Ming's energy level through his device, broke into a cold sweat and fled in the opposite direction. Yet at that moment, a ghostly shadow began to materialize from the darkness. The officer's pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of a glimmering blade. The next instant, Darkness enveloped him. As a hidden entity cleaved him in two, he was dead beyond recovery. The submech, shadow-like and sinister, complemented Su Ming's two mechs seamlessly. One advanced like an indomitable general, while the other lurked like an assassin in the night. Together, they left no possibility of escape for the Shisho members confronting Su Ming, who systematically slaughtered them. Nevertheless, given the factory's vast expanse, numerous armed personnel sensed the energy levels and managed to flee the premises. However, what they did not anticipate was that beyond the factory lay a surrounding circle, prepared to capture these elusive prey. All armed personnel attempting to resist found their mechanical equipment sluggish and, in some cases, utterly inoperable. Originally, these combatants possessed the potential for a fierce struggle. Yet the failure of their machinery rendered them no match for the members of Wantan who encircled them. Those devoid of combat capability were allowed to flee, while the formidable were mercilessly slain. This night was destined to be a blood-stained one for Zyso. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was relentlessly dispatching Zyso members, remained unaware that within the Black Domain, a warship was hurtling toward the planet he occupied at a terrifying speed. As night deepened, the planet was devoid of any moons akin to the luminescence of the moon, leaving it shrouded in darkness. Aside from artificial lighting, there were no other sources to illuminate the night. On this particular evening, in addition to the lights, the brilliance emitted from various mechanical devices erupting with energy added to the illumination. Within the factory, the air was filled with the cacophony of chaos as terrified workers fled. To their astonishment, the powerful assailants who had come to annihilate the factory paid them no heed, allowing them to escape unscathed. Before long, all the workers had dispersed, and the factory fell silent following the deathly screams of the last Gene warrior. Su Ming removed his mech suit, storing it within his spatial compartment. Meanwhile, Locke and the others gathered around him. Leader, we have confiscated over 1,000 gene production devices and an ample supply of gene solution, Locke said with a gleeful expression. These acquisitions were the very purpose of their expedition, and now, all had been secured. For Wantan, this was a significant windfall. The equipment alone was worth millions of star coins. With these devices, coupled with Wantan's technology, they would effortlessly expand their production capacity and enhance the output of gene pharmaceuticals. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, observing as Locke meticulously stored the equipment. He then addressed the group. Let us return to the ship. There are more workshops to dismantle. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. From the moment he entered the Black Domain, he understood that survival required ruthlessness, though others had yet to provoke him. Su Ming preferred to eliminate threats preemptively, rather than allow them the opportunity to oppress him. With that, Su Ming led his companions toward their ship. Along the way, laughter and conversation filled the air, and their spirits were buoyed. It was evident that the future of Wantan was undeniably bright, and surely they too would rise in status and fortune as a result. At that moment, the crowd was taken aback as Su Ming, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. Confused, the onlookers turned their gazes towards him, and then followed his line of sight to discover a shadowy figure standing quietly a short distance away. It appeared as if this figure awaited the arrival of someone. What was happening? The crowd pondered, wondering if this mysterious silhouette was a remnant of Shisaw. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, some members of the Wantung wanted to approach and confront the figure. However, before they could act, Su Ming's voice resonated from the front. You all should head to the spaceship and wait for me. I have a matter to attend to and will join you shortly. Though Su Ming's tone seemed unremarkable, those familiar with him discerned an unfamiliar quality in his voice. Locke cast a puzzled glance at the distant figure, then shook his head in astonishment. He felt no discernible energy fluctuations emanating from the shadow, which appeared as an ordinary person. Yet paradoxically, this figure exuded an aura that proclaimed them the undeniable focus of everything surrounding them. Locke's heart quickened. This individual was undoubtedly a master. He cast a worried look at Su Ming, who met his gaze with a reassuring expression. Sighing inwardly, Locke refrained from further comment and addressed the members behind him. Brothers of Wantung, let us return to the spaceship. The Wantung members, filled with confusion upon hearing Locke's words, felt compelled to comply with their leader's arrangement. They dutifully followed Locke towards the spacecraft. As they passed by the enigmatic figure, they instinctively kept their distance, circumventing the shadow as if it were a harbinger of terror. Locke glanced back at the figure, and his pupils dilated in shock. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to someone he had frequently seen on television during his time in the Empire. Shaking his head, Locke dismissed the thought that had crept into his mind. How could that person possibly be here, waiting for them? As Su Ming watched Locke and the others fade from view, he took a deep breath and approached the enigmatic figure. The person ahead observed Su Ming's approach. Unaffected by the darkness that surrounded him, he effortlessly discerned the faint traces of bloodstains along Su Ming's path, still fresh. Su Ming appeared remarkably pristine, for he had dispatched his foes using his mech. Yet, after retracting the mech, it was inevitable that he had tread upon the blood-soaked ground, leaving a trail of crimson impressions with each step. The figure observed the bloodstains beneath Su Ming's feet and inhaled the faint metallic scent of blood. Letting out a soft sigh, at long last, he faced Su Ming, their gazes locking without flinching. A subtle tension seemed to permeate the air. After a moment's pause, he spoke first, declaring, "You are the one who hijacked the Imperial warship." His tone bore no trace of doubt, as if stating an established fact. Su Ming hesitated briefly before nodding slowly in affirmation. There was no need for concealment in the presence of this individual. His inquiry indicated thorough investigation. However, Su Ming harbored a singular curiosity. How did this person know he was responsible for the mineral theft? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Su Ming's eyes, the figure replied, "Do not underestimate the Enlightenment class nor the Empire. Had I not preemptively uncovered the truth and canceled their investigative mission, the Empire would have had 100 methods to ascertain your involvement." Su Ming fell silent, sensing no deceit in the man's words. Yet, the revelation that he had a hand in halting the Empire's investigation stirred a subtle ripple of intrigue within him. The two fell into silence once more, as if both were inherently reticent. Eventually, the figure spoke again. "He is your brother. Why did you attack him?" This second question seemed to weigh more heavily on his mind than the first. To him, the initial inquiry was trivial. What he truly sought was the answer to the latter. Su Ming lifted his gaze to meet the man's, a flicker of coldness crossing his features. "He has bullied me for far too long. I merely retaliated." Cough. "I see many classmates inquiring about the realms of cultivation. Allow me to clarify. The levels of cultivation progress as follows: Gene Lock Level 10, Vacuum Stage, Early, Mid, Late, Ascension Stage, Early, Mid, Late, Stellar Stage, Early, Mid, Late. The current levels of cultivation are thus: the Enlightenment Stage is considered a late-game boss level. Further details to follow. As for mechanical equipment, the classifications are surface level, planetary level, stellar level, star cluster level, galactic level, supergalactic level, and universal level. The classification of mechanical equipment is determined by the level of warfare it can participate in. However, it's crucial to note that this does not imply the weapon itself embodies that magnitude. For instance, a weapon classified at the star cluster level cannot be directly compared to a star cluster level force. The two are not equivalent. It merely signifies participation in conflicts involving star cluster level powers. Lastly, the levels of mechs are categorized as E, D, C, B, A, S, each representing different strengths. I will elaborate on each mech in detail later. For now, I shall refrain from further discussion. Chapter 102. A father and son reunited upon hearing Su Ming's words. The figure before him seemed to experience a subtle fluctuation in its aura, revealing a hint of surprise at the unexpected response. "Have they bullied you?" The brows of the figure gradually knitted together, suggesting a tumult of emotions. Su Ming slowly nodded, "Except for the 5 years when my mother was alive. The following 11 years were relentless." He contemplated disclosing the matter of the assassin, but ultimately refrained, not out of hesitation, but rather a sense that this was his own affair, unworthy of being aired like a grievance. The mention of mother and death caused the figure standing before Su Ming to tremble with intensity. He instinctively took a step back, seemingly wanting to evade the topic. In that moment, he appeared less like an invincible warrior and more akin to a weary elder. Yet upon meeting Su Ming's resolute and clear gaze, he gradually quelled the turmoil within, for reasons unknown, as he inhaled the faint metallic scent of blood and observed the crimson footprints left by the youth. A sense of guilt began to burgeon within him. After years of warfare, he had remained oblivious to the familial circumstances, and only now did he glean fragments of truth from Su Ming's words. His lips moved as if to utter something, yet how prideful he was. Even before his own son, He could not bear to show a semblance of weakness, and thus the words remained unspoken. Perhaps this pride was also the reason he had once cast Su Ming out of the Kellen family. Pride, iron resolve, tenacity, and dominance. These were both his virtues and his vices, often leading him to act impulsively and regret his choices. In this regard, one could argue that Su Ming shared a striking resemblance to him, embodying a similar stoicism and pride. A lengthy silence enveloped them once more. "Come back with me to the Empire." The figure finally spoke again, his tone now devoid of its earlier hardness, adopting a more inquisitive note. He could not articulate a plea, as such vulnerability would bring him great discomfort. Yet deep within, he yearned for Su Ming to accompany him back to the Empire. Su Ming shook his head. "I am wanted by the Empire. All your warrants have been rescinded. The extermination plan and the abduction incident. The Black Domain is far more perilous than you imagine. Return with me to the Empire." This was the second time he uttered such a request. An unimaginable proposition, given his stature. Su Ming raised his gaze to meet the figure S, and upon hearing that his warrants had been annulled, he found himself grappling with a complex swirl of emotions in response to the man before him. However, he resolutely shook his head and declared, "I am faring well in the abyss." "No, Su Ming, the perils of the abyss do not stem from within, but rather from external forces." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Ming's eyes. "Do you comprehend why the abyss has managed to endure? Despite the presence of an ascendant-level being accompanied by a fully armed battalion capable of sweeping through the abyss, it continues to exist. It is due to the buffer." "Buffer?" Su Ming questioned, perplexed. The figure nodded, then spoke slowly. "The abyss lies at the fringes of human society. Should any other civilization invade, it would be the abyss that bears the brunt of the assault. Recently, the Void civilization has been stirring, seemingly poised to make a move. As everyone remains vigilant, their eyes are drawn towards the abyss, for it serves as the buffer zone against the encroachment of the Void civilization. The abyss's existence is not a testament to its strength, but rather its role as the sacrificial pawn of human society." Upon hearing this, Su Ming was taken aback, and a sense of clarity dawned upon him. Since arriving in the abyss, he had perceived that while it harbored its share of weaklings, countering the 5 great cosmic nations seemed almost impossible, with even ordinary stellar-level powers capable of effortlessly overwhelming the abyss. Yet, the abyss persistently occupied its position on the outskirts of human society. This left Su Ming in a state of bewilderment. Now, with his father's elucidation, he finally grasped the abyss's unique status. So, it was regarded as mere cannon fodder? After absorbing this revelation, Su Ming fell silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "I will contemplate leaving the abyss, but for now, I wish to remain and hone my skills." The figure before him was none other than Koren, Su Ming's father. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Koren cast a glance at him, and, upon meeting Su Ming's earnest gaze, realized that his son genuinely sought to train in the outside world. A mix of pride and regret welled up within Koren. With a wry smile, he spoke, "If you wish to train, that is acceptable, but the abyss may not be the ideal venue for your development. You might consider visiting the Eastern Underworld Alliance. It is a haven for the strong, a gathering place for prodigies. If you desire to witness the world's heroes, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is the perfect destination." The Eastern Underworld Alliance operates under a model of strongmen's covenants, significantly differing from the political structures of empires and federations. Within this system, the atmosphere of competition is palpable, and the environment for cultivation is equally thriving, with a far greater number of strong individuals and prodigies than in the other 4 cosmic nations. After reflecting on Koren's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I understand." Observing the eager glint in Su Ming's eyes, Koren couldn't help but nod in approval. Regardless of the circumstances, through this communication, the father and son, though not suddenly inseparable, have at least resolved many misunderstandings and gaps, rendering their relationship less rigid. Koren was quite satisfied with this outcome. A hint of a smile finally graced his typically stern visage. He then softly remarked, "In that case, I shall take my leave." However, Koren immediately added, "You must know that you have another home within the Empire and an apocalyptic-class ship backing you. If anyone dares to provoke you, even an apocalyptic class, just inform me, and I shall obliterate them." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching for a communicator. If anything arises, contact me at any time through this device. Clarence, seemingly unaccustomed to sentimental expressions, hastily returned to his warship. Shortly thereafter, the vessel powered up and ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Su Ming lifted his gaze towards the disappearing ship, a flicker of amusement gleaming in his eyes. This old man does not seem as odious as I once imagined. Chapter 103. Wealth beyond measure. As the spaceship soared into the sky, Su Ming sat in the cockpit, while those beside him curiously observed him. "What's the matter?" Su Ming asked, momentarily taken aback. "The leader, the individual just now," one person cautiously inquired. The gossiping crew had already engaged in discussions aboard the ship regarding the identity of the mysterious figure. Su Ming chuckled lightly and replied, "You need not concern yourselves with that. We shall simply enjoy our freedom." Seeing Su Ming brush off the inquiry, the others immediately displayed expressions of disappointment. Amused by their reaction, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Oh, by the way," Su Ming pondered, turning his gaze to Locke, and said, "The Empire has rescinded the bounty on us. We must prepare ourselves. Should any issues arise in the Black Domain, we can retreat to the Empire." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke was taken aback, unable to believe what he had just heard. He was well aware that having the Empire revoke a bounty would require substantial connections, making it a formidable task. To his astonishment, Su Ming had seemingly dealt with this matter with ease. If that were the case, wouldn't he now be a free man? However, since they had already established a foothold in the Black Domain, even Locke had no intention of leaving Wantung or the Black Domain. He vaguely sensed that Su Ming likely possessed immense power within the Empire. He might even be the offspring of a significant figure. Such a capable individual with a formidable background is someone I must cling to tightly. Su Ming paid no heed to Rock's subtle intentions. His expression remained indifferent as he gestured toward the planetary simulation map and calmly declared, "Let us proceed to eradicate these small workshops one by one." Over the subsequent days, Su Ming led his companions through various star domains within the Black Domain, with an unwavering and ruthless demeanor. Wanting systematically obliterated all the workshops producing genetic agents within the Black Domain. In that moment, Su Ming exhibited an extraordinary display of iron-fisted resolve, leaving no opportunity for these workshops to survive. Within a mere few days, the small workshops in the Black Domain were completely purged. The only remaining power engaged in the production of genetic agents was Wantung. From that moment forth, Wantung attained a monopolistic stature over genetic agents within the Black Domain. Seated in his studio, Su Ming reviewed the orders for genetic agents sent over by Rock, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. These orders were submitted by various major factions, with the first batch estimated to comprise several billion units. Several billion units are hardly substantial when considering that on a single habitable planet, there are likely tens of thousands of individuals requiring genetic agents daily, and there are over 1,000 habitable planets within the Black Domain. Furthermore, given the quality of Wantung's genetic agents, selling them beyond the Black Domain would be a trivial endeavor. Presently, the major factions in the Black Domain were casting their gaze toward other cosmic nations beyond its borders. For instance, some stellar-level cosmic nations might possess merely around 10 planets, often lacking the advanced technology needed for genetic agent production and relying on external procurement. The factions within the Black Domain could thus apply to such levels of cosmic nations. For these factions, the billions of orders were merely a preliminary exploration. However, for Wantung, at this moment, Su Ming was pacing within the genetic agent research building. "How's it going, Wang Ke? Is it feasible?" Su Ming inquired with a wry smile. The billions of orders represented an immense undertaking for Wantung, even with the existing machinery and the equipment seized from various factories. Processing this volume seemed daunting. Wang Ke looked at Su Ming, then grimaced as he replied, "My dear Su Ming, it's not that I am unwilling to expedite the work. Who would want to profit? However, calibrating the equipment necessitates time, and less than half of the seized machinery is operational. This is already the quickest we can manage. Currently, Wantung's production capacity for genetic agents was a maximum of 50 million units per day. Beyond that, Wantung would struggle to meet the demand." Upon hearing Wang Ke's words, Su Ming sighed. These were billions of orders, and even if Wantung earned merely 50 star coins per genetic agent, That would amount to a substantial fortune of 150 million star coins. Wealth unacquired is the folly of a fool. Upon exiting the gene potion research facility, Su Ming exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "Expansion. We must expand wildly." In the next moment, he promptly dialed Walter's number. "Hello, Su Ming, my dear brother. What's the matter? Are you looking to purchase something again?" Walter inquired with a chuckle. Su Ming had become one of Walter's prime clients, and Walter often marveled at his own astuteness in recognizing Su Ming's potential, which had led to a multitude of orders. Hearing Su Ming's voice felt more endearing to Walter than even his own father's. "Walter, do you have any planets for sale? I'd like to procure one for some recreational use." Su Ming's voice resonated through the line. Caught off guard, Walter nearly choked on his drink and incredulously replied, "What? A planet? Are you serious?" Su Ming nodded earnestly. "As long as it's habitable, I don't need it to be resource-rich. I intend to establish a gene potion factory." Walter instinctively nodded, understanding the weight of Su Ming's request. As a key client of Wantan, a considerable portion of the billions in orders came from Walter, making him acutely aware of Wantan's current challenges. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly responded, "All right, I'll procure a planet for you in the Black Domain and provide you with a quotation. However, given your ample resources, I am not concerned about your ability to pay." The profits from those billions of orders were indeed staggering, and Walter was well aware that while Wantan's military might was average, its financial power was enormous. Purchasing another planet posed no significant issues as long as there were no extraordinary demands. "Oh, by the way, could you also acquire some gene potion equipment, research laboratories, and various energy blocks? Wantan needs to focus on research at the moment." After hearing this, Walter silently noted everything down, then chuckled, "Brother, are you truly planning to transform Wantan into a research power? Just a friendly reminder, in the Black Domain, strength is paramount. You really need to bolster Wantan's overall capabilities." Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming caressed the communicator gifted by his father and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, brother, Wantan does not seek trouble, but anyone who dares to provoke Wantan is merely courting disaster." Chapter 104. The mechanical endeavor Wantan acquired a planet. This celestial body, located within a certain expanse of the Black Domain, was originally designated as Planet X-29. Upon Wantan's establishment, the planet was renamed Wantan Planet. Su Ming, with a grand gesture, relocated the entire Wantan operation to this new planet. The focus now was on aggressive expansion, recruiting members, researchers, and workers to enhance our production capabilities. After conveying this to Locke, Su Ming, alongside Warren, plunged into Wantan's mechanical workshop in order to forge collaborative relationships with various factions. Su Ming undertook the orders for mechas from numerous powerful figures, amounting to the production of over 90 mechas. Fortunately, although the number exceeded 90, many of these mechas were of repetitive designs, as lower-tier mechas tend to feature a limited variety, primarily consisting of mainstream models. In truth, Su Ming only needed to master knowledge pertaining to about 10 new mecha designs. Naturally, his assistance in assembling mechas for the factions was not without compensation. In addition to a vast array of mechanical components and payment in star coins, the factions generously provided him with the mechanical knowledge they had acquired. Over 90 factions collectively contributed their mechanical insights, augmenting Su Ming's repository of mechanical knowledge to a staggering accumulation of over 700 distinct items. What constitutes a small item of mechanical knowledge? Mechanical knowledge is categorized into several major classes, but within these classes, each individual piece of knowledge is further divided into smaller items. Each small item encompasses different branches of knowledge that, when combined, form a comprehensive class. For instance, mechanical combat blades can be subdivided into interpretation of mechanical blade energy enhancement, theories on blade toughness augmentation, energy subcategories of mechanical blades, and so forth. These myriad small items collectively create a systematic body of knowledge. This represents an immense fortune, even if placed on the market. It could yield a significant sum in star coins. Yet, it was all bestowed upon Su Ming by the various factions. Gazing at the mecha orders before him, alongside the mechanical knowledge stored within his intelligent system, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. This was an enormous undertaking. While other mechanics lamented the lack of knowledge available for study, he found himself beleaguered by a scarcity of time to acquire this knowledge. At that moment, the long-silent Mecha martial sovereign system suddenly emitted a prompt tone. Detected that the host has acquired more than 500 small items of mechanical knowledge. Achievement unlocked. Mountains of knowledge. Automatic learning function activated. The host may input mechanical knowledge into the system. After the host enters a state of slumber, the system will transfer this knowledge into the host's mind, enabling the acquisition of knowledge. The system's voice resonated within Su Ming's consciousness. Initially taken aback, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him upon hearing the system's announcement. System, will I be able to assimilate this knowledge while dreaming? It won't require my mind to engage in reading and comprehension like the energy knowledge from humanoid civilizations. Will it? Rest assured, it is a comprehensive learning experience. The system's cold, detached voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, seemingly mocking his doubts regarding the system. Elated by the system's assurance, Su Ming rejoiced. The ability to learn while dreaming was a coveted skill for many, especially for mechanics and students. Possessing such an ability could alleviate a multitude of burdens. Su Ming no longer needed to devote countless hours each day to the study of various mechanical principles. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time in transferring all the mechanical knowledge stored within his intelligent system directly into the mechanical martial master system. As he was inputting the 607th entry, a notification chimed, confirming the successful upload of all data. The system detected that the aforementioned mechanical knowledge fell within the host's acceptable knowledge level, with a learning progress of 5 items per sleep cycle commencing tonight. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. The speed of acquisition was incomparably quicker than his usual study habits. Under normal circumstances, he could manage to learn only 2 items in an hour, which was quite commendable. In contrast, the system could assimilate 5 items within the same time frame, all without encroaching upon his daily life. Su Ming began contemplating whether to gather some lower-tier knowledge items. Although he was already a stellar-level mechanic, there remained foundational knowledge at the surface and planetary levels that he had yet to explore. Human society has experienced an extensive evolution and development, with each phase yielding countless brilliant minds who have pioneered new concepts. Even master-level mechanics undoubtedly possess areas of knowledge that they have not yet encountered. Why then should he strive to fill these gaps? The answer lies in the fact that, as a mechanic ascends to the stellar level, they rarely engage with planetary-level knowledge. The primary reason for this endeavor is that the broader a mechanic's knowledge base, the more profound their foundational understanding becomes. Often, seemingly insignificant pieces of knowledge can determine a mechanic's upper limits. A mechanic's foundation nearly dictates the heights of their future achievements. Thus, if possible, Su Ming was eager to absorb as much foundational knowledge as he could. He quickly reached out to Wait. Brother Su Ming, has something gone awry on the planet? Wait inquired, perplexed as to why Su Ming, having just arrived at a new planet, was seeking him out again. Wait, my friend. You have access to a vast array of mechanical knowledge, correct? Please assist me in acquiring some foundational mechanical concepts. Gather as many as you can, the more diverse and comprehensive, the better, Su Ming said with a smile. Wait was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Su Ming's motives. After all, he believed Su Ming to be at least a stellar-level mechanic. Why would he concern himself with such elementary knowledge? However, lacking expertise in mechanical matters himself, he nodded and replied, If I search for it, I could potentially gather tens of thousands of knowledge items. Would that suffice? Upon hearing Wait's response, Su Ming was elated. Absolutely, the more, the better. Just do your best. After ending the call, Su Ming felt a thrill of excitement within. No mechanic had ever managed to accumulate over 100,000 foundational knowledge items. Time is indeed a limited resource. Mastering approximately 10,000 foundational concepts in mechanics would undoubtedly render one a mechanical virtuoso of unparalleled repute, with an exceptionally robust foundation and an extraordinary level of expertise. However, should one be able to surpass 100,000 or even 1,000,000 foundational concepts, the potential for future growth is a prospect that even Su Ming eagerly anticipates. In Chapter 105, titled Wealthy Su Ming, Wan-Tung has entered a period of rapid development. Within the Black Domain, Wan-Tung is recognized as a paragon of immense wealth. Daily, hundreds of millions of genetic potions are produced by Wan-Tung and promptly distributed among the various factions in the Black Domain. Under typical circumstances, Such a formidable arsenal would be deemed inadequate. Yet, the overwhelmingly affluent factions are regarded as thorns in the sides of their rivals, unlikely to endure for long. In contrast, Wantung stands apart. From the very inception of its rise, Ming judiciously chose to share a portion of the profits with other factions, transforming Wantung into a unique entity within the Black Domain. During this period, not only are the individuals within Wantung filled with joy, but the factions holding shares in Wantung are also in high spirits. Wantung resembles a veritable cash tree, aiding these factions in their pursuit of wealth. In such circumstances, no one is inclined to see Wantung falter. Indeed, there is no animosity directed towards it. Moreover, Ming harbors little concern about Wantung encountering genuine peril. After all, if worst comes to worst, he can always enact a wave of apocalyptic summoning. Warren, is the power arm ready? Please hand it over. After assembling the machine body before him, Ming addressed Warren, who was nearby. Here it is, freshly assembled power arm. Warren cheerfully handed the newly constructed power arm to Ming. During this time, Warren has been diligently assisting Ming in assembling various mech components. Although he has yet to independently complete a D-class mech, his mechanical skills have advanced remarkably. Were it not for Ming's insistence on him acquiring more foundational knowledge, Warren might very well have been capable of assembling stellar-grade mechanical equipment by now. His progress is evident. With Warren's mechanical prowess, while a D-class mech remains beyond his reach, an E-class mech poses no difficulty. He has even constructed his own E-class mech. Given the multitude of orders Ming has, assembling alone would take an eternity. So he has called upon Warren to assist with assembling some of the scattered components. Their collaboration is seamless. What would typically require 2 months to complete was finished in less than a month. Looking at the array of mechs stacked in the workshop, Ming could not help but nod in satisfaction. If these mechs were to be sold, they would fetch astronomical prices. However, all of them are intended for Ming to negotiate with the leaders of various factions in the Black Domain, as a portion of Wantung's future profits will likely stem from these mechs. Ming gazed upon the final mech before him and promptly attached the power arm that Warren had just handed over. The mech emitted a series of beeps, followed by an explosive surge of energy emanating from within. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both of them reflecting the joy that danced in their eyes. This was indeed the last one. For the past month, the two had immersed themselves in the world of mechs, neglecting their appearances and the affairs of the outside world. Their assembly efforts had been so intense that they felt as if the very heavens and earth had been turned upside down. Now, with the final mech assembled, they finally experienced a sense of relief. Go and call someone to deliver these mechs to the leaders of Wantung. Then make sure to rest for a couple of days, Ming remarked with a smile directed at Warren. While Warren assisted in assembling the mechs, Ming had duly compensated him for his labor, as it was never his philosophy to exploit the efforts of his allies without due remuneration. This was Ming's principle. Those who are part of one's circle should reap greater benefits. In addition, within Wantung, Ming had established a body activation pool. The purpose of this pool was to assist genetic warriors in enhancing their physical vitality and maintaining their bodily condition. Training within this activation pool would significantly accelerate the rate at which one's physical capabilities improved, allowing 1 hour of training to equate to nearly 3 days of effort for others. Ming's rationale for constructing this pool was twofold. He required it for his own training, and it also served as an enticing incentive to attract talent to Wantung. Each member would have access to 3 hours of usage per week, with additional time awarded to those who distinguish themselves through their contributions. Of course, the pool did not come cheap. Setting aside construction costs, the daily operational expenses, including the replenishment of the activation liquid, amounted to a staggering 3 million star coins per day. However, at this juncture, Ming was unconcerned. He had fully grasped the joy that comes with affluence. He even constructed a private activation pool at his residence, indulging in it daily without a shred of remorse. No worries. We may lack many things, but not money. With the establishment of this pool, Wantung was poised to enter a phase of rapid advancement, as the training speed of its members would far surpass that of other factions. Over time, it was likely that the other forces in the Black Domain would gradually be eclipsed by Wantung. As he watched Warren depart, Ming closed the door and reclined comfortably in the activation pool. Please set the level and concentration of the activation liquid, the intelligent voice prompt chimed. With a soft chuckle, Su Ming replied, Level 7, concentration 100. Calculating the cost of filling the body activation pool. The estimated cost for this operation is approximately 18 million star coins per day. Would you like to proceed? Just a small sum. Proceed. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for such trifling expenses. The concentration of the pool for the members of the Wantan group hovers around 30, with an average of level 4 elixir, thereby allowing costs to be maintained at approximately 3 million star coins per day. In contrast, Su Ming's pool, although considerably smaller than that of his peers, boasts a concentration of 100, complemented by a level 7 elixir, which causes costs to soar to 18 million star coins daily. The elevated concentration and grade yield superior results and accelerate the cultivation process, coupled with the training facilitated by the system's exchange of starlight points. Su Ming has achieved remarkable progress during this period. After a month of cultivation and significant expenditure, Su Ming's physical energy level has surged from an original 240,000 to an impressive 470,000, propelling his genetic level into the realm of a level 7 genetic warrior. Additionally, his cerebral domain energy level has experienced a qualitative leap during the process of assembling and acquiring new knowledge, rising from 250,000 to 490,000. Su Ming's attribute panel now reads as follows. Host. Su Ming physical energy level, 470,000 cerebral domain energy level, 490,000 genetic lock activation level, low level 7 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, level 5. Next level requires 10,000 starlight points. Starlight points accumulated. 370,000 mechanical knowledge. Subitem 1, 100 Chapter 106. New plans at last. Su Ming finds himself with the opportunity to reflect upon his cultivation progress. He glances at his attribute panel, his gaze settling on the body refinement level. The refinement level holds great significance for Su Ming. Throughout the previous month, as he had no need for combat and was solely focused on assembling mechs, he had not deliberately sought to enhance his body refinement level. However, he now perceives the necessity to elevate this aspect further. System. Enhance body refinement level. The enhancement of body refinement level requires the expenditure of 10,000 starlight points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Upon Su Ming's confirmation, a surge of rich starlight energy suddenly flooded into his body. He let out a soft grunt, sensing a profound transformation occurring within every inch of his skin and flesh. The active agents contained within the vitality potion in the physical vitality pool were, at that moment, voraciously absorbed by Su Ming. It was visibly apparent that the pool of genetic vitality potion was gradually shifting from a milky white hue to a transparent state under Su Ming's assimilation. The concentration of the physical vitality liquid is currently decreasing, now at 64. Would you like to replenish the concentration? The electronic voice of the vitality pool inquired. Replenish. Without further ado, Su Ming felt a deep-seated power of life awakening within him, as a substantial amount of starlight energy and active components were greedily absorbed by his body, rendering him increasingly resilient and formidable. His physique, though slender and well-proportioned, did not evoke any impression of fragility in Su Ming. Rather, one would sense an explosive power concealed within this body. Soon, amidst the crackling sounds emanating from his muscles, Su Ming exhaled deeply, realizing that his body refinement had reached completion, elevating his physical strength to a new tier. The refinement had culminated at level 6, with a requirement of 50,000 starlight points for the next level. Initially, Su Ming had intended to propel his refinement to level 7, aligning it with his genetic level. However, upon discovering that the starlight points required had soared to 50,000, he glanced at the remaining 270,000 starlight points in the system panel and silently chose to forego that ambition, bidding it farewell, despite not achieving level 7 in refinement. The significant transformation brought about by level 6 resulted in an additional enhancement of 3,000 points to Su Ming's energy level, culminating in a staggering total of 50,000 points. Moreover, it was estimated that the maximum starlight point threshold his body could now endure had risen from 1,000 2,000 to 2,000 points. Coupled with the Mecha, Ming now believed he could unleash the energy levels and combat prowess equivalent to a level 9 genetic warrior. With a sigh of relief, he savored an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, then closed his eyes and gradually leaned back into the muscle activation pool, surrendering to sleep. This was a frequent occurrence. Upon drifting into slumber, the active components of the pool would be gradually absorbed by his body, often leading him to doze off right there. Not only would his physique be enhanced during this dream state, but the knowledge within his mind would also be progressively loaded by the system, allowing Ming to acquire numerous snippets of information even in his dreams. It could truly be said that one could grow stronger while reclining. The following morning, Ming awoke from his deep slumber, finding his mind enriched with dozens of new mechanical knowledge snippets, as usual. Remarkably, this newly acquired knowledge was imprinted directly in his brain, proving far more profound than if he had devoted time to learning it himself. A satisfied expression graced Ming's face. As he amassed more and more snippets of knowledge, his understanding of mechanical theories became increasingly refined, thus expanding the variety of mechanical equipment he could manufacture. Casting a glance at his communication device, he discovered a plethora of messages of gratitude from various leaders in the Black Domain. The tone of these messages was exceedingly courteous, making it hard to believe they emanated from a band of ruffians, such as the position of a mechanic. Having assembled mechas for these leaders, Ming had inadvertently assumed the role of their benefactor. If he did not cultivate a good rapport with them, they would find themselves a loss for future maintenance work, leading their mechas to either be repaired by other mechanics, resulting in diminished effectiveness, or to languish in neglect. Having experienced the sensation of newfound strength and witnessed a broader horizon, how could these leaders ever wish to revert to their former selves? One by one, they were eager to bind Ming to their side, constantly fine-tuning their mechs. With this relationship established, Tung's position in the Black Domain became increasingly solid. Now that everything was on track, Tung began to flourish, prompting Ming to fall into deep contemplation. Tung was now quite stable, with little danger or risk, allowing for a steady progression. It seemed that his presence was no longer essential at Tung. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ming's eyes. Perhaps it was time to consider exploring the world beyond Tung. Of course, he did not intend to be away for long. Rather, he yearned for a brief excursion. After all, remaining in one place for too long had rendered him nearly exhaustive of Tung's mechanical knowledge. Venturing out could provide a refreshing experience, potentially benefiting him greatly. As for where to go, he had subtly contemplated a location after a conversation with his father. Ming rose to his feet, not rushing to make a decision, but instead heading to the dim chamber where the mineral boxes were stored. Upon entering, the humanoid entity resting within the mineral box opened its eyes and regarded Ming. "What is it?" the being inquired slowly. With a smile, Ming casually pulled a chair closer and sat before the mineral box. There was no need to open it, as they could see and communicate with each other just fine. "I'm preparing to leave here," Ming announced with a grin. During this time, he had visited this being more than once, and after confirming that Ming had absorbed their civilization-esque knowledge, the entity had shared more information with him. Through their exchanges, they had grown quite familiar. Upon hearing Ming's words, the entity appeared somewhat startled. "You're planning to leave? What will happen to me?" Ming chuckled softly and replied, "Don't worry, I will honor my promise. However, I must go and may not have much time to return. Would you be able to?" He hesitated before making a request that he felt was rather audacious. "Could you provide me with most of your civilization's knowledge in advance?" Chapter 107. Acquiring knowledge of energy. The humanoid being, seated within a pale red crystal, scrutinized Ming earnestly and soon detected the seriousness etched on his face, indicating he was not jesting. After a moment of silence, the being suddenly posed a question. "Are all beings of your civilization as shameless as you?" Ming, although this request may seem rather excessive, consider this. Once I depart from here, it could be a long while before I have the pleasure of seeing you again. In any case, you are obliged to impart all the knowledge of your civilization to me. Whether you do so sooner or later is of little consequence. Perhaps by that time, I'll have learned enough to release you ahead of schedule." Ming's face flushed with a rare embarrassment as he spoke. The humanoid entity within the crystal fell into silence, then lifted its head to regard Ming, deep in contemplation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a prolonged pause, The entity finally nodded, exhaling a sigh as it spoke. Very well, I shall share everything with you. However, could you provide me with a timeline for my release? Upon hearing the entity's request, Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Let us say 2 years. Once that period has elapsed, I will set you free. 2 years, the humanoid murmured. The method by which human society measures time differs slightly from that of Ming's previous life on Earth. In human society, a single day is calculated as comprising 25 hours. Consequently, 2 years would amount to an additional 365 hours compared to Earth's timekeeping. This exemplifies the advantage of information flow communication. When Ming stated 2 years, there was no need for further elaboration on the specifics of that duration, as his understanding of time was inherently conveyed through the communication process. Thus, the humanoid swiftly grasped the implications of this 2-year time frame. After some contemplation, the entity nodded. Understood. 2 years is not an excessively long duration. I can accept that. Elated by the entity's response, Ming soon sensed a vast and intricate stream of information flowing into his mind, emanating from the entity's thoughts. This knowledge pertained to energy concepts within the entity's society, so extensive that it caused a dull ache in Ming's head, reminiscent of insufficient memory capacity. Fortunately, as an individual who had partially developed his cerebral domain, he was able to manage this overwhelming influx of information. While receiving the data transmitted by the humanoid, Ming simultaneously synchronized this information with the Mecha martial sovereign system. Acquisition of host-uploaded information. Content classification. Energy-related knowledge. Level. Basic. Once Ming confirmed the completion of this information upload, he adjusted his cerebral energy levels to expel the information from his mind. Essentially, he performed a deletion function on his brain. Given the system's learning capabilities, retaining this information in his head was unnecessary, lest he experience an incessant feeling of bloating that was incredibly discomforting. At that moment, if anyone had been nearby, they would have been astonished to see Ming gazing blankly ahead, his expression vacant, as if he were lost in thought. He maintained this state for over half an hour. Even when communicating through information streams, the exchange of such intricate information consumed a full 30 minutes of their time. After this duration, the humanoid creature within the crystal finally exhaled, a profound weariness flashing across its eyes. It was exhausting. Conveying such complex information was indeed a daunting task. Despite the creature's capabilities, the continuous transmission of information for half an hour left it utterly drained. Upon opening its eyes, it noticed Ming still lost in thought, seemingly yet to emerge from this state. Instantly, it understood that the youth had likely absorbed all of its information and knowledge into their civilization's method of data storage. However, it shook its head. Although it had transmitted a considerable amount of information to the young man, the truly paramount knowledge pertaining to the essence of their civilization remained concealed, not shared with him. Despite their growing familiarity, it was prudent to hold back on matters concerning the legacy and core of their civilization. Ming, of course, sensed that the humanoid had withheld certain information. Nevertheless, the knowledge it had imparted was enough to excite and delight him. This knowledge was advanced by approximately a century compared to the energy-related knowledge within human society. He felt immensely fortunate to acquire such insights, and it was entirely reasonable for the humanoid to refrain from divulging the core knowledge and heritage of its civilization. The system's voice then resonated, announcing, "The host has uploaded a total of 430,000 items of energy-related knowledge, including 30,000 items of basic knowledge, 10,000 items of intermediate knowledge, 3,000 items of advanced knowledge, and 2 items of divine knowledge. The host currently comprehends basic knowledge with a minimal grasp of intermediate knowledge. The number of learnable knowledge items is 310,000, while 120,000 items are temporarily stored, to be learned once the host comprehension ability improves." Upon hearing this, Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent, sensing that the system held a certain disdain for his comprehension abilities. Yet, he acknowledged that he was indeed unable to grasp some advanced knowledge at this time, as mastering such concepts required a solid foundation and countless practical experiences. Only through thorough understanding and application could he gradually come to comprehend advanced knowledge. For Ming, there was no urgency. He could rely on the system, first completing his studies of basic knowledge before tackling the advanced concepts. System, prioritize the learning of energy-related knowledge for now, and hold off on other subjects. So meaning stracted sortfällig. He procured nearly 30,000 small items of mechanical knowledge from Walter, which he meticulously stored within his system. Currently, the system has only facilitated the learning of 800 items, in addition to the 300 items he had previously mastered, culminating in a total of 100 items. A considerable portion of knowledge remains yet to be absorbed. However, Su Ming now seeks to delve into energy-related knowledge, as such insights could significantly enhance his combat prowess in a short span of time. Chapter 108. Preparing to depart at the moment, Su Ming sought energy-related knowledge from a humanoid civilization far beyond the Black Domain, amidst the expanse of the starry sky. A spacecraft surged through the cosmos. This vessel was none other than the one occupied by Walter. Within the spacecraft, Walter sat, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in a splendid mood. He had successfully found a buyer. An elation surged within him. The minerals he had previously seized were entrusted to a friend in the black market for sale. Today, that friend relayed the news that the seized or had been successfully sold, yielding a handsome profit in star coins. With these star coins, Walter was assured a smooth journey ahead, whether in investment or further business expansion. Brother, who was this buyer? Such a generous expenditure. Walter marveled at the substantial amount that had appeared in his account, astonished by the identity of the individual capable of purchasing all those minerals in one go. The voice on the other end of the line chuckled softly before replying in a hushed tone, "Mr. Walter, it is against the rules of the black market to inquire about clients casually." Upon hearing this, Walter chuckled awkwardly and, with a hint of apology, replied, "My apologies. My friend, I was merely caught up in the moment and spoke out of turn." Under ordinary circumstances, Walter would never have asked such an indiscreet question. As a businessman, he understood well that prying into a client's privacy was a grave taboo. However, his overwhelming curiosity had momentarily led him astray. Réalising il faut pas. Walter intended to change the subject, but at that moment, the individual on the line suddenly lowered his voice and said, "However, Mr. Walter, we are no strangers to one another, so I shall reveal who the purchaser is." Walter perked up at this revelation, eagerly inquiring, "Who is it?" "It is not an individual. I observe their behavioral patterns closely, and they closely resemble the people of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Kingdom whom I have encountered before. I surmise that it is indeed the Eastern Forest Cosmic Kingdom making the purchase." "The Cosmic Kingdom? No wonder." Walter's expression shifted to one of realization upon hearing this. The Eastern Forest Cosmic Kingdom, a galactic-level entity aligned with the Mongol Empire, though not as powerful as the colossal cosmic nations, stood significantly stronger than star-level or cluster-level forces within the human realm. If one were to consolidate all the factions within the Black Domain, they would merely amount to a collection of weaker star cluster-level powers. In contrast, the Donglin cosmic nation stands as a formidable galactic-level entity, surpassing even the star cluster tier. Were it not for its proximity to the Mongol Empire, which suppresses it through various military actions, the influence of the Donglin cosmic nation would likely be far more substantial. After concluding a phone call, Walter's expression turned contemplative. It appears that Donglin harbors significant ambitions. Albeit covertly, it has effectively appropriated resources that rightfully belong to the Empire. Clearly, Donglin is eager to expedite its national strength and expand its dominion. However, Walter shook his head. These matters bore no relevance to him. As a merchant, his only concern was the flow of currency. Once the payment was secured, everything else was negotiable. Unbeknownst to Walter, among the other minerals he received, there lay a pale red radioactive crystal, concealed within the confines of the mineral box. As a mere merchant, Walter typically refrained from opening the mineral box for examination, preferring to ascertain only the types and values of the minerals contained within. The minerals emitted intense radiation, a quality Walter was keen to avoid. Thus, he merely employed a mineral testing device to identify the contents of the box, failing to detect the pale red crystal, which went unnoticed. Neither Walter nor Su Ming had any inkling of the crystal's existence. The humanoid entity had previously informed Su Ming that the pale red crystal he possessed contained the essence of all remaining members of their civilization. Within Su Ming's crystal resided the last survivors of the humanoid race. Furthermore, The humanoid being was oblivious to the fact that another pale red crystal had been excised from the mineral division apparatus brought by Walter and subsequently placed into Walter's mineral box. Upon hearing the humanoid's words, Ming instinctively assumed that Walter's collection lacked any pale red crystals and thus did not feel compelled to confirm this with him. Consequently, the crystal ended up being sold directly to the Donglin Cosmic Nation within the Black Domain's myriad vines. At this moment, the leaders of the myriad vines convened, their gazes fixed upon Ming, their expressions betraying profound astonishment. "Are you preparing to leave the Black Domain?" they exclaimed in unison. Ming smiled gently and responded, "I am not abandoning the myriad vines. I merely wish to embark on a temporary journey for personal growth. I shall return in due time, for this remains my stronghold." Upon hearing Ming's words, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their surprise palpable. Now was the time of rapid development for the myriad vines, yet Ming's intention to depart, albeit temporarily, instilled a sense of unease among individuals like Rock, who felt the disquiet of a headless flock. "What are your plans?" they inquired. "Indeed, the current situation of Wantung is remarkably stable, and there is no cause for concern. I will continuously monitor the developments of Wantung, and various powerful factions are assisting in its growth, ensuring its stability." Ming spoke with a smile. The individuals before him were all veterans of Wantung, the true core figures of the organization. Should they wish to venture out and gain experience like Ming, he would not impede their desires. Upon hearing Ming's words, Locke pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Wanting cannot afford to be without a competent administrator. "If you depart, I shall assume responsibility for managing Wanting. It is best for you to remain here and contribute to its development." Ming nodded in agreement. Locke had always played a steward-like role, apart from his combat prowess. His other skills were also quite formidable. The orderly state of Wanting was significantly attributed to Locke's capabilities. Feeling reassured by Locke's decision to stay in the Black Domain, Ming was further comforted when Wang could chimed in, "I, too, am a mere technology enthusiast. Given that Wantung provides the conditions and funding for my research, I shall undoubtedly remain in the Black Domain." During this period, Wanting's factories had entered a phase of stability, allowing Wang Ku and the other researchers a bit of respite. Ming had allocated substantial research funding to them for the continued development of superpowered gene serums. Wang Ku and his colleagues felt immensely satisfied. The funding they received from Ming far surpassed that which they had access to within the Lhasa Alliance, making them reluctant to leave the Black Domain. Ming smiled and then turned his gaze to Warren. He noticed Warren hesitating, and upon meeting Ming's gaze, he slowly began to speak. "Ming, I'm also considering venturing out for some practical experience." Chapter 109. Warren's choice. The revelation surprised Ming and the others. Warren was typically reserved, often preferring to remain in his studio, immersed in mechanical studies. Now that Wantung had amassed a sufficient reservoir of mechanical knowledge, Warren could access this wealth of information, provided he fulfilled corresponding tasks and contributions to the organization. However, remaining at Wantung would ultimately allow Warren to refine his mechanical skills further. Ming had anticipated that Warren would choose to stay and focus on mechanical technology. So it came as a surprise when Warren expressed his desire to leave Wantung for practical experience. Noting the surprise in everyone's eyes, Warren hastily explained, "While there is an abundance of mechanical knowledge within Wantung, there are not many skilled mechanics. With Ming's departure, the absence of accomplished mechanics will be even more pronounced. Although I can learn from a knowledge available, I cannot truly appreciate the capabilities of skilled mechanics without experiencing them firsthand. Thus, I yearn to venture beyond the Dark Domain and visit the Linming Mechanical Association to witness firsthand the essence of true master mechanics." Upon hearing Warren's words, Ming's face instantly lit up with understanding, accompanied by a sense of reassurance in his heart. The relationship between Ming and Warren is one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Ming has imparted much knowledge to Warren, who, in turn, has selflessly assisted Ming in assembling mechanical devices on numerous occasions. Observing Warren's pronounced ambition, Ming couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. After all, a mechanic's deepest understanding often comes from another mechanic. Ming's desire to escape the Dark Domain is, in part, fueled by this very sentiment. The Dark Domain remains a haven for criminals, where even the most skilled mechanics, despite minor transgressions, are afforded a degree of acceptance by society. Consequently, it is challenging to encounter highly skilled mechanics within its confines, which does little to elevate their expertise. Knowledge is one facet, while vision is equally paramount. Akin to the world of art, technical prowess is but one aspect, with corresponding aesthetic appreciation being another. The two are intrinsically intertwined. Vision serves as the foundation for a mechanic's imaginative pursuits. Devoid of it, one risks becoming indistinguishable from the masses, a mere assembly line technician. Only by encountering more accomplished mechanics and absorbing their innovative thoughts and ideas can one cultivate a sufficiently expansive vision, ultimately enabling the assembly of extraordinary mechs. Moreover, the destination Warren aspires to reach is the Ming Mechanical Association. Though termed an association, it functions as a cosmic nation, an entity that remains entirely neutral within human society, encompassing vast territories equivalent to five-star systems. This place is a sanctum for mechanics from various nations, gathering countless eminent and elite figures, including top mechanics from the 5 great cosmic nations who are members of the Ming Mechanical Association. Ming is revered as the pioneer who first introduced the concept of the mechanic within human society, guiding humanity into the second cosmic era. Despite his early demise due to the limitations of medical and genetic technology, his legacy endures. In his honor, humanity established this neutral association known as the Ming Mechanical Association. It is purely research-oriented and stands as a hallowed ground for all mechanics. In the future, once Ming attains sufficient strength, he too shall embark on a pilgrimage to the Ming Mechanical Association to engage in exchange with the esteemed mechanics therein. Warren, having paused thoughtfully, now directed his gaze towards Ming, clearly addressing him with intention. Ming contemplated for a moment, realizing that he might not be suited for combat. Although he possessed the requisite energy levels, his disposition rendered him overly tense during battles, leading to subpar performance. Upon hearing Warren's words, Ming was momentarily taken aback, swiftly deducing the implication of Warren's forthcoming statement. Indeed, Warren soon continued, stating, "Thus, I have resolved to become a non-combat mechanical engineer, dedicating myself to the study of mechanical technology. Otherwise, throughout my life, I shall never be able to keep pace with you in any regard." Warren had long regarded Ming as his aspirational benchmark, envisioning a future where he could, in some capacity, catch up to Ming. Yet, it was both disheartening and astonishing to him that, despite Ming frequently engaging in either battles or training, he had not devoted himself solely to mechanical knowledge. Nevertheless, the depth of Ming's mechanical expertise left Warren in awe. He had never fathomed that such a well-rounded individual could exist, one whose growth was both rapid and impeccable, which left Warren with a profound sense of inadequacy. Rather than closing the gap with Ming, he felt it widening, as Ming's mechanical knowledge seemed to outstrip him by considerable margins. Before long, Warren clarified his future aspirations, to engage in either combat or mechanics. He needed to specialize in one. With his innate talent, he risked failing at both pursuits, resulting in a life of mediocrity. Ming glanced at Warren, then slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Warren was ill-suited for warfare, and embracing a path as a pure mechanical engineer might very well serve him appropriately. Moreover, becoming a dedicated engineer did not preclude the advancement of his cognitive abilities. There remained the potential for him to ascend to a higher echelon in the future. Ming recalled a certain Enlightenment-level engineer from the Empire who excelled in a non-combat role. Despite not being a warrior, this mechanical expert had aided approximately 60 Enlightenment-level individuals in assembling their own mechas and had established a formidable defense system within the Empire. This system had withstood assaults from over a dozen Enlightenment-level warriors, remaining unbroken, and had even led to the demise of 2 attackers. This singular battle catapulted the non-combat engineer to fame, earning him the moniker armor of the Empire among the Enlightenment-level powers. Ming did not expect Warren to reach such heights. A modest breakthrough in mechanical technology would suffice, particularly in overseeing the future defense system of Wanten and other mechanical assemblies. Nodding in agreement, Ming stood up and, with a smile, declared, "Then it is settled. Warren shall proceed to the Ming Mechanical Association, and as for me, I am preparing to." He paused, casting his gaze skyward, to the Eastern Alliance. Chapter 110. Departure in the vast expanse of the cosmos. a spaceship abruptly tore through a spatial rift, piercing into this starry domain. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, its exterior resplendently luxurious, clearly indicating that its owner lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. At this moment, within the confines of the spaceship, Ming closed his eyes, quietly immersing himself in a rejuvenating liquid. This vessel was custom-built by Walter, featuring not only a workstation and a gravity training room, but also a private vitality pool and numerous recreational facilities. Although Ming had little inclination towards these amenities, Walter, with his meticulous nature, had ensured that such luxuries were included, rendering the spaceship remarkably opulent. Indeed, the acquisition of this vessel was no small expense, and even for Ming, with his abundant resources, it stirred a sense of financial discomfort. Gritting his teeth and contemplating the extended journey ahead, he ultimately decided to proceed with the purchase. As the ship was set to traverse the Imperial Star Domain, a melodic electronic voice soon resonated within the cabin. Upon hearing the announcement, Ming's demeanor shifted, and he inquired, "How much energy does the ship currently have? Will it suffice to reach the next supply planet?" The response echoed, "The ship has 43 units of energy remaining, sufficient for 2 more days of travel. The next supply planet is located 43 light-years away in the Donglin Cosmic Nation, and an estimated 30 units of energy will be required to reach it." Upon receiving this information, Ming's expression changed slightly. The Donglin Cosmic Nation was an adjacent system to the Empire, known for its numerous logistical supply planets. He concluded that the ship could easily dock there for replenishment. "Let us continue onward. There is no need to stop at the Imperial Supply Station," he stated calmly. The bureaucracy of the Empire Supply Station, with its myriad forms and requirements, seemed more cumbersome than simply allowing the ship to travel further until energy levels were critically low. Having departed from the Black Domain, Ming had already been navigating the cosmos for 3 days. The distance between the Black Domain and the Dongming Alliance necessitated multiple jumps. His father, even while piloting the Empire's premier warship, had taken a day and a half to traverse from the Dongming Alliance to the Black Domain. While Ming's vessel exuded luxury, it could not compare to the advanced spatial technology of his father's warship. He estimated that the journey from the Black Domain to the Dongming Alliance would take approximately 2 weeks. However, for Ming, 2 weeks was a trivial span. He could utilize this time to study energy-related knowledge and experiment with various mechanical assembly techniques aboard the ship. His father had once remarked that the Dongming Alliance was filled with prodigies. While Ming felt no fear, he recognized the importance of preparation. Thus, he resolved to fervently enhance his understanding of energy and hone his skills during the voyage, aiming to elevate his combat prowess and knowledge base upon arrival at the Dongming Alliance. The spaceship surged forward with remarkable speed, and shortly thereafter, it activated its spatial jump function, vanishing into the depths of the spatial corridor. However, what Ming remained unaware of was that a significant event was unfolding in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation he was about to visit. The capital planet of the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation is known as Telling. At this very moment, within Telling, 2 gene warriors arrived at a factory, each carrying colossal boxes. Acquired through dubious means? This factory is officially affiliated with the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation, specifically dedicated to the production of military-grade machinery. Once the 2 gene warriors placed the boxes on the ground, one of them exclaimed with a smile, "Here they are. These minerals were procured from the black market and cost us quite a fortune. However, with this batch, we should be able to manufacture a plethora of mechanical equipment." The other gene warrior glanced at the mineral boxes and quietly remarked, "The sheer quantity of these minerals suggests they were not obtained through legitimate channels." I suspect that, before he could utter the word empire, a powerful figure suddenly interjected, "Silence." This formidable presence was a vacuum-level warrior, radiating an overwhelming aura. The 2 gene warriors, startled by the sudden outburst, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, and beads of cold sweat began to form on their necks. They realized how fortunate they were to have been interrupted before the word empire could escape their lips. Otherwise, they likely would not have survived to exit the factory. The Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation could never allow the Empire to know that they had acquired this batch of minerals from the black market. Should this information come to light, the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation would face immense pressure from the Empire. Be mindful of what you say, lest you invite disaster upon yourselves. I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. Upon hearing the vacuum-level warrior's stern warning, The two Gene warriors broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly responded in acknowledgement. Very well, you may leave. After issuing this command, the warrior transported the 2 boxes of minerals into the factory. Several hours later, after the minerals had been delivered, the factory's engineers began to assess the contents of the boxes. Look, there is an unidentified mineral in this box that has not been scanned. One engineer exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding engineers gathered around, intrigued by the screen before them. The scanner displayed a pale red crystal, which contained an energy level far exceeding that of the other minerals nearby. Its potency was of an entirely different magnitude. What's going on? The engineers exchanged glances, perplexed. In today's advanced society, they had encountered countless minerals. Any mineral scanned would typically be identified. To their surprise, this particular mineral had evaded recognition, and its energy response was remarkably unique. Could it be a new type of mineral? Such a potent energy reaction may lead to a plethora of possibilities to be explored from this mineral. An excited mechanic exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding engineers seemed to share a burgeoning interest in the pale red crystal. Why not extract this crystal for further study? With this suggestion, the other mechanics were instantly captivated by the gem. After all, given humanity's current pace of exploration, unearthing an unknown mineral had become exceedingly challenging. The elements and minerals that can form under the normal conditions of the cosmos have largely been cataloged by human society. Each time an unprecedented mineral is discovered, it heralds the onset of a transformative era for humankind, impacting various domains such as daily life, military applications, or medical uses. Each mineral undoubtedly possesses its own viable applications, representing immense potential profits. The crystal's high energy index immediately alerted the mechanics to the diverse utilizations that could be developed from it. Should it be harnessed, the engineers who uncovered the crystal might one day find their names inscribed in the annals of human history, recording the year they discovered the XX crystal, which brought about significant changes in society. The mere thought of being immortalized in history, reaping both fame and fortune, filled them with exhilaration. However, one mechanic, appearing somewhat anxious, ventured, should we report this to our superiors? While unknown minerals may embody new possibilities, they can also pose dangers. There has been an incident in the past where an explosive arc from a mineral obliterated an entire planet. At this, a flicker of disdain crossed the faces of the surrounding engineers. Wang Dong, if you are afraid, you may as well leave and inform the higher-ups. Our contributions would not vanish entirely. Even if recorded in history, it would not be solely attributed to a few of us. Indeed, such matters should be conducted covertly. Let us first thoroughly investigate the crystal and then publish our findings in the Mechanics Academic Forum. At that point, it will be indisputable, and we can report to our superiors with a far more compelling case. The allure of the newly discovered crystal blinded the mechanics to any misgivings, even if one or two among them sensed the potential folly. Yet, the fervor of their peers rendered them impervious to dissent. The mechanic named Wang Dong exhibited a moment of indecision, but soon his expression transformed into one of resolve. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. First research, then report." Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, his colleagues regarded him with approval. Indeed, Wang Dong demonstrates a keen sense of the situation. Having resolved their course of action, the mechanics operated the radiation isolation instruments to extract the pale red crystal from the mineral box. The crowd exchanged glances, donning their radiation-proof suits before stepping into the radiation isolation zone. "What a beautiful crystal!" exclaimed one mechanic, his gaze entranced by the gem before him, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring an unparalleled beauty. For these technicians, the allure of an unknown crystal far surpassed that of any renowned beauty. One mechanic reached out, gently brushing the surface of the crystal through his protective suit, causing ripples to dance across its surface. This movement incited a surge of energy waves, igniting a thrill among the mechanics. However, in their excitement, they remained oblivious to the subtle energy fluctuations intermingling with the waves, indicating that this crystal was not merely an inert object. Had Su Ming been present, he would have exerted every effort to halt the actions of these mechanics. For within the pale red crystal resided not a terrifying entity, but rather a composition devoid of humanoid life. Yet, The presence of energy generation within this crystal suggested the existence of a consciousness associated with a certain crystalline civilization. Meanwhile, Ming was far removed from these events, traversing the vast cosmic void towards the eastern forest cosmic nation, unaware of the happenings at the factory. The mechanics, brimming with excitement, continued to touch the crystal, sensing the energy ripples emanating from it, which fueled their elation. The energy response of this crystal was remarkably intense, yet its fluctuations were surprisingly stable. Such materials could undoubtedly be harnessed to create formidable weapons for the battlefield, holding significant military value. One mechanic began to analyze the situation quietly. Upon hearing his insights, the others exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Each of them sensed the peculiar attributes of the crystal, imbued with formidable energy and exhibiting an unusually stable structure. The potential applications of such an energetically vibrant yet stable material in firearms and power systems were evident, promising to yield substantial benefits. The excitement among the mechanics intensified. Minerals suited for military applications symbolized immense wealth, given the evident profitability of the military sector compared to civilian and medical industries. Look, I've discovered another characteristic of this crystal. At that moment, one mechanic exclaimed. His voice captured the attention of the others, who turned their gazes towards him. They observed as he kept his hand resting on the crystal, and over time, it appeared as though his hand was gradually merging into the crystal itself. This crystal, akin to a non-Newtonian fluid, typically retains a rigid form, yet when gently pressed, one finds their hand gradually sinking into its depths. Observing this individual's reaction, the other mechanics displayed a flicker of curiosity, promptly following suit by placing their hands upon the crystal. As anticipated, after a brief moment, they discovered that their hands, along with their radiation suits, were slowly being engulfed by the crystal. Astonished exclamations erupted from them, akin to children discovering an extraordinary toy. Enough of the play. Let us first utilize our instruments to assess the energy index and stability of this crystal. We shall examine its other characteristics thereafter. One mechanic proclaimed with a smile, preparing to withdraw his hand from the crystal. However, suddenly his pupils dilated in alarm, as he realized that his arm, now submerged within the crystal, had inexplicably lost all sensation. How could this be? Panic surged within him. They had merely touched the crystal through their radiation suits. How could his arm possibly lose feeling? Sensing impending doom, he strained desperately to extract his hand from the crystal, yet no matter how hard he tried, there was no indication of his palm being freed. Instead, it seemed to move deeper into the crystal against his will. Chapter 112. Crystal Life Form, what is happening? Help me. The mechanic's face contorted in sheer terror as he gasped, his voice hoarse and frantic. Upon hearing his cries, the other mechanics instinctively turned their gazes toward him, attempting to withdraw their own hands from the crystal. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they found themselves unable to extricate their hands. These mechanics were not adept in combat, their physical capabilities far inferior to their mental faculties, ranking merely as level 4 or 5 gene warriors. Such a level of ability posed no threat to the crystal. As the crystal began to awaken, it commenced the gradual consumption of those present. The mechanics quickly recognized the gravity of their predicament, their faces etched with fear as they struggled frantically. One mechanic, in despair, glanced at the alarm button nearby. However, with both hands ensnared by the crystal, he was utterly unable to reach it. What to do? Think of something. A sense of urgency gripped him as he felt the loss of sensation extend, now creeping up to his shoulder. If no action were taken, his head or heart would soon be in jeopardy. At that point, even divine intervention would be futile. My hand, it has turned into red crystal, a mechanic exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld the pale red crystal before him, particularly the state of his own hand. A pale red crystal, characterized by its translucent nature, allows onlookers to peer directly into its depths. The mechanic, in a state of sheer terror, discovered that a portion of his arm had inexplicably vanished, merging into the very crystal before him. As the crystal consumed his arm, it appeared to replenish its vitality, gaining strength and accelerating the rate at which it devoured the mechanic. Moments before, these technicians had fought desperately, but in the next instant, they began to convulse, their gazes dimming and becoming vacant, their consciousness and thoughts gradually dissipating. Clearly, the crystal's insidious encroachment had invaded their minds, rendering them incapable of rational thought. Soon, the lifeless bodies of the mechanics were drawn into the crystal, becoming part of its essence. After consuming these technicians, the crystal seemed to regain some vigor. Remarkably, it transformed into a liquid state and subsequently molded itself into the form of a human. However, this human was entirely composed of the pale red crystal, resembling a sculpture crafted by an artist. Had any of the mechanics still been alive, they would have realized that this crystalline figure bore an uncanny resemblance to one of their own. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing the contemplative and inquisitive nature characteristic of sentient beings. It then uttered a few universal words from human society: unknown civilization of the Donglin cosmic nation, the 5 great cosmic nations of machinery. Like a newly activated automaton, it endeavored to assimilate knowledge about human society. It was truly astonishing that the thoughts and understandings of the former mechanics were being absorbed, gradually becoming its own comprehension. Before long, this crystalline entity appeared to grasp its newfound knowledge, its expression sharpening, and its speech flowing with greater ease. After such a long slumber, I never anticipated discovering a human civilization. It mused. My civilization can absorb human knowledge and become even more formidable. I must convey this message to my civilization. Pausing, a hint of contemplation crossed its features, followed by a distinctly human-like expression of frustration. Alas, I can only assimilate superficial knowledge. The depths of mechanical prowess remain a mystery to me. After a moment of reflection, the crystalline being made a decisive choice, subsequently splitting off a portion of itself. This fragment transformed into the likeness of another mechanic, specifically that of Wang Dong, the mechanic from before. After its differentiation, the essence of this crystalline entity significantly diminished. It remained seemingly unfazed. It then turned its attention to another crystalline being and spoke. You shall return and bring civilization back. I will remain here to assess the strength of human civilization. Upon hearing the words of the primary crystal, the differentiated being numbly nodded, subsequently liquefying its form. It devoured a sizable hole in the barrier ahead and swiftly departed from the location. Once the crystalline entity confirmed the departure of its avatar, an immense surge of power erupted from within its being. In the next moment, its body began to expand incessantly. Anything that came into contact with it was drawn into the crystal, becoming a part of it. As it continued to swell, an increasing amount of matter was absorbed into its form, and its aura grew ever more formidable. The fluctuations in energy generated here were quickly detected by the Eastern Lin cosmic nation. "What is this thing?" exclaimed a powerful being, eyes wide as they beheld the faintly red crystal displayed on the monitor, astonished by its enormity. The crystal had expanded to a diameter of several kilometers, and as it continued to consume matter, its size was increasing further. "We cannot allow this to continue expanding, or the entire planet will be devoured." Another expert from the Eastern Lin cosmic nation remarked coldly. Danger level 1. Classify this entity as an unknown cosmic crisis. Confidentiality level 1. Investigate the origin of the crystal. Examine its properties and attempt to collect samples for research. If that fails, evacuate the populace and deploy Mech to attack the crystal, using annihilation cannons to reduce this crystalline material to nothingness. The higher-ups of the Eastern Lin cosmic nation, witnessing the crystal's unabated consumption of surrounding matter, exchanged grave glances. This was Telling Planet, one of the capital planets of the Eastern Lin cosmic nation. Should Telling Planet sustain significant damage, it would result in incalculable losses for the nation. Thus, the Eastern Lin cosmic nation harbored no illusions and swiftly enacted a firm response. Chapter 113, Static Energy Element in the Void of Space. Su Ming's spacecraft continued its forward trajectory. At this moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Eastern Lin cosmic nation. Even if he were aware, he would be powerless to act, as he needed to dock his spacecraft within the nation. The energy reserves of his vessel were running perilously low, without resupply. It could not venture far. Regardless of the circumstances, his ship had to dock within the Eastern Lin cosmic nation. Presently, Su Ming's expression was tense as he scrutinized the energy conversion device on the workstation. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy reaction erupted from the device. Upon perceiving the surge of energy, Su Ming's countenance grew tense. The success or failure hinged on this pivotal moment. Should he falter, the conversion device would likely explode, rendering all his efforts futile and necessitating a complete reassembly. Ming recalled that he had already encountered failure more than 10 times. He could only wonder if this time would yield a different outcome. Remarkably, just as the energy was on the verge of eruption, it suddenly ceased. This was an astonishing occurrence, akin to halting a bullet mid-flight. Why would the energy poised for explosion come to a standstill at that very instant? As Ming beheld this scene, elation surged within him. The static energy essence had succeeded. This essence represented a unique energy factor that induced a transformation in particle dynamics, compelling them to revert to their original state just before detonation. In simpler terms, it immobilized an opponent's attack, rendering it incapable of manifesting its destructive potential. This technique, imparted to him by a sentient being, endowed him with the ability to counter long-range assaults, should someone attack him from afar. Ming could employ the static energy essence to confine the explosive force of their energy, preventing the attack from materializing. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Ming's eyes. After several days of study, he had begun to appreciate the allure of energy-based knowledge. This domain rivaled that of mechanical sciences, and delving deeper, one could find themselves on par with the most advanced mech warriors. Yet, the biological characteristics of human society dictated that the predominant focus of research would naturally gravitate towards machinery and technology. In terms of understanding and application of energy, humanity lagged significantly behind their sentient counterparts. Now, having been exposed to a wealth of energy knowledge from these beings, Ming found much of it surpassed human research boundaries. Imbued with an air of incredibility, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With the fusion of energy technology and mechs, he might just forge an entirely new school of mech design. However, at that moment, the energy previously immobilized by the static essence suddenly broke free from its constraints and erupted violently. Ming's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly embraced the energy conversion device, shielding it with his body. In the next instant, the unleashed energy sent him hurtling away. Dusting himself off, Ming scratched his head in realization. How had he forgotten that the static energy essence had a temporal limitation? Given his current abilities, he could only restrain the explosive energy for a mere few seconds. The more formidable the energy entity, the shorter the duration of confinement. After all, while the static energy essence was indeed powerful, it could not indefinitely halt the motion and transformation of particles. Otherwise, it would not be called static energy essence, but rather a time-stopping device. At this moment, within the spacecraft, an electronic voice suddenly resonated. We are merely 3,000 kilometers from the Donglin Cosmic Nation, and we are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. At that juncture, in the capital of the Donglin Cosmic Nation on the planet Tellering, a peculiar sight could be observed from space. A pale red crystal, resembling an odd growth, was visible to the naked eye. The sheer visibility of this pale, red crystal in the vastness of space indicated that its volume had exceeded 100 kilometers, a remarkable size indeed. Originally, this crystal measured only a few kilometers, but who could have anticipated that various weapons would prove utterly ineffective against it, only to be absorbed by the crystal, causing it to swell even further? The larger it grew, the greater its capacity to consume energy and matter became. The entire Telling planet, along with other celestial bodies within the Donglin Cosmic Nation, found themselves in disarray, grappling with the insurmountable challenge of containing the expansion of this pale red crystal. Under such circumstances, the personnel on Tellering had little time to address the inexplicable disappearance of a spacecraft from their workstations, nor the alarming loss of over half the energy from their energy storage systems. One must understand that the energy contained within a spacecraft supply station is prodigious, sufficient to sustain millions of ships for extended voyages. Yet now, a significant portion had inexplicably dissipated. What kind of spacecraft could possibly endure such vast quantities of energy? At this very moment, an unassuming spacecraft quietly departed from the beleaguered Donglin Cosmic Nation. Inside, a stoic figure stood within the ship. Respectful mechanic Wang Dong. The objective of this voyage is the unexplored cosmic belt, with an estimated travel time of 3 years. The spacecraft's energy is insufficient to support this journey. Please consider cautiously. An electronic prompt echoed through the vessel. This impassive individual emanated a dazzling crimson glow, their form constructed entirely of deep red crystals. This person was none other than the split entity of the crystalline being, having assumed the guise of mechanic Wang Dong, effortlessly gaining access to the ship and departing Donglin. At this moment, the once translucent pale red crystal adorning Wang Dong had transformed into an opaque deep red crystal. The energy fluctuations radiating from him were magnitudes stronger than before. Clearly, the majority of the energy from the supply station had been absorbed into this crystalline doppelganger. Upon hearing the ship's alert, Wang Dong displayed little emotional response. He extended a single finger, which then transformed into a power connector, forcefully inserting itself into the energy system of the spacecraft. The ship was now receiving energy sufficient for a flight lasting 7,023 years. Chapter 114, Knowledge of Independent Projects. Boom. A terrifying assault struck the pale red crystal on Trinstar. Yet, these attacks merely erupted with an inconspicuous glow upon the surface of the crystal, only to be absorbed back into its depths. The officials of Trinstar gazed at the screen displaying the crystal, their expressions heavy with concern and a profound sense of helplessness flashing in their eyes. What in the world is this? How can our attacks inflict no damage, but instead be consumed by it? A sense of powerlessness washed over one official. The Eastern Lin cosmic nation had exhausted various methods in an attempt to destroy this enigmatic crystal, yet the outcome invariably resulted in its further expansion. At the current rate of growth, it seemed that within a week, the entire Trinstar would be engulfed. A chill ran down the official spines, and a sense of dread began to take root. Should we seek assistance from the 5 great cosmic nations? After all, they have developed over a long period and must possess the means to annihilate such cosmic anomalies. One official, his face grave, spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the others around him shook their heads. Unless absolutely necessary, no nation wished to seek the protection of the 5 great cosmic nations. After all, it involved not only the image of their civilization, but also the secrets of the state. Allowing powerful beings from another nation to move freely within their capital planet left little room for confidentiality for smaller cosmic nations. One official turned to a researcher nearby, his tone firm. What is the situation? What are the properties of this crystal? We need to understand it quickly. Upon hearing the official's inquiry, the researcher could only respond with a wry smile. We have yet to determine its nature. However, ordinary energy seems ineffective against this crystal. We suspect it to be a form of exotic cosmic energy, and only specialized energy may inflict damage upon it. Then let us conduct research. We must develop energy capable of countering this entity. The official spoke impatiently. Time is running out. Why do these researchers seem so reluctant to take action? Yet, the researchers could only share a bitter smile among themselves. Research? How easily one speaks of it. Humanity has been studying energy for many years, and we have nearly exhausted the knowledge that could be gleaned from it. We find ourselves at a bottleneck in our understanding of energy, making it exceedingly difficult to discover anything new. The politician speaks lightly, suggesting a breakthrough in energy technology within a week, which is nothing short of a fantasy, an impossible task. It is an unreasonable demand. The researcher shakes his head repeatedly and states, "We can certainly attempt to explore this, but the outcomes may not meet our expectations. I recommend we first consider alternative plans and prepare several contingencies." Upon hearing the researcher's words, the politicians exchanged glances and gradually nodded in agreement. After all, it is unwise to place all hopes on an uncertain prospect. It is essential to devise multiple backup plans. What do you all think? Any good suggestions? One politician inquired with a furrowed brow. I propose we enlist the help of an Apocalypse-class entity. Someone suggested. Surely there are solitary Apocalypse-class beings in the universe we could invite to assist us with this issue. After this person spoke, a contemplative expression crossed the faces of the others, and they nodded slowly, responding, if an Apocalypse-class being could come, they would undoubtedly resolve this matter with ease. However, the cost would be exorbitant. Exorbitant or not, we cannot simply stand by and watch as Tellingstar is completely devoured. Delaying even a moment could result in the loss of several kilometers of land. The legislators pondered this and subsequently agreed to the decision. I have another suggestion. At that moment, another politician spoke up. The crowd turned their attention to him, curiosity piqued. What is your proposal? A bounty. A bounty? The assembly paused. quickly grasping the implication of his words. The Apocalypse-class beings are too costly, but there are undoubtedly many talented individuals among the populace. These exceptional individuals often possess unique skills and technologies. If we could offer a bounty to incentivize them to resolve this issue, the cost would certainly be far less than inviting an Apocalypse-class entity. Upon hearing this, the legislators exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But what kind of reward should we offer? If it is insufficient, few would be inclined to assist. I propose we offer independent knowledge from our reserves as compensation. Independent knowledge? The assembly was taken aback by this suggestion. Independent knowledge refers to knowledge that is not tiered by level, accessible to individuals of any rank, and beneficial to all. Because of its indiscriminate nature, this type of knowledge is exceedingly rare, often 100 times more valuable than ordinary knowledge. The Donglin Cosmic Nation possesses dozens of such independent knowledge categories, encompassing diverse fields such as medicine, construction, machinery, and space. For the Donglin Cosmic Nation, this knowledge is the very foundation of its existence. The fact that this legislator proposed offering independent knowledge as a reward completely exceeded the expectations of his peers. I disagree. The knowledge of independent projects is of utmost importance to the Donglin Nation and should not be disseminated. I also do not concur. One of the delegates instinctively shook his head, observing the expressions of his fellow lawmakers. The delegate who had initially proposed the idea let out a slow sigh and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, while the knowledge of independent projects is indeed crucial for the Donglin Cosmic Nation, does that imply that the significance of Telling Star is diminished? In the vast universe, extraordinary individuals are typically indifferent to material wealth, being solely intrigued by the pursuit of knowledge. If we rely solely on monetary incentives, we may not be able to attract truly exceptional talents. Conversely, the allure of independent project knowledge is unparalleled for these remarkable beings. If we can resolve this, all we need is to back up the knowledge and sign a confidentiality agreement without even needing to spend a dime. Upon hearing his words, the delegates exchanged glances, and a flicker of interest passed through their eyes. It seemed there was some merit to his argument. Knowledge could indeed be shared without financial expenditure. At this moment, the leader among them rose and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, we must not delay. This matter cannot linger any longer. Let us proceed in unison, inviting independent apocalyptic-level individuals while simultaneously issuing a bounty to see if any extraordinary beings are willing to come to Telling Star to address the crystal issue." Chapter 115. Arrival at Telling Star. Ming appeared relaxed as he brought the spacecraft down onto a supply planet within the Donglin Cosmic Nation. This supply planet resembled the Nopu planet where Ming had previously worked, providing repair services for passing machines and spacecraft, as well as energy replenishment. However, the planet before him was of a much higher caliber than Nopu. The spacecraft descended slowly onto this celestial body. Ming chose not to land on a planet closer to the heart of the Donglin Cosmic Nation, opting instead for an edge planet. Once refueled, he intended to set off without any intention of engaging with the Donglin Cosmic Nation. A notification chimed from the spacecraft's intelligence system. The Donglin Cosmic Nation has issued a bounty for all of humanity. Would you like to view it? Upon hearing the prompt, Ming displayed a hint of surprise, contemplated for a moment, and then instructed, "Retrieve information on the bounty." Retrieving. Successfully acquired. With the sound of the intelligence system, a video image appeared before Ming. Initially, he had not paid much attention to the bounty, only curious to see it out of boredom. However, upon the first glance at the video, Ming abruptly stood up, eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. The reason was clear. The content being displayed was a scene of a pale red crystal swirling above Telling Star. Gazing upon the pale, crimson crystal depicted on the screen, a sense of absurdity surged within Ming. Although the crystal civilization had never encroached upon the realm of humanity, Ming found its shadow lingering within human society. Indeed, this crystal appeared minuscule in comparison to the vast expanse of the entire crystal civilization, akin to a mere grain of sand against the ocean. Yet, having witnessed the peculiarities of the crystal civilization, Ming was acutely aware that even such a diminutive crystal, if left unchecked, could potentially grow to encompass an entire planet, or even a whole galaxy. The abilities of assimilation and absorption inherent to the crystal rendered this pale, crimson gem capable of effortlessly converting any material into energy, integrating it into the essence of crystal energy. However, Ming did not entertain the notion that this small crystal could annihilate the entirety of human civilization. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. The crystal civilization, while formidable, posed a true threat only when it descended in its entirety. At that juncture, the boundless force of the crystals would overwhelm even the most powerful beings, making it exceedingly difficult for them to exert their strength. Presently, this crystal could merely be regarded as a singular entity within the broader crystal civilization, and to assert that such an individual could obliterate human civilization was indeed an exaggeration. There undoubtedly existed entities within human civilization capable of effortlessly extinguishing this crystal, albeit at a considerable cost. Whether through the intervention of apocalyptic-level beings or the cutting-edge technology of the 5 great cosmic nations, substantial resources would be required to eradicate this crystal. Yet, it must be understood that this was but a singular entity. To confront it with utmost seriousness was necessary. Should humanity face the entirety of the crystal civilization, it would likely endure no longer than other sentient civilizations. Thus, the East Forest Cosmic Nation extended an invitation to all extraordinary individuals. If anyone possessed the certainty to dismantle this crystal, they were welcome to attempt it. The East Forest Cosmic Nation promised that upon successful disintegration of the crystal, a unique piece of knowledge would be rewarded. They encouraged enthusiastic applications. In the video, a somber official from the East Forest Cosmic Nation spoke gravely. Ming could discern a hint of bloodshot in the official's eyes, laden with exhaustion and urgency. It was evident that the entire administration of the East Forest Cosmic Nation had been beleaguered by this crystal in recent days. However, upon hearing the mention of the reward, Ming's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of interest. Unique knowledge was a rare treasure, valued at 100 times more than ordinary knowledge. Up until now, Ming had not acquired a single piece of unique knowledge. The prospect of obtaining such a treasure was undeniably enticing. Furthermore, Ming harbored a keen curiosity about the crystal civilization, having yet to confront any life forms from it, and remained unaware of the abilities possessed by such beings. This occasion presents a remarkable opportunity for Ming to engage with the crystalline civilization ahead of time. Thus, should he encounter the crystalline beings in the future, he would not be caught off guard. First, let us replenish the energy, Ming murmured, and promptly proceeded to recharge his spacecraft on the surface of this planet. Once he confirmed that the energy had been fully replenished, Ming activated the ship and departed from the planet. He submitted an entry request to Telling Planet while informing them, "I have accepted the bounty." Ming spoke calmly. Shortly thereafter, the intelligence system aboard the ship emitted a series of beeps. Application successful. Entry granted. Arrangements will be made upon arrival. Upon hearing the voice of the ship's intelligence system, Ming nodded slowly. In the next moment, the spacecraft, carrying Ming, descended onto the surface of Telling Planet. As he disembarked from the ship, Ming noticed a soldier clad in military attire waiting for him at the airport. The moment the soldier saw Ming descend, his eyes brightened, and he approached with eagerness. "May I inquire if you are Lord Ming? I would like to confirm that you have accepted the bounty. Is that correct?" The soldier smiled as he regarded Ming. Ming nodded in affirmation. "Very well, Lord Ming, please follow me." After stowing the spacecraft within the spatial storage system, Ming accompanied the soldier into what appeared to be a war preparation room. Upon entering, Ming's expression shifted as he observed a number of genetically enhanced warriors, each exuding distinct auras, already seated within the preparation chamber. Immediately, his first thought was that they were indeed extraordinary individuals. The genetic signatures of these warriors varied greatly. Some even emanated an aura entirely unlike that of ordinary humans, clearly having undergone genetic modification. Such genetically modified warriors are not uncommon in the universe. Each cosmic nation has its own research on genetic enhancement, with some nations boasting relatively advanced and safe technologies. Ming even spotted an individual with a human head and a lower body composed entirely of mechanical and bioengineered muscles, as well as a strange being enveloped in an unusual fluid, with only its arms exposed. In comparison, Ming appeared remarkably ordinary. Chapter 116. extraordinary individuals. Once everyone had entered the preparation room, they took their seats without exchanging words, silently observing one another, their eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Each individual was a unique genetic warrior with distinct strengths and abilities. Consequently, they were all rather proud and conceited, often looking down upon one another, which resulted in a lack of communication. Ming, finding himself at ease, casually chose a corner to sit down. Subsequently, several genetically enhanced warriors with varying abilities entered the room, and after approximately half an hour, a politician from Touring Star finally made his entrance. Upon entering, he surveyed the eclectic assembly within the room, and a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face. However, he quickly suppressed this reaction, showcasing a commendable level of professionalism. With a congenial smile, he addressed the gathering, expressing gratitude for their support of the Eastern Forest during its time of peril, assuring them that the Eastern Forest would reciprocate with ample goodwill, offering them the opportunity to select independent knowledge once their mission was accomplished. At his words, a subtle smile graced the faces of those present, as they were all eager to obtain the independent knowledge. After a brief pause, the politician continued. This crystal possesses a unique ability. When subjected to an attack, it absorbs the energy of that assault, causing it to expand even further. Before you proceed to unleash your powers, could each of you please disclose your abilities? It would be unwise to act without understanding, as an unsuitable approach might yield counterproductive results, exacerbating the crystal's expansion. With a constant warm smile, the politician regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor. After hearing his request, the individuals exchanged glances, and soon a peculiar figure, covered in various growths, stood up and raspingly declared, "My ability lies in toxin cultivation. Within the tumors of my body, I harbor over 100 distinct toxins that can surely erode this crystal completely." His declaration elicited nods of agreement among the crowd. Utilizing corrosive toxins could indeed offer a means to erode the crystal, and with such a diverse array of over 100 toxins at his disposal, it seemed likely that one would prove effective. Even Ming regarded this individual with keen interest, pondering the efficacy of toxins. While uncertain about their usefulness, he recognized the value in exploring diverse methodologies. The civilization of crystals might not be vulnerable to a singular approach. Discovering alternative methods could very well yield beneficial outcomes. At that moment, another individual, encased entirely in armor, rose to speak. The armor featured a transparent material at the eye level, allowing him to perceive his surroundings clearly, while the rest remained entirely covered. Another eccentric, Ming mused internally. Once he stood, a deep electronic voice resonated from within the armor. "I am a modified experimental subject from a laboratory. During the genetic alteration process, I underwent a mutation that bestowed upon me formidable freezing capabilities. I can encase energy in ice and subsequently shatter it." Seated in a corner, Ming observed this gathering of peculiar individuals as they introduced themselves, evoking the sensation of attending an extraordinary exhibition of abilities. Each person's talent broadened his horizons, leaving him in awe. An intriguing sensation subtly enveloped the atmosphere. One by one, individuals were introduced, and soon it was Ming's turn. Taken aback for a moment, Ming promptly rose to his feet and, with a smile, addressed the assembly. "Compared to all of you, my abilities are rather ordinary. I specialize in energy-based mechanical knowledge and am a mechanic." With that, he gestured to signify the conclusion of his introduction and sat back down. The officials, witnessing Ming's abrupt return to his seat, appeared somewhat astonished. "Is that all?" Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that was all. He was neither a cyborg nor a subject of genetic experimentation, simply an ordinary person with no extraordinary abilities to elaborate upon. Observing Ming's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed the official's eyes, yet he maintained his composure, smilingly assuring Ming, "No worries. Expertise in energy-based mechanics is still a commendable specialty." He vaguely recalled that researchers from the Donglin Cosmic Nation had previously mentioned using energy-based attacks to address the crystal issue. Thus, even though Ming lacked any remarkable powers, the official chose not to display overt discontent. After overhearing their exchange, the peculiar individuals surrounding them cast disparaging glances at Ming. In human society, research on energy was not particularly profound. For the divine mechanics of the Eastern Ming Alliance, such knowledge would be a pleasant surprise. However, an energy mechanic was deemed less useful than an ordinary mechanic. Consequently, the crowd quickly diverted their attention from Su Ming to the next extraordinary individual. Before long, these remarkable beings had introduced their abilities in succession, and a glimmer of hope appeared in the officials' eyes. They had already dispatched someone to seek a solitary apocalyptic-level powerhouse, but the fees demanded were exorbitantly high, subtly exceeding their financial capacity. If these extraordinary individuals could resolve the crystal issue, it would indeed save the Donglin cosmic nation a substantial sum. Your abilities are all exceptional. The forthcoming matters are in your capable hands, the official declared with a smile. Upon hearing these words, one of the peculiar figures stood up and calmly stated, "Sir, I am not accustomed to collaborating with others. It will be preferable for me to act alone." The official furrowed his brow slightly at this assertion and inquired with curiosity, "Sir, why do you wish to act independently? Wouldn't a joint effort yield better results?" Other extraordinary individuals chimed in, expressing their agreement. "Sir, we also prefer to operate individually. It is not merely a matter of habit, but also one of compatibility. For instance, if this gentleman who employs toxins were to work alongside the ice manipulator, the toxins might not even take effect before being frozen, rendering the effort futile." Upon hearing the words of the individual, the grotesque figure adorned with tumors displayed a flicker of coldness in his gaze and rudely retorted, "Are you implying that my toxins are inferior to his freezing abilities?" In response to the toxic man's remarks, the one who had initially spoken shook his head, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Yet the skepticism in his eyes was palpable. As tensions escalated and it appeared that this group of irascible individuals was on the verge of quarreling, the official hastily intervened, saying, "Very well. Let each of you take your turn. Let us refrain from squabbling prematurely." Chapter 117. The properties of crystals. The ill-tempered creature, covered in tumors, stood up abruptly, provoked by others, and made his way outside. Observing the intense malevolence emanating from him, the assembled crowd in the preparation room exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some sneered, others showed disdain, while a few displayed keen interest. In any case, those present were all rebellious spirits, indifferent to the ominous aura radiating from the toxic man. Su Ming, however, remained largely impassive. His primary purpose for being there was not to seek glory or showcase himself. His greater concern lay with the abilities and characteristics of crystalline organisms, as well as his potential acquisition of independent knowledge. At this moment, the toxic man taking the initiative was advantageous for Su Ming, as he wished to observe whether any of these extraordinary individuals possessed abilities capable of countering the crystalline beings. In his eyes, these individuals were akin to participants in an expansive experiment on crystalline organisms. After the toxic man exited the room, he boarded a flying device and ascended to hover above the crystals. The onlookers, through the monitoring screens, were able to witness the encounter between the toxic man and the crystals. A hush fell over the room as everyone eagerly focused on the screens, anticipating whether the toxic man's abilities would prove effective against the crystals. The toxic man, suspended in midair by his flight suit, gazed down at the crystals below, which emitted powerful radiation. Even with his toxic prowess, he could not approach the crystals without risking severe radiation burns or the danger of being assimilated by them. As he hovered aloft, a confident expression appeared on his face. At that moment, one of the tumors on his body abruptly writhed, visibly crawling up his neck towards his mouth. The sight was grotesque, yet Su Ming remained transfixed on the display. His curiosity regarding whether the toxins could erode the crystals surpassing that of anyone else present. Suddenly, the toxic man's mouth bulged, and in the next instant, he expelled a thick green liquid with a violent heave. Through the screen, everyone could sense the putrid odor emanating from this viscous fluid. The act of such a repugnant substance being expelled from his mouth commanded a begrudging respect for the toxic man's capacity for revulsion. After the liquid was expelled from the mouth of the poison user, it was immediately half vomited, half sprayed onto the crystal. Instantly, a hissing sound emanated from the pale red crystal, followed by the sight of the highly toxic substance corroding it, causing wisps of white smoke to rise. Where the poison made contact, the crystal began to dissolve, transforming from solid to liquid, resembling a substance being eroded and melted away. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone in the preparation room, including Su Ming. No one anticipated that the pale red crystal, which had caused such immense headaches for the Donglin cosmic nation, would be effectively dealt with by the first person to act using this potent toxin. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. What was happening? Did they not have to intervene? It was as if their independent knowledge was irrelevant, and they were merely playing a supporting role. The swift success left these extraordinary individuals with a sense of dissatisfaction, as if they had been building up energy only to strike a pillow. Now, they found themselves hoping the crystal would endure a little longer, rather than dissolving so quickly. The officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation also displayed intense excitement in their eyes. If anyone wished for the crystal's disintegration, it was undoubtedly these officials. As they observed the crystal being gradually eroded by the toxin on the screen, their faces lit up with joy. Had it not been for the decorum, they might have leapt up in celebration. However, Su Ming, at that moment, narrowed his eyes slightly. From his perspective, although the toxin was effective, its corrosive speed was slowing down. Initially, upon contact, the crystal had been corroded to form a massive pit. Yet now, as the toxin dripped onto the crystal, it merely produced wisps of white smoke, hardly able to corrode at all. A chill ran through Su Ming's heart. The potency of the toxin was diminishing, or perhaps the crystal was adapting to the toxin. Indeed, as time passed, when the toxin released by the poison user fell upon the crystal once more, it no longer elicited a violent reaction. Even the white smoke was minimal, and it became apparent that the toxin he expelled was gradually being absorbed by the crystal. This crystal possessed a remarkable ability to adapt, or rather, a learning capability. It could swiftly acclimate to a particular force or energy within a very short span of time, and once adapted, that force or energy would no longer be effective against it. A shiver coursed through Su Ming upon this realization. Such a perverse ability. This capability implied that after being attacked, it would not succumb to the same type of attack again. In light of this, Su Ming began to theorize. Could it be that the solution discovered by the humanoid civilizations was continuously being adapted within the crystal civilization? The method of unraveling that the humanoid being took pride in was once effective against the crystalline civilization. However, in the present day, it may no longer hold the same efficacy. Upon realizing this, Su Ming took a deep breath. The approach he once deemed foolproof might no longer serve as a permanent solution, and it could very well have transformed into a snare. Should he foolishly rely solely on the methods formulated by the humanoid civilization, he might find himself bereft of recourse when the time comes. Shaking his head, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the screen. The crystal had developed an immunity to his lethal poison, and the poisoner immediately recognized this shift. His expression changed, yet he remained composed. After all, in addition to the previous toxic substance, he possessed over 100 other potent poisons, many of which were far more lethal than the one he had just employed. Without hesitation, multiple tumors within his body began to writhe towards his mouth, converging there to form an even more terrifying toxin, which he unleashed violently upon the crystalline entity below. Chapter 118. Rising danger level. The grotesque poison, tenfold more repugnant and concentrated than before, fell upon the crystal with ferocity. This time, the effect was significantly more pronounced. In an instant, the crystal was ravaged, creating a vast, gaping hole that continued to expand outward. The onlookers in the war room stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. The potency of this toxin was undeniable, and in a matter of moments, the area of erosion had reached several kilometers in diameter, consuming nearly 1% of the crystal. However, Su Ming inwardly shook his head. If this toxin were to increase in potency 100-fold, or if the crystal were to diminish in size 100 times, it might indeed be possible for the poison to eradicate the crystalline structure entirely. Yet, the crystal had grown too rapidly during its previous consumption. Although the toxins were formidable, given the crystal's extraordinary adaptability, it seemed unlikely that they could completely annihilate the crystalline entity before them. As anticipated, the rate of erosion began to slow. Eventually, the crystal ceased to be eroded. Instead, it began to absorb the toxins as nourishment, gradually enhancing its own strength. Seeing this, the poisoner felt a flicker of panic. The previous toxin had already been one of his more formidable techniques, and if it failed to dismantle the crystal, he feared he might possess no better alternatives. However, having boasted in the war room previously, admitting defeat now would bring him great humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all the tumors in his body together, consolidating them on his back, which made him appear as a grotesquely hunched figure. A torrent of poisons surged forth. The poisoner let out a thunderous roar. And in that instant, the large bulge on his back violently ruptured, releasing a torrent of toxins that gushed forth towards the crystal. However, to his utter despair, the crystal displayed an extraordinarily formidable resistance to the toxins at that moment. Even though these toxins were more potent than before, their efficacy paled in comparison to the initial corrosive impact on the crystal. Upon witnessing this, the poisoner realized that he could not overcome the crystal and began to entertain thoughts of retreat, preparing to pilot his vessel away from the scene. Yet, the crystalline entity would not permit him to escape so easily. Suddenly, dozens of pale, pink crystalline tendrils erupted from the entity, swiftly ensnaring him. The poisoner struggled violently, releasing horrifying toxins throughout his body. However, these toxins merely served as sustenance for the tendrils, which absorbed them and grew even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the poisoner was enveloped by the crystalline appendages, and when they opened again, he was nowhere to be found, clearly assimilated by the crystalline being. This shocking scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the command room. "It possesses consciousness," exclaimed a member of the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nations Council. Previously, the crystal had exhibited no signs of aggressive behavior, merely passively consuming and expanding. Coupled with its peculiar appearance, the officials had assumed it was merely a dangerous cosmic anomaly devoid of independent consciousness, an inanimate object. However, now, it had actively extended its tendrils to devour the poisoner entirely. Clearly, the crystal possessed consciousness. It was an unequivocal life form. Exchanging solemn glances, the officials recognized the gravity of the situation. This dangerous entity is a conscious life form. Its threat level has increased. One council member murmured. The others nodded in agreement, a decisive glint emerging in their eyes. This now fell into the realm of unknown cosmic life forms, potentially involving different civilizations. It was no longer merely their concern, but required informing the entirety of human society to collectively confront this external peril. One council member rose and spoke directly, and no one opposed his words. The danger level had escalated yet another notch, surpassing what the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation could manage alone. Given the nature of this life form, especially one capable of consuming entire planets, its classification and significance warranted the vigilance of the entire human community. If the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation were to conceal this matter, any ensuing calamity would not only befall them, but could also jeopardize the broader human society. Contact the 5 great cosmic nations and transmit all existing records and information pertaining to the crystal to the United Network of Human Cosmic Nations, ensuring that every human society within the cosmic realm can behold this crystalline entity. The staff acted swiftly, establishing connections with the officials of the 5 great cosmic nations, and promptly uploading the footage of the crystal, including the video of the toxin user combating the crystalline life form, to the United Network. The Empire of Mongolia acknowledged receipt and is currently reporting this matter. Please hold on. The Free Federation of Busa has received the information. When may we convene for a joint meeting? Kindly respond. The Dongming Alliance has acknowledged receipt, as has the Beast God Civilization and the Kingdom of Dais. The 5 great cosmic nations responded at once. In the next moment, projections of officials from the Donglin Cosmic Nation materialized in the virtual conference hall, followed by the projections of officials from the other 5 nations. Preliminary assessments indicate that the risk level of this incident is classified as Grade A, extremely high. We have dispatched an apocalyptic-class vessel, expected to arrive in approximately 3 hours. While the threat posed by this crystalline entity is relatively minor, the civilization or biological collective it represents poses a significant danger to human society. It is imperative to thoroughly investigate the origins of this crystalline life form. The officials of the 5 great cosmic nations quickly reached a consensus, and arrangements were made to communicate with the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. Esteemed colleagues, the crystal continues to expand, and certain civilians and critical structures have not yet evacuated. We wish to dispatch extraordinary individuals to halt its expansion. Is this feasible? An official from the Donglin Cosmic Nation gravely inquired. By the time the apocalyptic-class vessel arrives in 3 hours, an estimated 1/10 of the planet may be consumed. While these extraordinary individuals may not completely dismantle the crystal, they could still impede its expansion. The toxin user perished at the hands of the crystal. However, In releasing his toxins, he managed to erode a portion of the crystal, resulting in a slight reduction in its size. The toxin user, it seems, was not entirely ineffectual. Upon hearing the words from the Donglin Cosmic Nation, the officials of the 5 great cosmic nations fell into a moment of silence, then slowly nodded in agreement. It is indeed feasible. It is essential to restrict the growth of the crystal. Chapter 119. Utilization and broadcast consensus was swiftly achieved among the assembly, with the extraordinary individuals tasked with restraining the growth of the crystal while awaiting the arrival of the apocalyptic-class vessel. Once it arrives, even if the crystal has devoured an entire planet, it will be compelled to submit before the apocalyptic class. After concluding the call, the officials turned their gaze toward the extraordinary individuals. The preceding conversation had not reached their ears. Otherwise, given their temperament, they might have erupted in outrage. After all, the crystal exhibited considerable danger, and should one be inattentive, they could be directly assimilated by it. However, the outcome of the deliberations among the officials was to allow these extraordinary individuals to continue their efforts to thwart the growth of the crystals. At first glance, this seems unproblematic. Yet, the underlying intent of these officials was to prevent the crystal's expansion even at the cost of the lives of these gifted beings. In the face of a national crisis, the officials could very well transform into the coldest of executioners, killing without a trace. Their regard for the lives of the extraordinary individuals was negligible. What mattered to them was the survival of the Donglin kingdom. In a certain sense, the officials' decision was not without merit. Sacrificing a small number of lives to save nearly a third of the population on the planet is a pragmatic calculation. However, for the extraordinary individuals, this was undeniably unjust. The officials wore expressions of warm camaraderie, reminiscent of their initial encounters with these gifted beings. Yet, unbeknownst to all, their mindset had irrevocably shifted. The officials of Donglin no longer required the abilities of these extraordinary beings to dismantle the crystals. In 3 hours, a higher authority would take over the situation, rendering the extraordinary individuals unnecessary for resolving the issue. Nonetheless, the appearance of diligence must still be maintained. For the officials, this was merely routine. Their performance skills were, at this moment, in full display. These officials behaved as though nothing had transpired, donning respectful yet amiable smiles as they regarded the extraordinary individuals before them. We express our deep regret for Mr. Koren's plight, yet with the crystals still present. Your intervention may be essential to resolve this matter and save the Donglin kingdom. Please exercise caution in your endeavors. Mr. Koren was, of course, the name associated with the poison. After delivering this statement, the officials cast their expectant gazes upon those present, their hopes evident. Only they knew the truth behind their intentions. At this juncture, another official could not help but smile as he spoke. To showcase your formidable prowess, we have decided to organize a live broadcast, presenting your valiant efforts to the entirety of human society and allowing your grandeur to grace every corner of our world. This broadcast was, in truth, merely a means for the various cosmic nations to continue observing the crystal's characteristics. However, the officials of Donglin had cleverly framed it as a broadcast for all humanity. What do extraordinary individuals seek? Beyond their own strength, they desire fame and fortune. Upon learning that this battle would be broadcasted across human society, many extraordinary individuals could no longer remain seated, eager to demonstrate their abilities in front of an audience. If they could achieve renown through this battle, fame and fortune would surely follow. Indeed, it would be splendid to broadcast to all of humanity, allowing every spectator to witness my extraordinary capabilities. The Iceman stood up with a smile and addressed the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. You must broadcast my magnificent display of dismantling the crystal for all of humanity to witness. After uttering these words, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The eager, extraordinary individuals, witnessing the Iceman's advance, were momentarily overtaken by a flicker of regret in their eyes, lamenting their delayed rise. Observing this scene, the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared amusement reflected in their eyes. Indeed, when lured by the allure of fame and fortune, these so-called exceptional beings would eagerly surge forth for recognition. However, the promise of broadcasting to the entire human society was not misplaced. Following discussions among various national officials, It was agreed that this event could indeed be live-streamed on the public networks of humanity, primarily serving the research interests of various nations regarding the crystals. This initiative also exemplified the commendable spirit of mutual aid among the cosmic nations during times of adversity, undeniably radiating interstellar positivity. This endeavor would greatly contribute to the harmony and stability of the populace. Soon, under the organization of the staff, the Donglin Cosmic Nation uploaded a livestream announcement on the Cosmic Forum. In response to Donglin's notification, other cosmic nations promptly shared the livestream announcement through their official accounts. A tremendous influx of users flocked to the live stream, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle of Donglin Cosmic Nation versus the Crystal Beings. Netizen A, brothers, what is happening? Our Tianning Cosmic Nation as official media has shared this news. I've come to see if any big shots arrived early. Can someone explain what stage we're at now? Netizen B, the live stream has just begun. I've just entered as well. Look, this strange figure clad in armor is about to confront the Crystal Being. The battle should commence shortly. Netizen C, what exactly is this Crystal Being? The post's description states it's an unknown cosmic danger. How can a creature look like this? The netizens began to engage in fervent discussion. In the interstellar society, the gene warriors possessing combat prowess are, in fact, quite rare. Although it appears that every individual encountered by Ming is a gene warrior. This is merely a reflection of the war-torn environment he inhabits, where gene warriors are predominant. In reality, the proportion of gene warriors within the entirety of human society is as low as 1 in 100, among 100 individuals. Only one has the opportunity to become a gene warrior. The majority of interstellar citizens are ordinary individuals devoid of combat abilities. For them, formidable gene warriors are akin to celebrities. The conflicts among gene warriors resemble reality shows on television, albeit far more exhilarating, as many battles often culminate in the demise of the gene warriors. For the ordinary populace, this spectacle is nothing short of an extraordinary combat showcase. In an instant, the live stream was inundated with millions of viewers. Chapter 120, The Iceman versus the Crystal Beings. The audience in the streaming room was in a frenzy. However, this commotion was entirely imperceptible to the Iceman. At that moment, he advanced towards the crystal, launching a fierce assault from his spacecraft. He shed his iron armor, emerging from it cloaked merely in a tattered piece of cloth. This was a grotesquely thin man, appearing exceedingly deformed. Once he emerged from the iron armor, small ice crystals began to manifest around him, emanating a chilling aura that could be felt even through the screen. The purpose of his armor was not to enhance his combat prowess. Rather, it constrained the frigid energy that enveloped him, allowing him to navigate among the crowd and engage in conversation. Otherwise, the intense cold radiating from him would undoubtedly freeze anyone daring enough to approach into solid ice. He was a product of a certain cosmic nation's research institute. These institutes often expend vast sums to recruit individuals from impoverished backgrounds, offering substantial monetary compensation to those willing to volunteer for experiments. Many destitute families, with no other options, would send their children to participate. Although such practices have been expressly prohibited by society, some laboratories continue to engage in these clandestine operations. Once the research yields results and data is documented, the volunteers are subsequently released. The Iceman before us is a product of one such laboratory. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if the overwhelming cold had frozen the very muscles of his face. The Iceman was unable to move freely, while genetic mutation endowed him with terrifying freezing abilities. It also rendered his muscles largely inactive, leaving him reliant on the automatic functions of his armor for mobility and on nutrient solutions to sustain his bodily functions. After all, any food that approached his lips would have already turned to ice before he could consume it. The price of genetic mutation was a lifetime spent in such a state. This explains why many individuals with extraordinary abilities often exhibit eccentric behaviors. Existing in such conditions makes it exceedingly difficult to maintain a healthy psyche. The Iceman's face, resembling that of a corpse, gradually turned towards the crystal below, and a profound mockery flickered in his gaze. Deprived of his armor, he was unable to speak, as his vocal cords had long since lost their vitality to the frost. Yet, this did not impede his capacity to unleash his abilities. From his being surged an intense cold, so profound that it manifested visibly in the air, presenting a deep blue hue. This was a crystalline phenomenon arising solely from extreme cold, signifying the frigid temperature of the vicinity. Utterly chilling. A chilling wave, under the control of the Iceman, surged fiercely toward the crystalline creature below, enveloping it in an instant. This dazzling display of combat rivaled any cinematic spectacle. The knowledge that it was a genuine occurrence amplified the thrill tenfold. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. For many contemporary shows revolved around mecha battles or hand-to-hand combat. Such a bizarre individual employing freezing techniques for an assault was a rarity. The excitement in the live stream soared. What a spectacular move. With a single strike, 100 miles were frozen. How formidable this individual is. One wonders if a typical mecha warrior could contend with him. Even a mecha might succumb to the freeze. No? This must be classified as a supernatural ability. How marvelous. Intense discussions erupted within the live stream. Do you believe this technique could annihilate the crystalline creature? I think it's feasible. Observe how the once faintly red exterior of the crystal has transformed to a silvery hue, indicating it has indeed been encased in ice. Quite so. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze was riveted on the scene unfolding on the screen. The Iceman's prowess was undeniable. His formidable, freezing ability effortlessly encased nearly half of the crystalline creature's form. Moreover, having learned from the Poison Man's experience, he launched his ultimate attack without allowing the crystal any opportunity to acclimatize. As the Iceman unleashed his freezing assault, a substantial portion of the crystal was immediately immobilized. Excellent. Continue freezing. The officials, observing this spectacle, exchanged glances that revealed their astonishment. The Iceman's abilities appeared genuinely potent. This colossal crystal was swiftly ensnared by ice. Half of it rendered motionless. Half is no trivial matter. One must recognize that the crystal spans hundreds of kilometers, indicating that the Iceman's attack affected an area of several hundred kilometers. Truly terrifying. Seeing his attack yield results, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in the only movable part of the Iceman's eyes. In the next moment, he harnessed his icy powers to commence shattering a portion of the crystal. The frozen segment, under the Iceman's influence, began to crack and splinter. The shattered pieces, having detached from the main body, transformed into lifeless fragments, devoid of the vitality inherent to the crystalline entity. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. It truly works. The fractured ice crystals, along with the frozen segment, disintegrated effortlessly, rendering that part lifeless. Essentially, the portion that was frozen and broken no longer belonged to the crystalline creature. Even if the crystal attempted to reclaim it, it would be unable to restore it to its peak condition. However, a flicker of regret passed through Su Ming's eyes. If only the Iceman's abilities were tenfold stronger, he might have effortlessly frozen and shattered the crystal before him, erasing it entirely. Yet, the speed at which the Iceman could freeze was evidently insufficient to keep pace with the adaptability of the crystalline entity. Before long, the crystal began to acclimate to the icy abilities, gradually restoring the frozen portions to their original form. Regardless of how fiercely the Iceman wielded his frigid powers, the crystalline creature became immune to the cold, and with each icy assault, its essence began to assimilate the power of frost. Ice, too, is a form of strength and could be absorbed by the crystal. The Iceman's released frost, once assimilated, only served to further amplify the crystalline being, which resumed its expansion. It seemed the crystalline entity grew weary of its standoff with the Iceman, extending 2 tendrils to strike at him. The Iceman was taken aback, but due to genetic deficiencies, he could not act swiftly, helplessly watching as the tendrils ensnared him. In the next moment, as the tendrils retracted, the Iceman's breath vanished. The Iceman met his demise at the hands of the crystal. Witnessing this scene, the comments in the live broadcast erupted into chaos and fervor, with viewers passionately discussing the unfolding drama. Yet, within the preparation room, Su Ming's gaze flickered with contemplation. Chapter 121. Su Ming takes action at this moment. Su Ming was deep in thought. The Iceman and the Poison Man, their abilities were indeed effective against the crystal. The crystal was not as invincible as it seemed. A singular crystalline form could still be countered. The true strength of the crystal lay in its magnitude. If it were merely a few hundred square meters of crystal, either the Iceman or the Poison Man could easily obliterate it. However, with the crystal now extending across hundreds of kilometers, its scale had increased over 1,000-fold. diminishing the threat posed by the Iceman and the Poison Man. Instead, the crystal could leverage its formidable learning capabilities to adapt to their powers and subsequently eliminate them. The might of the crystalline civilization also resided in its sheer scale. With crystals spanning billions of light years, even the most powerful beings would require countless years of relentless assault to eradicate them. Throughout this process, the crystalline civilization could effortlessly adapt to the attacks of such beings, ultimately consuming them. A crystalline civilization of billions of light years in size could never be extinguished in a short span, as long as it persisted and adapted to the corresponding attacks. It would remain impervious to such assaults. The true power of the crystalline civilization lay in its magnitude. By utilizing its terrifying scale, it afforded itself ample time to adapt, thereby immunizing itself against all forms of attack. This is the essence of the crystalline civilization's might. Some matters are indeed perplexing, and Su Ming could not help but smile bitterly. To surpass the crystalline civilization, it would require an entire populace endowed with unique abilities, each employing different powers to assault the crystalline entity. Only then, with billions united in their onslaught, could there be a glimmer of hope. Soon after the demise of the Iceman, several formidable individuals possessing diverse powers emerged from their chambers to engage in combat with the crystalline beings. Yet, without exception, they fell victim to the very entities they sought to vanquish, as the crystals adapted to their abilities and retaliated with lethal force. Flames were countered, vibrations were neutralized, and the extraordinary attempts of these gifted individuals to assault the crystalline life forms were captured on video, disseminating into the preparation room and the live broadcast. At that moment, the audience in the live stream, initially entertained, gradually transformed into a state of mild panic and trepidation. Could this crystal truly be defeated? A sense of helplessness enveloped them. It was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of adapting to varied assaults, rendering such attacks ineffective. Anyone could be struck down in return. This ability was grotesquely formidable. Furthermore, the crystal continued to expand, having already grown several kilometers in size. If this persisted, would humanity not be entirely consumed by it? When the situation seemed distant, people could observe the crystal with a sense of detachment. However, as they witnessed its relentless growth, a wave of unease swept through the spectators. The atmosphere in the preparation room also turned somber. The extraordinary individuals present were typically headstrong and proud, yet they were not fools. If one were to perish, it could be attributed to a lack of skill or insufficient mastery of their abilities. But with consecutive deaths, it was evident to all that the crystal before them was no ordinary foe. Is there anyone else willing to take action? An official inquired, furrowing his brow. With an hour and a half remaining until the arrival of an apocalyptic-level expert, they wished not to see the crystalline entity continue its insatiable consumption and expansion during that time. I shall give it a try, declared a formidable figure, known for his swiftness as a genetic mutant. Despite the concerns regarding the crystal's tendrils, he felt a modicum of confidence in his ability to protect himself. With no one else willing to act, he sought to test his fortune, perhaps believing he could resolve the situation with the crystal. Just then, a voice emerged from the corner of the preparation room. "Do not go. I shall handle it." A figure rose, speaking with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd paused, their gazes shifting to the speaker, revealing a flicker of intrigue in their eyes. The one who had spoken was the individual who identified himself as an energy-based mechanic, the sole person in the preparation room who appeared to be entirely composed. It appears that a certain Su Ming has risen to his feet, prompting a flicker of skepticism in the eyes of those around him. Enough of this nonsense. They seem to convey, even those endowed with formidable abilities have perished without return, and what can an ordinary energy-based mechanic possibly achieve? Paying no heed to the doubtful gazes surrounding him, Su Ming stood resolute and made his way outside. He had not intended to act so swiftly, but after witnessing the relentless slaughter of empowered individuals by the crystalline entity, he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. This crystalline being, possessing the capability to vanquish these empowered individuals in a mere instant, deliberately allowed them to unleash their powers before it struck, as if granting them the opportunity to reveal their abilities. The intent was unmistakable. This crystalline entity sought to adapt to as many human powers as possible. Su Ming's mind began to formulate a bold hypothesis. Could it be that among crystalline beings, the ability to adapt could be transferred when they fused. This particular crystalline entity aimed to collect a diverse array of power samples, ultimately transmitting them to the core of its crystalline civilization. Such a strategy would facilitate a more effortless and rapid consumption of human civilization in the future. Su Ming understood the urgency. He could not allow the crystalline entity to continue its course. If it were to adapt to every conceivable ability and relay these capabilities to its civilization, humanity would be rendered defenseless, forced into surrender without a fight. Emerging from the preparation room, he swiftly boarded a flying vessel, propelling himself towards the direction of the crystal. At the instant Su Ming departed the preparation room, the live broadcast shifted its focus to him. "Oh, this young man appears to be quite normal," the viewers expressed with astonishment. Surely, normality is a rarity in this situation. Everyone else has been rather peculiar. Another chimed in. Upon hearing this, the audience paused to reflect. Indeed, they had just witnessed a series of bizarre individuals assaulting the crystalline entity, subconsciously framing the conflict as a battle of monsters. Now, encountering someone seemingly ordinary struck them as peculiar. However, the viewers soon resumed their fervent discussions. "This young man looks rather frail. He surely cannot be a match for the crystal. Others, far stronger, have already been annihilated," they speculated. Beyond the live audience, high-ranking officials from various cosmic nations were also engrossed in the broadcast. At that moment, within a military conference room of the Empire, several figures were seated, intently observing the struggle between the Eastern Forest cosmic nation and the crystalline adversary, among them the notable Koren. As Su Ming stepped out of the preparation room, the camera focused on him, causing Koren to abruptly rise, his eyes wide open in astonishment, exclaiming, "Damn it, how did this little brat end up here?" Chapter 122. Koren's son. Upon witnessing Koren's reaction, those surrounding him expressed their bewilderment. "What is the matter? Your Excellency Koren, why such surprise?" The prominent figures seated nearby, all notable personalities within the Empire, exchanged confused glances, their expressions reflecting profound perplexity. Koren's face turned serious for a moment before he slowly resumed his seat, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "This is my second son. I cannot fathom why he is here." The revelation that it was indeed Koren's second son astonished the assembly. "I had heard that Koren's second son," one individual began, but halted mid-sentence, realizing the impropriety of labeling his son foolish in the presence of Koren, lest he incur the latter's wrath. "Your Excellency Koren, if the figure in the footage is truly your son, then he is in grave danger," an imperial official remarked. Concern etched upon his face as he observed Su Ming advancing towards the crystalline entity. Indeed, based on prior assessments, ordinary gene warriors were no match for the crystal's formidable prowess, not due to sheer strength, but rather the entity's bizarre abilities, which could easily lead the inadequately prepared to their demise. Seeing Su Ming approach the location of the crystal to confront it, Koren felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He could not comprehend why Su Ming had appeared in the Eastern Forest cosmic nation, nor why he intended to engage the crystalline life form. Did Su Ming not recognize the peril posed by the crystal? Without hesitation, Koren dialed a number to the officials of the Eastern Forest cosmic nation. "Your Excellency Koren, why are you calling us?" The officials responded, clearly taken aback by his unexpected communication. Koren, foregoing pleasantries, got straight to the point. "The Su Ming preparing to act is my son. You must prevent him from approaching the crystal life form. Should anything happen, I would be driven to madness. Do you understand my meaning?" In his urgency, Koren abandoned any semblance of decorum with the Eastern Forest officials, his tone resolute. The officials, taken aback by his words, turned their gaze towards the surveillance footage, where Su Ming had already flown a considerable distance, now perilously close to the crystalline entity. Witnessing this, the officials broke into a cold sweat. They harbor feelings of grievance and frustration. As a descendant of the apocalypse, why venture to the Donglin cosmic nation instead of remaining at home? Do you yearn for independent knowledge? Pray, do not jest. Would a descendant of the apocalypse truly lack independent knowledge? The officials of the Donglin cosmic nation were utterly perplexed. Yet this was not the time for doubts. They needed to swiftly intervene to prevent Su Ming from encountering potential peril. The wrath of an apocalypse-level powerhouse is not easily withstood. The officials hastily connected with Su Ming's communicator, urgently proclaiming, "Young Master Su Ming, please return. An apocalypse-level individual will arrive within an hour. Your involvement is unnecessary." At that moment, Su Ming was aboard a flying vehicle en route to the crystalline entity. Upon hearing the official's words, he felt an unexpected surprise. "Never mind, I shall test the waters. I have yet to engage with the crystalline entity, and I wish to ascertain the validity of my thoughts," Su Ming casually remarked before terminating the communication, focusing intently on the crystalline being ahead. After the call ended, the officials grew anxious and promptly contacted the Ministry of Defense of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. The youth currently in action is none other than His Excellency Koren's son. It is imperative that you ensure his safety and prevent him from being harmed by the crystalline entity. Immediately, the entire Donglin Cosmic Nation sprang into action. Some of the national military forces had already been stationed around the crystalline entity, and upon receiving the officials' orders, they entered a state of emergency readiness, poised to rescue Su Ming at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in a meeting within the Empire, Koren furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern as he beheld the unfolding scene. "It appears that my son is rather confident, seeking to dismantle the crystalline entity," remarked a rival official of Koren's, a smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Ming on the screen. The others present bore various expressions, all captivated by the live broadcast. At this juncture, Su Ming had reached the sky above the crystalline entity. It was too late to halt his advance. Curiosity swirled among the onlookers regarding the capabilities that emboldened Su Ming to believe he could conquer the crystalline being. In the footage, Su Ming gazed downward at the crystalline entity and without hesitation summoned his mech. The mech, towering approximately 13 meters, enveloped him in an instant. This was a formidable D-grade mech, specifically the Yin-Yang dual-type model. At that moment, the crystalline entity exhibited minimal energy response, seemingly intent on absorbing Su Ming's abilities and adapting to them. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as he deftly maneuvered the submech, appearing beside the crystalline formation in an instant. Without delay, the submech unleashed a swift strike, cleaving a massive gash into the crystal. In the next moment, the submech struck again, slicing through a portion of the crystalline entity's body along the newly formed opening. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience watching the live broadcast, including politicians from various nations, displayed a hint of perplexity. What was Su Ming attempting to achieve? The crystalline organisms, even when a fragment is severed, can swiftly regenerate. The detached portion does not lose its vitality. Rather, it transforms into an independent entity, either growing autonomously or seeking an opportunity to reunite with its parent body. Such physical harm holds no significance for the crystalline beings. It neither affects nor diminishes them. Surely, the son of Koren must possess some basic understanding of this phenomenon. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the politicians in the Imperial Conference Room. They had anticipated some extraordinary prowess from Koren's son, only to find him resorting to such a rudimentary tactic. After the crystal was severed, the detached fragment remained active, preparing to reattach itself to the main body. However, at that moment, Su Ming chuckled softly and released a standard bullet from his mech, which struck the severed crystal with precision. It was merely an ordinary bullet, yet it triggered a shocking transformation. The detached fragment of the crystal instantly froze in place, losing all capability for movement. Chapter 123. An unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Was there some hidden mystery within the bullet that rendered the severed crystal immobile? This conundrum perplexed the spectators. Although the bullet appeared to be nothing extraordinary, it exhibited an astonishing ability. Unaware of the audience's confusion, Su Ming, without hesitation, maneuvered his mech to grasp the immobilized crystal fragment and brought it closer to himself. The bullet had indeed been a standard one. However, Su Ming had infused it with static energy essence. The purpose of static energy essence is to revert particles to their original state. Crystalline organisms are composed of various complex energy particles and are, in essence, a form of energy life. The static energy essence can halt the movement of the internal energy particles, effectively placing the crystal in a temporary state of suspension. Moreover, the most advantageous aspect of static energy essence for crystals is that it cannot be adapted to by them. Once affected by static energy essence, the crystal enters a state of stillness, with its internal particles ceasing motion, rendering it incapable of responding to new stimuli. This is a known method for completely restraining the crystal, as far as Su Ming is aware. However, static energy essence has a time limitation. If the crystal is not dealt with within that time frame, the immobilized portion will regain its vitality. The mech presented the severed crystal fragment before Su Ming, who, without delay, prepared to shatter the fragment before him. At that moment, the voice of the mechanical martial deity system suddenly resonated in Su Ming's mind. Detected the presence of sealed stellar energy factors. Would you like to proceed with the absorption? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, and then inquired within his mind, what is happening? Is the stellar energy factor the crystalline fragment before me? Indeed, the system confirmed, leaving Su Ming profoundly astonished. This was entirely unexpected. Su Ming had only intended to shatter the crystalline fragment before him, rendering it inert. Yet, the system revealed that it could absorb the fragment. Can you absorb the essence of this crystal? Su Ming inquired curiously. Negative. Only sealed forms of stellar energy factors can be absorbed. Dynamic stellar energy factors cannot be. A hint of disappointment flickered within Su Ming as he contemplated the system's words, realizing that perhaps he had been overly ambitious. If the system could absorb the complete crystal, it would single-handedly annihilate the crystalline civilization. System, proceed with absorption, without hesitation. As the time for static energy essence drew near, Su Ming decisively opted for the system to commence absorption. Absorbing stellar energy factors, the system announced, and Su Ming was astonished to witness the crystalline fragment, approximately several cubic meters in size, being rapidly reduced in size, akin to a deflating balloon. Stellar energy factors? Su Ming mused. From the system's terminology regarding the crystal, he gleaned some information. Could it be that the crystalline civilization is, in some sense, a form of star? A being capable of devouring all matter, possessing its own consciousness, and even evolving into life. A star of sorts. It reminded him somewhat of a black hole. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. A star capable of consuming everything instantly brought black holes to mind. However, the crystal exhibited a faint red hue, clearly indicating it was not a black hole. It could only be understood as a testament to the vast wonders of the universe. Absorption complete. Transformed into starlight points, 372 points. In a brief moment, the system had entirely absorbed the crystalline fragment before him. The so-called stellar energy factors had, under the system's influence, transformed into 372 starlight points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then cast his gaze toward the crystalline entity below, spanning hundreds of kilometers. If this mere fragment could provide him with 372 starlight points, then absorbing the entire crystalline entity would surely yield hundreds of thousands of starlight points. Such a bounty would eliminate the need for spending starlight points on body refinement and attack training. Unexpectedly, the crystalline organism provided a fortuitous supplement. Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. What a revelation! Beyond this crystalline entity, the very essence of crystalline civilization was ripe for consumption. It is noteworthy that the magnitude of this essence is measured in light years. Such an immense volume could potentially bestow an unimaginable number of starlight points upon him. A peculiar sensation stirred within Su Ming. Was it possible that the crystalline civilization, which had previously caused him considerable distress, had now transformed into his own benefactor? If he found himself in need of starlight points, he could directly seek out the crystalline organism, thus ensuring a seemingly infinite supply. At this moment, the shift in their respective roles greatly diminished Su Ming's apprehension towards the crystalline civilization. However, he did not naively believe that the entire crystalline civilization would simply stand idly by, waiting for him to absorb its essence. It is crucial to understand that the system could only absorb crystals in a state of confinement, which could also be interpreted as being shattered into fragments. To absorb the crystals, he would first need to reduce the crystalline civilization to rubble. Nevertheless, once that step was accomplished, the system would swiftly absorb the fragments, rendering the crystalline civilization's remarkable regenerative abilities utterly ineffective before him. Regardless, a sense of relief washed over Su Ming. After absorbing the crystalline segment, he directed his gaze towards the crystalline organism's main body below. Employing the same tactic, he piloted the sub-mecha stealthily alongside the crystalline organism, then suddenly surged forth to sever a portion of its body. Subsequently, he unleashed projectiles imbued with static energy upon the severed part. In the next instant, the sub-mecha reappeared beside Su Ming's main mecha, actively absorbing stellar energy particles. Upon completion, he had acquired a total of 612 starlight points. Chapter 124. The True Battle. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his consecutive maneuvers left the audience in the live stream utterly astounded. From the perspective of the stream, a remotely controlled sub-mecha had suddenly emerged, slicing away a portion of the crystal, which was then obediently retrieved and brought back to the main mecha. In the following moment, the crystalline segment in the main mecha's grasp began to shrink gradually until it vanished completely. What was happening? Was it being absorbed? Absorbed? Impossible, my friend. It must have been dissolved by some force. Wasn't there a power that could dissolve as well? The viewers in the live stream began to discuss fervently. The number of viewers surged, as Su Ming's combat style instilled a glimmer of hope for the annihilation of the crystalline entity among these netizens. Go for it. Young man, what is his name? Not to mention, he is quite handsome. Even politicians from various countries turned their attention towards Su Ming at this moment. Up until now, Su Ming has solely relied on physical attacks, which the crystal entity cannot absorb given the minimal energy transfer involved. However, the reasons behind the crystal's subsequent immobilization and eventual disappearance remain a mystery. Should one discover the method to achieve this, would they not be invulnerable to the crystal civilization? While the ordinary audience is captivated by the thrill of the duel, the officials scrutinize the situation through the lens of power and profit. At this moment, a flicker of contemplation crossed the eyes of some officials from various cosmic nations, before their gaze returned to the unfolding events on the screen. In the footage, Su Ming persistently employed the same techniques, rendering the surface of the crystalline organism riddled with wounds. The excavated crystal fragments stood no chance of returning to their original form, entirely transforming into Su Ming's starlight points. In a brief span, his starlight points surged by over 8,000, reaching a remarkable total of 40,000, nearly hitting the 50,000 mark. Intrigued by the crystal entity, Su Ming began to absorb its corporeal essence with fervor. Yet at that moment, the core of the crystal organism began to writhe violently. Astonishingly, the entity, spanning several hundred kilometers, swiftly contracted. This contraction was not a mere absorption of energy, but a gathering of strength. The previously dispersed power began to coalesce towards the center. The creature's exterior transitioned from a pale red to a deep crimson hue. It was consolidating, concentrating, and unifying its strength. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's expression grew slightly grave. Here it comes. The crystal organism had merely been adapting to its capabilities and had refrained from attacking him. However, it was now evident that continuing on this path would only lead to the erosion of parts of its own body. Realizing this, the crystal entity would certainly not allow itself to be further diminished and was preparing to launch an assault against him. This marked the arrival of true peril. As the crystal organism continued to consolidate, it gradually transformed, before the eyes of all present, into a human figure with deep crimson skin. The officials from the Donglin nation gasped in unison. Wang Dong, the mechanic? Indeed, the form that emerged from the crystal organism was that of Wang Dong, the mechanic. Once materialized, Wang Dong's gaze fell upon Su Ming, appearing somewhat disoriented, as if still adjusting to his human visage. How did you sever my split body? Wang Dong stammered, his voice trembling with confusion. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. He was genuinely perplexed as to why his split entity seemed to lose its cognitive functions in that fleeting moment, although he could still sense its presence. Any form of communication with the split entity was rendered impossible, and it was not until its annihilation that he completely lost awareness of it. This left him in a state of astonishment. A burgeoning sense of trepidation began to arise within him regarding this newly discovered human civilization. Su Ming remained silent. Yet an unseen surge of energy emanated from his cerebral domain, flowing into the mech. Gradually, the mech began to revive, exuding an aura of peril. He discerned that the crystalline entity before him, which had coalesced its power, had now ascended to the formidable 10th tier. This was indeed alarming, considering that this crystalline being had awakened from a state of minimal strength to reach 10th tier combat prowess in less than a day. Should it continue to consume more energy, its combat capability might soar even higher, potentially reaching the vacuum level. Facing a 10th tier adversary posed a significant challenge for Su Ming. The energy spectrum of the 10th tier lay within the range of 300,000 to 600,000. In contrast, Su Ming's energy level, combined with the mech's approximately 150,000, would only culminate in around 250,000. With the enhancement from starlight energy, he might edge closer to 300,000, yet it would be a strenuous endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming felt little fear. Although the combat strength of this crystalline entity seemed to belong to the 10th tier, it was not entirely representative of true 10th tier power. The strength of the crystalline being was peculiarly constituted. A portion of its power stemmed from the energy within its crystalline core. This implied that as long as the being engaged in battle, its internal energy would be perpetually depleting, leading to a gradual decline in its combat capability. Unless it absorbed new sources of energy or matter, its strength would consistently diminish. After all, no ability could remain utterly invulnerable. The rapid escalation of power came at the cost of stability, gaining swiftly, yet losing just as rapidly. Now, Su Ming merely needed to withstand the crystalline entity's initial onslaught. Subsequent confrontations would become increasingly manageable. At that moment, Wang Dong lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Su Ming's mech suspended in midair, and ambiguously uttered, "Your abilities pose a threat to my civilization. You must be eliminated." Following his words, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Wang Dong's body. In an instant, he lunged towards Su Ming with ferocity. A terrifying, deep crimson apparition sliced through the sky, intent on shattering the mech into oblivion. Su Ming's gaze turned steely as he intently focused on the approaching crimson specter. He understood within his heart that his battle with the crystalline entity had only just begun. Chapter 125, The Battle Commences. The audience, watching through the live stream, was astounded as the crystalline entity exhibited a form entirely different from its previous appearances, creating a commotion. Had they entered the second phase? This resembled a boss fight in a dungeon, complete with stages. Regardless, the combat prowess displayed in this phase was significantly higher than the entity's previous state. The young man was in peril. Viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment, while government officials from various nations, seated behind their screens, focused intently on the unfolding events. "Lord Koren, your son has truly outdone himself, eliciting a distinct form from this crystalline creature," remarked an imperial general, astonished by the changes on the screen. The transformation of the crystalline entity into this new form was unprecedented, offering invaluable insights for the study of such beings. Lord Koren cast a disapproving glance at the general. What nonsense, he thought. It was evident to him that this crystalline entity's power had surged dramatically in this state, possessing the capabilities akin to a level 10 genetic warrior in terms of speed and explosiveness. He had witnessed his son's impressive abilities, despite being young. He had already achieved a moderate level 6 strength. However, even with a D-class mech, he was no match for a level 10 creature. His son was in grave danger. Lord Koren found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Had it not been for the lengthy journey to the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, he would have preferred to head directly toward it in the apocalyptic-class vessel. He was tempted to rise and rescue Su Ming himself. To the officials of Eastern Forest Nation, "I am Koren Clan. I remind you once more, Su Ming is my son, and there must be no mistakes." At this moment, he remained unaware that since their last encounter, Su Ming's cultivation had surpassed the moderate level 6 and had ascended to lower level 7. Naturally, a moderate level 6 warrior stood no chance against a level 10 creature. Yet, a lower level 7 warrior, combined with a D-class mech and starlight energy, possessed a fighting chance against such an entity. Meanwhile, the officials of the Eastern Forest Nation were breaking into cold sweats as an Imperial apocalyptic-class vessel loomed ominously nearby. They had to ensure the survival of this young man. Su Ming. However, at that moment, Su Ming had already engaged the crystalline entity in combat. A deep crimson flash surged towards him, the terrifying energy fluctuations distorting the surrounding air. Yet, within his heart, Su Ming felt no panic. Once he entered battle mode, he became as focused and precise as when assembling a machine. Calm, rational, decisive, yet audacious. As the crystalline creature charged towards him, Su Ming did not hesitate. Instead, he advanced. Solar impact. The sub-mecha was equipped with a spatial anchor point, which, once activated, could pull the mother mecha to the sub-mecha's location within a second. During this process, should a collision occur, it would unleash an extraordinarily terrifying potential energy and thermal damage. Whoosh! Su Ming's mecha transformed into a brilliant crimson shadow, colliding with the crystalline creature in an instant. Boom! Both parties suffered intense impact damage. However, due to the spatial gravity included in the solar impact of the sub-mother mecha, it had a slight edge over the crystalline creature in terms of power and speed. The crystalline entity was instantly shattered into countless fragments, drifting like ethereal shards in the sky. Meanwhile, Su Ming's mother mecha absorbed all the damage through the solar shield. Solar shield absorbs 300,000 points of energy damage, and at the moment of shattering, converts the absorbed damage into a thermal explosion, injuring the enemy. The 300,000 points of energy damage had been fully absorbed, and the solar shield was on the brink of breaking. Nevertheless, Su Ming opted not to allow the solar shield to unleash its thermal energy. Ordinary energy attacks would prove ineffective against the crystalline creature, only serving to empower it further. Shattering the solar shield would only enhance the crystalline being's strength. Turning around, Su Ming indeed witnessed the crystalline creature reassembling itself into its pristine form in that fleeting moment. Only a slight decrease in its aura indicated the energy expenditure from the recent collision. Even so, the combat prowess of the crystalline creature still surpassed Su Ming's significantly. Death. The creature's aura locked onto Su Ming, and a laser was abruptly released from its fingertip, hurtling towards him. Su Ming's expression shifted, yet he remained composed, his gaze fixed on the creature's finger. At the moment the laser was unleashed, he made a slight movement. This minor adjustment allowed Su Ming to break free from the creature's aura lock. The laser shot forth, but Su Ming had already evaded its grasp, causing the beam to strike the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, it created a massive crater, melting countless stones beneath the searing laser attack. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming felt a pang of trepidation. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading towards space. Remaining on Tellering Star to fight could potentially devastate the planet's ecological balance, leading to widespread destruction. The battle was being broadcast live. If humanity witnessed such chaos, condemnation and infamy would be inevitable. The true battlefield for mechas lies within the vastness of the cosmos. Remaining tethered to the surface of a planet only serves to hinder one's own potential. As the crystalline entity observed Su Ming ascend into the sky, it did not hesitate, following suit in a majestic flight. The two adversaries intertwined midair, the absence of the fiery solar shield rendering their mechas in a resplendent silver hue. A deep crimson phantom wildly interlaced with a silver apparition, erupting in a series of collisions amidst the celestial expanse. The photographic system kept pace, capturing the cosmic spectacle. Expert aerial combatants were dispatched to surveil the situation and intervene if necessary. The officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation urgently voiced their concerns. Upon hearing their words, several figures soared into the void of space with great speed. These figures were indeed the elite aerial warriors. The Donglin Cosmic Nation not only boasted vacuum-level powerhouses, but also possessed a plethora of aerial masters. However, despite their superior combat prowess compared to the crystalline beings, these aerial experts refrained from recklessly engaging, preferring to observe from a distance. After all, should their intervention inadvertently empower the crystalline entity, tipping the scales of battle against Su Ming, it would prove a costly miscalculation. Both parties plunged into the starry expanse, where the influence of gravity diminished significantly, propelling their speed to unprecedented levels. The live broadcast from the Donglin Cosmic Nation transitioned to the celestial arena, capturing the attention of all. Could Su Ming triumph over the crystalline being? The answer remained uncertain. Yet even in defeat, safety seemed assured, especially with the esteemed experts of Donglin in motion. I find it increasingly challenging to discern their movements. Can you see them clearly? It's too elusive. We shall review the footage in slow motion later. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystalline entity floated in the cosmic void, free from gravity and air resistance, their velocities escalating to an extraordinary degree. As ordinary viewers in the live stream struggled to comprehend the swift exchanges, they could only perceive two streaks of light, one crimson, the other silver, frantically darting through the void. Numerous satellites were obliterated by the shockwaves of their clash, prompting the Donglin Cosmic Nation to maneuver their satellites far from the battleground. While ordinary spectators could not grasp the intricacies of their movements, the officials and military generals of various cosmic nations observed the duel with unparalleled clarity. Indeed, the offspring of a mighty lineage displays prowess beyond our expectations. In the imperial chambers, a general, astonished, gazed at the screen and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Upon hearing his sentiments, the other generals nodded in agreement, seasoned warriors who had faced countless battles and accumulated vast experience. It is evident that throughout this process, Ming has demonstrated extraordinary prowess in his positioning, predictions, and utilization of energy levels. Each maneuver flows seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements, rendering the spectacle aesthetically pleasing. Consequently, Ming is able to engage in a back and forth with the crystalline life form of level 10, exhibiting a remarkable sense of balance without conceding any ground. Originally, his energy level was presumed to be around the lower echelons of level 7. However, the fact that he can fully unleash the combat potential of a D-class mech suggests that this particular mech must have been assembled by Ming himself. If my memory serves me correctly, Ming's genetic lock was activated merely 10 months ago. In such a brief span, he has astonishingly ascended to the status of a lower-level 7 genetic warrior. One of the Imperial officials who had participated in Ming's unlocking ceremony suddenly gasped as he beheld the combat scene. He recalled that Ming had 2 energy levels back then, one of which was reportedly negative. How could it be that within just 10 months, Ming's cultivation has surged to a terrifying lower-level 7? What did you say? The officials seated nearby gazed in astonishment at the image of Ming on the screen. Lower level 7 in just 10 months? What jest! This achievement is already on par with the fastest record in the Empire, if not surpassing it. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as if they were witnessing the Empire's record being shattered once more. Moreover, it is not only Ming's rank that has elevated. His combat prowess, experience, and even mechanical expertise are all at the pinnacle of this level. Another official swallowed hard and managed to articulate, upon hearing this reminder. The others widened their eyes in sudden realization. Indeed, Ming has not merely focused on ascending in rank. He has concurrently enhanced his combat strength, experience, situational judgment, and operational skills, along with mechanical knowledge. After all, reaching lower level 7 enables one to pilot a D-class mech and unleash its full power, suggesting that only a personal assembly could achieve such a perfect synergy. It is noteworthy that the Empire's fastest record was attained by someone who did not engage in combat, martial training, or mechanical studies. If viewed from this perspective, Ming's rate of advancement eclipses that individual by an immeasurable margin. The crowd's gaze shifted to the seated Korens, their eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Korens, aware of the discussions and astonishment surrounding him, felt a complex array of emotions as he noticed the attention directed towards him. A flicker of pride crossed his face as he responded, "Ahem, it's quite ordinary, really. This little brat is passably impressive, showing traces of my own former self. Indeed, it seems this young lad has established a formidable influence within the dark domain. One can only wonder when he will achieve unification of this shadowy realm." Clarence felt a surge of joy within, for Ming had truly brought him pride. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, speaking with an air of effortless elegance, as if Ming's exceptional prowess were merely a commonplace occurrence. The other Imperial generals and officials present felt their tempers rise, their foreheads twitching with indignation as they turned their gazes away from Clarence. How infuriating! This fellow was undoubtedly reaping the rewards while feigning humility. Yet, there was little they could do, for they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Frustration simmered within them as they pondered whether they had been too indulgent with their own offspring, contemplating the need to hold them to the standards set by Ming. Behold, this is what one might call the exemplary child of another. While Clarence reveled inwardly, his attention remained fixated on the surveillance images before him, his gaze closely tracking Ming's figure, a hint of barely perceptible concern flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Ming was engaged in a fierce battle with the crystalline entity. Beads of sweat gathered on his brow, and he dared not let his focus waver. fixating intently on the crystalline adversary before him. Despite this seemingly equal exchange of blows, he had already pushed his mental faculties to their utmost limits, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Thus, he managed to hold his ground against the crystalline being. However, Su Ming did not allow himself to become complacent. He understood that with the passage of time, the creature's strength would wane. When that moment arrived, it would be his turn to seize the offensive. Without hesitation, Su Ming discreetly released his submech, its form vanishing seamlessly into the cosmic void, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 127. The Nemesis of the Crystalline Entity. As time ticked away, the two sides continued their fierce struggle amidst the void, terrifying energy reactions erupting within the starry expanse. The crystalline being appeared expressionless, seemingly dazed. Yet its movements remained swift and lethal as it lunged at Su Ming. A deep crimson, searingly radiant greatsword extended from the crystalline entity's arm, clashing violently with the long knife wielded by Su Ming's mech, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. Both combatants were momentarily forced back by the sheer force of their clash. In that instant, a flicker of realization crossed Su Ming's expression, a spark of joy igniting within him. It has weakened. The combat prowess of the crystalline entity began its descent from the 10th tier, slipping toward the level below that threshold. Clearly, the recent exchange had taken a toll on the creature as well. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he seized the opportunity. His mental energy surged forth in a powerful eruption. In the void, a spectral figure materialized instantaneously from the profound depths of the starry cosmos. It was none other than the sub-Mecha. At this moment, as both sides were engaged in a fierce confrontation, the sub-Mecha appeared fortuitously behind the crystalline entity, thrusting its blade fiercely towards the creature. A strike that pierced the veil of reality. This blow was breathtaking, slicing through the void as if to cleave the very galactic river. System, exchange 1,000 starlight points. Su Ming called out, and, immediately, a torrent of starlight energy surged into his body. The crystalline being, unfazed by physical assaults due to its regenerative capabilities, also dismissed energy attacks for once it adapted. Such assaults would merely replenish its strength. Starlight energy, being a form of energy attack, should, in theory, be absorbed by the crystalline entity once it was acclimated, becoming part of its power. Su Ming's actions were thus fraught with peril. Yet his gaze remained composed. Within him resided a bold hypothesis. The crystalline entity was referred to by the system as a stellar energy factor, while starlight points were the concentrated form of starlight energy. Su Ming sensed a peculiar connection between the two. Hence, he yearned to test whether starlight energy could inflict harm upon the crystalline being without being adapted by it. He harbored an inkling that although starlight energy bore some resemblance to the entity's composition, its tier was likely superior. While the crystalline being could adapt to various forms of energy, it would likely struggle against the same type of energy at a higher level. Once the starlight energy coursed into Su Ming's body, it was swiftly redirected to the sub-Mecha. In that moment, the blade of the sub-Mecha erupted with dazzling starlight, akin to a silver wing slicing through the void, striking fiercely at the crystalline entity. Witnessing this, a flicker of derision crossed the being's previously vacant gaze. Physical and energy attacks? Despite the depletion of its power due to energy consumption, this adversary from human civilization dared to attempt assaulting it with such attacks? It silently shook its head. These forms of attack were ineffectual against it, and indeed could serve to enhance its own energy and combat prowess. Unperturbed, it braced itself for the impending, formidable assault. However, just as the attack was about to connect, the crystalline being's body seemed to sense something, and its eyes widened in alarm. What was happening? Why did it perceive a higher, unrecognizable energy type within this impending strike? The crystalline being was formidable, yet its prowess had limits. It could effortlessly adapt to and digest energy of the same level, but energies of a superior grade were beyond its recognition. Before he could respond, the attack struck him with unerring precision. Instantly, the crystalline entity was rent asunder, its fragments scattering in every direction. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, intently scrutinizing the shards that had been flung about. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as it settled upon one particular fragment. This piece had lost its vitality. Strikingly, Its surface bore no signs of corrosion or damage, as though it had been meticulously severed, naturally forfeiting its life force. For crystalline beings, such a phenomenon was nearly inconceivable. Even when subjected to the most delicate of cutting tools, a crystalline entity would not lose its vitality. Rather, it would swiftly regain its form post-division. Yet now, after a single blow from the combat mech, certain fragmented sections had indeed lost their essence. The cause of this loss of vitality could not possibly be attributed to mere physical damage from a strike. The answer became apparent. It was the starlight energy. Under the influence of this energy, a portion of the crystalline entity's shattered form had directly succumbed to lifelessness. Starlight energy could subdue crystalline beings, even rendering them devoid of vitality. Ming then turned his attention to the remaining portions that retained their life force. Among them, he observed a segment still tinged with lingering starlight energy. As he meticulously examined this vibrant shard, a smile gradually emerged on his face. Even the living crystalline fragments could not assimilate the starlight energy. This indicated that crystalline beings were incapable of adapting to or integrating the starlight energy. Taking a deep breath, Ming realized that since starlight energy was the nemesis of crystalline entities, he would become the progenitor of crystalline civilization. Once his strength reached a formidable level, he could confront the crystalline civilization and surely compel them to acknowledge him as their master. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, his priority was to annihilate the crystalline entity before him. After being shattered, the crystalline being took some time to recover, gradually regaining its composure. When it finally reformed, the once dullness in its gaze was replaced by a look of terror directed at Ming. "What manner of power is this?" the crystalline entity inquired, each word articulated with trepidation. Although it had reconstituted itself, this iteration bore a significantly diminished hue of red. Moreover, numerous lifeless crystals floated in the void, unable to be reintegrated into the entity's form. This strike had directly cost the crystalline being 1/5 of its strength. Ming remained silent, deftly maneuvering the sub-mecha to collect the inert crystal fragments that floated aimlessly in the void. He subsequently delivered them to the vicinity of the main mecha. With a graceful motion, he extended his hand, absorbing energy particles from celestial bodies. Stellar Point 721, Stellar Point 912. Chapter 128, The Pursuit. In a mere moment, Ming's system recorded an increase of over 6,000 stellar points, perfectly compensating for his prior expenditures. These stellar points were derived from his dismantling the vitality of the crystal entities and subsequently absorbing the lifeless remnants. A wave of elation surged within Ming. While stellar points were typically viewed as consumables in battles against others, they had transformed into a lucrative source of energy when contending with crystal entities. Without hesitation, Ming's gaze returned to the crystal life form. At this moment, the creature was engulfed by a mix of astonishment and fury. Its civilization had always been characterized by aggression, thriving through the conquest and assimilation of other civilizations to acquire growth and knowledge. This was the very essence of crystal civilization survival. However, the crystal entity now faced an energy form it could not comprehend, posing an immense threat to both itself and its civilization. The inability to recognize or adapt to this energy, coupled with the risk of losing its vitality upon being attacked, rendered the crystal entity vulnerable, an existence akin to a nemesis. The crystal being cast a deep, lingering gaze at Ming, seemingly intent on etching the figure of this human into its memory. It remained uncertain whether this energy was unique to the individual before it, or if a portion of humanity possessed it. Yet, having absorbed various mechanics and peculiar beings, and gleaning insights from their memories, it could intuit that this energy was likely singular to Ming. Should this be the case, the crystal civilization's future incursions into human territory would inevitably target this very human. Failing to address this issue prior to an invasion would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. In an instant, the crystal being erupted into motion, opting to flee into the expanse of the cosmos. Its strength had waned. What once was an evenly matched confrontation had turned into an uneven struggle. If it did not escape, it would surely be vanquished by the human before it. Yet, how could Ming allow such an escape? The moment the crystal entity attempted to flee, he swiftly discerned its intent. The nuclear propulsion system activated instantly. augmented by the energy levels of his brain domain, unleashing a formidable thrust. Su Ming's mecha surged forward in relentless pursuit. What had begun as a balanced conflict had now transformed into a thrilling chase. Observers in the live stream erupted in cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. This young man is extraordinary. I just watched a slow-motion replay, and his maneuvers are nothing short of divine. I too have witnessed the spectacle and pondered that should he immerse himself in the realm of Mech World, professional players would find themselves obsolete. Mech World is a universal game produced by an interstellar gaming company. After all, in the entirety of human society, those capable of honing their skills number less than 10. And among those, fewer still can ascend to become mech warriors. This underscores the extreme scarcity of mech warriors within human society. Mech World, therefore, serves as a holographic simulation game that allows ordinary individuals to indulge their passion for mechs. It has been said that due to its nearly perfect realism, military forces from various cosmic nations utilize Mech World to train their mech warriors. This has catapulted the game's status, elevating it beyond a mere recreational pastime to one of significant military value. Many players within Mech World may very well be formidable mech warriors in the external world. Consequently, some of Su Ming's maneuvers, when viewed in slow motion, have been deciphered by certain netizens. A growing number of self-media commentators have begun to analyze Su Ming's techniques and strategic judgments. With the insights provided by these commentators, Su Ming has rapidly garnered substantial popularity. His various skills, once revealed, have left netizens in awe, prompting many to download his recordings for future study. However, according to the analysts, it is typically beyond the reach of an average person to replicate Su Ming's actions. Only those who have trained extensively as mech warriors might hope to grasp such skills. I fear that Su Ming will not capture this crystalline entity before the arrival of the apocalypse level, lamented one analyst upon witnessing this moment. His online persona, named Manhan Quan Shi, is a retired mech warrior who has transitioned into video analysis. His past experiences, coupled with his precise judgments and professional analyses, have attracted a substantial following, now numbering around 2 billion on social media. While 2 billion fans may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of human society, it is quite a remarkable feat for a video commentator. At this moment, as he observed Su Ming pursuing the crystalline creature, he gently shook his head and spoke in his live stream. "What is happening? Manhan, give us your analysis." A fan in the chat requested. Manhan Quan Shi nodded and began. "Although this crystalline entity is slightly slower than the mech, our young friend cannot possibly strike the creature from such a distance. It is exceedingly difficult to lock on. To successfully engage the crystalline being, one must close the distance to within 10 kilometers. Given the current disparity in speed between the two, any attempt by the mech to attack will only serve to increase that distance, making it quite challenging to catch up." He articulated slowly. In a vast expanse of the starry sky, he possessed considerable experience. As long as the speed differential between the two parties was not significant, it would prove exceedingly difficult for the latter to catch up with the former. After all, the cosmos does not present a singular direction. With countless angles at their disposal, the crystalline beings could effortlessly alter their trajectory, creating distance from the pursuing mech. Indeed, Manhan's assessment was spot on. Su Ming relentlessly pursued the crystalline entity. However, the being continuously changed direction, disrupting Su Ming's progress. Even the mightiest warrior is subject to a reaction time, which, though it may be minimized, can never reach absolute zero. As long as there exists a reaction time, the crystalline being could exploit a moment of instantaneous change to widen the gap. Nevertheless, Su Ming remained unfazed. Slowly, he retrieved a sniper rifle from his mech, the Komodo Star Sniper Rifle No. 1. This weapon was entirely his own design and creation, named after the Komodo dragon, a creature capable of secreting paralyzing toxins. This sniper rifle was imbued with mechanical toxins. A direct hit would render the enemy incapacitated. Although the crystalline being was not mechanical, the toxin was effective against energy entities. A mere instant of paralysis would be sufficient for Su Ming to deliver a fatal blow. Upon witnessing Su Ming draw his sniper rifle, both Manhan and the political figures from various nations could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. It seemed impossible. At such a distance, achieving a lock on the target was nearly unfeasible. Su Ming's action appeared to them as a desperate gamble, an act of throwing caution to the wind. Yet, the opponent was not a fool. chance encounters in the cosmos were virtually impossible. The angles in space were nearly infinite. Even if a person stood motionless several kilometers away, the likelihood of hitting them without aiming was infinitesimally small. It seemed that Su Ming had run out of viable options. Indeed, the onlookers observed through the surveillance footage as Su Ming seemingly shot at the crystalline being without any prior targeting. It was evident that he had not locked on. Rather, he had simply fired in a manner akin to testing his luck. The accuracy of that shot appeared to soar into the stratosphere, rendering it improbable that it could strike the crystalline entity. The being, aware of the shot's trajectory, could not help but internally ridicule the human's futile attempt. Even without evasion, it was clear that the shot would miss. Was this human truly at a loss, resorting to such a mindless assault? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden and powerful surge of energy erupted from an inconspicuous corner of the profound void. The crystalline entity instantly sensed that it had been locked onto. Alarmed, it frantically attempted to evade this ominous presence. Yet, the grip of this energy was as relentless as a parasite, firmly ensnaring the crystalline being's form. In the next moment, a catastrophic assault was unleashed, hurtling directly towards the crystalline entity. A sleek, silver-hued, small mech materialized from the void, revealing itself to be the sub-mech of the yin-yang dual mech. The earlier attack had emanated from the sniper rifle mounted on the sub-mech's arm. The locked crystalline entity was thrown into a panic. Without a moment's hesitation, it executed a sudden maneuver, hoping to evade the impending strike. Fortunately, the distance between them was considerable, allowing for a probability of escape even when targeted. Remarkably, the entity's swift change in direction allowed it to narrowly avoid the sniper shot. However, before any semblance of relief could grace its visage, it was struck fiercely from behind by another assault. The impact shattered the crystalline being into fragments, with part of its form rendered inert by the stellar energy attack. Witnessing this spectacle, both the assembled dignitaries and the grand banquet guests stood in astonishment. How could this be? The crystalline entity had just eluded the sub-mecha's strike, yet its evasive trajectory coincidentally aligned with the path of the first bullet fired by Su Ming. It appeared as though the crystalline being had inadvertently positioned itself directly in the line of fire. However, those present were no ordinary individuals. They quickly discerned that it was not the entity that had recklessly moved into Su Ming's shot, but rather Su Ming, manipulating the sub-mech, had forced the crystalline entity's movement into the trajectory of the first bullet. The initial shot had not locked onto the crystalline being, thus, at that moment, it felt no sense of impending danger. As a result, it was brutally struck by the first bullet. The banquet guests were bewildered. What is happening? Why did the crystalline entity move towards this young man's attack? The viewers in the live stream struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. They had only witnessed the sudden appearance of a sub-mech, followed by a blank shot, and then the crystalline entity inexplicably leaping sideways, directly into the path of the mother mech's first bullet. At that moment, the audience was left utterly perplexed. After a brief pause, the banquet host solemnly remarked, "This mech warrior undoubtedly possesses the credentials to become a mech instructor for a large cosmic nation. Such skill is truly formidable." Following this, the host proceeded to elucidate the remarkable maneuvers executed by the mech warrior. Everyone has witnessed the child mech, a warrior who, during the pursuit, skillfully concealed the child mech and utilized it to anticipate the movements of the crystalline creature. Despite the creature's frantic evasion, it was gradually ensnared within the encircling grasp of the mother and child mechs, oblivious to its impending doom. Subsequently, the mother mech unleashed a shot, while the child mech simultaneously locked onto the crystalline entity and fired as well. Due to the distance, the child mech's attack arrived first, compelling the creature to maneuver directly into the path of the mother mech's assault. This maneuver not only tested the warrior's shooting accuracy, but also demanded foresight, strategy, and dexterity. Each action could serve as a pedagogical example in the esteemed Mech Academy of the Galactic Empire. At that moment, the onlookers were utterly astonished by Su Ming's prowess, questioning whether the being within the mother and child mechs was truly human. Could such feats of skill be accomplished by mere mortals? Su Ming's onslaught shattered a portion of the crystalline creature's form, and without hesitation, he absorbed the now inert fragment into his system, garnering nearly 9,000 starlight points. As the crystalline entity began to merge and regain its form, it fled desperately into the distance, utterly terrified. The figure pursuing it moved with an otherworldly grace, striking without warning, leaving the creature paralyzed with fear. It dared not underestimate Su Ming, fleeing with all its might. However, Su Ming would not allow its escape. Having sustained 2 devastating blows from Su Ming, the creature's strength was reduced to merely 60% of its peak. It was not only incapable of contending with Su Ming, but also unable to evade his relentless attacks. The mother mech, accompanied by the child mech, resembled 2 shadowy hunters in the void, each strike exuding an aura of chilling precision and terror. Each shot was mesmerizing, illuminating the void with bursts of fiery light, as the crystalline creature was systematically dismantled into fragments. In the Imperial Conference Room, the attendees were captivated by Su Ming's performance displayed on the screen, their eyes reflecting a profound admiration. Even the elite watchers found no fault in Su Ming's execution, acknowledging that even they might falter in replicating his extraordinary maneuvers. It was a sight to behold, a whimsical dance of artistry, as Colonel Clarence attempted to maintain a stoic demeanor in his chair. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward in delight. Ha ha ha, splendid. My dear little rascal possesses a commendable marksmanship, slightly surpassing that of our Empire's renowned apocalyptic-level sniper, the Knight Saint Sniper, in his youth. However, it seems this young one lacks a sense of propriety. Should he ascend to the apocalyptic level, our esteemed Knight Saint Sniper may find himself in quite an awkward predicament. Lord Koren Clarence, reclining comfortably, spoke with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing his words, the attendees could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of their eyes. The Knight Saint Sniper is indeed a formidable apocalyptic-level marksman within the Empire, possessing skills that are nothing short of supernatural, truly a paragon of power. Yet, it is evident that Su Ming's current prowess in marksmanship outshines that of the Knight Saint Sniper at the same tier. The assembly began to ponder the implications should Su Ming attain the apocalyptic level with his present capabilities. He could potentially emerge as an exceptionally fearsome assassin, a notion that instilled a sense of dread among them. At that moment, an Imperial general rose and turned his gaze towards Lord Koren Clarence. Your Excellency Koren Clarence, when does your son intend to return to the Empire? His skills are more than sufficient for him to serve as an instructor in both mecha and marksmanship. The Empire is in dire need of talents like him. As his words resonated, a thoughtful expression spread across the faces of those present, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming, as the son of Lord Koren Clarence, one of the Empire's illustrious apocalyptic figures, was a true scion of the Empire, far superior to his elder brother, Su Rue. Should he return to the Empire, it would be a trivial matter for Su Ming to assume the role of an instructor given his remarkable abilities. Moreover, having witnessed Su Ming's talents, the assembly felt an undeniable admiration. Such a genius could undoubtedly be regarded as a source of pride for the Empire. Should he return, the paths before him would be paved with opportunities. The Empire would surely recognize the significance of such brilliance. The thoughts of the gathering aligned with those of the general. When would Su Ming return? Would he return at all? What position would he undertake within the Empire? Their gazes collectively turned towards Lord Koren Clarence, who would surely have insight into his son's whereabouts. Under the scrutiny of their attention, Lord Koren Clarence maintained an air of nonchalance. Do not fret. This young one is ambitious and wishes to carve out his own path. Being coddled by the Empire offers little in the way of growth for his future. Perhaps it is best for him to experience the world beyond our walls. Yet, deep within, Lord Koren Clarence himself harbored uncertainty about when Su Ming would return, or if he would return at all. His previous commitments to military affairs had left him little time for family, resulting in a certain distance between him and his son. However, the recent thawing of their relationship had indeed brought them closer once more. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Emotions must be nurtured gradually. Moreover, Koren Clarence could faintly surmise the reasons behind Su Ming's reluctance to return to the Empire, which had little to do with the Koren family and everything to do with his mother's death. Contemplating this, a trace of melancholy flickered in Koren Clarence's eyes as he gazed at the screen. There are certain matters that even the mightiest of forces, such as the apocalypse, cannot influence. Su Ming's current independence raises questions about whether it is a blessing or a curse for him. In the cosmos of the Eastern Force universe, Su Ming shattered the crystalline entity into countless fragments, the overwhelming majority of which lost their vitality, becoming mere lifeless debris adrift in the void. Only a few minuscule crystals retained a semblance of life, attempting to merge once more. Observing these vibrant crystals, Ming remained indifferent. This particular crystal had nearly turned transparent, with its energy diminished to a pitiful degree, insufficient even for reconstituting a humanoid form. Such a feeble crystalline entity posed no threat whatsoever. Even an ordinary person might struggle to consume it. It was utterly weak. Casually, Ming absorbed the surrounding shattered crystal fragments into his system. In an instant, the system star points surged from an initial 370,000 to an impressive 840,000, an increase of more than double. A hint of regret crossed Ming's face. Had he absorbed the entire crystalline entity, he might have gained around 100,000 star points. However, during the combat, disintegration, and reformation of the crystalline entity, a significant amount of energy was lost, resulting in Ming acquiring only over 40,000 star points. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to bring him satisfaction. Without hesitation, Ming extended his hand, intent on grasping the remaining crystalline entity that still possessed a trace of vitality. The entity before him had shrunk to a mere cubic meter, appearing exceedingly pitiful. "Mr. Ming, please halt. Do not destroy this crystalline entity. It is vital for research by the various cosmic nations. Mr. Ming, the knowledge for the independent project is ready. We implore you to grant us the crystalline entity." Upon witnessing Ming's actions, the officials of the Eastern Forest universe broke into a cold sweat, fearing he would dissolve this crystalline entity just as he had with the others. Should this entity be completely eradicated by Ming, the Eastern Forest universe would likely face condemnation from the entire human society. What a jest it would be, inviting all of humanity to assist, only for him to eliminate the crystalline entity while they were still en route. Wouldn't that be playing with fire? At this moment, the Eastern Lin Universe nation harbored little desire to retain the crystalline beings for its own research. Its sole objective was to capture these entities alive and subsequently hand them over to the approaching apocalypse-level powers for the benefit of human society study. Upon hearing the anxious remarks of the officials, Ming let out a light chuckle. He had not intended to eliminate the crystalline beings, as the one before him possessed immense research value. By entrusting them to the various cosmic nations for independent study, when the crystalline civilization eventually launched its assault, Ming would not have to bear the burden alone. Chapter 131. Acquiring independent knowledge in the distant void of interstellar space. A spaceship raced swiftly toward the horizon. Inside the vessel, a crystalline being, resplendent in deep crimson, sat in a daze, gazing at the starry expanse, lost in thought. Suddenly, the expression of this crystalline entity shifted from vacancy to vibrant awareness, as if, in that very moment, it had transformed into an entirely different being. The transfer of consciousness was successful. The crystalline being exhaled softly and began to murmur to itself. Had Ming been present, he would have been astonished to discover that the being's gaze mirrored that of the crystalline creature he had previously confronted. Logically, the crystalline being that had clashed with Ming had been reduced to a primitive state, retaining only the most basic level of vitality. However, prior to launching its attack, this being had secretly split off a doppelganger, which had boarded a spaceship, preparing to return to its crystalline civilization. At this moment, the crystalline being exhibited an ability never before witnessed by Ming and his companions: the transfer of consciousness. Its primary consciousness had originally resided in the body engaged in combat with Ming. Yet, as this body was gradually dismantled by Ming's efforts, the crystalline entity was compelled to swiftly transfer its consciousness to its doppelganger. The body left behind within human civilization was merely a lifeless vessel of active crystal, akin to a state of vegetative existence in human terms. After the consciousness exchange, the aura emanating from this crystalline being underwent a profound transformation. These changes were the result of the being adapting to the combat techniques employed by the peculiar adversaries it had previously encountered. In essence, the capability of consciousness transfer not only facilitated the movement of the crystalline awareness, but also allowed for the transference of adaptive abilities. Now, this crystalline being aboard the spaceship had already acclimated to the powers of the toxin wielder and the ice wielder. It was poised to return to its crystalline civilization. armed with these newly acquired capabilities. The human with that unique ability cannot be read or adapted to. The crystalline being murmured, a flicker of gravity flashing in its eyes. The threat he poses is significant. Our civilization must eliminate him before we proceed with our invasion. It continued, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in its gaze. Upon returning to their own civilization, the crystalline beings promptly conveyed the information about human society to their kind. They resolved to eliminate Su Ming before launching an invasion of human civilization. With this determination, the crystalline beings swiftly piloted their spacecraft towards the distant realm of crystal civilization. Although they had transferred their consciousness, no one was aware of this fact. After all, the masses are not omniscient. It is impossible for them to comprehend that the crystalline beings possessed such a tactic. The average individual would instinctively believe that the crystalline beings had merely been rendered unconscious. And once this small crystal regained its form, its consciousness would naturally return as well. Any suspicion of discovery would likely only arise after the Donglin Cosmic Nation examined the spacecraft's usage records. However, such foresight was not within reach at that moment. Su Ming placed the small crystalline being, which he had reduced to a primitive state, into a box containing static energy essence. The energy of this small crystalline being was exceedingly feeble. Thus, the static energy essence could effortlessly maintain it in a fixed state for years without issue. With the stabilization provided by the static energy essence, the small crystal lost its ability to absorb other substances and regain strength. Subsequently, Su Ming handed the box containing the small crystalline being to the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. One particularly astute official, wearing a cordial smile, accepted the box from Su Ming's hands and addressed him. Mr. Su Ming, the Donglin Cosmic Nation promises that upon resolving the matter of the crystalline beings, we will reward you with knowledge from our independent projects. May I inquire what area of independent project knowledge you seek? Upon hearing the official's words, Su Ming pondered briefly before responding. Is there independent project knowledge pertaining to mechanics? The official, displaying no surprise at Su Ming's request, had already anticipated his interest in mechanical knowledge. With a hint of a smile, he replied, within the Donglin Cosmic Nation, there are 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects available: Neural Domain Division, Mechanical Softening, and Reutilization. Which of these would you like to select as your reward, Mr. Su Ming? Hearing the official's words, Su Ming felt a twinge of desire. Each of the 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects constituted a distinct knowledge system available for learning at any stage of a mechanic's career, with each offering unique effects. Su Ming opened the descriptions of the 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects and began to study them intently. Neural Domain Division Knowledge Segments. 3 effect upon learning the first segment. Divides an equivalent amount of neural domain energy, allowing remote operation of an additional mech. Effect upon learning the second segment. Divides 2 equivalent amounts of neural domain energy, enabling the remote operation of 2 additional mechs. Upon achieving the third segment of learning, the effect manifests as a division of the cerebral domain into 3 equal levels of energy, enabling the remote control of 3 additional mechas. Knowledge deficiency. The increase in consumption of cerebral domain energy corresponds to a proportional rise in energy expenditure with each division. Mechanical softening knowledge segmentation, 2 segments. Upon mastering the first segment, the effect is the softening of the joints in the mecha, enhancing agility by approximately 15. Upon mastering the second segment, the effect is the softening of the joints in the mecha, enhancing agility by approximately 30. Knowledge deficiency. The defense and hardness of the softened joints diminish in direct proportion to the increase in agility, 15 to 30. Reutilization. Knowledge segmentation, 2 segments. Upon mastering the first segment, one can employ nanorepair technology to restore damaged mechanical equipment or mechas from already scrapped machinery, requiring a repair time of 5 minutes. Upon mastering the second segment, one can employ nanorepair technology to restore damaged mechanical equipment or mechas from already scrapped machinery, requiring a repair time of 3 minutes. Knowledge deficiency. The performance and energy level of the repaired mechanical equipment is only half of its original capacity. After contemplating these 3 independent mechanical knowledge segments, Su Ming became lost in thought. Chapter 132. Cerebral Domain Division. These 3 independent pieces of knowledge stand apart from orthodox mechanical knowledge and do not influence one another. Even the weakest of mechanics can acquire these 3 strands of mechanical knowledge. Furthermore, as a mechanic's abilities advance, the potential of these 3 pieces of knowledge grows increasingly formidable. Reflecting on these 3 independent mechanical knowledge strands, Ming ultimately opted for the first option, cerebral domain division. Each of these independent mechanical knowledge strands possesses its own intrinsic value. Softening enhances the mecha's agility, which could yield a significant transformation for close combat-oriented mecha warriors. For Ming, this too holds considerable value and assistance. However, after further deliberation, he chose to abandon this notion. In strict terms, Ming's greatest strengths do not lie in close-range combat, but rather in long-range sniping and an overarching understanding and judgment of the battlefield. His prowess lies in rhythm and comprehensive awareness, while he is not weak in close combat. A comparison with top-tier practitioners reveals a discernible gap. This independent mechanical knowledge would not provide him with a substantial enhancement. Moreover, due to the inherent knowledge deficiency, employing this independent mechanical knowledge could easily lead to damage of the mecha's joints during combat. Ming envisioned scenarios during his martial techniques. If both sides were evenly matched, the strain imposed by techniques, such as Heaven's Opening or layered waves on the mecha, could potentially cause joint damage, ultimately impairing his operations. Thus, Ming relinquished the choice of mechanical softening. As for the concept of reutilization, Ming shook his head. This independent knowledge is only suitable for those who lack the ability to assemble their own mechs, but still require adaptability in the face of frequent battlefield encounters. For Ming, while it holds some utility, it is equally superfluous. Should any of his equipment sustain damage, he can effortlessly retrieve a backup or an alternate mech, rendering the time and effort spent on self-repair quite unnecessary. Moreover, even after repairs, the effectiveness would be diminished. Thus, for Ming, it truly feels like a redundant endeavor. In contrast, Ming's gaze shifted towards the independent skill of brain domain splitting, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As the name suggests, this skill allows the division of the brain domain into independent energy levels, enabling multitasking. Not only can he pilot his own mech, but he can also operate additional mechs. Furthermore, upon acquiring knowledge of the 3rd stage, he could potentially pilot 3 additional mechs. Once Ming masters this knowledge, he will be capable of splitting his brain domain energy levels, allowing him to pilot a total of 4 mechs simultaneously, including the one he directly operates. Although it may not amplify his combat power 4-fold, an increase of 2 to 3 times is certainly within reach. For others, this independent mechanical knowledge might appear somewhat redundant, especially considering that after attaining the 3rd stage, the energy consumption of the brain domain is quadrupled. Such exorbitant consumption could render one incapable of sustaining it for even 10 minutes before exhaustion sets in. Normal individuals experience a balance of consumption and replenishment, allowing them to maintain their combat effectiveness for several hours. However, if the consumption far exceeds the replenishment, one might feel utterly drained shortly after the onset of battle, with little time for recovery, drastically reducing combat duration. Although it may seem merely a 4-fold consumption increase, the cumulative effect can significantly diminish endurance. This independent knowledge is decidedly impractical for the average person. However, Ming is far from ordinary. It is essential to note that he possesses a system, enabling him to replenish energy consumption through starlight points. What would be an unbearable drain for others is merely a consumption of starlight points for Ming. Utilizing starlight points to enhance his combat prowess is an exceedingly advantageous proposition for him. This independent mechanical knowledge seems tailor-made for Ming. Sir, I choose brain domain splitting. Thank you, Ming said with a smile to the official. Upon hearing his words, the official appeared noticeably taken aback. Due to his observations of Ming, he felt that Ming might lean more towards skillful mechanical softening. However, he was taken aback when Ming chose to enhance his combat power through an independent mechanical knowledge based on consumption. Mr. Ming, have you given this any further thought? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother advising them. They could choose whatever they wished. But Ming was different. He was already aware of vital information. Ming was the second son of His Excellency, the Imperial Enlightenment Clarence, boasting an extraordinarily prominent background. As a government official of the Eastern Forest universe, he possessed a certain level of acumen, which was why he had come with the intention of fostering a good relationship with Ming. Upon hearing that Su Ming had chosen a relatively incremental, independent mechanical knowledge, he couldn't help but attempt to persuade him. If Koren Clarence were to discover that his son had opted for such a seemingly trivial mechanical knowledge, he would surely think that he had misled Su Ming. He did not wish to bear that burden. The official carefully organized his words, intending to inform Su Ming about the drawbacks of energy consumption. However, Su Ming's mechanical prowess far surpassed his own. So how could he be unaware of the shortcomings of this independent mechanical knowledge? Upon hearing this, Su Ming simply shook his head and stated, "It's all right. I have chosen this mechanical knowledge." After hearing Su Ming's words, the official sighed softly and inwardly chuckled ruefully. "Very well, since Mr. Su Ming has made his decision, I shall say no more. Here is the chip containing the mechanical knowledge. I entrust it to you." The official smiled and handed a chip to Su Ming. After receiving the chip, Su Ming quickly imported the mechanical knowledge into the Mecha Wuzuan system. Loading independent mechanical knowledge, brain domain split. This knowledge belongs to a specialized category and requires the host to train independently. Currently, the first phase of training progress is 40 hours. An additional 40 hours of uninterrupted training is required to advance to the second phase. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. It seemed that his desire to take shortcuts would not come to fruition. Independent knowledge was not merely knowledge, but also a method of training. There were no shortcuts. One could only progress step by step in the practice of brain domain energy level splitting. Chapter 133. Su Ming's techniques having resolved the issue of the crystal creatures, Su Ming stirred a tremendous wave in the cosmic network. Initially, people were drawn to the matter due to the threat posed by the crystal beings. However, as time went on, they became captivated by Su Ming's remarkable maneuvers. His operations were truly astonishing. Not only was his decisive predictive sniping impressive, but the coordinated attacks of the mother and child mechas were also sufficient to be included in textbooks as exemplary material. Numerous videos analyzing Su Ming have recently flooded the internet, with various content creators eagerly dissecting his maneuvers. For those well-versed in the field and experienced in operating mechas, Su Ming's techniques and judgments are immensely valuable. Many individuals find themselves repeatedly watching his videos to learn from them. For the general populace, this resembles a spectacle of skilled professionals showcasing their prowess. Although the intricacies may not be fully grasped, it does not diminish their awe of the battle. It has come to light that this individual's name is Su Ming, hailing from the Empire. Moreover, I have relatives working in the archives department, and it appears that this young man, Su Ming, is the son of a prominent figure within the Empire, belonging to an esteemed lineage. No wonder I pondered where such an unknown expert could emerge. He is likely a prodigy, cultivated by one of the Empire's illustrious families. My brothers, let me not say more, but my cousin works in the political sphere of the Donglin Cosmic Nation, and it seems that Su Ming's background is exceedingly significant, being the second son of His Excellency, the Duke of Kalanklins. Soon, various details about Su Ming were unearthed by netizens. In this age of advanced data accessibility, acquiring information about an individual is remarkably straightforward, particularly for someone like Su Ming, who harbors little desire to conceal his identity and is the progeny of a prominent figure. Being discovered by the countless bored netizens is almost effortless. Little did Su Ming know that he had already garnered a portion of fans within the cosmic network, a considerable fraction of whom are female admirers. His graceful maneuvers, handsome appearance, youthful vigor, and distinguished background make him the epitome of many women's ideal partner. Had Su Ming possessed a social media account, it is likely that his following would have soared into the billions. In the realm of interstellar society, a star is born. The young mecha warrior is indeed the true celebrity of this era. The news of Su Ming being the son of Kalanklins swiftly reached the ears of officials across the cosmic nations. While ordinary citizens relish the spectacle, the officials focus on the potential benefits. The methods of confinement, dissolution, and the unique energy techniques exhibited by Su Ming during his confrontation with the crystalline entities were meticulously highlighted in the videos. These techniques are not yet publicly developed within human society. Consequently, the cosmic nations found themselves coveting the technologies Su Ming possessed, should they acquire such advancements. They would face little trepidation if the crystalline entities were indeed sentient. However, upon learning that Su Ming is the son of Kalanklins, The covetous gazes of these officials promptly retreated. What a jest! The son of the Empire's apocalyptic sovereign possessing knowledge of clandestine technological advancements unknown to human society is hardly surprising. It is highly likely that these are technologies developed by the Empire itself, merely imparted to his son by His Excellency Colin Clarence. Should anyone dare to covet the Empire's technological prowess, the consequences of such folly would leave these cosmic nations acutely aware of the chasm that separates civilizations. However, while the other cosmic nations may be oblivious to the Empire's affairs, does the Empire itself remain uninformed about its own undertakings? The officials and generals gathered in the Empire's conference room must surely be aware of the hidden technologies and advancements the Empire has cultivated. As the elite of the Empire, how could they possibly be unaware of any significant developments? At this moment, the assembly regarded Colin Clarence with peculiar expressions, leaving him utterly perplexed. What is it? Why do you all gaze at me thus? Colin Clarence exclaimed, annoyance creeping into his voice. The assembly exchanged glances before one official tentatively inquired, Your Excellency Colin Clarence, do you perhaps have your own research institute where you have developed these emerging technologies to impart to your son? Taken aback by the official's words, Colin Clarence was momentarily at a loss, before responding with a bemused tone, Do you truly believe these technologies were conceived by me? The assembly nodded in unison. Witnessing this, Colin Clarence was left speechless. I have no leisure to delve into such research. These technologies are the fruits of my son's own studies outside. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's assertion, a flicker of disdain swept through the eyes of the assembly. Who were they fooling? These technologies are beyond the current capabilities of human society. Yet a youth barely out of his teens claims to have devised them? Colin Clarence, you are quite the scoundrel, attempting to feign innocence. However, those familiar with Colin Clarence bore expressions of contemplation. They knew well that although Colin Clarence was indeed a mechanic, his proficiency was merely adequate at best. Otherwise, he would not still be piloting mechas constructed by others. Colin Clarence's true prowess lies in his physical capabilities and close combat skills. Even the enhancement provided by mechas is limited for him. In plain terms, Colin Clarence is rather uncouth, often preoccupied with thoughts on how to endure blows and maximize his strength. The notion of him establishing a research institute and delving into energy-based technologies is far beyond his capacity. If these innovations did not originate from Colin Clarence, then from whom? The assembly exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion mirrored in one another's eyes. At that moment, one official shook his head, deciding to abandon the matter. Regardless, Ming is a citizen of the Empire, and his mastery of this technology signifies that the Empire possesses a greater array of advancements compared to other nations, which is undoubtedly a positive development. A certain official remarked with a smile, before shifting his gaze towards Kalinka Clarence, inquiring, Esteemed Lord Kalinka Clarence, although I say this, I would still like to ask you whether Ming has any intentions of selling his technology. If he does, the Empire would not disappoint him and would offer a fair price. Upon hearing the official's words, Kalinka Clarence paused for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. I can certainly inquire with Ming, but whether he is willing to proceed is entirely up to him. Cough, cough. My apologies for the delay in updates today. I had some matters to attend to during the day. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 134. Divine Mechanic Knowledge. The affairs concerning the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation have concluded, and Ming's spacecraft has been fully charged. He was reluctant to linger any longer in the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation and prepared to journey towards the Eastern Ming Alliance. Seated within the spacecraft, Ming promptly accessed the independent knowledge of Brain Domain Division. Soon, the content of this independent knowledge materialized in his mind. Independent knowledge differs significantly from ordinary mechanical knowledge. While conventional mechanical knowledge can be acquired with the aid of system, often even in dreams, independent knowledge mandates rigorous practice for mastery. The Brain Domain Division requires special methods to stimulate the brain's energy levels, followed by continuous training to enable the brain's energy to divide through subjective manipulation during moments of heightened intensity. The initiation of the first phase necessitates 40 hours of meditation to fully grasp the independent knowledge. Without hesitation, Ming prepared to enter a meditative state. At that moment, however, he felt a shift in his expression as he received a phone call. It was from his father. Surprised, Ming answered, and Kalinka Clarence's visage appeared on the screen. Cough, cough. I have heard about the recent events concerning the Eastern Force Cosmic Nation, and I have viewed the footage. Kalinka Clarence seemed somewhat uneasy upon seeing Su Ming. Although their relationship had thawed, the prolonged lack of communication rendered their interaction slightly awkward. Therefore, Kalinka Clarence directly broached the subject at hand. The Empire wishes to inquire whether your energy freezing technology, special light energy technology, and crystal dissolution technology are available for sale. Upon hearing Kalinka Clarence's inquiry, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. Kalinka Clarence was likely referring to static energy, starlight energy, and system absorption capabilities. These three abilities were the most prominent ones he had showcased while combating the crystal beings, and the live footage from the Eastern Force Cosmic Nation had undoubtedly captured them. It was certain that various cosmic nations were now coveting these technologies intensely. However, due to the constraints imposed by the Empire, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to approach him directly. Nevertheless, owing to his father's influence, he decided to allow Colin Clarence to initiate the conversation, thus avoiding any sense of awkwardness. After listening to Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment. The three technologies concerning the system were certainly off the table. Even if he wished to share them, he simply could not. However, regarding the knowledge of energy related to humanoid civilizations, it was not out of the question to sell it to the Empire. After all, Su Ming was acutely aware that Colin Clarence was a general loyal to the Empire, and the Empire's prosperity was undoubtedly one of his primary concerns. If he could sell this technology to the Empire, it would grant them access to a unique advancement that no other cosmic nation possessed, which would surely bring immense satisfaction to Colin Clarence. Although his father had previously been somewhat unreliable, he had still provided significant support behind the scenes. As Su Ming contemplated this, he prepared to speak. However, noticing Su Ming's prolonged silence, Colin Clarence hastily added, "Rest assured, with my presence, you will not suffer any loss. The Empire must compensate appropriately." Upon hearing this, Su Ming became curious about the price the Empire could offer for his technology. After a moment of reflection, Colin Clarence slowly began to speak. "If I recall correctly, there exists a form of divine mechanical knowledge within the Empire that you are currently eligible to learn. Given my status, I should be able to secure this divine mechanical knowledge for you." Su Ming's heart raced at Colin Clarence's words. Could this be true? His father could actually procure divine mechanical knowledge? What exactly was divine mechanical knowledge? It encompassed mechanical knowledge that had already entered the realm of the third cosmic era. Once learned and applied, divine mechanical knowledge could endow mechanics with supernatural abilities. This knowledge was far more precious than that of energy. Even 10 equivalent pieces of energy knowledge could not compare to the value of a single piece of divine mechanical knowledge. Could such fortune truly exist? Su Ming even began to suspect whether his father had secretly provided additional funding for him. How else could the Empire engage in such a seemingly unprofitable transaction? Father, have you secretly provided extra funds?" Su Ming inquired, casting a dubious glance at Colin Clarence. Upon noticing the skepticism on Su Ming's face, Colin Clarence burst in a hearty laughter. "Fear not. While it is indeed divine mechanical knowledge, it pertains to a relatively rudimentary level. Its inherent value within the realm of divine mechanical knowledge is not particularly high. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you have likely made breakthroughs in your various applications of energy, correct?" Su Ming nodded slowly in response to Colin Clarence's words. Though Su Ming would not easily reveal his true self to others, he could candidly acknowledge that Colin Clarence, being his father, would not harm him. "Your knowledge of energy is likely beyond your own research capabilities. Perhaps you have acquired insights from other civilizations," Colin Clarence boldly conjectured as he gazed at Su Ming. Surprised by this speculation, Su Ming inquired, "How did you know?" With a light chuckle, Colin Clarence replied, "My boy, you underestimate the significance of the knowledge you possess, or rather, its standing within human civilization. Due to certain ingrained thought patterns and physiological constructs, humanity is inherently insensitive to types of energy. Our strength lies in the utilization of external tools, which is why advancements in energy-related knowledge have seen little progression. The true value of your technology lies not in the technology itself, but in the thought processes and reference value it embodies. In simpler terms, rather than purchasing your technology, the Empire is essentially investing in a direction, the direction of energy research. With this knowledge, the Empire could continuously achieve breakthroughs in the domain of energy. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming's expression transformed to one of realization. It was no wonder he believed this technology held less intrinsic value than divine mechanical knowledge. The Empire was not merely interested in the technology, but rather in its potential extensions. The officials of the Cosmic Nation were far from foolish. Their keen insight would likely lead them to deduce that Su Ming possessed knowledge derived from other civilizations. Such occurrences, while rare, were not unprecedented in the vastness of the cosmos. It was common for individuals to discover remnants or beings from other civilizations, thereby acquiring corresponding knowledge. This type of knowledge was typically coveted by major cosmic nations at exorbitant prices. However, does your knowledge stem from the biological aspects of civilization or its relics? Colin Clarence inquired softly. Each time new technological advancements from other civilizations emerged, it invariably raised the question of potential civilization invasion. While encountering civilizations weaker than humanity posed little concern, should the source of the technology derive from a civilization more advanced, the threat of invasion would undoubtedly loom. Hence, Colin Clarence's earlier unease. After pondering Colin Clarence's question, Su Ming smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, my knowledge is sourced from a civilization that has long been extinguished. There are no issues whatsoever." Satisfied, Colin Clarence nodded reassuringly and cautioned, for external discussions, claim that this knowledge originates from the Empire's exploration of other cosmic civilizations. Do not assert that it is your own acquisition. Otherwise, you may encounter considerable trouble. Su Ming nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart as he realized that Kalinka Clarence was providing cover for his son. "Well, have you considered it? Are you willing to sell this technology?" Kalinka Clarence inquired. Hearing his words, Su Ming smiled and replied, "Yes. However, I will only sell the technology for energy stasis. The other two involve certain aspects of my privacy and cannot be sold." Kalinka Clarence nodded in agreement. "This technology alone suffices. You will transmit the knowledge to me shortly, and once I confirm it with the Empire, they will provide you with divine mechanical knowledge." Su Ming nodded and proceeded to transfer the information on static energy to Kalinka Clarence's communicator. The call was then ended. Not long after, Su Ming felt a shift in his expression upon noticing an additional piece of mechanical knowledge in his storage space. Filled with anticipation, he opened the new knowledge. Exoskeletal Mecha Knowledge Attribute. Basic Divine Knowledge Effect. Endows the Mecha with divinity, allowing it to transform into an exoskeleton connected to the pilot once combat mode is activated. Divine Reaction Ability. 50 Mecha Tactile Sensation. 60 Force Transmission. 20 Special Ability. Limb Regeneration. When the mecha incurs damage, it can repair itself by consuming energy levels from the pilot's body, restoring the mecha's capabilities to 100 of its pre-damage state. Note, this state can only be achieved while in exoskeletal mode, outside of the pilot's control. The mecha lacks independent repair capabilities. Upon reading the introduction to this knowledge, Su Ming gasped in astonishment. This divine mechanical knowledge truly lived up to its name. The effects contained within surpassed the capabilities of ordinary mechanical knowledge. The most extraordinary aspect of this ability was the tactile connection established between the mecha and the pilot. Typically, a mecha warrior could only assess the condition and damage of the mecha through its internal self-diagnostic systems, lacking any direct sensory perception of the entire machine. However, this divine mechanical knowledge granted the pilot the ability to feel through the mecha. Thus, any damage, attacks, or charging actions could be sensed directly by the pilot. This represented a significant qualitative enhancement for mecha warriors, potentially elevating their combat prowess by nearly 50%. After all, operating a machine through thick gloves is vastly different from direct tactile interaction. The efficiency and agility differ immensely. Divine mechanical knowledge transforms the mundane into the divine, transcending the confines of conventional mechanical thinking, and allows for the emergence of extraordinary capabilities within machines. Su Ming hesitated not for a moment. Directly integrating divine mechanical knowledge into the mecha martial sovereign system, he then immersed himself in the body activation fluid, donned the respiratory system, and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. With the acquisition of divine mechanical knowledge, who would still cultivate independent mechanical knowledge? Naturally, the priority was to sleep, allowing the system to instill divine mechanical knowledge into his mind before venturing into the realm of independent mechanical studies. As time gradually elapsed, The vessel piloted by Su Ming journeyed through the cosmos for several days. Human society is vast, and the position of the Eastern Ming Alliance is exceedingly distant from the Black Domain, necessitating a prolonged voyage. However, Su Ming had an abundance of tasks to attend to aboard the ship, rendering the journey far from tedious. He regarded it as a retreat amidst the starlit expanse. At this moment, Su Ming emerged from the body activation fluid. His physique radiated an exceptionally fierce and refined aura, akin to a body of steel, forged through countless trials. Brimming with explosive power, level 7 body refinement achieved. It demanded a substantial expenditure of 50,000 starlight points. Previously, Su Ming lacked the requisite starlight points for such an upgrade. However, having absorbed crystalline life forms and acquired tens of thousands of starlight points, he decisively elevated his body refinement to the 7th level. Upon reaching this pinnacle, Su Ming distinctly sensed a transformative essence coursing through his body. It seemed that level 7 body refinement marked a significant threshold. Beyond this point, his body would undergo a profound metamorphosis. Contemplating this, Su Ming attempted to leave the ship and ventured into the cosmos. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he realized that his body could withstand the pressures of the vacuum. This indicated that, despite being merely a level 7 genetic warrior, he possessed the capacity to survive in a vacuum. Of course, he still lacked the ability to exist without oxygen, as true vacuum-level beings do. Yet, at least now, Su Ming could maneuver in the vacuum without the fear of being crushed by the pressure. It meant that his physical strength was now comparable to that of advanced vacuum-level experts. In addition to the enhancement of his body refinement level, Su Ming had made remarkable progress in the past few days due to his studies in divine knowledge and independent subjects. His independent subject knowledge had ascended to the first stage, which meant that, aside from piloting his primary mecha, he could now also command an additional mecha in combat. Furthermore, this secondary mecha did not resemble a sub-mecha, which is typically weaker than the primary. Rather, its energy output and combat prowess were on par with those of Su Ming's main mecha. Aside from the inability to utilize the divine knowledge's external skeletal enhancements, there were virtually no differences. For Su Ming, this marked a significant escalation in combat prowess. With his mastery over divine mechanical knowledge and independent project knowledge, he now possessed the strength to surpass his previous self by a remarkable factor of 25. His current attributes were as follows. Host. Su Ming physical energy level, 60. 000 mental domain energy level, 610,000 gene lock activation level, intermediate level 7 physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, 7, next level refinement requires 100,000 starlight points, physical defense capacity, 150,000, attacks below 150,000 energy levels cannot inflict any harm, maximum starlight energy capacity, 5,000 starlight points, 480,000 mechanical knowledge, minor 3, 100 independent project knowledge, mental domain division, level 1 divine knowledge, exoskeletal mecha, compared to his former self. Su Ming's attributes had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. He reflected internally, acknowledging that venturing out had greatly accelerated his cultivation. His prolonged sojourn in the Black Domain had yielded minimal progress, with advancements occurring in a painstakingly gradual manner. However, upon exiting the Black Domain, he encountered crystalline entities, divine knowledge, and independent project knowledge, each a boon to his enhancement. In a brief span of time, his cultivation had ascended to an intermediate level 7. Furthermore, donning the mech would unleash power far superior to that of his physical form. Previously, Su Ming had struggled against level 10 gene warriors, resorting to evasion and passively enduring attacks. Now, even when faced with intermediate level 10 gene warriors, he could confront them head-on, unflinching. In just a few days, Su Ming's growth had been astonishingly profound. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated within the spacecraft. The ship is about to enter the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the ship's alert, Su Ming's expression shifted as he approached the window, gazing into the starry expanse ahead. The Eastern Underworld Alliance. He was surprised by how swiftly they had arrived at its borders. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Proceed." With his directive, the spacecraft immediately entered a state of spatial jump. A few minutes later, Su Ming felt a slight tremor as the ship stabilized, revealing that they had indeed entered the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Identification complete. The ship has been verified with a valid transit permit. Welcome to the Eastern Underworld Alliance. A deep electronic male voice resonated, signifying the Alliance's security system, which assessed the ship's identity and transit authorization. Ming had already arranged for this permit while in the Black Domain, and it was promptly recognized as the ship entered the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Soon, the invisible obstacles and energy levels surrounding the starry sky gradually faded away. Without hesitation, Ming piloted his spacecraft into the domain of the Dongming Alliance. Shortly after Ming's passage permit was detected, a man clad in military attire within the Dongming Alliance cast his gaze upon his display screen. On the screen, the words "important figure" detected glowed in red. In this advanced human society, the mastery of data was remarkably precise. Ming was not supposed to be marked as an important figure. However, following his recent fame for the battle in the Donglin Cosmic Nation, where his emerging technologies, skills, and lineage were brought to light, it was sufficient for the Dongming Alliance to classify him as an important individual. Upon seeing that an important figure had been detected, the military officer's expression shifted, and he promptly accessed the details of this significant person. Instantly, Ming's identity information appeared on the screen. Stunned to see it was Ming, the officer murmured to himself, "It's actually him?" Ming's recent rise to prominence had reached the ears of many, including this soldier, who had even watched videos of Ming battling crystalline beings. Naturally, he held a profound impression of Ming. He had to admit that among mech warriors of the same caliber, Ming's operations, consciousness, and techniques were of the highest echelon. Contemplating for a moment, the soldier dialed a number. What is it?" came a deep male voice from the other end. Ming, who fought against the crystalline beings in the Donglin Cosmic Nation, has arrived in Dongming. The soldier articulated softly. "Oh, Ming, the offspring of the Kalenklarens family? Excellent. Previously, Kalenklarens was quite arrogant, having bested several of our Dongming's elite. Many remember him. Now, the Kalenklarens is holed up in the Empire, with many unable to exert their strength. It's perfect timing for his offspring to visit the Dongming Alliance. Let our young ones vent their frustrations." Upon hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but chuckle, seemingly envisioning the Dongming youngsters. Yet he replied cautiously, "We must be careful. Ming's combat prowess is formidable, placing him among the elite in his class. There may not be many who can best him." The man on the phone laughed. "What is there to fear? The spirit of competition thrives in Dongming, and the younger generation is currently brimming with pride and vigor. It is time for them to witness the strength of top talents from other cosmic nations. My only concern is that this young fellow, Ming, shouldn't be too weak. If he loses too soon, our Dongming youth may become unruly once again." The sergeant chuckled softly before speaking in a low voice. "All right, let's proceed as such. I will inform the renowned young talents about Ming's entrance into the arena and encourage them to test the waters." Chapter 137. The mysterious youth Ming boarded the spacecraft, ready to journey towards the celestial sacred star domain of the Dongming Alliance. He had previously heard from his adoptive father that the celestial sacred star domain served as the trial ground for the geniuses of the Dongming Alliance, a place where a multitude of talented individuals congregated. It was also within this star domain that the illustrious celestial 3 rankings of the Dongming Alliance were established, renowned throughout human society. The celestial 3 rankings were created to foster the growth of prodigies. The first list was the mech ranking, the second was the combat power ranking, and the third was the mechanic ranking. The mech ranking required the younger generation to defeat their opponents while operating mechs to gain recognition on the list. Conversely, the combat power ranking demanded that participants engage in battles without the aid of mechs or mechanical equipment, relying solely on their physical prowess to advance in the rankings. The mechanic ranking stood out as the only non-combat list, assessing a mechanic's ability to assemble machinery, typically dominated by skilled engineers. These 3 rankings represented the essence of civilization itself. Although hosted by the Dongming Alliance, they gradually evolved into a list of universal significance under the influence of cultural advancement. If viewed through the lens of Ming's previous life, it could be likened to the Olympics, where despite a single host, it remains a competition among nations worldwide. Not only the Dongming Alliance, but several other powerful cosmic nations also contributed to the Celestial 3 rankings, offering mechanical knowledge, specialized potions, precious mechanical equipment, and combat techniques as sponsorship. These resources were crucial for the younger generation. The unique governance of the Dongming alliance fostered a competitive atmosphere, prompting various countries to send their youth for training while providing diverse rewards to aid their development. Su Ming's unwavering focus on the Celestial 3 rankings stemmed from the fact that, as one ascended the ranks, they would be rewarded with mechanical knowledge, and those who ranked highly could even obtain divine knowledge offered by various nations. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted. His gaze, penetrating through the spacecraft's window, fell upon the vastness of the cosmos. He observed a phantom of another spacecraft quietly materializing opposite his own. However, Su Ming was certain that this vessel was not approaching him, but rather preparing to depart from the celestial sacred star domain. As Su Ming moved to enter the star domain, the other spacecraft was poised to exit. The two vessels soon passed each other in their respective trajectories. However, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the imposing spacecraft before him. This vessel exuded an air of dominance. According to the customary navigation protocols, both parties would typically approach each other, weaving past in a manner that would necessitate a reduction in their propulsion systems to avoid inadvertently pushing one another off course, thereby preventing any unnecessary misunderstandings. This practice is considered a nautical courtesy, an unspoken rule of flight. Yet, the ship before him showed no inclination to ease its power. It barreled forward, fully propelled, beyond the celestial domain of Tiansheng. The turbulence generated by its propulsion system caused Su Ming's craft to sway slightly, disrupting its original trajectory. While this did not present a significant issue, the attitude conveyed by the pilot of the other vessel stirred discontent within Su Ming. He promptly approached the window of his spacecraft, directing his gaze towards the opposing ship. There, he beheld a young man, approximately 21 or 22 years of age, standing at the window, his eyes also fixed upon Su Ming's craft. At that moment, their gazes locked. In an instant, two powerful waves of energy erupted from their respective vessels. The collision of their stares ignited a clash of energy levels within the void of the spacecraft. A fierce reaction unfolded in the emptiness between them. Had there been anyone present at the intersection of their gazes, they would have likely been torn apart by the violent surge of energy. Fortunately, there was no one between them, allowing their energies to explode forth like tumultuous waves rising from the depths of the ocean, invisible to the outside world, yet swirling with chaotic currents in the profound depths. The young man's eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the intensity of Su Ming's energy. The standoff continued. What began as a mere encounter had evolved into a mutual recognition of each other's significance. The youth instinctively reached for a black battle knife at his waist, gripping its hilt tightly. Simultaneously, Su Ming placed his right hand over his storage space, his mental energy continuously communicating with it. Within that space lay a Star Destroyer sniper rifle, resting quietly, enveloped by Su Ming's mental energy. In this tense atmosphere, Su Ming could have summoned the sniper rifle at any moment, unleashing its terrifying power. Yet, he refrained from drawing it, just as the young man did not unsheath his knife. Their actions seemed to freeze in that very instant. At this moment, they were both searching for each other's vulnerabilities. Their breaths intertwined as their eyes fixated intently on one another's forms, hoping to discern even the faintest hint of a flaw. Should either of them uncover a weakness, the ensuing moment would undoubtedly be met with frenzied and incisive assaults. However, the two spacecraft hurtled away in opposite directions, swiftly parting ways and creating significant distance between them. Throughout the entire process of their intersection and subsequent separation, neither Su Ming nor the young man made a move. Only when their vessels had distanced themselves beyond the range of attack did they finally relax. Unconsciously, both turned their gazes towards the receding spacecraft, each harboring a singular thought. This person is formidable. Chapter 138. Arrival at Tiansheng. Please assist me in retrieving this individual's identity information. Su Ming requested of the ship's intelligence system, regaining his composure. The system had already captured the young man's visage. Such an impressive young master would undoubtedly possess considerable renown within human society. Provided the intelligence system could match his appearance with data, it would soon unveil the young man's identity. Identity information retrieved. Chun Hui, alias the Bloodblade Demon King, age 21, cultivation, level 9 lower class genetic warrior. Proficient in Mecha, Bloodblade Demon King VZ-03 Assault Mecha. Mecha ranking. 817. Combat Power ranking. 782. Mechanical ranking. 10032. Upon hearing the identity information relayed by the system, Su Ming was taken aback. How could such a powerful youth only rank 817 on the mecha list? What level of strength must those ranked above him possess? During their confrontation, Su Ming had sensed the profound and solid foundation of a young man's aura. Moreover, Chun Hui exhibited exceptional abilities in locking onto and counterlocking his target. He was the most formidable opponent Su Ming had encountered outside of those above the vacuum level. During their standoff, Su Ming had exerted his utmost focus to avoid being locked onto by the young man, which enabled him to maintain a semblance of parity. Had Chun Hui been even slightly stronger, Su Ming might have revealed a flaw before him. Level 9 lower class, Su Ming youth. At this moment, beginning to grasp the caliber of the universe's elite talents, despite previously facing numerous level 9 and level 10 masters, and even encountering some vacuum-level experts within the Black Domain, all of those individuals were in their 40s, seasoned genetic warriors with extensive experience. To reach level 9 lower class at the age of 21 signified that Chun Hui might have the potential to ascend to vacuum level by around 23. Among his peers, Chun Hui's cultivation undoubtedly placed him at the pinnacle of excellence. At the tender age of 21, possessing a 9th level skill, Su Ming could not help but murmur in awe. However, if Chun Hui were to overhear this, it would likely provoke an immediate reaction of disbelief. Indeed, Chun Hui was already on the brink of astonishment. As Su Ming delved into Chun Hui's personal information, it was evident that Chun Hui had also taken the liberty to investigate Su Ming's background. Though he could sense that Su Ming's cultivation might not quite match his own, there was an undeniable resilience in Su Ming's energy level that allowed him to hold his ground in a direct confrontation. Naturally, a mere exchange of remote energy levels could not serve as conclusive evidence of superiority. Yet, what preoccupied Chun Hui's thoughts was Su Ming's locking ability. Su Ming was astonished by Chun Hui's prowess, just as Chun Hui was equally taken aback by Su Ming's capabilities. During their standoff, Chun Hui felt as though an invisible force was encircling him, rendering him immobile, an overwhelming sensation indeed. If this continued, he would likely succumb to the pressure and be compelled to strike first, exposing a vulnerability. 17 years old and this formidable? How outrageous! Shen Yui muted, his eyes betraying a profound shock. He recognized Su Ming from their previous encounter in the Donglin Cosmic Nation, where he had seen videos of him battling crystalline beings. Chun Hui had thought Su Ming merely average, yet facing him in reality proved to be a daunting experience. What was hardest for him to accept was that Su Ming, at 17, had achieved a mid-level 7th rank. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled being diligently focused on his studies at the academy, probably only reaching a high-level 5th rank. In the same age bracket, he would have been utterly outclassed by Su Ming. This realization struck a severe blow to Chun Hui's inflated confidence. It was almost laughable. Those frogs at the bottom of the well were preparing to use Su Ming as a stepping stone, oblivious to the tears they would shed when faced with him. Chun Hui mused. Recently, news of Su Ming's arrival in the Dongming Alliance had spread like wildfire among the younger generation, who among them did not desire fame. Witnessing Su Ming's meteoric rise sparked feelings of envy among the youth of the Dongming Alliance, all eager to overshadow him and claim his glory for their own. However, the disparity between viewing him from a distance and encountering him in person was stark. From a godlike perspective in videos, everyone appeared weak. Yet in reality, the sheer pressure of facing Su Ming could easily overwhelm many. Regrettably, Chun Hui was preparing to journey to the Court of Life. Otherwise, remaining in the heavenly sacred star domain to confront Su Ming would have been an enticing prospect. Upon my return from the Court of Life, having elevated my own level of existence, I shall return to challenge you, he whispered to himself, his gaze drifting toward the distant starry expanse, revealing a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed as though something exhilarating awaited him in that vast cosmic realm. It is said that Su Ming's encounter with Chun Hui was merely a fleeting interlude on his journey. As he swiftly cast aside thoughts of Chun Hui and accelerated towards the Tian Sheng star domain. The Tian Sheng star domain, due to its unique interstellar status, has undergone extensive transformation by the Dongming Alliance. Unlike typical star domains primarily inhabited by planets, The central area of the Tiansheng star domain was cleared of planets by the Dongming Alliance, establishing a vast flat arena spanning trillions of square kilometers in the emptiness of space. This arena boasts a normal gravitational system, essential living facilities, air, water, and a ranking system. Were it not for the flatness of the entire arena, it would be indistinguishable from a habitable planet. Here, geniuses vie and coexist upon this enormous flat arena. At this moment, Su Ming piloted a spacecraft, directly descending onto the Tiansheng platform. Is this the ship? I heard Su Ming was approaching the Tiansheng star domain. It must be this vessel. At this moment on the Tiansheng platform, several young individuals had gathered. Upon witnessing Su Ming's ship land, one youth's eyes brightened, and he spoke with a smile. These youths, all around the age of 20, exuded formidable auras, with the weakest among them being low-level, 7th-grade gene warriors. As they observed the descent of the ship and the emergence of a young man from it, expressions of surprise adorned their faces. They recognized that the young man who had just disembarked was indeed Su Ming. Chapter 139, Rules of Engagement. Excellent. Old Ma, please activate the live stream. It is time to make a name for ourselves. Unexpectedly, Su Ming had truly arrived, and it was time to demonstrate to him the stark contrast between a top-tier genius of the universe and an ordinary talent. The atmosphere of competition within the Dongming Alliance is palpable, significantly differing in prowess from their counterparts in other cosmic nations. I see Su Ming as a frog at the bottom of a well. It is time for him to gain some self-awareness. A powerful and grounded young man approached the base of Su Ming's ship, eagerly awaiting his descent. The leading youth, slightly less frivolous, glanced at his companions and shook his head, stating, "Do not underestimate Su Ming. I have observed his maneuvers. Aside from his slight deficiency in cultivation, his skill is undeniably impressive." This young man, known as Wang Quan, was the strongest among them, possessing 8th-grade low-level cultivation. Many of the others, brimming with the arrogance of the Dongming Alliance, regarded Su Ming as merely a frog at the bottom of a well. However, Wang Quan was acutely aware that some of his companions did not even comprehend Su Ming's techniques, leading them to believe his abilities were mediocre. In truth, even Wang Quan dared not underestimate Su Ming's prowess. Certainly, it is merely a matter of operation. Wang Quan, as a level 8 inferior genetic warrior, felt a sense of disdain towards Su Ming, who possessed only a level 7 cultivation. Undeniably, Wang Quan was eager to bask in the limelight, as it would bestow upon him numerous advantages and resources. The wealth thus acquired could potentially elevate his knowledge and supplements, propelling him to greater heights. Therefore, even if it seemed somewhat unfair for him to challenge the weaker Su Ming, Wang Quan boldly sought to engage in a battle with him. Upon descending from the spacecraft, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the crowd ahead. He was not taken aback. He had naturally heard their words from outside, and now, with no trace of panic on his countenance, he approached the situation calmly. "Su Ming, is it? I am Li Qinyuo from the Crane Code Planet. I have watched your videos from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. You performed admirably. Come, let us duel." A young man eagerly stepped forward to address Su Ming. He secretly reveled in seizing the opportunity, being the first to propose a duel to Su Ming. The live broadcast had commenced. A duel with Su Ming, shattering the myth. A striking title was posted by this young man on the forum, capturing the attention of numerous netizens. Has Su Ming arrived at the Dongming Alliance? It seems true. He stands right before us, and this individual wishes to challenge him. Su Ming's popularity remained intact, and soon, many viewers flocked to the live stream. Their interest piqued by the unfolding drama. Li Qinyuo, at the age of 22, had already ascended to the rank of a level 7 superior individual, marking him as a prodigy among his peers. His status and cultivation were indeed remarkable compared to the average person. Many were familiar with Li Qinyuo and thus learned of Su Ming's arrival at the Dongming Alliance. As the number of viewers surged in his live stream, Li Qinyuo felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, riding the wave of popularity was a viable strategy. He cast a satisfied glance at Su Ming, preparing himself for their imminent confrontation. Su Ming regarded this young man for a moment, then inquired, "Do you hold a ranking on the Heavenly Saint list?" Taken aback by Su Ming's question, Li Qinyuo hesitated briefly before responding, somewhat flustered. "What does my ranking have to do with challenging you?" At that moment, Su Ming comprehended that this individual had likely not made the list. Although the Heavenly Saint list was established by the Dongming Alliance, entry was not guaranteed for everyone. The three lists each admitted only 20,000 individuals. Beyond this threshold, no further entrants were accepted. While 20,000 may seem substantial, it was a competitive roster for all young prodigies under the age of 25 across human society, with trillions of young talents vying for recognition. Selecting merely the top 20,000 amounted to a minuscule fraction. From this, one can discern the stringent demands placed upon those aspiring to enter the illustrious Tian Sheng Sanbang. However, Su Ming's purpose for venturing into the Tian Sheng star domain was to acquire mechanical knowledge, rendering him indifferent to those who had yet to achieve recognition on the rankings. He shook his head and spoke with resolve. I apologize, but I have no interest in those who are unranked. Following this, Su Ming strode past Li Qinyuo without a second glance. Li Qinyuo was momentarily taken aback, his countenance turning a deep shade of crimson. Su Ming was unaware of the cultural milieu within the Dongming Alliance. In this fiercely competitive environment, it was rare for anyone to decline a challenge. Doing so would imply that one was unworthy of combat. For the denizens of the Dongming Alliance, such a rejection was a profound insult. Being spurned during a live broadcast was an exceptionally humiliating affair for Li Qinyuo. Enraged by the slight, he contemplated forcibly retaliating against Su Ming. Yet at that moment, a hand intervened to halt him. Surprised, Li Qinyuo turned to see that it was Wang Quan who had interposed himself. Wang Quan shook his head at Li Qinyuo and then addressed Su Ming. You seek to challenge someone of rank, do you not? I possess a ranking as well. Why not engage in battle with me? Upon hearing these words, Su Ming turned back. You have a ranking? Wang Quan nodded and proclaimed, I am rank 19. 200 on the combat leaderboard. Taken aback by Wang Quan's standing, Su Ming instinctively prepared to decline. After all, a rank of 19, 200 was nearly tantamount to being unranked, and he saw no necessity to engage in combat with him. Noticing the expression on Su Ming's face, Wang Quan seemed to surmise his thoughts and spoke in a calm tone. I understand that this is your first visit to the Dongming Alliance, and you appear unfamiliar with its rules. At Wang Quan's words, Su Ming paused, intrigue evident in his expression, and earnestly replied, I would be eager to learn more. Wang Quan began to elucidate. The culture of conflict within the Dongming Alliance is robust, thus leading to certain unwritten regulations. Any challenge issued must come with a wager. A wager? So meaning wager estanis. Wang Quan nodded. Typically, the wager consists of knowledge pertaining to the subject of the duel. The loser is obliged to bestow a piece of knowledge upon the victor. Otherwise, the duel offers no advantage beyond combat experience. It is essential to have some incentive to foster an environment where all parties are willing to engage in such contests. Understanding dawned on Su Ming's face. Therefore, should you accept my challenge, I am prepared to offer a unique piece of knowledge as a wager. Chapter 140. Riding the wave of popularity upon hearing Wang Quan's proposition, Su Ming did not hesitate and readily accepted. After all, when knowledge of a unique kind is offered, it would be foolish to decline. However, what took Su Ming by surprise was that Wang Quan had raised the stakes for their duel to an astonishing level, wagering knowledge of an independent type. After all, under normal circumstances, a duel invitation only requires knowledge of a general type at an intermediate level or higher. The value of independent mechanical knowledge far exceeds that of ordinary mechanical knowledge by more than tenfold. In light of this, I shall also present a piece of independent knowledge as my stake. Since this is a wager, it is only fitting that both parties offer something of equivalent value. Fortunately, Su Ming had acquired a piece of independent knowledge during his previous time in the Donglin universe. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward position. Wang Quan is betting so heavily? I recall that he only possesses 2 pieces of independent knowledge. He must be risking quite a bit this time. The companions of Wang Quan displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual shock. I see no issue here. It seems a surefire win. Wang Quan is already an 8th-level genetic warrior, while Su Ming is merely a 7th-level warrior. Although Su Ming is indeed formidable among those of his rank, Wang Quan is no slouch either. This disparity in levels guarantees Su Ming's defeat, despite some of the young aristocrats harboring an undeserved sense of superiority. Their insights were not lacking, as they recognized the source of Wang Quan's confidence. At this moment, they all placed their bets on Wang Quan. After all, making it onto the Heavenly Saints' 3 rankings is an achievement that occurs in 1 out of several billion. Though Wang Quan ranks lower within that list, he still stands atop the pyramid of the younger generation. The livestream was activated and aimed at the battlefield, ready to capture the unfolding combat. Wang Quan's companions had not forgotten their initial motive for challenging Su Ming, to gain visibility and popularity. While Wang Quan is relatively well known within the genetic warrior community, his recognition among the general populace is insignificant, if not non-existent. This upcoming battle presents Wang Quan with a perfect opportunity to penetrate human society's mainstream attention. Once he establishes a presence among the masses, an array of resources and support will follow, making this a remarkable opportunity for him. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss the live stream of Wang Quan's duel against Su Ming. Take a moment to speculate on who might emerge victorious. A young man, fully aware of Wang Quan's intentions, eagerly addressed the online viewers. Instantly, the live stream's chat exploded with rapid-fire comments. I only know Su Ming. I believe he will win. Su Ming is definitely going to win. I've already seen Su Ming's technical analysis from the Manhan's side. He's incredibly strong, there's no doubt about that. Su Ming. He supports Su Ming. Seeing the chat overwhelmingly favoring Su Ming, the young man couldn't help but smile and then remarked, "You may be unfamiliar with the classification of genetic warriors, so I will share both of their rankings in the chat." After the young man spoke, he promptly shared the information regarding Wang Quan and Su Ming, along with their rankings on the Tian Sheng Sanbang in a live broadcast. Furthermore, he cleverly omitted their ages. Had their ages been disclosed, Wang Quan, a 20-year-old, ranked as a level 8 low-tier genetic warrior, and Su Ming, a 17-year-old, barely a level 7 mid-tier genetic warrior, it would have conveyed a sense of Wang Quan overpowering Su Ming due to age, as well as the implication that Wang Quan was, in fact, not Su Ming's equal among peers. While this may be the truth, it is quite common to withhold certain details for the sake of attracting viewership. Such tactics employed by Wang Quan's companions indeed created a degree of confusion for the audience in the live stream. Most viewers were ordinary individuals whose understanding of genetic warriors was limited to the notion that level 8 warriors surpassed level 7 warriors in prowess, without considering the multitude of factors that influence the outcome of battles. As they learned of Wang Quan's status as a level 8 genetic warrior and Su Ming's lesser rank, the audience erupted in astonishment. Who is this Wang Quan? He is impressive, and judging by his age, he is a young level 8 genetic warrior. Surely such a person is destined to become a general or a leader in the future. I believed Su Ming to be remarkably talented, yet I had not anticipated Wang Quan's formidable abilities despite his relatively low profile. The comment section was soon flooded with discussions centered around Wang Quan following the revelation of their respective ranks. In the cultural milieu of interstellar society, where civilizations constantly face the threat of external invasion, the glorification of personal strength and heroism has reached its zenith. The populace unconditionally venerates the strong. Su Ming, indeed impressive, had garnered a following of fans. However, with Wang Quan's emergence and superior rank, the tide of public opinion began to shift dramatically. The live stream's viewership steadily increased, eventually capturing the attention of the Empire's youth, many of whom began to tune in. Su Ming, the son of His Excellency Colin Clarence, was now challenging the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. The son of the Empire's Tianqi must be quite formidable. If Su Ming triumphs over the youth of the Dongming Alliance, it would surely bring glory to our empire. This is a must-see. Consequently, a surge of Empire citizens flooded into the live stream. Where is Su Ming? We are here to witness Su Ming take on the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. Su Ming is capable. He is a young powerhouse of our empire, and it is time to sweep through the Dongming Alliance. Upon witnessing the exuberant comments from some Empire viewers in the live stream, the citizens of the Dongming Alliance could no longer remain silent. Instantly, their comments erupted. What nonsense is this? Our Dongming Alliance boasts the most formidable warriors and a plethora of geniuses. Your empire may excel in technology, but I advise you to be modest when it comes to the realm of talent and strength. It is amusing. You likely have little understanding of the formidable prowess possessed by the geniuses of the Tian Sheng Sanbang level. Soon, the faces of the imperial forces shall be bruised. In an idle moment, netizens have begun to sense a hint of tension online. The topic of Su Ming's incursion into the Dongming Tian Sheng star domain has swiftly ascended to the 21st position on the trending list. At this moment, Colonel Clarence is aboard his warship en route to the front lines, when suddenly the ship's electronic voice chimes in with an announcement. Detected news of interest for the esteemed Colonel Clarence. Would you like to view it? A flicker of surprise crossed Colonel Clarence's face as he slowly nodded and spoke. Open it, let us see. Chapter 141. Wang Quan's challenge him? Su Ming has already ventured into the Dongming alliance. This is becoming intriguing. A peculiar expression crossed Colonel Clarence's face, as if a thought had struck him. Open the live broadcast. I wish to observe Su Ming's situation, he stated calmly. Instantly, a massive screen materialized before him, displaying Su Ming's arrival in the Tiansheng star domain, ready to commence his challenges. This news swiftly reached the ears of certain individuals within the Dongming alliance. Excellent. So this is Colonel Clarence's son. Let us ensure this young man is thoroughly defeated. Such a detestable character as Clarence deserves to see his son battered and bruised in the Dongming alliance, chuckled a seasoned expert from the Dongming alliance, seemingly pleased with this outcome. Yet, Su Ming remained oblivious to these sentiments. He noticed someone broadcasting his live feed, but paid it no mind. Seeking to capitalize on my popularity? That is permissible. However, should one fail to match my prowess, they cannot blame me. My ranking reflects my combat strength. I can pilot a mech, yet it does not surpass pure physical prowess. I acknowledge your mech capabilities are impressive, but even if you were to defeat me in a mech duel, you would not enter the rankings. Wang Quan remarked to Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Ming chuckled and casually responded, "That is fine. Your physical prowess is commendable, so let us compete based on that." Pure physical prowess refers to combat without the aid of mechs, relying solely on one's physical form. Weapons may be employed, yet the use of brain domain energy levels is prohibited, making this a true test of physical capability. Such a combat style exists for a reason, as there are circumstances where mechs may become inoperative, highlighting the significance of physical strength. Although Wang Quan's brain domain energy is not exceptional, his mech combat skills are decent, yet not his forte. His true strength lies in the explosive potential of his physical abilities. Hearing Su Ming propose a contest of physical prowess elicited a glimmer of delight on Wang Quan's face. Indeed, Su Ming's proficiency in Mecha is remarkable, as evidenced in the video. However, it is quite surprising that he has chosen to abandon his mechanical advantages to compete with me on a physical level, displaying a hint of arrogance. Initially, Wang Quan felt uncertain, but upon hearing Su Ming's intent to challenge him in physical prowess, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Very well, let's ascend the arena. Wang Quan leaped onto the stage, gazing down at Su Ming with an air of superiority. Without hesitation, Su Ming followed suit, joining him on the platform. As they both stood atop the arena, a protective barrier swiftly ascended around them. In that moment, the energies emanating from both combatants underwent a profound transformation. No longer were they the nonchalant figures engaged in casual conversation. Instead, they began to release their auras, intertwining and colliding within the arena. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as both warriors adjusted into a combat-ready stance. Wang Quan, at some point unbeknownst to him, had acquired a long spear, an unremarkable weapon forged from an unknown metal, devoid of any mechanical enhancements, merely a traditional cold weapon. Yet Su Ming could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from the spear, foreseeing that, once unleashed, it could transform into a fearsome instrument of slaughter, capable of easily piercing through an opponent. Wang Quan's gaze shifted towards Su Ming, noting that his opponent appeared unarmed, eliciting a flicker of surprise on his face. Su Ming was employing the genetic warrior's bare fists? This was an exceedingly rare choice among genetic warriors. However, the momentary astonishment was swiftly cast aside. Wang Quan scrutinized Su Ming, observing that his demeanor and aura exuded an air of casualness, as if he had not yet entered a combat state. What an excellent opportunity! Wang Quan felt a surge of excitement and prepared to thrust the spear towards Su Ming's face. Yet, just as this thought emerged, he instinctively dismissed it. For, by his assessment, if he were to thrust the spear at Su Ming's visage, it would merely provide Su Ming with an opportunity to evade, exposing Wang Quan to vulnerability. A direct assault would grant Su Ming the chance to perceive the spear's trajectory. What if he approached from the left? Wang Quan tightened his grip on the spear, readying himself for action. However, at that moment, he forcibly quelled his impulse, hesitating to extend the weapon. He recognized that, given Su Ming's relaxed stance, A slight lateral movement would effortlessly allow him to evade the thrust, thereby leaving Wang Quan's back exposed. What if he attempted to thrust from the right instead? An absurd notion flickered in Wang Quan's mind, causing his grip on the spear to tremble slightly. On the right side, it was the same. Any attempt to strike towards Su Ming's right would be effortlessly evaded, leaving oneself exposed to a counterattack. Wang Quan stood frozen in place, a thin sheen of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. How could this be? Panic flickered in his eyes. Su Ming's stance and posture, though seemingly relaxed and casual, concealed an underlying precision. This apparent nonchalance made it seem as if he was full of vulnerabilities, yet upon closer inspection, not a single flaw was evident. No matter where Wang Quan directed his assault, Su Ming would effortlessly sidestep, countering with a strike of his own. Was there truly no weakness in Su Ming? The absurdity of it all overwhelmed Wang Quan, leaving him at a loss. To attack? Impossible. He would be evaded, placing himself in a precarious position. Yet, refraining from an attack was also unfeasible, as their energies had already intertwined, clashing in the moment. Now was the peak of their momentum. If he did not act, his spirit would inevitably wane in the process. Once depleted, without Su Ming needing to lift a finger, he would lose the will to resist and concede outright. How could one fight under such circumstances? Su Ming, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Wang Quan and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Wang Quan was competent, yet he paled in comparison to first-rate geniuses like Chen Hui. There were indeed vulnerabilities within Su Ming, but Wang Quan's combat awareness fell vastly short. Even in a casual stance, Su Ming could compel Wang Quan into an action. Dismissing the notion of wasting further time, Su Ming subtly released a fraction of his momentum. Under the influence of this energy, even though Wang Quan had yet to discern Su Ming's weaknesses, he found himself compelled to raise his spear and launch an attack towards Su Ming. Chapter 142. Li He and Wang Quan thrust his spear directly at Su Ming. As anticipated, Su Ming effortlessly evaded the strike, for Wang Quan's energy was insufficient to lock onto Su Ming's movements. However, being a participant of the Heavenly Saints' third list, Wang Quan demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Just as he was about to be put on the defensive, he swiftly swept his spear aside, managing to parry Su Ming's counterattack. In that instant, both engaged in a fierce exchange, momentarily separating after their clash. Su Ming regarded Wang Quan with mild surprise. This strike had caught him off guard. While Wang Quan lacked in energy locking, it must be acknowledged that his marksmanship and on-the-spot improvisation were commendable. Though Su Ming held a slight advantage, Wang Quan, leveraging his superior level, successfully neutralized that edge. With energies ignited, neither party paused, launching into a relentless barrage of attacks against one another. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he unleashed a thunderous thrust towards Su Ming with his spear, the weapon slicing through the air with a deafening whistle aimed directly at its target. Unfazed, Su Ming boldly advanced to confront Wang Quan's assault. In the midst of their fierce exchange, neither combatant noticed the emergence of a figure beneath the arena. This was a carefree youth, exuding an air of nonchalance, embodying the essence of a reckless scion. Reluctantly, he approached the vicinity of the arena, yawning as he cast his gaze upon the ongoing battle. The presence of this young man startled those around him. Lieten, what on earth is he doing here? One youth gazed at him in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Li He, the prodigious genius ranked 1490 on the Mecha list, had suddenly drawn attention. Noticing the recognition in the faces surrounding him, Li He wore a look of resigned annoyance. Please, everyone, stop staring at me, he muttered to himself, seeking refuge in a secluded corner to sit down. My old man really is something. Unable to defeat the Imperial opponent, he insists I come here to confront his son. How embarrassing. It's not like I intend to bully anyone, he grumbled as his eyes wandered back to the arena. At that moment, Li He gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as he observed the spectacle before him. This guy is daring to clash against a spear with his bare hands? Quite bold. On the stage, Su Ming resembled a miniature Tyrannosaurus, charging fiercely at Wang Quan. As Wang Quan prepared to retaliate, gritting his teeth, he thrust his spear towards Su Ming. Yet, in a shocking display, Su Ming reached out, gripping the spear's tip with his hand, and with a fierce shout, he effortlessly snapped the weapon in two. The spectators' eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Su Ming as if he were some extraterrestrial being. Although the spear's tip was undoubtedly less penetrating than a proper spearhead, it had been sharpened, rivaling the sharpness of an ordinary cleaver. Remarkably, this formidable tip merely left a faint red mark on Su Ming's arm before he broke it with his bare hands. Was Su Ming's flesh forged from steel? Such hardness seemed almost impossible. Viewers in the live stream shared a sense of incredulity upon witnessing this extraordinary feat, yet within Su Ming's gaze there was not a hint of turbulence. While the spear was indeed sharp, it paled in comparison to Su Ming, who had undergone body refinement 7 times. Although his current physical energy level was merely intermediate at the 7th tier, his body had been honed to an astonishing degree of toughness. To truly harm Su Ming, one would require an energy level of at least the 8th tier, a feat that was simply unattainable. His true combat power, under the influence of body tempering, cannot be assessed merely by the standards of a mid-level 7th tier. Even an 8th level Gene warrior may not necessarily gain an advantage against Su Ming. Having lost his spear, Wang Quan found it too late to retrieve a backup weapon from his storage space. With no other options, he could only confront Su Ming barehanded. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he surged towards Wang Quan with ferocity. Though opening heaven is a sword technique, once its essence is grasped, it can be applied to any weapon, including hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Ming's body, akin to that of an ancient giant. As he charged at Wang Quan, no one dared to underestimate Su Ming any longer. Initially, many believed his true strength lay in his mastery of Mecha. It became evident that his physical prowess was equally formidable. His charge exuded an indomitable force. Wang Quan bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his energy as he faced Su Ming, releasing a terrifying force. The clash between them reverberated throughout the arena. Spectators widened their eyes, fearful of missing any detail. Upon collision, Wang Quan was visibly sent flying, crashing against the energy shield and landing heavily on the ground, bloodied and covered in gaping wounds. A pitiful sight indeed. In stark contrast, Su Ming bore only a minor injury to his shoulder, with little else harmed. The outcome was clear. Victory and defeat were unmistakably defined. Wang Quan's companions erupted in disbelief. What they had thought was a certain victory had turned into an unexpected defeat at the hands of Su Ming. Only Li Heron, observing from below the stage, fixated on Su Ming's shoulder, watching as the injury visibly healed at an astonishing pace after the battle. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Such incredible vitality and resilience. Su Ming is truly a treasure. This is splendid. I was worried about how to reach the Court of Life, and now I encounter someone with such robust life force. Apologies, old man, but you can call someone else to deal with Su Ming. I certainly won T. If I were to confront Su Ming, who would accompany me to the Court of Life?" Li Heron muttered to himself, then set off towards Su Ming's location. Chapter 143. The Court of Life. Wang Quan, bloodied but swiftly restored by the treatment robot, approached Su Ming with a somewhat dejected expression. With a faint smile of resignation, he extended a crystal to Su Ming. To gamble is to accept the consequences. Indeed, I have faced a direct defeat in this battle, and this independent knowledge is now entrusted to you. With that, Wang Quan let out a resigned sigh. He had originally intended to leverage a victory over Su Ming to garner some attention, but unexpectedly, he found himself bloodied and battered by Su Ming instead. The entire spectacle was laid bare for the viewers in the live stream, and he felt utterly humiliated. He could only hastily close the stream and leave the scene, accompanied by his companions, in a state of utter disgrace. Meanwhile, Su Ming held the independent knowledge in his hands, which he promptly accessed through the system. Focused chi power, knowledge type, physical combat knowledge effect, concentration yield strength. The more focused the knowledge holder is, the greater the force they can unleash. First level effect. As the holder's focus intensifies, the next attack will increase by 20 to 50 force. The force coefficient is contingent upon attention. Second level effect. As the holder's focus intensifies, the next attack will increase by 20 to 100 force. Negative effect. Once focused on an attack, attention cannot be diverted elsewhere, e.g., defense, locking on, and while strength increases, other aspects will inevitably decline. Upon reviewing this knowledge, Su Ming contemplated for a moment before entering it into the Mecha martial sovereign system. Although it was not mechanical knowledge, which left Su Ming feeling somewhat disappointed. It was still an independent piece of knowledge, significantly more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Better than nothing, he decided to learn it immediately. Just as Su Ming recorded this independent knowledge into the system, a sudden sense of alertness surged within him. He instinctively glanced to the side, sensing a powerful presence approaching. Without a second thought, he launched a punch, infused with formidable chi power, towards the assailant. Whoa! Li He ran, who was approaching Su Ming, was startled, and his body reacted like a frightened cat, leaping away just in time to evade Su Ming's strike. Wait, brother, I mean no harm. Please don't attack. Li He ran exclaimed, his expression one of innocence as he looked at Su Ming. Taken aback, Su Ming regarded Li He ran and inquired, "Who are you?" A shiver ran through him. He had sensed someone drawing near and had instinctively struck out, though it was merely a standard punch. He had completely locked onto this person's aura, making it exceedingly difficult to evade under normal circumstances. Yet, this individual had managed to break free from his aura's grasp and swiftly dodge his punch. Few could accomplish such a feat, especially among peers. Noticing the confusion on Su Ming's face, Li He ran chuckled lightly, scratching his head as he introduced himself. "I am Li He ran. If it's convenient, shall we have a chat?" Li He ran? Su Ming's expression shifted, and abruptly, the intelligent system within his earpiece alerted him. Li Heron, ranked 1490 on the Mecha list. Upon hearing this notification, Su Ming was taken aback. Ranked 1490? That was already a considerable level of genius. Why would such a person seek him out? Casting a skeptical glance towards Li Heron, Su Ming felt that a genius of such caliber would hardly challenge someone like him. Noticing the doubt in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron scratched his head, chuckling lightly before speaking. "What are you doing here in the Heavenly Saint Star domain?" Although it is reputed to be the ranking domain of the Heavenly Saints' 3 lists, most of the top-ranked geniuses are not active within this realm. It is rather difficult to encounter the foremost talents here. With a grin, Li Heron suggested, "Why not accompany me to a place? I assure you, it will be exceedingly entertaining." Su Ming, displaying a hint of surprise at Li Heron's words, inquired, "Where to?" "The Court of Life. Liaran Wisparat." "The Court of Life? What kind of place is that?" Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. You don't know about the Court of Life?" Li Heron asked, his expression one of incredulity. "Is it really so odd that I don't know the Court of Life?" Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. In truth, he had only become truly aware of the world after the age of 16, with merely a year having passed since then. It was fair to say that his understanding of the peculiarities of this world was rather shallow. Li Heron, observing the seriousness on Su Ming's face, realized that he was not jesting. He genuinely had no knowledge of the Court of Life. The Court of Life is actually a relic of another civilization. Liaran explained quietly. "A relic?" Su Ming exclaimed, his brows knitting together slightly. Under normal circumstances, any artifacts found within a relic would typically be claimed by the cosmic nations of human society and swiftly assimilated. There were hardly any discovered relics from other civilizations that remained intact. If the Court of Life were indeed a relic of another civilization, it would undoubtedly be consumed by human civilization in no time, leaving no opportunity for others to enter. Seeing the astonishment on Su Ming's face, Li Heron chuckled and said, "Because this relic does not conform to our conventional understanding of a material form, its location is not situated within the ordinary expanse of the universe." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting a parallel dimension?" Li Heron nodded, "Similar to a parallel dimension, but not as exaggerated. It exists outside the normal temporal and spatial realms, emerging as a distinct realm, yet fundamentally connected to the primary timeline. One might consider it an alternate space." Su Ming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. "What exactly do you mean by abnormal material forms?" Li Ran shook his head. "Even the 5 great cosmic nations have yet to comprehend this. How could I possibly know? However, there is one characteristic of the Court of Life. No material can be extracted from it. Only living beings can enter this realm and subsequently experience an elevation in their life essence." Chapter 144. Journey to the Court of Life. Upon hearing Li He Ran's words, Su Ming's expression turned contemplative, though some confusion still lingered. "For instance, why do you wish to bring me into the Court of Life?" he inquired with curiosity, deeming this the most crucial question. After all, Li He Ran was not a close acquaintance. It seemed rather peculiar for him to extend such an invitation. Li Yiran chuckled lightly at Su Ming's inquiry and replied, although the Court of Life is still in a phase of exploration, certain areas have already been uncovered. To derive benefits from the court, there is but one condition. The stronger your vitality, the further you can venture, and the broader the regions you can explore. As Li Yiran spoke, he directed his gaze towards Su Ming, scrutinizing his physique with an appreciative glint in his eyes, as if he were observing a rare specimen. A chill ran down Su Ming's spine, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps, distancing himself from Li Yiran, casting a silent glance of disbelief in his direction. How might I trust you? Su Ming remained somewhat wary. Noticing the apprehension in Su Ming's eyes, Li Yiran let out a soft laugh and said, well, the information regarding the Court of Life should be accessible to you given your identity privileges. As for why you should trust me, he paused then grinned. It's quite simple. Although my father often receives beatings from yours, they share a rather amicable relationship. Su Ming was taken aback. Your father is the dimensional deity, Li Ku of the Eastern Ming Alliance. What? Su Ming gazed at Li Yiran in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed the son of the dimensional deity. Li Ku, a pinnacle expert of the Eastern Ming Alliance, was renowned as the dimensional deity, skilled in hyperdimensional divinity, and had been a longtime friend and rival of Su Ming's father. Despite the dimensional deity's formidable prowess, he often found himself bested by Su Ming's father, who was nearly invincible in direct confrontations, adept at countering the dimensional deity's esoteric abilities. As Su Ming processed the revelation that Li Yiran was Li Ku's son, his wariness gradually diminished. In a way, this made him the son of a comrade of his father, and Su Ming assumed he would likely harbor no ill intentions. After taking another look at Li Yiran and considering the information regarding the Court of Life that the intelligence system had recently retrieved, Su Ming pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Li Yiran was filled with elation upon hearing Su Ming's agreement, and together they piloted their spacecraft away from the Tiansheng star domain. A few hours later, two figures emerged from the vessel, appearing in the vastness of the void. Before them lay the entrance to the Court of Life, a most enigmatic realm where only divine artifacts would manifest upon entry. All other belongings, though still upon one's person, would remain unseen. Gazing into the emptiness, Li Yiran turned to Su Ming and spoke. Divine artifacts? Su Ming responded, astonished. Li Yiran chuckled softly, then looked at Su Ming. Surely you possess your own assembled mech? A mech that has been imbued with divine essence can indeed function within this realm. However, should it be crafted by another, it shall not be usable here. Upon hearing Li Yiran's words, a look of realization dawned upon Su Ming's face. He indeed possessed mechs that had been awakened by divine energy. Each prototype crafted for the first time was imbued with such essence. Upon reflection, he counted over 10 D-class divine mechs in his possession, alleviating his concerns about lacking a mech to employ within the Court of Life. Noticing the relaxed expression on Su Ming's face, Li Yiran felt reassured and urged, let's proceed. With that, he plunged into the chaotic currents of the spatial turbulence ahead. Su Ming hesitated for a moment as he observed the tumultuous flow, but reassured by Li Yiran's boldness, he followed suit and dove into the swirling chaos. Should the turbulence lead to an unknown expanse, there existed the peril of being trapped indefinitely, perishing once one's energy was depleted. Yet, certain currents bore a distinct directional quality, allowing for a clear understanding of the flow, rendering them safe passages to alternate realms of time and space. Without further hesitation, Su Ming retrieved a rather formidable mech from his storage space, enveloping himself within its protective embrace. Shield Bearer Heavy Mech. This particular mech was renowned for its defensive capabilities, its exterior fortified with a thick layer of alloy. The energy shield alone boasted 3 layers, collectively capable of withstanding an astounding total energy level of 1 million points. Even a master at the vacuum level would require a full 5 minutes to breach the shield bearer's defenses. Towering at over 30 meters, the shield bearer radiated a weighty metallic sheen, its left arm wielding a colossal shield of the same height, which could easily protect the mech from behind when deployed. In contrast, its right arm bore a sniper rifle that emanated a chilling aura. The Dark Jungle Basic Model D Sniper Rifle is a colossal firearm, classified among heavy weaponry, capable of unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying power upon activation. Its potency surpasses that of comparable sniper rifles by more than double. However, such formidable strength comes at the cost of a prolonged charge time. Nonetheless, this trade-off is entirely acceptable for the shield-bearer mech. The optimal strategy for utilizing the shield-bearer mech involves leveraging its formidable defensive capabilities to withstand enemy assaults while simultaneously launching attacks from behind its protective shield with high-energy weaponry that requires a lengthy charge. Although cumbersome, a direct hit from the shield-bearer is likely to leave even a C-class mech in disarray. Ming, being an operational mech warrior, excels with highly maneuverable mechs. Yet he has opted for the shield-bearer this time, prioritizing safety. In a setting where danger can emerge from any direction, relying solely on reflexes and awareness is precarious. Thus, taking refuge within a heavy mech proves to be a more prudent choice. Surrounding him, the turbulence of space-time flows incessantly, distorting light and matter into a kaleidoscope of bizarre shapes, creating an extraordinarily surreal atmosphere. However, Ming understands that these distortions are primarily visual. The actual substance and light remain largely unchanged. After drifting within the space-time chaos for a while, he sensed a sudden stillness in the surrounding space, and his vision gradually returned to clarity. Chapter 145. The Strange Space. The Life Tribunal is a realm existing beyond the main space-time, suffused with a faint yellow substance that casts a yellowish filter over everything within this dimension. Assuming S vision normalized, he raised his arm, noticing that it too had taken on a pale yellow hue. Observing this, he marveled, surmising that the spectral frequencies of this dimension differ from those of the main universe, resulting in such an appearance. At that moment, Li Heron had also settled into a pale yellow mech. Ming speculated that this mech was originally silver-white. Yet in this world, it manifested a pale yellow guise. "Brother Heron, what do you think?" Ming inquired through the intercom. Before them lay an infinite void, saturated with intense radioactive light, dazzlingly bright. A peculiar expression crossed Ming's face. This space was utterly devoid of any material substance, merely an endless expanse of emptiness and violent radiation. For an ordinary person, stepping into the Life Tribunal would likely result in being torn to shreds by the rampant energy. Let us proceed directly inside. This space is quite extraordinary. You will understand once we enter. Li Heron spoke to Ming, and without hesitation, the two piloted their mechs directly into the void before them. As they entered the abyss, Ming's expression shifted, for the surrounding environment underwent a profound transformation. The once barren void morphed into a colossal corridor, enveloping the entire expanse of reality through the composition of energy. At that moment, Ming and Li Heron found themselves soaring within this grand passageway. "What is this?" Ming murmured in astonishment. This is an energy manifestation constructed by the civilization within the Court of Life. This civilization is extraordinary, capable of forming a substance that resembles both energy and matter through various combinations of energy. Normal human civilizations can only utilize such constructs with equipment that has undergone divine transformation. The scene before them resembled a magnificent work of art. With each step they took, the energy around them would reorganize, presenting an entirely different tableau. The surrounding scenery shifted dramatically with the variations in energy composition. What sort of civilization is this? Is the knowledge of this civilization attainable? Ming felt an immense curiosity about the civilization capable of creating such a monumental energy tapestry. Li Heron's voice crackled through the communication device. As of now, the essence of the civilization within the Court of Life remains undiscovered, though many have encountered its life forms. Life forms? Does this civilization still exist? Are we then intruding? Ming exclaimed in surprise. Not quite. This civilization has long since faded into the annals of history. As for the so-called life forms, you will understand when you encounter them. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Ming nodded slowly and continued forward with Li Heron without further hesitation. However, as they delved deeper, Ming suddenly sensed an unusual sensation within his body. What is happening? My physical vitality is diminishing. Thanks to the mechanical martial sovereign system, Ming had a clear perception of his physical vitality. Initially, it had remained at a stable level of 100, but as they ventured further, the surrounding energy seemed to siphon his bodily energy, causing his vitality to gradually decline. 97. 95. In the blink of an eye, it had decreased by 10, reaching a level of 90. This phenomenon was the origin of the Cord of Life's name. The surrounding energy would prey upon one's bodily energy levels. Yet, should one endure the energy's onslaught, the Cord of Life would bestow corresponding rewards upon the individual's body. Lee Heron's voice resonated through the communication device, his tone grave, as if he too was resisting the life-draining effects within the Cord of Life. After hearing Lee Heron's words, Su Ming nodded, unconcerned, for he knew his vitality could be replenished through starlight points. As long as the number of stars is sufficient, the decline of one's bodily vitality is not a grave concern. While the two continued their forward flight, a resounding bell suddenly echoed through the air. Startled by the tolling, Su Ming and Lee Heron exchanged astonished glances. The sound of the bell resonated like a declaration of judgment, and as it rang out, the surrounding energy underwent a profound transformation, isolating the area into an independent realm of time and space. What is happening? Su Ming shouted into the communication device. The Cord of Life has begun its trial. A trial? Before Su Ming could inquire further, 5 ethereal figures materialized before him and Lee Heron. Fortunately, 5 life forms posed no significant threat. What on earth? Su Ming was engulfed in confusion. Yet he could distinctly sense the overwhelming hostility emanating from the newly appeared figures towards him and Lee Heron. In the next moment, without pause, these 5 silhouettes surged forward, charging fiercely at Su Ming and Lee Heron. You output. Su Ming, recognizing the urgency, did not hesitate to call out. He swiftly advanced, raising his shield, which erupted with a brilliant golden light, expanding outward under the surge of his brain domain's energy. In an instant, the massive shield enveloped both Su Ming's mech and Lee Heron's mech behind him. This shield transformed into an impregnable defense, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of the 5 figures. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming directed his gaze towards the ethereal forms. They appeared akin to phantoms conjured from human imagination, shrouded in a layer of dark yellow energy. Armed with formidable blades, they radiated immense power. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from each figure, Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Each silhouette possessed the energy levels of a 9th-tier gene warrior. Together, they inflicted approximately 400,000 points of energy pressure upon the colossal shield. However, the shield bearer's energy resistance reached an impressive 1,000,000 points. Though the figure's assault was fierce and terrifying, it was ultimately thwarted by Su Ming's shield bearer. Well done, Lee Heron, witnessing the astonishing defensive capabilities of Su Ming's mech, displayed a look of delight. He then raised his sniper rifle, aiming intently at one of the ethereal figures. Chapter 146, The Cannon Erects. Boom! A wave of terrifying fire erupted from the back of the shield bearer mech, striking one of the figures with devastating force. This attack, launched from Lee Heron's sniper rifle, unleashed an extraordinary power, shattering the figure into fragments. Observing this, Su Ming nodded in quiet approval. It must be said that Lee Heron truly lives up to his reputation as a frontrunner on the Heavenly Sacred 3 rankings. His shot, both in precision and power, was executed to perfection. Yet, in that very moment, the phantom that had been obliterated by Lee Heron's bullet suddenly coalesced, reappearing before the two. Su Ming's expression shifted. Is it indestructible? No, it can be destroyed, but it requires numerous shots, Lee Heron replied in a low voice. As he had indicated, although the phantom had reformed, a portion of its energy had diminished in the process. Su Ming exhaled in relief, thankful that it did not behave like the crystalline beings, which, after being attacked, not only retained their energy, but absorbed it, becoming even more formidable. Had it been like those crystalline entities, these 5 phantoms could have kept the two occupied for quite some time. Hold your ground. I shall prepare my second shot, Lee Heron boldly declared. Having a shield-bearer mech standing protectively before him was an absolute delight. He need not worry about defense, only focus on offense. Lee Heron confidently retrieved his sniper rifle, activating his mental domain energy, ready to aim at the phantom he had previously targeted, preparing for his second shot. However, at that moment, Lee Heron was taken aback to see the shield-bearer place its shield forward and then, seemingly unfazed, retrieve an enormous sniper cannon from within its grasp. Although it was referred to as a sniper rifle, the thick barrel and anti-recoil base made it resemble a cannon at first glance. What are you doing? Brace the shield. The enemy is already attacking. Li Heron was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Su Ming's decision to produce this sniper cannon. Su Ming turned to glance at Li Heron and calmly stated, "Yours is too slow. It will take ages to hit. Allow me to take care of this." Li Heron was momentarily stunned, only to then sense a formidable and explosive surge of energy emanating from ahead. In the next instant, before he could react, a deafening blast rang out. The recoil so immense it felt as though the very fabric of the void would tremble. Li Heron was startled, nearly firing his weapon at the shield bearer in sheer surprise. The intensity of that energy wave was overwhelming, instilling in him an acute sense of imminent danger. What transpired next left Li Heron agape. The sniper cannon beside Su Ming had indeed risen, transforming into a towering artillery piece, and an incredible burst of energy radiated from its barrel. Dark Jungle Basic D-Class Sniper Rifle. Sniper Mode. Handheld increases agility by 100. Energy burst ranges from 15W to 20W. And upon impact, will briefly lock onto the enemy, granting a 30 accuracy for the second shot. Turret Form. Gun Mount Flexibility 100. Energy burst 20W, 25W. Removal of locking effect. Increase in attack frequency by 40. Frontal hit. Energy damage 30. At this moment, Su Ming adjusted the Dark Jungle Sniper Rifle into turret form, positioning the rifle firmly behind him. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echoed in succession, as Li Heron witnessed the projectiles accurately striking the phantoms that were assaulting the shield-bearer's shield. The overwhelming barrage of fire was so rapid that it evoked a sensation akin to 10 individuals firing simultaneously. 5 phantoms, each time dispersed and reconstituted, barely had time to regroup before being met with another wave of cannon fire, which shattered them once more. After numerous repetitions, the phantoms before him were eradicated by the terrifying artillery of the shield bearer. Observing the annihilation of the phantoms, Li Heron felt a lingering apprehension. The impact of these colossal cannons was truly exhilarating, simple yet brutally powerful. If he were to face such bombardments himself, he could imagine no other course of action but to flee and avoid the onslaught. It was overwhelmingly violent, yet he relished it. With an excited expression, Li Heron approached the shield bearer, who at that moment was stowing the massive shield and sniper rifle into a storage space. "Brother, do you have the blueprint for that sniper rifle? Sell me a copy. It's absolutely thrilling." Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at Li Heron and shook his head. "I assembled it myself, not for sale." Li Heron pouted upon hearing this. So stingy. However, despite his words, he understood well that every mechanic possesses their unique engraving patterns and methods, particularly in modified mechanical equipment, where the mechanic's distinct markings are quite evident. Under normal circumstances, a mechanic would never sell their modification blueprints, as it would essentially disclose the vulnerabilities within their creations. Feeling a slight sense of regret, Li Heron was infatuated with the modification of this artillery. Just then, both Su Ming and Li Heron suddenly sensed a peculiar life energy surging into their bodies. Huh? Su Ming, with a curious expression, perceived this life energy. Under its influence, it seemed as if his genes began to undergo some alterations. This life energy was of a higher caliber than normal bodily vitality, flooding into his system, causing a portion of his genetic chain to absorb it, gradually emanating a soft golden glow. "What is this?" Su Ming murmured to himself. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Li Heron smiled knowingly and began to speak. "This is the allure of the Court of Life. Although substantial vitality has been expended, within this court one undergoes a trial. The trial involves dispatching life forms to engage in combat. Should one emerge victorious, the Court of Life will bestow upon you a higher tier of life energy. As for failure," Li Heron paused, a cryptic glint in his eyes as he continued. "The vitality lost will be granted to newly emerged life forms, allowing these entities to acquire life energy." Chapter 147. The Void Sovereign. A strange expression crossed Su Ming's face as he inquired, "Do these life forms within the Court of Life become stronger or even resurrected upon acquiring this vitality?" He had previously discerned that the phantoms he attacked were not true life forms, lacking the characteristics of living beings. In comparison to actual entities, they resembled mere illusions composed of energy, not genuine life. If all the so-called life forms within this court are of such a nature, then in a certain sense, there are no truly living civilizations present. Heron shook his head. This is precisely what the 5 great cosmic nations are currently investigating. Within the court of life, there appears to be an inherent capability to resurrect life forms. Although no definitive evidence has yet emerged of any life form being truly resurrected, certain properties exhibited by the court indeed suggest a trajectory towards revival. Revival? Is it genuinely feasible? Su Ming's face reflected a hint of curiosity as he murmured to himself. Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, living organisms are composed of matter and informational states. As long as one can gather all the information that one once possessed and restore the vitality of the original body, it should be attainable. However, Heron hesitated before slowly responding. Yet, this remains purely theoretical. The Eastern Ming Alliance has discovered that, beyond informational states, human bodies also contain elements such as mental and divine attributes. If these elements are not restored alongside the informational state and bodily vitality, what one achieves at best is merely a clone, a mere reproduction, not the true revival of oneself. Su Ming nodded slowly, recognizing the validity of this perspective. Reviving a person is far from simple. It encompasses numerous dimensions, far exceeding the mere reactivation of the body and injection of information. Thus, the court of life is attempting to resurrect the life forms of the civilization behind it. Su Ming began to grasp the underlying significance of the court's existence, realizing that the so-called trial seems to carry a certain intentionality. Heron confirmed with a nod. Currently, this is the prevailing hypothesis. Su Ming's gaze shifted deeper into the court of life. At this moment, he developed a profound interest in the court of life, eagerly desiring to explore the depths of this enigmatic realm. If the power of resurrection could be harnessed for his own use, even if it were merely once, he would not hesitate to delve into the depths of the court of life. After all, there was someone he wished to resurrect. A must. Come, let's venture deeper, he uttered with a calm demeanor, then swiftly moved forward, leading the way into the heart of the court of life. Beside him, Heron was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Why this sudden enthusiasm for life energy?" However, Su Ming paid him no mind and continued his flight into the depths. "Hey, wait for me!" Heron exclaimed, speechless, as he hurriedly piloted his mech to follow Su Ming, both disappearing from the current location. As the two departed, the energy structure in the area underwent a significant transformation. 5 ethereal figures gradually emerged from the void, and a tremendous surge of life energy flowed into them, restoring their essence to the intensity Su Ming had first encountered. It seemed these 5 specters were awaiting the next wave of entrance into the court of life. Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Heron soared deeper into the court, within a vast expanse of the cosmos, a peculiar assembly of alien soldiers floated in the void. These beings possessed an extraordinary appearance, with deep blue skin, elongated arms, but notably thick fingers, and their bodies adorned with blue tendrils. Most strikingly, they lacked noses. Their heads were cleft from the center to the position of their eyes, presenting an eerily bizarre visage. This alien race was the Void Tribe, engaged in conflict with humanity. Unlike humans, who rely on life planets for their survival and reproduction, the Void Tribe is inherently capable of existing in the cosmic void, effortlessly traversing through it. At this moment, these members of the Void Tribe were conversing in their own language. The human civilization's assault is exceedingly fierce. The apocalypse is too formidable for us to gain an advantage. One of them remarked, "I heard that the Void Sovereign has a task to assign to us." Just then, a sudden and violent fluctuation in the void occurred. A remarkably powerful member of the Void Tribe gradually materialized from the emptiness, enveloped in an aura that seemed to connect him to the void itself, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. Upon seeing him, all the soldiers of the Void Tribe stiffened in reverence. The Void Sovereign. This entity stands as a harbinger of terror, comparable to the human apocalypse. Although the human apocalypse boasts the augmentation of mechanized power in terms of actual combat prowess, it exceeds that of the Void Sovereign by more than double. Typically, it takes 3 Void Sovereigns to contend with a single human apocalypse. Nevertheless, the Void Sovereign is indeed a being of this caliber. Those among the Void civilization who beheld the Void Sovereign were unable to suppress their awe and veneration. and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. As the Void Sovereign opened their eyes, they cast their gaze over the assembled Void soldiers and slowly spoke. The strength of human civilization lies in technology and mechanization. However, our Void civilization possesses its own formidable advantages, and our trump cards remain undiscovered by human civilization. Upon hearing the Void Sovereign's words, the soldiers below appeared to glean some insight, their faces lighting up with expressions of delight. You have guessed correctly. The Void Sovereign, observing the expressions of the crowd, let out a light laugh before continuing with a calm demeanor. The Void civilization not only thrives in the Void, traversing it with ease, but also possesses the capability to open Void passages for ultra-long distance transportation. Currently, we are endeavoring to establish over 20 channels connecting our Void civilization to human civilization, targeting key areas of human territory. One such channel has yielded a discovery. Above the secondary dimension of the spatial coordinates occupied by human civilization lies a peculiar extra-dimensional existence, suspected to be the remnants of another civilization. Should we follow this passage, we may be able to infiltrate the domains of human civilization. However, we must first dispatch a squad of soldiers to investigate the safety and stability of this secondary dimension. Are you willing to enter this secondary dimension? Chapter 148. Deep within the court of life, figures pierced through the void, traversing a passage into a realm of the extraordinary. The bearers of these forms harbored peculiar abilities, enabling them to meld seamlessly into the void and survive within a vacuum. They were indeed the denizens of the void civilization. Upon entering this strange space, these individuals promptly divided into numerous small teams, each flying in different directions. However, after a short while of flight, the members of the Void civilization suddenly furrowed their brows, sensing an unusual energy around them that seemed to be siphoning the vitality from their bodies. The weaker among them began to experience an uncomfortable sensation within. The life vitality of the frail Void denizens undoubtedly paled in comparison to that of the robust. As these weaker individuals lost a portion of their vitality, it gradually began to impact their normal physiological functions. Upon the faces of the Void dwellers, expressions of agony swiftly emerged, reminiscent of drowning souls gasping for air at the ocean's depths. Their mouths agape in silent cries, they found themselves paralyzed, their bodily vitality waning, forcing them to halt their advance and writhe in place. It is perhaps unimaginable for Su Ming and Li Heron that the entrance of these frail beings into the court of life would spell disaster for them. Many among them would not even endure until the trial commenced, as the court would siphon away their vital essence, rendering them devoid of normal physiological function. In that moment, the Void dwellers ahead soon realized that a significant number within their ranks had experienced a perilous decline in their vitality. Should this descent continue, they would likely be unable to maintain their basic physiological capabilities, perishing in this realm. Several formidable Void dwellers furrowed their brows. The minor depletion of vitality posed no issue for them, as their inherent regenerative abilities and abundant life force would sustain them far beyond this point. However, for the weaker among them, the situation was dire. Return at once. The powerful Void dweller slowly commanded his companions, utilizing their unique mode of communication. The weaker members of the group had long reached their limits. Had it not been for the military order, they would have vacated the premises long ago. Upon hearing their leader's directive to retreat, they felt as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily withdrawing without a moment's delay. Yet, these frail Void dwellers underestimated the court of life's relentless extraction of their vitality. Before they could fully extricate themselves from the court, their bodily essence had diminished to a level insufficient to sustain normal physiological operations. One by one, they succumbed, drifting into unconsciousness within the court of life. The court, unyielding in its pursuit, showed no mercy to those who had fainted. The stripping of their vitality continued unabated. Soon, the unconscious Void dwellers found their very essence systematically extracted by the court, their bodies fracturing and disintegrating into lifeless masses floating aimlessly. This energy was swiftly assimilated by the court, leaving no trace of their final forms. After the court had devoured the life essence of hundreds, this extracted vitality began to flow through a hidden passage, reaching the deepest recesses of the court. In this profound area, 100 individuals lay in serene repose. exuding a potent life force that gave the appearance of slumber. To any observer, they would not be perceived as deceased. However, should a human seer arrive at this place, they would keenly sense the truth. These individuals have indeed perished, despite their bodily vitality and certain informational states being remarkably preserved, almost indistinguishable from the living. The divine essence within them has been entirely stripped away. This divine essence symbolizes a person's spiritual and life imprint, serving as the fundamental distinction that affirms one's identity as an individual rather than a mere replica. Consequently, even though these individuals possess all the characteristics necessary for functioning as normal life forms, the court of life has yet to awaken them. Should they be awakened, it would merely be a revival of replicants. The true essence has not been resurrected. At this moment, the life energy of certain void dwellers, posthumously, flows through the energy conduits of the court of life into this realm. Upon entering this space, a significant transformation occurs within the energy forms present, as an extraordinary substance merges with the life energy, inducing a mutation. The mutated life energy oscillates precariously between the realms of materiality and immateriality. Subsequently, the fluctuating energy within the court of life directs these mutated life energies into another existence within this domain. In this space, aside from the hundreds of civilizational beings that lie in slumber, devoid of their divine essence, shimmering silver orbs hover above them. These orbs do not conform to the conventional notion of matter. They resemble peculiar entities crafted from thought and imagination. Were a divine envoy from the Eastern Ming alliance to arrive at this juncture, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. For the emanations from these silver orbs resonate harmoniously with the divine perceptions of these celestial envoys. These silver orbs are indeed condensations of divinity. The divine condensations vary in size. The larger ones appear more complete and rich, while the smaller ones seem rather rigid and juvenile. Once the life energy, appropriated from the void dwellers, transforms into these extraordinary existences, an invisible force guides it to flow onto these divine condensations. It is as if unseen hands are meticulously weaving, incrementally adding these life energies to the divine condensations according to a unique pattern. The formation of divine condensations is not merely a matter of shaping. It requires the intricate chiseling of various imprints and marks, restoring them to their original form. At this moment, among these divine condensations, some of the more mature ones gradually reveal a state of impending completion. It is anticipated that with the addition of further appropriated bodily vitality, these divine condensations will truly culminate, becoming the pivotal elements in resurrecting the fallen civilizational beings. Chapter 149. The three additional mechas within the court of life. Two figures traverse through the void, as the surrounding energy fluctuations incessantly strip away the bodily vitality of the mecha pilots. However, Ming and Li Heron, piloting their mechas, were anything but ordinary. Despite the increasingly intense detachment surrounding them, their expressions remained calm, devoid of any visible anxiety. A flicker of silvery light occasionally danced across Ming's body, restoring his depleting vitality. This was the effect of starlight energy, which allowed him to replenish his physical vitality. As long as he had sufficient starlight points, he could maintain his vitality above 90. Li Heron possessed a corresponding counter-strategy as well. His form gradually transformed into a semi-transparent existence. At times he seemed to remain within this dimension, while at other moments he appeared to be slipping into another realm. The son of a dimensional deity, such complexities were not to be underestimated. Li Heron adeptly harnessed this peculiar ability to draw substantial rejuvenation and respite from another plane, thereby avoiding the relentless drain on his vitality by the life tribunal. At that moment, both men suddenly shifted their gazes forward, only to discover three mechas facing judgment. Surrounding these mechas were dozens of phantoms launching a frenzied assault. The deeper the phantoms delved, the more formidable their strength became. These figures were powerful enough to rival the might of elite level 9 gene warriors. Together, they formed a tremendous force. To Ming and Li Heron's astonishment, despite the fierce onslaught, the three mechas showed no signs of faltering. Instead, they exhibited a remarkable synergy, balancing both offense and defense. The mechas intertwined, unleashing terrifying energy levels that effortlessly shattered the phantoms into oblivion. Let us investigate. These mechas appear somewhat familiar. Perhaps they belong to acquaintances. We might be able to assist them in dispelling the phantoms, Li Heron suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in agreement. Although the pilots of these mechas might not necessarily be from the Empire and could very well be from the Eastern Ming Alliance, potential rivals to Su Ming, human civilization, in the face of any external threat, functioned as a unified entity, transcending the competition among different cosmic nations. This unity was a fundamental reason why humanity had evolved from a terrestrial civilization to a cosmic one. Without such formidable cohesion, human civilization would have long since succumbed to annihilation at the hands of other civilizations during its developmental journey. Without hesitation, Su Ming and Li Heron piloted their mechas into the fray alongside the three machines. With a thunderous roar, the shield bearer erupted into an astonishing speed, accelerating fiercely and raising its shield in front of the mecha. Instantly, a brilliant red light illuminated the area ahead as powerful energy waves surged forth from shield. This is the unique attack method of the shield bearer, who accelerates from an extreme distance, unleashing formidable speed and generating terrifying kinetic energy. Ultimately, the shield assumes a sharp form, convex in the center and tapering at the edges, as it lunges forward with great force. The shield strike, celestial descent, manifests as an enormous black mech, towering over 30 meters high, akin to a colossal meteor plummeting from the heavens, charging fiercely toward the phantoms, encircling the three mechs. Instantly, Su Ming's appearance captured the attention of everyone present. The three human mechs were momentarily startled, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a mech. Subsequently, they witnessed the shield bearer unleash an unparalleled speed, adopting an unstoppable stance as a single shield obliterated the phantoms, scattering them into disarray. This strike was a charged attack of immense power, rendering the phantoms incapable of any resistance. Even if they attempted to regroup, they would emerge significantly weakened. The other skilled individuals reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately launching their own assaults the moment they saw Su Ming annihilate the phantoms, swiftly dispersing the recently reformed shadows once more. Seizing the advantage, they effortlessly expanded their dominance, causing the dispersed phantoms to remain in disarray, unable to regain their composure before being shattered again. Before long, the phantoms were entirely dissipated by the collective efforts of the group. A surge of enigmatic energy flowed into Su Ming and his companions, a higher form of life energy that began to enhance their beings at a genetic level. The group refrained from speaking, instead quietly absorbing the transformative life energy. The pilots of the three mechs did not perceive Su Ming and Li Heron as competitors for energy, for the life energy returned by the Tribunal of Life was equitably distributed. The addition of Su Ming and Li Heron did not diminish the energy of the three. Rather, they collectively acquired 2 additional sources of life energy from the tribunal. As the 5 gradually absorbed the life energy into their bodies, they exchanged glances. Is that you? Su Ming gasped in surprise upon recognizing one of them. This individual was none other than Chun Hui, a figure among the top 1,000 of the celestial rankings. An unexpected encounter indeed. The other 2 were a robust man and a strikingly beautiful woman. At that moment, upon seeing Su Ming, Chun Hui also recognized him. It's you. You've come to the Tribunal of Life as well, he exclaimed, astonished. Chun Hui held a vivid impression of Su Ming, having initially intended to challenge him to a duel, but fate had intervened, leading him to join his 2 friends in navigating the Tribunal of Life, thus missing his chance to face Su Ming. Originally, Chun Hui intended to challenge Su Ming after leaving the Life Tribunal. However, to his surprise, Su Ming also entered the Life Tribunal. This place was not the ideal arena for conflict, although Chun Hui felt an irresistible urge to engage. He remained cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Oh, it's you all. No wonder you look so familiar, Li Heron exclaimed, his smile broadening. Li Heron was an incessant chatterbox with social anxiety, which endeared him to many in the Dongming Alliance. With a cheerful glance at the trio, he turned to Su Ming and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Du Bing, a master in close-quarters mech combat, ranked 1071 on the Heavenly Saint list. This young lady is Chi Sun, ranked 812. And if I'm not mistaken, you and Chen Hui are acquainted? Li Heron's curiosity was piqued as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, preparing to respond. However, at that moment, all five suddenly turned their gazes toward one direction within the Life Tribunal. A powerful wave of void energy surged from that direction, and soon, figures began to emerge into view. Upon seeing these silhouettes approach, the five gradually recognized the newcomers and were taken aback. The Void Race? What are they doing here? The appearance of these beings from the Void civilization was well documented across the major cosmic nations of human civilization, and the five immediately identified them upon sight. There were indeed several members of the Void Race, and their numbers were substantial. The five exchanged glances, each reflecting the seriousness of the situation. A preliminary estimate suggested no fewer than 100. While their combat capabilities remained uncertain, anyone capable of traversing this far within the Life Tribunal undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. As the five recognized the Void Race, the latter, in turn, became aware of the five's presence, just as the five had instantly identified the Void beings. These entities quickly discerned the unique Mecha forms of human civilization, realizing the identities of the five. Excellent. This path is open, they concluded. The discovery of human beings indicated they were likely close to human civilization. Send 2 individuals to inform the other exploration teams to converge here. We shall initiate an assault and capture these human entities alive to obtain intelligence on human civilization. The Void beings swiftly devised their strategy based on the current encounter. Several formidable members of the Void Race quietly vanished from the rear of their unit, presumably to alert other teams to approach. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds of Void beings sped towards Su Ming and the others with remarkable swiftness. Well, gentlemen, it seems we have encountered the Void Race. Li Heron observed the approaching forces of the Void Clan and could not help but glance at the other 4, speaking aloud. The presence of the Void Clan in this vicinity was suspicious, as the Court of Life was connected to the main cosmic expanse of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Should the Void Clan discover a pathway to the Eastern Underworld Alliance, it could spell disaster. Perhaps capturing a few alive would be prudent. The Alliance possesses a divine oracle capable of reading the thoughts of living beings, which could be utilized to ascertain the Void Clan's intentions. At that moment, a robust youth named Du Bing squinted slightly, casting a hostile gaze toward the Void Clan members flying towards them. I see no issue, Su Ming remarked lightly. Though not a member of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, he understood that even if the Void Clan found a passage, they would not be the first to enter the Empire. However, as part of human civilization, it was imperative to unite against foreign threats. 100 Void Clan members are no trifling matter. Let us each declare our roles, so we may coordinate effectively. The sole female mech warrior interjected, directing her attention toward the others. I am adaptable. I could take on any role. You all decide. The group readily agreed. War is not a solitary endeavor. Individual combat can be won through personal prowess. Yet once teamwork is involved, it becomes essential to synchronize efforts. Defense, offense, disruption, and assault are all crucial elements. A team with diverse positional roles will undoubtedly outperform one limited to a single role under equivalent circumstances. Hence, Chi Sun posed a question. However, aside from Su Ming, all present were renowned talents listed on the Celestial Saint rankings among the elite of human civilization. At their level, proficiency in any role was expected. Then let us assign roles based on our current matches, Chen Hui suggested calmly. I have the Tiger D-class mech, which is swift and has high explosive potential. I shall take on the role of assault. Du Bing proclaimed. I will handle defense as the shield bearer, came the response. I shall provide offense with the Tungsha 20 mech. The others quickly articulated their mech types and capabilities over the communication device. Su Ming would assume the defensive role, while Du Bing and Chen Hui would focus on offense. Li Heron would engage in disruption, and Chi Sun would lead the assault. Once their positions were confirmed, they swiftly arranged themselves, awaiting the arrival of the Void Clan. Su Ming's shield bearer, towering over 30 meters, stood resolute, resembling a mountain and shielding Du Bing, Chen Hui, and Li Heron behind him. Meanwhile, Chi Sun piloted her mech, hovering to the side, detached from the core of the team. The role of the assault was perhaps the most perilous yet rewarding within a team, typically suited only for mechs with formidable explosive power and remarkable speed. However, such mechs are often quite fragile, Their energy shields can shatter and be rendered useless if subjected to concentrated fire. Therefore, the pilots of mechs in this position must possess exceptional operational skills and a keen sense of the overall situation, enabling them to accurately determine when to advance and when to refrain from recklessness. 5 mechs hovered in the void, each emanating a powerful wave of energy. Observing this, the void dwellers' expressions shifted slightly, and one of them called out, "Form ranks, advance." Following this command, the void dwellers began to shift, arranging themselves into a unique formation. The energy levels of both sides were unleashed unabashedly within the arena of life, resulting in a fierce clash in the void. As the energies converged, both sides struck simultaneously, with numerous void dwellers extending their hands, radiating intense energy fluctuations. This was one of the methods of attack employed by the void dwellers, using their bodies to trigger reactions in the void, thereby generating distinct energy waves for assault. Meanwhile, those in the rear exhaled crystalline stones, channeling their power into these gems, which unleashed terrifying energy beams directed at Ming and his 4 companions. The initial target of the Void Dwellers' assault was undoubtedly Ming's shield bearer. The rationale was clear. The shield bearer's massive form perfectly shielded the 3 mechs behind him. If the shield bearer were not brought down, it would be impossible to strike the mechs concealed behind him. Here they come. Ming maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of panic. At that moment, his shield rose to defend, making minor adjustments in response to the incoming attacks. Chapter 151. The outbreak of team combat, though it was a passive defense. There remained considerable room for maneuver. The mech occupying the defensive position did not merely absorb enemy attacks with brute force. If that were the case, the hundreds of void dwellers would likely dismantle the shield bearer's protection in a single volley. To truly withstand a barrage of attacks without the shield, faltering requires immense skill. Projectiles flew from all directions, and Ming quickly visualized the attack trajectories in his mind. Each assault carried its unique path, angle, speed, arrival time, and power. These variables transformed into tangible data, continuously materializing within Ming's consciousness. A truly formidable defender faces a level of operational complexity that even surpasses that of an offensive position. Amidst the onslaught of varied attacks, both swift and slow, they converged upon Ming. Ming's mental fortitude was pushed to its limits. As waves of attacks surged towards him, the shield quivered slightly under the onslaught. A barrage of rays struck the shield, and with a subtle motion of his arm, Ming unleashed a balanced surge of energy, deftly absorbing the initial wave of impact. By skillfully adjusting the angle of the shield with a flick of his wrist, he transformed it into a reflective surface. The incoming assault collided with the shield, only to be deflected back, resulting in an explosion behind the shield bearer. Rather than absorbing the attacks head-on, Ming adeptly manipulated the shield's angle and the energy fluctuations upon it, adjusting the frequency of the shield's energy to deflect each attack with precision. Consequently, the actual damage inflicted upon the shield was reduced to a mere 515 points, with the majority of the force elegantly redirected away. The mastery of his defensive technique revealed Ming's comprehensive understanding of timing, energy levels, and the power of the shield, prompting exclamations of admiration from onlookers. Brilliant. Even if tasked to replicate his feat, none would possess the confidence to achieve Ming's level of prowess. The total energy output of the assault likely exceeded millions, yet only about 300,000 points effectively impacted the shield. This can undeniably be hailed as a perfect defense. Such minor damage was negligible against the shield bearer's mech, which boasted an automatic restoration capability for its defensive shield. Even faced with several more rounds, the mech could effortlessly withstand the barrage thanks to this ability. Witnessing their comrades' reliable defense, the team members felt a wave of relief wash over them, redirecting their focus towards the ranks of the Void Race, emboldened to unleash their relentless offensive, with someone shielding them from enemy attacks. Those positioned at the rear were free to concentrate solely on dealing damage, unburdened by concerns for defense or positioning. This was an exhilarating experience for every mech warrior involved. The Tangsha mech, a sniper type, unleashed a relentless barrage of sniper shots towards the Void Race soldiers. Chun Hui's prowess was formidable previously when facing Ming. He held his ground in terms of locking and counterlocking capabilities. At this moment, his sniper rifle resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. A single hit would prove fatal. Each gunshot claimed the life of a Void Ray soldier. Meanwhile, Du Bing piloted the Zeus Thundermech, known for its formidable area and single-target attacks. Lightning surged violently from the mech's body, unleashing terrifying currents upon the Void Race, creating significant turmoil among their ranks. Confronted with the elite mechanized warriors of human civilization, these 5 formidable beings held significant positions within their realm. The imperative was clear: either capture them alive or annihilate them. There could be no escape. At this moment, both parties shared an identical resolve, either to seize the other or to obliterate them entirely. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained to be determined by the clash of their forces. Ming released his energy, firmly gripping the shield with the arm of the shield-bearer mech. Although the shield-bearer possessed offensive capabilities, fulfilling his designated role in the team was of paramount importance during this skirmish. Since Ming was tasked with defense, he was resolute in his commitment to protect the 3 mechs behind him from harm, thereby maximizing the collective strength of the team. At that precise moment, Li Heron, who had remained dormant until then, seized the opportunity. While Ming successfully deflected the second wave of attacks from the Void Clan, Li Heron boldly launched a specialized projectile, which struck a vacant spot within the enemy formation. Though it appeared that no Void Clan member was directly hit the moment the shell penetrated the gaps in their ranks, it erupted into a high-frequency cacophony, unleashing chaos within a confined area. This piercing sound wave caused the surrounding members of the Void Clan to clutch their ears, blood streaming from them as they contorted in agony, temporarily incapacitated in their assault. Li Heron occupied a position known as the interference role, a disruptive force on the battlefield. His task was to disrupt the enemy's rhythm and render them incapable of attack. It was often regarded as one of the most perilous occupations, as anyone would seek to eliminate such an irritating presence. However, Li Heron was sufficiently cunning, remaining within the protective embrace of the shield-bearer's defense while launching his offensive strikes. Witnessing the effectiveness of his noise shell, a smug grin spread across his face, and he swiftly set up another artillery piece. Boom! The sound of cannon fire echoed as another shell was launched into the ranks of the Void Clan, where it detonated once more. This explosion, seemingly inconsequential, transformed the expressions of the Void Clan members. In that instant, they experienced a disconcerting loss of their once unshakable confidence in their affinity with the Void. The sensation of being seamlessly intertwined with the Void began to fade, as if the surrounding emptiness had solidified due to the shell's unique material. Deprived of their affinity, the speed of the Void Clan members plummeted. At that critical juncture, Li Heron shouted, "Go, Seven Sun!" Chapter 152. The Crisis of Chishuan. With a resounding shout from Li Heron, a diminutive yet immensely powerful mech surged forth from the flanks of the mech formation. This was the D-Class explosive type mech, characterized by its rapid speed and formidable explosive capability. Although it possessed a fragile exterior, its maneuverability was unparalleled. Should the operator demonstrate exceptional skill, this mech could transform into a fearsome instrument of destruction on the battlefield. At the forefront was Chishuan, the sole female member of the team, tasked with the role of the vanguard. In that moment, after Li Heron deployed the Void solidification bomb, the resistance from the Void Clan intensified, leaving them unable to traverse the Void unimpeded. The loss of their ability to navigate the Void resulted in a significant decline in both their mobility and energy immunity, rendering their capabilities severely compromised. Now was the opportune moment for the Vanguard mech to reap its harvest. As Chishuan piloted her agile mech, 2 formidable black swords materialized in her hands, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy fluctuations. With a sharp exclamation, Chishuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, a sign of her brain domain energy reaching its zenith. While she brimmed with confidence, she also exerted her mental focus to the utmost, for this mech, despite its potential, was exceedingly vulnerable. It was akin to having merely a single layer of armor shielding her, and a moment's negligence could lead to her swift demise under concentrated fire. Extending her swords, Chishuan's blade gleamed crimson, a manifestation of thermal energy surging forth. The mech darted through the void, and in an instant, several Void Clan members found themselves unable to evade, falling victim to her onslaught. Damn it, it's the human civilization's Vanguard mech. restrict its mobility within the void. The commanding leader of the Void clan, witnessing the devastation wrought by the agile mech upon his forces, instantly altered his expression. Having engaged with human civilization countless times, he understood well how to counter such vanguard mechs. Regardless of how adept or skillful the mech's operator might be, confining its movement to a limited range would drastically reduce its operational capacity, leading to its inevitable destruction. Indeed, the leader's extensive battlefield experience allowed him to make a remarkably astute judgment in that critical moment. Dozens of Void clan warriors plunged their arms into the void, conjuring an ethereal cage that began to materialize within the ranks of the Void civilization. Li Heron assist Qi Xuan in breaking through. Su Ming commanded urgently over the communication channel. At this juncture, a portion of the Void clan's firepower had been diverted by the agile mech, alleviating the pressure on Su Ming's side significantly, allowing the energy reserves of the shield-bearer's shield to replenish. After Su Ming's stress diminished, he suddenly gained a clearer understanding of the overall situation. Good. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Heron readied the artillery to unleash neurotoxins, allowing Qi Sun to break free. At that moment, Qi Sun's remarkably calm voice resonated through the communication channel. No need, just enhance the output. I can extricate myself from the battlefield. Upon hearing Qi Sun's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. However, since she had made such a declaration, Du Bing and Chun Hui wasted no time, pushing their energy levels to the utmost and unleashing a terrifying assault that rained down upon the Void clan's formation. Their combined output instantly obliterated several members of the Void clan, disrupting their strategic arrangements and plunging their forces into a brief state of chaos due to the consecutive losses. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Sun sprang into action, her longsword piercing through the air with ferocity, slaying the surrounding Void clan members who sought to seal her escape. The searing energy emanating from her sword suffused the surrounding void, making her mech appear as if it were standing amidst a tumultuous sea of chaos. Several more members of the Void clan fell before her, totaling approximately 15 or 16. Witnessing this, the elite members of the Void clan were incensed and melded into the void, launching an assault on Qi Sun. Each of these assailants possessed the strength of around a 10th-level genetic warrior, and in unison, they posed a formidable threat capable of overpowering Qi Sun. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ming and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. Yet at that moment, Qi Sun executed an unexpected maneuver. She piloted her mech skyward, deftly avoiding the onslaught of the Void clan's elite. The sight of this caused Su Ming and his companions to exchange startled glances. Qi Sun, have you lost your mind? Li Heron shouted through the communication channel. Although Qi Sun had evaded the ambush, the distance she ascended was too great. She had now surpassed the limits of assistance that Su Ming and the others could provide. This meant she was beyond the range in which her team could offer support. In the midst of battle, such a maneuver was undeniably perilous. Straying beyond the team's protective reach almost assuredly spelled doom. Had Qi Sun forced her way through the encirclement of the Void clan's elite with the team's cooperation, she could have emerged with minimal injuries. However now, even if her companions wished to assist her, they were powerless, left to fret anxiously from below. Yet, Qi Sun appeared to have a plan of her own. Despite Li Heron's growing anxiety in the communication channel, Qi Sun remained unresponsive. The elite members of the Void clan exchanged glances, recognizing the glimmer of triumph in each other's eyes. They did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, they surged towards Qi Sun's position. To them, the isolated Qi Sun was a doomed soul. However, at that very moment, a Void clan expert suddenly experienced a contraction of the pupils, for from the heavens above, a dark shadow surged forth with alarming speed. It was a longsword, held by the flying mech. In that instant, Qi Sun hurled the longsword from her grasp, launching it with astonishing velocity towards the two members of the Void clan. In that fleeting moment, the two Void clan warriors did not panic. Instead, they seamlessly melded their bodies into the void, becoming one with the darkness. This was the unique, innate ability of the Void clan, to vanish into the void. Although this would significantly diminish their offensive capabilities, it also granted them immunity to 95 of kinetic attacks, commonly referred to as physical assaults. The two long swords pierced through the bodies of the Void clan warriors as if traversing a mere projection, inflicting no harm whatsoever. A hint of mockery appeared on their faces as they prepared to continue their ascent. Yet at that very instant, The long swords suddenly detonated within the bodies of the two Void Clan warriors, exploding with a fierce brilliance. Chapter 153. The Mastery of a Top Talent. The flying mech piloted by Chi Sun had been modified by her. The interiors of the two long swords had been equipped with self-destruct mechanisms. As they traversed the bodies of the two Void Clan experts, the self-detonation was triggered, leading to two blinding explosions that obliterated the two warriors into mere dust. Although the Void Clan's racial ability allowed them to merge with the Void and evade most attacks, the detonation of two powerful bombs within their very forms was an exception. No matter how adept one might be at evasion, surviving such an explosion, one that was nearly coalesced with their bodies, was an improbable feat. The shockwaves of the explosion sent several nearby Void Clan experts reeling, caught off guard by the concealed self-destruct feature within the longswords. What could have been a scenario where none perished had turned into a calamity, as two of their elite members were unexpectedly annihilated, inciting fury among the remaining Void Clan experts. They charged towards the flying mech with reckless abandon, their unique affinity for the Void granting them a swifter pace than the flying machine. In no time, the group of Void Clan experts closed the gap, launching a terrifying barrage of attacks upon the mech. Should they succeed in landing a blow, the mech would likely be rendered inoperable, leaving Chi Sun within it in grave peril. Chi Sun, evade! Li He exclaimed, his expression fraught with anxiety. Strangely, in the face of the onslaught from several Void Clan experts, the flying mech made no evasive maneuvers, continuing its flight with an unwavering focus. Upon witnessing this scene, the experts of the Void Clan could not help but display a flicker of delight on their faces, as they anticipated their attack would soon land upon the flying tiger mecha. However, at that very moment, an unusual surge of energy emanated from within the mecha. Upon sensing this energy fluctuation, the Void Clan experts wore expressions of disbelief. This is bad. She intends to self-destruct. Those below also reacted with astonishment upon detecting the energy wave. Chi Xuan is actually going to self-destruct? Before anyone could ponder further, a terrifying energy wave erupted from the flying tiger mecha, a formidable force gushing outward, consuming the mecha itself, and in the next instant, enveloping the pursuing experts of the Void Clan as well. In an instant, several of the Void Clan's elite perished in this catastrophic explosion. Once more, the ranks of the Void Clan suffered a reduction. Logically, Ming and his companions should have felt elated. Yet, their faces betrayed a complex array of emotions. She self-destructed? Chi Xuan truly went through with it? This girl was extraordinarily fierce, resorting to self-detonation over a mere disagreement. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ming's mind conjured a classic line from an anime character from his previous life. Explosions are an art. An absurd feeling welled up within him. Why would she do this? But just then, Ming squinted, letting out a soft gasp. Through the system's X-ray function, he glimpsed a small black dot suspended in the void amidst the fiery explosion. As the flames gradually subsided, he observed the tiny black hurtling downward with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The extraordinary velocity created a powerful sonic boom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was at this moment that they were astonished to discover that Chi Xuan had, unbeknownst to them, exited the mecha and positioned herself above the flying tiger mecha. Chi Xuan was alive. Moreover, she was now descending rapidly, wielding a mechanical warblade that she had somehow conjured, aimed at the injured members of the Void Clan who had narrowly escaped the mecha's explosion. What on earth was happening? Li He was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Chi Xuan had survived the self-detonation. Ming cast a glance, and then quietly spoke into the communication channel. Cover her. The flames from Chi Xuan's dual swords were merely a ruse. She detached from the flying tiger mecha during the explosion and concealed herself in the sky, while the Void Clan believed she remained within the mecha. At this moment, the mech detonated once more, undoubtedly catching the Void race off guard. Not only could it annihilate several members of the Void race, but Chi Xuan could also harvest the lives of the wounded with remarkable efficiency. Ming couldn't help but marvel at the substantial value of the celestial rankings. Indeed, it was no trivial matter, as a list representing the pinnacle of human genius. Chi Xuan's achievement of ranking among the top 800 out of trillions in the younger generation was a testament to her unparalleled cunning, skill, judgment, and decisiveness. In that instant, Chi Xuan executed a textbook maneuver, seamlessly advancing her position and executing her plan to perfection. Even Ming, had he attempted the same, might have struggled to surpass her performance. Upon hearing Su Ming's commentary, Li Heron gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Is this really a tactic conceived by humanity? This girl is extraordinarily formidable." Just then, Qixuan's voice echoed through the communication channel. "Enough chatter. Prepare for extraction." Upon hearing her command, Su Ming's gaze shifted upward toward Qixuan, and his mental energy surged silently into action. He observed as Qixuan dashed down at incredible speed, leveraging her momentum to strike fiercely at two elite members of the Void Race. Before they could even react, she severed their heads, blue blood splattering throughout the void. Having dispatched the two elite foes, Qixuan wasted no time and raced toward the position of Su Ming and the others. At this juncture, Qixuan was truly at her wit's end. Although her aggressive style had effectively eliminated dozens of elite Void Race warriors, it was perilously reckless. In her current state, she had no time to don her mech, leaving her entire body exposed in the void. With the defensive capabilities of her flesh far inferior to that of a mech, it would only take 5 ordinary soldiers from the Void Race to unleash a concentrated assault and eliminate her. This reality was clear to Su Ming and his companions, just as it was to the soldiers of the Void Race. Without a moment's hesitation, these soldiers unleashed terrifying void rays towards Qixuan. Without the support of her mech to facilitate evasive maneuvers, Qixuan's ability to change direction was nearly non-existent. She could only descend directly. In such circumstances, any trained soldier could easily hit her target. At that moment, the shield-bearer mech, which had been standing still, suddenly surged upward. Su Ming raised his sniper rifle and aimed it at Qixuan. Yes, you heard correctly, he aimed at Qixuan. Chapter 154. A desperate rescue. The bullet sped toward Qixuan with astonishing velocity. Witnessing this scene, the 3 individuals behind Su Ming gasped in shock. "Su Ming, have you lost your mind?" Li Heron shouted frantically over the communication channel. However, Su Ming's composure remained unshaken. He spoke softly into the communication device, instructing Qi-sun, "Use your mechanical warrior to shatter that bullet." Quickly, the sight of the bullet hurtling toward her startled even Qi-sun. After the recent skirmish, her defensive capabilities were severely depleted. Should that bullet strike her, she would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Yet, upon hearing Su Ming's resolute tone through the device, Qi-sun gritted her teeth, steeling herself as she raised her mechanical blade to intercept the bullet. To her astonishment, when the mechanical blade made contact with the bullet, it did not result in a catastrophic explosion. Instead, the bullet fractured, releasing a torrent of unknown substances that enveloped her in an instant. Qi-sun was taken aback, instinctively preparing to unleash her physical energy to resist the encroaching material. However, she was unprepared for the fact that her energy, upon contact with those substances, was abruptly frozen, as if these materials possessed the ability to impede the flow of energy. Seeing the bullet burst apart, Su Ming couldn't help but exhale in relief. Static energy essence. The bullet contained no harmful functionalities. It was solely filled with a substantial amount of static energy essence. At this moment, his mech would be unable to intercept the Void Clan's assault on Qi-sun. However, the bullet could. Qi-sun was descending, while the bullet ascended from below. Their opposing velocities would certainly surpass the speed of the Void Clan's attack. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming acted without hesitation, releasing the bullet. Importantly, he did not unleash any energy when firing the bullet, allowing it to possess merely its basic kinetic energy. Had he unleashed energy, even if Qi-sun managed to cleave the bullet, the resulting shrapnel would inflict significant harm, confirming that the static energy essence had enveloped Qi-sun. Su Ming wasted no time activating the mech's spatial jump function, instantly predicting and setting the spatial anchor point in the area Qi-sun was about to traverse. At that moment, Qi-sun was surrounded by static energy essence, rendering even her own energy unusable. Yet, propelled by inertia, she continued her rapid descent without unleashing any physical energy. The next instant, the Void Clan's attack surged forth, a terrifying onslaught that loomed ominously before Qi-sun, magnifying in intensity. "It's over." This was the singular thought shared by Qi-sun and her 3 companions. Just then, however, the assaults aimed at Qi-sun inexplicably paused before her for 2 seconds, as if someone had pressed the pause button, rendering them immobile. Energy has come to a complete standstill. Although the energy is static, the entity known as Qishuan continues to descend, unaffected by the static energy element. After 2 seconds, the Void Tribe's previous assault on Qishuan regained its momentum and surged forward once more. However, within those fleeting moments, Qishuan had already plummeted significantly downward, rendering the energy attacks to land in empty space. Witnessing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Qishuan's eyes. Remarkable. Well done, Su Ming. That maneuver was extraordinary. The team members naturally observed this scene, expressing their admiration loudly over the communication channel. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to their accolades. For the shield bearer had activated its spatial jump capability. In the folds of space, Su Ming traversed, cloaking himself from signals in the primary dimension. When Su Ming emerged from the folded space, he found himself 2 kilometers away, coincidentally at the precise location where Qishuan appeared. Without hesitation, he unleashed the anti-static energy element, neutralizing the static energy enveloping Qishuan, for otherwise, the shield bearer would succumb to a catastrophic failure. In the next instant, the shield bearer securely caught Qishuan, and without a moment's pause, Su Ming positioned the massive shield before the shield bearer, propelling the mech swiftly downward. The second wave of attacks soon followed. Yet, with more than half of their elite warriors lost, how could the Void Tribe breach the shield bearer's formidable defense in a single onslaught? Su Ming effortlessly deflected the attacks, minimizing the damage sustained by the Great Shield. A number of Void Tribe members, witnessing this, were unwilling to let such a hard-won opportunity slip away. This was their final chance. With approximately 60% of their forces annihilated, the remaining 40% consisted of lower-tier warriors. To rescue Qishuan, the shield bearer had utilized its spatial jump ability, now separated from the other 3 mechs. This was the prime moment to eliminate the shield bearer. Once it returned to its companions, the Void Tribe would face inevitable defeat. In an instant, a multitude of Void Tribe members encircled the shield bearer, with some directly maneuvering through the Void's fluctuations to position themselves behind the shield bearer, seeking to bypass the Great Shield and deliver a fatal strike from the rear. Su Ming, piloting the shield bearer, observed their movements with keen clarity, a flicker of silver light igniting in his eyes. This was the signal of his brain domain energy reaching its zenith. In an instant, the massive shield in the shield bearer's grasp shattered into 4 segments. These 4 fragmented shields began to whirl around the shield bearer, effectively blocking every attack that approached from all directions. Below, Li He and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. The typical shield mountain warriors lack such extraordinary abilities. Clearly, Su Ming's shield mountain warrior has undergone extensive modifications, resulting in a shield that possesses such a comprehensive range of capabilities. However, at this moment, the shields revolving around the shield mountain warrior began to exhibit a new transformation. The edges of the 4 shields extended into razor-sharp blades, which then shot forth, spinning fiercely and cleaving through the bodies of the Void Clan members. Instantly, numerous bursts of blue blood mist erupted in the sky. In this moment, the shield mountain warrior transitioned from defense to offense, transforming into a meat grinder, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the surrounding Void Clan members. Chapter 155. Total Annihilation. The heavy shield could also morph into a sharp and terrifying weapon of attack. Despite being divided into 4 segments, the sheer weight of the shield retained a formidable mass. A mere brush would inflict injury, and contact would prove fatal. One by one, the Void Clan members fell to the onslaught of the heavy shield. After enduring several rounds of assault from Su Ming and his companions, the number of Void Clan members dwindled from over 100 to merely 20 or 30. Su Ming's colossal shield had directly claimed the lives of nearly 50 ordinary soldiers of the Void Clan. These soldiers possessed combat power equivalent to around level 7 genetic warriors. Although Su Ming himself was also at level 7, the enhancements from his mech Starlight Points and physical conditioning enabled him to reach the tier of a level 10 genetic warrior. The heavy shield, as a substantial weapon, had transformed into an area of effect killing machine, instantly reaping such a significant number of lives. With only 20 or 30 Void Clan members remaining, they could hardly be considered an army. They were merely a small combat squad. At this scale of battle, it hardly constituted a team fight. Below, Li Heron and the others had already soared into the sky in their mechs, with the majority of the Void Clan decimated. There was little threat remaining for Su Ming and his companions, allowing them to abandon their previous formation and instead focus on their individual strengths. Each of the 5 was extraordinary. Those who could rank around 1,000 on the Heavenly Saint list were all unparalleled geniuses, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Their abilities extended beyond mere output and interference. Su Ming, leave some for me. Li Heron bellowed with laughter, and in an instant, he soared upward, wielding a mechanical battle axe that had materialized in his hand. The axe crackled with terrifying electrical power as it swung down towards the Void clan members. Upon witnessing this, the Void clan members turned pale, preparing to escape into the void. However, with a sharp command, Li Heron unleashed a mysterious force from his mech, instantly binding the surrounding void. Perceiving the divine power emanating from Li Heron, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured to himself. The allure of divine mechanical knowledge is something Su Ming has profoundly experienced. At this moment, he sensed that Li Heron's divine mechanical knowledge leaned towards the dimension of the void, enabling him to confine the void in a remarkably short time. This maneuver was, without a doubt, the bane of the void dwellers. Within the imprisoned void, any member of the void race found themselves utterly immobilized. Soon, these void dwellers, having lost their advantage, were swiftly annihilated by the 4 mechs. The void quickly returned to a state of tranquility. The 4 mechs hovered gently in the void, utilizing the post-battle respite to restore their energy levels. Chi Sun patted the large head of the shield bearer and then, with a smile, leapt from the mech, her form suspended in the void. She subsequently donned another silver-white mech, enhancing her capabilities further. The 5 individuals present were not only gene warriors but also adept mechanics, each clad in self-crafted mechanical gear, essential for activating their divine powers within the life court. Although the flying tiger had been rendered inoperable, Chi Sun had other mechs at her disposal and naturally switched to another one. In that moment, the 5 refrained from speaking, choosing instead to close their eyes and reflect on the gains and losses of the recent battle. For gene warriors, especially those who had unlocked their cerebral domain, each life and death encounter invariably led to some enhancement. As their cerebral energy levels replenished, a subtle increase in their capabilities became apparent. However, this process was fleeting, and soon, the 5 had made the decision to depart from the area. Heron, was that survivor left for you? Su Ming inquired curiously as he flew and turned his head. Li Heron grinned and opened his mech-s palm, revealing 2 void dwellers, incapacitated and bound, having lost their limbs. These 2 soldiers were the only survivors. The circumstances surrounding the void dwellers' entry into the life court were rather peculiar, and it was prudent to retain these 2 for further inquiry. Upon returning to human society, they could easily extract the thoughts of these individuals through the expertise of an adept in mental control, revealing the reasons behind the void dwellers' presence in the life court. Rest assured, my father is well acquainted with a specialist in mental control. I'll hand these 2 over to him for processing, Li Heron remarked with a smile, promptly placing the void dwellers into a life capsule before shrinking it for storage in his spatial compartment. Friends, what say you? Shall we depart or remain? Du Bing suddenly spoke up in the communication channel. Upon hearing his words, the others paused for a moment, contemplating for 2 or 3 seconds. After all, there was a unique mechanism within the life court. Once one exited, they were no longer welcomed back. Afterward, for those wishing to enter, it seems improbable given the strength of the few. The Life Tribunal undoubtedly represents an exceptional opportunity for geniuses to elevate their life levels and significantly enhance their physical energy. If one cannot derive sufficient benefits to further advance their life tier, who would willingly depart from the Life Tribunal? However, alas, matters concerning human civilization hold greater importance. The news of the Void Clan's entry into the Life Tribunal must be promptly communicated to the 5 great cosmic nations, who will assess the level of danger. Moreover, who can guarantee that this is the sole Void civilization team to access the Life Tribunal? Typically, when a civilization first ventures into an unknown territory, it would dispatch numerous exploration teams. Perhaps other Void exploration squads lurk within the Life Tribunal. Shen Yu spoke slowly. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although reluctant, they all understood what constituted the correct decision. The group prepared to depart from whence they came. However, they were unaware that upon leaving the area, the corpses of the void beings slain by the 5 transformed into clusters of life energy, absorbed by the Life Tribunal. The Life Tribunal, seemingly endowed with its own independent consciousness, gradually began to alter its internal layout. The path that had previously led away now transformed into one that delved deeper. By following this route, rather than escaping, the five would draw ever closer to one of the Void reconnaissance teams. The Life Tribunal appeared to desire conflict, yearning to consume the remaining corpses and energy from the battlefield into its innermost depths. Chapter 156. The Insidious Life Tribunal. 5 mechs soared swiftly through the Life Tribunal, namely, Ming and his companions. As they sped along, they encountered another wave of phantoms. United, the five posed little threat to them, easily annihilating the phantoms and subsequently experiencing a notable enhancement in their life levels. Ming's physical energy level, during this process of life elevation, correspondingly increased from 60,000 to 65,000. The advancement of life levels significantly impacts physical energy levels, far surpassing the speed of traditional training. However, the elevation of life levels within a specific phase can only achieve a certain extent. Further enhancement necessitates diligent practice to elevate physical energy levels, thereby allowing for life tier progression. The five continued to soar forward, with the Life Tribunal's extraction of physical vitality posing minimal threat to them. At this level, they could generally find ways to counter the Life Tribunal's withdrawal. Just then, all five suddenly reacted, their expressions shifting, and they uttered a soft exclamation. Have you all sensed it? A voice tinged with gravity resonated through the communication device belonging to Chi-sun. Upon hearing her words, the group nodded slowly. In the direction of our flight, there is a significant fluctuation of energy waves. It is the Void Clan, Li exclaimed with unwavering certainty. Ming furrowed his brow and murmured, "This is the direction we are returning to. How can we encounter the Void Clan? Logically, they should be behind us." Confusion flickered in the eyes of the others. According to standard reasoning, the Void Clan would undoubtedly pursue from their rear. It seemed implausible for them to approach from the front. If they were indeed coming from the front, it would imply that the Void Clan had infiltrated human civilization and was launching an assault from that front. Such a scenario was clearly impossible. Once the Void Clan breached human civilization, a large-scale conflict would likely erupt, leaving them no time to dispatch forces to eliminate the group. This is peculiar. Something is amiss. Let us divert to another direction to avoid the Void Clan forces ahead, Chen Hui stated gravely. The five of them were not lacking in confidence to annihilate a contingent of the Void Clan. However, the current situation felt decidedly off, and they were reluctant to waste too much time confronting this Void Clan army. Chen Hui's suggestion met no objections, and they promptly maneuvered their mechs to change course, evading the threat. Yet, approximately 10 minutes later, the expressions of Ming and the others shifted dramatically. For, in their perception, another Void Clan army was advancing towards them from the front, both sides moving in opposing directions, destined to meet head-on shortly. At this point, the five were certain. Something was indeed amiss. There was something sinister at play. How was it possible to encounter the Void Clan no matter which direction they chose? The Void Clan could not have encircled this area. Li spoke coldly. "We are in the Void. Do you grasp the concept of the Void? It means that not only left and right, but also up, down, and diagonally, there are virtually limitless directions to traverse. Yet, no matter which path we take, we encounter the Void Clan. There are two possibilities. One is that the Void Clan has dispatched forces to encircle the entire space," Du Bing remarked, unable to suppress a laugh. What a joke. To encircle this area would likely require billions of troops. It is inconceivable to enclose the vastness of the Void, which rivals the size of a galaxy cluster. The scale of such a space makes encirclement utterly impossible. The second scenario unfolded as Du Bing gradually retracted the smile from his face and spoke in a measured tone. "I fear that some entity has deliberately placed the Void Clan's army before us, awaiting our encounter with them." Upon hearing Du Bing's words, the other four remained expressionless, having already surmised the second possibility. Something had intentionally brought the Void Clan into their midst. Life Tribunal, Ming murmured to himself. Within the Life Tribunal, if there exists an entity capable of whimsically controlling the trajectory of the entire space, it undoubtedly pertains to the Life Tribunal itself. Everyone had long presumed the Life Tribunal to be an inanimate construct, or perhaps a governing body bound by its own unique rules. Yet, They were astonished to discover that the Life Tribunal seemed to possess an independent consciousness, able to freely adjust certain internal structures. What was the intention behind such actions? Chi Sun was perplexed. Su Ming narrowed his eyes before slowly articulating. The specifics remain unclear, but I sense a connection to life energy. It appears that extracting our vitality no longer satisfies it. It seeks more life energy. And what could be a swifter method than directly siphoning the entirety of a person's life force? After expressing this thought, Su Ming fell silent, gazing ahead with a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Damn, how insidious. If that is the case, the life energy we receive in return is merely like the nectar of a pitcher plant, a sweet lure to attract others into the Life Tribunal. Li He remarked with evident displeasure. What shall we do now? Is there a way to decipher the chaotic spatial anomalies of the Life Tribunal and extricate ourselves from it? Chi Sun sighed, and then turned her gaze towards the group. At that moment, a hint of blue light began to emerge in Su Ming's eyes. His vision pierced through the myriad of peculiar energy constructs within the Life Tribunal, revealing a deeper layer of space within it. Su Ming's eyes brightened, and he spoke with newfound resolve. I have a way to delve into the deeper layers of the Life Tribunal, though it may entail encountering profound dangers. Do you wish to join me in this exploration? Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, the four exchanged glances. Du Bing then broke into a grin, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Absolutely. Everyone has their limits. The Life Tribunal has played us for fools. Let us venture into its depths and unveil its true machinations. Perhaps we shall cause quite the uproar and make the Life Tribunal pay a commensurate price. The others nodded in agreement, their thoughts mirroring Du Bing's. Su Ming chuckled softly and responded, very well, but we require some time. First, let us eradicate this contingent of the Void Clan. Chapter 157. Energy level disruption. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group wasted no time and elevated their energy levels, charging towards the Void Clan squad with fervor. In the realm of the Court of Life, one is perpetually ensnared by its constraints, frequently encountering the Void Tribe squad. Rather than allowing oneself to be relentlessly pursued like a rat scurrying through the streets, it would be far more prudent to confront this squad head-on and annihilate them outright. There were 5 individuals, each endowed with their own tempers and pride. Who could endure such indignation? Thus, it seemed wise to directly vanquish the Void Tribe squad. By doing so, even if another squad from the Void Tribe were to be controlled by the Court of Life and arrive, there would be ample time for respite, which was precisely what Su Ming required. Time. A swift resolution was imperative. With unwavering determination, Su Ming took the lead, charging forth. Midway through his advance, Chen Hui and the others were astonished to witness Su Ming releasing 3 D-class mechs. Alongside the shield bearer, this amounted to a total of 4 mechs. Su Ming, what is this? Li He asked, bewildered, as he cast a questioning glance at Su Ming. Without responding, Su Ming leapt from the shield bearer and swiftly entered a mech designated as the Linghu ZL-003 assault mech. This was Su Ming's inaugural experience with the Linghu mech, which he had just assembled and had taken an immediate liking to. This mech was exceptionally suited for rapid assaults, being compact, incredibly swift, and equipped with a suite of features including jamming, stealth, and explosive capabilities. If operated by a skilled individual, it could unleash a truly formidable force. As Su Ming entered the Linghu mech, the other 3 mechs, including the shield bearer, did not falter. They moved forward under Su Ming's command. Upon witnessing this scene, Li He and the others were taken aback. Can you handle the energy consumption of piloting multiple mechs, Su Ming? Li He expressed his concern. Coming from affluent families, it was no surprise they had ascended to the heavenly sacred rankings at such a young age. Naturally, they possessed knowledge about the mechanics of multi-piloting, yet none had practiced it. The reason was the consumption issue. The energy expenditure of multi-piloting was several times that of singular piloting, and there was a risk of exhausting one's energy before the battle reached its conclusion, leaving one unable to control even a single mech. Thus, seeing Su Ming engage in multi-piloting stirred their apprehension. Su Ming shook his head, offering no further explanation. As the energy of the group surged, the Void Tribe squad sensed their presence and immediately launched an assault toward them. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and his companions executed a frantic maneuver in mid-air, re-establishing their formation. However, This time, Su Ming commanded 3 additional mechs. Aside from a shield bearer and the Ling Hu, the other 2 were designated for offensive and defensive roles, respectively. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming could withstand a prolonged battle with just 1 shield warrior mech. However, when it came to operating drones, he knew that his dexterity would not match that of personally piloting them. Therefore, as a precaution, he deployed 2 defensive mechs. Swift and decisive, Su Ming stated calmly over the communication channel. At that moment, both sides engaged in combat. The first wave of the Void Clan's attack surged fiercely towards Su Ming and his team of 5. Yet, the team, fortified by 2 defensive mechs, successfully mitigated the damage from the initial onslaught. The 3 output mechs situated behind them remained unscathed. Attack! Su Ming commanded without hesitation, directing the output mechs to unleash a barrage upon the ranks of the Void Clan. Each round struck true, claiming the life of a Void soldier with approximately 3 shots required to eliminate one. In that instant, Su Ming felt his mental energy divided into 3 streams, fervently coursing into the 3 mechs to sustain their operations. The consumption of energy was alarmingly high, and soon he sensed that his mental reserves were dwindling to less than half. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he grasped the immense cost of multitasking. It was frighteningly rapid. For someone like Su Ming, whose maneuvers were exceptionally intricate, the depletion of mental energy reached a staggering level. At this rate, he anticipated losing all combat capability within a mere 10 minutes. No wonder multitasking skills had often been regarded as cumbersome. However, what may be burdensome for others was tolerable for Su Ming. System, exchange starlight points to replenish my energy consumption. He commanded softly from within his mech. As his words echoed, a surge of starlight energy flooded into his body, instantly dispelling the weariness clouding his mind. Without hesitation, he funneled a significant amount of mental energy into the other 3 mechs once again. The defensive mechs operated with remarkable precision, deflecting incoming attacks, while the output mechs, positioned behind them, relentlessly targeted the Void Clan squads. With a substantial expenditure of energy and starlight points, the results were striking. Void Clan elites fell under the relentless fire, meeting their demise on the spot. Previously, even without multitasking, a squad from the Void Clan posed no challenge to Su Ming and his companions. Now, with the addition of 3 formidable mechs to their ranks, this battle was proving to be even more effortless than before. At this moment, Su Ming observed that the opposing camp began to exhibit some defensive gaps. The continuous attrition had prevented the Void Clan squad from promptly reinforcing these breaches, thereby creating vulnerabilities within their ranks. Without hesitation, he ran locked on the Void and prepared to charge forward alongside me. Su Ming calmly directed through the communication channel. Upon hearing his command, Li Yiran immediately deployed the recently acquired Void locking capability of his mech, swiftly suppressing the Void Clan's ability to meld into the Void to its minimum. Under such circumstances, the Void Clan found themselves unable to merge into the Void, thus unable to evade kinetic attacks. Witnessing this, Su Ming did not hesitate, but urgently whispered to the nearby Chi Sun, "Charge." Following this, Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, suddenly unleashing an astonishing speed, violently tearing through the Void Clan's defensive net and plunging into the heart of their formation. Chapter 158. The rebirth of the heavens. Su Ming's speed was remarkable. The Spirit Fox mech flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a series of instantaneous teleportations. However, this was merely the reflective technology employed by the Spirit Fox mech, allowing it to seamlessly blend into the Void, rendering it difficult for the enemy to decipher its movements. Chi Sun, witnessing Su Ming's explosive advance, refused to be outdone, joining him in the assault against the Void Clan. The 2 advanced in tandem, their charge marked by terrifying velocity. In the hands of the Spirit Fox mech appeared 2 slender blades, gleaming with a silvery metallic luster, reminiscent of the claws of a fox spirit. The Void Clan warriors had long since taken notice of this agile mech. Immediately, a skilled warrior of the Void Clan coldly commanded that is a human civilization's assault mech, known for its destructive power. "Stop it! Annihilate it!" At the command, dozens of Void Clan soldiers surged forward, racing towards the Spirit Fox mech. These soldiers formed a unified front, a strategy particularly effective against assault-type mechs. After all, While assault mechs boast explosive power, they are ill-suited to be encircled. The Void Clan soldiers, now a cohesive mass, were prepared to surround the assault mech despite any losses they might incur, quickly converging their firepower upon it. These soldiers were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, demonstrating exceptional military discipline at that moment. However, a glimmer of silver flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He was unfazed by the formation of the Void Clan soldiers. His momentum did not falter. He continued to charge fiercely towards the iron wall formed by the Void Clan warriors. Su Ming Tharasti. The three individuals below were momentarily bewildered. Why did it feel as though both of our assault mechs were so audacious? Shouldn't assault mechs be more cautious, seeking a prime moment to strike? At this moment, Su Ming seemed to regard his opponents as mere shadows, as Li Heron murmured to himself. To correct you, they were never truly human. Chun Hui cast a sidelong glance at Li Heron, then continued to unleash a torrent of attacks while casually remarking, Liaran Raspunda. You make a compelling point. I find myself utterly speechless. At that instant, the Spirit Fox Mecha erupted with dazzling starlight, a formidable surge of energy bursting forth on the battlefield. The onlookers' expressions shifted as their gazes turned towards the Spirit Fox Mecha. They beheld the long blade it wielded radiating an extraordinarily intense starlight, an unstoppable momentum gradually emanating from the mecha. Celestial awakening. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming exchanged an astounding 5,000 points of starlight energy. This was the maximum amount of starlight he could harness after reaching the 7th level of body refinement. It was the first time he had ever converted such a vast quantity of starlight energy. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy swept through every corner of Su Ming's being, propelling the Spirit Fox Mecha to its utmost potential. The already formidable Spirit Fox Mecha now surged with energy more than twice its previous strength. Such overwhelming power, augmented by the Celestial Awakening technique, generated an unstoppable and terrifying aura. Boom! The brilliant starlight engulfed the Void Race squad attempting to intercept Su Ming, casting the entire expanse into blinding radiance, rendering visibility nearly impossible. When the onlookers regained their sight, they were met with a scene of utter desolation where the Spirit Fox Mecha had unleashed its fury. No trace of the Void Race soldiers remained. Over 30 of them had been obliterated in that singular assault, reduced to mere ashes. The three below gasped in astonishment. Chun Hui and Du Bing exchanged grave glances at the Spirit Fox Mecha hovering in the void. Both could sense Su Ming's energy fluctuations, estimating them to be around the mid-7th level. With the mecha, he barely managed to exhibit the combat prowess of a 10th level genetic warrior. This was indeed remarkable, for transcending from the 7th to the 10th level represented a significant dimensional leap. However, the power Su Ming had just unleashed hinted at energy fluctuations akin to that of a vacuum level. They pondered in disbelief, should such an attack be directed at them. Even if they managed to withstand it, their mecha would likely be rendered inoperable. Was such an assault truly within the capabilities of a 7th level genetic warrior? Everyone regarded Su Ming with incredulous eyes. The other elite members of the Void Race were drenched in cold sweat from the sheer terror of that strike. This human mecha master was astonishingly powerful, capable of unleashing such devastating force. What was the point of continuing the fight? If such an attack were to be repeated, their entire squad would be decimated. Yet, despite the overwhelming circumstances, the Void Race warriors did not allow despair to take root in their hearts. Their discerning eyes could easily perceive that this strike had far exceeded the normal threshold of the mech warrior's explosive capabilities, undoubtedly imposing a tremendous burden on him. This mech warrior would be utterly incapable of unleashing such a powerful attack again in the near future. Deploy more forces. Eliminate him before he has a chance to recover. If he manages to unleash a second strike, we will stand no chance, commanded the leader of the Void Clan team, addressing the surrounding experts of the Void Clan. Instantaneously, dozens of adept warriors surged forth, launching a direct assault on the Spirit Fox mech. This time, the attackers were the elite of the Void Clan. Incomparable to the previous soldiers, the average strength of this wave of experts surpassed that of the soldiers by 1 or 2 significant tiers, clearly belonging to a different echelon of combat prowess. The leader's assessment was astutely correct. Such an assault indeed threatened to exceed the maximum capacity of Su Ming's body. The colossal force flooding into Su Ming at once despite his already formidable physique, left him feeling somewhat strained. Su Ming quietly estimated that such an attack could be unleashed once every half hour at most. If he were to sustain consecutive strikes within that time frame, his body would inevitably succumb to the strain, potentially fracturing under the immense pressure. Thus, in this moment, Su Ming dared only to exchange for a standard amount of starlight energy intended for battle, refraining from unleashing any more ferocious bursts. However, despite the inability to utilize starlight to its fullest, Su Ming's inherent combat strength remained formidable. At that moment, a faint, mysterious aura enveloped the spirit fox mech. Ordinarily, such ethereal elements would be imperceptible on a rational and meticulously engineered mech. Yet here, it was manifesting itself. This was a power imbued with divine essence, representing the pinnacle of all technology, divine power. In that instant, it seemed as though the spirit fox mech underwent a subtle transformation. Within the cockpit, a delicate layer of iridescent light swirled around, forging a connection between Su Ming and the mech. Divine mechanical knowledge, external skeletal enhancement. Activate. Chapter 159. Annihilation once more in an instant. Su Ming felt himself merge with the mech. Between him and the mech existed a mysterious substance, bestowing the mech with exceptional sensory capabilities, which were then shared with Su Ming. Normally, even the most skilled mech warriors, regardless of their prowess, operated with a certain barrier between themselves and the mech, making it challenging to perceive the mech's subtle changes through their physical senses. This created a gap in operational awareness. However, with the external skeletal enhancement, the mech's perceptions could now be transmitted to the mech warrior. It was akin to removing gloves to directly engage with tasks, significantly enhancing both sensitivity and operational efficacy to a higher tier. The assault-type mech places paramount importance on operational capability. At this moment, dozens of Void Clan masters surged toward Su Ming with lethal intent. Yet, within his eyes, there was a chilling calmness, devoid of any discernible agitation. In that fleeting instant, he meticulously observed the trajectories and angles of these Void Clan experts, as if they and the Spirit Fox mech formed a grand tableau. This vivid imagery cascaded through Su Ming's mind, prompting him to rapidly simulate numerous potential outcomes. In the blink of an eye, he moved, piloting the Spirit Fox mech, vanishing from his original position. The next moment, he found himself amidst the encirclement of the Void Clan masters, and his twin blades danced with ferocity, slicing through the air. Not only did he parry the attacks of two of the Clan's experts, but he also dispatched them with lethal precision. Blue blood gushed forth, staining the ground. The remaining Void Clan masters, undeterred by the demise of their comrades, bore cold expressions, channeling the time bought by their fallen allies into forming void blades that surged toward the Spirit Fox mech. At this juncture, Su Ming was at the brink of exhaustion, having just felled two of the Void Clan's elite. It was a challenge for him to swiftly mount a defense against the oncoming onslaught. However, his gaze remained resolutely composed, for the assault-type mech was not his sole asset. A terrifying blade of light cleaved through the air, striking with ferocity as the attention of the Void Clan masters was drawn towards Su Ming. They were oblivious to another mech in their midst, Chi Sun. Beyond the enhancements of starlight, Chi Sun's combat prowess eclipsed even Su Ming's. In this critical moment, she seized the opportunity, unleashing her blade and swiftly dispatching three ninth-tier Void Clan experts with a single stroke. Su Ming had anticipated Chi Sun's involvement from the outset, her prior actions instilling in him an unwavering confidence. The two executed a remarkable synergy, and as Chi Sun erupted into action, Su Ming adeptly adjusted his stance, his blade intercepting the oncoming void attacks. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed through the void. The void blades, forged from the relentless compression of the void itself, have been shaped into razor-sharp and resilient long swords for the purpose of assaulting foes. These blades were scarcely inferior to the mechanized battle knives, and upon collision, they unleashed an intense force. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, retreating with urgency. Although he had successfully deflected the attack from the Void Clan expert, one of his long knives was rendered irreparably damaged in the process. Within the mech, there was indeed some damage. To Su Ming's surprise, even this minor impairment was transmitted to his own body through the capabilities of the exoskeleton. He distinctly sensed a pang of pain coursing through him at the moment the mech sustained damage. This was not genuine pain from his body, but rather an illusory sensation relayed by the sensory nerves of the exoskeleton. Nevertheless, this fleeting sensation of discomfort enabled Ming to accurately assess the mech's current condition. Swiftly, he severed the nerve connection responsible for the pain, causing the sensation to dissipate. Fortunately, it seemed that only a few minor areas had sustained damage and deformation, while the rest remained largely unaffected, allowing for continued operation. The design of the assault-type mech was precisely this. In pursuit of ultimate explosiveness and speed, the outer shell had forsaken the power cushioning layer, rendering the mech exceptionally compact and swift. In the absence of a cushioning layer, any hit could inflict damage upon the mech. In contrast, a heavy-duty mech like the shield bearer, with multiple layers of power cushioning, could withstand numerous frontal assaults without suffering significant harm. However, as long as it did not impede operation, this degree of damage was inconsequential for Ming, the mechanic. He promptly retrieved a spare mechanical combat knife from his storage space and replaced the previously rendered useless weapon. In the next moment, Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, surging forth as he activated the optical camouflage system, rendering himself nearly invisible. He deftly maneuvered through the ranks of the Void Clan's elite, resembling a razor-sharp assassin, mysterious and elusive, exuding a suffocating aura, appearing and disappearing in an instant. The glint of his blade flashed, and in a heartbeat, the head of a Void Clan warrior was severed, resulting in immediate death amidst the void. Meanwhile, Qixuan transformed into a frontline warrior, engaging the Void Clan experts in a relentless dance of combat. Although her killing speed did not match that of the Spirit Fox mech, it was precisely her frontline interference that allowed Ming to execute his stealthy kills with greater efficacy. Team battles were fundamentally a game of cooperation. In this moment, Ming and Qixuan formed a seamless partnership, while Ming's other three mechs coordinated with the remaining three team members. Ming acted as the vital link that bound the four together. Below, their attacks relentlessly dispatched the soldiers of the Void Clan, while above, Ming and Qixuan continued to eliminate the elite foes. Before long, this small squad of the Void Clan was utterly annihilated by the five of them. With numerous corpses drifting aimlessly in the void, blue blood splattered everywhere. This time, none were left alive. All were eradicated. Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, descending from the heavens with a swift motion, immediately absorbing the other three mechs into his storage space. In the next moment, flames erupted from the arms of the Spirit Fox mech, incinerating the lifeless bodies of the Void Clan warriors to ashes. Attempting to use us as pawns for their own gain? Such dreams are futile. Ming scoffed. Once the corpses before him were reduced to cinders, the so-called life energy would be rendered a mere joke, ultimately yielding nothing but carbonized remnants. At that moment, deep within the life tribunal, a surge of anger seemed to resonate. The five sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding energy. Chapter 160. Delving deeper, suddenly, the life energy around them erupted, and the five exchanged glances of alarm as they perceived the swell of power. The life tribunal was now draining their bodily vitality at a rate 5 times greater than before. A substantial amount of their vitality was being siphoned away. At this rate, a person lacking any means of resistance would succumb to exhaustion and death within a mere 10 minutes inside the life tribunal. Indeed, the life tribunal appeared to possess its own consciousness, and it was evidently retaliating for the complete incineration of the Void Clan soldiers' corpses. Ming remarked calmly. At that moment, a faint layer of starlight enveloped his body. Whenever his bodily vitality waned, the starlight surged into him, replenishing his vitality to a stable level. Simultaneously, a glimmer of pale blue flickered in Ming's eyes as he intently observed the shifting energies ahead. I suspect that, judging by this observation, numerous Void Clan squads will be relocated by the Life Tribunal to converge upon us, Shenhui said with a cold expression. The Void civilization and human civilization are irreconcilable enemies. The incoming Void squads are wholly unaware of the Life Tribunal's rules, unwittingly becoming pawns in its game. They will likely perceive their encounters with the five as mere coincidences, while in truth, they are all manipulated by the Life Tribunal. Through energy reconstruction, the Life Tribunal can continuously remodel the spatial sequences within its confines, effortlessly achieving control over the direction of the squads. Must we annihilate every incoming Void squad? Lee furrowed his brow and spoke. I estimate there are at least dozens of squads entering. If they're all being directed toward us by the Life Tribunal, we will surely be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. A single Void squad poses little threat to the 5. Yet with 2, 3, or 4 squads, the situation becomes untenable. Even a single, ordinary attack from each Void warrior could easily extinguish the 5. Do not panic, follow my lead. At that moment, Su Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. He swiftly moved forward, his figure gliding with purpose. The cerulean halo in Su Ming's eyes fluctuated incessantly, indicative of the system's X-ray vision. Previously, the system's ability to perceive the fluctuations of energy within the Court of Life required time for observation. However, it appeared that the Court of Life was in a state of fury, resulting in violent energy fluctuations that allowed Su Ming to effortlessly discern the changes through the system's capabilities. Soon, Su Ming identified a pathway leading deeper into the Court of Life. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward. The 4 companions beside him, witnessing his determination, followed suit. Yet, midway through their flight, they suddenly halted in unison, only to observe Su Ming abruptly shift direction, veering backward. Exchanging puzzled glances, they recognized the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Nonetheless, they understood that Su Ming's decisions were undoubtedly grounded in reason. None would gamble with their lives. With no alternative, they resolutely followed Su Ming as he continued to retreat. Subsequently, he altered his course once more. To the left, they soared for 3 minutes, backward for 1, forward for 10, and to the right for 4. Su Ming's erratic changes in direction seemed devoid of any pattern, as if he were leading them in circles. As their bewilderment deepened, Chi Sun could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Su Ming, why do you keep changing direction? Upon hearing Chi Sun's question, Su Ming's gaze remained fixed ahead, unwavering in his focus. He began to elucidate. The spatial structure of the Court of Life is crafted by the fluctuations of its energy. In essence, the court can reconstruct its space through these energy changes. Although we may frequently alter our course from the perspective of the court, we are consistently advancing deeper within. Upon absorbing Su Ming's explanation, the 4 companions exhibited expressions of enlightenment, casting curious glances at both Su Ming and the surrounding space. They could sense the fluctuations of energy around them, yet were incapable of perceiving the spatial alterations through those changes. Su Ming, however, seemed to effortlessly grasp the nuances of spatial transformation, seemingly never erring, always pinpointing the correct direction. This revelation sparked a sense of wonder among the 4. What abilities did Su Ming possess that enabled him to perceive the shifts in space? As the 5 individuals continued their seemingly erratic maneuvers, it appeared as though they were intoxicated, engaging in unpredictable movements. Yet, with each whimsical change in direction, subtle alterations began to manifest in the surrounding space. All 5 were far from ordinary. They immediately sensed the changes enveloping them. This method is indeed correct. I can feel the life energy becoming increasingly potent. If we delve deeper, I sense we could even harness the surrounding life energy to purify our bodies, catalyzing an evolution of our very essence. Lee Heron exclaimed with excitement. Previously, no one had ventured into the depths of the Life Tribunal. Many believed that the vitality of these pioneers was insufficient to sustain their journey into its core. However, it now appears that the Life Tribunal itself, through fluctuations in energy, had been ensnaring those who entered, preventing them from progressing deeper. At this moment, as we penetrate into the inner sanctum of the Life Tribunal, we shall undoubtedly encounter its core secrets. Such knowledge is of a civilizational caliber and will undoubtedly confer immense benefits upon us. At that instant, the Life Tribunal seemed to sense the threat posed by the 5 individuals, causing the energy within to surge violently. Numerous phantoms materialized around the 5, converging to launch an assault. Concurrently, all the Void tribe squads wandering within the tribunal, guided by its energy, stumbled towards the direction of the 5. To thwart the possibility of the 5 penetrating deeper, the Life Tribunal opened spatial passages directly leading to their location, facilitating the advance of the Void tribes. Not only were the phantoms closing in, but the Void tribes themselves were also approaching the 5. Chapter 161. The Eruption of Divine Power. This time, The Void Tribe squad was not merely 100 strong. All squads that had entered the Life Tribunal had been drawn to this location, amounting to dozens of teams and thousands of Void soldiers and elites. Such a colossal army, once united, would wield an exceptionally terrifying combat power, rendering the Five utterly incapable of opposing them. In the direction before the Five, phantoms swiftly coalesced within the Void. These were peculiar entities crafted by the Life Tribunal using life energy, existing between the realms of living beings and energy forms. In a certain sense, they bore a resemblance to Su Ming's condition. However, Su Ming was a clearly defined living organism, albeit with a substantial portion of his body transformed into an energy form. In contrast, these phantoms lacked any life signature, merely products of densely accumulated life energy. They possessed no consciousness or sensory perception, mechanically adhering to the will of the Life Tribunal. A multitude of phantoms was constructed and promptly launched an offensive against the Five. It's urgent. It's urgent. Lee Heron observed the situation, feeling not alarmed but rather elated. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce assault upon the phantoms. The Five once again coordinated their efforts, while Su Ming also deployed two mechs for defense. The Mecha of Su Ming, in essence, navigates the path ahead through his perspective, guiding the others forward. Although the group has entered a state of combat, they manage to fight while advancing. Sharp attacks continuously erupt from their mechas, instantly shattering the illusory figures. Meanwhile, Su Ming's mecha refrains from engaging in battle, instead leading the way. He casts a glance back and, utilizing his enhanced vision, clearly observes a multitude of Void Clan soldiers advancing towards them. Should these soldiers catch up, the options for the group would be frantic flight or certain death. With over 1,000 Void Clan soldiers in pursuit, their chances of survival are nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Su Ming is leading the group deeper into the Court of Life. Despite the ever-changing surroundings, they're steadfastly racing forward. No matter how much assistance the Court of Life provides to the Void Clan, the pursuit will ultimately come from behind. Furthermore, the Void Clan remains oblivious to the events unfolding ahead and is still in an exploratory state, not yet moving at full speed. As long as the group avoids being hindered by the illusions and continues to push forward, it will be exceedingly difficult for the Void Clan to catch up. Do not allow too many illusions to form. Unleash your full power against them. There are over 1,000 Void Clan soldiers chasing us. Do not get bogged down by the illusions. Su Ming, sensing the speed of the illusions surpassing that of their destruction, felt a surge of urgency and called out loudly. Upon hearing his words, the four companions were taken aback, suddenly realizing the gravity of their situation. In an instant, they cast aside their reservations, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Su Ming's eyes widened as he sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from each of the four behind him. This aura was unmistakable, divine knowledge. In that moment, they invoked their divine powers: Zeus's wrath, dimensional prison, divine annihilation slash, and ultra-splitting missile. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted behind Su Ming, startling him. The four behind him were individuals of remarkable lineage, either born of the apocalypse or children of high-ranking officials. Otherwise, they would not occupy a place on the celestial saint rankings. While the impoverished can produce strong warriors, without resources, reaching the pinnacle is simply unattainable. It is an inevitability. Talent cannot solely dictate success. Sometimes, resources are paramount. None on the celestial saint rankings can rise without the support of resources. Thus, for these four, while divine knowledge is indeed precious, it is not an unattainable resource. The families behind each individual possess the means to bestow upon them divine knowledge. In unison, the four unleashed the divine powers they harbored, enveloping the entirety of the void. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the vast emptiness. It was as if all four had activated their ultimate abilities simultaneously, resulting in an exceptionally dreadful display of power. In an instant, all specters floating in the void were obliterated by the might of the four, leaving no trace for recovery, utterly reduced to nothingness. Even the life energy within the Court of Life was momentarily repelled by their combined strength. Splendid. Let's hasten. With the specters in their path eradicated, Su Ming's face brightened with joy. The Court of Life requires time to nurture new specters. With the area now cleared, no new apparitions would be birthed in the near future. This interval provided an invaluable opportunity for the group to distance themselves from the Void Clan soldiers. Without hesitation, Ming accelerated the Mecha, swiftly weaving through the Court of Life. The other four, witnessing this, began to recuperate their recently expended energy while deftly maneuvering their mechas alongside Ming, surging forward. Faster, faster. We must go even quicker. The group cherished this hard-won temporal advantage, erupting into an extraordinary speed as they raced deeper into the Court of Life. As they continued their rapid advance, the five soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed a presence of threat, anger, and warning emanated from within the Court of Life. Upon perceiving this emotional intent, Ming and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their faces revealing bemused smiles. How amusing! It's panicking, it truly is. With no other recourse, it resorts to threats. Li remarked with a peculiar chuckle. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Why the urgency now? It's too late. None among them were fools. The emotions of threat, anger, and warning appeared to them as mere bluster. If the Court of Life genuinely possessed the means to annihilate them, would it resort to issuing warnings? Why not simply eliminate them outright? It was as if they were toying with children. Ming chuckled lightly, yet soon his gaze sharpened. Through the system's X-ray capability, he discerned an object ahead that resembled a grand door, appearing not far in the distance. Chapter 162. The end of the Court of Life. Upon witnessing this door materialize before them, Ming was instantly elated. Without a moment's thought, he surged forward, leading the four into the entrance. Boom! The great door swung open, and the group propelled their mechas into its depths. Upon entering through the grand portal, an immediate sensation of gravity enveloped the crowd, grounding their feet firmly. This is indeed a tangible realm, Li exclaimed in astonishment. Within the Life Tribunal, the spatial constructs were all fashioned from energy, existing in a liminal state between the virtual and the real. Yet, this particular expanse was undeniably authentic. With gravity anchoring its surface, the presence of gravity bestowed a sense of direction. Exchanging glances, the group proceeded without hesitation, stepping forward into the abyss. Before them lay an immensely vast corridor, flanked by extraordinary murals adorned with diverse inscriptions. Upon beholding these artworks and their accompanying texts, Ming's face illuminated with intrigue. He promptly utilized a translator device to capture the entirety of the inscriptions, intending to render them into human language. Adjusting translation logic. Please capture as many diverse text types as possible. A voice resonated from the translation system. Without a moment's pause, Ming documented every mural they encountered along their path, relaying the content to the translator. The murals were abundant. The corridor itself spanned hundreds of kilometers, entirely enveloped in artworks and inscriptions, all meticulously recorded, a staggering volume of information. As the five continued onward, diligently cataloging the mural contents, an intensifying sense of foreboding emanated from the Life Tribunal, manifesting ethereal shadows around them. Sensing this, Li urgently called out, "Behave yourselves. If you persist, I shall obliterate this corridor along with your murals and texts." With that, he raised his weapon, aiming at a nearby mural. In response to Li's declaration, the Life Tribunal seemed to exhibit caution. The phantasms gradually receded, and the ominous atmosphere began to dissipate. Li observed with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. It appears the Life Tribunal is quite apprehensive about this mural. It must contain some extraordinary information. Upon hearing Li's words, Ming's expression shifted, and he glanced at the translation progress bar. To his astonishment, it was stuck at a mere 20, showing no signs of movement for an extended period. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ming pondered that, given the current technological capabilities, even unfamiliar scripts could be easily translated if they were arranged in a coherent manner. However, the progress being halted at 20 suggested two possibilities. Either the arrangement of the characters lacked any logical structure, or their logical sequencing diverged entirely from conventional human cognition. Ming leaned towards the latter hypothesis. The first possibility seems rather improbable, for murals and inscriptions are undeniably intended for documentation. It would be quite absurd for the Life Tribunal to inscribe these words without any logical reasoning, as if they were merely idling away their time. What do you think these murals depict? Ming inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his words, the four exchanged glances, and Sun contemplatively remarked, "It must be knowledge. The knowledge of this civilization, At Chi Sun's words, the others nodded in agreement. These murals exhibit no discernible patterns. They do not appear to describe events at all. They seem more like a repository of knowledge. First documented, and surely answers lie ahead. So means Sophie suggestive. As the five of them stepped into the corridor, each began to capture images of the surrounding murals, for these might conceal special value, and perhaps someone in human society could decipher their contents. With the speed of their mechs, they traversed the several hundred kilometers in just over 10 minutes. At this moment, Ming and his companions gazed curiously at the end of the corridor, where a massive light shield separated it from another realm. Through the corridor, they beheld a chamber-like space. Ming directed his gaze into the chamber, clearly observing peculiar beings, each with closed eyes, appearing to be in a deep slumber within their pods. However, these beings seemed not to be merely asleep, but rather lifeless. Ming sensed no trace of vitality emanating from them. Look! At that moment, Du Bing exclaimed, pointing in astonishment towards the upper part of the chamber. Hearing Du Bing's words, the group quickly shifted their focus upward. They beheld energy clusters, approximately the size of a human head, coalescing above the chamber. These energy aggregates emitted an otherworldly aura, one that was familiar to them, the essence of divine power. Could it be that these energy clusters are the embodiment of divine power? Is this the reason the life tribunal absorbs biological vitality? To forge divine power? Li exclaimed in astonishment. Divine power is a critical characteristic unique to living beings. Those devoid of it are indistinguishable from mere clones. Could it be that the life tribunal has truly mastered the art of resurrection? The more they discussed, the greater their astonishment became. The concept of resurrection is theoretically viable, yet the entirety of human society is ensnared in the challenge of consolidating divine power. After all, each individual's divine essence is singular and irreplicable. Even if a body were resurrected, without the restoration of its divine essence, it would be futile. At that moment, as if sensing the presence of the crowd, a massive force coalesced, swiftly engulfing two nearby clusters of divine energy. Instantly, a sensation of maturation and transformation emanated from this divine energy. Having absorbed the two clusters, it evolved from a mere prototype into a fully matured divine essence. The onlookers shifted their gazes, witnessing this potent force rapidly converge into the form of a slumbering creature. In an instant, this being exuded the essence of a typical living entity, signifying its resurrection. Chapter 163. The revived being, the creature that had absorbed the divine essence, soon opened its eyes, unleashing a formidable wave of energy from within. It cast a furious glance towards Ming and the other four, its eyes ablaze with rage. You have slain my two kin. It spoke in the language of human civilization, a testament to the prior learning facilitated by the life tribunal for all who had entered its domain. Upon hearing these words, the group displayed expressions of bewilderment. It was evident that the creature, in its haste to revive, had consumed the divine essences of the two nearby beings, yet now it laid blame upon them. Nonetheless, this revelation solidified their awareness that this creature was an adversary, not an ally. Intruders, meet your demise. The resurrected being, consumed by fury, extended its hand, drawing forth an immense surge of life energy. In that moment, the life energy transformed into a peerless and strange force, launching towards the five with intent to attack. Upon sensing the intensity of this energy, Ming and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. What immense power! This unknown being's strength is astonishing. How could this be? It had just been revived. How could it possess such formidable might? Chen Hui, feeling the weight of this power, spoke with trepidation. The force emanating from this creature was comparable to that of a Skywalker. What does it mean to be a Skywalker? Beyond the 10th level of genetic warriors lies the vacuum level, and only after that comes the Skywalker level. Once one reaches this tier, they can transcend the constraints of gravity, soaring freely through the skies without reliance on air propulsion. It is an extraordinarily potent realm, and significantly stronger than the five of them combined. Even if they joined forces, they would stand no chance against a master of the Skywalker level. Run, Li exclaimed, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the direction from which they had come. Ming and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not linger. To remain in place amidst such overwhelming energy would be tantamount to courting death. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy suddenly descended upon the ground before the group. The fluctuations in energy levels instilling a sense of dread, as if the specter of death were pursuing them from behind. The 5 individuals summoned all their strength, their energy levels erupting to their utmost potential. The thrusters on their mechs roared to life, propelling them away from the epicenter of the energy explosion with an alarming velocity. After approximately a minute of frantic escape, Ming suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, it hasn't pursued us," Ming murmured into the communication channel. Upon hearing his words, the 4 companions halted instantly, turning to gaze back at the chamber. There, the resurrected entity hovered, its eyes filled with hatred as it regarded the 5, yet peculiarly. It made no move to exit the chamber. It was unable to leave. In an instant, the 5 realized this crucial fact. Had the being been able to escape the chamber, given the tremendous power it had just unleashed, they would have had no chance of survival. Yet now, it remained stationary, seemingly unwilling to breach the threshold. Look, the life energy from within the chamber is continuously flowing towards it, only to be expelled from its body. Sun cast a glance at the chamber and swiftly grasped the implication. Perhaps all its power stemmed from within this chamber. After all, it had just been resurrected, yet could unleash such formidable strength. It was evident it was harnessing the chamber's energy to manifest such a terrifying assault. The group quickly comprehended the underlying dilemma. What we do now? The void soldiers are closing in behind us, and the energy shield surrounding this chamber is impenetrable. We cannot breach it. Lee Heron's face betrayed a flicker of anxiety. They were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Is there a way to sever the connection between that being and the energy of the chamber? Ming's calm voice resonated through the communication channel. Chun Hui glanced at Ming before shaking his head. To sever the energy connection, one must either forcefully breach the door or possess knowledge of the life court civilization to control the energy. Otherwise, there are no alternatives. Forcing the door is not feasible. Even if the life energy behind them erupted, they would scarcely be able to reach the chamber's entrance. Mastering knowledge? Ming murmured to himself, then retrieved the mural and translation he had previously inscribed along the corridor, crouching down to scrutinize it closely. The others gathered around, hoping to glean some method of controlling the life cord from these murals. Yet, after a short while, they found themselves feeling dizzy and disoriented. The reasons were twofold. First, the translation was only at 40 completion, rendering it impossible to fully deduce the contents of the murals based on the current translation. Secondly, much of the knowledge depicted in these murals was utterly alien to human cognitive frameworks, even when a complete translation is presented before the crowd. The intricate and obscure nature of the mural's content renders it utterly incomprehensible. It is no wonder that this peculiar civilization boldly chose to inscribe their knowledge upon the walls. It is likely that only the beings of this civilization can fathom their unique cognitive patterns. The concept of a thought lock, derived from their distinctive way of thinking, effectively cloaks their knowledge in a shroud of misunderstanding for all others. With such cognitive disparities, it is apparent that no human civilization could truly grasp the essence of these murals. Lee Heron shook his head and spoke despondently. Yet at that moment, Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. Perhaps there is a method. I will attempt to learn this knowledge. Please grant me a moment. Allow me a little time. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Ming's mech. To their astonishment, Ming had closed his eyes within the cockpit, appearing as if he were about to drift off to sleep. What was happening? Lee Heron felt a sense of bewilderment. Could he truly be falling asleep? The others exchanged incredulous glances. Despite their curiosity, they hesitated to disturb Ming after his declaration. Their intuition was correct at that moment. Ming had indeed succumbed to slumber. However, prior to his sleep, he had transmitted the visuals of this knowledge into the Wuzuan mech system. Acquisition of the civilization's knowledge initiated. Scanning complete. 210 minor items, 108 intermediate items, and 149 major items of knowledge detected. Would you like to set it to automatic learning? Automatic learning. Prioritize learning. Ming commanded without hesitation, then closed his eyes and surrendered to sleep. Chapter 164. The sleeping Ming, the Linghu mech hovered in the void, activating its automatic stabilization feature. However, The pilot within was no longer in control. The four companions surrounding him gazed at Su Ming with a strange expression. How could he possibly sleep under such perilous circumstances? Anyone would be bewildered to witness a comrade dozing off at such a critical moment. The four stared at Su Ming in utter confusion. He was indeed asleep, and to their perception, he slept soundly. Li Heron felt a vain throb at his temple. Had it not been for Su Ming's consistently reliable performance during this period, coupled with the recent proliferation of divine technology, one might have dismissed it as absurd. Yet, with a certain prophetic figure known for altering events while asleep as a reference, the group could understand that perhaps this was a manifestation of Su Ming's unique divine ability. When we do but wait, Du Bing remarked with a wry smile, observing Su Ming's slumber. Now it's a gamble, a test of our faith in Su Ming. After all, the Void Clan's army was drawing nearer, and it was estimated that they would arrive at the location of the group in less than half an hour. Time was running short. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained in slumber, consuming the precious moments that could have been used for decision-making. It was a matter of whether the others would choose to trust Su Ming, whose methods seemed somewhat dubious. Li Heron gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us wait. I am willing to have faith in Su Ming." Beside him, Chi Sun remained silent, activating the automatic levitation feature. Her stance unmistakably clear. They would wait. Observing the two's decision to trust Su Ming, Chen Hui and Du Bing exchanged glances, and without further words, they too chose to place their faith in him. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the void. Not far away, at the core of the life tribunal, a peculiar life form cast a disdainful gaze upon the five individuals suspended in the ether. Meanwhile, in the distance, a battalion advanced towards their position under the guidance of the life tribunal. Despite being surrounded by enemies, the five maintained an air of tranquility, suspended in the void. As time trickled away, Su Ming had been asleep for nearly 20 minutes, and a flicker of concern passed across the faces of the others. Li Heron and Chen Hui frequently directed their gazes towards the advancing Void Clan, dreading the moment they might witness the enemy forces materializing in the void. 5 more minutes slipped by, and now even Chi Sun and Du Bing began to fidget. They adjusted their mechs into combat readiness and spoke over the communication channel. "Should we awaken him? If we don't, the Void Clan will be upon us." Du Bing's voice was laced with gravity. The other three exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the communication channel. "No need to wake me. I am already awake." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group displayed expressions of joy and relief. "What have you found, Su Ming? Do you have a solution?" Lieran inkita taxitavli. Su Ming nodded and replied, "The time was too brief. I have only grasped 2 crucial pieces of information. One is the method to deactivate the energy shield, and the other is how to suspend the energy supply. However, the knowledge possessed by the life forms of this tribunal is undoubtedly more extensive and profound than my own. Once they react, they will likely regain control. We must act unexpectedly and rush into the energy shield before they can react. Remember, the energy shield will only deactivate for an instant, and the energy supply can only be halted momentarily. We must hurry." At Su Ming's words, the faces of the group were lit with ecstatic expressions. "Well done. Even a fleeting moment suffices. Chi Sun and Chen Hui will engage the awakened entity directly, while Li Heron and I will seize control of the dormant life forms within the chamber. This way, even if the entity regains dominion over its energy, it will hesitate to act recklessly." Du Bing swiftly allocated the roles within the team, and without delay, they surged toward the core chamber of the life tribunal. The 5 individuals unleashed their utmost speed. Any further delay would likely invite the Void Clan as forces to this location. A swift resolution was imperative. Su Ming led the charge, harnessing the energy frequencies emitted by his mech to interface with those resonating within the life tribunal. In a state of slumber, the system had selected 2 civilizations' knowledge most suitable for the current moment. Though these were merely rudimentary insights, they sufficed for temporary control of the chamber. The 5 figures propelled themselves forward, relentlessly advancing toward the chamber. The life form suspended within the chamber observed their approach, a flicker of disdain evident in its eyes, followed by a surge of energy from the life tribunal flooding into its being. Within this realm, it was the sovereign, the master of the life tribunal. Although it had only just revived and possessed minimal combat prowess, All the energy within the life tribunal was at its disposal. This life form from the civilization was poised to unleash a lethal strike against the 5 intruders. Yet it remained patient, acutely aware of its limitations that bound it to the chamber. It intended to wait until the 5 drew nearer before launching an assault. Otherwise, any attack could easily be evaded, as had happened previously, inflicting little damage. The unfortunate life form could not fathom that among the 5, one had grasped a fragment of its civilization's knowledge within a mere 20 minutes. Though scant, this sliver of knowledge was potent enough to turn the tide. As the 5 piloted their mechs closer, a smirk of derision crept into the life form's thoughts. Excellent. Foolish invaders, prepare to face the wrath of the life tribunal. At that moment, the entity activated a chaotic surge of energy from the life tribunal, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Just then, Ming, observing the life form through the system's perceptive capabilities, felt a flicker of silver light in his eyes. His cerebral energy surged forth, momentarily commandeering control of the chamber's logic systems. Now is the time. Charge! Ming shouted, his speed increasing yet further. Under his control, the energy surging into the life form dissipated instantaneously, vanishing without a trace, while the energy shield enveloping the chamber was abruptly deactivated at that moment. Chapter 165, Threats and Reassurances. How could this be? The sudden withdrawal of energy, coupled with the cessation of the chamber's protective barrier, left the life form within in a state of profound shock. How could this happen? The jurisdiction of the life tribunal necessitates a profound understanding of the knowledge of life civilizations to wield such control. Yet just moments ago, he found himself stripped of his authority over the life tribunal. In truth, this life form possessed an understanding of civilizational knowledge that far surpassed Ming's. As long as he remained vigilant, Ming would have no opportunity to reclaim control. However, under normal circumstances, one would not be on guard in such a situation. Who could have anticipated that precisely in his area of utmost confidence, control would be seized, albeit temporarily? The life form broke into a cold sweat in an instant. He utilized his far superior civilizational knowledge to reclaim control of the chamber. However, both the act of seizing control and reactivating it require time. In that fleeting moment, Ming had already charged into the chamber with 4 others. As the life form regained control, 3 mechanical combat blades were poised at his throat. I know you understand human civilization's language. Now behave. Ming's voice resonated through the mech, and he extended his hand, pointing towards the chamber. 2 mechs had already trained their cannons on the nutrient pods within the chamber. Inside those pods lay hundreds of life forms seemingly ensnared in slumber. However, these beings had yet to be resurrected. They possessed vitality, but lacked divinity. Should they fire, these unconscious entities would stand no chance of resistance and would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes by the onslaught. These unawakened life forms represented the last flickers of life civilization, crucial for its revival. To obliterate them with a single shot would constitute an unacceptable and fatal blow to life civilization, even if the life tribunal were to annihilate all 5 individuals. Upon witnessing this scene, the only awakened life form displayed a countenance of anxiety and shouted, "Don't act recklessly. I will comply. I want to resist. Restore control of the chamber to me." Reluctantly, the revived life form relinquished his authority over the chamber. With control returned to Ming, he felt a measure of relief. As long as he held dominion over the chamber, the resurrected life form would be unable to stir up any significant turmoil, for his own strength likely amounted to that of merely a 2nd or 3rd-tier genetic warrior. Anyone present could easily extinguish him, control the court of life, and divert the invading forces of the void civilization. Subsequently, Ming spoke coldly. Although he had seized control of the chamber, it was merely that, a chamber. The knowledge of life civilization he possessed was insufficient for him to wield authority over the entire court of life. The control still resided with this life form. With a bitter smile, this individual, resigned, could only manipulate the energy structures within the court of life to alter the flow of space. Thus, while the void forces continued their advance, they were gradually distancing themselves from the group. After completing this task, he opened his eyes, looking helplessly at Ming. Esteemed representative of human civilization, I merely wish to restore my own civilization. I implore you to spare us. I am willing to exchange divine knowledge for our survival. The being of life civilization spoke with a pained smile. Upon hearing these words, Ming and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the flicker of intrigue in each other's eyes. Divine knowledge differed fundamentally from the knowledge inscribed on murals. It could not be recorded on murals, but could only be contained within objects imbued with divine attributes or within the essence of living beings. Thus, even though Ming had memorized all the mural knowledge available, the divine knowledge beyond those walls remained in the possession of a life form. How can I be certain that you will not seek revenge against us once we spare you? Ming spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, the life form managed a wry smile and replied, "The life civilization has suffered invasions from other civilizations throughout its long history and has long been decimated. What remains, the court of life and the unrevived kin, represents but a fragment of our once complete civilization. Even if we were to revive, we would have lost nearly 90% of our knowledge and resources. How could we possibly pose a threat to human civilization?" After hearing this, Ming and the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The life civilization may have once been formidable, but now it was merely a nascent civilization emerging from the ruins of a once great legacy, bereft of both knowledge and resources. Such a civilization, even after millennia of development, would likely not rival human civilization. Thus, they harbored no concerns about potential retribution from the life civilization. Ming contemplated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well. But you must agree to a few conditions, and I shall spare your civilization. Furthermore, if you meet these conditions, human civilization may assist in your restoration. The fabric of human society is not solely composed of pure human civilization. It also encompasses several weaker civilizations that have taken refuge within its embrace. These diminutive civilizations pose little threat and are thus relegated to the periphery of human society, regarded merely as representations of cultural diversity. The life civilization may very well evolve into a similar entity in the future. However, for the present life civilization, this is not only harmless, but indeed a fortuitous development. The vast and formidable human civilization can provide not only protection, but also essential resources for the life civilization's growth." Ming's words served as a form of amnesty. Previously, the life civilization had been cautiously observing its development with a sense of trepidation. Now, with this amnesty in place, it must willingly accept this arrangement. For how could such a civilization coexist in proximity to human civilization otherwise? Were it not for the pressing demands on human civilization, the life tribunal would likely have been breached long ago. Upon hearing Ming's words, the life being pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The heroes of Liangshan, after all, are each formidable in their own right. Yet when faced with the imperial amnesty, they readily acquiesced. Why pursue solitary endeavors when one can thrive alongside a leader? Excellent. Your willingness is commendable, Ming remarked with a light chuckle, instantly easing the atmosphere. He then spoke with a measured tone. "Before we proceed, there are several matters that require your attention. First, you must open the life tribunal, allowing human civilization free access. Second, you are to surrender all knowledge of the life civilization, including divine knowledge, to us. This does not imply that it will be given to human civilization. Third, you must ascertain the pathways through which the void civilization enters the life tribunal, and subsequently provide human civilization with a route to traverse towards the void civilization." Chapter 166. 5 Aspects of Divine Knowledge. Upon hearing Ming's demands, the life being's expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. The third point posed no issue. But could the life tribunal not be partially opened? The representative of the life civilization spoke with evident distress. In response, Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, and a subtle wave of energy emanated from his being. Sensing this energy fluctuation, the life being's countenance shifted slightly. He could easily perceive that while Ming's cerebral energy level was not particularly intense, it was precisely calibrated to control the energy within the chamber. With a mere thought, Ming could cause the entire chamber to explode, obliterating the last vestiges of the life civilization. In that moment, the life being comprehended Ming's intent. Cooperation would lead to partnership and amnesty, while lack of compliance would result in subjugation, bringing ruin to their civilization and its knowledge. The representative's expression shifted through various emotions before he ultimately sighed in resignation and slowly nodded. "Very well, I agree to your terms. However, for the advancement and survival of life civilizations, human civilization must ensure its continuity. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals displayed expressions of satisfaction. Su Ming smiled and reassured. Rest assured, human civilization has always been exceedingly amicable towards its allies. We warmly welcome you to join the alliance of human civilizations. Despite his words, Su Ming did not immediately release the individual. It would be foolish to take such a risk. A verbal promise holds little weight. And should this person suddenly turn hostile and reclaim control of the life tribunal, the 5 would find themselves in a dire predicament. Allow me to first impart the divine knowledge of our life civilization. The being from the life civilization spoke slowly, as the energy of the life tribunal subtly coalesced in his hand, forming a unique information crystal. It was likely that the entirety of their civilization's knowledge was encapsulated within this crystal. The individual understood clearly that Su Ming's earlier statement merely pertained to sharing knowledge with them, not with humanity as a whole. This was evidently a personal gesture and would not count towards the knowledge acquired by human civilization. This was not surprising, although they were part of the same human civilization. Seeking personal gain without harming the civilization was quite understandable. Soon, the crystal was handed to Su Ming. He examined the crystal and promptly utilized the war god Mecha system to extract the information contained within. After the extraction was complete, a total of 5 pieces of divine knowledge were obtained. Almost immediately, a notification sound echoed within the system. Upon hearing this notification, a hint of skepticism crossed Su Ming's face. Is it true that your civilization possesses only 5 pieces of divine knowledge? A flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could it be possible for such a grand civilization to have merely 5 fragments of divine knowledge? Surely it was a jest. Noticing Su Ming's bewilderment, the being from the life civilization could not help but respond with a wry smile. We can only be considered remnants of a once great civilization. Much of our knowledge has been lost. What remains is indeed the last of our divine knowledge. Su Ming nodded slowly in response to the words of the life civilization representative. With just a few hundred individuals, it was unlikely they would possess a vast reservoir of civilization knowledge, making the individual's statement quite plausible. After the divine knowledge was stored within the system, Su Ming handed the crystal to the other 4 individuals. This operation was a collective endeavor, thus the acquired divine knowledge would naturally be shared among them. Having passed the crystal, Su Ming delved into the system to examine the divine knowledge they had obtained. To his disappointment, he found that none of the knowledge pertained to mechanical disciplines. Divine knowledge encompasses various fields and is not limited to mechanical understanding. Moreover, as a life civilization, their developmental trajectory diverged from a mechanical focus, making the absence of such knowledge comprehensible. The divine knowledge comprises the following. 1. Divine condensation, category. Divine energy growth, effect, weaves divine information, enabling the transformation of life energy into divine condensates, which may carry divine information. Applications. 1. Revive individuals who have lost divine information. 2. Supplement divine energy consumption. 3. Devour to enhance divine power. Notably, this may lead to a gradual dilution of divine power. Its use is thus discouraged. Level. High 2. Spatial cube energy construction principle. Category. Spatial energy. Effect. Utilizes energy transformations to construct a unique space, achieving manipulation of spatial changes. Level. High 3. Tree of Life. Category. Life energy. Effect. Releases life energy to create a unique tree of life, which continuously provides life energy sustenance to the user, facilitating the recovery of bodily injuries. Level. Medium 4. Domain life deprivation. Category. Life domain. Effect. Constructs a domain using life energy, wherein all life forms, excluding the caster, are subjected to the domain's influence, leading to a continual stripping of bodily vitality. Stripping rate. 0. 5 seconds. Additional effect. The stripped life energy can be repurposed by the caster, e.g., to enhance the tree of life, restore bodily vitality, or augment the strength of the spatial cube. Level. Medium 5. Life sublimation. Category. Life growth. Effect. Consumes a substantial amount of life energy to permanently elevate the target's life level, achieving a state of sublimation. Sublimation limit. Each individual may undergo sublimation 5 times, with a maximum of once per year. Level: medium. Upon encountering these 5 divine knowledge domains, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Although primarily associated with life, their effects are notably profound. Divine condensation is the very knowledge that empowers the life tribunal to resurrect beings. The clusters of divine condensation are products of this knowledge. This represents a pivotal key to resurrection, one of the technologies that human civilization has yet to master. Possessing this technology would imply the possibility of reviving any individual thereafter. In Su Ming's eyes, this is the pinnacle of divine knowledge, rendering all else secondary. Furthermore, Su Ming was not unfamiliar with domain life deprivation, life sublimation, and the spatial cube energy construction principle. He had previously witnessed the formidable nature of these 3 forms of divine knowledge within the life tribunal. His gaze particularly lingered on life sublimation, revealing a contemplative expression. Notably, this knowledge does not limit its application solely to the possessor, but rather refers to a target. It is evident that, aside from those who possess knowledge, others can also acquire its benefits. Thus, Su Ming could certainly leverage this knowledge to gain numerous advantages. Chapter 167. Departure. After perusing the introduction to the 5 divine pieces of knowledge, Su Ming developed a general understanding of their implications. Arranging them in order of significance within his mind, he entered these 5 divine pieces of knowledge into the system, intending to have it instilled in his consciousness while he slept. However, he surmised that he could only grasp knowledge of a moderate level for the time being, as a deeper comprehension of the higher level knowledge would require further contemplation. Yet, he regarded this as merely a matter of time. Once he held the knowledge, mastering it would eventually follow. Resolving to relinquish concern over the 5 divine pieces of knowledge, he decided to leave their arrangement to the system. Gradually, his thoughts returned to the chamber, and his gaze shifted to his 4 companions. To his surprise, he noticed a fleeting expression of bewilderment in Koren and the others after they had engaged with the 5 divine pieces of knowledge, which soon morphed into expressions of regret and disappointment. Taken aback by their demeanor, Su Ming instinctively inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the knowledge?" Upon hearing his words, Koren, with a mournful countenance, replied, "Su Ming, dear brother, this is a question you already know the answer to. The knowledge is undoubtedly sound. But the issue lies with us." "The issue lies with us?" Su Ming paused, quickly realizing the implication. It seemed that the 5 divine pieces of knowledge, akin to the contents of the previous mural, had been translated accurately, yet the fundamentally different cognitive frameworks made it difficult for the 4 to grasp their essence. To them, these 5 divine pieces of knowledge appeared obscure and perplexing, inducing a sense of drowsiness that rendered them nearly impossible to comprehend. At that moment, Chun Hui opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards the resurrected being from the life civilization. Furrowing his brow as he posed a question, "Is it true that these 5 divine pieces of knowledge can only be utilized by life forms of your civilization? Human life forms are incapable of employing this divine knowledge. In the vast expanse of the universe, not all knowledge is accessible to every civilization. For instance, certain non-carbon-based life forms cannot comprehend or utilize the entirety of human civilization's divine knowledge. The differing compositions of life forms dictate their understanding and mastery of knowledge systems. Thus, the 5 divine pieces of knowledge, when considered through the lens of a typical human life composition, are nearly impossible to utilize." The entity of life civilization hesitated momentarily before shyly speaking. The threshold for utilizing these 5 divine pieces of knowledge requires beings that are half life and half energy. As humans are primarily carbon-based, they are likely unable to employ them. A flicker of unease flashed in his eyes, fearing that the group might turn against him upon realizing their inability to utilize this knowledge. Yet, this was also a subtle scheme on his part. He understood that carbon-based life forms could scarcely harness such half-life, half-energy divine knowledge, which is why he generously imparted the most secretive knowledge of his civilization to the 5 individuals. He was confident that they would be unable to utilize it. Even if they acquired this knowledge, it would remain beyond their reach. However, he failed to notice that among the 5, a youth with a delicate countenance bore a hint of enigmatic amusement in his eyes, which he swiftly suppressed. This youth was none other than Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming's heart blossomed with joy. "Half life, half energy? While others may not qualify, I certainly do. Moreover, Normal human cognition would struggle to comprehend these concepts. But once integrated into a system and taught to me, I would effortlessly grasp the essence of this knowledge. These 5 divine pieces of knowledge seem tailored exclusively for Su Ming. Thus, even though the other 4 possess the same divine knowledge as Su Ming, he need not worry about issues such as knowledge overlap or suppression. Chen Hui and the other 3 exchanged glances, recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Chen Hui sighed deeply and slowly remarked, "Well, we cannot blame you. The differences in life forms indeed create certain barriers to knowledge. Nevertheless, this knowledge may not be without value for human civilization. Perhaps in the future, we can draw inspiration from these concepts to construct other forms of divine knowledge." Upon hearing Chen Hui's words, the life entity nodded repeatedly, sincerely acknowledging the sentiment. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these humans had not turned hostile, and he was quite relieved. Since the 5 had obtained the necessary knowledge, lingering here held no further significance. Su Ming rose to his feet and addressed the entity. "Now, manipulate the energy structure of the life tribunal and open a path for us to exit. As for the other Void Clan soldiers remaining within the life tribunal, you may handle them as you see fit, whether to eliminate them or to rely on them to locate the passage they used to arrive here. Regardless, once the cosmic nation of human civilization enters the life tribunal, you will need to provide us with the direction and corresponding passage for the departure of the Void Clan." This had already been agreed upon among the group, and upon hearing Su Ming's words, the life entity had little to add. Before several onlookers, he directly manifested a passage leading away from the court of life using life energy, and then, with a smile, addressed them. "Rest assured, everything within the court of life is under my control. I will certainly ascertain the means by which these void soldiers depart." Su Ming and the others nodded in agreement, promptly activating their mechs to plunge into the passage. The 5 harbored no concerns that this individual from the civilization of life would act treacherously against humanity, for, given the magnitude of the court of life, even if they allied with the void civilization, they were unworthy of betraying humanity. Should they indeed contemplate treachery, they would find themselves overwhelmed by an advancing army, rendering the court of life utterly obliterated without a trace of resistance. The 5 traversed the spatial passage and departed from the court of life. Soon, in a certain star domain of the Eastern Ming Alliance, 5 figures emerged from the void. Chapter 168. The transaction after departing from the court of life. Su Ming and the others exchanged contact information and subsequently went their separate ways. However, for the 5, this collaboration proved immensely satisfactory, with each teammate contributing significantly. It was conceivable that they might form another squad for future engagements. Yet, for now, it was imperative to report the matters concerning the court of life to their respective cosmic nations. Following their departure, Su Ming promptly dialed his father's number and recounted the events concerning the court of life and the void civilization. Colonel Clarence seemed preoccupied at first, as the background noise suggested, but upon hearing Su Ming's mention of the void civilization, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. He then sought a quieter place to speak, asking, "Are you saying the void civilization has discovered a passage?" Su Ming nodded and elaborated. "This passage is the court of life. However, its core has been breached by myself and several others from the Eastern Ming. The court of life has now aligned with us, and we can utilize it as a route to launch an offensive against the void civilization." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a flicker of joy crossed Colonel Clarence's face. "Excellent. We shall discuss the details later, but what you mean to say is that we can use the court of life to stage a surprise attack on the void civilization." Su Ming affirmed, "The void civilization likely remains unaware of the court of life secret, but time may alter that." Colonel Clarence nodded. "The void civilization is formidable. It is not so simple. Although the void sovereigns cannot contend with the mech-equipped apocalypse class, their peculiar abilities render it quite challenging for the apocalypse to vanquish a void sovereign." After a moment of contemplation, Colonel Clarence slowly spoke, "I understand. The final decision will undoubtedly require the collective judgment of the 5 major cosmic nations. However, your ability to provide such intelligence is commendable. I shall ensure your contribution is recorded in the Empire's annals, allowing you to exchange this merit for a piece of divine knowledge from the Empire." Upon hearing the words of Colin Clarence, Su Ming nodded in agreement, unable to refuse the allure of divine knowledge. However, time was of the essence, and he could not return to the Empire to exchange it just yet. Instead, he resolved to find a secluded place to assimilate the vast knowledge he had acquired. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, for I have matters to discuss with other cosmic nations. Clarence spoke slowly. Wait, so meaning terjected suddenly. What is it? Clarence inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ming continued, I possess a technology capable of evolving the level of life, and wish to negotiate a transaction with the Empire. A smile crept onto Clarence's face at Ming's words. You intend to sell this technology to the Empire? However, to Clarence's surprise, Ming shook his head and elaborated. This technology is hindered by a biological barrier. Ordinary humans cannot master it. What I am offering to the Empire is the opportunity for a quota of life-level evolution. A flicker of astonishment crossed Clarence's face. A life barrier? If ordinary humans cannot comprehend it, how did his own son acquire such mastery? Yet, as an individual of enlightenment, Clarence was well-versed in the peculiarities of existence. While strange, it was not entirely implausible. In fact, Ming harboring a secret might bode well for him. Very well. I shall discuss this with the Empire. However, they will undoubtedly require assurance of the extent of your technology's efficacy in elevating life levels. If the enhancement is minimal, the value may not be substantial. Clarence was not typically involved in such negotiations, but given that it was his own son seeking a transaction, he was willing to assist. Little did he know, the potential enhancement Ming could offer was likely beyond the grasp of human civilization. Should the Empire forge an alliance with Ming, they would likely emerge as the more jubilant party. After a leisurely conversation, Clarence ended the call, his mind occupied with numerous responsibilities that demanded his attention. In the wake of their brief exchange, Ming was undeterred. He meandered to a planet within the Eastern Ming Alliance, renting a mechanical workshop to reside in. His recent visit to the Court of Life had bestowed upon him a wealth of knowledge, yet his mechs had sustained varying degrees of damage. These required time for both repair and study. Ming decided to take a moment of respite, as the 5 great cosmic nations were likely to be engaged in a flurry of meetings and decisions regarding their impending war against the Void civilization, leaving ample time for him to recuperate. Whether in cultivation or learning, one must alternate between diligence and relaxation. Thus, Ming granted himself a brief interlude. He returned to his familiar workstation, retrieving all the mechs that had been damaged during his time at the Court of Life. The Shield Bearer and the Spirit Fox are the 2 mecha that have sustained the most damage, while the other mecha have scarcely faced the Void Tribe soldiers head-on and therefore require no repairs. Ming steadied his mind, gazing intently at the mecha before him. At this moment, he found that he did not even need to employ the system's perspective function. With merely his divine knowledge, he could effortlessly sense the issues arising within the mecha's external skeletal structure. He swiftly discerned the underlying problems and extended his hand to disassemble the mecha with remarkable ease. After enduring several battles, both mecha bore subtle internal injuries that, while not affecting their overall performance, nonetheless posed a hindrance to energy transmission. The greater the number of hidden injuries, the more susceptible the energy transfer was to depletion. In a certain sense, the more damage sustained, the lesser the might of the mecha. However, as long as the mecha could be repaired, there would be no significant issues. While repairing, Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered the divine knowledge the Empire promised to grant him. He had heard rumors of a mecha within the Empire capable of self-repair without side effects. He resolved to have his adoptive father inquire about it. Seizing the opportunity to request knowledge pertaining to self-repairing divine machinery from the Empire. In the ensuing days, Ming gradually made himself at home on this planet, albeit not as a permanent resident, but rather to temporarily digest the knowledge he had acquired previously while awaiting the arrangements made by the 5 cosmic nations concerning the Void civilization. During this period, Ming's life assumed a remarkably regular rhythm. By day, he assembled various mechanical components, experimenting with new knowledge while also earning starlight points. At night, the system delivered a plethora of knowledge, including that gleaned from the Court of Life, into Ming's mind, allowing him to master it. However, among the 5 divine knowledge pieces from the Court of Life, 2 were of advanced nature, and, given Ming's current knowledge reserve, he found it challenging to comprehend their contents. Thus, during these days, he truly grasped only 3 aspects of divine knowledge from the Court of Life: the divine life tree, domain life deprivation, and life sublimation. Having acquired these 3 pieces of mechanical knowledge, Su Ming's first course of action was to approach the Black Domain merchant, Walter, to purchase 3 doses of advanced life essence potions. These potions were not inexpensive, having been refined using special techniques. Each potion cost a staggering 1 million star coins. Such an amount represented the expenditure of an ordinary family over several decades, sufficient to procure merely 1 potion. It is evident how precious these advanced life essence potions truly are. Su Ming's intention in acquiring these 3 potions was unmistakably clear: the pursuit of life sublimation. Previously, within the confines of the Life Tribunal, the process of life sublimation did not facilitate a complete transformation of Su Ming's physique. Only a small fraction experienced enhancement. Now that he has departed from the Life Tribunal, possessing the divine knowledge of life sublimation, Su Ming is able to restore the previously half-completed sublimation. The Advanced Life Essence Elixir, originally designed for medical purposes, serves as a specialized remedy for individuals with extraordinarily potent bodily energy when they suffer injuries or experience a decline in their energy levels. This is a standard replenishment for practitioners of the Flying Celestial tier and above, given that he has left the Life Tribunal and lacks the abundant life energy. Utilizing the Advanced Life Elixir in place of life energy yields a similar effect. Su Ming poured 3 vials of the life elixir into the injection apparatus before him. Immediately, 2 syringes emerged from the device, connecting to his body. A fleeting glance made him feel as though he were an unwitting subject in a biochemical experiment. Nonetheless, this machine merely served the purpose of delivering the life elixir at a crucial moment. Without hesitation, Su Ming linked his cerebral domain energy directly to the apparatus and began to inject the elixir into his body, drop by drop. Instantly, he felt a surge of intense life energy coursing through his being, engendering a sensation of swelling within his form. After all, this advanced life essence elixir is intended for those at the Flying Celestial level. Employing it with merely the energy level of a 7th-grade gene warrior proved somewhat taxing. However, Su Ming did not intend to use it for bodily restoration or cellular repair. Rather, he sought to utilize the elixir as a substitute for life energy. The rich life elixir disseminated throughout his body, permeating every corner of his being. This was merely the result of Su Ming controlling the apparatus to inject only a small amount. Had he injected at all, even with his formidable physique, he might have faced adverse effects. Without a moment's pause, a faint starlight began to emanate from his body. The advantage of being a half-life, half-energy entity lies in the intricate control over his physique. Su Ming could easily manipulate the starlight energy to oversee the changes within his body. At this moment, the starlight energy exhibited a unique transformation, embodying the orderly arrangement of divine knowledge from the realm of life civilization. Under the influence of this divine knowledge, Su Ming's body gradually began to absorb the life elixir. A substantial quantity of the elixir transformed into life energy, which was deeply assimilated by his body. Soon, Su Ming's energy level surged dramatically, shedding layers of old skin that fell away from his form. In that moment, Su Ming seemed akin to a crab that had shed its shell, casting off his former exterior to reveal a brand new form birthed in that instant. Flakes of skin fell away continuously, leaving behind a complexion so fair that it could evoke envy even among women. In this moment, Su Ming sensed an evolution occurring within him, beginning from the deepest layers of his being. The process of transformation persisted for over an hour. After this duration, Su Ming gradually opened his eyes, his physical energy subtly emanating, creating a wave of force that expelled all remnants of skin still clinging to him. He glanced at the apparatus containing the life elixir, which indicated that 2.5 portions had been consumed, leaving half a portion unused. Observing this, a pensive expression crossed Su Ming's face. It appeared that for a normal individual, the consumption of approximately 3 portions of the life elixir was requisite for a significant elevation in their life tier. The reason he retained half a portion was due to the minor enhancements he had already achieved in the Court of Life, amounting to roughly half a portion. This elevation in life tier bestowed upon Su Ming a multitude of sensations: enhanced comprehension, accelerated physical recovery, improved learning capacity, heightened perception, and refined sensory abilities. The advancement in life tier was indeed a comprehensive enhancement. As he continued to progress, With his comprehension elevated, he would be able to acquire advanced knowledge. Moreover, alongside these improvements, both his physical energy level and cerebral domain energy level experienced substantial boosts. His physical energy level surged by 20,000 points, while his cerebral domain energy level increased by approximately 10,000 points. Presently, Su Ming's system panel displayed the following attributes. Host, Su Ming physical energy level, 850,000 cerebral domain energy level, 710,000 gene lock activation level, upper 7th grade physical vitality, 100 body refinement level, 7th grade, stars required for next level, 100,000 physical defense capability, 150,000 attacks below 150,000 energy levels cannot inflict any damage. Star points accumulated, 380,000 mechanical knowledge, subcategory 5. 200 independent knowledge, cerebral domain division, level 3 divine knowledge, exoskeletal mech, divine life tree, domain life deprivation, life sublimation, maximum star energy endurance of the body. 6,000 upon reviewing the attributes displayed on the panel, a satisfied expression illuminated Su Ming's face. The enhancement brought forth by life sublimation was immensely significant, propelling him directly from the middle tier of the 7th grade to the upper tier, suggesting that it would not be long before he ascended to the level of an 8th grade gene warrior. However, the body can only endure the elevation of life once each year. Although this elevation is enticing, the next opportunity for advancement is likely to arrive only next year. Chapter 170. Arrangements and discussions as the days passed. 2 weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the 5 great cosmic nations seemed to remain largely inactive. Yet, Su Ming sensed that the smaller the waves, the more turbulent the undercurrents concealed beneath. It appeared that the 5 great cosmic nations were preparing for a significant move. One day, as Su Ming stepped away from his workstation, he cast a glance at the colossal entity within his storage space. If released, it would manifest as an enormous tree. However, this was not an ordinary tree. Rather, it was a mechanical tree imbued with an industrial essence. Indeed, this vast mechanical tree was a creation of Su Ming, born from his understanding of divine knowledge, the tree of divine life, integrated with human civilization's mechanical industry. Originally, the divine knowledge yielded products crafted from energy and life force, yet seemed ill-suited for humanity, as carbon-based life forms cannot directly absorb life energy for enhancement and restoration. Nevertheless, Su Ming, having synthesized this knowledge, did not confine himself to the traditional form of a life tree. Instead, he transformed it into a mechanical divine tree. Just as Su Ming was preparing to conduct an experiment, he received a sudden phone call. The 5 great cosmic nations were preparing to take action. The voice of Koren Clarence resonated through the line. Upon hearing Koren Clarence's words, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he curiously inquired whether this was a joint action of all human civilizations or an independent deployment by the 5 great cosmic nations. Both, Koren Clarence replied with a smile. The main forces will undoubtedly be the 5 great cosmic nations. This time, there will be no probing, only a direct assault. Su Ming's demeanor changed. Have you confirmed with the Life Tribunal? Koren Clarence nodded. Yes, we have confirmed that the life forms of the life civilization must cooperate with us, and the 5 great cosmic nations have acquired all knowledge from the life civilization. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face. The beings of this life civilization had suffered greatly. Not only had they been exploited by the 5 of them, but now they were being further taken advantage of by the 5 great cosmic nations. They were being stripped bare, yet they had likely grown accustomed to it, as their resources were limited. However, the fact that the 5 great cosmic nations had sought confirmation from the Life Tribunal indicated that they regarded this operation with considerable seriousness. Clearly, the scale of this impending war would exceed everyone's expectations. This offensive was to be a collective effort of human civilization, and the 5 great cosmic nations would subsequently issue corresponding mobilization orders, in addition to the 5 great cosmic nations as the primary aggressors. They would also encourage smaller forces to launch coordinated attacks. Koren Clarence spoke slowly, laying out the plan. Upon hearing the words of Koren Clarence, Su Ming immediately realized that the statement was likely directed specifically at him. He promptly inquired with earnestness, "A small-scale offensive? Please elaborate." "Our hope is that during a frontal assault, various factions can launch simultaneous attacks, thereby diverting the attention of the Void Clan's forces, exhausting them in their attempts to provide support and gradually depleting their strength. These minor factions, aside from the relatively weaker cosmic nations, could also include others, such as the Black Domain." Clarence chuckled softly before responding. He was on the verge of suggesting that Su Ming lead an offensive with the Black Domain. Recognizing his father's overt hint, Su Ming couldn't help but wonder about the potential advantages this might entail. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "Is the reward substantial?" Clarence grinned and replied, "Indeed, it is significant. By annihilating a star cluster-level power, one can acquire a piece of divine knowledge. In addition, there are various welfare rewards. The more one vanquishes, and the greater the power, the more rewards one will receive. This is the consensus reached at the conference of all cosmic nations within human civilization, and the rewards will naturally be borne by the major cosmic nations." After hearing Clarence's words, Su Ming nodded. Just then, Clarence suddenly inquired, "By the way, the matter of life sublimation you mentioned earlier has piqued the Empire's interest. However, the Empire would like to request the data regarding your life sublimation." "Data?" Su Ming nodded and promptly transmitted his recorded data from the process of life sublimation to his father. While undergoing his own life sublimation, Su Ming had meticulously documented the data, which he now conveniently shared with Clarence. Clarence quickly received Su Ming's data. Initially, he was indifferent to the specifics of the data. However, upon discovering that it pertained to Su Ming himself, he scrutinized it with renewed seriousness. To his astonishment, he noted a remarkable enhancement of 20,000 in physical energy levels and 10,000 in cerebral energy levels. Such a significant increase? In human society, there are indeed some gene enhancement and life elevation technologies, but they remain undeveloped, costly, and the effects do not align well with the investment required. Even for Clarence, a one-time enhancement of 20,000 energy levels would be a feat not easily achieved, even in humanity's most advanced laboratories. What does a 20,000 energy level increase signify? While the effect on Su Ming may not seem overwhelmingly terrifying, applying it to an ordinary individual would forcibly elevate them to the level of a 6th-tier genetic warrior. Of course, an ordinary person would certainly be unable to endure such a transformation. Nonetheless, this illustrates that a one-time enhancement of 20,000 energy levels through life sublimation is an exceptionally effective technology. Upon observing the aforementioned figures, Clarence pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the approximate cost per individual for this technology?" 3 doses of advanced life essence," Su Ming replied, without concealing the truth from his father. His clientele was the Empire, not his own progenitor, and by providing an accurate account of the costs, he hoped to secure greater advantages for himself through Clarence's influence. "What? So little?" This time, Clarence was genuinely astonished. Although he had little interest in data and experimentation, his long tenure in high office had afforded him some familiarity with such matters, and he was well aware of the associated costs. Furthermore, this technology could enhance an individual's capabilities 5 times throughout their lifetime. After a brief pause, Su Ming added, "Indeed." Clarence narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within them. "Very well, I understand. I will endeavor to negotiate with the Empire on your behalf for greater benefits. However, when dealing with the Empire, it would be prudent to state that the enhancement is limited to 3 times. Suggesting 5 would render this technology exceedingly formidable, potentially altering the foundational military logic of human civilization. If the decision-makers of human civilization were to learn of this, the technology would undoubtedly be restricted from private ownership." Chapter 171. A new design after the call. A contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face. At that moment, he began to grasp the broader implications of humanity's life enhancement technology. Since his father indicated that 3 enhancements were relatively safe, it was plausible that the pinnacle of human civilization as technology might yield effects akin to those of 3 enhancements, or even entail costs that far exceeded his own life elevation technology. Now that Clarence had communicated the arrangements of the 5 cosmic nations to Su Ming, the latter, true to his character, was eager not to miss the opportunity to engage in the offensive against the Void civilization. After all, this military action was predominantly backed by the military might of the 5 cosmic nations, with other factions merely seeking to share in the glory, while the primary risks were borne by the 5 nations. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Su Ming wasted no time. He contacted Locke and others stranded in the Black Domain, instructing Locke to lead the members of the Wantan organization to rendezvous with him at the Eastern Ming Alliance. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to employ it for but a moment. During this interval, the Wantan members had burgeoned from thousands to tens of thousands. The sheer wealth of Wantan was undeniable. They had poured money into recruitment, and the allure of access to the muscle activation liquid made joining the organization particularly enticing for those in the Black Domain. Under the influence of this financial influx, the numbers surged dramatically. However, for Su Ming and Wantan, these figures were manageable. Given the current scale of their genetic drug business, they could easily accommodate such an influx of new members. This is also a source of comfort for Su Ming, as Wantong has finally begun to flourish through his efforts, and, at this critical juncture, can be called upon to serve his purpose. This time, Su Ming has directly dispatched 400,000 elite members of Wantong to the Dongming Alliance to rendezvous with him. While the average combat strength of these 400,000 elite warriors hovers around that of a level 46 genetic warrior, this is neither particularly strong nor weak. Leader, can we truly extinguish a cluster-level force? Locke expressed his concerns in the video call, his visage tinged with anxiety. His worries were not without merit. Cluster-level forces essentially represent 1/10 of the power within the Black Domain. Although Wantong currently thrives in the Black Domain, much of this success is commercial. In terms of actual military might, even a second-tier power within the Black Domain could easily obliterate Wantong. Though 400,000 is a substantial number, in the theater of interstellar war, sheer numbers hold little value. Equipment, combat prowess, technology, and defensive systems collectively determine the strength of a force. A single warship can annihilate millions of armed soldiers within seconds. No matter how skilled the soldiers may be, their military acumen becomes irrelevant in the face of overwhelming technology and equipment. A cluster-level force, while not particularly formidable, typically possesses hundreds of habitable planets and more than 10 stars. In the vast expanse of the universe, such power is hardly impressive. Thus, to entertain the notion that 400,000 warriors with an average combat strength of level 46 could launch an offensive would indeed be laughable. With a light chuckle, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "Simply bring the members of Wantong over. Once you arrive at the Dongming Alliance, I will have my methods." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke displayed a look of profound confusion. However, given Su Ming's assurance, he refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding before ending the video call. Su Ming also concluded the call and subsequently approached his workstation. At that moment, a multitude of mechanical research blueprints lay scattered across the surface. Each blueprint bore intricate and complex formulas and designs. There were well over 100 sheets, densely packed, causing one to feel dizzy at just a glance. These blueprints represented Su Ming's relentless calculations, designs, and conceptualizations during this period. Each sheet encapsulated a myriad of complex knowledge systems, and if sold, would command a handsome price. This was the first time Su Ming had truly created something from nothing, employing his understanding of mechanical knowledge to design a mechanical device. The singular function of this device, conceived by Su Ming, is the elevation of life. As soon as the target enters the mechanical chamber and the essence of life is injected, the process of life sublimation can be completed within the chamber. Su Ming, capable of achieving life sublimation without the aid of mechanical devices, owes this ability to his own being, which is a hybrid of semi-living entity and an energy form. Moreover, he is well-versed in this divine knowledge, allowing him to adeptly control the essence of life within his body to facilitate sublimation. However, for others, it is utterly impossible to undergo such metamorphosis solely through bodily means without mechanical intervention. Thus, Su Ming designed this life sublimation device. This apparatus embodies not only the mechanical knowledge of human civilization, but also the divine knowledge of life civilization, representing a fusion of the two realms of knowledge. Even for the 5 great cosmic nations, The blueprints for this mechanical device hold an astonishing value. It can be said that whoever masters the method of crafting this device can continuously spawn a legion of warriors with elevated life levels for their faction. Furthermore, this enhancement, unlike genetic experiments, bears no adverse side effects. The elevation of one's life level is devoid of any repercussions. However, a glimmer of insight flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Due to the uniqueness of life civilization knowledge, it is likely that no one else could replicate the intricate mechanical patterns specific to life civilization upon acquiring the blueprints. Unless the beings of life civilization collaborate with human civilization to create it, no one besides Su Ming can construct this mechanical device. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his workstation and placed a storage ring filled with various mechanical components upon the table. He could extract the necessary parts as required. At that moment, Su Ming felt as if he had returned to the factory on Nopu planet, where he had previously crafted mechanical equipment. He immersed himself in his work, beginning the stable and meticulous assembly of machinery. Soon, a device resembling a gaming pod gradually took shape under Su Ming's skilled hands. Chapter 172. Arrival of the 10,000 vines. The team of 10,000 vines would require nearly 2 weeks to traverse from the Black Domain. During this period, Su Ming fervently dedicated himself to the creation of life sublimation instruments in his workshop. However, having previously constructed such a device, the process was now second nature to him, allowing for a significantly higher efficiency in replication. Within just a few hours, he could produce 1 unit. Su Ming did not dare to slacken his efforts. His confidence in this undertaking was entirely derived from the life sublimation apparatus. To contend with star cluster level forces, 400,000 level 46 genetic warriors would undoubtedly be insufficient. Yet, if each were to undergo a life sublimation, elevating their levels by approximately 10,000 to 15,000, it would nearly amplify the combat prowess of these 400,000 individuals to that of level 57 genetic warriors. Prior to any advancements, the prospect of overcoming a star cluster level force seemed nearly impossible. However, with an augmentation of 400,000 individuals, each raising their energy levels by over 10,000, an extraordinarily formidable power would inevitably emerge. Thus, during this period, Su Ming dedicated himself to the frenzied fabrication of life sublimation devices, intending to elevate each member of the Wan Tung organization upon their arrival. Nevertheless, given the vast number of participants, numerous life sublimation devices would be required to meet the pace of the team. Otherwise, even if it took merely half an hour per individual, relying on a single device to enhance 400,000 people would stretch on indefinitely. With a crisp snap, the mechanical apparatus in Su Ming's hand emitted a delightful sound as its components interlocked perfectly. For Su Ming, the harmonious click of machinery engaging was utterly captivating. He contentedly shook the device in his hand before placing it into his storage space. At that moment, within Su Ming's storage lay 50 life sublimation devices, crafted tirelessly during this period. In addition to these 50 devices, 3 immense figures shrouded in shadow rested quietly in his storage space, resembling colossal trees. Just then, Su Ming's expression shifted. A message had arrived. It was from Locke. It appeared that Locke had brought the members of Wan Tung to the planet, where Su Ming was temporarily residing. Without hesitation, Su Ming gathered all nearby mechanical components into his storage space and promptly left his workshop, hurrying towards the location of the battleship. Indeed, it was a battleship. Although it was a relatively low-tier D-class vessel, its energy output could still reach an impressive 300,000 points. While lacking the agility of mechas, battleships possessed formidable destructive power in interstellar warfare. After acquiring sufficient resources, Wan Tung had procured 100 battleships. Their offensive capabilities surpassed even that of 10th level gene warriors, making them exceptional tools for conquering civilizations. For the forthcoming assault on the Void Clan, Su Ming instructed Locke to bring all the battleships from Wan Tung. Numerous battleships, exuding a robust metallic aura, were currently stationed in the cosmic void outside the planet. According to the peace accords of human civilization, vessels not belonging to this universe were prohibited from entering planetary atmospheres. Consequently, Locke and his companions could only anchor their ships in the void. unable to approach the planet where Su Ming resided. However, it was of no consequence. Su Ming piloted the mech and approached the front of the battleship. Gazing at the flagship adorned with the prominent characters Wan Tung, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Without hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered through the open hatch of the battleship and flew inside. Leader. Upon entering the ship, several members of Wan Tung nodded in acknowledgement to Su Ming. Currently, Wan Tung could only be regarded as a civilian organization or an informal faction, not yet deserving the title of an army. However, as the organization continued to grow, it would inevitably transition into a more formal structure in the future. Leader, it has been a long time. Locke approached, greeting Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming nodded in response, and without further ado, he produced 50 life elevation devices and placed them aboard the battleship. "What is this, leader?" Locke inquired with curiosity. Su Ming grinned, retrieving a substantial quantity of life essence elixirs from his storage space and transferring them into the front life elevation devices. "This is the life elevation device. From this moment onward, let our members line up to enter. Its effects are akin to those of genetic agents, but far more potent." Without further explanation, Su Ming reached out and pulled 2 passing members of Wan Tung, unceremoniously ushering them into the life elevation device. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by the device's capabilities. Yet they regarded it with a measure of skepticism, reassured by Su Ming's confidence. Approximately half an hour later, the first 2 individuals emerged from the apparatus, their faces alight with astonishment. Their sudden transformation evoked a flurry of reactions among the surrounding members. "Did you sense their energy levels?" One Wan Tung member exclaimed in shock. Initially, these individuals were merely at the lower tier of level 5 genetic warriors, yet upon exiting the life elevation device, their energy levels surged to an astounding 13 and 15 W, elevating them to the realm of intermediate level 6 genetic warriors. Witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of the crowd raced. This device could enhance their strength. It could elevate their very essence. What mattered most to genetic warriors, beyond life itself, it was their combat prowess, who would not desire an opportunity to augment their power. An exhilarating prospect lay before them, and delight spread across their faces. "Each person has one opportunity. Let's organize and form a queue," Su Ming stated calmly. At his words, the crowd erupted in cheers, each individual eager to step into the life elevation device. Observing this, Locke hastily arranged for staff to maintain order among the Wan Tung members. After about 10 minutes of diligent effort, Locke, drenched in sweat, approached Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with intense surprise. "Leader, when did you master this technology? It seems that if everyone were to enhance their abilities, they might indeed challenge the might of the star cluster-level forces." Su Ming chuckled softly and then spoke. "Enhancement comes at a cost. These essences of life are not inexpensive. However, let us consider this as an investment. Once we secure the star cluster-level power, the returns will be abundant." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke snapped back from his previous state of excitement. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his role as the steward, a hint of hesitation crossing his face as he inquired, "Leader, will there be any risks in directly allowing the members of the Wantan to use the life ascension device without immediate returns? If we indulge them too much, loyalty may wane." In response to Locke's concerns, Su Ming nodded slowly. "The issue you raise is indeed a possibility. However, I possess numerous strategies to cultivate the members' loyalty. Who says the life ascension can only occur once? Akandaran smile gresu mingis kontanets. After experiencing an elevation in life tier, who could possibly refuse a second opportunity? If these members were aware of a second chance, they would likely be reluctant to leave." Chapter 173. The war begins 2 weeks had elapsed since the agreement among the 5 great cosmic nations. During this time, military forces dispatched by various factions of human civilization had converged upon the Dongming Alliance. At this moment, the Dongming Alliance was a veritable gathering of military might, comprised of elite forces sent by humanity. The 5 great cosmic nations together had dispatched over 20 Apocalypse-class powerhouses. Regrettably, Su Ming's father was not among them. It appeared that Koren Clarence was entangled in trivial matters and could not arrive. Even if Koren Clarence were to reach the battlefield, he would likely be too preoccupied to provide Su Ming with any significant assistance. As the armies assembled, a tremendous sound reverberated, heralding the commencement of the operations. The forces of the 5 great cosmic nations surged into the Court of Life. This time, the five nations exhibited a serious demeanor. The A-class fleets dispatched exceeded 100, with 5 S-class fleets among them. The magnitude of this campaign underscored the importance the five nations placed upon it. A colossal spatial passageway promptly engulfed all the armies of the five great cosmic nations, rendering them invisible. In addition to the main forces, numerous scattered troops lingered outside the passageway to the Court of Life. Su Ming's wanton team was among them. However, Su Ming was not prepared to enter the battlefield at the first opportunity. It was a jest. The initial clash would undoubtedly unleash the most intense skirmishes and counterattacks. This was truly a war of civilization, a battle in which both sides were intent on delivering devastating blows to one another. Under the intensity and severity of such warfare, Su Ming's entry alongside the myriad of vines felt akin to courting death. It is likely that before even encountering the Void Dwellers, the indiscriminate area of effect attacks on the battlefield could obliterate the vines entirely. Su Ming intended to wait until the five major cosmic nations launched their assault, allowing for the most ferocious conflict to subside into a period of détente before making his entrance from another location. This strategy would enable him to circumvent the formidable forces of the Void and penetrate deep into their territory. However, the timing was fortuitous. Su Ming found himself in dire need of time, which he would utilize over the next couple of days to elevate the prowess of the members of the myriad of vines. It seemed implausible to upgrade everyone, as the frontline and mechanized unit members had a pressing demand for strength. Thus, Su Ming naturally prioritized upgrading these two groups first, deferring the enhancements for those involved in piloting, logistics, and command roles. Su Ming, are you gearing up to launch an attack on the Void civilization? In Su Ming's quarters, the holographic images of Li He-ran and others materialized on the screen. Li He-ran, sporting a cheeky grin, addressed Su Ming. This time, it was not solely Su Ming preparing to venture into the Void civilization. Li He-ran, Du Bing, Chun Hui, and Chi Sun also readied themselves for the campaign. Certainly, many prodigies from the Heavenly Saint rankings were likewise assembling their own teams to assault the Void civilization. Each of these talents came from affluent backgrounds, making the formation of their own squads a straightforward endeavor. As chaos looms, heroes rise. The ascent of every great cosmic nation is inextricably linked to the baptism of turmoil. What could be more intense than a war where two civilizations face off against one another? Not only Su Ming, but also the other exceptionally gifted individuals were filled with ambition, eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos and carve out their legacies. The distinction between the heroes and the failures would soon be vividly illustrated in the conflict against the Void civilization. Since you all are prepared to go, there may indeed be opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. Su Ming remarked with a smile. That is precisely my sentiment. Entering the Void civilization is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to utter annihilation. We could form a defensive alliance, supporting one another. Shen Yui, who typically spoke little, demonstrated a rare, proactive demeanor here, clearly valuing this venture highly. Upon hearing their exchange, the other three nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, we must maintain communication once we enter the Void civilization. That is where our advantage lies. Having previously collaborated in the Court of Life, the group had developed a certain rapport. This understanding allowed them to trust one another, even in the face of extraordinary danger on the battlefield. Others might not foster the same level of trust, which indeed set this group apart from the rest. After securing the necessary allies, Su Ming felt a sense of reassurance. In the realm of warfare, certainty is a rare commodity. The presence of an additional ally offers a measure of security. As the days passed, reports from the front lines streamed in almost daily. Initially, these reports were accessible only to the five great cosmic nations. However, due to the exceptional nature of this campaign, the five nations deliberately disseminated the intelligence, providing the scattered commanders, who had yet to fully engage with the Void civilization, an opportunity to assess the situation in advance. On the first day, the armies of the five great cosmic nations traversed the Court of Life, descending upon the Void civilization with an unexpected ferocity, breaking through their defenses and penetrating deep into their territory. 4 Void Lords fell, while none from the human race's celestial awakening met their demise. On the second day, the Void civilization rallied a fierce counteroffensive, leveraging their home field advantage to repel the forces of the five nations and force them to retreat from the depths of their territory. However, This resistance came at a grave cost. The Void Civilization lost 7 lords, while 1 from the human ranks perished. All 4 of their A-grade armies were decimated, and humanity suffered the loss of an entire A-grade unit. By the 3rd day, the conflict escalated to unprecedented levels, as the Void Civilization displayed an alarming resilience, systematically organizing their forces for a relentless assault on the armies of the 5 nations. 6 Void Lords fell, and 2 from the human forces were lost. An S-grade fleet of humanity was severely crippled, yet the Void Civilization suffered the loss of an S-grade army and 2 A-grade armies. On the 4th day, both sides found themselves in stalemate. The human civilization began constructing military fortifications, with formidable mechanical dragons spanning the void, effectively stalling the advances of the Void Civilization. The intensity of the conflict eased somewhat, and under the protection of the fortifications, the armies of the 5 great nations established a firm foothold within the territory of the Void Civilization, piercing deep like a vicious barb, causing unrest among the Void inhabitants. After the 4th day's report reached Ming, he perused the information and rose to address Locke, stating, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart on the morrow." Chapter 174. Strategic Deployment. In the strategic room of the warship, Ming and Locke studied a vast star map that lay before them, their expressions contemplative. This map, transmitted from the front lines by the 5 great cosmic nations, revealed nearly 20 territories of the Void Civilization following the initial probing of the war. Do not underestimate these 20. They represent a significant expanse at the cosmic civilization level, dwarfing the territories of the 5 great nations when compared to human civilization. Were it not for the formidable technology of shared vision possessed by the beast god civilization among the 5 great cosmic nations, it is unlikely that such an extensive star domain could have been explored. To my astonishment, the civilizational layout of the Void Civilization bears a striking resemblance to that of humanity. Locke gazed in wonder at the star chart before him, where the configuration of the Void Civilization had been meticulously marked. Aside from the central war zone, the other regions of the Void Civilization, akin to the forces of the cosmic nations, were each distinctly labeled. Furthermore, divine experts from the Eastern Ming Alliance had deduced the corresponding strength of each force within this star domain based on energy readings, categorizing every cosmic nation of the Void Civilization according to the strength levels established by human civilization. The classifications are as follows: Star Cluster Level 12,004, Galaxy Level 587, Galaxy Cluster Level 21, Supercluster Level 1. The so-called Supercluster Level is, in fact, an enormous entity formed by the amalgamation of multiple galaxy clusters. The 5 great cosmic nations represent 5 terrifying forces at the supercluster level. This time, Wantung's objective is to target the star cluster level forces of the Void Civilization. The larger battlefield is left to the 5 great cosmic nations. Wantung merely needs to focus on his tasks, as even the annihilation of a single star cluster level force would contribute significantly to the overall battlefield. What do you all think? Which star cluster level cosmic nation should we target first? Ming inquired, his gaze sweeping slowly over the assembly. In the strategy room, aside from Ming and Locke, several young individuals stood present. These youths were selected by Locke during this period, each possessing remarkable combat prowess and strategic acumen. War necessitates soldiers, equipment, and, most importantly, talented commanders. These young individuals are the backbone of Wantung's efforts. Upon hearing Ming's question, one particularly handsome youth rose with a smile and addressed Ming. "Leader, it is quite evident. The main battlefield has drawn the primary forces of the Void Civilization, leaving their other star domain forces significantly weakened. We can certainly select this area." As he spoke, the youth extended his hand, pointing toward the 2 star domains flanking the main battlefield. These 2 star domains lie at the periphery of the Void Civilization, and the cosmic nations within them are indeed not particularly formidable. The assembly nodded in agreement upon hearing the youth's words. This is indeed a highly reasonable choice. Under normal circumstances, with the frontal battlefield engaged, the surrounding peripheral cosmic nations are unlikely to possess substantial defensive capabilities. I concur. This is indeed an excellent choice. It is likely that other scattered forces of human civilization will make a similar decision. Our advance into this region will allow us to align our offensive with other human forces, said another, as smiles spread across their faces, signifying a growing consensus. However, on Su Ming's face, there was little sign of satisfaction. His gaze remained fixed upon the star map, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, a somewhat reserved young man among the crowd suddenly stood up and, with a smile, proclaimed, "I hold a different opinion." Upon his utterance, the others turned to him with expressions of surprise. At a time when the strategy was nearly reaching consensus, his words raised questions about their meaning. Yet, Su Ming displayed no hint of astonishment. Upon noticing someone standing, he lifted his head and directed his gaze towards the young man who had just risen. "Chenghua, what are your thoughts?" The name Chenghua was inscribed on the young man's badge. He had previously been inconspicuous, and Su Ming had not paid him much attention. However, at this moment, Su Ming found himself intensely intrigued by Chenghua's perspective. Chenghua stood tall and, with a smile, addressed Su Ming, saying, "Leader, I believe we should not attack the seemingly easy-to-conquer cosmic nations." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Su Ming inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Chenghua, with a confident smile, extended his hand to point towards the periphery of the star map. While the primary military force of the Void Civilization was undoubtedly concentrated on the main battlefield during times of war, regardless of military maneuvering, the defenses at the periphery would inevitably be strengthened. After all, given the Void Civilization's home field advantage, even if their forces were temporarily tied down, they would still have surplus troops available to reinforce the star cluster-level civilizations at the edges. Consequently, the peripheral star cluster civilizations would be significantly more challenging to conquer than they typically would be, as long as the Void Civilization was not foolish. They would not allow these peripheral cosmic nations to fall, as such occurrences would enable human civilization to gain a foothold. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with insight. He leaned slightly forward and earnestly asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Chenghua gradually retracted his smile and pointed towards a cosmic nation surrounded by chaotic void currents and peerless asteroid fields. "I believe we should take an unconventional approach and attack those nations that are easier to defend than to assault." The crowd followed Chenghua's gesture and gazed towards the cosmic nation designated as SX-0311. Upon observing the surrounding hazards of asteroids and void storms, Locke and the others gasped in alarm. The young man who had spoken initially promptly stood up and addressed Su Ming, saying, "Leader, this is unwise. This location is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Our military strength, compared to a complete star cluster-level force, is already at a disadvantage. And attempting to assault a nation that is easier to defend is futile." I acknowledge that Brother Chenghua makes a valid point. However, taking the opposite approach would only lead us to be ensnared by the void storms. The military strength of Wantung is 400,000, although they have the life sublimation device as a means to enhance their forces. However, it can barely contend with some ordinary cluster-level cosmic nations. Among cluster-level cosmic nations, there exist disparities in strength and vulnerability. If we were to assign a difficulty rating of 2 stars to other such nations, the cosmic nation designated as SX-0311 would undoubtedly warrant a rating of 5 stars. The void storms encircling this nation are, for any assailant, a veritable nightmare. For merely traversing the tempest is a formidable challenge, let alone the peril of ambushes lurking within. The void storms and meteor showers serve as the natural shield of the SX-0311 cosmic nation. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze turned toward Chenghua, who exhibited not a trace of panic in his eyes, remaining resolute and clear. A smile crept on Su Ming's face as he inquired, "What are your thoughts, Chenghua?" Chapter 175. Arrival at Void Civilization. Chenghua rose to his feet, casting his gaze over the young man who had just spoken, and slowly began. "I believe we possess 3 advantages in our assault on the SX-0311 cosmic nation." Su Ming looked at Chenghua with curiosity. First, Chenghua proclaimed loudly, "No one would anticipate that we would choose to attack a seemingly impregnable cosmic nation rather than one that appears easier to conquer. The element of surprise lies in the fact that the Void Civilization would realize that dispatching reinforcements would require significantly more time, which presents us with a distinct advantage. Second, once the cluster-level cosmic nations at the periphery come under our scattered forces attack, they will inevitably have to divert resources for defense. The formidable military strength has already been allocated to the main battlefield. Thus, where would these supporting troops come from? Quite simply, they would be drawn from the surrounding hard-to-defend cosmic nations. Since no one anticipates an attack on these nations, they would confidently reassign their forces to assist those that are deemed easier to conquer. At that moment, the SX-0311 cosmic nation would undoubtedly resemble a deserted city. Upon hearing this, astonishment swept through the room, and everyone turned to Chenghua with expressions of wonder. This notion was audacious, yet it held a genuine possibility. Once the war commenced, who would expect that human civilization would deploy a team that forsakes easy conquests to brave the myriad dangers of traversing void storms and meteor fields? Risking troop losses to approach the SX-0311 cosmic nation? In that instant, no one present dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary youth who had hitherto lacked presence. Chenghua's military strategy was indeed a stroke of genius. And the third? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity as he fixed his gaze on Chenghua, feeling a surge of delight within. Such talent, to be utilized for my cause. The first 2 points alone were sufficient for Su Ming to make a decision. However, he was eager to hear Chenghua's further insights. Thirdly, Chenghua paused momentarily, then continued with a smile. Once we seize this cosmic nation, the dynamics of offense and defense will shift. The advantage of being difficult to attack will no longer belong to the void civilization. Instead, it will become our strength. Subsequently, even if the void civilization attempts to dispatch troops against us, we will easily defend this cosmic nation, turning it into a venomous fang that clutches tightly at the throat of the void civilization, leaving them with no recourse but to endure our grip. A most vexatious predicament for them. A hint of mischievous delight flickered across Chenghua's face, starkly contrasting his previous demeanor. Moreover, by occupying this position and coordinating with the main forces of human civilization, our significance will far surpass that of other scattered armies. This enhances our value, presenting an opportunity for all who aspire to establish their legacies. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, the gathered individuals involuntarily inhaled deeply, casting incredulous glances in his direction. This man harbors immense talent. Su Ming, wearing a smile, then waved his hand decisively and declared, "Our target is the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation. I hereby appoint Chenghua as the commander of the Central Army, leading an impressive force of 150,000 troops and 40 warships. I appoint Locke as the commander of the left-wing vanguard, overseeing 100,000 troops and 20 warships. I appoint Shimu as the commander of the right-wing vanguard, also leading 100,000 troops and 20 warships." Shimu was the young man who had previously proposed the idea of attacking the Fringe Star regions. Although his suggestion had not been adopted, Su Ming had heard of Shimu's reputation. He was indeed formidable, possessing considerable military prowess. While his earlier proposal may not have been as exceptional as Chenghua's, it was certainly not without merit. Su Ming understood well that in solitary combat, one relies on actual combat strength. However, in warfare, it is technology, military might, and the capabilities of leaders that truly matter. Su Ming has never hesitated to place trust in those of exceptional talent. Having formulated the appropriate strategy, the fleet of Wan Tung ascended that very day, joining forces with other scattered armies as they enter the Court of Life. At this moment, the Court of Life had wholly transformed into the backyard of human civilization, allowing unrestricted entry and exit. Even the beings within the court had no power to oppose this. They could only acquiesce and allow human civilization to come and go as they pleased. The warships of Wan Tung swiftly advanced into the Court of Life, which had now automatically opened a passage leading into the heart of the void civilization. As the warships continued forward, they soon traversed this route and arrived in the region of the void civilization. Suddenly, the spatial passage ahead erupted, revealing an expanse of boundless cosmic void before the onlookers. In this vast expanse of emptiness, the realm of human civilization is adorned with cold, formidable steel constructs, silently suspended in the void, emanating an exceptionally terrifying surge of energy directed towards the star region inhabited by the void civilization. Each of these steel behemoths serves as a formidable weapon of war. capable of obliterating even the most powerful of void sovereigns within an instant should they dare to enter their lethal range. Contrastingly, within the domain of the void civilization, ethereal streams of light continuously meander through their star realm, as if the very fabric of space and time is under the dominion of a dreadful force. It appears as an abyss of terror. Any soul who dares to venture within would plummet into an inescapable void, meeting an irrevocable demise. At this moment, both factions unleash their utmost power, standing defiantly against each other in the vastness of the void. The atmosphere is charged with awe, solemnity, and an expansive grandeur. Should this conflict erupt, it is anticipated that the very stars themselves would shatter under the strain. A war of such cosmic magnitude cannot be matched by individual strength. The warships of the Wan-Tong fleet emerged from the rear of human civilization. Ming stood in the command room of the leading flagship, gazing into the abyss, a swell of ambition igniting within him. One day, Wan-Tong would undoubtedly grow into a colossal entity rivaling that of superclusters. Leader, shall we proceed directly to the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation? At that moment, Locke inquired. Ming shook his head, replying, "Let us avoid the frontline battlefield and wait for the opportune moment when both sides are engrossed in battle, too preoccupied to notice our advance. For now, we shall temporarily anchor behind the protective perimeter of human civilization." Chapter 176. The collision of civilizations as the Wan-Tong fleet gradually anchored in the starry void. Ahead lay the formidable military bastion of the void civilization, yet equally present was the steadfast steel dragon of human civilization. As long as the steel dragon remains, all those sheltered behind it feel a profound sense of security. Ming refrained from hastening their military engagement. This was not the optimal moment. Once the main battlefield between human and void civilizations erupted into chaos, they would stealthily advance under the guise of war, evading the attention of the void. Time progressed slowly, and the atmosphere on the main battlefield became increasingly tense. It was as though the meteors passing by had grown quiet and cautious in response to the somber ambience of impending conflict. Ming's gaze remained fixed upon the void fortress across the way, where ripples of energy began to undulate, appearing extraordinarily magnificent. However, the soldiers of human civilization could scarcely appreciate this splendor, for the war had commenced. In an almost instantaneous moment, several powerful void beings materialized from the depths of the void atop the fortress, unleashing a surge of energy. The Void Sovereigns had arrived in the Void Clan's military encampment. The Void Sovereign took the initiative, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that erupted from the Void Fortress, distorting the surrounding ether and hurtling towards the steel dragon of human civilization. In response to the offensive from the Void Fortress, the military might of human civilization was equally resolute. Massive beams of light, comparable in cross-sectional area to small celestial bodies, were instantaneously released from the mechanical titans of human civilization, surging forth to strike the ranks of the void civilization. With a resounding crash, two cosmic forces of unimaginable terror collided in an instant. At that moment, all observers felt as though time and space had shattered, the impact obliterating the very concepts of temporal and spatial dimensions within this star region. A hum reverberated, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, yet simultaneously echoing the dawn of a new world, as destruction and reformation incessantly arose from the point of collision. During this tumultuous process, it seemed that only those of the apocalypse level could maintain any semblance of rational thought amidst the chaos. Time elapsed, though its duration was indeterminate, as the fabric of time and space gradually reconstituted itself, restoring the soldiers' perceptions of the external world to normalcy. A profound astonishment welled in Ming's eyes. The collision at the level of civilizations had utterly obliterated the very notion of time and space. Throughout this ordeal, the so-called techniques, maneuvers, and strategic vision had become farcical. Aside from those of apocalypse caliber, no one could sustain normal action or thought during such a cataclysm. It was no wonder that even the formidable apocalypse-level beings had to tread carefully before the 5 great cosmic nations, for in the presence of such overwhelming cosmic power, no one dared to speak of resistance. However, this was not the moment for introspection. It was a pivotal juncture on the battlefield that commanded all attention, a prime opportunity for the Wan-Tong fleet. Without hesitation, Su Ming focused his mind and bellowed. Wantung fleet, advance. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Locke, Chenghua, and others who had been poised within the fleet immediately steeled their resolve, retracting their thoughts from the recent shock. Without further delay, they commanded their respective teams to initiate action. At this juncture, the main battleground erupted with mechanical equipment and void warriors clashing in fierce combat, unleashing extraordinarily terrifying energy fluctuations. Some scattered forces seized this opportunity to maneuver towards the flanks. Most of the scattered forces, aside from Wantung, opted to assault the peripheral, more vulnerable cosmic nations. Only Wantung's fleet discreetly vanished into the chaos, stealthily making their way towards the obscure and defensively formidable SX-3011 cosmic nation, which few would dare to attack. At this moment, the front lines of human civilization began to stretch ever further. Beyond the central battlefield, the scattered forces of human civilization commenced their encroachment upon the neighboring cosmic nations. The strategies of the 5 great cosmic nations began to take preliminary shape, though the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. One must admit that this strategy has indeed caused considerable trouble for the Void civilization. At this moment, within a colossal Void fortress, several formidable Void clan experts are gazing coldly at the battlefield below, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. Each of these experts possesses the power of a Void sovereign, stationed at the rear of the fortress, intimidating the apocalypse-level warriors of human civilization. Just then, a figure silently materializes within the confines of the fortress. Upon seeing this individual, the Void Clan experts cannot help but inquire in their native tongue. What is the situation? The newly arrived individual bears an expression of displeasure and replies coldly. Urge the reinforcements to hasten. The human civilization has dispatched troops to attack our peripheral cosmic nations in addition to the main battlefield. Our forces are insufficient. A flicker of irritation flashes in the eyes of this Void expert, indicating that the maneuvers of human civilization have posed significant challenges for him. What? They are assaulting the peripheral cosmic nations? The other experts standing within the fortress express their astonishment, as these cosmic nations are merely at the level of star systems, unable to withstand the onslaught of human civilization. After hearing this individual's words, the Void experts exchanged incredulous glances. It's not as dire as it seems. The human forces attacking the peripheral cosmic nations are not particularly strong, merely some insignificant pests. However, these pests, while not a significant threat, are quite bothersome. If they manage to breach a gap, the main forces of human civilization may swiftly follow suit, placing us in a passive position, he states, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding Void experts display thoughtful expressions. One approaches and inquires, are there any other forces available to counter these human pests? The pressure on the main battlefield is immense. Diverting forces to address these scattered troops could provide an opportunity for human civilization to suppress us at the front. Another expert shakes his head in response. No, we cannot mobilize the military strength of the main battlefield. We must find a way to draw some forces from the nearby star regions to support the peripheral cosmic nations. After hearing this, the others exchange glances and slowly nod in agreement. There are certain star regions that are easier to defend than to attack. It is likely that human forces will not venture into these areas, so we shall draw strength from them for our defense. I believe this is a feasible plan. Chapter 177. Invasion of SX-3011 within a certain star region of the Void civilization. A tempest of void storms rages, littered with fragmented asteroid belts. To traverse this region, ordinary vessels would likely collide with the asteroids and perish long before covering even a tenth of the distance. Even warships, with the slightest miscalculation, face the peril of crashing. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly navigate through this treacherous star region. At this moment, within this celestial expanse, a fleet is silently navigating through the stars. This fleet is none other than the Wantung fleet, poised to launch a surprise assault on the SX-3011 cosmic nation. Su Ming stands aboard the flagship, gazing at the exceedingly harsh environment surrounding him, and lets out a subtle sigh. While the strategy is commendable, the conditions of the star region are undeniably severe. After 3 days of traversing this cosmic domain, 3 warships have already been obliterated by the void storms, with 10,000 Wantung members aboard, who were torn to shreds before they even had a chance to react, meeting a death from which there is no return. having yet to engage the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation. They have already suffered the loss of 3 vessels and 10,000 genetic warriors, a significant blow to the Wan Tongue forces. The defense is indeed formidable, and it is not to be taken lightly. Fortunately, they are now nearing the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation, with the surrounding void storms and asteroid belts diminishing, rendering the environment increasingly hospitable. This realm appears akin to a paradise, deceptively perilous from the outside, yet internally tranquil and even aesthetically pleasing. What brings a modicum of solace to Su Ming is the thought that, amidst such chaos and terror, the Cosmic Nation could hardly anticipate an impending assault from a fleet. Cheng Hua's speculation proved correct. 2 days prior, the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation had dispatched a fleet to support the peripheral Cosmic Nation, leaving their internal defenses alarmingly weak. Beside him, Locke peruses the intelligence reports and remarks, noting that the peripheral Cosmic Nation is currently engaged in conflict with human civilization's scatter forces, who have generously shared every piece of intelligence. Among this information, traces of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation's fleet can be discerned. Splendid. How many soldiers have had their life quality enhanced through the life sublimation device? 25,000. Their average combat strength has escalated to the level of 7th-tier genetic warriors. Locke announces promptly. Though 25,000 pales in comparison to the 400,000, the ongoing nature of warfare allows for continuous enhancement, a matter in which Su Ming remains patient. Very well, let us integrate these 25,000 into the assault regiment as our principal offensive force. Having reaped the benefits, it is only fitting that they contribute their part. Suministatiskamli. He then gazes through the command cabin of the warship, looking out at the distant stars, resplendent in their brilliance. Who could have imagined that behind the void storms lay such a celestial domain? Yet now, Su Ming must assume the role of an invader and launch an assault on this star realm. Taking a deep breath, he firmly commands, prepare the fleet for a collective spatial jump, directly into the territory of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation to initiate the attack. As the command to initiate the offensive resonated, the expressions of Locke, Cheng Hua, and Shimu nearby immediately turned solemn. They promptly accepted the military orders and departed the command room. With a single directive, the fleet of Wantan commenced its collective transition into a state of spatial jump. At this moment, within the territory designated as Universe Nation SX-3011 by human civilization, the Void Tribe continued their daily lives and leisure activities seemingly unaffected. Much like human civilization, the proportion of combat-capable individuals within the Void civilization was notably low. A greater number of their populace, lacking martial prowess, upheld the prosperity of these cosmic nations. While SX-3011 is the designation assigned by humanity, the Void civilization refers to this realm as the Ascending Descent Universe Nation. Unlike other cosmic nations, the citizens and administrative bodies of the Ascending Descent Universe Nation exhibited no particular signs of concern. To them, unless a decisive defeat occurred on the main battlefield, it was inconceivable that the scattered armies of human civilization could launch an assault upon their domain. The external void storms and asteroid belts would serve as a nightmare for any invading forces. The dispatched military units seemed to perform admirably, earning significant military accolades for their nation, and it was anticipated that this conflict would yield substantial resources for them. A skilled member of the Void Tribe remarked with a smile to those around him, eliciting laughter from his companions. Our unique stellar environment shields us from the ravages of war. This conflict presents us with numerous opportunities and potential gains. It could very well be a fortuitous moment for the elevation of our national strength. The faces of the gathered individuals gleamed with hopeful anticipation, viewing the impending war as a decidedly advantageous affair for themselves. As for the possibility of defeat for the Void civilization, please, that was not a concern they deemed worthy of consideration. However, just as the assembly was lost in their optimistic reveries about the future, a chilling electronic voice abruptly shattered their daydreams, pulling them back to stark reality. Alert! The Ascending Descent Universe Nation has detected an unidentified fleet invasion. Please be advised. Upon hearing this cold announcement, the attendees were momentarily struck with bewilderment. What? Could the alert system be malfunctioning? How could an enemy invade our nation? What a farce! Crossing the void storms and asteroid belts is virtually impossible in less than 3 days. How could any forces from human civilization have arrived here? As the crowd remained in stunned disbelief, the chilling electronic voice continued to broadcast. Alert! Planet Damu has fallen and is now under the control of the invaders. Currently in a state of anarchy, unable to maintain normal communications with Planet Damu. Upon hearing this announcement, the assembly sprang to their feet, their expressions shifting to one of grave seriousness. At this moment, the officials have come to realize that the electronic voice has not malfunctioned. Indeed, a human army has invaded the Ascendant universe. Damn it, where did these invaders come from? How could a civilization's military possibly target our nation? A fierce anger flashed in the eyes of one official. Just then, the electronic voice continued. The Diqian Ring planet has fallen. The Daibuan planet has fallen. The news of the fallen planets erupted suddenly, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The enemy, like a ferocious beast, was rapidly occupying our planets at an alarming pace. Chapter 178. The Clash of Armies. Damn it. Assemble the troops, raise the threat level to the maximum, and activate the defense systems of the Ascendant universe. One official shouted furiously into the phone. Following the directives of the officials, the Ascendant universe rapidly sprang into action. Countless troops began to gather, and the unoccupied planets swiftly activated their defense systems. In a remarkably short span of time, the entire Ascendant universe executed emergency measures. However, the officials were astonished to discover that after occupying 5 habitable planets, the enemy did not rush to continue their assault, but instead fortified their hold on these 5 planets and began to establish their defense systems. This posture clearly suggested that the invaders intended to engage in a prolonged conflict with the Ascendant universe. At this moment, Ming stood within the administrative building of a planet known as Damu. The administrative system's entire population of void beings had been annihilated by the Wantan on the very first day, leaving the administrative building entirely occupied by Wantan personnel. Just as Changhua had anticipated, the vigilance of the SX-3011 universe was indeed alarmingly low. The Wantan fleet executed a surprise attack on the first day. An SX-3011 universe failed to react in time, resulting in the loss of 5 planets. However, Ming could discern that these 5 planets were not core planets of the SX-3011 universe. Their military strength was exceedingly weak. In fact, the strongest individual on Damu was merely a 9th-level void being. Such a figure could not withstand the onslaught of the Wantan and was swiftly eliminated by Ming himself. Soon, the military forces on Damu were entirely eradicated by the Wantan fleet, with not a single survivor. There was no alternative. The disparity in equipment was too vast. Against warships capable of reaching energy levels in the hundreds of thousands, the military on Damu was insignificant. Without losing a single soldier, they quickly seized control of 5 planets. However, the true war was only just beginning. The SX-3011 universe would undoubtedly organize a fierce counterattack. We must be prepared to engage them directly from our 5 strongholds. Ming directed his gaze towards the star map and addressed the individuals beside him. The strategic occupation of 5 planets was a plan meticulously devised by Ming and his compatriots long before their offensive began. Now that they have secured these 5 celestial bodies, the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation, contemplating an attack on Wanton, is bound to exercise caution, refraining from deploying large-scale weaponry to bombard Wanting directly. After all, the administrative authority over these 5 planets has been obliterated by Wanton, yet its populace remains unscathed. Should the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation choose to assault Wanton, they must consider the welfare of their own citizens. It would be inconceivable for them to unleash artillery that could annihilate the 5 planets entirely. For such an act would likely result in the death of billions among the Void Clan's populace. This predicament serves as a tactical advantage for Wanton against the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation. At this juncture, an image abruptly materialized before the assembly. A member of Wanton turned to the gathering and addressed Ming, stating, "Leader, our frontline surveillance has detected significant energy fluctuations. The SX-3011 Cosmic Nation's forces are beginning to mobilize, seemingly preparing to launch an offensive against us." This individual, known as Zwolin, was responsible for reconnaissance and possessed a unique ability, energy perception. His sensitivity to energy signatures was remarkably acute, which is why Ming had entrusted him with the task of monitoring from the front lines. Upon hearing Zwolin's report, Ming and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions betraying little alarm. The mobilization of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation was anticipated. It is only natural for any nation witnessing an invasion to muster their troops to eliminate the intruders. The stage was now set for a direct confrontation. However, Wanting held two significant advantages. First, they possessed hundreds of billions of citizens from the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation as hostages, deterring the latter from deploying their most formidable weaponry. Second, a portion of the core forces of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation had already been dispatched to provide support elsewhere. According to Chung Hua's estimates, the number of troops sent out was considerable. With these two advantages in play, even though Wanting's forces had not fully undergone life evolution, they were still capable of standing up to the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation in battle. Engaging in direct confrontation was inevitable. Such a conflict could not be approached with subterfuge. Ming rose and addressed his three trusted commanders. At that moment, the forces of Wanting began to assemble rapidly, with dozens of warships ascending into the void. Within these vessels, countless genetic warriors donned their cosmic battle gear, preparing to meet the impending conflict. The warships of Wanting surged into the ether, momentarily piercing the vastness of space. Meanwhile, within the star domain of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation, figures of the Void Clan flickered in and out of sight, racing through the expanse. These entities, alongside various war machines crafted by Void civilizations, were not necessarily made of metal, showcasing a stark contrast to the warfare technologies of human civilizations. Undeniably, the weaponry of the Void civilization is scarcely inferior to that of human civilization. Where human civilization boasts battleships, the Void civilization commands colossal Void ships. Where humanity wields iron dragons, the Void possesses formidable Void fortresses. At this moment, within the ranks of the Ascendant Ruin Cosmic Nation, the silhouettes of these vast Void ships could be discerned as numerous Void denizens streamed into their depths, augmenting their formidable power and propulsion. At that precise instant, fleets of human battleships silently emerged before the Void civilization. Before the Void forces could react, these vessels unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, erupting in a torrent of fire that illuminated the dark void. The human army had arrived. The Void forces were caught off guard, quickly succumbing to the onslaught from the battleships. One by one, the colossal Void ships, along with their inhabitants, were obliterated by the relentless barrage. This initial wave of attack annihilated over a dozen Void ships. With the advantage of surprise, Wanting's forces seized the initiative. By the time the Void civilization activated their defensive shields, Wanting's army had already formed their battle array, and powerful genetic warriors emerged in the starry expanse, launching the first assault against the Void civilization. Chapter 179. Terrifying sniping, an unending blaze of fire erupted from the hands of the genetic warriors, targeting the soldiers of the Void civilization. The vast disparity in numbers was evident, with the Void forces potentially outnumbering Wanting's troops by hundreds of times. However, in this era of the cosmos, sheer numbers bore little significance in warfare. Technology, combat prowess, and weaponry were the true determinants of victory. A single genetic warrior wielding mechanical weaponry could effortlessly decimate millions of indigenous peoples from the era of conventional firearms. Thus, despite Wanting's forces being vastly outnumbered by the Ascendant Ruin Cosmic Nation, their combat capabilities were strikingly comparable. The true elite of the Ascendant Ruin had already been dispatched, leaving behind a force that was far from their strongest. Ming's gaze surveyed the battlefield, and he gradually felt reassured. The military strength retained by this cosmic nation was indeed not elite. Their average combat strength was at most that of a level 34 genetic warrior. In contrast, his own side boasted an average strength of around level 57, a significant advantage. Such a disparity in combat prowess could easily allow for a 1-to-100 ratio in terms of numbers. As Ming had anticipated, despite the grave numerical disadvantage, Wanting's genetic warriors plunged into the ranks of the Void civilization, akin to wolves among sheep, swiftly annihilating vast swathes of Void denizens. A warrior of the Wanting lineage, wielding a battle axe, exuded an intense aura of murderous intent. With a single, decisive swing of his axe, he felled 3 soldiers of the Void civilization. Excellent. These wretched beings of the Void are so feeble. This battlefield is nothing short of our slaughterhouse. Brothers, muster your strength. The time to earn military merit has arrived. This individual is one of the rare 8th-level gene warriors among the Wanting, known as Ming. Previously, Ming was merely a 7th-level superior warrior, but after undergoing the Life Ascension device, he was elevated to an 8th-level junior warrior, directly appointed by Ming as the Vanguard commander, leading the charge into battle. Ming, unmatched in valor, found himself surrounded by the soldiers of the Void civilization. Despite their frenzied assaults and terrifying energy attacks directed at him, were repelled by the explosive energy emanating from his body. None of these attacks inflicted any harm upon him. An 8th-level Gene warrior ensnared amidst a throng of 3rd and 4th-level soldiers from the Void became a relentless harbinger of death, systematically slaying his foes. The innate abilities of these lower-tier soldiers were woefully inadequate to withstand Ming's onslaught. With each swing of his axe, he scattered the soldiers, leaving them in disarray, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of them lay slain at his hands. This spectacle was strikingly conspicuous upon the battlefield. Witnessing such an indomitable general among the human faction, the commander of the Ascendant Cosmic Nation could no longer remain passive. Amon, go and eliminate this human general. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage, commanded a leader of the Void civilization, casting a glance at Ming, suspended in the Void. Amon, a 9th-level powerhouse of the Void race, could hardly contain his eagerness upon receiving the order. He melded into the very fabric of the Void and surged toward Ming. As the disparity in levels grew, so did the chasm of power. While Ming could effortlessly decimate the 3rd and 4th-level soldiers, a stealthy assault from a 9th-level Void warrior could severely injure him with but a single encounter. However, the Wantan lineage also boasted formidable talents, among them their leader, Ming. He had been meticulously observing the movements of the elite from the Ascendant Cosmic Nation. Amon's form was clearly visible to Ming, who possessed the ability of system perception, rendering any adversary's movements transparent. Upon witnessing Amon's approach, Ming let out a cold laugh. Instantly donning his armor and appearing before the command ship, he stood as a statue in the Void, impervious to the energy fluctuations surrounding him, exuding an unsettling steadiness. With a swift motion, Ming retrieved a Star Cluster level sniper rifle from his storage space. The Enhanced Stargazer Sniper Rifle. What does it mean to gaze at the stars? Standing still and looking up at the night sky, one beholds the multitude of stars. This is the essence of stargazing. To bear such a name, this sniper rifle undoubtedly belongs to the realm of ultra-long-range weaponry. Upon unveiling this rifle, Ming's entire demeanor transformed. His mech began to radiate a corresponding energy level, amplifying the power behind his shot. With the rifle raised, an intense brilliance of starlight erupted from Ming, instantaneously locking onto the Void clan expert known as Amon. In that moment, as Amon sped towards the blood cry, his expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an aura of death that was unyieldingly fixated upon him. With no opportunity for response, he could only barely merge into the Void. In the next instant, a terrifying attack traversed tens of thousands of kilometers through the cosmos, striking Amon from an unavoidable angle. He felt an overwhelming force impact him, forcibly ejecting him from his ethereal state. A chill enveloped Amon's heart. Despite managing to dissipate nearly 60 of the attack's power through his Void form, the residual force still inflicted significant damage upon his body. Moreover, it was evident that the sniper was a master of their craft. The energy surge from the shot rendered the surrounding Void exceedingly unstable, leaving Amon with no chance to activate the Void clan's abilities again. The human army boasted formidable snipers. Amon fled in a frenzy, his body darting erratically in an attempt to evade the sniper's lock. However, despair washed over him as he realized that no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper could effortlessly track his movements. Soon, another wave of terrifying energy erupted from tens of thousands of kilometers away. In a state of endless despair and fear, Amon was struck by a second shot. This time, without the cover of the Void, his fragile form was brutally torn apart by the sniper's attack. He was as good as dead. Chapter 180. The Mechanical Divine, Ming stood at the forefront of the command ship, clad in his mech, resembling a celestial harbinger of death. Each shot he fired claimed the life of a Void civilization expert. Following the demise of Amon, Ming did not pause, but continued to unleash a torrent of fire upon the Void clan members on the battlefield. Any expert of level 7 or above became his target. Within the cosmic power dynamics of star cluster levels, Those above level 7 were exceedingly rare, with nearly everyone holding a significant position, whether as a commander or a squad leader. The demise of a master of this caliber significantly disrupts the dynamics of the battlefield. The death of a Void Clan expert left their soldiers in disarray, akin to a headless dragon, leading to their swift annihilation at the hands of the Wanton forces. Witnessing this unfolding drama, the commander of the Void Clan could not remain passive. Within the ranks of a human army, a formidable sniper posed a dire threat to our leader's life. Should this continue, the leadership would be eradicated, jeopardizing the very fabric of our warfare. We cannot allow this sniper to dictate the pace of battle, for it grants the human army an undue advantage. We must employ heavy artillery to disrupt the flow of war. A military officer from the Void civilization rose and coldly proclaimed, "Heavy weaponry, however, carries the grave risk of cataclysmic consequences. The upper echelons of the Ascendant Meteor Galactic Nation have long hesitated to deploy such armaments, fearing adverse effects on the 5 planets controlled by Wantan. Yet now, Su Ming's sharpshooting prowess has entirely shattered their rhythm. If Su Ming continues his lethal precision, the experts of the Ascendant Meteor Galactic Nation would be obliterated, bringing them perilously close to defeat." Reluctantly, the Ascendant Meteor Galactic Nation had no choice but to activate their heavy war machines. At that moment, both sides' warships and colossal void ships were engaged in a fierce exchange, while their soldiers clashed violently amidst the cosmos. With a command from the higher-ups of the Ascendant Meteor Galactic Nation, 5 colossal void cannons soon emerged from behind their forces. Each of these massive cannons spanned several kilometers, categorizing them as significant war machines. Upon witnessing the emergence of these 5 colossal cannons, Cheng Hua's expression darkened. He was not particularly concerned about the cannons targeting their genetic warriors. After all, the cannons required considerable charge time, during which the genetic warriors had ample opportunity to evade their trajectories. However, the warships on their side were far less capable of avoiding the cannons' onslaught. This highlighted the inherent counterbalance among different military branches on the battlefield. Warships boasted overwhelming offensive capabilities, astonishing defensive prowess, and remarkable linear speed. Yet, they bore a critical flaw: their lack of agility in turning, rendering them vulnerable to the strikes of heavy armaments like the colossal cannons. Conversely, genetic warriors were largely untroubled by the cannon's firepower. Nevertheless, warships constituted the backbone of Wantan's strength. They were integral in countering the might of star cluster-level adversaries. The collective firepower of nearly 100 warships was astounding, having already obliterated dozens of the Ascendant Meteor Galactic Nation's colossal vessels, resulting in countless soldiers meeting their demise beneath the relentless assault of Wantan's warships. They served as the core strategic weapon of Wantan. However, should they fall victim to the cannon's fire, Wantan's advantages would be swiftly shattered. In a state of urgency, Cheng Hua instinctively reached out to Su Ming. Positioned at the forefront of the command ship, "Leader, the enemy has deployed their colossal artillery. Should we temporarily withdraw our forces back to the Great Wood Planet? They dare to bombard their own, yet would never strike the Great Wood Planet. For such an action would severely tarnish the prestige of this cosmic nation and result in the immediate demise of billions of citizens under the artillery's onslaught." This was precisely why Wan Feng swiftly seized several planets before. Upon hearing Cheng Hua's words, Su Ming shook his head and confidently declared, "No need to retreat. Leave those colossal cannons to me." Cheng Hua was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his ears. The leader intended to confront the artillery single-handedly? Was he out of his mind? It must be noted that the artillery was positioned behind the enemy's encampment, and to obliterate it, one would have to breach the enemy's formation and charge directly into their camp. Yet, how could that be possible? The soldiers of the Void civilization were not fools. They would not allow Su Ming such an opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. At that moment, Cheng Hua's eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly beheld Su Ming piloting his mech, ascending skyward and releasing 3 extraordinarily large phantoms from his storage space. Upon discerning the nature of these phantoms, Cheng Hua's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Steel giant trees. These were 3 colossal constructs forged from countless mechanical components. As he gazed upon the sudden emergence of these mechanical giants, an absurd thought crossed Cheng Hua's mind. Could these also be instruments of war? Just then, Su Ming, piloting the Linghu mech, was enveloped in a radiant silver light. This was the manifestation of brain domain energy. a simultaneous eruption of stellar energy. Brain domain division. At that moment, Su Ming's brain domain energy surged forth. The knowledge of independent mechanical constructs he possessed began to divide into three distinct portions, each flowing into one of the mechanical divine trees. As the stellar energy coursed through them, the three mechanical divine trees were activated. In the previously silent void, a powerful wave of energy generated a resonating sound within the cosmic battle suit, allowing everyone to hear the roar of the mechanical divine trees. Is this our Wanfeng's weapon of war? When did Wanfeng acquire such armaments? How was I unaware of this? It seems these are war machines piloted by the leader himself. Could they be the leader's ultimate mechanical arsenal? What capabilities do these mechanical giants possess? The members of Wanfeng gazed with rapt attention at the three mechanical divine trees materializing above their ranks, their faces alight with excitement. Va machines. Any army equipped with such weaponry would undoubtedly experience a profound sense of security. At that moment, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, a brilliant radiance erupted from the mechanical divine tree. Countless beams of light cascaded down from the tree, surging instantly towards the area where the void cannon was situated. Witnessing this spectacle, the high-ranking officials of the Ascended Universe Nation were taken aback. Intercept their assault. Fire the cannon. The commander of the Ascended Universe Nation bellowed. Upon hearing the commander's voice, the soldiers of the Void Civilization swiftly assembled, forming a formidable vortex, prepared to shield themselves from the radiant energy emitted by the mechanical divine tree. Simultaneously, the void cannon roared to life, gathering terrifying energy in an instant. With an ominous fluctuation of energy levels, a cataclysmic void shell erupted from the cannon's barrel, hurtling towards the direction of Wantung. Should this projectile strike, it would likely result in the loss of dozens of Wantung's warships. "Oh no!" exclaimed Chenghua and Shimu, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily prepared to direct the Wantung forces in an effort to intercept the cannon's onslaught. Yet at that moment, both Chenghua and Shimu were taken aback. They observed that the forces of the Ascended Universe Nation, upon encountering the light released from the mechanical divine tree, appeared to have impressed like a pause button, rendering them motionless. It was evident that the defensive formation composed of the Void Civilization as soldiers halted its rotation the moment it made contact with the luminous energy. Even more perplexing was that the terrifying attack unleashed from the Void Cannon also seemed to freeze in midair. What is happening? Is space being confined? Chenghua and Shimu exchanged glances, both reflecting the same confusion. At that juncture, Su Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. It is not space, it is energy. The energy has merely been paused. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a profound bewilderment flickered in Chenghua and Shimu's eyes. Humanity's achievements in the realm of energy were not particularly distinguished, making the concept of pausing energy movement difficult for them to grasp. However, their lack of understanding did not impede Su Ming's subsequent actions. After the mechanical divine tree was constructed, Su Ming undertook significant modifications, enhancing its offensive, defensive, and regenerative capabilities, while also integrating static energy components within the tree. As Su Ming deepened his understanding of energy principles, the static energy components had evolved considerably from their original form. Initially, these components could only compel energy to cease its motion, but once the static energy component was exhausted, the energy would revert to its prior state of movement, serving merely as a means to delay time. However, after a period of refinement, Su Ming incorporated an energy catalyst into the static energy essence. The purpose of this catalyst is to transform the energy state at the precise moment the effects of the static energy essence dissipate, thereby accelerating the motion of energy tenfold. What does this acceleration of energy entail? It is highly probable that the hastened energy factors, in their rapid state, will collide with atoms, ultimately unleashing an even more terrifying amount of energy. In other words, with the influence of the catalyst, the dormant energy may begin to erupt right in place, potentially yielding a far greater magnitude of explosion than before. At this moment, the colossal cannon's attack was suspended within the ranks of the Void Civilization's military. Yet to penetrate their formation, once ensnared by the static energy essence, the cannon's strike remained immobilized within the ranks of the Void Civilization, until the static energy essence was replaced by the catalyst. Suddenly, the energy of the cannon spiraled out of control and erupted violently right where it stood. This explosion occurred within the very formation of the Void civilization. At this instant, the commander of the Ascendant Universe Nation could never have anticipated that the cannon's assault would detonate within his own camp. 5 terrifying fireballs illuminated the entire void with an extraordinary brilliance. It was a scene of 5 colossal fireballs erupting instantaneously within the ranks of the Void civilization, as the fearsome energy engulfed the entire formation. In this moment, the Ascendant Universe Nation reaped the consequences of its own actions, as the cannon's unleashed attack detonated amidst its own forces. Countless soldiers of the Void civilization were obliterated in this wave of explosion, their remains utterly erased by the overwhelming energy. When the world is happening, Chenghua and Shimu stood in stunned disbelief. Even though they were accustomed to witnessing various military conflicts through recordings, they had never encountered such a capability in human civilization's wars. The ability to control an opponent's attack, pausing it before triggering an eruption, was astonishing. If such a weapon of war were to proliferate, would it not become invincible? In the future, whoever wielded a war machine could simply employ the mechanical divine tree's power to cause the enemy's attacks to explode within their own ranks, effectively neutralizing the adversary's weapon while appropriating it for their own use. The two could not help but gaze at the figure floating in the void, a chill running down their spines. Fortunately, this was their own leader and their own weapon of war. Otherwise, it could have easily turned into a nightmare for them. However, they had somewhat overestimated the capabilities of the mechanical divine tree. Only Su Ming was aware that this ability indeed had numerous drawbacks. For instance, it could not restrain attacks that were significantly stronger than the mechanical divine tree. The static energy essence could only be wielded by Su Ming himself, and it was effective solely against energy-based attacks, among other limitations. Moreover, it is quite fortuitous that the soldiers of the Void civilization had just integrated into the Void, forming a military formation that was inherently aligned with the direction of energy. Otherwise, the static energy essence would have been incapable of restraining the soldiers of the Void civilization. One could say that the confluence of favorable timing, advantageous geography, and harmonious human relations culminated in an outcome that far exceeded expectations. However, it must be acknowledged that the recent assault by the mechanical divine tree was indeed extraordinary, creating a significant turning point in the conflict between both sides. Witnessing approximately several million soldiers from the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation being utterly consumed by 5 terrifying attacks, Su Ming wasted no time and bellowed to Chenghua and the others. "What are you waiting for? Lead the troops in a battle." Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Chenghua, Shimu, and Locke were suddenly awakened from their stupor. Their spirits lifted as they rallied their forces to charge towards the army of the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation.